Chapter 1. My desire for respite is overheard by Bibi Dong. Su Feng, a mere cog in the vast machinery of society, succumbed to the burdens of life after decades of relentless toil, only to find himself transported to a realm unlike any. A world governed by martial souls, known as Duo continent. In this extraordinary realm, magic, martial arts, and energy manipulation are absent, yet the marvel of martial souls prevails. At the tender age of 6, every individual undergoes an awakening at the spirit hall, revealing their unique martial soul. These souls may manifest as animals, plants, or artifacts, serving to enhance daily existence. However, the truly exceptional martial souls can be harnessed for cultivation and combat, leading to the esteemed vocation of soul master, the most powerful and revered profession on Doa continent. Each person aspires to this illustrious path, willing to risk life and limb in pursuit of glory. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber of the spirit hall, the now 14-year-old Su Feng languidly reclines upon his bed, enveloped in slumber, until the harsh rays of sunlight pierce through the gauzy curtains, prompting him to blink his star-like eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily routine of leisure, exceeding 15 hours of sleep. Reward: soul power level increased by 5, leisure value 15. Upon hearing this notification from the system, Su Feng remained impassive, as though such occurrences were commonplace. Ever since his untimely demise and subsequent rebirth in Douluo continent, awakening the leisure system, he established a resolute principle for himself. If he could sit, he would. Never stand if he could lie down. He would never sit if a task could be accomplished with words. He would refrain from action, and for any task requiring effort, he would not undertake it himself. In essence, Su Feng harbored no desire to relive the hardships of his previous life. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, his idleness only served to augment his strength. Thus, exertion was entirely unnecessary. System, open the interface. Su Feng intoned softly, curiosity piqued regarding his current status. Moments later, an interface materialized before him. Host, Su Feng. Soul power level. Level 69, Soul, Emperor 95. Talent. Primordial body 1,000 times cultivation speed, growing increasingly handsome. Leisure value 12,430. Martial soul. Black heaven demon, scythe, divine martial soul. Soul rings. Black 10,000 years, black 20,000 years, black 40,000 years, black 70,000 years, red 100,000 years, red 150,000 years. Status. The system has disguised the host's soul power level as level 15 and has masked the age of the soul rings as standard configurations. The so-called leisure value represents the system's assessment of the host's level of idleness, which Su Feng could utilize to procure various items and tools from an array of marketplaces. For instance, the 10th Ascendier soul rings and divine martial soul displayed on the interface were all acquisitions made in the marketplace. Naturally, should he wish to enhance the age of his soul rings, he could also purchase the corresponding items to do so. It appears I am on the verge of breaking through to level 70, Soul Sage. Su Feng mused as he glanced at the interface, suddenly struck by an idea. Perhaps I should engage in some cultivation? With the primordial body, the remarkable cultivation speed of 1,000 times would require but a brief span of time. Yes, Su Feng's thoughts began to stir. He quickly shook his head and muttered, never mind, never mind. After all, I can attain the title of Soul Sage while lying down. There's no need to rush. Having said that, Su Feng's laziness resurfaced, and he prepared to return to slumber. Unexpectedly, the door swung open, accompanied by a voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Su Feng, it is this late, and you're still asleep? The visitor was none other than the most beautiful woman recognized by the spirit hall, the Saintess Bibi Dong, whose status was second only to that of the Pope. Su Feng turned his head, and a graceful figure was approaching him. With skin as fair as snow, an almost ethereal beauty, and an aura of divine nobility, she was indeed a sight to behold. Hiss! Su Feng jolted upright. Disciple Su Feng, I pay my respect to my teacher. Though Su Feng was plagued by lethargy, to the point where even standing felt like a torment, he held deep gratitude for Bibi Dong, who had fostered him for 14 years, and taken him as her disciple. Thus, he stood up respectfully to greet her. Humph. Bibi Dong fixed a stern gaze upon Su Feng. You are my first disciple, and I have provided you with the finest resources. Yet, after all these years, you have only reached level 15. Bibi Dong took a deep breath, her face a mask of frustration that, if you were incapable of cultivation, that would be one thing, but you awakened your martial soul at 6, boasting innate full soul power and exceptional talent. You should have been the most dazzling genius on the continent, yet you squander your days in idleness. Having awakened at 6, it has been 8 years, and you have only advanced 5 levels? Is this not a source of shame? Bibi Dong had voiced these sentiments more than once, and each time she mentioned it, an uncomfortable weight settled in her chest, her irritation mounting. Your teachings are well received. Teacher, I shall endeavor to cultivate more diligently. Feng replied, not daring to retort and humbly accepting his fault. More diligent. Have you ever truly exerted yourself? Bibi Dong's lips twitched slightly. In a span of 24 hours, you lie down for 18 hours, spend 3 hours in a days, another 2 hours watching others' days, and the final hour allowing others to observe. You in your stupor. Perhaps the exaggeration was a bit extreme, yet the essence of the situation was not far from reality. Upon reflecting on this, Bibi Dong prepared to admonish Feng further when a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Diligence? What nonsense! In my past life on earth, I have toiled enough. Humph. In this life, I am resolved to remain idle. Not even Jesus can alter that. Moreover, I have already attained level 69 as a soul emperor. A few more days of rest, and I shall break through. Why should I exert myself? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was taken aback. Is this not the voice of my lazy disciple? Could it be that I am hearing his innermost thoughts? However, what is earth anyway? And when did my disciple reach level 69? Feng, filled with perplexity, noticed Bibi Dong narrowing her beautiful eyes, fixating intently on him. She probed, regardless, your soul power at level 15 is still rather insufficient that I intend to send several Daw to the Stardo Forest to seek rare treasures for you, assisting you in breaking through your current realm. What do you think? Thank you for your guidance. Teacher, I shall adhere to your wishes. Feng replied, sensing the intensity of Bibi Dong's gaze and daring not to voice any dissent, his face adorned with a compliant expression. Yet at that very moment, Bibi Dong's mind echoed once more with Feng's inner musings. Ah, does she truly believe I am merely at level 15? I'm almost a soul sage. Moreover, what significance is there in dispatching several Douluo to the Stardo Forest? The outskirts yield no treasures, while the inner region is guarded by formidable soul beasts such as the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, leaving no opportunity to discover any rare materials. Titan giant ape? Sky blue bull python. Realizing she could hear Feng's thoughts, Bibi Dong's heart quivered, her expression revealing a flicker of astonishment. How does my disciple know of the Titan giant ape and sky blue bull python residing within the inner region of the Stardo Forest? Bibi Dong's mind was rife with confusion. This is classified information of the Spirit Hall, known only to those of Title Douluo rank and above. This lazy disciple, with a background far from ordinary, has certainly concealed much from me. Bibi Dong reminisced about the encounter with Feng 14 years prior, when she had just hunted a soul beast. Suddenly, a swaddled infant fell from the sky, creating a large crater upon impact, startling her profoundly. Strangely, the swaddle remained intact, and little Feng was sound asleep, prompting her to take him back to the Spirit Hall. Thus, it seems I must not expose this lazy disciple, otherwise he will become wary of me, perhaps even concocting erroneous notions to mislead me. Bibi Dong contemplated with caution. After a brief moment, she made a decision. She would not unveil Feng's secrets, even if he continued to be indolent, as long as she could gradually uncover the mysteries within his heart. That would suffice. 002 Qian Xuanji is watching you. Do you still dare date? However, this lazy disciple claims to be a level 69 soul emperor. Surely, that cannot be true? Bibi Dong suddenly recalled the thoughts she had just heard, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. A 14-year-old soul emperor? Such a thing has never been heard of in the Spirit Hall or across the continent. This lazy disciple must be boasting. I need to probe further, Bibi Dong resolved, moving closer to Feng until they were nearly touching, ultimately embracing him. Teacher, Feng's heart raced. What are you doing? Be good, disciple, relax. I am merely checking your health, she replied. Cough, cough. Thank you for your concern, teacher, but I'm quite well. There is no need for an examination. Feng stammered, feeling somewhat flustered. Humph, be quiet and remain still, Bibi Dong said, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. Alas, has the teacher harbored intentions of kiss? Surely not. Even if I possess a handsome visage, I am but a child. Upon hearing Feng's inner thoughts, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, a rosy hue blossoming on her fair cheeks. What is this lazy disciple, pondering such things at such a tender age? She mused. As your teacher, how could I possibly engage in such behavior? Bibi Dong's heart swelled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, yet she could not reveal the truth behind his thoughts and chose to feign ignorance. After a brief interval, Bibi Dong gently leaned closer to Su Feng, until her flawless forehead made contact with his brow, and a soft hum resonated as a gentle flow of soul power surged into Su Feng's body. Indeed, Bibi Dong sought to explore Su Feng's physical condition in the most delicate manner, ensuring no detail would be overlooked. After all, while the level of one's soul power might be concealed, the strength of the body could hardly remain hidden. Before long, Bibi Dong withdrew from Su Feng. Momentarily stunned, she was astounded to discover that she could not penetrate Su Feng's defenses. How could this be? With her formidable rank of over level 80, she ought to have easily discerned Su Feng's soul power. Yes, she pondered this perplexity. Su Feng's thoughts echoed once more in her mind. Indeed, something is amiss given my teacher's nature. How could she possibly abandon her authority to grow so intimate? It must be that she intends to probe my soul power. Yet, little does she know, I am shielded by a system. A mere flicker of my soul power and resistance renders me impervious to her scrutiny. Ha! I am a level 69 soul emperor, merely feigning weakness for amusement. Does that vex you? Was a drama barrel. Bibi Dong was left bewildered, questioning the nature of this peculiar treasure that could thwart her investigation. Before she could unravel her thoughts, a sudden wave of energy erupted around Su Feng, followed by his thoughts resonating in her mind. Goodness! Merely a slight exertion of soul power has triggered the 1,000-fold cultivation speed of the Hongmeng body, propelling me to the rank of soul sage. This cannot be. I must conceal this at once, lest I frighten my teacher. As these thoughts settled, Su Feng suddenly beamed at her, proclaiming, "Teacher, it appears I have broken through to level 16. Good heavens! A level 70 soul sage masquerading as a mere level 16." Bibi Dong's heart quivered as she silently cursed this little rascal for deceiving her for so many years. A 14-year-old soul sage, such a notion was beyond her imagination. Yet, despite her profound shock and disbelief, Bibi Dong resolved to maintain her composure, feigning ignorance as she replied, "Excellent, but do not allow this to breed pride. You must continue to cultivate diligently in the future. The disciple shall heed the teacher's counsel." Su Feng replied with a respectful bow. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to level 70, achieving Soul Sage status. You have received a talent reward. Mastery of past and present, encompassing all narratives of Douluo, including hidden plots. In an instant, Su Feng felt a tremor throughout his body as a surge of information flooded into his mind, compelling him to close his eyes and absorb the knowledge in tranquil focus. After a considerable while, realization dawned upon him. So that is the case, Su Feng mused, enlightened. The original narrative had left many plot details unspoken, leaving him in ignorance of numerous matters. However, he now possessed a comprehensive understanding of the happenings in this world, mastering both ancient and contemporary gifts. For instance, the current moment coincided precisely with the 2 months prior to the original tale in which Bibi Dong was sullied by Qiang Sunji. It was also the time when Bibi Dong had a rendezvous planned with Yu Xiaojiang, a fact that Qiang Sunji fortuitously discovered at my dear disciple. A voice called out, jolting Su Feng back to reality. He smiled and replied, "Please speak, master. In the coming days, I must depart from the spirit hall. You must take good care of yourself while I am away. Understand?" As Bibi Dong spoke, a charming blush graced her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with a deep yearning, resembling a maiden in the throes of first love, completely devoid of the authoritative demeanor befitting a master. Clearly, she intended to meet Yu Xiaojiang, but her concern for her indolent disciple compelled her to make this visit. "Yes, master. Rest assured I will look after myself." Su Feng responded with a smile, internally lamenting once more, "Oh, my naive teacher, could you be any more obvious? The flush of springtime affection is practically etched upon your face. You surely intend to rendezvous with that fellow you. Moreover, dear teacher, could you not be more astute? Qiang Sunji, that old silver coin, has been surveilling you for a month. That if you go on this date now, it will undoubtedly be discovered, and you will find yourself confined." Upon hearing his unvoiced thoughts, Bibi Dong stiffened. Her master, Qiang Sunji, had been observing her for an entire month. She had been entirely oblivious. If she truly met with Yu Xiaojiang, would their romance not be exposed? Disciple. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng, a premonition stirring within her that he harbored further knowledge. Thus, she probed, "I cannot shake this feeling of unease at the thought of leaving the spirit hall for several days. What do you think is the cause? I do not presume to speak rashly, but since master senses a foreboding, perhaps it would be wise to remain at the spirit hall for a few more days after that. All should be well." Su Feng replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Ah, indeed. My teacher is truly the chosen daughter of the Rakshasa, endowed with an innate sense of impending crisis, even foreseeing the forthcoming defilement incident. Regrettably, my naive teacher is too innocent, blinded by love, and fails to recognize the duplicitous nature of Yu Shaojiang, nor does she comprehend the despicable shamelessness of that old silver coin, Qiang Sunji. However, as long as Master remains at the Spirit Hall to diligently cultivate for a few days, and when that old silver coin enters seclusion to strive for level 92, all shall be well. What does the defilement incident signify? Bibi Dong inquired, her gaze sharpening upon hearing his thoughts. Wait, Bibi Dong's heart raced again. How does Su Feng know that Master is to enter seclusion to strive for level 92 in a few days? This matter had not even reached her ears at this moment. Su Feng appeared almost omniscient compared to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's curiosity about the little secret in Su Feng's heart grew increasingly intense. However, she realized that eavesdropping on one's thoughts should not be rushed. Excessive probing might arouse suspicion. Thus, she decided to wait a few days before seeking out her indolent disciple, intending to verify whether her mentor, Qin Xuanji, truly would be in seclusion. Meanwhile, at a serene lakeside not far from the Spirit Hall, a young man clad in a tailored black suit waited patiently. It was none other than the theoretical master, Yu Shaojiang. At that moment, he basked in the gentle caress of the spring breeze, filled with hopeful anticipation. Ah, soon I shall meet Donger, he mused, gazing towards the direction of the Spirit Hall, his heart racing with excitement. Bibi Dong, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, possessed not only unparalleled power, but also stunning beauty, her divine and noble aura captivating the hearts of countless men. She was indeed a goddess, and he, Yu Shaojiang, had managed to win her affections. When Bibi Dong arrived, he envisioned himself taking her hand, strolling leisurely by the river, embracing her slender waist, and perhaps even sharing tender kisses, savoring the sweetness of her lips, a delight he had never before experienced. Ah, the mere thought of it sends a thrill through one's veins. Yet, Yu Shaojiang waited from dawn until noon, from noon until dusk, and finally, into the night, without catching a glimpse of Bibi Dong. The cool night breeze sent a shiver through his body, and he could not help but tremble. His face etched with despondency. Donger, why have you not come to our rendezvous? In the following days, Bibi Dong, true to Su Feng's whispered words, refrained from seeking out Yu Shaojiang. Instead, she devoted herself to intensive cultivation within the Spirit Hall. Ultimately, she received the definitive news. The Pope, Qin Xuanji, was about to enter seclusion to strive for the 92nd level. Could it be that my disciple possesses the ability to foresee the future? A thought arose in Bibi Dong's mind, growing more plausible with each passing moment, prompting her to make her way to Su Feng's abode. My dear disciple, what are you up to? Bibi Dong entered Su Feng's room and found him standing by the window, resting his head on his hand, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. Master, I am pondering the direction of my forthcoming cultivation. Please do not disturb me, Su Feng said without turning his head. Bibi Dong was taken aback. Could it be that this indolent disciple was actually capable of such reflection? As Bibi Dong approached, she observed that the other party seemed to be deeply contemplative, which filled her with a sense of satisfaction. My obedient disciple has finally gained enlightenment, she thought to herself. Instinctively, Bibi Dong patted Su Feng's shoulder, intending to offer some encouragement. Unexpectedly, however, Bibi Dong's gentle pat caused Su Feng's hand, which was pressed against his forehead, to slip suddenly, accompanied by a cry of agony. Ouch! Teacher! Don't move, don't move. My hand has gone numb, it's gone numb. After a considerable pause, Su Feng finally began to recover. One cannot blame him. After all, he had maintained that position for 5 long hours, and it was only natural for him to feel discomfort after being disrupted by Bibi Dong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the lying flat routine, daydreaming for over 5 hours. Reward, 10 cola of 100 styles, effect, soul power amplification for half an hour. Repeated use only extends duration, not effects. Upon hearing the sudden system prompt, Su Feng was unfazed, considering the myriad of enhancement beverages he had amassed on his hands, forming a small mountain. Goodness, Su Feng, you dare to be lazy and even deceive me? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Bibi Dong, standing beside him, quickly discerned that Su Feng was blatantly shirking his responsibilities. Despite having trusted him moments ago, she raised her delicate hand and began to mercilessly knead Su Feng's cheeks. Ouch! Teacher, I was wrong, please stop squeezing. Her grip was not heavy, yet it caused a mild sting, prompting Su Feng to wail in distress. However, what Su Feng did not anticipate was that his unique physique, the primordial body, made him increasingly handsome and adorable, which was quite disarming for Bibi Dong. Regardless of his pleas for mercy, she continued to play with him affectionately. "Humph, I shall let you off this time, but should you dare to deceive me again, I will not be so lenient." Bibi Dong retracted her hand, donning a facade of seriousness, though inwardly she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This disciple of hers had been languid and listless over the years, bordering on despondency. Yet, Bibi Dong's tolerance stemmed largely from his appealing appearance, handsome and endearing. Every time she felt anger, a little roughhousing with her lazy disciple would invariably lift her spirits. Phew. Thankfully, the teacher stopped in time. Otherwise, I would have been thoroughly toyed with. That was close. Toyed with? Upon unexpectedly hearing Su Feng's thoughts, Bibi Dong's face flushed with embarrassment and irritation. This little rascal, why does he always say such strange things? Humph, if I am not mistaken. You have come here because you were eager to find that fellow with the surname Yu? Haven Yu? This visit is merely to bid farewell to me. Indeed. As they say, a great woman is not to be kept. At that moment, Su Feng remained blissfully unaware that his innermost thoughts had been overheard. He continued to feign seriousness, inquiring, "Teacher, may I ask why you have come to seek your disciple?" Coincidentally, Bibi Dong had indeed heard his earlier thoughts, which left her slightly astonished. This little rascal, how does he know everything? Bibi Dong felt a twinge of frustration. She was indeed preparing to find Yu Xiaojiang, as she had not been able to meet him the other day, and he might be quite anxious. She needed to clarify matters. However, to prevent her lazy disciple from realizing that she could eavesdrop on his thoughts, she chose to act as if she had not heard. "His Holiness the Pope has arrived." At that moment, a shout echoed from outside the door. Immediately thereafter, a man clad in golden armor entered the room. "Disciple Bibi Dong pays respects to your holiness," Bibi Dong proclaimed. Upon seeing the newcomer, he promptly bowed in deference, pulling his companion Su Feng down to bow alongside him. Were it not for the presence of his master, Su Feng would have preferred not to pay homage to the old silver coin, he thought bitterly. Nevertheless, he respectfully stated, "Disciple Su Feng pays his respects to your holiness." Qiang Sunji shifted his gaze towards Bibi Dong, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face, before turning his cold eyes to Su Feng, and coldly commanded, "Enough, rise." For many years, Bibi Dong has taken Su Feng under her wing at the Spirit Hall, and Qian Xuanji has observed this with increasing disappointment. He had never encountered such a lethargic soul master. Originally endowed with innate full soul power, after 8 years, he had yet to even break through to the rank of great soul master. Now his potential was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Such a dispirited soul master was a rarity in his experience. He had never acknowledged his relationship as Su Feng's mentor. Were it not for Bibi Dong's continued protection, he would have expelled this worthless disciple from the Spirit Hall long ago. "Old silver coin, what are you staring at? Why the long face, you fool?" Hearing the murmurings of his disciple, Bibi Dong found it somewhat amusing. There was no one else in the Spirit Hall who dared to think so recklessly in the presence of the Pope as this little rascal. "You, go outside. I have matters to discuss with your teacher." Qian Xuanji cast an impatient glance at Su Feng. "I won't go." Su Feng paid no heed to Qian Xuanji and lazily reclined in an elderly chair. Qian Xuanji's expression darkened. If Su Feng's despondency displeased him, then his attitude made Qian Xuanji wish he could simply sweat this ruffian away. As the sovereign of the Spirit Hall, revered by many, Su Feng had never shown him the slightest respect. Most infuriatingly, this rogue had dared to insult him as a fool when he was merely 2 years old. Had he not considered the child's ignorance, he would have ended the little brat's life then and there. Su Feng's words caused Bibi Dong's heart to tighten, and she hurriedly interjected to Qian Xuanji, "Your Holiness, please do not be angry. My disciple is inherently lazy and prefers to remain indoors. Perhaps we could change our location?" As she spoke, Bibi Dong gracefully shifted, positioning herself in front of Su Feng, fearing that Qian Xuanji might act out of anger towards him. "Alas, my teacher underestimates me. What is there to fear from a mere Title Douluo? Over the years, I have collected several Buddha's Wrath Tanglian. Should this old silver coin dare to lay a hand on me, I could easily offer him one." Buddha's Wrath Tanglian? What is that? This little rascal always speaks of the most peculiar things. Bibi Dong felt a surge of bitterness within her. Her lazy disciple was utterly fearless, daring to defy even the Pope, who wielded the power of a Title Douluo, showing no trace of reverence. "Humph, let us go." Seeing Bibi Dong protect Su Feng so closely, Qian Xuanji chose not to say much, snorting softly before leaving the room. Once Qian Xuanji had distanced himself, Bibi Dong regained her composure, gently enveloping Su Feng in her embrace, patting his back tenderly as she spoke softly. Do not be afraid, my dear disciple. I shall protect you well. In Bibi Dong's heart, Su Feng had always been that innocent, endearing little boy. Despite knowing that he had already attained the rank of soul sage, she still perceived him as a child in need of her safeguarding. Just like now. She wished to leave the spirit hall for a while, but with Su Feng's laziness, what if he forgot to eat? He might starve. How could she rest easy without checking on him and offering a few words of caution? As Su Feng found himself cradled in Bibi Dong's arms, specifically, his head nestled against her, he suddenly felt a wave of suffocation. Teacher, please let go. I can't breathe. Can't breathe? Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback before hastily releasing him, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Are you all right, my dear disciple? I'm fine, Su Feng replied, his lips twitching. Fine? You nearly suffocated me. Upon hearing this, the blush on Bibi Dong's face spread down to her neck, her heart filled with a sense of grievance. I did not intend to, you little rascal. How can you say such things about your teacher? Under normal circumstances, Bibi Dong would never have acted so intimately towards Su Feng. But seeing Qian Xuanji's expression had instilled a fear within her that Su Feng might be startled, prompting her to offer comfort. Since you are unharmed, I shall take my leave now. His Holiness the Pope is awaiting me. Very well, take care, teacher. Bibi Dong composed herself and prepared to depart, only to have her mind once again echo with the thoughts of that little rascal. Alas, my foolish teacher. Even now you remain oblivious to the true intentions of that old silver coin of the Pope. You may not even realize when calamity befalls you. Speaking of which, that old silver coin is truly despicable and shameless, capable of betraying even its own disciple. It truly deserves to be crushed by Tang Hao and ultimately to be slain by its own apprentice. True intentions? Slain by one's own disciple? A tremor coursed through Bibi Dong's heart, her mind awash with confusion. What are the true intentions of His Holiness the Pope? Why would I one day be compelled to take his life? Su Feng possesses the gift of foresight, a fact Bibi Dong has already verified. Upon hearing the thoughts of the other, tumultuous waves surged within her. The Pope, Qian Xuanji, is not only her mentor but also the individual she holds in utmost reverence. How could she possibly bring herself to harm him? What ulterior motives does His Holiness harbor? Bibi Dong found herself ensnared in a labyrinth of profound uncertainty. It is indeed true that while the soul masters across the continent are aware of the celestial angelic martial spirit of the Qian family and the formidable prowess of Qian Xuanji, very few comprehend that to perpetuate the lineage of the supreme angelic bloodline, one must unite with the Title Douluo of exceptional talent. Thus, Qian Xuanji sought out my foolish master early on to take him as a disciple, with the ulterior motive of awaiting my master's ascension to the rank of Title Douluo, subsequently to include him in his harem and appoint him as the successor. Should there be any reluctance, that old silver coin would likely resort to despicable methods. Alas, how troublesome! How am I to convey such matters to my foolish master? As Bibi Dong absorbed Su Feng's inner voice, her mind erupted in a cacophony akin to 1,000 thunderclaps, leaving her frozen in place. Suddenly, she recalled the incident of defilement Su Feng had mentioned days prior. Could it be that, in pursuit of perpetuating the angelic bloodline, His Holiness the Pope would truly resort to such actions against me? Bibi Dong could scarcely believe it, nor did she wish to accept it. That was, after all, the person she held in the highest esteem. Yet, even in the face of such disbelief, a sense of wariness began to burgeon within her as she departed the room. Her soul power began to unconsciously surge. Your Holiness, Bibi Dong approached Qian Xuanji, who regarded her with a stern gaze. Bibi Dong, as the saintess, you must prioritize your cultivation and refrain from squandering time on that worthless Su Feng. Ordinarily, Bibi Dong would have defended Su Feng, but at this moment, her mind was elsewhere. Furthermore, I shall enter seclusion shortly, and during this period, you are required to manage the affairs of the spirit hall on my behalf. Do you understand? Are you even listening to me? Bibi Dong lifted her head, gazing directly at the person she held in the highest esteem, and inquired, Your Holiness, why have you not appointed a successor all these years? Would it not be more fitting for a successor to manage the affairs of the spirit hall in your stead? As the saintess of the spirit hall, it would be entirely appropriate for you to undertake such responsibilities. Are there no others capable of doing so? Certainly not. Why is that? Enough of these questions. You will understand once you have transcended to the Title Douluo level. Qian Xuanji narrowed his eyes, expressing a hint of impatience. What you must focus on now is your cultivation. Strive to break through to the Title Douluo level as swiftly as possible. This bears immense significance for my control over the spirit hall and the inheritance of the angel spirit of the Qian family. With that, Qian Xuanji waved his sleeve and proceeded directly to his retreat. Bibi Dong, unable to voice her concerns about the urgency behind the need to reach the Title Douluo level, observed Qian Xuanji's departing figure with a complex expression. In that moment, her conviction in Su Feng's words deepened, and her wariness towards Qian Xuanji intensified. Sighing, Bibi Dong decided to set aside her contemplations on the matter. Her immediate desire was to seek out Yu Xiaojiang. This visit might take a week before she returned. So before leaving, she retraced her steps to Su Feng's chamber, intending to bid farewell. Su Feng, you have begun to slack off once again. As Bibi Dong just returned to her chamber, she found Su Feng sprawled on the floor, a mere step away from the bed. Teacher, since you are here, could you assist me to the bed? I truly do not wish to make this last effort. Observing Su Feng's indolence, Bibi Dong initially intended to scold him. But upon hearing his thoughts, the corners of her lips quivered slightly. It was over. This disciple was beyond redemption. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Su Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Your laziness has rendered Bibi Dong utterly powerless, achieving the lying flat system accomplishment, laziness beyond compare. Reward. Soul power level increased by 80, lying flat value 300. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your soul power gauge has exceeded 100, and your level has automatically transcended. Boom. A wave of energy erupted, propelling Su Feng's level to 71, leaving Bibi Dong momentarily astonished. What just happened? She inquired. Cough, cough, teacher, do not worry. The disciple is unharmed. Su Feng responded politely, though internally he scoffed. To achieve a breakthrough merely by lying down and inadvertently reaching level 71. Should I inform you, teacher? I fear it might alarm you. Indeed, hard work does not always guarantee success, but lying down is undeniably comfortable. Listening to Su Feng's smug thoughts, Bibi Dong was once again taken aback. This lazy disciple had just made a breakthrough days ago, and now he had done so again. What extraordinary speed of cultivation was this? In an effort to conceal her awareness of his thoughts, Bibi Dong composed herself and began to issue various reminders before departing. Anxious that Su Feng might sleep on the floor without a blanket and catch a chill, or worse, forget to eat and starve. After an extensive lecture, she prepared to leave, only to hear Su Feng's murmurs of discontent in her mind. Alas, the teacher does not wish to keep me. It is rather unfortunate. How could the teacher be taken in by that hypocritical scoundrel, Yu Xiaojiang? This fellow, a waste in every sense, is not even commendable. While he professes that there are no useless soul masters, he only accepts those with exceptional talent, dismissing ordinary soul masters entirely. The most infuriating aspect is that his motives towards the teacher are far from pure. Beyond his desire to woo her, he seeks to gain advantages from her. If I am not mistaken, that fellow you would undoubtedly beseech the teacher for the assistance of the spirit hall to resolve his martial soul deficiencies. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a jolt in her heart, her exquisite visage paling. Accepting only geniuses as disciples, dismissing the ordinary. Impure motives, seeking to leverage the spirit hall's power. Bibi Dong could hardly believe it, shaking her head repeatedly and murmuring softly, Xiao Gang, could he truly be such a person? In the Soul Master City, nestled at the intersection of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, one finds one of the most bustling cities. Within this city, in a certain inn, a young man clad in a black formal suit was drowning his sorrows in drink. It was none other than the esteemed Master Yu Xiaojiang. Why did you not keep your appointment? Yu Xiaojiang was ensnared by the effects of alcohol, his complexion flushed and his inebriation evident. Passers-by glanced at him momentarily before diverting their gaze, oblivious to the torment that plagued his heart. The theoretical Master Yu Xiaojiang had waited outside the spirit hall for an entire 5 days, yet the figure he longed for never materialized. The anxiety of awaiting a beloved was utterly unbearable. Donger, are you not the holy maiden of the spirit hall? If you were to grant me a token, I could enter directly to seek you. Yu Xiaojiang's fists clenched tightly, his expression a portrait of frustration. These past few days, in his fervent anticipation of Bibi Dong's arrival, he had lingered outside the spirit hall for extended periods, inadvertently drawing the attention of the head of the guards. The guards were brutal, without a second thought. They unleashed a torrent of blows upon him, rendering his pleas of acquaintance with the holy maiden futile, only intensifying the severity of their assault. Is it fitting for a mere level 29 waste like you to associate with her? The disdainful words of the head guard echoed in Yu Xiaojiang's mind, darkening his expression and amplifying his sense of humiliation. Indeed, Yu Xiaojiang was acutely aware of his own inadequacies, which fueled his desperate attempts to win Bibi Dong's affection. By doing so, he could leverage the spirit hall, seeking resources to remedy the deficiencies of his own martial spirit. At that moment, not far away, the figure of Bibi Dong emerged, clad in a flowing white robe, her face concealed by a delicate veil, clearly having disguised herself to depart from the spirit hall. At this moment, she was quietly observing Yu Xiaojiang. Xiaojiang, is it because I failed to keep our appointment that you find yourself here, drowning your sorrows in drink? Bibi Dong felt a twinge of remorse. However, instead of seeking out the individual immediately, she chose to find an unremarkable child on the street. She produced a few gold coins and waved them enticingly before the child, whispering a few words. Shortly thereafter, the child beamed with delight. All right, I promise you. But you must give me the coins afterward. With that, the child scampered towards the master, slowing his pace before suddenly kneeling down with a timid demeanor. Esteemed master, I recognize you. You are the foremost authority in the realm of soul masters. Might I beseech you to accept me as your disciple? Annoyed at being interrupted while drinking, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow. Who are you? Why should I take you as a disciple? Master, I am merely a child from an ordinary family, lacking any exceptional talent, and burdened with a useless martial soul. However, I have heard that your theories on soul masters are unparalleled, and I believe you possess the means to transform me into a formidable soul master. I implore you to accept me as your student. Upon finishing his plea, the child earnestly bowed his head, demonstrating his sincerity, which captured the attention of several onlookers nearby. Child, the path of a soul master is not as simple as you imagine. With a useless martial soul, it is impossible for you to become a powerful soul master. You should leave. Master, please, take me as your disciple. Leave. 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 Yu Xiaojiang waved his hand dismissively, growing increasingly impatient. After dedicating years to the study of martial souls, he was firmly convinced of this truth. One with a useless martial soul could never become a strong soul master, unless they possessed another powerful martial soul. Should such a person exist, Yu Xiaojiang would undoubtedly find a way to accept them as a disciple, for this would lend credence to his own name. Before long, the child departed, returning to Bibi Dong, and upon receiving the gold coins, he left. You once said that there are no useless soul masters, only useless individuals. Upon hearing that, I felt you were different from the rest. You possess an undeniable charm. Bibi Dong gazed at the figure who continued to indulge in solitary drinking, her expression tinged with complexity. It seemed that even you looked down upon ordinary soul masters. Perhaps your previous displays were mere facades for my benefit. At this moment, a rift had begun to form in Bibi Dong's perception of Yu Xiaojiang, the man she had once believed to be her romantic counterpart, whose character appeared to be far from the admirable image she had envisioned. On the other side, Yu Xiaojiang, following the direction the child had departed, suddenly caught sight of Bibi Dong and was immediately filled with elation, rushing towards her. You finally came to see me. Do you have any idea how I have spent these past few days? As he spoke, his face bore an expression of such grievance that it could evoke tears from any listener, perhaps due to the influence of alcohol. Yu Xiaojiang appeared somewhat exaggerated in his demeanor. Oh, pray tell, Bibi Dong replied, her tone noticeably indifferent, surprised by her cold response. Yu Xiaojiang felt a pang in his heart. In the past, his confessions had been met with gentle comfort, unlike the current chill. Ahem, it's really nothing much. Since we haven't seen each other in a while, why don't we find a place to sit? Yu Xiaojiang attempted to suppress his theatrics, reaching out to take her hand. The soft, jade-like touch was something he had longed for. Let us speak here, Bibi Dong said, subtly shifting her steps to evade his grasp. Donger? Yu Xiaojiang looked at Bibi Dong, his heart aching. Her demeanor was colder than he had anticipated. What could have transpired? Confused, he inquired, Donger, why didn't you keep our appointment that day? I waited for you for quite some time. The meeting a few days prior had been his suggestion, and he had remained there for 5 long days. This is of little significance, Bibi Dong replied, unwilling to elaborate further due to the pressing matter concerning Qian Xuanqi. But you, having summoned me here, must be facing some trouble, am I correct? After Bibi Dong spoke, her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Yu Xiaojiang's. In that moment, she fervently wished that he would express his longing for her, that he desired to be with her, rather than seeking her out merely because he was in trouble. Ahem, once again, Donger has discerned my thoughts. Indeed, I have encountered some difficulties. What difficulties? After extensive research, I have conceived a method to rectify the flaws in my martial spirit, but to pursue this, I require the assistance of certain soul-guiding devices from the spirit hall. I wonder if you could assist me with this, Donger? Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong felt a profound disappointment, her expression growing colder. Indeed, her disciple was correct. Yu Xiaojiang's intentions were not pure, and this encounter was merely a means to exploit her. Yu Xiaojiang. Disheartened, Bibi Dong turned her head away, her tone now frigid. Let us part ways. Donger, what do you mean? Donger, come back. What do you truly mean? Are you leaving me? Tell me what I did wrong, and I will amend my ways. Donger, Donger. Bibi Dong disregarded him completely and departed without a second glance, even as Yu Xiaojiang shouted hoarsely behind her. She did not look back. Bibi Dong could hardly have anticipated that she would arrive filled with hope and expectation, only to depart engulfed in disappointment and despair. Even more shocking was the revelation that the man she had once regarded as her first love turned out to be such a person. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she resolved to return to the spirit hall to seek solace with her devoted disciple and restore her spirits. Thus, that evening, in the room occupied by Su Feng, the scene unfolded. Master, what are you intending to do? Su Feng quivered in the corner, trembling with fear. My dear disciple, do not be afraid. I harbor no ill intentions, the teacher reassured him. Nonsense. Your early return clearly indicates you've encountered some misfortunes, and your emotions are plainly written across your face. It is evident you intend to use me as a punching bag. Is this what a teacher does? Bullying their disciple at every opportunity? I am truly at my wit's end. Upon hearing Su Feng's plaintive voice, Bibi Dong feigned indifference, for who could resist her exceptionally charming and handsome disciple? She proceeded to affectionately ruffle Su Feng's small face. Despite being 14 years of age, the effects of the Hongming body rendered him indistinguishable from a child of 8 or 9, both handsome and adorably naive. Presently, Bibi Dong remained untainted as depicted in the original narrative. She had not succumbed to darkness, and her youthful heart was undeniably vibrant. Encountering the endearing Su Feng left her utterly defenseless. My dear disciple, remain still. I shall help you loosen your muscles and tendons. Ah, you demon, get away from me. If this continues, I shall be utterly ruined by you, teacher. After a bout of playful torment, Su Feng resigned himself to his fate, too weary to resist whatever Bibi Dong chose to do. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Due to your unresisting acceptance of Bibi Dong's fierce teasing, you have completed the achievement task, lazily lying flat. Reward. The duration of the first spirit ring has increased by 10,000 years. Su Feng was taken aback, mentally scoffing at the absurdity. Indeed, it seemed that resisting the teacher was a folly. Only by passively enduring her whims could one grow stronger. Upon hearing this inner monologue, Bibi Dong froze momentarily, a faint blush blooming on her flawless, snow-white cheeks. This little rascal speaks such strange things. Feeling a newfound shyness, Bibi Dong ceased her playful antics and released Su Feng, her mood significantly uplifted. Disciple, would you wish for me to find you a master? Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong posed this question. A master? I do not desire one, nor do I permit you to seek one for me, Su Feng replied decisively. His thoughts aligned for once. What need have I for a master? Such a figure would only hinder your cultivation speed. How then could they protect me? Besides, with such beauty as yours, who in this world is worthy of you, cough, cough, except for me? Little rascal, what do you mean, except for you? You've begun to ponder these frivolous matters again. Bibi Dong felt a surge of embarrassment, yet the thought of her obedient disciple praising her beauty brought her a modicum of joy. Naturally, while she felt pleased internally, her expression remained stern and imposing. The hour grows late. It is time for me to take my leave. You must not spend your days merely indulging in sleep and food, as it tarnishes the reputation of my esteemed disciple. Yes, master, I shall obey, Su Feng replied. Though he did not truly believe he possessed any reputation worth mentioning, for he was, after all, notoriously known as a failure. Bibi Dong was poised to leave when suddenly her mind jolted, and she stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Master, what is wrong? Su Feng exclaimed, rushing over to support her. Disciple, I am unsure why, but I am beset by an unsettling sensation, as if something is watching me, Bibi Dong remarked, casting a glance at Su Feng, aware of his prescient abilities. She quickly inquired, have you sensed anything unusual? Su Feng, deep in thought, gradually adopted a serious expression. I am uncertain, but I implore you to exercise caution, master. The scene left Bibi Dong feeling anxious. What was happening? Why had her obedient disciple's abilities faltered? Where was your prophetic skill? Bibi Dong had indeed felt a sudden palpitation. And now, unable to discern the cause, she found herself in a state of unease. Just as her tension mounted, the resounding laughter of Su Feng echoed in her mind. Ha ha ha, my foolish teacher is so easily deceived. This truly startled her. You didn't expect that the reason for your earlier disquiet was that the blood eye, the sole offering of the Rakshasa god, has set its sights upon you. In other words, you have been chosen as a candidate for the Rakshasa inheritance. Rakshasa inheritance? Candidate? Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, followed by a tremor within her heart, overwhelmed by disbelief. Had she truly been favored by the divine? In a moment of astonishment, Bibi Dong listened intently as Su Feng's heartfelt voice emerged once more. Although their teacher had been chosen by the Rakshasa god, this deity appeared rather unimpressive, even in divinity. They could not surpass the Shura god, truly a lackluster entity. However, regardless of the Rakshasa god's shortcomings, they remained one of the 32 supreme deities within the divine realm. Should their teacher be able to inherit this legacy, it would indeed be a commendable achievement. Su Feng's remarks regarding the Rakshasa god left Bibi Dong momentarily bewildered. A god, after all, is the very embodiment of faith for all soul masters in the Douluo continent. How could it be that, to their disciple, such a being was deemed lackluster? Could it be that ascending to divinity was a trivial endeavor? Contemplating this, Bibi Dong instinctively probed Su Feng, asking, "My dear disciple, do you believe I shall have the opportunity to attain divinity through my own efforts in the future?" Su Feng feigned an air of mystery and replied, "That is a realm of divinity beyond the scope of a mere disciple's conjecture." Bibi Dong has discerned Su Feng's duplicitous intentions and chose to feign ignorance, patiently awaiting the whispers of her inner thoughts. "Ah, you foolish teacher, do you think attaining divinity is a simple feat? All you need to do is surpass the Title Douluo rank, then hunt a 100,000-year spirit beast, the Death Spider Emperor. By bestowing its spirit ring upon your Death Spider Emperor spirit, you shall acquire two formidable abilities, immortality and corporeal energy conversion. With these powers, none beneath the divine can vanquish you. Thus, achieving divinity becomes merely a matter of time." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a jolt within her, as if a veil had been lifted. Indeed, how had she not realized this before? Her Death Spider Emperor spirit inherently possessed extraordinary vitality and the capacity for energy conversion. If she were to hunt a spirit beast of the same kind for her spirit ring, she could very well attain immortality. And once she achieved that, attaining divinity would merely be a question of time. "My dear disciple, the hour grows late. Rest well, I shall take my leave." As Bibi Dong contemplated the prospect of attaining independence and becoming a deity, her heart swelled with determination. She promptly returned to her residence, retreating into seclusion for cultivation. As for the emotional turmoil brought on by the useless Yu Xiaojiang, it was of no consequence. He could be dismissed. The inept Yu Xiaojiang paled in comparison to her treasured disciple. In the following days, Su Feng finally found himself in the leisurely period he had long yearned for. No one disturbed his indulgence, nor did anyone pinch his cheeks. Such days were utterly delightful. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have reached the shade of a large tree 200 meters away, triggering a 1,000-fold cultivation speed, equivalent to running 200,000 meters. Your soul power level has increased by 5. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the daily routine of relaxation, spending over 10 hours under the tree. Reward: soul power level increased by 5, relaxation value of 15. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your soul power reservoir has exceeded 100, and your level has automatically broken through. Boom! A surge of energy erupted. Su Feng had reached level 72. Despite this upgrade, he remained unperturbed, continuing to slumber peacefully. As night descended and the full moon hung high in the sky, Su Feng remained oblivious to the emergence of the Rakshasa messenger, a harbinger of evil and darkness. She was none other than Blood Eye, the sole devotee of the Rakshasa god, a woman nearly devoid of emotion and one of the few 99 level limit Douluos in existence. Born of darkness, in that moment of nightfall, no limit Douluo dared to claim the title of the strongest, not even Tangchen. At this moment, Blood Eye, her face veiled in black lace and clad in a flowing black gown, with bare ankles and an aura of swirling black mist, floated ominously in the air. Her eyes sparkled with a chilling crimson light, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. She regarded Su Feng with an icy stare, her voice resonating like a haunting lullaby. "Su Feng, why do you possess the aura of the Black Sky Demon Scythe? Wasn't it supposed to have vanished long ago?" In a tavern somewhere in Soto City, two young men raised their cups in celebration. One of them bore an unusual facial structure, with broad cheekbones and a somewhat flat visage, particularly highlighted by a hooked nose that lent him a shrewd appearance. Indeed, it was Flander. Beside him sat the dejected Yu Xiaojiang, who was engulfed in sorrow, unable to escape the depths of his emotional turmoil. "Xiaojiang, give it up. Bibi Dong is the current saintess of the Spirit Hall. Even if you two share mutual feelings, those old geezers at the Spirit Hall will never consent easily. No, I will not give up. I refuse to believe Donger would suddenly turn against me. There must be some misunderstanding, Yu Xiaojing insisted, downing a hearty gulp of liquor, his face flushing with a mix of intoxication and defiance. I have known and loved Donger for so long. I cannot believe she would so readily sever her feelings for me. Xiaojing, heed my advice. Do not attempt to fly into the flame like a moth. The spirit hall is not a force we can contend with. You do not understand. Xiaogang, enough. Do not speak any further. Yu Xiaogang's expression darkened, and the resentment within him intensified. Bibi Dong, the most exquisite woman of the spirit hall, or rather, in his heart, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Without exception. Her flawless skin, the delicate curve of her waist, her feet resembling the ethereal snow lotus, and those soft, alluring lips, all these he has yet to touch. And he cannot bear the thought of it. Most importantly, the spirit hall possesses abundant resources. Only by aligning himself with it can he effectively address the deficiencies of his martial spirit. Only then can he truly grow stronger and shed the label of being a useless individual. Donger would lie in his embrace, allowing his affection to flow freely. To caress and kiss her. He could never relinquish Donger. Sigh, Flinder wisely chose not to comment further. Xiaoer, bring me a jug of the strongest wine. A boisterous voice rang out, and Flinder turned to see a spirited young woman in a fitted outfit stride into the tavern. Just a glance left him utterly captivated. How striking! How formidable! With that singular glimpse, Flinder found himself unable to tear his gaze away from the enchanting maiden. Beside him, Yu Xiaojang's eyes widened as he beheld the girl, his vision momentarily clouded, and Bibi Dong's figure seamlessly merged with that of the young woman before him. In the next instant, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Donger, it is you. You've come to find me again. I knew you would. With that, Yu Xiaojang prepared to rush towards the girl, eager to embrace her. Fortunately, Flinder intervened just in time. Xiaogang, come to your senses. That is not Bibi Dong. Not her? Yu Xiaojang frowned, shaking his head in disbelief, realizing that his eyes had deceived him. He immediately fell into despondency and returned to his seat to drown his sorrows in drink. My apologies for the inconvenience caused by my friend. Flinder quickly bowed in apology to the young woman, his peripheral vision assessing her figure. She was striking, undeniably alluring. Flinder swallowed hard, his heart racing. It seemed he had found true love in her fiery presence. I'm fine, the young woman casually waved her hand and added. But your friend appears to be suffering from emotional turmoil. You should comfort him. Indeed, indeed, Flinder replied absently, yet he did not return his attention to Yu Xiaojang. Instead, he took a step closer to the young woman and introduced himself. I am Flinder. May I ask your name? Liaoling, or simply call me Oling. She replied, Liaoling, a name with great power. To our fortuitous encounter, shall we share a drink? Certainly. Thus, the three gathered together, sharing wine and joy, each recounting their experiences and grievances. Lu Erlong quickly came to understand the tribulations that Yu Xiaojang had faced and felt a surge of sympathy within her. In her eyes, a person as erudite as Yu Xiaojang should not languish in sorrow. She wished to assist him in emerging from his despair and reinvigorating his commitment to theoretical research. In the ensuing month, Lu Erlong spent her time with Flanders and Yu Xiaojang. Through their interactions, she deeply realized the vast knowledge Yu Xiaojang possessed. Remarkably, within this brief period, he conceived a fusion technique for their martial souls, the Golden Sacred Dragon, which catapulted them from obscurity to renown throughout the Heavendo Empire. Garnering unprecedented attention, a dragon's roar resonated, reverberating through the heavens and causing the earth to tremble as the golden sacred dragon soared skyward. With the three standing in a triangular formation atop its majestic head. Xiaojang, you are truly remarkable. With this martial soul fusion technique, after a decade or so of further training, we need not fear even the Title Douluo. Lu Erlong gazed at Yu Xiaojang with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. She could not deny that she was captivated by this scholarly man before her. Erlong, do not lose focus. Yu Xiaojang, positioned at the forefront, executed an intricate hand seal, exuding an aura of profound mystery. In this moment, he was filled with vigor. He, the theoretical master, had created a fusion technique for the three of them in just a month. He was no longer a waste, but a once-in-a-century theoretical genius, an unparalleled talent. As the sacred dragon descended, the three retracted their martial souls. The sky had darkened, and it was time to return. Let us go. Yu Xiaojang declared with a wave of his hand, leading confidently ahead. Now, as the leader of the Golden Iron Triangle, he felt an invigorating sense of accomplishment. Xiaojang, shall we not continue our training? Lu Erlong inquired. The martial soul fusion technique requires precise practice. We must not rush. Everything is at your discretion, Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong replied. Following closely behind, Yu Xiaojiang noticed her trailing after him like an infatuated admirer, and a cold smirk formed within him. Humph, such a foolish little woman. Easily enchanted by a mere display of skill. In the span of this month, Yu Xiaojiang has pondered many matters and realized that his previous mindset was misguided, particularly in devoting his thoughts solely to Bibi Dong. He ought to prepare for all eventualities, much like the current Lu Erlong, whom he could regard as a contingency. Should the day arrive when reconciliation with Bibi Dong seems futile, he could still forge a connection with Lu Erlong, thereby positioning himself as a pivotal figure within a golden triangle, ensuring that no one could label him as ineffectual. As for winning over Lu Erlong, that task is rather straightforward. By offering guidance during her moments of confusion and cultivation, extending appropriate care during her unique feminine phases, and personally presenting her with a warm cup of brown sugar water, spoon-fed with tenderness, he could certainly instill in her a sense of his affection and earnestness. With the application of his theoretical knowledge honed over many years and a touch of finesse, ensnaring Lu Erlong would be a mere trifle. At this moment, in the territory of the Spirit Hall, within the garden where Su Feng resides, he reclines comfortably in an armchair, basking in the sunlight with his eyes gently closed. Suddenly, he accesses the system interface. Ding. With your innate ability to comprehend both ancient and modern knowledge, you will gain foresight into the entirety of the Douluo narrative, including hidden plots. Su Feng finds himself utterly idle, perhaps to the point of exasperation, and in moments of insomnia. He resorts to utilizing his gift of foresight to gain insight into the people, events, and objects surrounding him, akin to watching television to pass the time. Upon this examination, Su Feng becomes invigorated. Truly, the duplicitous master Yu Xiaojiang possesses quite the method for captivating Lu Erlong. He is indeed adept. Through the insights granted by his innate ability, Su Feng swiftly discerns the myriad actions Yu Xiaojiang has undertaken over the past month, inciting a surge of indignation within him. You dare claim the core technology of your martial soul fusion as your own research? How shameless of you, the hypocritical Yu Xiaojiang. According to Su Feng's foresight, the majority of the theoretical texts on soul masters that Yu Xiaojiang has studied over the years were provided by his teachers, rooted in the extensive ancient manuscripts accumulated by the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojiang merely serves as a synthesizer of knowledge. In truth, he has contributed little in terms of original research. Days pass. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have utilized your gift of comprehension, expending one soul power, triggering a 1,000-fold cultivation speed for the primordial body, equivalent to 10 instances of soul power depletion and exhaustive training, resulting in a 10-level increase in your soul power. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your soul power reservoir has exceeded 100, leading to an automatic breakthrough in level. With a resounding blast, the air ripples. Su Feng, with a placid expression, remarks, level 74. Within a month, as a soul sage, Su Feng has remarkably ascended by 2 levels, a feat that would be unattainable for most. Yet he accomplishes it with ease, almost inadvertently. Alas, Su Feng cannot remain in slumber indefinitely. He must attend to the necessities of life, such as walking and dining. Surely one should engage in a bit of leisurely pastime, traversing the realms of antiquity and modernity, with the prospect of a 1,000-fold cultivation speed breakthrough. He could only express his helplessness. System, could you perhaps introduce a modicum of challenge into my existence? Ding. A warm reminder. No, you cannot. Sighing, Su Feng continued to recline in the elderly chair, indulging in a delightful idleness. My dear disciple, your master has emerged from seclusion. At that moment, Bibi Dong stepped through the door. Esteemed teacher, you have arrived. Su Feng rose to pay his respects, but his body involuntarily retreated a step. My dear disciple, have you thought of your master during these days? Bibi Dong rubbed her hands together, her gaze towards Su Feng brimming with anticipation, or rather, fixated upon his increasingly innocent and adorable visage. It had been quite some time since she had indulged in her whims with him. Over the past month, I have indeed missed my teacher, Su Feng uttered with a hint of insincerity, while internally he was fervently critiquing, I miss you, you wretched old hack. Always up to no good. Every time you come in, you do nothing productive. I would prefer you to remain in seclusion indefinitely, ideally never to return. Upon overhearing Su Feng's unspoken thoughts, Bibi Dong silently cursed, You little rascal, how dare you label me an old hack? My dear disciple, it has been far too long since I have had the pleasure of loosening your muscles and bones. Today, allow me to indulge you fully, shall we? Is that really appropriate? Before Su Feng could finish his protest, Bibi Dong had already extended her hand, and regardless of his cries of distress, she remained unfazed, reveling in her antics. After a considerable time, Feng resigned himself to immobility. Since resistance was futile, he might as well savor the moment. He found it somewhat perplexing. However, why his physique seemed to grow increasingly childlike and adorable, devoid of any masculine traits, while he was perpetually disturbed in his slumber. Such indignation. All right. I was merely jesting with you, she concluded. Upon witnessing Feng's expression of silent distress, a flicker of compassion stirred within Bibi Dong. Ultimately, she withdrew her grasp, contemplating for a moment before enveloping him once more in her embrace, offering words of solace. What can I say, my dear disciple? I simply adore you. Ugh, teacher. Please let me go. Feng exclaimed, feeling the weight of her embrace suffocating him. Unable to contain himself, he abruptly pushed her away. Though the embrace was soft and comforting, he found no solace in it. Instead, he struggled wildly, disregarding the disarray he caused to her attire, his mind filled with grievances. How infuriating. Why must you use those two things to smother me? Do you not realize how dizzying this is for me? Regardless of my charm or cuteness. You must exercise restraint. How can you treat me this way when I am still but a child? You little rascal. Humph. You are oblivious to the fortune you possess. Others would yearn for such attention, yet you dare to complain. Bibi Dong felt a surge of annoyance within her, and then she sensed something amiss. Her gaze shifted to her own lapel, where she discovered that her garment had been unnaturally pulled askew, revealing a generous expanse of her fair skin. Her face flushed with embarrassment. You little rascal. Bibi Dong abruptly turned around, hurriedly adjusting her attire, and scolded with a mix of shame and anger. Look at the mess you've created. She felt utterly mortified to present herself in such a manner before her disciple. Master, I sincerely apologize. I did not mean to. Feng replied with a look of earnestness, though inwardly he scoffed. You brought this upon yourself. Who told you to bully me first? Humph. Should you dare to pinch me again, I shall simply tug at your garments. Let us see if you would still dare to disturb my slumber. Unless you bind me before attempting to take advantage of me, do not expect to have an easy time. I will surely strip you of your skirts. And then we shall see if you still have the audacity to linger in my room. This way, I can continue to indulge in my laziness and sleep. Humph. I truly am clever and cunning. How audacious of you, little rascal, to contemplate disrobing your master in an attempt to drive me away. It is simply too wicked. As Bibi Dong had just arranged her garments, she suddenly perceived the heartfelt thoughts of Feng. A barely discernible smile flickered across her lips as she mused, Worry not. My disciple, next time, I shall certainly remember to bring a rope. With that, she adopted a more serious demeanor. Please, speak, master. Do you still recall Uncle Yu Xiaojiang? I do. Bibi Dong approached the bedside, gazing out at the azure sky, and with a hint of melancholy remarked, I once believed I was in love with him. That he was the one I had been destined to wait for. However, not long ago, I discovered that he was far from the remarkable person I had envisioned. In fact, his character revealed significant flaws, leading me to conclude our relationship. Yet, he appears unwilling to accept this, for several days now. He has lingered near the spirit hall, waiting for me. Do you think I should meet him? Upon hearing this, Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had always perceived his teacher as a woman of ample bosom yet lacking intellect. Never did he anticipate her shrewdness in recognizing the duplicitous nature of Yu Xiaojiang and her decisive choice to end this relationship. It was a moment of enlightenment. Though Feng pondered this deeply, he maintained a demeanor of earnest contemplation and respectfully replied, This matter pertains to my teacher's private affairs, and it would be inappropriate for me to interject. Ah, you little rascal, so you have always regarded me as a simple-minded woman defined merely by my physique. Bibi Dong shot Feng a peculiar glance, her heart tinged with disappointment. Renowned as the most beautiful woman in the spirit hall, with unparalleled talent, it pained her that her disciple had reduced her to such a caricature. You have truly wounded me, little rascal, she mused silently, though she did not express her feelings overtly. Instead, she mentally noted Feng's words, awaiting his forthcoming sentiments. As expected, the little rascal's critique soon echoed in the air. If I may opine, teacher, you ought to thoroughly humiliate that fellow ensuring he never dares to approach you again. Mark my words, should you seek him out. He will surely flaunt his research achievements from the past month, extolling the virtues of his newly devised martial soul fusion technique, uttering all manner of flattering words to validate his worth in your eyes. Alas, what a pity that you remain unaware. Had it not been for your generous provision of the Spirit Hall's ancient texts to that man, he would never have been able to develop the 10 core competitive theories. nor create the martial soul fusion technique. Regrettably, no one knows that the vast majority of the theories he has previously espoused were merely synthesized from the ancient text of the Spirit Hall, not the result of his own independent research. And yet, he dares to claim them as his own. How audaciously shameless. What? Yu Xiaojiang's theories are mere plagiarisms? Bibi Dong was taken aback, her mind racing in disbelief. After a considerable pause, she began to accept this revelation. For she had long believed that Yu Xiaojiang's theories were the product of his own research. 009. Yu Xiaojiang has summoned the Spirit Hall as your mentor. I have decided to meet him. Do you have any suggestions? Bibi Dong probed tentatively. Suggestions? Su Feng's lips twitched. What suggestions could I possibly have? All I desire is to sleep, to lay flat. He lamented internally, feeling overwhelmed by his mentor's incessant queries. Yet, he respectfully replied, I have no suggestions. As you deem fit, master. Truly none? None at all. Su Feng's gaze was resolute. Very well. Bibi Dong remained unperturbed, knowing Su Feng would eventually reveal his true thoughts. As expected, he continued, if you seek advice, I suggest you strike that scoundrel from within. Isn't he fond of you? You could inform him that you have taken a liking to another and are even expecting a child. This revelation would surely shatter him. It was important to note that someone like Yu Xiaojiang, who was both patient and prideful, would likely crumble under such circumstances. While he may not deserve such thoughts, he would feel betrayed, leading to his inevitable despair. There was no need to worry about his spreading the news, as it would only lead to his downfall. He would not dare, and besides, it would be a mere fabrication. Feigning affection for another and pretending to be with child to provoke Yu Xiaojiang? Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Astonished that this little rogue could conceive such a wicked idea, these words were certainly not something she could utter. She had no need to lie deliberately to irritate Yu Xiaojiang, for he was not worthy of such effort. Forget it. Given your nature, you likely disdain deceit, she mused. Thus, we must resort to a more subtle approach. He is quite enamored with theoretical research. Having published the 10 core competitive strengths of martial souls and the maximum age limits for soul rings at various levels, earning considerable acclaim. However, should the truth of his pilfering knowledge from the Spirit Hall as ancient texts come to light, he would soon be exposed as the hypocrite he truly is, leading to his disgrace. Ultimately, when he becomes enraged and reveals his true colors, you can then stand over him, humiliating him thoroughly, making him comprehend the vast chasm between you, thereby obliterating his ambitions and self-confidence, rendering him too afraid to even glance in your direction. It seemed that in critical moments, her clever disciple proved to be quite reliable, offering a plethora of ideas. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng, increasingly appreciating him, though she lamented that her rather simple-minded mentor would likely never conceive such notions. Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Forget I said anything. My dear disciple. How about you accompany me to meet Yu Xiaojiang? A sudden thought struck her. She sensed that Su Feng had much more to reveal about Yu Xiaojiang and wished to bring him along to facilitate their conversation. Is that truly necessary? Reluctant. Are you? Bibi Dong's lips curled mischievously as she rubbed her hands together. Ahem, it is an immense honor to serve my teacher, Su Feng exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. He quickly approached Bibi Dong, gallantly taking her delicate, fair hand, saying, Teacher, after you. Outside the Spirit Hall, in a secluded spot where Bibi Dong often arranged to meet Yu Xiaojiang, he paced back and forth, deep in thought. As long as I patiently await her arrival, Donga will surely come to see me. Yu Xiaojiang pondered how much he valued her admiration for his talents and intentions. If I share with her the research findings from this past month and play up my misfortunes, I can undoubtedly restore my standing in her heart. Then, I shall continue to have her pilfer ancient texts from the Spirit Hall and seek rare treasures that can mend the flaws in my martial spirit. As Yu Xiaojiang envisioned the future, he suddenly spotted a graceful figure approaching from a distance, and his heart raced. At last, she had come. Wait, who is that? He thought, his expression darkening as he noticed Su Feng walking closely behind Donger, their hands intertwined. This cannot be, he seethed. Su Feng was audaciously holding Donger's hand. Clenching his fists, Yu Xiaojiang felt a surge of possessiveness. Bibi Dong was his, and only he had the right to touch her. He could not abide anyone else having such intimate contact with her. Meanwhile, Su Feng cheerfully remarked, Teacher, you may let go now. We have arrived. And I assure you I won't run away. Humph. Bibi Dong scoffed, disregarding his words as she dragged Su Feng before Yu Xiaojiang, finally releasing him. This little rascal promised to accompany me to see Yu Xiaojiang, yet he attempted to slip away midway, all because it was nap time. He nearly drove me to the brink of fainting with frustration. Teacher, I have arrived as promised. The rest is up to you, Su Feng declared. Extracting a reclining chair from his soul guide and nonchalantly lying down, eager to play the role of a mere bystander, Bibi Dong, disinterested in Su Feng, turned her gaze towards Yu Xiaojing and coldly remarked, I have stated that our relationship has concluded. What brings you here again? Xiaodong, Yu Xiaojing began. But she interrupted him, her disdain palpable. Be mindful of your address. Should you dare to utter my name again, I shall not hesitate to have you apprehended. The mere mention of her name by him was repugnant to her. Yu Xiaojing, on the other hand, was taken aback by the chill in her demeanor towards the person he had longed for. He felt a sense of trepidation and could only respond feebly, Yes, Your Highness. May I inquire, Your Highness, who is this? He asked, gesturing towards Su Feng. My disciple, Su Feng, whom you encountered years ago, Bibi Dong replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing recalled their previous meeting. Su Feng had been significantly younger then, making it difficult for him to recognize him now. It was rumored that this youth had awakened his martial spirit for 8 years without making any progress to become a great soul master, truly a waste. A thought crossed Yu Xiaojing's mind. Perhaps Xiaodong brought Su Feng to seek my assistance in expediting his cultivation? If that is the case, she might yet plead with me, and I could show her some compassion. Feeling a surge of pride at this possibility, he declared, Your Highness. It is said that Su Feng has not advanced beyond a great soul master in 8 years. Should you require assistance, I am willing to help. No need, came the curt reply, leaving Yu Xiaojing momentarily stunned. This was not the response he had anticipated. Reluctantly, he insisted, If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. You need not be so formal with me. Humph, my disciple does not require your guidance. Bibi Dong's tone was frigid. So much so that it sent a shiver down Yu Xiaojing's spine. He could keenly sense the palpable disdain she held for him, leaving him both perplexed and disheartened. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaojing persevered and continued, I have come to share some promising news regarding the theoretical research on soul masters. Do elaborate, Bibi Dong replied coolly. Although he had yet to speak, she had already surmised part of his intention. He undoubtedly wished to showcase the results of his month-long research, eager to flaunt his plagiarized theories as his own intellectual prowess. As expected, Yu Xiaojing produced a parchment filled with meticulous notes, exuding confidence as he proclaimed. Over the past month, I have devised a method for the fusion of 3 martial souls, all meticulously recorded here. Surely you have heard of the recent trio known as the Golden Iron Triangle, who can merge their martial souls to summon the Golden Sacred Dragon and engage in battles beyond their level. This martial soul fusion technique is precisely what I have created using the methods detailed on this parchment. If you wish, I can certainly assist you in finding suitable candidates for martial soul fusion. Upon hearing this, despite her profound aversion to Yu Xiaojing, Bibi Dong could not help but feel a flicker of shock. If she could indeed find a partner for martial soul fusion, it would undeniably have significant implications for her future dominion over the spirit hall. Just as she contemplated this, the voice of Su Feng echoed in her mind, mocking, This hypocritical scoundrel truly knows how to spin nonsense. The teacher's martial soul is the supreme twin spider emperor martial soul, possessing the potential for immortality. There is not a soul in the entire continent worthy of merging martial souls with the teacher, and yet you, with your thieving intellect, dare to suggest such a thing? You are merely attempting to deceive the teacher to regain your standing in her eyes. It is evident that you cannot fulfill this promise. Yet you still weave elaborate fantasies to dupe her. Truly, you are nothing but a hypocritical wretch, a worthless entity. Realization dawned on Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaojing had indeed been deceiving her. Her gaze turned even colder as she regarded him. Gradually, she extended her hand and commanded, Hand it over. Your Highness, the Eastern Saint? Yu Xiaojing exclaimed with joy, believing she was intrigued by his findings, and promptly offered the scroll. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he presented the parchment, Bibi Dong unleashed a tempest of soul power, shredding it to pieces. Accompanying this was her icy, unyielding warning, from this day forth, you are prohibited from utilizing any theories learned from the ancient texts of the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, prepare yourself to be confined in the dungeons of the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojing was left in utter shock, his heart feeling as though it had been frozen in an eternal icy abyss. With a countenance full of desolation and sorrow, he questioned, I love you so dearly, devotedly focused on you. Why must you be so ruthless toward me? Where did I go wrong? I feel utterly nauseated. How can you, a hypocritical wretch, dare to speak? Just a month ago, your teacher severed ties with you, and now you have turned to your cousin, Lu Erlong, merely to have her as your backup, a mere instrument for your trifling 3-person martial soul fusion technique. Your actions are devoid of any ethical or moral consideration. And yet you dare to utter these words to your teacher. Can you possibly be any more repugnant? Yu Xiaojiang has taken up with his cousin Lu Erlong? Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Bibi Dong stiffened, taken aback by the revelation of Yu Xiaojiang's treachery. In that instant, her disdain for him intensified. Yu Xiaojiang, you truly are a despicable creature. The thought of his deceit, of the myriad betrayals he had committed against her, ignited within her an overwhelming fury, disgust, and resentment, to the extent that she yearned to strike him down on the spot. Yet, Bibi Dong did not desire to see Yu Xiaojiang perish so easily. Such an outcome would not suffice for her satisfaction. She resolved to heed her obedient disciple's advice and to strike at Yu Xiaojiang from within, plunging him into utter despair. Yu Xiaojiang, you are remarkable, truly exceptional, and in no way at fault. Suddenly, a peculiar smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she regarded him. But do you know why I left you? Why? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Beside them, Su Feng observed Bibi Dong's smile and felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. This was not good. It appeared that the teacher was genuinely enraged. I must make my swift exit to avoid the impending fallout. Recalling the last time she bore such a smile, he remembered how she had nearly slain a Title Douluo. With this thought in mind, Su Feng dared not linger, hastily attempting to depart, while Yu Xiaojiang, oblivious to his impending doom, likely still awaited an answer. Obedient disciple, come here. Unexpectedly, before Su Feng could take several steps, Bibi Dong unleashed a barrier of soul power, sealing all his escape routes. Ahem, your disciple obeys. Su Feng replied with an awkward smile, and he cautiously approached Bibi Dong, maintaining a respectful distance. He understood her current state all too well. Her demeanor was one of reckless vengeance, and one could only speculate what unexpected action she might take. However, as soon as Su Feng drew near, Bibi Dong reached out. Grasping his hand, and with a gentle tug, pulled him into her embrace as though they were lovers, exuding an air of intimacy. Teacher, please don't speak. Just hold me. Upon witnessing the teacher's demeanor, Su Feng decisively fell silent. He was acutely aware that the teacher had succumbed to a profound desire for retribution, seeking to incite and provoke Yu Xiaojiang. In this charged atmosphere, he felt compelled to acquiesce to the teacher's intentions. Gradually, Su Feng extended his hand, gently encircling the impossibly slender waist of Bibi Dong, believing that this gesture sufficed. However, to his surprise, he was met with a gaze from Bibi Dong that bore a hint of dissatisfaction. Understanding her unspoken message, he adjusted his embrace, holding her more firmly. In this manner, they truly resembled a couple, intimately entwined. Regrettably, Su Feng had yet to fully mature in stature, giving the impression of nestling within Bibi Dong's embrace. Yu Xiaojiang, can you perceive this? This is the very reason for my departure from you. Bibi Dong held Su Feng close, her delicate hand lifting to assertively bury his head against her softest embrace. A subtle, feminine fragrance reminiscent of orchids filled the air, intertwined with a hint of creaminess, intoxicating Su Feng completely. Please, do not smother me with this. It truly leaves me lightheaded, he thought. Never mind. My teacher is clearly irate, so I shall endure for a while longer. I can withstand the discomfort. Meanwhile, on the other side, a thunderous crash resonated in Yu Xiaojiang's mind as he beheld the scene before him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He trembled all over, shaking his head incessantly, muttering to himself, this cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. After a brief moment, as if struck by a revelation, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly erupted in a desperate shout. You must be pretending for my sake, trying to provoke me intentionally, aren't you? Bibi Dong, the esteemed saintess of the spirit hall, how could she possibly lower herself to form any emotional bond with a mere child? Most importantly, Su Feng is nothing but a lazy and utterly useless individual. How could she ever deign to associate with such a wretch? Even upon witnessing the scene before him, Yu Xiaojiang could only perceive Bibi Dong as performing for his benefit, utterly incredulous. Yet, the subsequent tableau widened his eyes in astonishment. Teacher, what troubles you? He inquired. At that moment, Bibi Dong appeared lost in thought, her eyes inexplicably glistening with tears, despite her efforts to suppress them. Ultimately, they brimmed with moisture. Why? Why must everyone conspire against me? She lamented as she clung tightly to Su Feng, her exquisite countenance revealing a rare glimpse of vulnerability, rendering her heartbreakingly pitiable. None could fathom that even prior to her meeting with Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong had contemplated granting him another chance. Otherwise, her nature would not have compelled her to engage in such extensive dialogue. Regrettably, from the moment she encountered Yu Xiaojiang, She was inundated with increasingly distressing revelations regarding his betrayal. Both Yu Xiaojiang and she found themselves on the brink of despair. It felt as though the entire world had conspired against her. The one she had once revered as the Pope, the mentor she had trusted as a father figure, had merely regarded her as a vessel for procreation. The individual she had once cherished as true love, the theoretical master Yu Xiaojiang, had only sought to exploit her to access the spirit hall's resources, revealing himself to be a despicable plagiarist and a scoundrel who, after their separation, had sought companionship with other women, even stooping so low as to pursue her cousin. Teacher, please do not act rashly. Su Feng observed her emotional turmoil with concern. My dear disciple, regardless of what I am about to do, you will not hold it against me, will you? Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng, holding him ever tighter. An inexplicable fear gripping her heart, fear that her only beloved disciple might also depart from her. Teacher, what is it that you wish to do? Su Feng exclaimed. Taken aback, Bibi Dong did not respond but gently urged, do not speak, kiss me. Perhaps, at this moment, she was unaware of her own actions. You dare, shouted Yu Xiaojiang, his voice filled with rage. He had never witnessed Bibi Dong in such a tender demeanor, nor had he ever held her in such a manner. The sight of Su Feng embracing the woman he desired most filled him with an indescribable discomfort and frustration, causing his fists to clench involuntarily until a cracking sound echoed in the air. Just as Yu Xiaojiang finished his outburst, Bibi Dong waved her hand, conjuring a soul power prison that utterly confined him, rendering him as helpless as a captive. Donger, do not. I know you are angry with me. Donger, please regain your senses. His pleas fell on deaf ears. With a frown, Bibi Dong raised her delicate hand, and instantly, an immense gravitational force descended upon Yu Xiaojiang, embedding him into the earth, completely immobilized and unable to utter a word, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Bibi Dong and Su Feng. Despairing, Yu Xiaojiang could only emit muffled whimpers. He had yet to taste the sweetness of Bibi Dong's lips. How could he allow another to claim that privilege first? Overwhelmed with fury and the toll of the suppression he had just endured, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling significantly. Disciple, kiss me. Bibi Dong turned her gaze back to Su Feng, her enchanting eyes now shimmering with a dreamy affection. Su Feng was no saint, faced with such a Bibi Dong. He too felt a surge of tenderness, even though he was acutely aware that she was not in a lucid state. Nevertheless, he rose onto his toes and pressed his lips firmly against hers. In that moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Regardless of the upheaval of mountains or the collapse of the heavens, the two remained oblivious to the world around them. Only Yu Xiaojiang, utterly dejected, stood as a witness to this spectacle, feeling thoroughly humiliated. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Bibi Dong released Su Feng, allowing him to finally catch his breath, his mind swirling with frustration. Alas, that was my first kiss. Nevertheless, considering it was also my teacher's first kiss, I shall refrain from being overly sentimental. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang assumed that Bibi Dong's reprisal had come to an end, only to be utterly astounded by the unfolding scene. He watched in disbelief as Bibi Dong gently placed Su Feng's hand upon her abdomen, caressing it tenderly, all the while smiling and saying, "Oh, I forgot to mention. Not only have I developed feelings for my disciple, but I am also expecting his child." Bibi Dong gazed at Yu Xiaojiang, her smile growing ever more radiant. Rest assured, I shall bear the child, and when the time comes, my offspring will call you uncle. Are you not also filled with anticipation? Thunderclap. Yu Xiaojiang stood in stunned silence. If Bibi Dong's union with Su Feng was akin to a sudden bolt from the blue, then her bearing Su Feng's child was tantamount to countless thunderbolts striking his mind. He had intended to call out Donger once more, yet found himself unable to utter the name. Shame overwhelmed him. He felt unworthy of such a title. It dawned on him that he was the true jester in this narrative. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's heart was engulfed in unbearable anguish. An emptiness akin to losing something profoundly significant, perhaps irrevocably so. Why? How did you become this way? His visage reflected despair. Enough, Yu Xiaojiang. Depart, and do not show your face before me again. The cold, resolute words rang out, and Yu Xiaojiang noticed Bibi Dong regarding him with an impassive expression. Yes, Your Highness, he replied, bowing in dejection before turning away, his heart heavy as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, a sharp surge of soul power sliced through the air, striking Yu Xiaojiang's lower leg. Crack! The sound of a bone fracturing echoed through the air, and his face contorted in agony as a heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips. He clutched his injured leg, curling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Listen clearly to my words. I commanded you to leave. Bibi Dong spoke once more, her voice as frigid as the depths of a chilling abyss. Bibi Dong, you are going too far. Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, turning his head abruptly. Swish. Alas. Scarcely had Yu Xiaojiang uttered his protest when another surge of soul power assailed him, accompanied by a crackling sound as his other leg was shattered. A more agonizing scream erupted, startling the myriad birds resting in the forest. Bang! At last, Bibi Dong moved with a swift grace, lifting her calf to deliver a merciless stomp upon Yu Xiaojiang's head. Regardless of what I do to you, it is nothing less than what you deserve. What right do you have to accuse me of excess? Bibi Dong declared icily as she twisted her high heel, the intense friction stripping away a layer of skin from Yu Xiaojiang's scalp. Ah, Bibi Dong, I implore you, Yu Xiaojiang gasped, now too frightened to retort. Instead, he bore the excruciating pain and pleaded, please, spare me. At this moment, Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Su Feng, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Disciple. What do you believe I should do? The series of actions she had undertaken was in accordance with Su Feng's prior suggestions. Having completed them all, she thought of Su Feng, sensing that he would offer her even more astute advice. Master, I trust your judgment, Su Feng replied with a respectful bow, his expression seemingly calm, while his heart was already brimming with joy. Ha ha ha, this is precisely how to humiliate Yu Xiaojiang. The master has finally gained insight. However, it remains insufficiently ruthless. When dealing with such a hypocritical scoundrel, even if one were to beat him to the brink of collapse, then plunge him back into the depths of disgrace, and finally use his own disgrace to strike him again, it would still not suffice to quench my thirst for vengeance. Bibi Dong found it somewhat amusing. This little rascal had such an unconventional way of thinking. Bibi Dong continued to heed the whispers of her heart. This hypocritical scoundrel, relying on his modest knowledge and cunning, sought to seduce other women. To prevent such transgressions, I fervently propose that he be castrated. Having committed numerous betrayals against his teacher, he deserves to be rendered a eunuch, condemned to live his life in perpetual disgrace. This, indeed, would bring a sense of vindication. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong could not help but be taken aback. Her disciple's thoughts were undeniably ruthless, yet she found herself in complete agreement. And then, with a thunderous roar, a sphere of soul power, compressed to perfection, hurtled through the air, resulting in a resounding explosion. Blood sprang forth, accompanied by agonizing cries that pierced the air. Bibi Dong did not cast another glance at Yu Xiaojiang. Instead, she gently took Su Feng's hand and smiled. My dear disciple, let us return. Su Feng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively tightening his grip. Perhaps it was the shared experience of being men that evoked a profound sense of empathy within him at the moment Yu Xiaojiang's predicament was unveiled. An unsettling realization washed over him. Why is it that every time I contemplate something, my teacher seems to respond with an appropriate action? Could it be that we share an unspoken connection? Are thoughts inextricably intertwined? Su Feng found himself perplexed, yet he swiftly dismissed the notion. Such convoluted musings were beyond his inclination. Beside him, Bibi Dong sensed his inner turmoil and offered a faint smile, remarking, truly a foolish disciple. Su Feng remained silent, internally critiquing her. Clueless teacher, what do you understand? This is simply the fortune of the foolish. Suddenly, he recalled Yu Xiaojiang and hastily corrected his thoughts. At the same time, Su Feng felt a twinge of reflection. How wondrous the world is. Some individuals, though deceased, continue to linger in the hearts of others, while others, still alive, ought to have perished long ago. Like that hypocritical scoundrel, destined to endure a lifetime of suffering. Bibi Dong was once again amused by Su Feng. Thus,
one was lost in whimsical thoughts while the other quietly eavesdropped, and hand in hand, they returned to the spirit hall.
As for the peculiar antics they had just engaged in, both shared a tacit understanding to regard it as if nothing had transpired. Due to the sordid intentions of Qin Xuanji, along with the deceit and betrayal from Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong felt utterly disillusioned with the two of them. All the pent-up emotions within Bibi Dong erupted completely after her confrontation with Yu Xiaojiang. Consequently, she inadvertently triggered the seed left within her by the blood I devoted to the Rakshasa god, a seed symbolizing vengeance rooted in evil and darkness, as well as the divine power summoned by the blood eye. Thus, as the night fell on that fateful day, in the chamber where Bibi Dong resides, a powerful surge of spiritual energy reverberates. The flickering lights cease their dance. A solitary leaf drifts into the room, only to come to an abrupt halt in midair. The entire chamber appears to be suspended in time. What is happening? Bibi Dong had initially intended to rest, yet an unexpected scene suddenly heightened her vigilance. Hee, hello. Bibi Dong echoed a strange, childlike laughter reminiscent of an infant's wail. It was accompanied by a chilling, eerie black mist, from which a pair of blood-red demonic eyes emerged. Who are you? Upon witnessing the manifestation of those crimson eyes, Bibi Dong felt as though she had plunged into the depths of a hellish abyss, causing her to tremble involuntarily. I am the devoted servant of the Rakshasa god, known as Blood Eye. You may refer to me as the great devotee Blood Eye. The Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong's heart raced with alarm. Could this be the Rakshasa goddess servant that my disciple spoke of? What do you seek from me? She inquired, her expression still wary. She could distinctly sense that this self-proclaimed Blood Eye was formidable, exerting an oppressive force comparable to that of Title Douluo. I have observed you for over a month. You are the only individual I have encountered in 200 years who embodies the qualities necessary for inheriting the Rakshasa goddess legacy. However, to ascertain your readiness for this inheritance, I have implanted a seed within you. Today, you have awakened that seed, which confirms your eligibility to receive the Rakshasa goddess legacy. Are you willing to accept the trials of the Rakshasa god? Blood Eye spoke with an unervingly calm demeanor, devoid of emotional fluctuations. Yet, her infantile voice, coupled with an aura of chilling malevolence, imparted a sense of dread, akin to the whispers of a malevolent spirit in the night. Great devotee Blood Eye, I am truly honored to have been chosen as the successor of the Rakshasa god. However, might you grant me a moment to ponder this decision? Bibi Dong respectfully bowed to Blood Eye. This scene, if witnessed by an ordinary soul master, would surely leave them astounded. How could there exist someone who would contemplate even the legacy of a deity? It would seem folly to them. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that Bibi Dong's deliberation stems from Feng's words. If one were to transcend to the rank of a Title Douluo, hunt down 100,000-year soul beast, the Death Spider Emperor, and subsequently attach the soul ring to the Death Spider Emperor's martial spirit, they would acquire two soul abilities, immortality and corporeal energy transformation. With these two abilities, no one beneath the divine realm could bring about their demise. Ultimately, ascending to divinity would merely be a matter of time. In Bibi Dong's perspective, if she could achieve divinity on her own, why would she need to accept another's legacy? Her pride forbade her from relying on the strength of others to attain godhood. Blood Eye glanced at Bibi Dong and perceived the intense pride and confidence in her gaze. Thus, she inquired, do you wish to prove your divinity on your own? Although phrased as a question, Blood Eye's tone brooked no dissent. Indeed, Bibi Dong did not conceal her thoughts. She nodded solemnly and then spoke. Blood Eye Grand Offering, I appreciate your consideration, yet I believe I must deliberate carefully. You have a day to ponder, Blood Eye replied expressionlessly, not wishing to impose undue pressure. Thank you, Blood Eye Grand Offering. Blood Eye nodded, contemplating the situation. She sensed a considerable likelihood that Bibi Dong would decline her offer, yet she felt compelled to add, it is evident that you hold great concern for your disciple. If you aspire to ascend to divinity, you must recognize the arduous nature of independent enlightenment, which may require centuries, even millennia, to achieve. Your disciple, being but a mortal, will inevitably age and pass away before you attain your own enlightenment. Upon concluding her words, Blood Eye raised her slender hand, and a jade vial enveloped in chilling black mist floated toward Bibi Dong. Should you choose to accept the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, I can exceptionally grant you a vial of divine fairy brew, which will extend your disciple's lifespan by 1,000 years, alleviating your concerns. In essence, upon utilizing this vial of fairy brew, I shall formally allow you to inherit the Rakshasa legacy. However, should you fail to use it within a day, I shall assume you have renounced the inheritance, and I will not appear again. As Bibi Dong accepted the fairy brew, Blood Eye's figure gradually became ethereal, and the surrounding space, once frozen, began to return to normal. All that remained was a chilling, bone-piercing laughter echoing in the air. Seize this opportunity, contemplate wisely. With Blood Eye's departure, the atmosphere fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Bibi Dong remained silent for a considerable time. It seems I must ultimately embrace the legacy of the Rakshasa, does it not? Bibi Dong murmured softly, her expression tinged with a hint of bitterness. Bibi Dong indeed aspired to attain divinity, her conviction steadfastly rooted in Feng's assertion that she could achieve it. However, her beloved disciple exhibited a certain lethargy. What if she had not yet ascended to godhood by the time her cherished disciple passed away? She could not afford to be self-centered. Considerations for her precious disciple weighed heavily on her mind. Ultimately, she realized that her only option was to embrace the legacy of the Rakshasa. Yet, this celestial elixir, did it not seem tailored for women? Would it truly be appropriate for her disciple to utilize it? Bibi Dong scrutinized the jade vial, apprehensive that this elixir of the celestial maiden might bestow peculiar side effects upon her disciple. Just as her thoughts were clouded with uncertainty, a radiant beam of ethereal light suddenly erupted from the vial, directly entering her consciousness and instantly familiarizing her with the application and effects of the elixir. It became evident that this celestial brew was not meant for drinking, but rather for anointing the entire body. Did this imply that she would have to undress her obedient disciple entirely? Bibi Dong's delicate face unavoidably flushed with a hint of crimson. He surely won't cooperate with me. Will he? It seems I have no choice. Starting tonight, you shall sleep with your teacher. The following day, as the warm sun began to rise, Su Feng remained sound asleep in a certain room, entirely oblivious to the graceful silhouette that stealthily entered with a rope in hand. Moments later, Su Feng was jolted awake. "Oh my goodness," he exclaimed, finding himself bound hand and foot by Bibi Dong. His expression turned to one of alarm. "What do you intend to do, dear teacher?" "Fear not, my obedient disciple. I merely wish to undress you and apply something," she replied. "What exactly will you apply?" Su Feng's face stiffened. "Do not be afraid. What I intend to do will certainly benefit you. Then do enlighten me. If you do not specify what you shall apply, how can I not be apprehensive? I must make a swift escape," he thought internally, yet managed to feign politeness. "Teacher, I assure you, I can cooperate. Would you kindly loosen my bindings first?" "Humph. Little rascal, do you think I would acquiesce?" Hearing Su Feng's conflicting thoughts, Bibi Dong smiled faintly, then proceeded to tear at Su Feng's clothing. "Stop, please. I beg you," Su Feng protested. As a young man, the thought of being exposed before Bibi Dong filled him with embarrassment. Alas, despite his struggles, he ultimately surrendered. His face flushed with mortification. "My dear disciple, endure a little longer. I shall soon finish applying it for you." Not only was Su Feng embarrassed, but Bibi Dong too felt a blush creeping upon her cheeks. Since Su Feng was 3 years old, all matters of privacy had been his own to manage, even bathing without her gaze. Thus, after all these years, it was indeed the first time she had seen his body, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. "Dear teacher, how long must you gaze upon me? What exactly are you applying? Please, be quick." "Ahem, I shall commence immediately." Su Feng's face was flushed with indignation, internally lamenting. "Good heavens, I have never encountered such a lascivious teacher. She clearly desires my physique while cloaking it with noble intentions. You little rascal. I am not that kind of person." Bibi Dong's face grew even redder at his words, yet she maintained an air of composure, swiftly applying the fairy elixir evenly across Su Feng's body, sparing no corner. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, Bibi Dong had finished applying the elixir, and an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The fairy elixir swiftly evaporated, enveloping Su Feng in a soft, misty haze. "Oh dear, I can no longer see." Bibi Dong let out a sigh, her curiosity still yearning for complete fulfillment. However, in comparison to the examination of her obedient disciple's body, she found herself even more intrigued by what Su Feng would become after his transformation. According to the information she had gathered, the fairy brew was originally intended for women. In addition to extending one's lifespan by a millennium, it possessed the remarkable ability to enhance beauty, rendering the skin exquisitely supple and delicate, as if it could be broken with a mere touch. Her precious disciple, already adorably naive and charming, would surely undergo a remarkable change post-transformation. The mere thought of this ignited a spark of anticipation within her. Buzz. Soon, the mist dissipated. Where is her obedient disciple? Bibi Dong was taken aback. How could such a large person as Su Feng have vanished? "Oh dear. My precious disciple, how have you transformed into a mere child?" As the mist finally dissipated, Bibi Dong beheld Su Feng, or rather, a toddler version of him, aged about 1 or 2. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, leaving her momentarily speechless. Su Feng, upon speaking, was startled to hear his own childish voice, leaving him utterly bewildered in his inner world in turmoil. "What on earth have you done to me, foolish teacher? Why have I become a 2-year-old child?" Even in his mental lamentations, his tone was laced with a sweet, petulant quality, exuding a charm that rendered him irresistibly adorable. Even in his anger, how utterly delightful. "My dear disciple, come here, let me hold you." Faced with such an adorably naive little Su Feng, Bibi Dong's youthful heart surged with affection. Without a second thought, she scooped him up into her embrace, placing him in the softest, most comforting position. In that moment, Bibi Dong appeared to be overflowing with maternal instinct. Gazing at the childlike Su Feng melted her heart, and her eyes sparkled with pink bubbles of affection. Completely losing herself in the desire to nurture him. Esteemed teacher, please let me go." Su Feng felt a deep despair. "I beseech you, be reasonable. I am truly just a child." Unfortunately, his struggles did not yield Bibi Dong's concession. Instead, they They prompted her to draw even closer. Come now. Let me give you a kiss, dear disciple. Bibi Dong looked at little Su Feng with an expression radiating warmth. No, please don't. Smack. Ah, don't kiss my face. You're leaving saliva all over. Smack. Smack. How outrageous. Teacher, you are going too far. Smack. Smack. Little did Su Feng realize, the more he resisted, the more adorable he appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes, leading to complete pandemonium. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Bibi Dong finally ceased her affectionate onslaught. Su Feng lay motionless, embodying a sense of utter despondency. This is it. I have been sullied by my teacher. I am no longer pure. Am I destined to be kept by her as a pretty boy? You little rascal. It was merely a few kisses. What are you imagining? Bibi Dong found amusement in his inner thoughts. However, the effects of the elixir had far exceeded her expectations. Bibi Dong initially merely hoped to make her disciple a little more adorable, but to her astonishment, the transformed Su Feng utterly captivated her. My dear disciple, it seems you had a habit of tossing and turning in your sleep as a child, Bibi Dong suddenly remarked. Su Feng, enveloped in his own solitude, was disinclined to engage with Bibi Dong. Nonetheless, he couldn't resist a retort. Foolish teacher, what do you intend to do with me this time? My dear disciple, to prevent you from tumbling and hurting yourself in your sleep, you shall henceforth share a bed with me, Bibi Dong gently proposed. No, I refuse, Su Feng declared. For he preferred the indulgence of solitude over the tender comforts of companionship. After all, with no woman in his heart, he could lie back and find tranquility. Your refusal is in vain, Bibi Dong promptly responded. A sudden thought struck her. Having a valid reason to be close to such an adorably naive disciple was irresistible, prompting her to affectionately pinch Su Feng's cheek. Enough, he exclaimed. You ought to tell me what has transpired. Why have I become like this? Very well. I shall reveal the truth, Bibi Dong replied, noting the genuine anger in Bower's eyes. She then disclosed the reality. Su Feng had transformed into a child due to being granted a lifespan of 1,000 years, which proportionally resulted in him appearing as a 12-year-old mortal. It could be considered a side effect of the fairy brew applied to him. The brew does not cause women to revert to childhood. 014. Seeking the Rakshasa scythe as night fell, Bibi Dong discovered a secluded place early on. A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged forth, rendering everything around her into a state of stillness. Splendid. You have not disappointed me. The sound, reminiscent of an infant's cry, echoed as the figure with blood-red eyes emerged from the dark mist before Bibi Dong. Great Blood Eye, I am willing to accept the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, please. Commence. Bibi Dong bowed respectfully. She had already utilized the fairy brew, and according to their agreement, she was required to undergo the divine trial of the Rakshasa god. However, the Blood Eye slightly nodded, and with a delicate gesture of her jade finger, a streak of black radiance transformed into a flowing light that surged into Bibi Dong's forehead, revealing a mark of the Rakshas's demonic scythe. From this moment forth, you shall be the bearer of the Rakshasa god's legacy. As the words fell, the ethereal glow of the Rakshas's scythe emerged, commencing an outpouring of exceptionally pure dark energy that incessantly cleansed Bibi Dong's form, refining her soul power. Boom. In but a fleeting moment, Bibi Dong's soul power surged, elevating her to level 83. Excellent, you have successfully garnered the acknowledgement of the Rakshasa goddess might. The Blood Eye gazed at Bibi Dong with a grave demeanor, her tone deepening. Now, in the name of the Rakshasa god, I bestow upon you your first divine trial task, to slay a Douluo possessing an angelic martial soul, to vanquish a Title Douluo endowed with an angelic martial soul. Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment, but soon her expression softened with understanding. She had eavesdropped on Su Feng's innermost thoughts on numerous occasions, including the conflict between the demon god and the angel god. Therefore, it was hardly surprising for her to receive such an assassination mission. The time limit was a mere 10 days. Should she fail to complete the task within this time frame, she would permanently forfeit her qualifications to inherit the demon god's legacy and be cursed for life, unable to transcend to the divine level. Blood Eye had imparted this warning, and shortly thereafter, her form began to fade into the ether. Only 10 days. Bibi Dong felt a sense of urgency creeping in, even overshadowing the joy of her recent breakthrough. To accomplish the divine trial, it seemed I must seek out my precious disciple for information. She murmured softly to herself before making her way back to her chambers. Indeed, she had forcibly brought little Su Feng into her quarters, under the pretext of fearing he might hurt himself in his sleep. In truth, she could hardly contain her desire to dote on her disciple. At that moment, Within the plush confines of her spacious bed, Su Feng was enjoying a deep slumber. With a frown, Su Feng instinctively wiped away non-existent drool from his face and mumbled, "Teacher, don't tease me. I haven't had enough sleep yet. Bauer, I have matters to discuss with you. You must answer truthfully," Bibi Dong insisted, her tone becoming more affectionate due to Su Feng's childlike demeanor. "All right, teacher, go ahead," Su Feng replied, though his eyes remained shut, contentedly lounging in repose. Bauer, Bibi Dong, unfazed by Su Feng's apparent laziness, swiftly delved into the matter at hand, recounting her acceptance of the Rakshasa inheritance in its entirety. Su Feng, however, remained unperturbed, reclining as if in a state of blissful indifference. "Babe, how should I fulfill the first assessment task?" he mused, his tone languid. This time, Su Feng was so disinclined to engage in thought that he withheld his inner musings. Bibi Dong, unable to contain her frustration, forcibly opened Su Feng's eyes to meet her gaze. "Babe, can you genuinely help me devise a plan?" she implored, displaying a rare moment of vulnerability. The first task of the Rakshasa divine examination was to be completed within 10 days, yet she had neither identified her targets nor formulated any strategies, leaving her in a state of confusion and urgency. Her dear disciple seemed entirely indifferent, which saddened her greatly. "Teacher, that's enough," Su Feng replied, his expression darkening. "Babe, you must assist me in brainstorming solutions." Bibi Dong pressed on, her demeanor a mix of desperation and determination. Su Feng, observing her earnestness, felt a wave of bitterness. He was certain that had he not assumed the guise of this adorable child, Bibi Dong would never have spoken to him in such a manner, let alone reveal her distress. "Let me ponder. No ideas," he feigned seriousness, ultimately delivering a grave refusal. Truth be told, his mind was brimming with sarcasm. "Oh, come on. Isn't it simple to undertake the first divine task? Just eliminate Qianxuanji and his cousin Qianxuanfeng. They are hardly virtuous individuals. And one is a Douluo while the other is a Title Douluo. What is the harm in that?" As he paused, Bibi Dong grew anxious, hastily probing, "Babe, if I were to consider His Holiness the Pope as my target, how might I defeat him?" "Teacher, forgive my inadequacy. I lack a sound strategy," Su Feng replied, feigning humility. You're finally anxious, aren't you? In truth, if you simply venture into the Rakshasa realm and retrieve the divine weapon, the Rakshasa scythe, defeating Qianxuanji would be a breeze. However, given that you consistently take advantage of me, even if I knew where the Rakshasa scythe lay, I wouldn't divulge it to you. It's all in good fun." Bibi Dong, upon hearing this, could not suppress a mischievous smile. "Hiki," she chuckled, increasingly fond of her beloved disciple, and ultimately, she could no longer resist the urge to scoop up the small Su Feng into her arms. "What do you intend to do now?" Su Feng exclaimed in shock. "Babe, you adored bathing when you were little. I'm taking you for a wash." "What? Absolutely not. I refuse," he protested vehemently. "Hiki, refusal is futile. How infuriating. Once again, you exploit the pretext of bathing to take advantage of me. Each time, you strip me bare while refusing to undress yourself. It is utterly unjust." "Humph, you mischievous rascal. Do you still wish for me to be exposed?" A flush of crimson swept across Bibi Dong's face, and she couldn't help but scold inwardly. "I am your teacher. How inappropriate it would be for me to disrobe before you." Though she felt a twinge of embarrassment at Bao's thoughts, it did not deter her from taking advantage of the situation. Upon entering the bathing room, without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong stripped Bao of her garments, indulging in playful pinches and nibbles, subjecting her to a whirlwind of teasing. What troubled Bibi Dong was the contradiction she faced. Despite the joy she derived from playfully tormenting her adorable pupil, she had to feign that bathing Bao was an arduous task. Otherwise, Bao would surely resist. And what if her clothes were to be torn away? That would certainly leave her feeling bashful as well. After a tumultuous hour, Bibi Dong departed the bathing room with a little gust of wind, having donned a fresh outfit. After a bit of grooming, she appeared even more charming and endearing. "Bayer, you stay here obediently while I take a bath." What do you mean by that? It's quite ambiguous." Bibi Dong felt a touch of helplessness. She had not anticipated that assisting Bao Bao with her bath would result in her clothes becoming significantly damp. Consequently, she had no choice but to take a shower herself and change into a fresh outfit. The bathing area was conveniently located nearby, and typically, it was an exclusive domain for women, thus lacking a lock. As Bibi Dong prepared to enter the bathing room, she instinctively glanced at Su Feng and, with a slight blush, admonished him playfully, "You mischievous rascal, do not dare to peek, or you shall witness how I discipline you." Su Feng retorted. Do you think I am like you? Always scheming against your disciple, a true seductress. Why would I be uncomfortable lying here? I have no interest in spying on you. Bibi Dong smiled faintly, her heart's thoughts pierced by Boer, and soon her cheeks flushed as she hurried into the bathing chamber. 5 days elapsed quietly. The first trial of the Rakshasa god spanned merely 10 days, yet during this period, Bibi Dong refrained from troubling Qian Xuanfeng or Qian Xuanji. Nor did she venture into the Rakshasa ghost domain in search of the Rakshasa demon scythe. Su Feng, on the other hand, lay languidly in Bibi Dong's chamber, either contemplating sleep, indulging in slumber, or preparing to succumb to drowsiness. Regardless of the passage of time, with the sun and moon shifting and the stars revolving, Su Feng remained steadfast, unmoved. As night descended, the familiar sound of footsteps reached his ears. Su Feng, roused from his languor, opened his drowsy eyes and beheld the freshly bathed Bibi Dong approaching. Her long hair cascaded freely, and the delicate fabric of her short skirt embraced her figure, accentuated by a jade belt that seemed to barely contain her slender waist. Her exquisite form was fully revealed, especially the subtly visible alabaster skin, which added an alluring charm. Moments later, Bibi Dong lay beside Su Feng, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Boer, when shall we embark together to seek the Rakshasa demon scythe? She inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Feng closed his eyes once more. Let me rest for another day. But Boer, you said the same yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that. Bibi Dong pouted, her lips forming a rare frown, a hint of grievance in her tone. If we delay any further, I may fail my Rakshasa god trial. Can you truly bear that? Since Su Feng transformed into a charming little one, Bibi Dong had shed her teacher's demeanor, often revealing a more feminine side. Fearful of displeasing him to the point of his disregard. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall accompany you, Su Feng promised, his eyes still closed. But Boer, you uttered those very words yesterday, Bibi Dong replied, exasperation etched across her face. In truth, Bibi Dong had planned to take Su Feng to the Rakshasa ghost domain 5 days prior, facilitating her inquiries and avoiding detours. However, Su Feng's inclination toward laziness left her hesitant to impose, lest he sever their bond, a sacrifice she would not entertain for the sake of her divine title. Just as Bibi Dong pondered her melancholy, Su Feng, who had previously been lethargic, suddenly sprang to life. By the heavens, I've finally completed it, he exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Before him, a system notification materialized. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully endured 5 days of lying flat under Bibi Dong's urging, completing the task of laziness. Reward, 1x 29th generation Pingwa Phone Plus, featuring 1 million games, and essential for the idle, truly deserving of your possession. Note, can be utilized as a weapon in perilous situations. Upon striking a target, it will detonate, generating an energy wave akin to a Title Douluo as self-explosion. Laziness points, 500. Upon encountering this prompt, Su Feng was utterly elated. In his previous life, he had always enjoyed playing games, and now, with the advent of a mobile phone, he could indulge in leisure while reclining. No longer would he be forced to watch others dawdle, nor would he have to endure being the object of their gaze during idle moments. Most importantly, this device served as a formidable self-defense weapon, rivaling even the revered Buddha's wrathful lotus. Naturally, Su Feng would be reluctant to destroy the phone unless absolutely necessary. Bower, what troubles you? Do not frighten your master, he remarked, noticing that Bibi Dong was startled by his unexpected behavior. Cough, cough, master, do not worry, your disciple is unharmed. Having completed his task, Su Feng felt a twinge of guilt for keeping Bibi Dong in suspense. He promptly assured her, rest assured, tomorrow morning, I shall accompany you to seek the scourge demon scythe. Bower, you must keep your word this time, she insisted. Absolutely, I shall keep my promise. Observing Su Feng's unwavering commitment, Bibi Dong felt a wave of relief wash over her, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. After all these days, her patience had not been in vain. Bibi Dong suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. Shall we take a break then? Although she had been feeling anxious these days, it was not an overwhelming urgency. Each night, she could embrace the adorable treasure, engaging in playful antics and fervently cherishing their moments together. Her fascination with Bayo was far greater than her interest in the sinister scythe. Why was it so? Bayo, why? Bibi Dong looked at Su Feng with a hint of grievance. I want to play on my phone. Skinny chicken? Bibi Dong was taken aback. She had never heard of such a breed. At our spirit hall, we only have fat chickens. Airplane. Su Feng was also startled, his small face reflecting shock. Do we really have airplanes at our spirit hall? Indeed, if you wish to eat, I can find you the fattest chicken. Su Feng's lips twitched as he realized the absurdity of their conversation. They were not even on the same wavelength. Welcome to the realm of the deceased. Su Feng, disinterested in continuing the conversation, took out his 29th generation Pingwa Phone Plus and casually opened a game called Realm of the Deceased. Bauer, what is this? This is a phone. Oh, may I have a look? Ah. If you want to see, then look, but don't touch anything. Bauer, can I borrow that to play? I refuse. Su Feng realized that merely taking out the phone had piqued Bibi Dong's curiosity, but as a gaming enthusiast, he would never lend it to her, unless he grew tired of it first. Sigh, my dear Bauer is so stingy, not wanting to play together. Seeing Bibi Dong's sulky expression, Su Feng's heart softened, and he blurted out something unexpected. Teacher, how about I play on the phone? And you can play with me? At his words, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed, and she playfully scolded. You little rascal, how can you say such things to your teacher? Humph, have you forgotten your manners? Su Feng thought she was upset and hurriedly fell silent. However, a delicate hand reached out, wrapping around him gently. Suddenly, Su Feng found himself in her embrace, his head resting on her arm. Bauer, although I often tease you, it is merely an expression of my affection. You must not call it playful mischief. From now on, you are not to speak or think in such a manner. Do you understand? Su Feng was taken aback by Bibi Dong's serious demeanor, mistakenly believing she had changed. Yet, when he felt her soft, jade-like hand slip beneath his clothing, his expression darkened. Teacher, what are you doing? Be quiet. Just play with your phone. Su Feng fell silent. Very well. The teacher did not toy with him. Regardless of how the teacher touched him or how many times she kissed him, it was merely an expression of her affection. Indeed, this was pure. He must not overthink it. Thus, the two shared a tacit understanding. One continued to play on the phone, while the other remained engaged with the phone player. After a considerable time, perhaps satisfied, Bibi Dong began to tuck in little Su Feng and habitually placed a soft kiss on his forehead before saying, Darling, I shall sleep now. Do not play too late. With that, Bibi Dong held Su Feng a little tighter, revealing her gentlest side to him. At that moment, neither Bibi Dong nor Su Feng was aware that the closest maid in the palace had meticulously recorded all their actions over the past few days in a letter. This maid was a pawn secretly purchased by Qian Sun Feng, specifically to monitor Bibi Dong. Tonight marked the time for transmitting information every 7 days. And the maid hurriedly took advantage of their sleep to stealthily leave the palace. Your Highness, I have documented every movement of the saintess as you instructed. The maid reported upon arriving at a grand hall within the spirit hall, handing the envelope to the man seated in the main position, who eagerly accepted it to examine its contents. Moments later, boom, a powerful wave of soul power surged, sweeping across a space of over 10 meters, sending numerous objects flying. Bibi Dong, you shameless woman. As the saintess, how could you be in such an ambiguous situation with your own disciple? The speaker was none other than Qian Sun Feng, the brother of the Pope. He had learned from the letter that just days prior, the saintess had brought a child into her chambers, and Su Feng had vanished. It was evident that the child was indeed Su Feng. Transforming him into a child was exceedingly simple. An illusion would suffice. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was what the saintess was doing with Su Feng in her chambers, two alone together. Crack, crack. Qian Sun Feng clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. You shameless woman. No wonder you were so partial to Su Feng. It turns out you share such a relationship. I, the esteemed brother of the Pope, confessed to you, yet you refused me while being ambiguous with your disciple. You despicable woman. A surge of fury ignited within Qian Sun Feng as he turned to the maid and commanded, continue to monitor them. Inform me immediately if they leave the palace. Yes. The maid nodded fearfully and began her return to Bibi Dong's chambers. You shameless woman, you truly deserve this. Qian Xuanfeng gritted his teeth, his body trembling with rage. In the previous papal competition, he had never triumphed over Qian Xuanjie, leaving him with a lingering sense of bitterness and regret. He had long harbored ambitions to seize the papal throne, and the emergence of Bibi Dong presented a golden opportunity. The holy maiden, Bibi Dong, was endowed with extraordinary talent and unparalleled beauty. If he could win her favor and father offspring with her, his descendants would undoubtedly be exceptional, thus greatly enhancing their chances of inheriting the legacy of the angel god. At that point, the papal position within the spirit hall would be within his grasp. You wretched woman, since you choose to be so wanton, do not blame me for being ruthless. Qian Xuanfeng cast a fiercely menacing glance towards the direction of the Holy Maiden's palace. The intensity in his eyes grew ever more ferocious. 016. Defensive Artifact. Soul Power Radar. The following day, Bibi Dong awoke from her slumber, casting a glance at the little Su Feng nestled in her arms. He remained engrossed in his phone, yet had succumbed to the embrace of sleep. A smile crept upon her lips. What a playful little sluggard he is. Oh, what is this? Bibi Dong discovered that her mobile phone screen was still illuminated, displaying the shattered image of a crystal along with a prominent line of text, defeat. Bibi Dong was unaware of the meaning behind those words, yet as she gazed at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Shufeng in her arms, she couldn't help but ponder, my dear, you must have had a delightful time last night. Taking advantage of the fact that her beloved was still in slumber, she decided to change her attire. Bibi Dong cautiously slipped away from the bed, attending to even the slightest movement, wary of disturbing Su Feng's slumber. Soon, the room was filled with the subtle sounds of rustling. Bibi Dong swiftly exchanged her delicate gauze nightgown for a more composed and athletic attire. Once she had arranged everything, she stole a glance at the young Su Feng, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, my dear hasn't awakened yet. To Bibi Dong. The current Su Feng appeared as an innocent child of merely 1 or 2 years, oblivious to the world around him. Thus she felt no qualms about changing clothes in his presence. However, should he behold her in her entirety, she would undoubtedly feel a wave of shyness wash over her. Your Highness, the snow-sweeping flying chariot you requested is ready. Elders Yuguan and Gue may have prepared it for you. Came the voice of a maid from outside the palace chamber. Yuguan, Gue Mei? Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow as she emerged from her chamber, only to find Yuguan and Gue Mei both bowing in her presence. We have come to pay our respects to your holiness, the saintess. Bibi Dong, filled with perplexity, inquired, I merely instructed the preparation of a flying chariot. When did I authorize your presence? Your Highness, as the esteemed saintess, it is our duty as your subordinates to ensure your safety during your travels. Moonlight responded with utmost respect, while the specter beside him bowed his head in deference. At that moment, the two had just ascended to the rank of Title Douluo, becoming new elders of the Spirit Hall, their position still precarious. In the face of the saintess, whose status was second only to that of the Pope, they were compelled to adopt a humble demeanor. There is no need for that. Bibi Dong's voice gradually grew cold. On this journey, I do not wish to see anyone following me. You may return. Though all members of the Spirit Hall revered her as the saintess, the true authority lay solely with Qian Xuanji. Rather than protectors, the two elders were more akin to spies dispatched by Qian Xuanji. Xiao Shufeng had previously revealed this sentiment. As long as the teacher remained a mere mortal and did not ascend to the position of Pope or break through to the Title Douluo level, no elder of the Spirit Hall would genuinely follow her. Their loyalty was reserved for Qian Xuanji. Thus, when Bibi Dong laid eyes upon Yuguan and Gue Mei, her heart was filled solely with disdain. Rest assured, your Highness the Saintess, we shall merely follow from a distance and will not interfere with your affairs. Enough. Noticing their persistence, Bibi Dong narrowed her beautiful eyes, her expression turning icier. I do not wish to repeat myself. Begone. Your Highness, please reconsider. First soul skill, Crescent Moon. With a flick of her jade hand, a crescent-shaped wave of purple soul power surged towards Yuguan and Gue Mei. Your Highness, the faces of Yuguan and Gue Mei paled, as they had not anticipated Bibi Dong's decisive assault. They could only evade their original positions. Boom. With that singular soul skill, a massive pit was created at their former location. Your Highness, please quell your anger. We shall leave at once. Gue Mei, fearful of allowing Yuguan to speak further, hastily pulled him away from the scene. Perhaps, save for Xiao Shufeng, Bibi Dong harbored suspicion towards every member of the Spirit Hall. What a racket! In the soft bedchamber, Shufeng was roused from slumber by the commotion outside, only to be greeted by the glaring word defeat displayed on his phone. Oh dear, Shufeng lamented, feeling utterly defeated. The previous night, he had achieved an impressive streak of 49 consecutive victories in the game, only to fall asleep during the last match, abruptly ending his winning streak. My dear, I apologize for awakening you. Bibi Dong noticed that Xiao Shufeng appeared somewhat discontented, mistakenly believing that she had caused his irritation. She hurriedly approached him, saying, Please do not be upset, all right? Bibi Dong tenderly cradled little Su Feng in her embrace, affectionately planting a kiss on his cheek. Before others, she could be ruthless and frigid as ice, yet in the presence of little Su Feng, she wished to be otherwise. She feared that her stern demeanor might displease the adorable child. If that were to happen, perhaps he would deny her kisses and refuse to let her hold him while he slept. Teacher, stop fooling around. At that moment, Su Feng suddenly adopted a serious expression, as a system notification appeared before him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have played the game Honor of Kings on the 29th generation Pingwa mobile phone for over 5 hours, achieving the title of Gaming Enthusiast. Reward, Soul Power Radar. Just as he finished reading the notification, Su Feng felt a jolt in his mind as the instructions for the Soul Power Radar transformed into a stream of information, surging into his consciousness without granting him a moment to react. How intriguing. Su Feng, curious about the radar's capabilities, took it out to examine it. Dear, what is this? He inquired. Oh, it's nothing, just a little toy, she replied, though her heart was filled with skepticism. Indeed, little Su Feng's tendency to critique had resurfaced. How foolish. You believe everything I say. This was clearly a protective artifact. By infusing it with soul power, one could sense the locations of all soul masters and soul beasts within a 10-mile radius, thus alleviating concerns of being followed or ambushed by stronger foes. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was taken aback. Her interest in the soul power radar peaked. After all, she intended to seek the Rakshasa scythe, and possessing such a tool would significantly enhance her safety. As for how her dear one came upon such a treasure, that was of little consequence. After all, he had descended from the heavens, which was strange enough in itself. Even if he were to present more treasures, it would be entirely understandable. Dear, may I borrow this little toy of yours? No, you cannot. Dear, I insist. It is not for lending. Bibi Dong discovered that even her attempts at coaxing had proven futile. Resolutely, she proposed, My dear, if you lend this item to me, I shall promise to find you a lovely young lady to serve as your maid. Really? Indeed. Bibi Dong seemed to have made a firm decision. This notion had been previously suggested by Xiao Shufeng, whose desire was to fully embrace a state of lethargy, being fed when hungry, having water handed to him when thirsty, and being gently placed in bed when drowsy. In essence, he wished to avoid any exertion. However, Bibi Dong had initially refrained from acquiescing, as she did not wish for Shufeng to fall into such a state of despondency, neglecting even the management of his daily life. Now, given that Xiao Shufeng had indeed transformed into little Shufeng and required care, and since she could not be by his side at all times, conceding to this request seemed perfectly reasonable. Since my dear teacher desires it, I shall lend you this little trinket to play with. Please accept it. Without hesitation, Shufeng relinquished the soul power radar. With a beautiful maid at his service, he could truly indulge in relaxation. Yet, it was rather foolish for the teacher, having been under the watchful gaze of Qiang Sunfeng for so long, to remain unguarded. One could only hope that she would fully harness the radar's capabilities, lest she fall prey to ambushes by certain individuals, unaware of being led into secluded groves. I am being monitored by Qiang Sunfeng? And might I be led into a secluded grove? Bibi Dong acquired the soul power radar, yet before she could revel in her fortune, she was taken aback by Su Feng's words. Qian Xuanfeng, of whom she had considerable knowledge, was undeniably a lecherous individual, having covertly seized numerous women without restraint. Bibi Dong held a disdainful view towards Qian Xuanfeng's actions, which is why she had never acquiesced to his advances. However, she was taken aback to discover that Qian Xuanfeng intended to ambush her and forcefully impose his desires upon her. It seems that during this expedition, I must exercise greater caution. A sense of vigilance arose in Bibi Dong's heart. In a remote mountain range, several martial artists were engaged in hunting soul beasts when, suddenly, they beheld an exquisitely luxurious carriage appear not far from them. Brother Tao, what is that? Exclaimed one soul master, prompting the others to gaze in unison. With its head adorned with chelan horns and a body resembling a swift steed, could it possibly be the Lingbo Tushua beast, reared within the halls of the spirit hall? Among the soul masters, Su Yun Tao, the leader, stepped forward. At approximately 20 years of age, he had attained the rank of Great Soul Master, making him quite remarkable among ordinary soul practitioners. Brother Tao, who do you think resides within that carriage? Hearing the inquiry from his younger compatriot, Su Yu Tao clasped his hands behind his back and feigned profundity, saying, if I am not mistaken, the occupant of that carriage must be a figure from the golden generation of the spirit hall, a true genius of the entire continent. Certainly, with diligent practice, our soul power can continually surpass limits, and one day, we may even eclipse those prodigies of the spirit hall. Should we ascend above them? It would be an unparalleled glory, and we shall become the most radiant geniuses. Su Yuntao's words caused the expressions of his fellow soul masters to shift dramatically, their blood boiling with fervor. Though they did not believe Su Yuntao's ambitions could be realized, his words undeniably possessed an audacious spirit, and in that moment, they found themselves harboring a deeper admiration for him. However, when the small window of the carriage was drawn open, revealing the profile of a woman, the soul masters were rendered speechless. Wow, she is stunning. Her smile is enchanting. At that moment, not only Su Yuntao, but also the multitude of soul masters present could no longer absorb any other sights. Their eyes were solely captivated by a celestial beauty that rendered the heavens pale and the sun and moon ashamed. They had never encountered a woman whose beauty was so breathtaking. As the carriage gradually receded, the visage of that extraordinary beauty vanished from view. The soul masters snapped back to reality, yet the scene they had just witnessed felt like a dream. "Boss, do you aspire to surpass such a prodigy?" one of the younger disciples queried. "Indeed, boss, if you were to surpass such a genius one day, would you still seek to rise above her?" The younger disciples exchanged puzzled glances and whispered with amusement. "Ahem, if I could be supported, serving as a subordinate would not be out of the question," Su Yuntao replied. His face flushed, prompting laughter from his younger companions. Perhaps it was the youthful folly of these soul masters that rendered them oblivious to the gravity of their ambitions in the Douluo continent. "Wait, boss. Which direction is she heading?" Upon this reminder from his disciples, Su Yuntao's expression stiffened. "That is, the valley of the king of hell. Is she out of her mind?" Su Yuntao gazed in the direction of the departing carriage, his brow slightly furrowed. Although they frequently ventured to hunt soul beasts in this area, they had never dared to approach the direction of the Yama Valley, often keeping their distance. It was said that few who journeyed to Yama Valley emerged alive, and those who did were often at the level of Douluo or even Title Douluo. Yet, even if they managed to escape, they would invariably succumb to madness, ultimately perishing from their injuries. He hoped she would return safely, Su Yuntao mused, unwilling to see such a remarkably stunning woman fall in Yama Valley. Nevertheless, what did it matter to him? Such a celestial beauty typically possessed her own pride, exuding an icy demeanor that repelled all. Perhaps even a Title Douluo would find himself beneath her disdain. I likely have no chance to engage with her. Suddenly confronted with this reality, Su Yuntao felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Meanwhile, within the carriage, "Master, could you please draw the curtains? You are disturbing my sleep." "No. I cannot acquiesce to your request." "Why not? You have not spoken to me for an entire hour." Observing Bibi Dong's woeful expression, Su Feng's face darkened, and he sighed. "Very well, let us converse briefly. I still wish to lie down." "All right." A delightful smile graced Bibi Dong's fair visage as she promptly drew the curtains, plunging the spacious carriage into a dim embrace, which accentuated the rosy hue of her cheeks, rendering her appearance exceedingly enchanting. "Master, would you like to hear?" she inquired playfully, reclining beside Su Feng, her delicate hand lifting to envelop the young man in her gentle embrace, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. "I wish to hear Bauer continue recounting the tales of Earth," she expressed. "Very well, but do you recall where I left off last time?" "Indeed." "Bauer spoke of a tale involving Tai Langpu," she replied. Su Feng sighed, thinking to himself that yet again, he would be performing the beloved narrative for his esteemed mentor, and thus began to narrate in earnest. Bibi Dong listened intently. Naturally, she also allocated a portion of her spiritual energy to perceive the situation outside the carriage, with the intent of locating delectable soul beasts. Should she succeed, she would be able to prepare a sumptuous meal to reward little Su Feng, for she could not bear the thought of him suffering due to accompanying her. As for the potential threat posed by formidable soul masters or soul beasts, Bibi Dong remained utterly unconcerned. With her soul power radar at her disposal, she could effortlessly evade those powerful beings, having navigated this journey without fear of ambush. What troubled her, however, was the persistent group of individuals trailing behind her. Despite having successfully shaken them off numerous times, they always returned, as if they were privy to her movements. Could it be that these individuals were the very ones her disciple mentioned, such as Qin Xuanfeng? Were they plotting an ambush to abduct her into the thicket? Upon reflecting on these matters, Bibi Dong's expression grew solemn. The repeated leakage of her whereabouts, what could be the cause? Unbeknownst to her, the source of this breach remained a mystery, and the unsettling feeling of being targeted yet unable to escape was a source of considerable anxiety. Primarily due to her beloved Bauer. Bauer was still so young. What if those individuals were to harm her? This was an outcome she could never abide. "Bauer, you must promise me," she implored. Suddenly, Bibi Dong gazed seriously at Xiao Shufeng and solemnly said, "No matter what happens or what you hear later, you must not draw back the curtains, understood?" Throughout their journey, Bibi Dong adhered to the principle of avoiding conflict whenever possible, as she feared that a confrontation with formidable soul masters or soul beasts might inadvertently harm Xiao Shufeng. However, now that Qian Xuanfeng and his companions relentlessly pursued them. She could no longer remain passive. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong turned her head away, her eyes flashing with a brilliant purple light. A shadowy figure of a spider king, steeped in slaughter and bloodshed, flickered in her gaze, and she did not wish for Xiao Xufeng to witness this cold and ruthless side of her. Teacher. Why is that? Bower, do not inquire further. Just know that you must not peek. I understand. Rest assured, disciple. I would never spy on my teacher in such a manner. Bibi Dong's expression darkened, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. You little rascal. How dare you jest at my expense? Bibi Dong shot a glare at Xiao Xufeng, causing him to hastily fall silent. Yet, Bibi Dong was not one to be trifled with. After being teased by Xiao Xufeng, she immediately extended her delicate, jade-like hand and pulled him into her embrace at the softest spot. Now, do you dare to mock me again? Bibi Dong pressed her lips firmly against Su Feng's cheek, leaving a delicate rosy imprint. Master, I have erred. I shall not dare again, he stammered. Only now do you realize your mistake. It is too late. Oh, please don't, master. I truly understand my fault. To an outsider, being kissed by Bibi Dong might seem like a dreamlike affair, but for Su Feng, it was anything but. In fact, he found it to be quite agonizing. Indeed, it was a profound torment. Su Feng harbored no affection for Bibi Dong's affections. The need to wipe away saliva was particularly distressing, given his obsessive cleanliness. He also disliked being embraced, as the pressure was overwhelming and stifling, rendering breathing a challenge. Nevertheless, despite his suffering, Su Feng had endured Bibi Dong's bullying for an extended period, and regrettably, he could not act as he once did, tearing at her garments in a futile attempt to evoke embarrassment and drive away the foe. After all, it was Su Feng who instigated the trouble, and he could only grit his teeth and bear the anguish. Meanwhile, on another front, Your Highness, if we proceed in this direction, we shall surely capture the Saintess and her companions. A maid knelt respectfully before Qian Xuanfeng. This maid was an undercover agent placed by Qian Xuanfeng beside the Saintess. She had left an odorless, tasteless, and traceable powder on the Saintess's carriage, allowing her to continuously monitor the Saintess's movements. It is best that it remains so, Qian Xuanfeng replied darkly. Since the Saintess departed from the spirit hall, they had been covertly following her, and he had even dispatched nearly 10 soul saints ahead to set an ambush, ensuring that the Saintess would have no chance to resist or escape. However, each time he laid an ambush, the Saintess would immediately redirect her carriage, fleeing to a location far removed from them. This had happened 5 times, and the feeling of being toyed with was immensely frustrating. All units, heed my command. Continue the pursuit. Yes, Your Highness. With a swift command, Qian Xuanfeng signaled, and several soul saints simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, tiger, wolf, blade, sword striking forth with streaks of light piercing the air. You come here, he commanded, his gaze shifting toward a woman guarded by sentinels. This woman possessed striking features and a curvaceous form, ranking among the most beautiful of her kind, though she paled in comparison to Bibi Dong. While her looks may not have been extraordinary, her talent was remarkable, having reached a level comparable to 70 or 80% of Bibi Dong's prowess. This woman was Hu Yu, a member of the Golden Generation from the previous 3 tournaments of the Spirit Hall. Yes, Your Highness, Hu Yu responded. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, her jade-like hands balled into fists, yet she endeavored to maintain an appearance of utmost respect. It seems you harbor some dissatisfaction with me? I would not dare, she replied. Do you feel wrong following me? Qian Xuanfeng squinted, gently lifting Hu Yu's chin. Hu Yu, feeling no grievance, quickly suppressed the disdain in her expression. Despite her inner revulsion towards this man, she managed to force a smile. It is my honor to accompany you. Is it? Qian Xuanfeng turned and entered the only carriage in the vicinity, leaving behind a profound echo. Then come inside, and let me witness the depth of your loyalty. Hu Yu's delicate form trembled, and she clenched her hands tighter within her sleeves, the sharp pain from her nails digging into her pale palm bringing her a fleeting moment of clarity. Your Highness, please wait, I shall enter at once. After a brief hesitation, she ultimately chose to comply. Once Hu Yu entered, all the curtains of the carriage were drawn down. Simultaneously, several guards began to encircle the carriage, ensuring that no disturbance would reach those inside. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, the carriage was set in motion, accompanied by intermittent sounds, perhaps emanating from within, or perhaps from the wheels striking the ground, occasionally punctuated by muffled groans. Indeed, it seems someone has suffered under the wheels, Hu Yu mused, for the cries are pitiful. Before long, several soul saints approached Qian Xuanfeng. Are we prepared? Qian Xuanfeng emerged from the carriage, adjusting his slightly disheveled attire. At this moment, he appeared refreshed and exuded an unparalleled confidence. Even the frustrations from being toyed with by the saintess had considerably faded. Your Highness, all is ready. One of the soul saints responded respectfully. Excellent. Qian Xuanfeng surveyed the assembly of soul saints and guards, commanding, this time, we must capture the saintess. Yes, Your Highness. The saints echoed in unison, swiftly taking cover to establish ambush points from various directions. It would not be an exaggeration to say that should the saintess dare to approach, they could seize her in an instant. Your Highness, how shall we deal with her? The undercover maid approached Qian Xuanfeng, pointing to the carriage. Take her away. Do not leave her here to be a nuisance. Understood, Your Highness. The undercover maid complied, leading the carriage away. Yet, as it departed, faint sounds of weeping could be heard from within, infused with despair, helplessness, sorrow, and resentment. The amalgamation of emotions was unsettling, though the weeping was so soft that perhaps only Hu Yu could discern it. Oomph, little wretch, you bring this upon yourself, Qian Xuanfeng remarked, glancing towards the direction Hu Yu had left, lamenting, what a pity, the countless gifts I had intended for the saintess were prematurely taken by you. However, never mind. There will be more to come. Upon contemplating the imminent acquisition of the saintess, Qian Xuanfeng's emotions surged with fervor. Within the entirety of the spirit hall, scarcely anyone was privy to the fact that he had cultivated a unique technique. By engaging in dual cultivation with exceptionally gifted women, he could expedite the enhancement of his soul power, and remarkably, it would be a unilateral improvement, requiring no sacrifice on his part. Thus, he sought out Hu Yu, a prominent figure among the golden generation of the spirit hall from the past 3 sessions. Given his status, Hu Yu dared not refuse. Should she exhibit any form of resistance, a mere command from him could obliterate the entire Hu family without hesitation. However, Qian Xuanfeng recognized that leveraging the entire Hu family to coerce Hu Yu was a precarious endeavor, as the family possessed considerable influence. To eradicate them discreetly and eliminate future threats was an impossibility. Should word of such action spread, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, severing his ties to the position of Pope. Therefore, Qian Xuanfeng meticulously sought out Hu Yu's vulnerabilities, discovering a young girl, one whom Hu Yu would never allow to suffer any indignity, even at the cost of her own dignity. In the snow-draped carriage, Lingbo spoke to her disciple. Bower, I must step out for a while. You must remain in the carriage, do not wander, and regardless of what you hear, do not pull back the curtains for a glimpse, understand? Ugh, fine. Su Feng nodded, feeling a sense of helplessness. It was as if she believed he could compel her to stay put. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to simply lie down? At those words, Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Yet she felt reassured leaving the carriage, knowing her Bower would not stray. As soon as Bibi Dong stepped out, Su Feng was greeted by a melodious sound, reminiscent of the rapid growth of the 8 spider lances from an animated series. This sound must be the manifestation of his teacher's martial soul, he mused. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Su Feng realized that he had never witnessed Bibi Dong unleash her martial soul in all these years. Thus, he resolved to steal a glance. However, unexpectedly, a swift voice interrupted him. Little rascal, what do you think you are doing? Are you trying to sneak a peek? Bibi Dong's delicate visage suddenly peeked through the small window, perfectly obscuring the view beyond. This. Bea. Bibi Dong pouted her lips, casting a pitiful glance at Xiao Shufeng, almost pleadingly saying, promise me, master, that you won't steal a glance, all right? In her martial spirit form, Bibi Dong could only be described as ominously terrifying. She was utterly unwilling for Xiao Shufeng to witness her in such a state, particularly when she was in the throes of murderous intent. Ahem. Since the teacher has spoken, the disciple will naturally remain obedient. With a resigned sigh, Shufeng relinquished his efforts and took out his Pingwa Plus, immersing himself in the game. You're such a good girl, Bayer. When I return, I shall bring you some delicious treats. Bibi Dong offered a gentle smile, gradually drawing down the curtain, yet her expression swiftly transformed into one of icy severity. The third soul skill, Summon of the Demon Spider. With a soft murmur, Bibi Dong summoned a realm of runes beneath her feet, accompanied by a swirling aura of deep green light. Suddenly, a multitude of venomous spiders, each approximately half a meter in diameter, surged forth, swiftly spreading in all directions. Wherever these toxic arachnids traversed, flowers and grasses withered, vitality waned, and an ominous aura of death permeated the surroundings. These venomous spiders, born from the accumulation of deathly energy underground, possessed not only formidable offensive capabilities and potent venom, but also the ability to scout terrain and track the essence of enemies. Now, Bibi Dong intended to utilize these spiders, along with the perception of her soul power radar, to systematically eliminate each member of Qiang Sunfeng's group. Before long, she detected two isolated individuals through her soul power radar and stealthily pursued them. To her astonishment, it was her. Bibi Dong beheld a carriage, within which sat a handmaiden. Could it be that she is the undercover agent sent by Qian Xuanfeng to surveil me? Bibi Dong's expression darkened as she swiftly recalled the matter of her whereabouts being exposed. The snow-gliding carriage she employed was indeed prepared by that undercover maid. It seems that today, you must meet your demise. Bibi Dong, with steely resolve, prepared to manipulate the poison spider to advance. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a dagger suddenly thrust forth from within the carriage, piercing directly towards the back of the hidden maid. Who you? How dare you betray His Highness? The maid, struggling to turn her head, was overtaken by a sense of profound regret. I never intended to follow such scum. It was all a facade. A burden I bore in silence. How could I possibly betray? It is you who, in your pursuit of power and wealth, chose to forsake the holy maiden and ally with the wicked. You are the one deserving of condemnation. Emerging from the carriage, Hu Yu's demeanor was frigid. Despite her attire being meticulously arranged, her body bore the marks of violation, countless bruises marring her skin. She regarded the maid with a stoic expression. Her words laced with an icy chill, her gaze piercing like a shard of ice, causing the maid to tremble involuntarily. Humph, daring to ambush me, you are doomed today. Enraged, the maid prepared to unleash her martial spirit. Oh, I forgot to mention, the dagger is poisoned. Activating your martial spirit will hasten your demise, Hu Yu remarked. Her expression remaining impassive, yet her tone grew even more sinister. Do you think you can intimidate me? The maid, unwilling to succumb, resolved to unleash her martial spirit. Yet, before she could do so, her body suddenly went numb, collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Tell me, where is the holy maiden? What schemes does Qian Sunfeng have prepared against her? Observing Hu Yu's countenance and sensing the concealed murderous intent, the maid realized her chances of survival were non-existent and began to laugh maniacally. You wish to inform the holy maiden to flee? Dream on. I will never tell you. Hu Yu was part of the illustrious Golden Generation, while the holy maiden stood a tier above her. Both were prodigious students of the Martial Spirit Academy. If Hu Yu was so eager to ascertain the holy maiden's whereabouts, it could only imply one thing. She desired to ensure the safety of the young girl from the Hu family, whom she valued above her own life. Isn't this what you forced upon me? Hu Yu withdrew the dagger, splattering blood, and indifferently redirected it towards the maid's thigh, slowly ascending until the blade rested upon an unspeakable location. Now, this dagger symbolizes your allegiance to His Highness Qian Sunfeng. Haven't you always aspired to be his woman? A chilling smile crept across Hu Yu's face. Thus, I shall fulfill that aspiration in this manner, uniting you both. Please, no. The maid shuddered at the icy touch of the blade. I will tell you. I will tell you. The undercover maid gazed at Hu Yu with palpable terror. The chilling expression on her face instilled a profound dread within her. She sensed that if she did not confess, she might soon find even death to be a luxury beyond her reach. Before long, the maid divulged everything she knew. Hu Yu, I implore you. Grant me a swift end, she beseeched, her eyes pleading with Hu Yu. She did not beg for mercy, for she understood that having chosen treachery, Hu Yu would never allow her to escape. After all, she too was an accomplice in the tarnishing of Hu Yu's reputation. How could Hu Yu possibly show her mercy? Sure enough, as soon as the maid finished speaking, she felt herself soaring through the air, witnessing her own body below. Strangely, it was headless. Ah, death is not unjust. In the shadows, Bibi Dong observed this scene unfold, and she decided to reveal herself, stepping forth without further concealment. Who are you? Upon seeing the newcomer, Hu Yu momentarily faltered, quickly recognizing her and hastily kneeling in reverence, declaring, I pay my respects to your highness, the saintess. Rise, commanded the saintess, yet Hu Yu remained unmoved, instead striking her head against the ground 3 times with heavy thuds. Soon, tears of despair and helplessness streamed down her face. Your highness, I beseech you, I implore you. Hu Yu stammered, nearly choking on her cries. Please, help me. What assistance do you seek? Hu Yu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she trembled. Save my sister. 020, slaying numerous soul saints. Sister, please rise. Bibi Dong recognized Hu Yu, although their relationship was not particularly deep. Witnessing the downfall of a once great generation stirred a sense of compassion within her. She inquired, What has transpired? Please, take your time to explain. Yet, despite Bibi Dong's gentle prompt, Hu remained kneeling, opting to elucidate her plight. It was revealed that Qian Xuanfeng had cultivated a certain technique that necessitated dual cultivation with exceptionally gifted women, thereby hastening his own soul power development. Consequently, Hu, a member of the illustrious Golden Generation, became his target. Qian Xuanfeng's methods were not only despicable but treacherous, having failed to entice Hu through persuasion. He resorted to threatening her family. He declared that if she did not comply, he would take the life of her 2-year-old sister, Laina. In her account, Hu disclosed everything she knew about Qian Xuanfeng, including his ambush of the saintess. So, you wish for me to rescue your sister, Laina? Bibi Dong asked. Indeed. If you can save my sister, I would be willing to do anything for you. Even if it meant sacrificing my own life, I would not hesitate. Very well, then. Bibi Dong replied, You may leave. I do not require anything from you. Bibi Dong turned around, preparing to depart. The holy maiden, witnessing Bibi Dong's intent to leave, felt a surge of desperation that nearly brought her to tears. We are, after all, fellow disciples. Would you truly refuse to lend a hand? No, you have misunderstood. Bibi Dong halted her steps, merely turning her profile to smile and say, Once today has passed, there shall be no more Qian Xuanfeng in this world, and your sister will naturally be safe. With that, she departed with an air of confidence. Hu stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to utter a word. Even though she was prepared to risk everything today, her sole desire was to have the saintess rescue her sister. She had never anticipated that the saintess would intend to take Qian Xuanfeng's life. After all, he was the son of the esteemed grand offering, Title Douluo. Did she not fear his wrath? Regardless, since the saintess sought to eliminate Qian Xuanfeng, I must assist her, whether for the saintess, for Nana, or for myself. Hu gazed in the direction Bibi Dong had taken and quickly followed suit. Moments later, Hu caught up with Bibi Dong. But what she beheld was not an adversary, but rather lifeless bodies, irrevocably deceased. Were these souls the ones the saintess had just slain? Hu initially believed that. With her understanding of Qian Xuanfeng and his companions, she could at least alleviate some of the saintess's burden. However, upon her arrival, she realized that wherever the saintess tread, there lay only blood and bones, devoid of vitality. Junior sister, Bibi Dong, filled with confusion, cast a glance at the approaching Hu and tempered her imposing aura. Did I not instruct you to leave? Why have you followed me? Your Highness. Hu replied somewhat timidly, Though I am merely a soul emperor, I believe I can be of assistance to you. And how might you assist me? I possess a potent poison capable of diminishing Douluo's strength by at least half. Given my current standing, I can approach Qian Xuanfeng and administer the toxin. As Hu spoke, her gaze drifted to the lifeless bodies strewn about, and a shiver ran through her. The slain were predominantly soul emperors, with 2 being soul saints. And yet, His Highness had dispatched them with remarkable swiftness. Most notably, she had done so without a sound, not alerting any lurking enemies, as if she had been acutely aware of their precise locations from the very beginning. Nevertheless, despite the prowess of His Highness, she was still merely a Douluo of the same rank as Qian Xuanfeng, far from achieving a crushing advantage. Should Qian Xuanfeng manage to flee back to the Spirit Hall, the ensuing troubles would be immense. Sister Hu's concerns were not lost on Bibi Dong, who had anticipated such dilemmas. However, with Qian Xuanfeng's intimidation already at its peak, she could not afford to stand idly by, nor tolerate the existence of any threats to Xiao Shufeng's safety. Thus, she inquired, If you proceed to poison him, will it pose any danger to you? Rest assured, Your Highness. Once I have administered the poison, I will promptly inform you. At that point, I shall make my escape, ensuring my safety. Very well then. Allow me to discreetly eliminate these trifling nuisances first, and shortly thereafter, you may proceed. Understood, Your Highness. Bibi Dong no longer hesitated. After leaving behind a venomous spider for Hu, she swiftly made her way to the next ambush point. Simultaneously, the numerous venomous spiders summoned by Bibi Dong began to scout the area, their eerie glow illuminating the surroundings, leaving no trace of life in their wake. Your Highness. The saintess is formidable. Hu felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the saintess, as well as the chilling, sinister power of darkness. Her gaze sharpened, and she sensed that even the soul saints dispatched by the Qiangxin Feng, despite their prior ambush, would not withstand a single strike from the saintess. Buzz. Indeed. It was not long before the venomous spider left behind by the saintess began to flicker with a green light, an expression of astonishment crossing Hu's face. In mere moments, had the saintess already slain another soul saint? Buzz. Buzz. Soon, Hu witnessed the green light of the spider pulsating again. She understood that with each flicker, it signified another soul saint had fallen to the might of the saintess. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a considerable time, the spider ceased its flickering. The saintess had stealthily dispatched 6 soul saints in such a brief span? What was her true strength? Could she have already reached the rank of a Title Douluo? How else could she have known their ambush points and executed such swift eliminations? Hu's heart raced, disbelief coursing through her. She was merely a few years younger than the saintess, yet the disparity in their powers was monumental. Nonetheless, the incomprehensible might of the saintess was indeed a blessing. It was time for her to take action. With her thoughts settled, Hu's expression gradually hardened as she proceeded towards Qiang's and Feng's location. Unbeknownst to her, the reason Bibi Dong could so swiftly eliminate those soul saints was not only due to the soul power radar, but also thanks to the contributions of Xiao Shufeng. After all, Xiao Shufeng had awakened his system over a decade ago, accumulating at least 3 to 4 rewards daily, with an abundance of various auxiliary drinks and items. The stockpile was vast, and even a few casual offerings could significantly enhance Bibi Dong's power. Just moments prior, Bibi Dong had utilized a large bottle of Baishir Cola, boosting 50 soul power, Waha yogurt, enhancing strength by 50, and VIP version Weilong spicy strips, increasing soul skill intensity by 50, complemented by the dark power bestowed by the Rakshasa inheritance, which enabled her to effortlessly dispatch those soul saints. As for how Bibi Dong obtained those 3 auxiliary items, it was, of course, through her precious bower. Each night, while Xiao Shufeng was lost in slumber, Bibi Dong would gently coax, "My dear bower, do you have any delightful or refreshing treats to share with your teacher?" If he refused, she would persist. To secure her rest, he would invariably relent. This tactic had proven infallible. If all else failed, she could always take advantage of Bower's deep sleep to rummage through his soul guide, where there were bound to be a dozen or so unused items. Surely, taking one would go unnoticed. Certainly, Bibi Dong's actions began with her ability to eavesdrop on the hearts of others. Prior to that time, she was unaware of the myriad treasures possessed by Bower. Today marks your demise. The 8th soul skill, Spider Emperor's Avatar. Secretly, Bibi Dong intoned the soul incantation, and a figure identical to her materialized beside her. This doppelganger possesses 100% of the original's power and can freely utilize the 1st through 7th soul skills. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is a second Bibi Dong. Its sole shortcoming is that this avatar lacks intelligence and requires guidance. Humph. I have found you. Bibi Dong glanced at the soul power radar, confirming the direction of Qian Xuanfeng. She uttered a soft murmur, and her avatar transformed into a streak of light, darting forward, with her closely following, executing a pincer attack aimed at Qian Xuanfeng. Meanwhile, in the hall, Hu took action as well. She knelt before Qian Xuanfeng, her face radiating sincerity as she declared, "After a moment of reflection, I have come to a decision. I shall wholeheartedly follow you from now on. No matter your intentions, I will raise no objections." Oh? Qian Xuanfeng looked at Hu in surprise, then smirked lightly. "What has prompted this sudden change in disposition? Are you afraid I might harm your sister?" Though it was a question, his tone carried a sense of certainty. "No. That was merely a previous concern," Hu replied, gazing at Qian Xuanfeng, her delicate features revealing an unusual softness. "I now understand that if I assist you in ascending to the position of Pope, not only will I benefit for a lifetime, but my family will also reap the rewards. I was foolish before, failing to consider these aspects. I hope you can grant me a chance to atone." As she gently brushed her hair behind her ear, a shy smile emerged. This scene left Qian Xuanfeng momentarily stunned, perhaps due to Hu's previous defiance. Witnessing her in such a submissive demeanor ignited a surge of blood within him. Though her beauty did not surpass that of the women he had encountered at this moment, she appeared irresistibly alluring. "Come here." "Yes, Your Highness." Hu approached and knelt beside Qian Xuanfeng, displaying a gentle smile despite her aversion. She entwined her arm with his, resting her head upon his shoulder. "Ha ha ha, had you realized this sooner, you would not have suffered. Your Highness speaks the truth. I shall serve you diligently henceforth." "Very well. Let me see if your body is as honest as your words." After a brief moment of separation, he remarked, "I did not expect your form to have grown even softer. I am quite pleased. Now, a kiss." He was not taken aback. This beast, this scoundrel, was indeed making advances on her once again. Even with guards present, Qian Xuanfeng unabashedly caressed her. So be it. Hu's body shivered slightly. This was what she wished to see. After all, as merely a soul emperor, the only means she had to poison the Douluo, Qian Xuanfeng, was through such tactics. For she could conceive of no better methods. Moments later, a sudden explosion rang out. "Damn it! What have you done to me, you wretched woman?" Suddenly, Qian Xuanfeng unleashed a powerful strike, sending Hu Yu soaring like a cannonball for dozens of meters before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. With the impact of the blow, Hu Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling dramatically, yet she laughed, a laugh so deranged it was almost unsettling. "Qian Xuanfeng, you have spent your entire life toying with women, and this fate foretells that you shall eventually meet your demise at their hands. Today shall be your end. Surely, you never anticipated this. I had long since poisoned myself, and from the moment you touched me, you were already infected. Even if you wish to cure yourself now, it is far too late." Ha ha. Hu Yu's laughter echoed, a cacophony of madness. In all her years, she had never laughed so wildly. "You deserve death, today. You shall all perish." Yet amidst her laughter, tears began to stream down her face, her expression a portrait of sorrow. "You all deserve to die. Woe is me. You all deserve to die?" In that moment, Hu Yu wept with an anguish that tore at her very soul, her tears cascading like a flood, unstoppable. She had once believed that joining the prestigious academy affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple, becoming part of the Golden Generation, would herald her rise to power. Yet, before dawn could break, darkness consumed her, leaving her life riddled with wounds. Had it not been for her sister, Hulaina, she might have succumbed to the humiliation long ago. But she could not die. If she did, Qian Xuanfeng would surely unleash his wrath upon her beloved sister, the only kin she had left. "You vile woman, how dare you scheme against me?" At that moment, Qian Xuanfeng grasped the situation and was seized by uncontrollable rage. "Bring her to me," he commanded fiercely, glaring at Hu Yu. "Kill this wretched creature." "Yes, your highness," two Soul Emperor-level guards responded, drawing their blades and charging forward. However, as they barely took 2 steps, a flash of crescent black light struck, severing both guards' heads in an instant. Who dares? Seeing the 2 Soul Emperors dispatched so swiftly, Qian Xuanfeng, alarmed, scanned his surroundings. Then he beheld a stunningly beautiful woman appear beside Hu Yu, and a greedy smile spread across his face. "Holy maiden, I did not expect it to be you. You have come to me so willingly." Bibi Dong paid no heed to Qian Xuanfeng, instead focusing on examining Hu Yu's injuries. "Your highness, sister, please refrain from moving." Noticing Hu Yu's attempt to bow, Bibi Dong hastily intervened, adding, "At this critical moment, let us dispense with formalities. Your highness, do not concern yourself with me for now. The pressing matter is to prevent Qian Xuanfeng from escaping." "Understood." Bibi Dong gently nodded. And as she turned to gaze at Qian Xuanfeng, the Death Spider Emperor instantly possessed her. A hum resonated as vibrant soul rings unfurled layer by layer. An endless aura of death ascended from the ground, enveloping her being. 8 malevolent and sinister spears were plunged into the earth, causing not only the flora within several meters to wither, but also manifesting signs of corrosion in the soil itself. In that moment, Bibi Dong's murderous intent was almost palpable, as if she had transformed into a demon from the depths of hell, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Observing Bibi Dong's demeanor and sensing her chilling aura, Qian Xuanfeng involuntarily shivered. Nonetheless, he feigned a defiant stance, exclaiming, "Humph, do you think this will suffice to deal with me? I have long since laid an intricate net here, and today you shall find it impossible to escape." As he surveyed his surroundings, he was acutely aware that nearly 10 soul saints he had brought were lying in wait, ready to rise and attack at his command, rendering even the saintess, a fellow Soul Douluo, incapable of resistance. An intricate web, indeed? Bibi Dong let out a cold chuckle and remarked, "Why don't you show me the celestial net you have prepared?" She continued with a hint of mockery, "No need to rush. I would like to offer you an opportunity to surrender. This way, when I later unleash my fury upon you, it may be done with a touch more tenderness." Qian Xuanfeng's lips curled into a sinister smile, his gaze unabashedly appraising Bibi Dong's figure. Her exquisite and alluring physique, with a waist as slender as a willow, must surely be a delight to embrace. And those proud, full peaks, if he could violently tear away her garments and shamelessly caress and ravage her, it would undoubtedly be an intoxicating experience, one that would leave him utterly entranced. At this moment, the thought of soon possessing the body of the saintess, who had remained chaste for so many years and was imbued with unparalleled purity, sent waves of excitement through Qian Xuanfeng. His face suffused with avarice, almost as if he were on the verge of drooling. Witnessing Qian Xuanfeng's malevolent and greedy gaze, Bibi Dong's expression grew even colder, the aura of murderous intent surrounding her intensifying. Suddenly, a surge of soul power erupted, causing the ground beneath her to collapse over a vast area. Today marks your demise, she declared ominously. Bibi Dong spoke with a voice as cold as frost, then took deliberate steps towards Something. With each stride, the earth eroded beneath her feet, and the flowers withered. Come forth, everyone, and seize the saintess. As the saintess prepared to act, Something wasted no time and issued commands. He had brought nearly 10 soul saints, who were already lying in ambush, waiting for the saintess to appear so they could set up a deadly encirclement. At that moment, it mattered not that the saintess was a Douluo. Even against the Title Douluo, he felt confident in his ability to prevent her escape. Where are my subordinates? Something furrowed his brow, casting his gaze over the various ambush points. The saintess has revealed herself. Do not conceal yourselves any longer. Quickly establish the encirclement. Silence. After several commands went unanswered, a sense of foreboding gripped Something's heart. Nevertheless, he refused to relent, shouting, "You fools! I ordered you to come out. Show yourselves." Surveying the surroundings, Something still saw no one. His expression darkened abruptly. Could it be that all the soul saints he had brought had been secretly eliminated by that wretched woman? This thought surged in his mind. Yet disbelief etched across his face. How could this be possible? Something's body trembled slightly. Those soul saints were masters of stealth and assassination. It was unlikely even a Title Douluo could detect their movements, let alone the saintess. How could she have silently dispatched so many soul saints? But if that were true, furrowing his brow, he clenched his fists, the bones creaking ominously. Damn it, I've fallen into a trap. At that moment, Something realized that he was likely the only one left to confront Bibi Dong. Third soul skill, Death Spider Web Bind. Across from him, Bibi Dong murmured. Suddenly, a thick mist of purple poison enveloped Something, and poisonous spiders emerged from the ground, relentlessly shooting deadly webs towards him. Humph, even alone, I can easily subdue you. As the possessor of the six-winged angel martial soul, Something was endowed with formidable talent and strength, and he feared not Bibi Dong. True angel form, he roared, a brilliant golden light enveloping his entire being. In the presence of this sacred radiance, he felt a resurgence of confidence, believing he could prevail. After all, this was the divine six-winged angel martial soul. Yet, before his confidence could linger a moment longer, the sacred golden light swiftly dimmed. What is happening? Feng had yet to grasp the situation when his martial soul's true form shattered. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a mouthful of thick, black blood that splattered onto the ground, hissing ominously. Damn it! It's poison administered by that wretched Huyu. Feng quickly realized the gravity of his predicament. However, before he could channel his fury, the deadly web spun by Bibi Dong enveloped him entirely. This is dire. Unable to summon his martial soul's true form, Feng was left with only the 6 soul abilities at his disposal, rendering him significantly weaker. He dared not hold back and unleashed his most potent soul skill. 6th soul skill, Angel's Roar. With a thunderous crash, the powerful sound wave collided with the myriad of webs, generating a vast shockwave. Ha ha ha, Bibi Dong. Is this all the strength you possess? If so, you cannot hope to restrain me. Feng laughed maniacally, having successfully defended against the assault. It was clear to him that he could not defeat Bibi Dong. However, he held absolute confidence in his ability to escape. After all, he was a 6-winged angel, and soaring through the skies was a trivial matter. With a mighty leap, Feng unfurled his 6 wings, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. He looked down at Bibi Dong and declared, "Wretched one, we part ways here. Next time, fortune will not favor you." Alarmed, Huyu cried out. Feng is attempting to flee. Her worst fears had indeed come to pass. If Feng returned to the spirit hall, it would spell doom not only for her sister but for her entire clan. "I'm sorry, Nana. It's all my fault. I failed to protect you," she lamented. Despair flooding her heart at the thought of Feng taking vengeance upon Huliena upon his return. However, as Huyu witnessed the unfolding scene, she was momentarily struck dumb. Move. Bibi Dong remained unmoving, her contemptuous gaze sweeping over Feng. In the next instant, a figure, which had been gathering strength below, soared skyward. Spider Monarch clone, explode. Bibi Dong gently clenched her jade-like palm, and then, with a thunderous roar, the sky erupted into a magnificent mushroom cloud. A resonating hum filled the air, and the shockwave rippled outward, causing the entire expanse to tremble. Within a radius of several dozen miles, countless soul beasts quivered in fear, fleeing in every direction. The power of the Holy Maiden is truly terrifying. Beside her, Hu Yu, who witnessed this spectacle, was utterly astonished, rendered speechless in that moment. Feeling the heart-stopping intensity of the shockwave, Hu Yu instinctively realized that even a Title Douluo like Yue Guan would likely suffer severe injury, if not death, from such a close-range explosion. As for Qian Xuanfeng, a poisoned Douluo with diminished strength, he would surely be reduced to mere ashes. With this thought, Hu Yu timidly turned to Bibi Dong and asked, "Holy Maiden, is Qian Xuanfeng dead?" "No." With unwavering certainty, Bai Dong responded, and then she elegantly waved her sleeve, dispersing the smoke that enveloped the arena. A great pit emerged, at the center of which lay a figure in a state of utter disarray, none other than Qian Feng, who had been violently hurled to the ground. In that moment, he appeared tattered, his garments in shambles, his body marred by numerous burns. 5 of his 6 wings had been severed, while 4 were charred, exuding a pungent scent of singed flesh. The ghastly wounds revealed a continuous flow of blood. Ah, truly. He is the son of Title Douluo. The treasures he possesses are indeed considerable, as he even managed to withstand the detonation of my clone. Bibi Dong approached Qian Xuanfeng, her exquisite gaze casting down upon him. Ahem, Qian Xuanfeng swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting a profound fear and a desperate will to survive as he looked at Bibi Dong. "Your Highness, the Saintess, I was wrong. Please spare me. Now you realize your mistake? It is too late." Bibi Dong's murderous intent was palpable, ready to strike. "Your Highness, the Saintess, please hold." Bibi Dong observed as Hu Yueqiang approached, enduring excruciating pain. Seemingly grasping the situation, her expression softened slightly. "Do you wish to take his life with your own hands?" "Your Highness, the Saintess, I hope you will grant me this opportunity." "Very well." Bibi Dong nodded and stepped aside. "Thank you, Your Highness." Hu Yu gritted her teeth. Her delicate hands clenched tightly and bowed deeply to Bibi Dong, tears streaming down her porcelain cheeks unbeknownst to her. Since the day she was violated, Hu Yu had never dared to imagine the day she would exact her revenge, especially considering that Qian Xuanfeng was the son of the limit Douluo, Qian Douluo. She feared that seeking vengeance would lead to the destruction of the entire Hu family. Now, being able to eliminate Qian Xuanfeng in this desolate mountain range would prevent Qian Douluo from discovering it, allowing her to breathe easier. "Hu Yu, you dare." Upon seeing Hu Yu approach, Qian Xuanfeng panicked, his voice laced with threat as he shouted, "Have you forgotten that your sister is still in my hands? If you dare to lay a hand on me, your sister will undoubtedly perish." Hu Yu did not respond. Instead, she raised her dagger and strode toward Qian Xuanfeng. Swish. With a swift motion, Qian Xuanfeng's last wing was severed. "You vile woman, stop!" In response to Qian Xuanfeng's furious roar, Hu Yu revealed a sinister smile that grew increasingly menacing. "Do not rush. I will repay you for the harm you have inflicted upon me, piece by piece." Each word dripped with deep resentment and murderous intent. "Next, I shall sever your limbs." Hu Yu narrowed her eyes and added, "To provide an explanation to those innocent girls whom you have toyed with and harmed. Why you stay away? Do not come any closer." Qian Xuanfeng glared at her, desperately trying to distance himself. The look in her eyes was terrifying, sending chills down his spine. Unfortunately, no matter how much he retreated, he could not escape Hu Yu's revenge. One by one, his fingers were severed, and after finishing one hand, she moved to the other, methodically cutting them off. "I beg you, spare me." "Huh? Do you honestly think I would spare you? You were so fond of using those hands to violate my body. Now, I will slice them off, one by one." "Please, I beg you, stop." Hu Yu let out a cold laugh, and with a resolute heart, she brought the dagger down 4 times, severing Qian Xuanfeng's limbs entirely. His anguished cries echoed like the wails of hell's demons. Ironically, the more pitiful his cries became, the more satisfaction Hu Yu felt within, as if the sounds were the most melodious music in the world. "Hu Yu." Qian Xuanfeng could sense her overwhelming desire for vengeance and hatred. He no longer held any hope of survival and merely pleaded, "I implore you, grant me a swift end." "A swift end, you say?" Hu Yu laughed, a wild and sinister laughter. "I once posed the same question to you, yet how did you respond? You threatened my sister's life, instilling fear within me to the point where I dare not take my own life, compelling me to cooperate with you in completing your dual cultivation technique, allowing you to shamelessly humiliate and toy with me." Hu Yu's eyes burned crimson. "Is this the response you have granted me? I have erred. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I implore you, grant me a swift end." At this moment, Qian Xuanfeng felt that his plight was already dire. He merely wished for a quick resolution. However, before he could finish his thought, he beheld Hu Yu aiming the dagger at his groin. "No, please." Qian Xuanfeng's pupils contracted in an instant. This strike It is the retribution you so rightfully deserve for the torment you have inflicted upon me for so long. You are truly deserving of this fate. With a heart full of rage and a desire for vengeance, Hu Yu plunged the dagger into him, and driven by her overwhelming hatred, she did not stop at just one thrust, but continued to stab repeatedly at the same spot. Ah, no, please. Ack. The excruciating agony tore through his very soul. And Qian Xuanfeng yearned to scream, yet his voice faltered and his throat fell silent. His face contorted, and his body trembled. Had Qian Xuanfeng still possessed his limbs, he might have curled up like a shrimp, but alas, all 5 of his legs had been obliterated, leaving him as a mere husk of a man. Moments later, blood-soaked and mangled, Qian Xuanfeng could endure no more and succumbed to death beneath Hu Yu's blade, departing this world with unclosed eyes. Seeing this, Hu Yu exhaled, collapsing onto the ground, her complexion suddenly paling. The vendetta has been avenged. My sister should be safe now, and I shall find my release. Junior sister? What has happened to you? Observing Hu Yu's state, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows and hurried over to check, only to be met with Hu Yu's refusal. Your Highness, there is no need for you to concern yourself with me. The poison within me has permeated my very organs, and there is no hope for salvation. I am profoundly grateful for the opportunity you have granted me to exact my revenge. I am already content with the outcome of today. In her weakened state, Hu Yu revealed a serene smile, one that radiated gratitude. I clearly instructed you to leave first, yet why did you feel the need to poison Qian Xuanfeng? Bibi Dong was perplexed. She possessed the auxiliary items from Xiao Xufeng, which could significantly enhance her strength, and she believed that defeating Qian Xuanfeng would not be a daunting task. Your Highness, I am well aware of your formidable prowess. Defeating Qian Xuanfeng would pose no challenge. However, he possesses numerous tricks, and the possibility of his escape cannot be dismissed. If my death guarantees that this beast does not flee, then I shall harbor no regrets. Moreover, should Qian Xuanfeng perish, Title Douluo would undoubtedly trace the matter back to me. I cannot assure that I can keep this secret safe. If I die, the news of Qian Xuanfeng's demise shall remain undisclosed, thus ensuring your safety and that of my sister. Is that not so? So, from the moment you became aware of my intent to kill Chihiro, you never contemplated returning alive, did you? What a pity. Bibi Dong expressed with a hint of regret. Only the deceased can safeguard secrets, and this is a task I must undertake. Hu Yu paused for a moment, then smiled and added, moreover, I am truly grateful for your willingness to assist me in seeking vengeance. Just as she finished speaking, Hu Yu coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly on the brink of collapse. Junior sister. Bibi Dong knelt down, clasping the other's hand, and spoke softly, what unfulfilled wishes do you still harbor? Speak them, and I shall assist you. Hu Yu's words resonated with truth. Indeed, Qian Xuanfeng possessed numerous cunning stratagems, and without Hu Yu's aid, she might not have been able to secure Qian Xuanfeng entirely. In her determination to safeguard the secret of eliminating Qian Xuanfeng, Hu Yu displayed a fearless resolve. Even in the face of death, Bibi Dong felt compelled to do something in return for her. Your Highness, if it is within your power, I hope you can take my sister to a safe place where she can grow up healthy and happy. Very well, I promise you. Thank you. With those final words, Hu Yu closed her eyes and departed without a hint of regret. A thunderous roar echoed, followed by a cascade of sound. Bibi Dong acted with resolute determination, unleashing a surge of dark flames that incinerated the corpses of Qian Xuanfeng and his companions completely. As for Hu Yu, she chose a picturesque spot to lay him to rest before returning in the direction of Xiao Xufeng. Had it not been for Bayer's reminder, perhaps my fate would have mirrored that of Hu Yu, tainted by my so-called teacher. If Hu Yu had not taken the perilous risk to poison, the matter of killing Qian Xuanfeng might have swiftly reached Title Douluo's ears, inevitably leading to my capture. In that case, that beast, my teacher, would have sought to manipulate me just as he did with Qian's family, expecting me to bear their offspring. The death of Hu Yu left Bibi Dong in a state of turmoil, her thoughts spiraling as she felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to him. Thus, in an effort to repay this debt, Hu Laina, from this day forth, you shall be my second disciple, and I shall ensure that no one shall harm you again. Bibi Dong quietly made a decision. Moments later, she returned to the carriage of Xiao Xufeng, who was still engrossed in playing games on his Pingua Plus. Dear Bayer, I apologize for not providing you with a delightful meal. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Bibi Dong is not typically a sentimental individual, however. The death of Hu Yu has profoundly impacted her, intensifying her disdain for the spirit hall, which she had never held in high regard. The reason for her aversion is simply that the spirit hall belongs to the Qian family. Amidst a whirlwind of emotions, Bibi Dong finds herself unable to attend to her beloved disciple, Bower. It's all right, teacher, Su Feng, perceptive to her troubled demeanor, quickly stowed away his phone and offered a charming, innocent smile. Upon witnessing Su Feng's expression, Bower felt her heart melt, and she opened her arms, expressing her vulnerability. May I have a hug, teacher? In a rare moment of tenderness, Bibi Dong refrained from imposing her will on Su Feng, appearing instead as a small woman in need of comfort. Su Feng, at a loss for words, was unsure of the source of her sorrow. Yet he disliked seeing her in distress, unless, of course, it was due to his own provocation. Thus, he approached her cautiously and enveloped her in a gentle embrace. Bower, I want a kiss, she declared. Observing Bibi Dong's increasingly forlorn and delicate demeanor, Su Feng felt a pang of compassion, prompting him to bestow a soft peck on her cheek. To his astonishment, this tender gesture overwhelmed Bibi Dong, causing her to succumb to her emotions. Bower, my dear, I knew you cared for me the most. To express my affection for you, I must return the kiss. This might not be appropriate, teacher, she protested lightly. Oh, but my concern for you extends far beyond this, he insisted, showering her with kisses. Let go. Enough. She gasped. Teacher, you're going to suffocate me. At that moment, Su Feng's inner turmoil surged. I am in agony. I am truly suffering. Why did I provoke the teacher? I must be a fool. Following the elimination of Qin Xuanfeng, Bibi Dong and Su Feng's journey proceeded with greater ease. Relying on her soul power radar, Bibi Dong skillfully evaded all formidable presences, heading directly towards the heart of the underworld valley. It is worth noting that the center of this valley is, in fact, the entrance to the Rakshasa ghost domain. Bower, I have a foreboding feeling, she confessed. Bibi Dong lingered at the entrance, a hint of concern flickering across her delicate features. Master, are you troubled by something? Bibi Dong, seemingly deep in thought, then spoke with gravity. Since this Rakshasa scythe is indeed a divine artifact, it is inevitable that in my pursuit of it, I must undergo the trials set forth by the Rakshasa deity. Bibi Dong recalled the numerous soul beasts they had circumvented along the way, at least 8 of which were over 60,000 years old, including 2 that were 90,000 years old. Had it not been for the soul power radar, she would have likely never approached the entrance of the Rakshasa ghost domain. Given the perilous nature of the outside world, the trials within the Rakshasa ghost domain would undoubtedly be more arduous and time-consuming. Contemplating these thoughts, Bibi Dong hesitated and said, with less than 5 days remaining until the conclusion of the first trial, if we rashly proceed, we may find ourselves pressed for time. My dear disciple, what is your opinion? The disciple replied, I believe, Master, that you are being overly cautious. We should enter directly. Why is that? Do you not sense that such a direct approach may be excessively dangerous and impulsive? Su Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, yet internally, he was fervently criticizing her. Dangerous? Nonsense. For you, entering the Rakshasa ghost domain is as familiar as returning home. What peril could there possibly be? If there were true danger, would I have accompanied you? How utterly foolish. Upon hearing his unspoken thoughts, Bibi Dong's concerns eased somewhat, and she let out a subtle sigh of relief. At that moment, Su Feng, mistaking her tranquility for reluctance, inquired, Master, are you not intending to enter? Cough, cough. Disciple, I have given this matter considerable thought. Bibi Dong forced a smile, then feigned calmness and spoke with solemnity. Since we have come this far, we must venture inside and not abandon our quest halfway. Otherwise, we would be regarded as timid and fearful individuals. My dear disciple, do you not agree? Teacher Su Feng gazed at Bibi Dong in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. It was unexpected that, in critical moments, the teacher possessed such resolve. Very well. I retract my previous words and shall refrain from calling you foolish. Ha ha. How delightful, my precious. Bibi Dong was amused. My dear disciple, shall we proceed inside? Is it all right if I wait here? Why? I simply do not wish to move. Observing her precious one's reluctance to lift a finger, Bibi Dong felt a touch of exasperation. Come, allow me to carry you. No, I must decline. If you think to make me leave this carriage, you are sorely mistaken. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to descend and urge me to depart, I would resolutely remain. Today, I am resolute. Not even Jesus could deter me. Bibi Dong was taken aback by Xiao Su Feng's indomitable spirit. My dear disciple, please do not cause a ruckus. It is not tiring for me to embrace you. Bibi Dong extended her delicate hand, yearning for Xiao Shufeng to approach her willingly. This won't do, disciple. If you continue like this, your master may become displeased. If you are displeased, so be it. Should you dare to force me again today, I shall strip you of your garments, she retorted fiercely. Do not assume that my youth renders me easily bullied. If provoked, I shall not only undress you, but also return the favor in a most audacious manner. Let us see if you will blush, and whether you still dare to remain in my presence. Upon hearing Xiao Shufeng's somewhat petulant words, Bibi Dong inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, she had always been selfishly focused on her own desires, pinching and teasing Bauer without considering her feelings. Perhaps Bauer truly despised her for this behavior. Bauer, are you angry with your master? Oof, of course I am angry. Consider it from my perspective. If you were compelled daily by a man to kiss you, and he casually touched your body, would you not be infuriated? Conversely, if you were to take advantage of me and disturb my rest, do you think I would remain unperturbed? Shufeng thought to himself, yet he dared not voice such sentiments. Merely responding with a hint of sarcasm, how could a disciple dare to do such a thing? Bauer, I was wrong. Will you forgive me? Realizing that she had inadvertently upset her beloved disciple, Bibi Dong felt an inexplicable discomfort within her heart. The exquisite beauty of her flawless visage revealed a hint of grievance, particularly in her autumnal eyes, reminiscent of sparkling lakes, evoking a stir of emotion in those who beheld her. Why does this tactic of the teacher feel so familiar? Is she attempting to deceive me temporarily, hoping to gain my compliance? Observing that Xiao Shufeng doubted her sincerity in apologizing, Bibi Dong's delicate countenance grew even more distressed. Resolutely, she grasped Xiao Shufeng's hand, drawing it to her bosom and pressing firmly against it. Bauer. Bibi Dong's face was serious. If my past actions have caused you discomfort, you may now reciprocate those actions towards me. I shall not resist. Nor shall I hold it against you, as long as you can forgive me. Is that agreeable? Feng was taken aback, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What is happening? How did my hand end up there? After a moment of regaining composure, he quickly withdrew his hand and nervously exclaimed, Teacher, what are you doing? How could I possibly do such a thing to you? Though Feng had lived 2 lives, both his body and spirit remained entirely innocent, filled with curiosity and the youthful innocence typical of his age. Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged that his teacher was indeed soft and ample. Can you accompany me inside, dear? Bibi Dong's face was also flushed. Despite viewing Feng as merely a 2-year-old cherub, the reality of the moment left her feeling quite bashful. Let us go, she said with a playful tone. My dear, you are the best. Finally, noticing that her precious one had relented, Bibi Dong swiftly embraced him, cradling him carefully as if she feared to upset him. Ah, it is indeed more comfortable lying like this, Feng thought, resting his head wearily on Bibi Dong's shoulder. Feeling a mix of emotions. Such a little rascal, Bibi Dong retorted, feeling a surge of indignation. She tightened her embrace, playfully squeezing him closer. You dare complain about being held? Then I shall hold you even tighter. It seemed that during their playful banter, Bibi Dong had discovered a vulnerability in her little one. Feng was easily flustered, and when he blushed, he readily yielded. This is a splendid strategy for dealing with my mischievous darling, she mused. As long as I remain unembarrassed, it will be he who blushes, and I need not fear his reluctance any longer. Perhaps allowing him to be a little mischievous is not entirely a bad thing after all. Various thoughts began to arise in Bibi Dong's mind, and she was even unaware that she had grown so intimate with her beloved. As Bibi Dong and Feng entered the realm of the Rakshasa, within a mere hour, a cataclysm unfolded around the valley of the King of Hell, extending for several dozen miles. Thunder rumbled ominously, and dark clouds loomed as if they were pressing down upon the city. Taoge, look towards the direction of the valley of the King of Hell. What is happening there? In a nearby mountain range, Siyu Tao and his companions, engaged in the hunt for soul beasts, were drawn to the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky, their attention captured entirely. What is that? The crowd turned their gazes to Siyu Tao, eager for an explanation. What on earth could it be? Unfortunately, Siyu Tao himself was at a loss, which left everyone's expressions darkened. What the hell? Are you just teasing us? Cough, cough, no need to panic, my brothers. Siyu Tao, realizing his stature was diminishing, quickly adopted a serious demeanor and proclaimed, if I am not mistaken, the anomaly in the valley of the King of Hell must be related to the prodigious talents of the spirit hall who entered earlier. Why would it be related to her? Indeed, Taoge, didn't you previously assert that she was doomed to perish and would never escape the valley of the King of Hell? Cough, that was a slip of the tongue. But you emphasized it several times. Faced with the overwhelming spectacle stretching across dozens of miles, Siyu Tao and the others were filled with intrigue, quickly engaging in a fervent exchange of opinions, until suddenly, a colossal violet pillar of light, spanning at least 100 meters, erupted in the sky, illuminating the very heart of the valley of the King of Hell. This purple column appeared as a timeless colossus, piercing through the heavens and supporting the very fabric of existence. Thud. The moment the pillar manifested, Su Tao and his companions, unable to comprehend its nature, all collapsed to their knees, their heads bowed deeply, their bodies prostrated upon the ground. Boss, what is that? Such terrifying power and pressure. I do not know. Su Tao furrowed his brow, yearning to glance upwards, yet he found himself inexplicably devoid of the courage to do so. It felt as if raising his gaze would unveil the most dreadful sight in existence. No, I must take a look. Driven by an intense curiosity, Su Tao gritted his teeth and gradually raised his head. After a prolonged moment, he finally discerned the truth, and at that instant, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. What on earth is this? Su Tao murmured in disbelief, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Through his gaze, one could perceive an abyss of darkness, as if the entire world had been consumed. Boom. Thunder rumbled once more. The sky was now shrouded in ominous thunderclouds. A heavy darkness that seemed to suffocate all beneath it, save for a magnificent column of purple light that stood unwavering. The oppressive aura emanating from the thunderclouds and the resplendent light weighed heavily upon the hearts of those present, rendering them breathless, as if they were on the brink of asphyxiation. Suddenly, with a swift sound, the purple column vanished, as if it had fulfilled a celestial rite. Concurrently, the strange phenomena of the thunderclouds appeared as swiftly as they dissipated. In mere moments, the sky returned to its serene clarity, as if nothing had transpired, leaving the onlookers, still in a state of shock, to grapple with the remnants of their astonishment. For days later, at a certain altar within the realm of the Rakshasa, a resounding boom echoed. Bibi Dong awakened from her immersive cultivation, and with a surge of energy, she successfully ascended to level 84. Congratulations, Master, congratulations. In just a few short days, your soul power has once again advanced. Truly, you are the most gifted talent of the Spirit Hall. Oh, what a fuss. This realm of Azura is replete with boundless dark energy, which undoubtedly serves as a sanctuary for your cultivation. Achieving a rapid breakthrough could not be simpler. Even a fool could attain a breakthrough within 10 days in this place, provided that fool possesses a dual martial soul of your caliber and has undergone the Azura inheritance. Humph, you little scoundrel, how dare you speak of your master in such a manner? Bibi Dong cast a glance at Xiao Feng, her heart filled with a hint of reproach. Nevertheless, considering the numerous ways in which you have assisted me, I shall let this matter slide. Bibi Dong glanced once more at the empty beverage bottles strewn across the ground, and her initial irritation swiftly dissipated. Over the past few days, her cherished disciple, in moments of leisure, had indulged in an assortment of snacks and drinks to pass the time. Through subtle inquiries and attentive listening, Bibi Dong had gleaned snippets of hidden sentiments, such as the instant noodles that could enhance cultivation speed tenfold, and the Wang Lao Ji that purportedly increased weapon affinity by the same measure. Regardless of their effects, Bibi Dong was eager to acquire whatever she perceived as beneficial to her own cultivation. What puzzled her, however, was the curious nomenclature of Wang Lao Ji, a beverage that bore the name of chicken. Despite her confusion, Bibi Dong found comfort in consuming it, discovering its flavor to be rather delightful. Thanks to the tenfold increase in affinity bestowed by Wang Lao Ji, she effortlessly wielded the Azura demon scythe, as if it were her third spirit. She couldn't help but wonder where her dear disciple had procured such treasures. Bibi Dong was filled with an insatiable curiosity, yet she refrained from posing her inquiries directly, fearing such abruptness might arouse suspicion and caution in the other party. She was keen to avoid any rift with Bauer. Should the effects of these auxiliary items inadvertently surface within the Douluo continent, it would undoubtedly incite a cataclysmic upheaval. No, this secret must remain solely within my grasp. I cannot allow a third party to become privy to it. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong resolved silently, henceforth, I must refrain from inquiring about any matters related to it with my obedient disciple. As long as I remain uninformed, the likelihood of this information leaking will diminish significantly. Bauer. Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Xiao Shufeng, gently smiling as she said, with but a day remaining until the first trial of the Rakshasa god. Should we not return? A month ago, she would have effortlessly hoisted Xiao Shufeng away without a second thought. However, after the recent trivial disagreement, her feelings towards Bao Bao had become more delicate. She was no longer inclined to impose her will upon him. Well then, let us proceed. To her surprise, Xiao Shufeng did not exhibit his previous reluctance to move. Instead, he opened his arms willingly. Bao Bao, I always knew you were the most obedient. Bibi Dong seldom witnessed Xiao Shufeng taking the initiative to seek her embrace. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, she felt an inexplicable joy rise within her, a happiness that surpassed even the moment she acquired the formidable Rakshasa demon scythe. Without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong enveloped Xiao Shufeng in her arms, cradling him in the softest and most comforting embrace she could offer. What Bibi Dong remained unaware of was that Su Feng's eagerness to depart stemmed primarily from the unsettling atmosphere of the rascal ghost domain, where the occasional sound of a child's wailing echoed ominously, reminiscent of vengeful spirits seeking retribution in the dead of night, rendering any prospect of a peaceful slumber utterly unattainable. Thus, he yearned to leave post-haste. Within the confines of a certain orphanage belonging to the spirit hall, the bell had just rung, prompting a throng of children to burst forth, engaging in playful antics that filled the air with unbridled joy. Yet, in a secluded corner, a young girl sat rigidly, her small hands clutching her skirt with palpable anxiety, clearly uncomfortable and tense. Nearby, two middle-aged men fixated their gaze upon her. Suddenly, the little girl rose to her feet. "You better not run around, or you'll be in for a world of trouble," one of the men warned with a scoff. I need to go to the restroom," the girl murmured timidly, but fear compelled her to sit back down. On the other side, the director, who had been discreetly observing the scene, could no longer bear to watch. She approached the young girl, took her hand gently, and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. I will take you." "Hey, are you meddling in affairs that don't concern you? Remember, this little girl is under the watchful eye of His Highness Qian Xuanfeng. Don't bring trouble upon yourself," one of the men interjected, positioning themselves in front of the director. With a resounding boom, they unleashed their formidable soul power, which exceeded level 40, effectively barring the director and the girl's path. This is the orphanage affiliated with the Spirit Hall, bound solely to the commands of His Holiness the Pope. Even if you are in the service of His Highness Qian Xuanfeng, you have no authority to interfere, the director countered, releasing her own soul power. Although her level matched that of the two men, her presence exuded a far greater aura. The two men found themselves momentarily taken aback, retreating a step as they threatened. "You'd best refrain from any underhanded tactics, lest you ignite a fire that consumes you." The director remained silent, guiding the young girl away. TSK. "This woman is quite audacious," one of the men remarked with a derisive chuckle, while the other wore a lecherous grin. "Once we complete the task assigned by His Highness Qian Xuanfeng, we might find an opportunity to deal with her. Hehehe. Indeed, by then. Let us see if she dares to speak to us with such bravado. She'll likely be begging for mercy. Ha ha ha." The two men indulged in their crude laughter, but moments later, the director returned with the young girl. "Now that you've shown your face, shouldn't you be leaving?" one of the men said brusquely to the director, his gaze shifting ominously to the little girl, who quickly hid behind the director in fright. "His Highness Qian Xuanfeng merely instructed you to keep an eye on her, not to confine her," the director retorted, casting an irate glance at the two men. "This is an orphanage, a place for children to grow, not a playground for your whims." The tone of the middle-aged individuals grew somewhat impolite. "So, you intend to protect this little child today?" In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. "Director, you may leave. I am fine," the little girl bravely declared. "Child." The director gently ruffled the girl's hair. Her eyes filled with tenderness. "It is precisely because you are so sensible that I worry about you even more. Do not fret. I shall protect you." It seemed that you had resolutely decided to oppose us. The two middle-aged individuals exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they prepared to join forces to teach the young lady a lesson. Suddenly, unbeknownst to them, Bibi Dong had already arrived in the shadows. Observing them for some time, just as they were about to act, Bibi Dong unleashed two surges of energy. Boom. The sound of the explosion reverberated as the two middle-aged men were sent flying like cannonballs. "Why you are." The director recognized the newcomer and immediately knelt with the still-dazed little girl, paying her respects. "You are Hulaina, are you not?" Bibi Dong approached the little girl and spoke gently. "Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you." Bibi Dong discerned that the young girl, having endured prolonged confinement and surveillance, was filled with wariness and trepidation towards outsiders. She immediately crouched down, gently caressing the girl's head, striving to exhibit her gentler side. The girl mustered her courage and lifted her gaze, declaring, "I am Hulaina." Upon uttering those words, she was momentarily taken aback, as she had anticipated a fierce individual. It was instead met with striking beauty, akin to that of a fairy, rendering her reluctant to avert her gaze. "From this day forth, I shall take you as my second disciple. Are you willing?" The tender, melodious voice resonated, and the girl felt an instinctual assurance that the stranger meant her no harm. Without hesitation, she nodded, "I am willing." "Very well, henceforth, I shall call you Nana." Nana pays respects to her master. With that, the girl performed a simple act of reverence as instructed. Nearby, the dean, still kneeling, appeared outwardly composed, yet inside. A tempest of emotions raged as he gazed at the girl with profound envy. Perhaps the girl was unaware that she had just pledged herself to none other than the saintess, the foremost figure beneath the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Who is it? Who ambushed us? At that moment, the two middle-aged men, recently cast aside, returned, their faces contorted with fury. However, upon seeing Bibi Dong, their expression shifted abruptly to one of dismay. They halted in their tracks and retreated several paces. It is Her Highness, the Saintess. We were remiss in our conduct. We hope Her Highness will not take offense. The two men knelt down. You may forfeit your spirit power and depart. Bibi Dong did not even cast a glance at the two individuals, merely uttering a faint remark as if they were nothing more than insignificant ants. Of course, had it not been for the presence of the young Nana, Bibi Dong might have chosen silence and simply eliminated them without a second thought. However, she wished to shield the innocent child from such a scene. Your Highness, the Saintess, we are all under the patronage of His Highness Qiang something. It seems rather inappropriate for you to dismiss us so casually. You might find it difficult to explain this to His Highness. Perhaps it was Bibi Dong's momentary softness that led the two middle-aged men to misinterpret her intentions, prompting them to invoke their powerful connections. Their incessant chatter was indeed tiresome. Yet, it was precisely their words that enraged Bibi Dong beyond measure. She reached out, gently turning Hulaina's small head away, preventing her from witnessing the two men. In an instant, with a resounding thud, the two middle-aged men found their heads severed from their bodies. The director of the orphanage, standing nearby, was left in shock. Unable to comprehend how the saintess had executed such a swift action, and a cold sweat broke out upon her brow. Very well. You may now clean up the aftermath. From this day forth, no one shall disturb this place again. As for you, should you wish to advance further, you may proceed to the center of the Spirit Hall and mention my name. I shall ensure that arrangements are made in advance. Bibi Dong cast a glance at the dean, imparting a few words of advice before she took the hand of Hulaina and departed. They bid farewell to Her Holiness, the Saintess. As the figure of the Saintess receded into the distance, the dean stood there, momentarily spellbound, unable to regain her composure, her heart brimming with astonishment. She had never imagined that she would ascend to such heights so unexpectedly. Although the Saintess's casual promise seemed trivial for her, it represented a pinnacle that might take a lifetime of striving to attain. Bibi Dong returned with Hulaina to the carriage of Lingbo Tushue, gently rousing the still sleeping Xiao Shufeng. My dear disciple, I have found the beautiful young lady you desired. Where? Subsequently, Xiao Shufeng exchanged wide-eyed glances with Bibi Dong and then engaged in a playful stare-down with Hulaina. His demeanor shifted dramatically. Oh my goodness! This is not what I wanted. I seek someone tall and slender, with fair skin, exquisite beauty, long legs, and a slim waist. Ideally, she should be as lovely as you, teacher, and obedient as well. Please find me someone else. I do not want a little kid. I want a beautiful young lady. With a chuckle, Bibi Dong remarked, You little rascal, you are but a child yourself, yet you dare to express such disdain. Bibi Dong could not help but chuckle, her spirits lifting considerably at the compliment regarding her beauty. She then proceeded to introduce Hulaina's identity. So, it appears you are now my junior apprentice? Upon learning of Hulaina's status, Su Feng's interest was piqued, and he scrutinized her intently. After a considerable pause, he concluded, TSK, she still lacks the qualifications to serve as maid. Little rascal, what are you thinking? She is your junior sister. You must take care of her. How could you treat your junior sister as a maid? Well, my teacher is right. I acknowledge my mistake. Not to worry. I can wait. Once Nana matures, I shall have no shortage of someone to serve tea and water. After all, when she grows up, she will undoubtedly be a stunning beauty, perfectly fitting my expectations for a lovely young lady, However, where is Xieyu? He is Nana's biological brother, after all. Where has he gone? Without him, how will Nana perform the three-person martial soul fusion technique with Xieyu and Yin in the future? At this remark, Bibi Dong felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Nana has a biological brother named Xieyu? And who is this Yin? I do not recall hearing who you mentioned him. Moreover, can Nana really execute the three-person martial soul fusion technique with Xieyu and Yin in the future? It seems I must thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of Xieyu and Yin, Bibi Dong contemplated. She held great trust in her precious girl as prophecy. If she could indeed gather those three and nurture their abilities in advance, then undoubtedly they would form the most formidable combination on the continent. far surpassing the infamous golden iron triangle composed by that despicable Yu Xiaojiang. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, Hulaina, who had been silent until now, burst into applause, finding this senior brother utterly delightful and amusing. Dear disciple, look how much your junior sister adores you. You must take good care of her, the old teacher remarked. What are you plotting, dear teacher? Su Feng's expression stiffened upon hearing her words. You shall know in due time. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a sinister smile, as she contemplated allowing Nana to accompany Bauer more frequently, whether it be during meals, slumber, or bathing. They were to remain together at all times. After all, Nana was so young. What malice could she possibly harbor? At most, she would merely disrupt Bauer's moments of leisure and repose. 025. My Bauer must learn to swim. Night. Outside the Saintess's palace. Tap, tap, tap. As Lingbo dismounted from the snow-laden carriage, Bibi Dong stepped down gracefully. Yueguan, it is an honor to see you, your highness. Guimei, it is a pleasure to see you, your highness. At the entrance of the palace, Yueguan and Guimei had been waiting patiently for the return of the Saintess. Upon her arrival, they approached her without delay. What brings you here? Your holiness emerged from seclusion 4 days ago and has instructed us to inform you to visit the papal hall at your earliest convenience. Very well, I understand. Bibi Dong did not approach the two individuals. Instead, she lifted the silk curtain of the carriage with a sense of purpose, gently bringing down the young Su Feng and Hulaina. The holy maiden was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the two children. They are my disciples, she proclaimed. Are you indicating that these two children are your newly accepted pupils? If you have no further matters to attend to. Bibi Dong then turned her gaze towards Yueguang and Guimei, her expression imbued with an icy demeanor. You may take your leave now. As you wish, your holiness. Yueguang replied hesitantly. He added, I would like to remind you, your holiness, that it would be prudent to proceed to the papal hall promptly, lest his holiness grow weary of waiting. After all, he has awaited your presence for 4 days. So, may you depart now? Due to the loyalty of Yueguan and Guimei towards Qian Xuanji, Bibi Dong held no fondness for them, and thus her words were devoid of courtesy. Yet, Yueguan and Guimei dared not protest, merely nodding in discontent before hastily exiting the premises. Master, shall I be staying with my senior brother tonight? Hulaina inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked at Bibi Dong. In the orphanage, both boys and girls resided together, and now that she had become Su Feng's junior sister, she felt it was only natural to do the same. Nana, your senior brother's circumstances are rather unique. He cannot share accommodations with you. Bibi Dong had already devised a plan for this. Why? Why not? Because your senior brother will be sleeping with me, and your unexpected intrusion would be quite inappropriate. In her heart, Bibi Dong contemplated this, yet as a teacher, she maintained an air of authority, stating, Your senior brother's circumstances are somewhat intricate, and it is not appropriate for me to elaborate. In any case, refrain from inquiring further. Simply focus on your cultivation as per my guidance. Oh, Hulaina obediently nodded. Then inquired, Where shall I reside from now on? Bibi Dong gently caressed Hulaina's little head and smiled. You will have your own courtyard and pavilion, shortly. I shall send someone to escort you there. Laina expressed her gratitude to her teacher, without overthinking, upon learning that she would have an independent residence. Hulaina joyfully performed a bow. Subsequently, Bibi Dong personally selected 2 maids, and after confirming their suitability, she allowed them to lead Hulaina away while she herself returned to her chamber, cradling the little Su Feng. Teacher, you mentioned that my situation is somewhat unique. In what way am I special? Su Feng pondered. Little rascal, some questions are best left unasked. A gasp escaped her lips. Surely she cannot be contemplating something inappropriate. Fearing Laina's discovery, and thus using this as an excuse to send her away, can she? No, it cannot be. I am still so young. Could it be that the teacher truly cannot resist taking advantage of me? Su Feng trembled at the thought, increasingly filled with dread. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, attuned to her inner thoughts, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and chided herself. You little rascal, how dare you think of me in such a manner? Even if I were that kind of person, you should not say it so openly. Do I not have any pride? Perhaps fearing that Su Feng might continue to entertain such wild notions, Bibi Dong quickly devised a grandiose excuse, stating, You are so lazy. If you were to remain with Laina, what if she becomes lazy as well? I must personally oversee you. Oh, Su Feng exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Alas, it seems I have misunderstood my teacher. How could someone so kind and beautiful ever harbor ill intentions towards a mere child like me? Bibi Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief within her heart. Indeed, I am not that kind of person. Even if I were to take action, it would have to wait until I have matured. Only then would I not be easily manipulated. Bibi Dong's expression suddenly stiffened, her lips twitching slightly. It was over. Valor had become unusual. Bibi Dong gently placed Xiao Shufeng upon the bed in her chamber, her heart racing as she contemplated her departure. She sensed that continuing to eavesdrop on his inner thoughts would lead her to an unsettling state. However, before she could leave, Bibi Dong tentatively inquired, "My dear disciple, what do you suppose His Holiness the Pope seeks from me?" "How could I possibly know?" Xiao Shufeng replied, though his mind instinctively began to ponder the implications. If his conjecture held any truth, then the urgency with which Qian Xuanji, that aged silver coin, sought to meet his mentor upon his emergence from seclusion, must pertain to orchestrating plans following the establishment of the church. After all, the angelic lineage of the Qian family required a superior union with a woman of exceptional talent to facilitate a more profound awakening. Undoubtedly, his mentor was the ideal candidate, and that old silver coin would not let such an opportunity slip by. Yet, it was unnecessary for his mentor to concern herself with Qian Xuanji's intentions. Should she encounter the old silver coin, a decisive confrontation would suffice to address the first trial of the Rakshasa. In truth, having already obtained the Rakshasa's demonic scythe, vanquishing the old silver coin to complete the assessment would be a mere trifle. Is His Holiness truly inclined to appoint me as the church's matriarch? Could it be that he is unable to restrain himself from taking action against me? A sense of vigilance stirred within Bibi Dong. Suddenly, she realized that her inner thoughts bore a striking resemblance to those of the mischievous Xiao Su Feng. Alas, it was all the fault of that little rascal, causing her to become somewhat unhinged. Bibi Dong's delicate visage was instantly tinged with a shade of crimson. However, she quickly regained her composure and continued to probe. "My dear disciple, do you think there would be dire consequences if I were to reveal the Rasha's scythe?" Su Feng felt somewhat speechless, his mind brimming with retorts. "Wouldn't you know the consequences if you revealed it? Why ask me? Moreover, what would happen if it were exposed? Were you truly afraid that old fossil, Title Douluo, would take action against you? That was implausible, for behind you stood the Rasha god's devotee, Blood Eye, also an ultimate Douluo, a messenger of the divine, like Title Douluo. He would not dare to make a move against you unless he sought his own demise. Clearly, having a protector is quite delightful, allowing one to act freely. Alas, my esteemed teacher possesses ample bosom but scant wit, failing to consider such intricacies. A truly lamentable tale. Sigh. You little rascal, once again mocking your teacher for her ample bosom and lack of intellect. After being scolded by her disciple numerous times, Bibi Dong felt a tinge of embarrassment and irritation, yet she had to feign ignorance, lest she reveal her eavesdropping on his thoughts. No. This little scamp dares to insult me repeatedly. He must be punished. As Bibi Dong's thoughts grew increasingly agitated and she reflected upon her perceived losses, a sudden spark illuminated her mind. An idea took shape. It seemed her obedient disciple had never ventured into the waters. This presented a splendid opportunity for her to impart some lessons. No, it was imperative that she did so. After all, it would provide a legitimate reason to disrobe him. The thought of his bashful demeanor was undeniably charming. Hiki. The mere image of it filled her with exhilaration, nearly provoking an uncontrollable laugh, which startled the young Su Feng, prompting him to retreat beneath the covers, peeking out with a wary expression. "Teacher, what are you planning to do?" he thought, alarmed by the unusual glint in her eyes. "Surely, she doesn't intend to take advantage of me again?" Clearing her throat, she replied, "Oh, it's nothing. You remain here obediently. I shall return shortly." Bibi Dong waved her hand, swiftly regaining her composure, and subsequently departed from the palace, making her way towards the papal hall. I was startled. Su Feng sighed in relief, and then took out his 29th generation Pingwa Plus. Moments later, the room was filled with a sorrowful sound. Defeat. 026. Bibi Dong challenges Qian Xuanji in the papal hall. His Holiness the Pope. Bibi Dong entered the grand hall, her expression impassive as she paid her respects to Qian Xuanji, seated in the principal seat. "I have heard that you have taken on 2 young disciples. What is the rationale behind this?" Qian Xuanji glared at Bibi Dong, his countenance stern, as if his very words were laced with suppressed ire. Clearly, he harbored deep discontent regarding her decision to accept new pupils. In his view, Bibi Dong should refrain from taking on disciples at this moment. Her foremost priority should be to break through to the Title Douluo rank and subsequently marry him. Otherwise, how could he fulfill the imperative of continuing the lineage? And how could they hope to bear a child capable of fully awakening the angelic bloodline? Your Holiness, Bibi Dong replied, this is a matter of personal concern. It is not appropriate for me to divulge the specifics to you. Besides, as the Pope, acquiring knowledge of your disciples' affairs should be a trivial endeavor. There is no need to inquire directly. Bibi Dong gazed intently at Qian Xuanji, emboldened perhaps by her beloved's unwavering confidence. Indeed, with the raging demon scythe in her possession, she felt no fear of Qian Xuanji. Moreover, behind her stood the raging demon's blood eye, fixated on Title Douluo, ensuring that as long as she avoided a direct confrontation with Qian Xuanji, no one within the spirit hall could threaten her. How audacious! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Have you forgotten the lessons I imparted? Rising abruptly from his seat, Qian Xuanji's face was a mask of fury. The disciple merely spoke the truth. Qian Xuanji's wrath did not instill the slightest trepidation in Bibi Dong. Rather, it provoked her impatience and disdain. She continued, you summoned your disciple for this trivial matter, did you not? Upon reflecting on the fact that Qian Xuanji initially took her as a disciple solely to mold her into a vessel for bearing children, thus ensuring the continuation of the Qian family's angelic bloodline, Bibi Dong felt a wave of revulsion. Perhaps it was conceivable that Qian Xuanji and his brother Qian Xuanfeng were of the same ilk, exploiting their positions as Pope to tarnish and harm countless women in secret. After all, Qian Xuanji had lived for several decades without taking a consort. Could it be that he possessed no physiological desires at all? Was he truly capable of such restraint? If not, whom could he seek? The only possibility was that he clandestinely pursued women, leveraging his authority as Pope. At the head of the table, Qian Xuanji was once again incensed by Bibi Dong's words. He found it unfathomable that the disciple who had once held him in such high esteem could so swiftly turn against him, daring to speak with such irreverence. It made no sense. How could she have transformed so drastically? Had she perhaps uncovered something? Filled with confusion, Qian Xuanji recognized that pressing her for answers would likely yield no fruitful results, given Bibi Dong's recent demeanor. Thus, he suppressed his anger, softening his expression as he spoke. Donger, do you feel that I have been overly harsh with you, harboring some dissatisfaction in your heart? If so, a gentle smile graced his lips. You may speak your mind freely. I am not a heartless man and will certainly be understanding, after all. You are my most cherished disciple. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by his sudden gentleness, which caught her off guard. However, she quickly regained her composure. Her beloved had mentioned that Qian Xuanji sought her out for matters concerning her future as a leader. Now, with his demeanor shifting so favorably, it was likely he intended to play the emotional card to facilitate her acceptance of this new role. This realization made Bibi Dong more vigilant, as it reminded her of her beloved's previous revelations. Once Qian Xuanji broached the topic of her leadership, should she dare to show any sign of resistance, it was probable that he would resort to underhanded tactics. There are numerous whispered secrets that Bibi Dong has overheard, many of which she has discerned through subtle probing. Among these, one incident related to the secret chamber stands out vividly in her memory. Her mentor, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, had the audacity to strike her unconscious simply because she harbored affections for another, subsequently dragging her into the chamber to engage in nefarious acts, thereby asserting his claim over her. This was not the end of it. Should she dare to pursue her feelings for that individual, her mentor would threaten that person's very life, instilling fear that would prevent her from leaving the spirit hall, and even if she were to conceive, she would be compelled to bear the child. Although her dear Bao-er's prophecies had already been disrupted, a lingering dread remained within her. What if the day came when those prophecies were realized? After all, the person she cherished most had become Bao-er. What would she do if Qian Xuanji used her beloved Bao-er as leverage? In the main hall, witnessing Bibi Dong's silence, Qian Xuanji's voice softened further as he inquired, do you harbor unspoken troubles? Or have you encountered some difficulty? Share your concerns with me, and I shall assist you. In the past, whenever Bibi Dong exhibited emotional turmoil, a few words of concern from Qian Xuanji would render her compliant. He trusted that the same would hold true now, which is why he suppressed his earlier anger. Your Holiness, I wish to challenge you. Boom. The true form of the Death Spider Emperor emerged. However, to Qian Xuanji's astonishment, Bibi Dong not only refrained from responding, but immediately transformed into her martial spirit's true form. A powerful wave of energy surged through the grand hall as Bibi Dong assumed the guise of the Spider Emperor. Donger, what are you doing? Qian Xuanji was left speechless by this unexpected turn of events. Your Holiness, you are correct. I believe your demands are excessively stringent and no longer conducive to my cultivation. To substantiate this claim, I wish to challenge you. If I prevail, you shall cease to interfere in my training. If I lose, I submit to your will." Bibi Dong spoke these words with a grave demeanor, as if they had been festering within her for an extended period. However, it was evident that her facade was merely a pretense. Her intention was to engage in a challenge with Qian Xuanji without severing their tenuous relationship. After some contemplation, Bibi Dong came to a realization. Her precious disciple was indeed correct. She need not concern herself with Qian Xuanji's intentions, but rather focus on delivering a decisive blow to him, thereby completing the first test of the Rakshasa. As long as she refrained from openly confronting the spirit hall, she would remain safe from any orders Qian Xuanji might issue against her. This was the very reason she had continued to address him with respect since her arrival in the Grand Hall. Perhaps the rationale behind Bibi Dong's sudden outburst was compelling enough to convince Qian Xuanji, who responded with a look of bewilderment. "If your dissatisfaction stems from my strictness, then I shall accept your challenge. Let us see how well you have cultivated your abilities." As he spoke, Qian Xuanji slowly extended his hand, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. In response to Bibi Dong manifesting her martial spirit, Qian Xuanji was not to be taken lightly. He promptly unleashed his six-winged angel martial spirit, and in an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in a golden radiance. Donger, you are still too young, daring to issue such a reckless challenge. It seems I have not provided you with a lesson for quite some time, allowing your confidence to swell." Qian Xuanji regarded Bibi Dong with a mocking gaze, a cold smile playing on his lips. The chasm between a Douluo and a Title Douluo is not easily bridged. This opportunity would serve as a moment for him to impart a lesson on the importance of respecting one's elders. From the moment Bibi Dong entered the hall, Qian Xuanji had sensed her disdainful attitude towards him, which incited his profound ire. In his view, every individual should show him the utmost respect, especially his disciple, Bibi Dong. He could not tolerate any sign of disrespect from her. Today, he must teach her a lesson, making her acutely aware of her place. "Donger, come forth. Unleash your full power, and let me see just how formidable you truly are." With his hands outstretched, Qian Xuanji mirrored the actions of his six-winged angel martial spirit, intensifying the golden light that filled the hall, as if it had become his absolute domain. In the center of the hall, Bibi Dong remained silent, secretly channeling her dark powers. In the next moment, she transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Qian Xuanji. A commendable approach. Angelic guardian. Qian Xuanji's lips curled into a confident smile, as if victory were assured. Subsequently, a radiant golden light enveloped him, and the formidable power of the angel transformed into a protective shield, standing resolutely before him. He was intimately familiar with all of Bibi Dong's techniques. Regardless of the soul skill she employed, he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to counteract them. In fact, he was certain that she could not even breach his simple angelic protection. However, when Qian Xuanji suddenly beheld a black scythe materializing in Bibi Dong's hand, his pupils constricted in shock. What in the world is that? As Qian Xuanji had anticipated, Bibi Dong was indeed unreserved, immediately unleashing the Rakshasa demon scythe. In an instant, the enormous black scythe, shrouded in a thick, purplish-black mist, swung menacingly toward Qian Xuanji's forehead. Boom! Before Qian Xuanji could comprehend the nature of the weapon, Bibi Dong's attack struck his shield. Crack! 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 The two forces collided in an instant, causing the shield to shatter, splintering into countless fissures. Bang! With a crisp sound, the shield was utterly destroyed. How is this possible? What sort of power is this? Qian Xuanji, unsure of the sinister side that was enveloped in darkness, could feel that this force severely countered his angelic bloodline. It was as if two entirely opposing powers clashed. Even as a Title Douluo, he felt an overwhelming fear emanating from the depths of his soul. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Qian Xuanji had no intention of evading the attack. His pride would not allow it, nor could he afford to retreat. If he dodged the very first strike from his disciple, how could he ever face Bibi Dong again? Resolving himself, he unleashed a more potent soul skill. Sacred Sword. This soul skill would amplify the purification effect of his angelic soul power by 300%, specifically designed to counteract such dark and sinister forces. Buzz! In an instant, a magnificent golden sword coalesced in Qian Xuanji's hand. He quickly raised it to block the incoming Rakshasa scythe. Clash! The golden sword met the Rakshasa scythe, and Qian Xuanji felt a momentary relief as he seemed to have withstood the blow. A stern expression returned to his face. Donger, it seems your strength has indeed progressed significantly, but with merely this level of power, I fear it is insufficient. However, just as Qian Xuanji finished speaking, a surge of purplish-black mist erupted from the Rakshas's scythe, rapidly infiltrating his soul power, accompanied by a hissing sound. Qian Xuanji was taken aback, his heart racing. And he exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" He longed to express his disdain, yet he restrained himself. At that moment, Qian Xuanji, having merely been tainted by a trace of malevolent demonic power, found himself engulfed in a grotesque illusion. He envisioned himself utterly unclothed, submerged in filth, a repugnant sight. Yet, what was even more revolting was the unsettling thought that he had inadvertently ingested a morsel of it, one that contained worms. Why do such abhorrent thoughts plague my mind? How can the power of this black side be so sinister? Qian Xuanji was perplexed, yet he could not shake the horrifying imagery that had taken root in his imagination. Bibi Dong was oblivious to what Qian Xuanji was contemplating. She merely followed her instincts, unleashing the dark power contained within the Rakshasa demon scythe. However, upon observing the current circumstances, she swiftly arrived at a conclusion. It was time to conclude this Rakshasa demon blade. Bibi Dong murmured softly, and in her frost-like gaze, a flicker of dark violet brilliance suddenly shimmered. The Rakshasa demon scythe in her hand swelled with black mist, swiftly engulfing the sacred sword opposite her. Along with this, Qian Xuanji's thoughts were also tainted. Bibi Dong observed as Qian Xuanji retched. What could possibly be the cause of his distress? Under the insidious influence of the Rakshasa's divine power, Qian Xuanji inexplicably conjured up a more sinister image in his mind. This vision depicted an exquisitely adorned palace, where several stunningly beautiful women, clad in revealing attire, showcased skin as white as snow, the secret of their impeccable complexion a mystery to him. Excitedly, Qian Xuanji approached, only to find himself utterly dumbstruck in the next moment. What had he just witnessed? Those so-called enchanting beauties surrounded him, and in his moment of folly, he failed to evade their grasp. In the midst of this chaos, Bibi Dong noted that Qian Xuanji had retched several times in succession. Though perplexed, she understood that this reaction was likely a manifestation of the conflict between the Rakshasa's divine power and that of the angel. Any malevolent thought he had ever harbored would now be magnified horrifically, conjuring a vivid memory from thin air. Humph, a shameless wretch, he deserved this torment. Bibi Dong's expression grew colder still. Bang! The Rakshasa's scythe, a true artifact, clashed with the holy sword, which was merely a construct of Qian Xuanji's angelic power, utterly incomparable. The two weapons collided for scarcely a breath, and the holy sword immediately shattered into fragments. Boom! With a gasp, after the holy sword was destroyed, the Rakshasa's scythe struck heavily against Qian Xuanji's chest, eliciting a pitiful scream before he was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the wall above the throne, creating a gaping hole as if it were unable to be dislodged. Moments later, in the Great Hall, with Bibi Dong's assistance through her soul power, Qian Xuanji found himself back in his rightful position. The hall fell into an eerie silence, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Both were astonishingly struck by the gravity of the moment. Damn, how could she be so powerful? Qian Xuanji gazed at Bibi Dong, his heart filled with disbelief. Unable to comprehend that he had been so severely injured by her single strike, he could now distinctly feel that a portion of his internal organs had been crushed, threatening to bring forth blood. However, he could not bear the thought of appearing foolish before his disciple. Thus, he forcibly swallowed the blood that threatened to escape his lips. It was imperative that he retreat to recuperate in seclusion. He could not endure this much longer. A sense of urgency filled Qian Xuanji's mind. He was on the brink of collapse. Opposite him, Bibi Dong was equally astounded by her own prowess. She had not anticipated that dealing with Qian Xuanji would prove so effortless. A single strike had wounded him. Of course, Bibi Dong was unaware that in the original narrative, Tang San, wielding over level 80 of soul power, along with the sea god trident that countered dark forces with the radiance of the sea god, had effortlessly vanquished a level 95 foe in one blow. Conversely, Bibi Dong, possessing over level 80 of soul power and equipped with the formidable Rakshasa scythe that subdued celestial powers, was equally gifted as Tang San. Thus, delivering a devastating blow to the level 92 Qian Xuanji was indeed a trivial task for her. At this moment, Bibi Dong, the esteemed Pope, merely perceived that Qian Xuanji had sustained a minor injury and believed the challenge was far from over. She inquired, "Do you wish to further assess your disciple's strength?" Assess? What a farce. I feel as though I am on the verge of being utterly overwhelmed by you. Ahem. No need for that. Qian Xuanji's heart trembled as he hastily replied, "Upon my evaluation, you have indeed developed the capacity for independent cultivation, and your progress is commendable. I am pleased." Henceforth, as you have requested, I shall refrain from interference. Thank you, Your Holiness. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong let out a sigh of relief. After feigning a respectful bow, she departed from the grand hall. I wonder what my precious one is doing at this moment. Upon Bibi Dong's return to the sanctuary of the Holy Maiden, it was already the stroke of midnight. Bibi Dong, filled with curiosity, stepped into her chamber, only to find Xiaoshu Feng comfortably lying there, engrossed in some peculiar utterances. Although Bibi Dong did not comprehend his words, seeing her beloved so joyful brought a smile to her face. My dear, still playing, are you? I have splendid news to share. Would you like to hear it? With the prowess of Douluo, she had triumphantly defeated the Title Douluo level Qiang Sunji, and her heart swelled with excitement. She could hardly wait to impart this joy to her cherished one. However, Xiaoshu, hearing Bibi Dong's call, paid her no mind, continuing his game with even more fervor, shouting, "Go for it! Go for it! Take him down!" Observing Xiaoshu Feng so utterly absorbed in his game, neglecting her presence, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of annoyance. "You lazy disciple, all you do is play. Where is the spirit befitting a soul master?" With a frown darkening her countenance, she approached him, snatching away the 29th generation Pingwa Plus from his grasp, exclaiming, "This troublesome device is hereby confiscated." Teacher, could you let me finish this round before taking it away?" Seeing Xiaoshu so deeply engrossed, Bibi Dong's brows furrowed as she mimicked a throwing gesture, admonishing him, "You little slacker, day in and day out. You squander your time on frivolities. If you dare remain so listless, I shall indeed smash it." Her words were delivered with such severity that they seemed to convey genuine anger. Yet, in truth, she was merely attempting to intimidate him. For this little rascal was entirely preoccupied with his game, disregarding her presence. As these thoughts consumed her, her ire only intensified. In a fit of indignation, she contemplated smashing the device, which caused Xiaoshu to leap from the bed in alarm, adopting a pose of supplication. "Dear teacher, I was wrong. I shall not do it again. Can we not discuss this calmly? Could you perhaps set the phone down for a moment?" Xiaoshu gazed at Bibi Dong with trepidation, fearing she might truly strike it. "Beloved you." Xiaoshu's words struck a chord deep within Bibi Dong, and her expression gradually turned somber. "Do you truly believe that I am less significant than this skinny chicken? In your heart, am I truly worth less than a mere device?" Xiaoshu, bewildered, replied, "I did not mean that at all." "What, then, did you mean?" Xiaoshu was momentarily at a loss, internally lamenting, "I am terrified that you might actually smash the phone, triggering the self-destruct function of a Title Douluo. If that were to happen, the entire Saintess dormitory would be reduced to rubble. I would be fine, as the self-harm immunity of the system protects me, but you, dear teacher, would not fare as well in such a catastrophic event. A Title Douluo level self-destruct?" Xiaoshu Feng's words filled Bibi Dong with astonishment. She instinctively glanced at the 29th generation Pingwa Plus in her hand, pondering, can this little gadget possess such formidable power? "Teacher, remain calm, utterly calm, do not break it." Witnessing Xiaoshu Feng's palpable anxiety, despite the tumult in her heart, Bibi Dong chose to place her trust in him, feeling a flicker of comfort. It seemed that my dear one truly cares for me. Nevertheless, the constant presence of such a perilous object in Bauer's hands stirred a sense of unease within her. Promptly, she stored the 29th generation Pingwa Plus within her soul guide. 028. Good disciple, you must not peek. Having her phone confiscated, Su Feng felt a surge of urgency. "Teacher, what do you mean by this?" "Humph, you lazy disciple, all day long you only know how to play, never taking the time to venture outside. It must be due to that scrawny chicken. As your teacher, I cannot allow you to continue down this path of decline. Thus, I shall confiscate this chicken of yours." Bibi Dong, with an air of righteous authority, declared, "When the day comes that you begin to diligently cultivate, I shall return it to you. Is that truly appropriate?" With her arms crossed and her enchanting eyes narrowing slightly, Bibi Dong inquired, "Do you, my disciple, harbor objections towards me?" Gulp. Faced with the formidable pressure emanating from her demeanor, Su Feng swallowed hard and quickly capitulated. "You speak wisely, master. It is indeed time for me to exert myself." Observing her imposing presence, he mused that should he refuse, he might very well be suffocated by her intensity this evening. Alas! The promises of respecting his wishes and refraining from coercion seemed mere fabrications to deceive the naive. "Oh dear, my 29th generation Pingwa Plus, alas, joy has dissipated." Chuckling at the sight of her beloved's small, aggrieved expression, Bibi Dong found some amusement. Yet, the matter at hand was undeniably perilous. She too was apprehensive. If it were to explode, she would be left with nothing. Nonetheless, did her beloved truly fear her? Surely, that was merely shyness. Bibi Dong glanced at her own figure. Feeling a touch of resignation, she was unable to change her naturally voluptuous form. By the way, Master, you mentioned you had good news to share with me. What is it? Only then did Su Feng recall Bibi Dong's words. Humph, you little rascal, too preoccupied with play to remember that I have good news for you? Well then, Master, what is this good news? Humph, of course I have some. Bibi Dong's expression softened as she prepared to showcase her remarkable achievement of defeating Qiang Sunji, intending to demonstrate to her lazy disciple that her master was not merely a figure of beauty devoid of intellect, but rather possessed formidable strength. Surely, the master would not refer to the trivial matter of vanquishing that old silver coin, would she? With the azure scythe in hand, which holds a significant advantage against the angelic race, it would be quite a reflection of her inadequacy if she were unable to triumph over such an opponent. No, it is improbable that the master would mention such a trivial affair. It is unlikely indeed. Bibi Dong was about to speak on the matter, but upon hearing her beloved bower as heartfelt sentiments, her words became lodged in her throat, and her expression stiffened. Teacher, are you unwell? Su Feng inquired, gazing at Bibi Dong with a puzzled look. What should I say now? Upon exchanging glances, both Su and Bai found themselves locked in a silent stare, their expressions a mixture of surprise and embarrassment. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Bai, feeling the tension, quietly closed her eyes. Suddenly, a formidable surge of psychic energy erupted from the Holy Maiden's palace, freezing everything within the room, including Su Feng, who remained momentarily immobilized. A peculiar and eerie laughter, reminiscent of an infant's cries, echoed through the air as the diminutive and sinister figure of the Blood Eye emerged. She was, as always, barefoot with her delicate ankles exposed, draped in an ancient black robe that appeared tattered yet was steeped in age. Her presence was invariably accompanied by a chilling and mysterious black mist, particularly highlighted by her blood-red, enchanting eyes that captivated the soul. The sight of the Blood Eye's offering was indeed unforgettable. As Bibi Dong prepared to perform a bow, Shui Tong raised a surge of dark divine power to assist her. Heir of the Rakshasa, he proclaimed, congratulations on completing the first trial. Shui Tong gazed at Bibi Dong with a smile, then shifted his tone to one that brooked no dissent. However, you must remember that in this world, no one is worthy of your deference, including myself. You must understand that you are now the heir of the Rakshasa, representing not only yourself but also the Rakshasa deity. Do you comprehend? He emphasized the final sentence, as if seeking to awaken her to a deeper understanding. I understand, Senior, Bibi Dong replied, her voice merely a response. Yet she grasped the profound significance of her inheritance. Perhaps, she mused, she ought not to have been so courteous to Qian Xuanji today. After all, her disciple had once remarked that the Rakshasa deity was one of the 18 most proud deities in the divine realm, intolerant of anyone standing above her, especially considering that the Qian family was aligned with the opposing angelic lineage. The Rakshasa deity would naturally not permit her heir to be subjugated by the angelic bloodline. Now that you have completed the first trial of the Rakshasa deity, it is time for you to receive the rewards bestowed by the divine. With a delicate gesture of his jade-like finger, Shui Tong sent a stream of light into Bibi Dong's body. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Bibi Dong experienced a remarkable ascension, rising 3 levels to achieve the formidable rank of level 87 in soul power. Simultaneously, her Death Spider Emperor mark emerged, revealing all the soul rings she had absorbed. Gradually, the colors of these soul rings began to deepen, regardless of whether they had been yellow or purple. They slowly transformed into a profound black hue. This signified the divine gift of soul power and the longevity of the bestowed soul rings. The expression on Bibi Dong's face was one of sheer astonishment. She had never encountered such a situation before. Could this truly be the power of the divine? To have ascended 3 ranks in an instant, while simultaneously elevating the entire age of the Death Spider Emperor's soul rings by 10,000 years, all attaining the illustrious level of black soul rings. A radiant smile blossomed upon Bibi Dong's delicate visage, yet she remained unperturbed, quickly regaining her composure. This reward was something she had anticipated while spending time in the Rakshasa ghost domain with the young Su Feng, having subtly gleaned the information through her inquiries. Thus, when the reward was bestowed upon her, it came as no surprise. However, the Blood Eye, who had been observing Bibi Dong closely, was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected Bibi Dong to break through 3 levels consecutively and receive an enhancement of 10,000 years to her soul rings, all while maintaining such tranquility. This composure was far superior to her own when she first received the Rakshasa goddess reward. With a dual supreme dark martial spirit, Bibi Dong's innate talent was evident. Her understanding of the necessity to first seize the Rakshasa demon scythe and then confront Qin Chuan Ji, methodically completing the Rakshasa goddess trials, showcased her intelligence. Facing divine rewards for the first time with such equanimity revealed her fortitude. The blood-eye gazed at this inheritor before her, and a rare flicker of satisfaction appeared in her crimson eyes. Subsequently, she offered her appraisal. Talent, wisdom, and temperament are all commendable, truly. You are the inheritor favored by the esteemed Rakshasa god. Yet, unbeknownst to the blood-eye, Bibi Dong's thoughts were consumed by the young Su Feng. My dear disciple, you are indeed my little lucky star. You always manage to illuminate the right path when I am in need. Your kindness to me shall not go unnoticed. I vow to protect you diligently in the future. Even if you were to become utterly lazy, I would never cast you aside, my precious. At this moment, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her beloved disciple and shower him with affection. However, with the blood-eye still present, she resolved to bide her time before acting. Now, I, once again representing the Rakshasa god, bestow upon you your second divine trial, to absorb 2 soul rings, each of 100,000 years. The time limit for this task is 3 years. You must complete the absorption within this time frame. Failure to do so will result in the permanent loss of your Rakshasa god inheritance and the lifelong curse of the Rakshasa god, preventing any further ascension to divinity. At this moment, the blood-eye spoke once more, and as her words faded, her form gradually became ethereal until she vanished entirely, restoring normalcy to the entire Sanus's palace. 3 years, 200,000 years. Bibi Dong whispered softly. Her recent joy of breaking through was immediately dampened. Most of her understanding of the 100,000-year soul beasts came from books, such as the Azure Sky Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape, when it came to practical experience. She possessed almost none, having never even encountered a 100,000-year soul beast. Moreover, according to the records in her books, 100,000-year soul beasts were generally interconnected. If one was attacked, the others would rush to its aid, making it nearly impossible for humans to hunt them down easily. At present, she was merely at the Douluo level. Her strength wholly inadequate, and she lacked even a trustworthy Title Douluo under her command. The task of hunting a 100,000-year soul beast seemed insurmountable. Ah, that fellow has finally left. Although I am not under the control of the blood-eye, I must pretend to be immobilized. It is exhausting. Nevertheless, all of this is for the sake of maintaining a low profile, so I shall refrain from noting the blood-eye in my little book. Did my treasure just escape the grasp of the blood-eye? Bibi Dong was somewhat taken aback, yet she quickly comprehended the situation. Her precious bower was already peculiar enough. With an abundance of auxiliary tools at her disposal and prophetic insights that proved unfailingly accurate, the notion of an immunity to the blood pupil's fixation seemed less daunting. Bower, dear teacher, what do you intend to do? Upon noticing Bibi Dong's gentle gaze, Su Feng's delicate frame trembled, a foreboding sense creeping in. My dear Bower, did you not express a desire for a maidservant? She mused, recalling her disciple's previous mention. Tonight, I shall grant your wish. Ah, no, this cannot be, Su Feng stammered. Taken aback. Nana is merely 2 years old, still not fully developed. Where will the teacher find a beautiful maid for her? Do not fret, my dear. Just wait patiently in bed. The beautiful maid you desire will arrive shortly. Perceiving the confusion in little Su Feng, Bibi Dong smirked mischievously as she elucidated. Before making her way to the bathing chamber, realizing that the bathing area lacked a lock, she hastily turned back to admonish. I am going to take a bath now. You must not peek, else I shall not be lenient. Panic ensued within Su Feng. It's over, judging by the teacher's demeanor. She intends to take advantage of me tonight. The mention of a beautiful maidservant was clearly a ruse. No, I must refrain from mentioning maidservants in the future. This is most perilous. Hearing Su Feng's lament, Bibi Dong could not suppress her laughter, chiding playfully, You are blissfully unaware of your fortune. Thinking I am taking advantage of you. Truly, a foolish disciple lacking in appreciation. With that, she donned a loose, delicate nightgown and stepped into the bathing chamber. Bibi Dong's thoughts were far less convoluted than Su Feng imagined. The mention of a beautiful young lady merely stemmed from her desire to temporarily shed her teacher's persona and don the guise of a charming maiden to amuse her dear Bower. After all, Su Feng's intention behind wanting a young lady was simply to indulge in idleness. Her masquerade posed no issue, serving merely to attend to her somewhat naive Bower. Was there anything wrong with this? Absolutely not. Perhaps, if her beloved Bower found joy in the charade, she might divulge the whereabouts of a 100,000-year soul beast. Along with all the arrangements for its hunt, would that not be delightful? Ultimately, whether her mentor could successfully acquire 200,000-year soul rings within 3 years hinged upon her dear Bower. At that moment, Bibi Dong's mind was solely occupied with this singular notion, remarkably innocent, albeit perhaps not entirely so. She might indeed wish to take advantage of her beloved Bower. In the revered Douluo Hall, it is well known that the Spirit Hall comprises the Spirit Main Hall, the Douluo Hall, and the Elder Hall. Among these, the Spirit Main Hall and the Elder Hall represent the core of power, constituting the most significant combat force of the Spirit Hall. While the Douluo Hall serves solely as a burial site for the deceased Title Douluo, recognized as an honorific sanctuary by nearly all spirit masters. At this moment, within the grand chamber of the Douluo Hall, a voice echoed, "Father, save me." Choked and staggering, Qian Xuanji clutched his chest as he stumbled into the hall. Yet before fully entering, he expelled a mouthful of dark, viscous blood, tainted by malevolent forces, the droplets sizzling as they struck the ground. In the Douluo Hall, an elderly man clad in white, his hair ashen and adorned with a half-golden mask, appeared, none other than Title Douluo, the most formidable figure of the Spirit Hall. A level 99 limit Douluo. In a swift motion, Title Douluo vanished only to reappear beside Qian Xuanji, his brow furrowed in concern. What has transpired? At that moment, Title Douluo acutely sensed the remnants of a profoundly sinister dark power within Qian Xuanji, a force evidently designed to counter his angelic lineage. Father, the situation is as follows. Qian Xuanji grimaced through the excruciating pain, struggling to explain, yet the malign dark energy within him surged again, conjuring strange fragments of memories within his mind. In those visions, he found himself in the Pope's chamber, bursting through the door only to witness a scene that left him utterly dumbfounded. The chaos was maddening and indescribable, a torment to articulate. However, it was crucial to note that within this memory fragment, shadows of Title Douluo and his woman flickered. Father, how could this be? In that moment, Qian Xuanji became enmeshed in those memories, convinced they were actual occurrences, his face flushed with indignation. Why would you treat me this way? Qian Xuanji suddenly shouted at Title Douluo, unable to fathom that his most esteemed father had committed such an act behind his back. How could he have betrayed him in such a manner? Why would you do this to me? Qian Xuanji roared once more, his eyes turning crimson. What do you mean? Title Douluo, oblivious to the turmoil, furrowed his brow and inquired. What are you trying to say? Huh, how adept you are at feigning innocence. What do you mean? Witnessing Title Douluo's continued pretense, Qian Xuanji sneered coldly, mocking himself. Not long ago, you stealthily entered my chambers and violated my woman. I witnessed it all. Yet you continue to act. You ungrateful son. Do you even comprehend what you're saying? The moment Qian Xuanji uttered those words, Title Douluo's expression darkened. I certainly know what I am saying. You, old man, have betrayed me with my own woman. With that, Qian Xuanji intended to continue, but Title Douluo, unable to contain his fury, delivered a resounding slap that sent Qian Xuanji spinning through the air before crashing harshly to the ground. Zing, zing, zing. A piercing sound erupted, and Title Douluo furrowed his brow in concern, discerning the unusual darkness within Qian Xuanji. The dark force was profound and sinister, remarkably pure, akin to the malevolent power bestowed by a divine artifact. If it were not for divine intervention, such darkness would not be so difficult to expel. After a lengthy moment, Qian Xuanji finally regained his composure. Father, he seemed to realize his earlier rashness and collapsed to his knees. Enough. Recount the events leading up to this moment. Yes. Qian Xuanji recounted his confrontation with Bibi Dong, detailing the enormous scythe shrouded in eerie black mist with clarity. Bibi Dong, could it be that she has acquired the Resetsa demon scythe? Title Douluo fell into contemplation, disbelief flickering across his face. If that is the case, it poses a significant threat to our angel lineage. Title Douluo's expression grew grave. As the high priest of the angel god, he understood better than anyone the inherent conflict between the angel god and the Resetsa god. Should they clash, one would surely perish. It appears I must eliminate that girl. Father, are you truly prepared to kill my disciple? She has already received the Resetsu inheritance, and we, the angel lineage, cannot tolerate such an adversary. I must eradicate her. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Title Douluo's eyes, and a palpable aura of murderous intent seemed to freeze the entire space. However, Qian Xuanji hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Bibi Dong possesses a top-tier twin martial soul, making her the most extraordinary genius of the Spirit Hall in a century. And she is currently the saintess of the Spirit Hall. Are we truly prepared to take her life? Bibi Dong, having grown up in the spirit hall, has finally blossomed into the role of the saintess, becoming his successor. Most importantly, she has developed into a strikingly elegant and captivating beauty. Revered by all spirit masters in the spirit city as the most exquisite woman. Her skin, as pure and flawless as snow, her soft and slender waist, her long and impeccably shaped legs, along with her alluringly voluptuous figure, form a body that is both sacred and untainted. Yet, he has not tasted even a glimpse of her beauty, nor has he dared to touch her. Crucially, if he were to unite with the extraordinarily gifted Bibi Dong, they might produce offspring with an even purer bloodline, truly inheriting the legacy of the angel god, thus justifying his years of devoted cultivation of her. Contemplating these thoughts, how could Qian Xuanji remain complacent? He summoned his courage and implored, "I beseech you, father, to reconsider and spare Dong her life." "Bah, you foolish child." Qian Douluo shot a glare at Qian Xuanji, filled with disappointment. "Have I not made myself clear? Bibi Dong has now accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, standing entirely opposed to our angel lineage. She must be eliminated. Do you understand?" Upon witnessing Qian Xuanji's silence, which bore a hint of unwillingness, Qian Douluo's anger intensified. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. You must understand that before the glorious mission of the angel clan, any familial affection can be forsaken, even at the cost of one's life. Do you comprehend?" Without waiting for Qian Xuanji's response, Qian Douluo strode past him. "Father, I know that with your capabilities, you could indeed annihilate the Rakshasa inheritance, and in doing so, obliterate everything about Donger. Yet, I implore you, if at all possible, spare her life. I have awaited this day for over a decade, and I refuse to relinquish my hopes. Surely, you too wish to see the emergence of a descendant capable of awakening the divine examination for our angel clan." As Qian Douluo prepared to depart, Qian Xuanji could not restrain himself from speaking again. This time, his words were starkly candid. He desired to unite with Bibi Dong to bear children with her. Even if she were stripped of her powers and reduced to an ordinary person, he felt compelled to try, for her once great potential still lingered. The atmosphere in the room fell silent for a prolonged moment. "Humph, I will assess the situation accordingly," Qian Douluo muttered, secretly weighing his options. Bibi Dong truly was the most gifted woman he had encountered in a century, and her beauty was undeniably beguiling. It was no wonder that his son was reluctant to concede. However, to conceive a child capable of bearing the might of the angel god was not something an incapacitated woman could achieve. A Douluo stripped of her soul power could not withstand a fraction of his immense strength. At the very least, she would need to be of equal stature to him. In an instant, Qian Douluo's mind was inexplicably drawn to an exquisite silhouette, reminiscent of a fairy dancing gracefully amidst the ocean, breathtakingly beautiful and possessing formidable strength, rendering him no match for her. At that moment, he bore a striking resemblance to the current Qian Xuanji, both filled with a sense of unyielding frustration. "Damn it! It is all that scoundrel Tang Chen's fault. Otherwise, I would have succeeded back then. Had I captured that woman, Poseidon, I would have had no worries about birthing a child capable of wielding angelic power. Humph, it is all because of that miscreant Tang Chen." Qian Douluo dared not dwell further on this thought, for he felt an urge to confront that old dog Tang Chen, who had audaciously taken the woman he coveted. Of course, he knew that if he did find her, he would likely receive a thorough beating. Qian Douluo preferred to avoid such thoughts. "Unfilial son, reflect on your actions and cease to bring me further trouble," he admonished Qian Xuanji before vanishing from his place in a flash. Upon reappearing above the sacred maiden's palace, Qian Douluo unleashed his six-winged angelic martial soul, spreading his wings wide, as if to obscure the very heavens. "Humph, let me investigate what you have concealed," he mused, his golden eyes narrowing as he gently pressed forward with his aged hand, unleashing a torrent of angelic power that surged downwards. He intended to set a barrier to prevent Bibi Dong from escaping. However, to his astonishment, the force he exerted was unexpectedly repelled by an even stronger mental force. What is happening? Who is behind this?" Qian Douluo surveyed his surroundings, his expression grave. Since attaining the title of Limit Douluo, he had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. There existed someone capable of silently neutralizing his power. Cackling, cooing, hee. "Servant of the angel god, what brings you here?" A chilling, eerie infant's cry resonated throughout the realm, sending shivers down his spine. Strangely, only the sound was present, and no figure could be seen. This sight left Qian Douluo momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, he remained composed, only feeling a slight unease as he instinctively tightened his grip. "Humph, conjuring illusions, are we?" Quickly regaining his composure, Title Douluo focused his thoughts, and a golden ripple spread outward, forming an angelic domain with a radius of at least 1,000 meters. This was the innate domain of the six-winged angel. Within this realm, he was the absolute sovereign. He could not believe that the one lurking in the shadows would not reveal themselves. Indeed, as Title Douluo had anticipated, when the angelic domain was activated, a girl clad in tattered, ancient black garments materialized within the field. Are you not the offering of the Rakshasa god? Title Douluo fixated intently on the girl clad in black, sensing an energy emanating from her that stood in stark contrast to his own, yet appeared far more formidable under the cloak of night. The chilling laughter of blood eye offered no response, merely a sinister smile. In an instant, the range of Title Douluo's angelic domain began to contract at an alarming rate, particularly around the position of Blood Eye, who swiftly vanished from his line of sight, engulfed by darkness. Damn it, he thought, acutely aware that the night had undoubtedly amplified her power, allowing her to breach his domain with such ease. His expression grew increasingly grave as he demanded, "What are your intentions?" The eerie sound of an infant's laughter echoed once more throughout the space, hauntingly emanating from all directions, devoid of any visible source, instilling a profound sense of dread. "Listen well, minion of the angel god," Blood Eye's voice resonated, still hidden from view, embodying a foreboding warning. "Should my chosen one perish at your hands, I shall ensure the annihilation of your entire clan." Immediately after her pronouncement, darkness receded, and Title Douluo's angelic domain reasserted itself over a radius of 1,000 meters. Yet, he felt no warmth. Instead, a chill gripped him, a lingering fear of having narrowly escaped death. This adversary was truly terrifying. Taking a deep breath, he glanced down at the Holy Maiden's palace, brimming with confidence that, even with the Roshok's protection, he could annihilate everyone within in the blink of an eye. After all, the residual force from a Limit Douluo battle could easily obliterate soul masters beneath the rank of Title Douluo. However, he hesitated, just as his opponent had articulated. Any aggressive move on his part would spell doom for the Qian family. He had no assurance of being able to thwart this harbinger of death cloaked in night. It appeared that whether he could confront Bibi Dong depended solely on Sun Ji. With a final murmur, Title Douluo vanished from sight. "Humph, at least you know your place," Blood Eye thought, her icy countenance gradually returning to an impassive state as she observed Title Douluo's departure. Bibi Dong, at this moment, stands as the most exemplary disciple of the Rakshasa inheritance she has ever encountered. Her innate talent, character, and intellect far exceed Bibi Dong's expectations. She cannot tolerate, nor will she permit, any interference from the worship of other deities in Bibi Dong's legacy. However, if Bibi Dong were to perish due to external factors, such as the scheming of Qiang Sunji, she would have no recourse but to lament Bibi Dong's lack of fortune and strength, which would prevent her from attaining divinity. Meanwhile, within the sanctum of the Holy Maiden's palace below, all remains as it should. Bibi Dong and Feng remained utterly oblivious to the extraordinary confrontation that had just transpired above this palace. "My dear, are you not already eager to experience the warmth of your master's embrace?" After Bibi Dong emerged from her bath, she donned a delicate gossamer dress. She felt that this attire would allow her to fully appreciate the soft skin of little Feng, whose tender flesh was a source of great comfort when embraced for slumber. Hiki, Feng paid no heed to Bibi Dong. "I truly cannot contain my anticipation. I implore you to allow me to wait indefinitely." Accustomed to her beloved's somewhat disdainful sentiments, Bibi Dong chose to disregard them, and then reclined beside little Feng. "My dear, for my master, oh no." Bibi Dong recalled her intention to portray a charming young lady and quickly amended her words, saying, "Little brother, how about I give you a massage?" "Hee, as long as the young lady is pleased." Feng joined in the act, although his heart brimmed with sarcasm. "A massage? To play with me, and yet presented in such a grandiloquent manner. I have never encountered such unabashed audacity. Alas, since resistance is futile, I shall simply acquiesce to the situation." Hee. Bibi Dong was filled with secret delight as she began her service. Regrettably, her beloved was rather timid, preferring to sleep clothed in order to maintain a certain distance, thus denying her the opportunity for intimate contact. However, this was of little concern. The fact that her beloved did not kick her away and even allowed her to hold her while sleeping was already a source of great satisfaction. Having taken the first step of being able to embrace while sleeping, how far could it be before the next step of unveiling the garments? Bibi Dong harbored a mischievous smile within, her delicate hands beginning to act with increasing boldness. The following morning, in the serene confines of the Saintess's chamber, as the gentle breeze lulled the world into slumber, Bibi Dong swiftly donned a modest palace gown, preparing to shower her affection upon the still dreaming Su Feng. Rise and shine. Lazy disciple. Teacher, please don't disturb me, Su Feng replied, habitually wiping away non-existent drool from his face before turning over to continue his slumber. Humph, little rascal. You promised me yesterday that you would strive diligently from now on. But I haven't rested enough yet. I need to recuperate first to have the energy to work hard. Don't you think? Su Feng retorted earnestly, secretly scoffing within. Effort? Nonsense. I merely jested with you yesterday, yet you took it to heart. How foolish can you be? Bibi Dong's expression darkened, her displeasure evident. Humph. From today onward, you shall take responsibility for guiding your junior sister in her training. You cannot continue to wallow in laziness. You must set a good example for her, do you understand? Without waiting for her precious disciple's response, she embraced him, pulling him into the softest and most comfortable nook of her embrace. Su Feng stiffened, his hands at a loss for placement. Despite being frequently held by Bibi Dong, he could not shake off the embarrassment that enveloped him, leaving him in an awkward dilemma of movement. Indeed, as long as the teacher was unashamed, it was he who felt the shyness. Bibi Dong noticed the expression on Su Feng's face, her heart swelling with pride. Though she outwardly respected him, inwardly she regarded him as foolish. Your exterior and interior are inconsistent. Let us see how you handle this. Perhaps having discovered a means to keep her precious disciple in check, Bibi Dong grew bolder. With a playful grin, she gazed at Su Feng. My dear, after all this time spent alongside me, why do you remain so lethargic? You resemble a newborn babe, unwilling to stir even a finger. How would I know? Could it be that you were still weaning? She teased, her lips curling into a playful smirk. In an instant, Su Feng froze, his mind ablaze with a cacophony of thoughts. What did I just hear? Teacher wants to feed me. Is she out of her mind? How could she utter such words without a hint of shame? I must have misheard. It's absolutely impossible. As Su Feng silently grumbled within, a flush began to creep across his delicate features, gradually revealing a faint blush that, at first glance, made him appear less like a boy and more akin to a bashful, innocent girl. Unable to contain her amusement upon hearing Su Feng's inner thoughts and observing his reaction, Bibi Dong let out a soft chuckle, feeling a surge of satisfaction. It seems this tactic truly works wonders. Seizing the opportunity, Bibi Dong pressed on with a playful grin. Bower, I intend for you to guide Nana in her cultivation from now on. Do you have any objections? Surely, that may not be feasible. Su Feng quickly sought a reason to decline upon hearing of the task. I have been cultivating for 8 years and have yet to break through to level 20. With my talents, it would be impossible for me to instruct Nana. Very well, then I shall compromise. You need not guide Nana directly. Instead, you will oversee her cultivation. Surely, that is acceptable? Bibi Dong teased further. Would you truly go so far as to refuse your master merely to shirk your responsibilities? Bibi Dong was not at all surprised that little Su Feng would make excuses. Her earlier request was never made with the expectation that the other party would acquiesce. Rather, it was formulated to provide her with the opportunity to retreat strategically. Unexpectedly, Su Feng was not easily swayed. He resolutely countered her assertion, stating, Teacher, your words are misguided. I am not seeking to evade responsibility. Rather, I believe that for one to supervise another, the former must possess qualities that inspire confidence in the latter. Yet, I fear I do not possess such qualifications. Should I impose supervision on Nana's training, it would likely yield the opposite effect, inciting her resistance. Should that lead her astray? It could cost a life. You expect me to work? Dream on. Even as a soul sage, I refuse to comply. Not even the mightiest deity could deter me from my desire for leisure. I have a plethora of excuses at my disposal, so do your best. You little rascal. So certain that I cannot handle you, are you? Bibi Dong felt a surge of indignation at Su Feng's words, realizing that persuading her precious disciple to undertake any task required a battle of wits. What a failure I am as a teacher. With these thoughts in mind, Bibi Dong decided to cease the argument with Su Feng. Resolutely, she pressed his head against her bosom, wearing a mischievous smile. It seems my dear disciple truly lacks understanding. You do not even help alleviate the pressure of guiding your junior. Must I provide you with nourishment to help you become more considerate? You little rascal. What are you mumbling about? You fail to appreciate my efforts. Are you truly expecting me to nurse you? Dear teacher, I was wrong. Seeing little Su Feng's face turn red from the embarrassment and his body grow warm, Bibi Dong understood that this little rogue was thoroughly flustered. She quickly adopted a stern demeanor and asked, I shall ask you once more, will you go, or will you not? After catching his breath, Su Feng nodded eagerly. Very well, I promise to diligently supervise Nana's training from now on. That is more like it. Bibi Dong smiled gently, readjusting her embrace around Xiao Shufeng, allowing him to rest his head upon her shoulder. In truth, she had felt a tinge of embarrassment just moments ago. Yet she set aside her own discomfort for the greater good. Bibi Dong maintained her composure, neither blushing nor displaying any signs of shyness. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, allowing her to thoroughly subdue Xiao Shufeng. Moments later, Bibi Dong escorted Xiao Shufeng to the courtyard where Hulaina resided, assigning her the training tasks for the day before departing. However, Bibi Dong did not truly leave. She concealed herself in the shadows, eager to observe whether her beloved disciple would showcase her skills. After all, her disciple had repeatedly emphasized her status as a soul sage. Yet Bibi Dong had never witnessed it firsthand. Senior brother, Hulaina called, casting a glance at Su. Su returned her gaze with a sidelong look. The former's eyes sparkled with curiosity and innocence, while the latter appeared as if he hadn't slept in days, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish. Will you teach me how to cultivate in the future? She inquired. Of course, he replied. Thank you, master, she expressed, only to be met with a sudden addition that left her momentarily speechless. Cultivation is exceedingly arduous, and I do not wish for you to endure such hardship. Therefore, I intend to teach you something far more significant. What do you wish to teach me, senior brother? Hulaina asked, her curiosity piqued. Today, I shall impart to you the art of self-cultivation and tranquility. With that, Su Feng retrieved a leisure set from his soul guide, complete with a chair, table, and delicacies. Before reclining comfortably in the chair, Laina, pay close attention. Su Feng plucked a glistening grape from the fruit basket on the table and savored it before earnestly stating, what you need to do is feed me a crystal grape every minute. If you accomplish this, you will achieve the first level of self-cultivation. Hulaina, though not fully comprehending, felt that her senior brother's words were profound and nodded in agreement. She then knelt beside Su Feng, earnestly counting the seconds in the most straightforward manner. However, Hulaina quickly became distracted by the abundance of delectable treats laid out on the table. Tempted to sneak a taste, the crystal grape, glistening and vibrant, appeared irresistibly sweet. Additionally, there was a package labeled VIP version, Wei Long spicy strips, with neatly arranged fiery red strips, each glistening with a tempting sheen. Though she was unaware of what kind of dragon Wei Long was or what soul beast had produced such delicacies, the packaging alone suggested an enticing flavor. Hulaina's mouth watered. No, senior brother has given me permission. I cannot take any. She furrowed her brow in resolve. Yet, the desire to indulge in those treats was overwhelming. Hulaina, after all, is merely a child, and in the face of intriguing phenomena, she is often overwhelmed by an impulse to experiment, to the extent that she loses track of time. HM, where are my grapes? A minute elapsed, and Su Feng turned his gaze back to Hulaina, only to find that she not only had not adhered to his instructions but was instead fixated on his snacks. Her expression one of longing. It appears that cultivating Laina into a devoted maidservant is not a task to be accomplished swiftly. Su Feng managed a bitter smile and then gestured for Hulaina to freely take from the food laid out on the table. Once Hulaina had satisfied her hunger, he continued to instruct her on how to become a little sister who understands the art of serving her senior brother. The day swiftly passed. Hulaina discovered that she had indeed gained much, acquiring numerous skills such as shoulder kneading, leg pounding, temple massage, and timely feeding of fruit to her senior brother. He had mentioned that practicing these tasks would greatly benefit her future cultivation. Hulaina wholeheartedly believed this, for after just one day's practice, she already sensed a transformative sensation within her. Of course, Hulaina was unaware that the changes in her body were largely due to the celestial fruits Su Feng had provided her, a bounty of elementary celestial items as rewards from the system, and had little to do with her so-called practice. Laina, Su Feng glanced at the sky and noted that time was running short. He fixed a serious gaze upon Hulaina, saying, shortly, the teacher will come to collect your senior brother, and at that moment, you must conduct yourself in this manner and that. Su Feng reiterated his instructions several times before concluding, whether I can remain here tonight hinges upon you. Laina, do you understand? Rest assured, senior brother, Laina guarantees the completion of the task, Hulaina replied, her small face brimming with earnestness. Indeed. Su Feng intended to perform a little ruse with Hulaina. He needed sufficient justification to remain in her presence. Although Laina had yet to develop the poise of a charming young lady, she had, in essence, acquired the rudimentary skills of a servant. Su Feng felt that staying was quite advantageous, if only to avoid the torment of that tyrannical teacher in the evening. You two little rascals, How did your training go today? Did you slack off? As if on cue, Bibi Dong entered from the courtyard, appearing as though she had just arrived. In truth, however, she had been observing Su Feng and Hu Laina all day, fully aware of Su Feng's plans. Greetings, teacher. Su Feng and Hu Laina both bowed in unison upon her arrival. Today, Laina trained with remarkable diligence and has successfully completed all the tasks you assigned. You may inquire with her. Is that so? Indeed. Yes, Laina accomplished everything. Good, very good. As Su Feng and Hu Laina harmonized beautifully, a sense of satisfaction graced Bibi Dong's countenance. Yet, perhaps only she understood the extent of her desire to reprimand the impudent Su Feng at this moment. How brazen of you, young rascal. I have witnessed your antics today. You two are clearly shirking your duties, and you dare to conspire with Laina to deceive me. Indeed. My greatest concern, that Laina would be led astray and become lazy by Su Feng, has come to fruition. Though troubled, Bibi Dong could not allow her emotions to surface, otherwise her covert observation would be exposed. Having anticipated Su Feng's intentions, Bibi Dong casually inquired, you both seem to have exerted yourselves throughout the day. It is time for rest. What are your plans? Teacher, Laina still has many uncertainties she wishes to discuss with senior brother. May we request that senior brother stay with Laina? Without hesitation, the ever-prepared Laina stepped forward, though she dared not meet Bibi Dong's gaze. You have many uncertainties? Bibi Dong feigned astonishment, then offered a gentle smile. Could you share them with me? I am here to provide answers. Eh? Winky face, Hu Laina's expression stiffened, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. What do I not understand? It seems the senior brother has not taught me anything. How should she respond? Unable to comprehend, Hu Laina quickly cast a pleading glance towards Su Feng. Coughing, Su Feng had never anticipated that his plans for an overnight stay would unravel so swiftly. He hurriedly interjected. That will not be necessary, teacher. In fact, I am already aware of Laina's questions and intend to remain to guide her. I seek your permission. Is that so? Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, inwardly contemplating. This lazy disciple, when earnest, proves to be quite formidable. It truly pains me to forcibly take him back. The thought of not being able to indulge in my teachings tonight left an inexplicable sense of emptiness within her, as though something essential was amiss. Master, I implore you. Allow my senior brother to remain, Hu Laina pleaded, fearing Bibi Dong's disapproval. Suddenly, she infused her plea with a touch of dramatics. Her face adorned with a blend of playfulness, charm, and a hint of grievance, prompting Su Feng beside her to involuntarily commend her. You are truly remarkable. Ultimately, Bibi Dong reluctantly acquiesced, and Su Feng sighed in relief, finally liberated from this tormentor. However, when Su Feng heard Bibi Dong's subsequent declaration, he was left in stunned silence. Perfect, both of you are present, and after a day of cultivation, you are both rather soiled. I shall prepare to cleanse you. Boom. Thunderous sounds erupted. The words of Bibi Dong struck Su Feng like a thunderclap, reverberating through him in an instant. If he refrained from bathing, perhaps she might harbor some slight disdain for him, but once he cleansed himself and donned a fragrant aura, how could he possibly escape the torment of the relentless mentor that evening? The most daunting aspect was that enduring Bibi Dong's scrutinizing gaze had already been a source of embarrassment. Now, with Hu Laina also present, the situation was exacerbated. What if this girl, in her naivety, were to blurt out an inquiry? Senior brother, why is it different here? In that moment, Su Feng felt his composure precariously teetering on the brink of collapse. Ah, how liberating it was to be stripped bare and to bathe. Hu Laina, brimming with excitement, eagerly took Bibi Dong's hand. Senior brother, are you not pleased? She chuckled. With a fleeting glance, she cast her eyes upon Na, who in turn regarded Su, prompting Su to close his eyes. A soft chuckle ensued. Bibi Dong could not help but let out a chuckle. She found delight in witnessing the bashful demeanor of Xiao Shufeng, for in such moments, he appeared even more endearing. Certainly, her decision to permit Xiao Shufeng to remain was not solely due to a lack of alternatives, but rather stemmed from a genuine desire for him to assist Nana. With the myriad of secrets that Xiao Shufeng possessed, even the most trivial of his possessions seemed to be treasures. Bibi Dong had a premonition that Xiao Shufeng undoubtedly possessed an appropriate cultivation method to assist Nana, yet he was simply too indolent to impart it. With that in mind, she resolved to allow the two of them to reside together, convinced that he could not indefinitely conceal his knowledge. The following day, within the Grand Hall of the Pope, Your Holiness, may I inquire what brings us before you? Yu Weiguan and Gue Mei approached the center of the hall, bowing respectfully toward the exalted figure of Qiang Sunji seated upon the throne. I have two matters that require your attention, he declared. Upon hearing this, Yueguan and Guemei bowed once more, with Yueguan responding in a clear voice, Your Holiness, please command, and I shall exert my utmost efforts to alleviate your burdens. Guemei echoed his sentiment, Please, Your Holiness, instruct us. Having only recently ascended to the rank of elders within the Spirit Hall, they were among the least experienced. However, due to their ability to execute the martial soul fusion technique, their standing among the elders was relatively high. Eager to solidify their position, they sought to contribute more to the Spirit Hall and serve the Pope, believing that such efforts would garner respect and deter any whispers behind their backs. Yueguan. From this day forth, you shall monitor the two children brought back by Bibi Dong. Should you discover any irregularities, you must inform me immediately. Yes, Your Holiness. Additionally, regarding Bibi Dong's senior disciple, Feng, who has reportedly gone missing in recent days, you are to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yes, Your Holiness. Qiang Sunji swiftly assigned tasks to Yueguan and then turned his gaze toward Guemei, his expression darkening. Guemei, your servant is here. Despite refraining from exuding any soul power or displaying anger, the atmosphere in the hall grew palpably tense and oppressive under his presence. What is your command, Your Holiness? At this moment, Guemei lacked the courage to meet his gaze, lowering his voice to inquire. Among the elders, your martial soul excels in concealment. I require you to secretly observe Bibi Dong, reporting to me daily on her every action, ensuring that she remains unaware of your surveillance. The weight of his final words was significant, for he understood that since Bibi Dong had accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, her strength at night would be formidable. Even Guemei, the master of stealth, risked being discovered, which would only heighten Bibi Dong's vigilance against him. Your servant obeys. At that moment, Guemei felt as though he were suffocating. He could not comprehend why such a task necessitated such a somber atmosphere. I curse your very being, were it not for the need to earn a living. Who would bow so low before you? Guemei mentally grumbled, though his expression remained one of utmost reverence. Yes, Your Holiness. Enough, you may withdraw. Indeed, Your Holiness. The specter. Yueguan swiftly departed from the grand hall. Bibi Dong, you belong to me. Do not think of escaping from my grasp. Qiang Sunji spread his hand, fingers curling like claws, a ferocious and even sinister expression adorning his face. In truth, had Qiang Sunji merely desired Bibi Dong's physical form, he could have easily brought several Title Douluos to confront her. Even with the inheritance of the Rakshasa, she could not hope to contend against many. However, he refrained from such actions. For Qiang Sunji yearned not only for Bibi Dong's body, but also for her heart. He intended to conquer this woman entirely. Before that, he wished to ascertain why her attitude toward him had soured so drastically, allowing him to address the issue effectively. Naturally, Qiang Sunji was also prepared for the worst-case scenario, that Bibi Dong had discovered his plans for progeny, which would elucidate her cold demeanor toward him. In light of this situation, Qiang Sunji devised a contingency plan to capture the person dearest to Donger as leverage. If he was not mistaken, the one she cared for most was likely her disciple. At that point, it would suffice to have Yueguan intervene, ensuring that Donger would comply with his commands. Donger, if your aloofness stems from your knowledge of my intentions, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A sinister smile graced Qiang Sunji's lips, exuding an air of control and strategic foresight. In his current state, Qiang Sunji even felt a twinge of gratitude that Title Douluo was ensnared by the Rakshasa, preventing him from eliminating Bibi Dong, thus granting him the opportunity to possess her. The mere thought of Donger's flawless beauty, her enchanting figure, and the mysteries yet to be unveiled stirred an insatiable greed within him. In a distant chamber, sunlight pierced through the gauzy curtains, illuminating the faces of two children. Miss Nana, Master Feng, it is time to rise. Two maids entered the room, one carrying a set of toiletries. Upon hearing the call, Hulaina naturally awoke and nudged Feng, saying, Senior brother, it is time to get up. No response. She nudged him once more. Senior brother, you must rise to teach me about cultivation. If you utter another word, you shall sleep alone tonight. Feng groggily opened his eyes, merely glancing at Hulaina, who immediately fell silent, biting her lip with a hint of grievance. Originally, the room contained two small beds, one for Feng and one for Hulaina. However, due to Hulaina's fear of the dark, she insisted on sharing a bed with Feng, and reluctantly, he conceded. Little did he expect that this mischievous girl had a rather unfortunate habit. Once asleep, she would cling to him and fidget, seemingly treating him as if he were a mere toy. After a night of this, Feng felt utterly drained. He had thought that after escaping from Bibi Dong's den, things would improve, only to find himself ensnared in Huliana's lair. Fortunately, Huliana was still young and relatively easy to manage. As a formidable soul saint, Su Feng was not entirely at a loss. He figured that as long as he could restrain her, he would be fine. My lord Su Feng, Her Holiness has decreed that you must not rise too late and must strictly supervise Miss Liana's training. Please, do awaken swiftly, interjected a maid named Xin. Her expression somewhat troubled. If you wish to indulge in laziness, we shall have no choice but to report to Her Holiness, and then. I hope you will not hold it against us. We are merely following orders, chimed in another maid, Xiao Lan, echoing her sentiments with an air of innocence. To Su Feng's dismay, it seemed that his teacher had even sent maids to keep a watchful eye on them. However, in order to avoid giving Bibi Dong an opportunity to drag him back to the Saintess' chamber, he chose to compromise. After tidying up and having a light breakfast with Huliana, he turned to the two maids and stated, "Lead us to the training grounds." The training grounds? Su Feng referred to the open space merely 50 meters from the door as such. Xin was momentarily taken aback, while Xiao Lan, amused, gently reminded her, prompting Xin to nod in realization. "Oh, understood, Master Su Feng." With that, Xin attempted to lift little Su Feng from the bed, her face alight with anticipation, as she had never held such an adorably naive child before. "What do you think you're doing?" Su Feng shot her a glare, his brow slightly arched. "Huh? Master Su Feng, weren't you asking us to take you outside?" "When I said take, I meant for you to carry the entire bed out," Su Feng retorted, rapping his knuckles against the bed frame before lazily reclining once more. What a ridiculous notion. To traverse the full 50 meters from the room to the outside was quite absurd. Moreover, it was evident that Xin had intended to hold him, which was utterly unacceptable. He was rather fastidious, and even Bibi Dong had not dared to touch him. So how could he allow the maid such liberties? Oh, very well then. Upon hearing this, Wanxin felt a twinge of regret. Consequently, the entire small bed on which Xufeng lay was swiftly moved outside by Wanxin and Staolan, leaving Xufeng without even taking a step. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have once again reached new heights of laziness, prompting both maids to reevaluate their understanding of idleness, thus achieving the laid-back system accomplishment, garnering a modest reputation for laziness. Reward, soul power level increased by 70, laid-back value 300. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your soul power meter has surpassed 100, resulting in an automatic level breakthrough. Boom. Hey, brother. Did you just pass gas? Xufeng's expression darkened, inwardly cursing, for goodness sake, I am experiencing a breakthrough. He decided to disregard the mischievous remarks from Nana. Warm reminder, the host has not accessed the shop for over a week, and all shop items have been refreshed. Would you like to open it? Another notification sounded. Bored. Xufeng clicked to open it, and a dazzling array of products appeared before him, yet he found little interest. Most of the items were techniques, formations, soul guide device crafting manuals, and even the assembly blueprint for Zhuge's divine crossbow. However, all of these required either physical or mental exertion to master, making them undesirable to him. At that moment, Xufeng noticed a particular manual. Name, Qingqiu Immortal Technique Price, 10,000 at 90 discount. Description, this is a cultivation method that transcends the Xiantian technique, suitable for female practitioners. It allows for unlimited nurturing of soul power, assists practitioners in externalizing soul power, and carries a special effect. The longer you practice, the more beautiful you become. Becoming more beautiful? Xufeng inhaled sharply, and without a moment's hesitation, he purchased it. Among the myriad of products, none caught his eye except for this one, which signified a stroke of fate. It was certainly not because he wished to cultivate Nana into a stunning young lady. Moreover, why did Xufeng make the purchase without a second thought? Simply because it was a bargain. Did he not notice the 90 discount? To pass up such an offer would be nothing short of an affront to heaven and earth. Most importantly, according to the description of this manual, Huliana could easily accumulate soul power and advance with the Qingqiu Immortal Technique. By the time she awakened at the age of 6, reaching a natural full soul power level of 20 would pose no problem. At that juncture, Nana would undoubtedly emerge as a prodigy, drawing the attention of all. His future beautiful young lady must not possess low talent. That was simply unacceptable. However, given her tender age, would her little mind be able to grasp it? Worry began to rise within Xufeng, prompting him to test the waters. He turned to Huliana and called, "Junior sister, come here." Oh. Huliana obediently approached Xufeng. "Regardless of what happens next, do not move." "Okay," Su Feng gently reminded. then extended his small hand to lightly tap Hulaina's forehead. Ding! The system has detected the host utilizing the secret technique's teleportation function. Please select a target. Ding! Target selection successful, initiating secret technique teleportation. As the notification faded, the secret technique transformed into a vast stream of information, gradually flowing from Su Feng's hand into Hulaina. Senior brother, be gentle. It hurts. Hulaina exclaimed, feeling a surge of pain, and she cast a pleading glance at Su Feng. However, before she could receive a response, a colossal stream of information surged directly into her mind. Ah, Miss Laina? What is wrong with you? What is happening? With a piercing scream, Hulaina sensed her body breaking through some unseen barrier, the pain overwhelming her to the point of fainting into Su Feng's embrace, her face contorted in agony, leaving the two nearby maidservants in a state of confusion. Indeed, it was too much for Laina to absorb the content of the secret technique directly. Fortunately, Su Feng had a backup plan. He gestured for the maidservants to remain silent and then accessed the system's shop. Ding! You have selected the item Qingqiu Celestial Technique Enlightenment Inheritance, priced at 2,000. Would you like to purchase? Goodness, this is the original price. Su Feng winced at the cost, as he seldom bought items at full price. However, seeing Laina in such a state, he could no longer hesitate and made the purchase, designating Laina as the target for the inheritance. Ding! Inheritance in progress. 10, 30, 50, 100. At this moment, Su Feng observed a noticeable improvement in Laina's complexion. Miraculously, a faint white mist enveloped her, as if celestial energy surrounded her. Despite her tender age, she exuded an enchanting allure. How extraordinary! The two maidservants stood mesmerized, suddenly realizing that not only was young Su Feng adorably charming, but Laina also possessed an astonishing charisma. Senior brother, don't speak. Continue to absorb what you just learned. Oh, it was not until a full quarter of an hour had passed that Hulaina awoke from her faint. However, just as she disengaged from Su Feng's embrace, she was urged to meditate further to solidify her understanding. Thus, the day swiftly passed. In the shadows, Yu Guan had been observing these individuals throughout the day. What on earth are these people up to? Yu Guan felt on the verge of madness. That little girl had been meditating earnestly all day, which was understandable. But what was that little boy doing? Out of 10 parts of his time, 6 were spent sleeping, 2 were daydreaming, 1 was watching the 2 maidservants dawdle, and the last part was allowing the maidservants to observe him daydreaming. He simply could not comprehend the purpose behind the Pope's command to keep an eye on them. Watching 2 little children play house. The moon was shrouded in a veil of silent malice. However, when the moon witnessed the subsequent scene, he was rendered utterly speechless. Suddenly, Hulaina, having emerged from her introspection, waved her tiny hand, astonishingly releasing a wisp of soul power that detached from her body and surged towards Su Feng. The wisp of soul power merely brushed against Su Feng's face, akin to a gentle breeze caressing one's skin. How delightful! Hulaina giggled, her face alight with a mischievous grin, oblivious to the fact that at that moment, her 2 handmaidens and even Yu Guan, concealed in the shadows, were frozen in utter astonishment. Miss Laina, she has actually learned to release soul power? Wan Xian's expression was one of disbelief, her voice trembling slightly. How is this possible? Miss Laina has even awakened her martial soul yet. How could she release soul power? In the shadows, Yu Guan fixated on Hulaina, his mind replaying every detail he had just witnessed. This defies logic, he thought, his expression increasingly incredulous. It is well known that some soul masters can create their own soul skills precisely because they have mastered the ability to release soul power, allowing them to explore new techniques. Now that the young girl had grasped this ability, it implied she would inevitably be able to invent her own soul skills in the future, capable of unleashing techniques even without absorbing soul rings. How could she, at scarcely 3 years old, possess such a capability? The more he observed the girl, the deeper his perplexity grew. Were it not for the Pope's explicit directive to monitor those individuals without taking independent action, he would have rushed forward to seek clarity. At that moment, Su Feng stretched lazily, unfazed by Laina's display, as it had all been anticipated. Brother, what shall we do next? Hulaina inquired, playfully shaking Su Feng's arm, her eyes shimmering with a hint of dependence. Perhaps this reliance stemmed from the comforting embrace she had found in him the previous night, a sanctuary amidst her fears. Or perhaps it was the joy of sharing that she had experienced while sampling those peculiar snacks, a delight she had never known outside her family. Little one. Su Feng affectionately ruffled Hulaina's hair, and then addressed the 2 handmaidens. We have been cultivating all day. It is time to rest. All day? The handmaidens looked bewildered, momentarily taken aback. It is understandable that Miss Laina has been training, but when did young Master Su cultivate for an entire day? They gazed at Su Feng in astonishment, but he paid them no heed and simply laid down. Regardless, I am weary. Let us return to our quarters. Upon hearing this, the two maidservants once again reevaluated their understanding of laziness. They truly could not fathom how young Master Su Feng, having merely lounged about all day, could possibly feel fatigued. Surely, he was the least qualified to claim exhaustion. It seemed imperative that I convey this matter to His Holiness the Pope without delay. In silence, Yuguan mused to himself before discreetly departing. As night fell, the most worrisome situation had indeed come to pass. Bibi Dong arrived at the courtyard where Hulaina was situated. Nana, have you been diligently practicing today? Indeed, I have. And what of you, my indolent disciple? Have you indulged in laziness today? Ahem, absolutely not. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with Nana. Is that so? Master. Today my senior brother has not been idle at all. He has been earnestly guiding me in my practice, replied Nana. After a series of inquiries, Bibi Dong let out a perplexed sigh. Alas, it has been confirmed. Nana has indeed been led astray by that little rascal. This mischievous scamp, having lounged about all day, dares to enlist Nana to assist him in fabricating lies. Bibi Dong harbored some concerns, pondering whether enlisting Xiao Shufeng to supervise Nana was indeed a prudent choice. She felt that, inevitably, Nana would be assimilated by Xiao Shufeng, ultimately becoming a second iteration of the indolent disciple. However, unbeknownst to Bibi Dong, the Qingqiu immortal technique imparted by Shufeng to Nana was taught through the medium of his voice, making it seem to Nana as if Shufeng had indeed been occupied throughout the day. Aware of this, Shufeng decided to have Nana speak on his behalf. Nana, I have heard that you have made significant progress in your cultivation today. Please, demonstrate your achievements to the teacher. Bibi Dong did not wish to delve deeply into the lazy apprentice, Xiao Shufeng. At present, she merely desired to ascertain whether Hulaina had indeed mastered the art of soul power projection. After all, Bibi Dong had learned of this matter from a maidservant, and she found it somewhat difficult to believe. After all, how could such a young girl truly comprehend the intricacies of soul power projection? Very well, teacher. I shall demonstrate it for you immediately, Hulaina proclaimed, as she settled into a meditative posture, closing her eyes. Before long, a faint silhouette of a small figure materialized in her mind. Though the figure appeared childlike, it exuded a certain gravitas. With bated breath and focused intent, she centered her energy in her dantian. The silhouette spoke in a calm, familiar tone, one that Hulaina recognized as her senior brother's voice, instructing her on the operation of the Qingqiu immortal technique and how to externalize her soul power. In a swift motion, Hulaina followed the silhouette's guidance and soon drew forth a wisp of soul power to her fingertip, manifesting as a minuscule wave of energy. Perhaps finding it amusing, she promptly directed this energy wave towards Shufeng. With a sigh of indifference, Shufeng rolled his eyes and lightly clapped his hands, causing the energy wave to dissipate like a mere bubble. How delightful! Hulaina exclaimed, enjoying the playful interaction with her senior brother. Is this truly the projection of soul power? Meanwhile, Bibi Dong stood by in astonishment, rendered speechless. Although Hulaina had merely released a bubble that seemed devoid of any substantial power, one must consider her tender age. She was not yet 3 years old. Once she reached the age of 6 and awakened her martial spirit, with proper guidance and precise control of her soul power, even a compressed soul power sphere could potentially surpass that of many soul masters who had absorbed soul rings. Wonderful! You have grasped such a complex technique of soul power projection. I am genuinely proud of you, my dear. Bibi Dong gently caressed Hulaina's head, her face adorned with a tender smile. As for who had imparted the knowledge of soul power projection to Hulaina, Bibi Dong was well aware and would never be foolish enough to inquire, for that little rascal might, in an effort to safeguard the secret, become more discreet in the future, which would not do at all. Meanwhile, Su Feng remained silent, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. Nana, the reason I teach you these things is solely to cultivate you into a beautiful young lady. Please do not disclose this to the teacher. If the teacher were to investigate and question the origins of these secrets, I would be at a loss for words. You must be understanding. At this moment, both Bibi Dong and Su Feng harbored their own ulterior motives, yet remarkably, neither wished for Hulaina to expose the matter. Unexpectedly, Hulaina exclaimed, Teacher, teacher. All of this was taught to me by my senior brother. He not only taught me the techniques of Qingqiu, but also guided me in swiftly comprehending them. He is truly remarkable. The concerns of Bibi Dong and Su Feng have indeed materialized. Hulaina not only voiced her thoughts but also clung to Su Feng's arm, playfully shaking it, and ultimately nestled her head against his shoulder. Goodness! You mischievous little rascal, I implore you, do not adopt that brother, you are so impressive. I adore you demeanor while gazing at me, if you please. Had I known, I would have refrained from teaching you. Su Feng's mind was a flurry of complaints as he awkwardly cast a glance at Bibi Dong. This seems to be a misunderstanding. I have not imparted such knowledge to Laina. After a moment of contemplation, he added, my role during this period has primarily been to supervise Laina. Her ability to grasp these concepts is truly her own achievement. Alas, I have inadvertently exposed myself. Surely, the teacher will not believe this? Ah. It appears our Laina is indeed quite astute. She must continue to strive, understood? To Su Feng's astonishment, Bibi Dong genuinely accepted his explanation, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, the teacher remains as ever, lacking in discernment. I managed to evade scrutiny, he chuckled. You little scamp. Await my return. Bibi Dong's delicate hands clenched subtly, yet her countenance maintained a gentle smile as she inquired, seeing how hard you all have worked today. Would you like to take a bath and unwind? Yes, yes, yes. Nana wishes to bathe, came the eager response from Hulaina, her face alight with joy. Very well. It's settled then. I shall take you, Bibi Dong replied, smiling warmly as she gathered both treasures into her embrace. As for Xiao Shufeng's opinion, it was of little consequence. Simply arriving at the bathing area sufficed. Shufeng's lips twitched in exasperation. I can't believe this. My composure is fraying. Moments later, within the bathing pool as anticipated, Bibi Dong seized the opportunity under the guise of bathing to once again torment Xiao Shufeng. Fortunately, with Nana present, Bibi Dong restrained herself somewhat to avoid casting a negative influence upon her. Otherwise, Shufeng might have reached his breaking point and attempted to disrobe Bibi Dong. Though she had tempered her actions, the very situation Shufeng dreaded unfolded nonetheless. Senior brother, why is it different here? Hulaina asked. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed intently at Shufeng. Shufeng's expression stiffened, feeling as though he might fracture under the weight of embarrassment. Wishing to find a crevice in the ground to disappear into, a stifled laugh escaped Bibi Dong, unable to contain her amusement at Shufeng's discomposure. Oh, little lazy disciple. Why don't you explain to your junior sister why things are not the same? Faced with such playful teasing, Shufeng's cheeks flushed crimson, leading him to fall silent. Clearing her throat, Bibi Dong, sensing that her precious one might become upset, quickly adopted a more authoritative demeanor. Enough of this mischief, let us finish our bathing, she instructed Hulaina. At that moment, Bibi cast a glance at Shufeng, wanting to chuckle, but upon receiving a sidelong glance in return, she suddenly refrained, fearing it might upset him. Nana, still eager to laugh, noticed Bibi's restraint and instantly felt dissuaded from expressing her amusement. The atmosphere inexplicably grew solemn. Indeed, silence can often convey displeasure more effectively than words. Shufeng utilized this very tactic, prompting Bibi Dong to cease her playful banter and promptly assist the two in drying off and dressing. By the way, Nana, I heard you have an elder brother named Xieyu. Is that correct? Bibi Dong inquired, seemingly recalling something important as she turned to Hulaina. Elder brother? Hulaina paused, her expression suddenly turning somber. My brother. He was devoured by a soul beast. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes, eliciting a pang of empathy from Bibi Dong. Do not weep. Your teacher is here, she reassured gently. Bibi Dong instinctively embraced Nana, wishing to offer some solace. Meanwhile, Su Feng found himself lost in contemplation. Could it be that Xieyu had perished? This defied logic. If Xieyu had indeed been devoured, then the subsequent manifestation of the martial soul fusion technique involving Xieyu, Nana, and Yin would be rendered impossible. Hearing this inner turmoil, Bibi Dong's eyes brightened, and she hastily inquired, Nana, why not share the details with your master? Perhaps he can assist you in locating your brother. Really? Is that true? Nana asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. Of course, Bibi Dong reassured her. Hulaina blinked and began to recount the events. It turned out that Xieyu had ventured into a soul beast forest with a companion named Yin out of sheer curiosity and had not returned since. The clan had dispatched search parties, but after more than a year of fruitless searching, they concluded that he had been consumed by soul beasts. Do not be disheartened. Your senior brother will take good care of you in the future. Bibi Dong uttered a remark, prompting Hulaina to cast a look of grievance towards Su Feng. Senior brother, is that true? Su Feng's lips twitched in response. What on earth? I raised you to serve me. How has this turned around? He had envisioned a plan to cultivate his little subordinates once he found Xiaoyu and Yin. Xiaoyu would be responsible for massaging his legs and shoulders, while Yin would attend to his tea and water. Liena would stand by, fanning him and ensuring he was well fed on schedule. This way, he could recline in absolute comfort. Now that would be true enjoyment. All right, senior brother will protect you. However, when Feng beheld Hu Liena's eyes, filled with a blend of grievance and profound reliance, his heart softened. He enveloped her in a warm embrace. As for Hu Liena, she nestled entirely in Feng's arms, reluctant to let go. Perhaps after feeling so lonely for so long, she yearned for familial warmth. At that moment, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of headache. She had intended to forcibly bring Feng back to the Holy Maiden's quarters that night, but upon seeing Liena's demeanor, she found herself hesitant. Yet, what if Liena grew increasingly dependent on Feng from spending too much time together? Wouldn't that make it even more challenging for her to take Feng back to the Holy Maiden's chambers in the future? Bibi Dong suddenly came to this realization. Most importantly, she had just spent a night away from Xiaoxufeng and was now beset by insomnia, her heart feeling utterly hollow. If she could not embrace Xiaoxufeng and share a peaceful slumber tonight, unable to caress his tender, soft arms or kiss his delicate, porcelain-like face, she feared she would once again be plagued by sleeplessness throughout the night. No, this simply would not do. With a determined heart, Bibi Dong reached out and took Nana from Xiaoxufeng's embrace, adopting a serious demeanor. Nana, I see that you have learned to release your soul power. In such moments, it is imperative that you practice independently and solidify this skill. Therefore, tonight I shall take your senior brother away to prevent any distractions. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Nana immediately felt distressed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Feng. I cannot bear to part with my senior brother. You cannot bear to part with him? Is it so easy for me to let him go? How ungrateful you are. Daring to compete with me for my precious disciple. Bibi Dong's expression turned stern as she said, Nana, you must understand that you are nearly 3 years away from adulthood. It is essential for you to learn independence and resilience. Do you comprehend? Nana, lowered my head. To become a formidable individual, one must first master the art of self-reliance. Do you understand? I understand, teacher. Observing Bibi Dong's severity, Hu Liena dared not be willful, yet there lingered a hint of reluctance in her gaze directed at Feng. Subsequently, Hu Liena witnessed Bibi Dong carrying her senior brother away, and she could no longer contain herself, squatting on the ground and weeping, murmuring, Nana is already on the brink of adulthood. Nana will grow strong, sob. In the Holy Maiden's palace, teacher, I wish to inquire, since Nana is considered an adult, does that mean I, too, am an adult and should have my own room? With a soft chuckle at Feng's earnest inquiry, Bibi Dong replied, what is a mere teenager like you know? Feng's face stiffened, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. Teacher, I implore you, be reasonable. Can you not be so hypocritical? What is this Shuangbiao? Bibi Dong was filled with perplexity. However, she did not dwell on it deeply. Instead, she directed her inquiry towards Xiaoxufeng, posing the question that weighed most heavily on her mind. My dear disciple, if Nana's brother and Yin were still alive, where might they be now? This seemingly hypothetical question was, in truth, laden with ulterior motives. For Bibi Dong had gleaned from Feng's innermost thoughts that both Xiaoyu and Yin had not perished, yet she could not afford to betray her knowledge. Well, if they were alive, they might be in a village beyond the forest where they went missing, Feng replied, feigning innocence. In his heart, however, he began to lament. The agony. I am painfully aware that Xiaoyu and Yin are in the nearest village outside that very forest, yet I cannot elaborate, lest my master probe deeper into how I came by such knowledge. Am I to confess that I possess a talent for understanding the past and present? No. I shall not entertain such thoughts. You little rascal, why did you stop your musings there? Bibi Dong's curiosity was piqued, leaving her in a state of discontent. Nevertheless, having learned of Xiaoyu and Yan's whereabouts, she felt compelled to enlist a few reliable subordinates to conduct a search. Now then, Master, why are you looking at me like that? Sensing Bibi Dong's predatory gaze, Feng felt a chill run down his spine, and with a swift motion, he retreated to the corner of the bed, hastily pulling the blanket over himself in search of that elusive sense of security. Bao, change your clothes for me. But turn your head away and do not peek. Feng remained silent, burrowing deeper beneath the covers. Do you think I am like you? Willing to resort to any means for personal gain, lacking all principles? I can see your intentions tonight. You surely have ulterior motives in bringing me back. Feng mused inwardly. Before long, the other end of the blanket was lifted, revealing Bibi Dong clad in a diaphanous purple gown, who swiftly nestled into the bed beside him. Alas, it is over. The nightmare is about to commence. I am destined to lose my innocence once more. Su Feng felt a chill in his heart, bracing himself for the inevitable as he prepared for the ordeal of being thoroughly explored and kissed on every inch of his face, even steeling himself for the sensation of being suffocated, for his devilish master had endured an entire day without release. Bao Bao, let us sleep. To Su Feng's astonishment, Bibi Dong was unusually compliant this evening, merely gathering him into her embrace without excessive pressure, and soon, she truly began to drift into slumber. Am I seeing things? Has my master undergone a transformation? He thought. Well, maintaining this demeanor would be advantageous. Perhaps I shall no longer need to seek refuge with my junior sister. Upon hearing Su Feng's heartfelt sentiments, a subtle smile graced Bibi Dong's lips, as if she had finally exhaled a breath of relief. Bibi Dong understood quite well why Su Feng preferred to remain beside Nana rather than stay in the Saintess's dormitory. It was likely that her beloved Bea was unable to endure her excessive affections, her overwhelming love. Thus, Bibi Dong felt it necessary to exercise restraint in her recent actions, to know when to halt, lest she frighten Bea away. For the thought of sleepless nights loomed over her. At that moment, unbeknownst to Bibi Dong and Su Feng, a figure shrouded in dark mist was covertly observing them from outside the Saintess's dormitory. This individual was the Title Douluo, known for his stealth, the Phantom. Based on the intelligence gathered by Yu Guan, it appeared that the Saintess's disciple, Su Feng, was indeed the child in question. To her astonishment, the Saintess had transformed her disciple into a child and was cohabitating with him. Such conduct, if known to the Pope, would surely incite his wrath. The Phantom murmured to himself, and upon witnessing the lights extinguish in the Saintess's dormitory, he turned back towards the Pope's palace to report his findings. In the Pope's palace, a wave of disbelief washed over Qian Xuanji as he processed the Phantom's report. What? You mean Su Feng is that boy who appears to be merely 2 years old? And he resides with Bibi Dong? Moreover, they frequently embrace one another? His expression darkened significantly. Have you ascertained what they have been doing in the Saintess's dormitory? At that moment, Qian Xuanji was gripped by a chilling sense of dread. A teenager had disguised himself as a child and infiltrated the Saintess's quarters, sharing space with the woman whose status in the spirit hall was second only to the Pope. The impropriety of a solitary man and woman in such close quarters was evident. Even if the boy were genuinely a child, it remained inappropriate. What else more? Su Feng was not a mere child but an adult transformed into one, mentally still an adult. Crack, crack. Qian Xuanji inexplicably clenched his fists, the sound of bone grinding against bone creating a thunderous noise, his chest heaving violently. He had been composed, but if there were anything to disturb his calm, it was the fear of being cuckolded. Your Holiness, I refrained from drawing too close to avoid arousing the Saintess's suspicions, hence I could not ascertain their activities within. Yu Guan nervously explained, perhaps fearing punishment for his perceived incompetence. He quickly added, however, based on my observations, it seems Su Feng has genuinely taken on the form of a child. Both his body and intellect undoubtedly resemble that of a child. Therefore, the Saintess's primary intention in bringing Su Feng to her quarters appears to be to care for his well-being, and it is unlikely that anything inappropriate has occurred. Or is it? Qian Xuanji gazed at Yu Guan, his eyes narrowing slightly. I do not wish to hear responses laden with schutz. You would do well to conduct a thorough investigation post-haste. Otherwise, feeling the weight of his ominous warning, Yu Guan hurriedly knelt, his voice trembling as he replied, Yes, I shall investigate immediately. What are you lingering for? Depart at once. Yes, Your Holiness. The spectre hastily withdrew. Seated upon the throne, Qian Xuanji supported his forehead with his hand, his expression exceedingly grave. Donger, you had best refrain from actions that would betray my trust. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Previously, Su Feng, in his unassuming childlike form, had been idly lounging within his own pavilion, which was tolerable since Su Feng posed no threat to the plans of procreation or the establishment of the faith. Yet now, the mere thought of Su Feng, a mere wastrel, residing in close quarters with Bibi Dong, sharing intimate embraces, was intolerable to Qian Xuanji. What he desired was Bibi Dong, untouched by any man, pristine and perfect, belonging solely to him. How infuriating it was that Donger had permitted that good-for-nothing to enter the Holy Maiden's chamber. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, the more he felt cheated. The Holy Maiden's chamber was a sanctum reserved solely for women. Even he, as the Pope, had scarcely set foot within, and the elders like Yu Guan and Gue Mei could only await outside. Yet that Su Feng had effortlessly gained entry, and to add insult to injury, had been embraced so intimately. The following days unfolded. Bibi Dong and Su Feng have been designated as primary subjects of surveillance by Gue Mei and Yu Guan. Whenever Bibi Dong and Su Feng depart from the Saintess's chamber, they are seldom free from the watchful eyes of Gue Mei and Yu Guan. Initially, this surveillance seemed manageable. However, after several days, both Gue Mei and Yu Guan grew increasingly apprehensive. They found themselves hesitant to relay the information they had gathered to His Holiness the Pope. Their greatest fears had all been realized. For instance, was Su Feng truly a child in mind? Certainly not. Although they concealed themselves in the shadows without Bibi Dong noticing, they were nearly discovered by Su Feng, forcing them to change their hiding spots multiple times before retreating to a greater distance. It was utterly confounding. Yu Guan and Gue Mei were on the brink of despair, unable to fathom how Su Feng had detected their presence. Another matter loomed. Had the Saintess and Su Feng engaged in any improper activities within the chamber? Had they not? This question should be posed in reverse. After days of surveillance, Yu Guan and Gue Mei had discerned a pattern. Each night, Bibi Dong and Su Feng were nearly inseparable, sharing meals, slumber, bathing, and changing attire in close proximity. Of course, Yu Guan and Gue Mei had not witnessed these interactions firsthand. Rather, they pieced together the information through various clues. For instance, after the Saintess vacated the chamber, one of them would follow her while the other infiltrated the chamber to investigate the situation between Bibi Dong and Su Feng, collaborating with certain undercover maidservants left behind by His Holiness the Pope. Thus, uncovering the activities of Bibi Dong and Su Feng within the chamber was relatively straightforward. However, a pressing dilemma arose: how to convey this information to His Holiness the Pope. At this moment, as Yu Guan and Gue Mei completed their surveillance task and prepared to return to the papal hall to report, Yu Guan halted before Gue Mei just shy of the hall's entrance. "Old ghost, do you think we should disclose the truth this time?" Upon hearing Yu Guan's inquiry, Gue Mei hesitated. Indeed, should they report the matter honestly? Reflecting on the outcomes of their previous reports, they had either faced reprimand from His Holiness or been subjected to his intimidating presence. In essence, they had become outlets for His Holiness's frustrations. Should they inform the Pope that his disciple was entangled with another man, it would undoubtedly provoke his wrath, and they would bear the brunt of his fury. Ultimately, they resolved to report the truth, for failing to disclose the information could result in even graver consequences from His Holiness. After a moment of careful contemplation, Gue Mei responded, "Indeed, if we were to report honestly, even if the Pope were to be furious, he would merely reprimand us a few times. After all, we are both Title Douluos capable of martial soul fusion techniques. The Pope would not regard us with such disdain." With this thought, Yu Guan found solace. His confidence bolstered as he smiled at Gue Mei. "Surely, the Pope would not resort to direct confrontation with us, would he?" "Yes, indeed. We have been overly concerned." Gue Mei, swayed by his words, felt his own courage swell. "Let us proceed to meet the Pope," he declared. The two then walked side by side towards the Pope's grand hall, exuding an aura of strength that might have led an observer to mistake them for esteemed elders from the Hall of Elders. Moments later, a brilliant burst of golden light erupted within the Pope's chamber, radiating with the divine power of angelic evolution. Above, an immensely tall angelic silhouette manifested, descending with an unparalleled pressure. The hall reverberated with the sounds of impact, punctuated by the desperate cries for mercy. "Pope, your Holiness, we were mistaken. We beseech you, spare us," echoed through the chamber. The rhythmic thuds of their bodies hitting the ground accompanied their pleas, creating a haunting symphony of desperation. "How audacious of you, a mere specter, to presume to display arrogance before me. You are courting death." With a disdainful snort from Qian Xuanji, the grand doors of the Pope's hall were violently flung open, and two figures were propelled out like cannonballs, crashing to the ground. "I command you both to complete the task I just assigned within a day, otherwise." A more authoritative and domineering reprimand resonated from within the hall, sending a chill down the spines of all within 1,000 meters who heard it, as they sensed the depth of his wrath. As the proclamation concluded, the doors of the hall slammed shut, and the angelic apparition above dissipated, the overwhelming pressure gradually subsiding and allowing the surrounding guards to exhale in relief. Who would have thought the Pope would truly take action, and with such severity, showing us no mercy at all? Meanwhile, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, supporting one another, managed to rise. They were battered and bruised, barely recognizable. "Old ghost, are you all right?" Yu Guan gazed at Gue Mei with a hint of worry. The Holy Spirit of the Pope was the six-winged angel, endowed with the sacred light of purification, which effectively countered the dark spirit of Gue Mei. Following the recent brutal assault, it was likely that Gue Mei had sustained internal injuries. My good brother, you should be more concerned about yourself. You are bleeding profusely. Gue Mei pointed to Yu Guan's posterior, unable to look directly. What do you mean? Yu Guan was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at his rear, his face paling dramatically. Oh no, how could this happen? He shrieked, his expression contorted as if his soul had fled. Suddenly, a realization struck Yu Guan. During the Pope's earlier onslaught, it seemed his rear had endured a significant blow. Cough, cough, I was primarily referring to the spirit, he concluded. It appeared that injuries to one's spirit could directly manifest upon the physical body. Enough, enough. Let us swiftly recuperate and fulfill the Pope's command. Or we shall meet our demise, Gue Mei, having regained a measure of strength, urged. According to the Pope's recent order, they were to bring Su Feng to this location within a day without alarming Bibi Dong. Although they were uncertain of the Pope's intentions, it was easy to surmise that he was likely preparing to unleash his wrath upon Su Feng. After all, the Holy Maiden was the Pope's most cherished disciple. How could he tolerate a worthless soul master who had failed to surpass level 20 in 8 years while shamelessly cohabiting with her? However, Yu Guan and Gue Mei were unaware that Qian Xuanji harbored intentions beyond mere vengeance against Su Feng. More significantly, he aimed to secretly capture Su Feng, using him as leverage against Bibi Dong, compelling her to ascend as the next pope and ensuring the continuation of the angelic lineage through offspring capable of inheriting the divine legacy. Outside the courtyard where Hulaina resided, Yu Guan and Gue Mei lay in wait in a concealed location. Old Ghost, the Holy Maiden is still in the courtyard. Shouldn't we lure her away first to facilitate capturing that boy? Lure her away? How would we do that? You go ahead and try, Gue Mei replied, his expression somewhat peculiar. The Pope commanded us to seize Su Feng, but we must not let Bibi Dong know. If we attempt to distract her and Su Feng disappears, it would be obvious that we took him. Well, you do make a fair point, Yu Guan conceded. Yet, I wonder why you, who usually displays such cleverness, seems so muddled at this moment. Could it be? Gue Mei sighed, resting his forehead in frustration. He hesitated to voice his final thought, feeling it too inappropriate to utter. Could it be that you were so brutally struck that it has dulled your wits? Such schadenfreude, as brothers. It is better to keep such thoughts to oneself rather than vocalize them. Indeed, it must not be uttered. Yu Guan remained oblivious to Gue Mei's musings, instead focusing on adjusting his posture, patiently awaiting the moment. After a considerable time, they finally beheld the silhouette of Her Holiness, the Saintess, emerging from the courtyard, accompanied by a young girl. Do not worry, Master. Nana and Senior Brother will certainly devote themselves to their training, came the gentle voice. Soon after, they observed the Saintess departing. Let us act, Gue Mei urged, yet Yu Guan raised his hand to halt him. Wait a moment, lest the Saintess turns back unexpectedly, which would spell trouble. Gue Mei nodded in agreement, suddenly realizing that Yu Guan possessed a sharp mind, contrary to his earlier assumptions of foolishness. However, when Gue Mei noticed Yu Guan discreetly clutching his rear, he was taken aback. What on earth? Why is it still bleeding? A wave of alarm washed over Gue Mei, and considering the awkwardness of the situation for Yu Guan, he suggested, there are 2 maidservants in the courtyard. I shall deal with them first to prevent our actions from being discovered. You follow shortly. Yu Guan remained silent, merely gesturing for Gue Mei to hasten. Once Gue Mei departed, he murmured with a tone rife with grievance, Damn it, Qiang Sunji, what a wretched fellow. How could he strike at such an awkward angle? It hurts immensely. Moments later, Yu Guan and Gue Mei infiltrated the courtyard once more, having rendered the 2 maidservants unconscious. Old Gue, move swiftly, we cannot linger. If the Saintess becomes aware, we will be in dire straits. All right, Old Ju, you apprehend Su Feng while I fabricate an illusion of his sudden disappearance to divert the Saintess's scrutiny from us. Let us proceed. After exchanging a few whispered words, they promptly split up. Shortly thereafter, Yu Guan arrived at the location where Su Feng and Hulaina were training. In his line of sight, Su Feng lay on the bed as usual, while Hulaina stood on a wooden post, practicing her stance to enhance her focus and balance, laying the groundwork for precise control of her soul power in the future. Ah, little rascal, I have found you. Come with me, Yu Guan declared, a smirk gracing his lips, reminiscent of a battle-hardened warrior, unstoppable. In the next moment, he transformed into a blur, charging forward with confidence, believing he could seize Su Feng in an instant without leaving a trace, for he was a Title Douluo after all. However, as Yueguan approached within 20 meters of Su Feng, his pupils suddenly constricted. Boom. At that moment, Yueguan felt as though his body had become 1,000 times heavier, unable to summon even the slightest trace of soul power within him. Thud. Stripped of his soul power, Yueguan collapsed to the ground in a most undignified manner. What has transpired? Why am I unable to summon my soul energy? Bewildered, Yueguan found himself grappling with an even greater confusion when he realized that merely rising to his feet had become a Herculean task. This was utterly absurd. Frustrated, he could distinctly sense that not only was he incapable of invoking any soul energy, but his physical prowess had also plummeted to a state akin to that of an ordinary person, reduced to a mere tenth of his former self. Hey, senior brother. Look over there. Who is that individual? On the other side, Hulaina, upon spotting Yueguan, promptly reported to Su Feng. Who? Su Feng's lips twitched at Hulaina's words. Could you be a bit more precise? Oh. Su Feng, uninterested in further reprimanding her, replied with a calm demeanor. Do not worry. They are not of good character. Huh? Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, stumbling and tumbling off the wooden post. However, having endured many falls, she had accumulated enough experience. With a swift motion of her small hand, a bubble of soul energy formed beneath her, cushioning her descent and sparing her from a more severe impact. This technique was, of course, taught by Su Feng. After all, with her frequent tumbles, the last thing he wanted was for her to suffer any potential deformities. Yet, witnessing this scene, Yueguan felt a twinge of unease. Is this little girl already so adept at externalizing her soul power? He gasped, inhaling dust rather than air. Just days prior, she had merely begun to learn this skill, and now she wielded it with such finesse? This talent left him utterly astonished. Senior brother, what is that person here for? Upon hearing that Yueguan was not a benign figure, Hulaina grew a tad anxious and hurried to Su Feng's side, gripping his arm tightly. This proximity offered her a sense of security. Nana, Su Feng remarked, feeling the tug on his arm disrupt his repose, you are already an adult. What is there to be so flustered about? Oh. Hulaina pouted, reluctantly releasing her grip. Meanwhile, Yueguan, still struggling to rise, was growing increasingly agitated. He furrowed his brow at Su Feng. Hey, kid, what kind of arrangement have you set up here? Why am I unable to summon my soul power? Yueguan had barged in with utmost confidence, believing he could accomplish his task in a mere moment. Yet, he had not anticipated the sinister nature of this place, which had inexplicably suppressed even a Title Douluo like himself, rendering him incapable of standing. Do not fret. You will soon discover the truth. Observing Yueguan's predicament, Su Feng offered a nonchalant explanation while pondering internally. It seems that the old silver coin, Qian Kunji, has finally decided to take action against me. A few days ago, Su Feng discerned the nefarious intentions of Yueguan and Gue Mei, prompting him to produce a defensive artifact known as the Qian Kuan Shield, originally named the Denai Shield, a title Su Feng found somewhat unrefined, hence the renaming. The Qian Kuan Shield, it creates a formidable protective barrier with a radius of 20 meters centered around the host. Any soul master below level 90 who enters this domain will be suppressed, rendered incapable of utilizing their soul power, and reduced to a mere tenth of an ordinary person's physical capability. Note, activating the protective barrier requires the consumption of a resource termed lying flat value, with the expenditure dependent on the number and levels of the suppressed soul masters. Should there be no targets to suppress, no resources will be consumed. 039, toying with Yueguan and Gue Mei. Hey, why am I the only one being suppressed while you two remain unscathed? Yueguan, still sprawled on the ground, glared at Su Feng and his companion, vexed, because products of the system are invariably exquisite. Huh? Yueguan was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Gue Mei, noticing that Lao Ju had yet to rendezvous with him, made his way to Yueguan's side. Damn it, I sent you to capture a child. Not to lie there idly. If you don't act soon, the holy maiden may very well return. Observing Lao Ju lying there like a fool, Gue Mei felt a surge of urgency. However, he also sensed something amiss and did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he invoked the unique properties of his martial soul, enveloping himself in a dark mist to assume the guise of a maid. It seems it falls to me, old Gue, to take action. Gue Mei intended to catch Su Feng off guard and incapacitate him. Plop. To his astonishment, the moment he crossed into the Qian Kuan Shield's range, he too collapsed, unable to summon his soul power, revealing his true form. Well, this is splendid. From one fool to two fools. What is going on here? Gue Mei was filled with panic, echoing Yueguan's earlier question. Why are we the only ones being suppressed while you remain unharmed? The Qian Kuan shield possesses facial recognition, pupil color detection, fingerprint identification, soul power attribute recognition, weight assessment, and measurements recognition. Dozens of identification processes occur simultaneously. Whether it is Yuguan attempting to force his way in or Gue Mei masquerading to infiltrate, the Qian Kuan shield will promptly enact suppression. Currently, both Yuguan and Gue Mei had only recently surpassed level 90 in soul power and were utterly powerless against the Qian Kuan shield as suppression. Naturally, Su Feng had no intention of explaining this to Yuguan and Gue Mei. Instead, he turned to Hu Laina. Laina, these two individuals are here to capture us. Do you know what to do in the face of such villains? Laina understood. Beat them up. I'll reward you with a piece of candy. Go ahead. All right. Just don't let me end up with your saliva on my hand. Hiki, thank you, senior brother. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuguan and Gue Mei were momentarily taken aback, then could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, do you think you can take us on with that little child? Dare you to lecture us? It seems you have yet to wean. A withered camel is larger than a horse, even if Yuguan and his companion are suppressed. They absolutely do not believe that a mere child could possess any formidable power. However, after Hu Laina consumed the candy bestowed upon her by Su Feng, her aura surged dramatically, rendering her not merely a small child, but rather an imposing figure. In that moment, Yuguan and his companion could distinctly perceive that Hu Laina had acquired the formidable presence characteristic of a soul master. What has transpired? How has her soul power increased so drastically? Yuguan and Gue Mei found themselves engulfed in shock. Just wait, you two, for Laina to unleash her fury upon you. Su Feng cast a glance at Yuguan and his companion, pity etched upon his features. Fully aware of Laina's remarkable progress in her training over the past few days, she was no longer the little girl who could only release a single bubble wave. She had evolved into one capable of generating numerous bubble waves. Moreover, the chocolate candy he had just given her augmented her soul power by 20, forcibly elevating her to the level of a 10th-tier soul master if the target was not already a soul master. Now, the force of Laina releasing a single bubble wave was akin to hurling a 50-pound stone with great force. If numerous stones were to rain down, who would not tremble in fear? What if one were to strike a sensitive area? If not that, then landing elsewhere would be equally distressing. Little brat. We are Title Douluos. To show us disrespect is to court disaster. Humph. Once we break free from this suppression, it will be your turn to weep, and we shall strike your behind until it swells. At that moment, Yuguan and his companion remained oblivious to the gravity of their situation, believing they could easily counterattack at their convenience. Bang, bang. But when the bubble struck their faces like an iron ball, leaving an indelible mark, they were rendered utterly dazed. This cannot be. How can a mere child possess such outrageous strength? Humph. My senior brother has never spanked me, yet you wish to strike me? You are indeed wicked. I shall make you regret this. Upon hearing the threat of a spanking, Hu Laina's face twisted into a frown, prompting her to unleash even more bubbles. Pop, pop, pop. As hundreds, even thousands, of bubbles materialized around Hu Laina, Yuguan and Gue Mei's bodies froze in place, their hearts quaking uncontrollably. Moments later, they remained sprawled on the ground, their attire disheveled and their condition pitiable, adorned with countless bruises, as if they had been mercilessly beaten once more. Who would have thought that we, the esteemed Title Douluos, could be bullied by a mere girl? This is an utter disgrace. Yuguan and Gue Mei clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, unable to endure the humiliation any longer. Are you convinced yet? Ahem, I concede. Please. Spare me. Internally resolute yet faced with the harshness of reality, the specter, Yuguan, ultimately swallowed his pride in silence. Hiki, now that's more like it. Hu Laina withdrew and returned to Su Feng's side, her face brimming with anticipation. Senior brother, how did I perform? What do you think? Just SOSO, I suppose. Though that was her true thought, Su Feng, possessing no penchant for harsh words, chose not to dishearten his junior sister. Instead, he gently patted her little head and encouraged. You're doing well, keep it up. Hee, Laina will strive harder. Flattered by Su Feng's praise, Hu Laina felt a surge of elation. Despite knowing he disliked being hugged, she nonetheless leaped into his embrace, nuzzling her small head against him. Oh dear, senior brother, your body is so soft. I love hugging you. Laina. You're becoming increasingly audacious. While Hu Laina savored the moment, suddenly, a pair of enormous hands, formed from soul power, lifted her effortlessly and returned her to the wooden post. Hurry and cultivate. Do not disturb my slumber. Oh, Su Feng's reprimand caused Hu Liana to pout, reluctantly assuming a horse stance. Why can senior brother rest continuously while she must tirelessly cultivate? How envious she was of him. It seems the teacher has returned upon hearing the commotion. Moments later, Su Feng's mind stirred, and through another artifact, the celestial net, he beheld Bibi Dong's silhouette as she glided towards the courtyard. Celestial net, a fixed-point surveillance tool with an absolute radius of 2,000 meters. Su Feng promptly lifted the suppression on Yueguan and Gue Mei to avoid arousing Bibi Dong's suspicion. Boom. In an instant, the soul powers of Yueguan and Gue Mei were fully restored, and they stood up from the ground. Hee, little ghost, it seems the thing that suppressed us has failed. Feeling liberated, Gue Mei's face quickly morphed into an evil grin. Humph. Next, you shall taste suffering. Yueguan rubbed the wounds on his face, his expression filled with rage. The earlier restraint could finally be unleashed. Bang, bang, Before Yueguan and Gue Mei could react, two beams of sinister dark energy struck them, sending them flying like cannonballs. 040. Dare to touch my treasure. You seek death. How dare you ambush us? Who is it? Once again, Yueguan and his companion stood up in disarray, but as soon as they spoke, they froze in place, their pupils dilating. Swish. For reasons unknown, the sky above had inexplicably coalesced into an overwhelming shroud of black mist, resembling ominous clouds pressing down upon the city. Beneath these darkened clouds, a captivating figure, enveloped in an aura of malevolence, approached, wielding a colossal scythe that imparted an unparalleled visual impact, as if she were a harbinger of death. Thud. At that moment, beside Yueguan, the specter suddenly knelt, trembling uncontrollably, even his martial soul manifesting on its own, seemingly bowing in reverence to that enchanting figure, performing the rites of lord and subject. Old ghost, what are you doing? Get up this instant. Yueguan furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why the specter would prostrate itself before the holy maiden. He exclaimed, no matter how powerful she may be, she is merely of Douluo rank, and all she displays is mere bravado. Why must we cower so? Yet, Yueguan was unaware that when Bibi Dong arrived, brandishing the Rakshasa's scythe, the specter had already been rendered incapable of resistance, for the dark power contained within that scythe was the very essence of the specter's martial soul. If the specter felt trepidation towards the divine power of the angel, it held a profound reverence for the divine might of the Rakshasa. Humph, holy maiden, it seems you ought to be aware of our purpose here. However, I harbor no fear of your power, should you wish to obstruct me. You may find yourself lacking in qualifications. Moreover, as the holy maiden, you are bound to obey the commands of His Holiness the Pope. If His Holiness wishes to meet Su Feng, you must allow me to take him. Yueguan summoned his martial soul, the extraordinary heavenly chrysanthemum, exuding the confidence befitting a Title Douluo. He then swiftly advanced towards Su Feng, intent on whisking him away without engaging in battle with the holy maiden. How dare you lay a hand on my precious one? You seek death. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and the final sentence was delivered with deliberate emphasis, each word pronounced slowly. Buzz. In Bibi Dong's grasp, the Rakshasa scythe emanated an overwhelming force of darkness, swiftly engulfing both the weapon and her very being. Now, she was shrouded in an ominous black mist, her eyes gleaming with a blood-red light that sent shivers down the spine. In the next moment, with the scythe held aloft, Bibi Dong ascended into the murky sky, transforming into a harbinger of death that devoured life and flesh. She cast her gaze upon Yueguan, her voice resonating through the entire spirit hall, as if declaring to Yueguan and all present, I, Bibi Dong, harbor no grievances against humanity and have never wronged the spirit hall. If my disciple can reside here peacefully, I would not oppose it, yet you persist in plotting against us, aiming to harm my disciple, which I cannot tolerate. With that, Bibi Dong lifted the Rakshsa's scythe high above her head, her voice booming as if to overturn the heavens. Those who harm my disciple, those who wish to bring her harm, by this blade alone, regardless of the turmoil that may ensue or the might of the greatest Douluo, shall not deter me. As her words echoed, the very fabric of the universe trembled, and countless lies were rendered futile. In the depths of darkness, the chilling cries of an eerie infant reverberated, piercing through the soul. It was evident that upon witnessing Bibi Dong summon the scythe and unleash the power of the Rakshasa, blood I was stirred, hastening to her side for protection. Naturally, witnessing the angel clans might being quelled by the inheritor of the Rakshasa would be a sight blood I would relish. Boom. Bang. In the night, colossal purple lightning roared, and a myriad of thunderbolts seemed to obliterate the heavens, converging incessantly towards the Rakshsa's scythe, its aura swelling uncontrollably. Observing the celestial phenomenon, Qiang Sunji in the Pope's hall felt a tightening in his heart. He could no longer remain seated and dashed out of the hall. What is that? His gaze trembled, lips quivering in disbelief. Meanwhile, in the elder hall, Title Douluo was in deep meditation when suddenly an unsettling sensation gripped him, propelling him into the air, where he beheld a scene that left him in a daze. In such a short time, she has mastered the power of the Rakshasa. A chill coursed through Title Douluo's body, causing him to stagger backward involuntarily, a sense of urgency enveloping his mind. Qianji, can you still subdue Bibi Dong, who is undergoing divine trials? Simultaneously, across the spirit hall, countless soul masters were left in awe by the startling spectacle in the sky, with over 10 Title Douluo converging atop the various halls. In that direction, not far from the Saintess's quarters. What could possibly have transpired to unleash such a terrifying force of darkness? As I gazed upon the scene shrouded in ominous clouds, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped us. All the Title Douluo experienced a profound sense of trepidation. Those possessing soul power merely in the realm of 20 or 30 levels were rendered helpless, prostrating themselves upon the ground as if suffocating. Thud! Your Holiness, the Saintess, we acknowledge our transgressions. Please grant us mercy this once. At that moment, Yueguan no longer exuded his former grandeur. Perhaps it was the ghostly figure leading the charge that compelled him to kneel swiftly, his movements remarkably fluid and graceful. In the face of such divine pressure, Yueguan harbored a strong premonition. Should the adversary truly unleash a scythe-like strike, not only would he be unable to withstand it alone, but even in collaboration with the ghostly figure, they would likely be obliterated, leaving no trace behind. He had never anticipated that the Saintess would possess such extraordinary strength. Merely the aura of her impending attack was enough to leave them both gasping for breath. Spare you this once? Bibi Dong cast a faint glance at the two individuals. If I had not arrived in time today, would you have spared my disciple once again? Would you have inflicted harm upon my disciple? However, Bibi Dong did not heed the words of Yueguan. Instead, her countenance grew even colder. The power of the demonic sickle in her grasp intensified, causing it to emit a resonant hum of impending ferocity. Not long after Bibi Dong departed from the courtyard, she became aware of the sounds of a scuffle emanating from within. Upon her return, she was met with the alarming sight of Yueguan and Gue Mei poised to strike at her precious bower. The thought of two Title Douluos threatening two innocent children was beyond her comprehension. She shuddered to think of what might have transpired had she returned later. Would her dear bower have been dragged before the shameless Qian Xuanji, subjected to unspeakable torments? Qian Xuanji had long harbored resentment towards her. If her beloved child were to be captured, it was certain that the child would endure unimaginable suffering, and ultimately, Qian Xuanji might even wield her child's life as a means of coercion. Such despicable acts were undoubtedly within the realm of possibility for that rogue. As for Yueguan and Gue Mei, they found themselves utterly confounded by Bibi Dong's inquiry. Gue Mei, with a face full of indignation, lamented, "When have we ever harmed your disciple? Who exactly is hurting whom here?" Yueguan, his face buried in his hands, was equally distressed, wishing to express, "I am on the brink of being overwhelmed by your disciple. How could we ever harm her? This is no jest. Since you have come here, you must be prepared to face the consequences of your actions." Bibi Dong could not bear to listen to such trifles. In her eyes, there was absolutely no room for anyone to harm her beloved. "Your Highness, we truly acknowledge our errors. Please grant us mercy," they exclaimed, bowing deeply in supplication. Bang, bang, bang. With that, Yueguan and Gue Mei genuinely prostrated themselves, displaying remarkable eagerness. These two fellows were indeed a disgrace to their title as Title Douluo. Above them, Bibi Dong was taken aback by the lack of resolve exhibited by Gue Mei and Yueguan. Just a moment ago, they were fervently serving the Pope, and in the next, upon sensing the shift in circumstances, they so readily surrendered. Such elders are of little use. It would be wiser to make an example of them to deter the vile intentions of that despicable man, Qian Xuanji, from plotting against my beloved. Bibi Dong, with a steely resolve, aimed the Rakshasa scythe at Yueguan and his companion. The specter trembled, its pupils dilating in fear. Oh no, how could this happen? Yueguan screamed again. They had already reached the point of kneeling and begging for mercy, their foreheads touching the ground, yet the holy maiden still intended to execute them. In that moment, they appeared utterly petrified, their spirits seemingly shattered. Enough. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Title Douluo intervened, positioning himself before Bibi Dong. "You must spare Yueguan and the specter. They are newly appointed elders of the Spirit Hall. Regardless of their actions, it is time to relent." Title Douluo stepped forward, his mere words granting Bibi Dong a semblance of respect. The internal strife within the spirit hall that resulted in the deaths of 2 elders would have dire repercussions if it were to leak. And Tian Dalu would not permit such a disaster. Are you preparing to strike? Do you intend to eradicate the Qian family? The figure of Blood Eye appeared, placing herself in front of Bibi Dong, confronting Tian Dalu. Should Tian Dalu dare to attack Bibi Dong, she would show no mercy to Qian Xuanji or anyone from the Qian family. Tian Dalu glared at Blood Eye, his expression darkening. This is not the night. In my domain, you will find no advantage. With that, he summoned his 6-winged angel spirit. The 6 golden wings unfurled, radiating a blinding light that tore through the oppressive darkness, creating a rift in the ominous scene. In an instant, the opposing forces of Tian Dalu and Blood Eye manifested as 2 contrasting auras, clashing violently, as if this space were divided into realms of light and darkness. Go ahead and make your move. I shall be watching, Blood Eye remarked, turning her gaze back to Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong remained silent, her attention shifting to Su Feng and Hulaina, her hesitation evident. At that moment, Hulaina had rushed to Su Feng's side, her small hand gripping his arm tightly, her body trembling slightly in fear at the unfolding spectacle. Su Feng, too, exhibited signs of trepidation, avoiding the sky with his gaze, seemingly apprehensive of the scene before them. Yet, his fear was feigned. After all, if everyone was terrified and he alone remained calm, it would be too conspicuous. And he preferred not to draw undue attention. Have I frightened you? Seeing her beloved bower, Bibi Dong's heart softened somewhat. Had it not been for the sight of Yu Guan and the sinister intentions of the 2 specters towards her precious child, she truly would not have wished to reveal this terrifying aspect of herself before Bower. For the sake of my dear child, I shall spare your lives. Bibi Dong swiftly made her choice, the divine power emanating from her hand slightly receding, yet ultimately she still directed her strike towards Yu Guan and the other. Boom. As anticipated, the duo joined forces to resist, but in the end, they were left gravely injured and collapsed to the ground. Tian Dalu, noticing Bibi Dong's lack of murderous intent, no longer wished to continue his engagement with the Blood Eye, and with a cold snort, his figure vanished. The Blood Eye dissipated into a cloud of black mist. This extraordinary phenomenon arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The onlookers, particularly the Title Douluo, were filled with curiosity regarding the events that had transpired. Yet they tacitly refrained from approaching. For before Tian Dalu departed, he had discreetly left a message for everyone. From this day forth, without any orders, no one was permitted to casually investigate within a 3,000-meter radius of the Saintess's palace. This proclamation was laden with a palpable sense of caution, and coupled with the earlier oppressive aura of her sinister divine power, all the soul masters and more than a dozen Title Douluo silently dispersed. Following this incident, it seemed the Saintess's palace had been tacitly designated as a forbidden zone. Yu Guan, we thank your highness the Saintess for sparing our lives. Gui Mei, we extend our gratitude to your highness the Saintess for her mercy. The 2, battered and breathless, rose from the ground and bowed towards Bibi Dong, who, however, did not even afford them a glance. Begone. Thank you, your highness the Saintess. The 2 of them prepared to flee. You too wait. Yu Guan's body stiffened, his gaze returning to Bibi Dong, his lips twitching slightly. What on earth do you want? Gui Mei silently cursed within, though his face remained a mask of servility. Your highness the Saintess, may I inquire if you have any further commands? Bibi Dong remained unresponsive, instead choosing to patiently listen to the grievances of a certain little rogue. Surely not, dear teacher, you cannot genuinely intend to let them go. These 2 are destined to be your capable aides in the future, if you release them now. Where will you ever find another pair of Title Douluo level subordinates? Moreover, these 2 are currently in a dire predicament with Qian Xuanji, making this the perfect opportunity to recruit them onto your ship of ambition. Please, do not let this chance slip away, dear teacher. Capable aides? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong realized that she indeed lacked subordinates with the strength of a Title Douluo. If there ever came a day when she had to temporarily leave Bibi, she would be at a loss for how to protect her in times of peril. However, how could she persuade Yu Guan and the others to serve her? Surely, Bibi would have a way. Bibi Dong found herself in a state of perplexity, contemplating a means to gauge her beloved Bayer. What she did not anticipate, however, was that both Yu Guan and Gui Mei, fearing the resurgence of her lethal intentions, once more prostrated themselves before her. Your Highness, the Saintess, if you do not find it distasteful, I, Gui Mei, am willing to remain by your side from this day forth. At your command, I shall traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, exerting myself to the fullest. Your Highness, I, Yue Guan, too, shall heed your every instruction from this moment onward, wholeheartedly dedicating myself to your service. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, her astonishment evident. These two individuals had likely uttered similar sentiments in the presence of Qiang Sunji. After all, at this juncture, they had recently ascended to the status of elders and felt little sense of belonging to the spirit hall. Their obsequiousness was merely a means of self-preservation. Is that so? Bibi Dong suddenly came to a realization. It appears that I can send them to seek out Hu Lai's brother, Xieyu, and that fellow named Yan, as a means to gauge their sincerity. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong promptly instructed Yu Guan and Gue Mei. The two, driven by the instinct for self-preservation, dared not oppose her and readily acquiesced. As long as you both faithfully assist me and serve me with genuine devotion, I shall not treat you unjustly. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment, then retrieved 2 spirit fruits from the soul guide, shielding Su Feng's gaze as she handed them to Yue Guan and Gue Mei. Take these, for they will greatly aid in solidifying your strength. Consider it a modest gift from me as a token of my sincere allegiance. As she spoke, Bibi Dong appeared nonchalant, as if these spirit fruits were mere trifles to her. However, within, she felt a pang of regret. These 2 spirit fruits were precious celestial items that she had painstakingly acquired from Su Feng, and with only 3 in her possession, she was reluctant to consume them all. Having indulged in but one, it was precisely because of this spirit fruit that she had been able, within a mere few days, to comprehend the method of wielding the demonic goddess power, unleashing the formidable force she had just displayed. Now, in a bid to win over 2 Title Douluo, she had relinquished them entirely. Her heart felt as though it were bleeding. Naturally, she dared not let Su Feng witness this act of borrowing flowers to present to Buddha, as it would be too humiliating. Gulp. Thank you, Your Highness the Saintess. As they sensed the extraordinary ethereal energy emanating from the spirit fruits, Yue Guan and Gue Mei instantly felt invigorated, swiftly accepting and concealing the fruits. The greater their soul power, the sharper their perception, they could distinctly feel the potency of these fruits. Once consumed, they were certain they could master the abilities of a Title Douluo within a week, and even had confidence in breaking through another level within half a year. Contemplating the Saintess's generosity in contrast to the brutal and oppressive treatment meted out by Qiang Sunji, a wave of inexplicable emotion washed over Yue Guan and Gue Mei. By the heavens, I have finally aligned myself with the right person. Gue Mei felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. It appears that I must wholeheartedly follow the Saintess from now on. Only then do I have a promising future alongside the old ghost. Yue Guan shared in this fervor, silently cursing Qiang Sunji as an old cur, for in comparison to the Saintess, he paled in every aspect. Your Highness the Saintess, we shall take our leave. Despite having endured a beating during this encounter, Yue Guan and Gue Mei departed with smiles radiating from their faces, brimming with enthusiasm. Master, did you give them something? Bibi Dong sensed Su Feng's gaze upon her, and an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her. She hurriedly denied. I merely offered them a few words of advice. Oh, very well. You startled me. I thought my teacher had bestowed those spiritual fruits upon those 2. If that were the case, I would need to prepare 2 more spiritual fruits for my teacher. Since that is not the case, let it be. I shall wait for another opportunity to present them to my teacher. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated in her mind, leaving Bibi Dong frozen, as if turned to stone. Bauer, I was wrong. I should not have deceived you. Woe is me. In the depths of despair, Bibi Dong silently lamented, yet lacked the courage to acknowledge it. She felt as though her very being was fracturing. 1 month later, in a dilapidated abode within Nodding City, Yu Xiaojing finally regained his mobility. Lying on a bed strewn with straw, he stretched languidly before rising, his expression darkening. Bibi Dong, I never anticipated your cruelty. You shattered my legs and rendered me powerless. Yu Xiaojing pressed a hand against his groin, inhaling deeply as his countenance grew increasingly somber, even contorted with rage. You dared to render me incapable of progeny and forced me to crawl back to Nodding City. After a month of recuperation, I have regained my strength. This humiliation shall be avenged 100-fold. After voicing his grievances, Yu Xiaojing swiftly composed himself and departed the dwelling, heading towards Lamba Academy while muttering to himself. Now, I am devoid of that particular ability, but Erlong remains oblivious. As long as I conceal this fact, it will be as if nothing ever transpired. Thus, I can still remain with Erlong. Indeed, retaining her as a contingency was a sagacious decision. He suppressed all his animosity, reverting to an extraordinarily calm demeanor. For now, he remained the foremost theoretical scholar within the realm of soul masters. Excellent. My path to vengeance relies on you, Erlong. Though Erlong may not possess the beauty of Bibi Dong or the delicate, fair skin she boasted, Yu Xiaojiang firmly believed that as long as his brilliance shone brightly and his attentiveness toward Erlong was profound enough, he could continuously captivate her, maintaining control over her in the dominion of the Golden Triangle. This was his hope for resurgence and retribution. It was imperative that she remained unaware, otherwise Erlong might refuse to align with him, thus jeopardizing his vengeful plans. Suddenly, the thought struck him anew. Erlong's martial spirit was a variant of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. And as a theoretical master, he had undoubtedly gleaned vast knowledge from the ancient text of the Spirit Hall. This realization, of course, was something Yu Xiaojiang could never disclose. Otherwise, how could he regard Erlong as a mere contingency and maintain absolute control over the Golden Triangle? It had been over a month. Lu Erlong, that foolish woman, must be missing me dearly, haha. Yu Xiaojiang coldly chuckled and immediately set out to find Lu Erlong. Half a year swiftly passed. Meanwhile, in a courtyard of the Spirit Hall, there were originally only Su Feng and Hu Laina, but 5 months prior, 2 others had joined them, Xie and Yin. Through the tireless efforts of Yueguan and Gue Mei, they successfully located the pair in a slum. Upon learning that Hu Laina and Xie Yin would one day be able to perform a soul fusion technique, Bibi Dong had them reside in the courtyard, allowing them to practice together during the day and fostering their camaraderie in advance. As expected, they had developed a remarkable synergy, though all of them had become rather lazy under Su Feng's influence, neglecting their training. In a corner of the courtyard, permeated by an unsavory odor, Yin provocatively suggested, "Let us have a contest to see who can urinate farther, shall we?" He removed his pants with a mischievous grin. Xie, unwilling to back down, brandished his weapon. "Bring it on. Who's afraid? After all, you always lose." Unexpectedly, Yin was the first to let loose, taunting, "I'm quicker than you." Xie, determined not to be outdone, retorted, "I can make a louder splash." Hey. Yin exclaimed in shock. "What are you doing? You splashed on me. I didn't tea." Xie feigned innocence, though he secretly chuckled. "You rascal, I told you I was done. Why did you splash me?" Xie immediately countered. "Ah, you splashed me. You scoundrel." Yin completely lost his composure. "Ugh, Xie, how dare you splash my face? I will retaliate." "How infuriating, you scoundrel, spitting on me." "I will spit back." "Ah, I will fight you." This battle raged on for quite some time. Yet, why did the 2 maidservants in the courtyard not intervene? They wished to. But upon realizing the 2 were armed with nothing but saliva and urine, even though they had reached the soul ancestor level, they dared not take a single step forward. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined being intimidated by 2 children. Finally, the figure of Yueguan appeared, exuding a powerful aura that firmly suppressed the 2 miscreants. However, even though Yueguan was a Title Douluo, he dared not approach them, as he had a phobia of cleanliness. And the stench was overwhelming. This skirmish was nothing short of a divine battle between Xie and Yin, although they were merely weaklings without awakened spirits. Even a powerhouse of Yueguan's caliber had to exercise caution, refraining from provoking them recklessly. "You 2 rascals, clean yourselves up and face the wall for reflection." The moonlit night was cold as Yueguan disdainfully tossed aside a remark and departed with an expression of utter disdain. Meanwhile, the 2 maidservants could hardly suppress their amusement. Yet they prudently kept their distance from Xie and his companion, for they could never predict when these 2 miscreants might turn their antics towards them. On the opposite side of the courtyard lay a small garden, a realm strictly off limits to Xie and Yin. Any trespassers would face severe consequences, as indicated by a sign at the entrance inscribed with 3 prominent lines, warning of the formidable nature of its guardians. Upon seeing the sign, Yueguan's expression shifted to one of resignation, coupled with a sigh of relief. Perhaps this garden was indeed a rare sanctuary amidst the chaos of the courtyard. As Yueguan entered the garden, he beheld the holy maiden imparting her wisdom to Su Feng and Hu Laina. He cautiously took a position to the side, hesitant to intrude. After a considerable wait, once the holy maiden concluded her lesson, Yueguan respectfully addressed her while also offering a nod of acknowledgement to Su Feng and Hu Laina. "It is an honor to meet you, young Master Su and Miss Laina." Unlike the 2 foolish individuals outside, Su Feng and Hu Laina were esteemed by the holy maiden, particularly Su Feng, whose favor was paramount. Even if it meant uttering a harsh insult towards Qiang Sunji, Yueguan would never dare to offend him. The terrifying aura of the Rakshas's scythe from 6 months prior lingered in his memory, a reminder of the peril he faced when ordered to capture Su Feng, nearly costing him his life. Please, rise. Bibi Dong gestured for Yu Guan to speak, inquiring, what matters do you wish to report? According to my subordinates, there exists a formidable trio known as the Golden Iron Triangle, capable of executing a powerful fusion technique involving 3 martial souls. Within the same rank, they are nearly invincible. And even when confronting an opponent from a higher rank, their chances of victory remain substantial, particularly within the territories of the Heaven-Do Empire, where their influence is notably pronounced. Yu Guan paused momentarily. Adopting a more serious tone, the leader of this trio is said to be none other than the foremost theorist in the Soul Master realm, Yu Xiaojing. Thus, I propose that we capture him and compel him to divulge the techniques for executing the 3-person martial soul fusion. This would facilitate future studies for Nana, Xiaoyu, and Yin, potentially making their mastery of the martial soul fusion technique considerably easier, having accompanied Her Holiness for over half a year. Yu Guan was already aware that Hulaina and her companions would eventually be able to perform the martial soul fusion technique. He considered seeking Yu Xiaojing's assistance to be a prudent idea. Most importantly, both he and Gui Mei had experienced a level of enhancement due to the consumption of spiritual fruits, elevating their capabilities within this short span of time. He felt a sense of gratitude and a desire to contribute to Her Holiness's endeavors. In summary, the Golden Iron Triangle, now led by Yu Xiaojing, had achieved considerable renown, with rumors suggesting that after a decade of cultivation, they could rival a Title Douluo. My subordinate is prepared to apprehend them immediately to extract the secrets of their fusion technique. Upon hearing Yu Guan's report, Bibi Dong expressed surprise. Reflecting on her last encounter with Yu Xiaojing, which occurred over 6 months ago, she recalled how she had personally shattered his legs and mutilated his most vital attributes, intending to ensure that this despicable wretch would endure a life of suffering. Yet, she had not anticipated his remarkable resilience. In merely 6 months, he had regained a semblance of power. My dear disciple, what are your thoughts on Yu Guan's suggestion? Bibi Dong habitually glanced towards Xiaosu Feng, feeling that her beloved Bower might surprise her in unexpected ways. Ah, what a splendid suggestion. If one wishes to pry into the methods of cultivation, then so be it. However, such an endeavor seems entirely unnecessary. I possess a wealth of insights regarding the cultivation of martial soul fusion techniques, far superior to those penned by Yu Xiaojing. When Nana and the others come of age, I shall undoubtedly impart my knowledge to them. Nevertheless, it matters little to me. It is not as though I am the one pursuing that individual. Let them engage in their antics as they please. My dear Bower has been concealing so much. A sudden shock coursed through Bibi Dong's heart, yet her countenance remained inscrutable as she pondered. I must delve deeper into the background of my dear Bower. Now that Bower has adequately prepared for the training insights of the martial soul fusion technique, there is no longer a necessity to retrieve Yu Xiaojing. How should I proceed with him? Bibi Dong contemplated, reflecting on certain remarks made by her beloved Bower in the past. Was that fellow not particularly fond of theoretical research? He has even published the 10 core competencies of martial souls and the maximum age limits for soul rings that can be absorbed at various levels, garnering considerable acclaim. However, should the truth of his surreptitious acquisition of the martial soul hall's ancient texts be revealed, it would expose him as a hypocritical plagiarist, leading to his inevitable disgrace and ruin. Bibi Dong distinctly recalled that these words were one of the tactics suggested by Xiao Su to provoke her into confronting Yu Xiaojing over 6 months ago. However, since she had already dealt a devastating blow to Yu Xiaojing, stripping away his manhood and dignity, she refrained from further retaliation at that time. Now, however, the opportunity presented itself perfectly. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong promptly instructed Xiang Yue, I want you to immediately disseminate a message in collaboration with the 2 specters. Whether it be in the Heaven-Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, or even within the territories governed by the Spirit Hall. Spread this news to every place influenced by Yu Xiaojing's theories. Your Highness, the Saintess, please proceed, Xiang Yue responded. What do you mean? Are you implying that the majority of Yu Xiaojing's theories are mere plagiarisms from the ancient text of the Spirit Hall? He is indeed such a despicable character? Upon hearing the truth as articulated by Bibi Dong, Xiang Yue's face was a portrait of astonishment, as if his long-held beliefs had been shattered. He had previously regarded Yu Xiaojing as a noteworthy figure, despite his lack of talent, believing that he possessed some merit in theoretical discussions. Do you doubt my words? Bibi Dong discerned Yu Guan's apprehensions, hence she produced the Saintess token and presented it to him. With my token, you and Gui Mei may access the inner sanctum of the Wuhuan Temple's library to seek out ancient texts. Once you possess tangible evidence, the truth will undoubtedly reveal itself to you. In the past, she had clandestinely lent the inner library's books to Yu Xiaojing, Otherwise, how could that despicable man have swiftly mastered such an abundance of esteemed theories? Very well, if the saintess has no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Go ahead, she replied. Yu Guan accepted the saintess token and swiftly set off to join his esteemed brother, Gue Mei. My dear disciple, do you believe my arrangements are satisfactory? Bibi Dong, having eavesdropped on numerous heartfelt sentiments, was acutely aware of Xiao Shufeng's disdain for Yu Xiaojing. Indeed, Bibi Dong swiftly garnered Xiao Shufeng's unequivocal approval. Excellent, truly splendid. I am exceedingly pleased with your arrangement. This fellow is utterly repugnant. Allowing him to perish would be an act of mercy. Once his plagiarism is exposed, the spirit hall can pursue him for theft, rendering him a pariah, perpetually ensnared in a state of trepidation. It would be most gratifying to humiliate him once more in front of his peers, just as we did before. Just as we did before? Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback as vivid memories of that day surged forth in her mind, as if it had transpired only yesterday. On that fateful day, not only did she inflict severe injuries upon Yu Xiaojing, but she also resorted to deception, misleading him into believing that she was with child, bearing Su Feng's offspring. At that time, Su Feng had not yet undergone his transformation, still possessing the semblance of a youth on the cusp of adulthood. Perhaps in her fervent desire for revenge against Yu Xiaojing, she had completely lost her sense of reason as she found herself embracing her disciple passionately, indulging in a fervent kiss, disregarding the decorum befitting a teacher and her student. It was, after all, her very first kiss. Thump, thump, breathless. As Bibi Dong contemplated these thoughts, her heart inexplicably quickened, and a blush graced her delicate features. This incident had transpired over 6 months ago, and both individuals had tacitly agreed to pretend it had never occurred. Yet, every time Bibi Dong reflected upon it, she was engulfed in profound embarrassment. Feeling as though she had lost her senses that day, she silently hoped that Bauer had forgotten about the incident. The sensation of shame was simply overwhelming. Unbeknownst to her, Su Feng was also engaged in a similar prayer. In just a few days, he would be able to alleviate the side effects of the celestial brew and revert to a normal size. He wished that when the teacher humiliated Yu Xiaojing, he would refrain from making advances toward him, especially since he had already relinquished his first kiss. Should any further actions be taken, it might suggest ulterior motives regarding his body. Boom. A thunderclap reverberated in his mind. Indeed, such memories were not easily forgotten. Wait, could it be that Bauer was about to revert to her true age? Bibi Dong suddenly realized. Does that mean I can no longer hold Bayer to sleep? Nor can I shower her with kisses and embraces? Bibi Dong has come to realize the gravity of the situation. The reason she currently treats her disciple as a treasured gem is that the latter appears as a mere child. However, should she truly revert to the appearance befitting a 14-year-old, she would undoubtedly resemble an adult, and she would find it utterly shameful to continue engaging in such disgraceful acts. Master, why do you keep staring at me? Su Feng noticed Bibi Dong's unwavering gaze upon him, which instilled a sense of foreboding within him. What could a teacher possibly be doing? Still in denial? Your sordid gaze has betrayed you. Very well, I shall endure for a few more days. Once I regain a stature befitting a normal human, I will certainly vacate the Holy Maiden's quarters, refusing to allow you, this superficial woman, to further insult my body. Am I sordid? Am I superficial? Have I insulted your body? Upon hearing her beloved's remarks, Bibi Dong stood in shock. She was aware that her impression in the eyes of her disciple was far from favorable, yet she never anticipated being criticized so harshly. My dear, you have truly wounded me. My affection for you is the reason behind my actions. It is not a reflection of my superficiality. In Bibi Dong's heart, an inexplicable sense of grievance welled up, and as she pondered that Bauer would soon transition into adulthood, her sorrow deepened even further. How could he regain his adult form? A perplexing thought arose in Bibi Dong's mind. It was she who had personally applied the divine elixir onto Su Feng, a treasure that possessed the power to rejuvenate a man, which consequently transformed Su Feng into a youthful visage. Obedient disciple, Bibi Dong resolved to test the waters and inquired, how have you found your time spent with your master in the saintess's quarters over the past 6 months? What do you mean by I am asking you a question. What is your true feeling? Su Feng's lips twitched, yet he maintained a compliant demeanor, responding with a smile. I feel quite well, indeed. Bibi Dong also smiled, saying, since my disciple has taken a liking to it, I shall reluctantly acquiesce to your request, allowing you to reside in the Holy Maiden's palace for an additional year. Isn't that rather excessive? You are begrudgingly permitting me to stay for a year? What are you even thinking? I shall be departing shortly. Bibi Dong clenched her fists discreetly, yet a smile adorned her face as she said, "My dear disciple, do you seem to find a year too brief? Pray tell, how long would you wish to stay? This matter shall be decided by your teacher." Su Feng feigned an obedient demeanor, yet inwardly he was overwhelmed with disdain. How long do I wish to stay? I yearn to depart at once. Nevertheless, there is no rush. In 3 days, my primordial body shall ascend to the primordial divine body, at which point the effects of the elixir of rejuvenation will naturally dissipate, restoring me to my adult form. I refuse to believe that, upon facing my adult self, you would still have the audacity to propose such shameless acts as bathing me or dare to engage in those ignoble activities at night. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong appeared to comprehend, yet perhaps she did not fully grasp it. What is the primordial divine body? Never mind, it is of little significance. As Bibi Dong contemplated the impending farewell to her beloved bower in merely 3 days, an inexplicable melancholy enveloped her heart. Though her former disciple, resembling a small adult, possessed a certain endearing charm, it paled in comparison to the irresistible appeal of the present. Alas, growth is inevitable for Bower, albeit hastened. All that Bibi Dong could do was cherish these final 3 days, savoring every moment spent by Bower's side. After a brief spell of sorrow, Bibi Dong recollected a prior notion. She had mentioned teaching Su Feng to swim. The cute, bashful demeanor of young Su Feng was enough to ensnare her heart. In earlier days, merely bathing him would render him crimson with embarrassment, but repeated exposure had rendered him immune. And it had been quite some time since Bibi Dong had witnessed his shy countenance. Thus, she resolved to personally guide Bower in the art of swimming, providing her ample justification to remove Su Feng's garments. In her musings, a delicate blush graced Bibi Dong's cheeks. Given Bower's exceedingly modest nature, should she catch sight of her mentor shedding her clothes, an adorable flush would undoubtedly adorn her face. Bibi Dong has begun to feel a sense of anticipation. Yet she is also quite bashful. After all, engaging in such an embarrassing act before her disciple is undeniably awkward. No, the master must not succumb to shyness. As long as she remains composed, the one who will feel the embarrassment will be Bayer. Bibi Dong silently recites a calming mantra. Once she regains her composure, she adopts a facade of seriousness and inquires, "Bayer, I mentioned long ago that I would teach you how to swim, and I have yet to fulfill that promise. I intend to teach you within the next few days. What do you think?" "I refuse," Su Feng protests habitually. However, Hulaina, ever curious about new experiences, interjects, "Teacher, I want to learn too." "Learn? Learn? Learn? What a nuisance. With only 3 days left, can't you let me borrow Bayer for just a moment?" Bibi Dong nearly voiced her thoughts aloud. Over the past 6 months, Su Feng had repeatedly refused to share a room with her under the pretense of focusing on training, claiming he needed to guide Nana. But in truth, Su Feng merely sought to indulge in idleness, with Nana serving as his unwitting accomplice. "Nana, you must not follow," she admonished. "But why?" Hulaina's face was filled with grievance. With only 3 days remaining, Bibi Dong did not wish to indulge her, and thus spoke sternly. "Did I not inform you that your senior brother is rather unique? Your presence would hinder his acquisition of knowledge. Do you wish to jeopardize his learning?" Nana, though reluctant to harm her senior brother, longed to accompany him in his studies. Hulaina lowered her head, pouting in a display of dissatisfaction. All right. There will be other opportunities in the future." Bibi Dong softened her demeanor slightly and inquired, "Have you encouraged your elder brother to learn swimming? Once he masters it, he could teach you." "He can teach me? That would be splendid. I wholeheartedly support this," Nana exclaimed. "Very well, with 2 votes in favor and 1 against. It is settled." Bibi Dong bestowed a gentle smile upon Su Feng. Su Feng, bewildered, wore an expression of confusion. "We shall embark at once." Seemingly sensing the urgency of time, Bibi Dong briefed Hulaina on the training agenda for the next 3 days before scooping Su Feng into her arms and departing, humming a cheerful tune. Soon, she would be free to indulge in her desires without restraint. Bibi Dong felt an increasing thrill of anticipation. In the past, within the confines of the dormitory, young Su Feng would even sleep in his clothes, adopting a wary posture that left her no opportunity to tease him. And she refrained from taking action, fearing it might provoke his ire and cause him to distance himself from her. However, this time was different. The rationale was sufficiently compelling. Young Su Feng had been overly cautious, leaving Bibi Dong with little chance previously. Perhaps it was true what they say, that which is unattainable forever stirs the soul. Seizing this opportunity, Bibi Dong was determined to fulfill her long-held wishes that she had previously hesitated to pursue. In the sanctuary of the Saintess's bathing chamber, Bibi Dong returned with Su Feng, promptly embarking on a new round of instructional endeavors, the art of swimming. "Let us begin, Bauer," she declared. In Bibi Dong's heart, it seemed as though a mischievous little devil was revealing a wicked smile, yet her expression remained remarkably solemn. "Come, allow your master to assist you in removing your garments." "Wait." Su Feng, aware of Bibi Dong's malevolent intentions, refused to let her succeed so easily, responding, "I actually do not require swimming lessons, for I have already mastered the art." "Is that so?" S' expression stiffened, sensing that the plan might unravel, yet feeling a twinge of reluctance. "Then demonstrate for me," she commanded. "Very well," Su Feng replied with confidence. "It's merely swimming. I have ample experience from my past life, so how difficult could it be? Come. Allow me to assist you in removing your garments." "Wah, what? Don't move. If you do, I shall have to impose a punishment," she warned. What Su Feng did not anticipate was that seemed particularly eager today, seizing every opportunity to draw closer, leaving him no time to refuse as his clothes were swiftly stripped away. Bibi Dong planted a lingering kiss on Su Feng's cheek before reluctantly releasing him. "Let us begin." He harbored a sense of foreboding, believing that his mentor would not allow him to showcase his abilities lightly. A shiver ran down Su Feng's spine as he felt an ominous premonition. The final 3 days before regaining his normal form would likely plunge him into a nightmarish ordeal. As fate would have it, the very event he dreaded most unfolded before him. Gulp, gulp. What on earth? This is absurd. Why can't I swim? The moment Su Feng leapt into the water, he sank like a stone, unable to utilize his soul power and forced to feign drowning, lest his cultivation be revealed. It was evident that the water in this bath had been tampered with by Bibi Dong. "See," she chuckled, "I told you, you cannot swim yet." Bibi Dong chuckled softly, then leaped down to rescue Su Feng. "Alas, in my endeavor to save you, my garments have become drenched." Bibi Dong struggled to suppress her laughter, feigning a reproachful expression as she remarked, "Why must you insist on pretending to be capable when you clearly are not? I would never withhold my teachings from you." Su Feng remained silent, seemingly feeling quite frustrated. A mere swimming pool had bested him. How utterly absurd. Had his swimming skills truly become so rusty? With a soft chuckle, Bibi Dong could no longer contain her amusement. In truth, she had previously introduced a rare element into the water, which diminished buoyancy by 70%. Even an accomplished swimmer would find themselves unaccustomed to such conditions upon suddenly plunging into the depths. "My attire is soaked. I must change into a different swimsuit. Kindly turn your head. Can't you just return to your room to change? It's far too troublesome." Bibi Dong spoke softly, and Su Feng clenched his fist. Turning his head away, his face tinged with embarrassment and anger. "How infuriating. It always happens this way, changing clothes right beside me. You must be doing this on purpose. Utterly shameless, so superficial." In response to Su Feng's inner mutterings, Bibi Dong remained unfazed, for she had heard such words countless times and had become immune to them. Of course, these remarks were limited to Bauer. Those who had insulted her otherwise, like Yu Xiaojiang, had already faced dire consequences. After a brief moment, Su Feng began to hear rustling sounds behind him, accompanied by Bibi Dong's warning. "I am right behind you. Dare to peek, and I shall gouge out your eyes." "I understand. You need not emphasize it, please." Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Feng's face reddened even further, rendering him quite awkward. Bauer's shy demeanor was truly delightful, and Bibi Dong felt an immense sense of joy witnessing this scene. However, Bibi Dong soon found herself in a quandary, which swimsuit to choose. If she wished to engage closely with Bauer, she certainly could not don a swimsuit that was too conservative. Ideally, she would wear none at all, making it more comfortable to embrace her disciple. Yet, if she chose something overly revealing, or even went without, she would feel quite embarrassed, for she had never behaved thus in front of a man. "Teacher, are you done yet? Does it take this long to change into a swimsuit? You aren't feeling shy, are you?" TSK, who would have thought that a shameless woman like you would have this day? Am I shy? Impossible. Caught off guard by Su Feng's remark, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed, and she hastily retorted, "I am merely selecting a swimsuit." "Oh, do you need your disciple's assistance in choosing?" Su Feng replied with a hint of impatience. No need." Bibi Dong, feeling apprehensive, quickly warned Su Feng, "If you dare to turn your head and steal a glance, I shall not hesitate to punish you." The thought of him turning around conjured an image of an utterly awkward scene that she could scarcely bear to contemplate. In truth, as she engaged in these antics, Bibi Dong found herself in a state of inner turmoil. On one hand, she yearned to provoke a blush upon Bauer's cheeks and witness the other's shyness, while on the other, she herself felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Nevertheless, she decided to take things step by step, reminding herself that there were still 3 days ahead. In her current state, Bibi Dong felt her own cheeks flush with shyness, leading her to abandon hesitation and ultimately select a relatively modest sheer dress, which delicately draped over her curvaceous form. Yet, due to the gown's gossamer nature, despite covering most of her body, it still allowed glimpses of her fair skin to peek through, hinting at what lay beneath. The mere thought of this made her cheeks burn even more. So be it, she resolved. Bibi Dong eventually regained her composure, reminding herself with a calming mantra, "As long as I do not feel shy, it is Bauer who bears the shyness." Indeed, when Bibi Dong reappeared before Su Feng, the latter's face flushed a deep crimson, spreading to her neck and ears, as if her entire being were ablaze, emitting warmth, ultimately unable to meet Bibi Dong's gaze. "Huh, Bauer, are you feeling shy?" Su Feng remained silent, yet her mind brimmed with sarcasm. Shyness, indeed. Given that she donned such attire before her disciple, it was utterly baffling. Do you possess no sense of shame? Is there no decorum? Your esteemed teacher's image has completely crumbled, you know? I cannot endure this for much longer. Just 3 more days until I can return to my true form and swiftly distance myself from this individual. It appeared that I have triumphed, chuckled Bibi Dong. Observing the other's bashfulness, her own shyness dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of joy. It had been ages since she had relished the satisfaction of teasing her precious Bauer. "Let us commence," she gently proclaimed, extending her delicate hand to embrace Su Feng. In that instant, Bibi Dong felt as though she had been electrified, her body quivering with an unprecedented sensation that coursed through her entirety. Indeed, the experience was unlike any other, even through the thin veil. She distinctly sensed her precious Bauer-esque skin, soft as jade, remarkably smooth, seemingly better cared for than her own. Of course, there remained distinctions. Su Feng's skin was tender and pliable, brimming with youth, while Bibi Dong's was sleek and refined, imbued with the fragrance of a young maiden. Such was the nature of the situation. Clearly, teasing one's disciple was the most delightful pastime. In that moment, Bibi Dong was filled with exhilaration and anticipation, secretly reveling in the fact that her beloved Bauer had become utterly stiff in her embrace, her small hands unsure of where to rest, radiating an air of extreme restraint. "Humph, you are thoroughly ensnared by your teacher." Bibi Dong was overwhelmed with a sense of achievement. Opportunities to restrain her dear one were exceedingly rare, ultimately stemming from her own lack of audacity. In the ensuing 3 days, upon Bibi Dong's orders, Yu Guan and Gue Mei hastened to the Heaven-Do Empire. Every available resource within the Soul Hall branches located in the territory of the Heaven-Do Empire was mobilized, all for the clandestine announcement of a significant revelation. Yu Xiaojiang had plagiarized the ancient text of the Soul Hall, which encompassed the core theories of soul fusion, while falsely claiming these as his own research. This revelation reverberated throughout the entire Heaven-Do Empire, igniting discussions among the nobility within the royal city and extending even to the bustling streets of numerous towns. At that moment, within the council hall of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji occupied the seat of honor, surrounded by several core members of the sect. "Master, regarding your previous invitation to Yu Xiaojiang to become a guest elder of our sect, I urge you to reconsider. In the span of just 3 days, this matter has already spread throughout the Heaven-Do Empire. If we persist in inviting Yu Xiaojiang and request the core theories of soul fusion techniques, we may indeed provoke the Soul Hall," one member cautioned. "Indeed, and inviting him does not guarantee we will acquire the core theories of soul fusion. Therefore, I propose we promptly announce to the public that Yu Xiaojiang's character is questionable, and we, the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, will not accept such a soul master as a guest elder, placing him permanently on our blacklist, with all sect resources prohibited from being made available to him." Ning Fengji pondered deeply, sensing the complexity of the situation, although he had not unraveled the true motivations behind the events. The evidence at hand clearly indicated that Yu Xiaojiang had indeed plagiarized the ancient texts of the Soul Hall and shamelessly claimed them as his own research. With this in mind, Ning Fengji ceased to hesitate and promptly issued his command: "Relay my orders to retract the invitation and place Yu Xiaojiang on the blacklist." "Understood, Master." Meanwhile, in the streets of Soto City, the populace buzzed with fervor. "I told you so. How could a mere waste like Yu Xiaojiang possibly develop a theory that even the countless talented soul masters of the Soul Hall could not? It turns out he was merely plagiarizing. What a despicable and shameless individual." The recent emergence of the so-called Golden Iron Triangle led by Yu Xiaojiang, which had demonstrated formidable strength, was undoubtedly bolstered by the core theories of the Soul Hall. Otherwise, how could the 3 of them possibly achieve such feats? Precisely. Those capable of dual soul fusion techniques are exceedingly rare. Even if someone were to succeed, they would at least be a genius-level soul master. What right does a mere wastrel have to accomplish that? It must be due to his theft of the Soul Hall's core theories. The discussion surrounding Yu Xiaojiang's plagiarism had unwittingly become a favorite topic among soul masters during their leisure. Curse it, you wretched scoundrel, so it was all stolen. If only I could access the ancient text of the Soul Hall, perhaps I too could make groundbreaking discoveries. In a dimly lit corner, a disheveled man fiercely shattered his wine glass against the ground, subsequently stomping on it in a fit of rage, his face contorted with jealousy and fury. This man, known as the exceptional figure in the world of Douluo, was none other than Bulu. His ambition was to provide all beautiful girls in the world with a warm home, and if fate allowed, he aspired to cultivate and nurture those innocent maidens, helping them to understand the beauty of the world. Meanwhile, within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, in the Grand Hall of Deliberation, the clan leader, Yu Yuanjin, sat with a darkened expression. Below him, numerous elders wore expressions of derision and mockery. Lord, you previously mentioned the restoration of Yu Xiaojiang's clan status. I hope you will reconsider, stated the Grand Elder. Fully aware that Yu Yuanjin's intent to reinstate Yu Xiaojiang's status was likely a strategy to gain the elders' approval through the theory of martial soul fusion, subsequently positioning Yu Xiaojiang as the young clan master, a notion he could not accept. The Grand Elder spoke wisely. The clan leader ought to rescind his order. I propose an immediate command for Yu Xiaojiang to personally seek forgiveness at the Martial Soul Hall. Only then can we quell their fury. We cannot allow this waste to tarnish our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The speaker was the second elder, aligned with the Grand Elder, whose harsh tone garnered considerable support, as many sought to distance themselves from Yu Xiaojiang's shortcomings. Soon, the hall was filled with voices of agreement, indeed, in the face of self-interest. Even the slightest restoration of Yu Xiaojiang's reputation was swiftly tarnished, rendering him a pariah within the sect. Summon my command. Apprehend that ungrateful son at once. Under pressure, Yu Yuanjin finally bellowed, his fury palpable at the thought of his son's disgraceful actions. Yes, clan leader, responded the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, who promptly departed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan with several loyal subordinates. Brother, are we truly going to capture that Yu Xiaojiang? The Second Elder inquired with a sinister smile. Humph, he dares to plagiarize the ancient theories of the Martial Soul Hall. Let us not be implicated. The Grand Elder smirked ominously. It seems this waste cannot be allowed to remain. In Soto City, in a forsaken valley, Yu Xiaojiang, Flinder, and Lu Erlong sat around a fire, grilling some charred fish, yet no one bothered to turn them, allowing the burnt aroma to permeate the air. Xiaojiang, as brothers, I hope you will honestly confess. Did you plagiarize the ancient theories of the Martial Soul Hall? Flinder could no longer contain himself. In truth, the evidence clandestinely revealed by the Martial Soul Hall was sufficient to substantiate Yu Xiaojiang's guilt. However, as a longtime brother, Flinder believed that Yu Xiaojiang was not such a person. You don't trust me either? Yu Xiaojiang cast a forlorn glance at Flinder, his expression heavy with a sense of profound injustice. Indeed, the evidence was irrefutable, and he found himself bereft of any counterarguments. Thus, there was no reason for them to continue placing their trust in him. You two should leave, he said softly. One person should bear the burden while the other acts. I shall shoulder this blame alone. At the very least, you need not hide and suffer the slings and arrows of gossip as I do. Yu Xiaojiang appeared deeply burdened, as though he were the greatest victim in this affair. This scene tugged at Lu Erlong's heartstrings, prompting her to immediately declare her allegiance. Xiaojiang, I believe in you. You would never commit such an act. I will stay by your side, and we shall face this together, shall we? This does not concern you. It would be best if you kept your distance from me. Xiaojiang, I will not leave. I wish to remain here with you. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's insistence, Yu Xiaojiang fell into silence, his fist clenched tightly. His expression shifted once more, revealing a sense of guilt as if he believed he had brought misfortune upon them. He could not bear to meet the eyes of Lu Erlong and Flinder. Yet, deep within, Yu Xiaojiang thought, truly a foolish woman, I merely played a role. And she is already moved. Excellent, splendid. You are my woman, and also my instrument of revenge. Even if the entire world deems me a plagiarist, you must believe in me and stand by my side. Otherwise, I shall completely lose control over the Golden Triangle and, perhaps, never regain my footing. Thus, he resolved never to admit guilt. As Yu Xiaojiang calculated his next move, his faade grew more convincing, radiating a sense of utter despair. As if the entire world conspired against him, Even his brothers had turned their backs. Xiaojiang, if you did not plagiarize the Spirit Hall's theory, then how do you explain the evidence that has surfaced these days? As expected, after Yu Xiaojiang's act, not only had Lu Erlong softened, but even Flender was shaken. I do not know how this came to be, Yu Xiaojiang replied with a pained expression, but I know who is behind this. Xiaojiang, tell me, who is it? Lu Erlong pressed, eager to assist him. I will help you capture them. It is futile. She is from the Spirit Hall. And her status there is second only to the Pope. We cannot touch her. Are you referring to Bibi Dong? Flander narrowed his eyes. Is she not your last romantic interest? He dared not continue. Over the past 6 months, he had begun to suspect that Bibi Dong had likely severed ties with Yu Xiaojiang. Otherwise, Yu Xiaojiang would not appear so despondent. Ultimately immersing himself in the study of soul master theory, he could conceive of no other rationale for his state. Perhaps it was for the best. He had always felt that Yu Xiaojiang was unworthy of Bibi Dong. With Yu Xiaojiang's rejection, Flander felt a measure of equilibrium restored within himself. Now, Yu Xiaojiang was even more wretched, akin to a stray dog cast aside by Bibi Dong. Flander found the situation somewhat ironic and even amusing, though he stifled his laughter. Burying this instinctive schadenfreude deep within. Since we cannot confront Bibi Dong, what should we do next? Lu Erlong's expression was grave. We can only continue to hide for now. Until we find evidence to prove my innocence, we cannot re-emerge, Yu Xiaojiang said, his countenance somber, laced with regret. I apologize for the burden this places on you. It seems we will have to evade for a while longer, and I do not know when this will come to an end. Xiaojiang, I am untroubled as long as I am with you. I firmly believe that there will come a day when we can prove your innocence, Lu Erlong declared, almost enchanted, unwavering in her faith regardless of what he said. In parting, Lu Erlong raised her fist towards Flander, casting him a look that signified camaraderie. Flander, wouldn't you agree? Ahem. Flander nodded helplessly. Indeed, indeed. Xiaojiang, you see, both Flander and I will always support you. There is no need for excessive worry. Lu Erlong moved closer to Yu Xiaojiang, extending her hand as if to drape her arm over his shoulder, showcasing her loyalty, though her true desire was simply to draw nearer to him. Very well. Then I shall prepare some fish for you, Yu Xiaojiang said hastily, retreating to maintain a degree of distance from Lu Erlong. Casting a glance at Flander, he noted no signs of discontent, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Over these past 6 months, Yu Xiaojiang was acutely aware that Lu Erlong had sought to draw closer to him countless times, and he too was amenable to the idea. He yearned to embrace her slender waist, to kiss her enticing lips, and to explore the alluring mysteries of her being. Alas, he refrained from such actions, for he recognized that Flander harbored feelings for Lu Erlong as well. If he acted too hastily, brazenly taking advantage of Lu Erlong, Flander would undoubtedly feel jealousy, risking the dissolution of their golden triangle, perhaps even turning into a foe. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang could only tantalize Lu Erlong while maintaining his brotherly bond with Flander. Fearful of fracturing their trio, nightfall enveloped the Saintess's chamber. Ah, it is finally over. Feng lay sprawled on the bed, completely drained and despondent. For 3 whole days, it was almost unimaginable that he had swum over 100 meters in the pool and walked more than 2,000 meters. 2,000 meters. This was nearly equivalent to his entire exercise regimen over the past 3 months, all condensed into these 3 days. Remarkably, his cultivation had even reached level 79. Tantalizingly close to becoming a soul Douluo. However, he preferred to remain a soul sage rather than endure such exhaustion. In Feng's view, ample rest was essential for optimal cultivation. If he could not secure the most basic daily rest of 23 hours, how could he possibly muster the energy to train? Was there a problem? No, there was not. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Alas, he had not eaten anything all day, as he felt his stomach protesting. Feng prepared to retrieve some snacks from his soul guide. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the bathroom, clad in a delicate short dress. She revealed a pair of long, snow-white legs, accentuated by a jade belt that highlighted her slender waist, reminiscent of a willow. Her cascading hair flowed like a waterfall, and her starry, lake-like eyes, combined with her flawless visage, exuded an enchanting allure that was captivating. Any other man witnessing this scene would likely be overwhelmed with desire, yearning to possess this woman, only to be consumed by insatiable greed. However, having witnessed such sights before, Feng instinctively recoiled under the covers at the mere sight of Bibi Dong, losing all appetite and pretending to be asleep. These 3 days, my teacher has truly worn me out. I hope tonight she will grant me mercy. I earnestly beseech you, let me enjoy a good night's rest. Pht. Is your master truly that terrifying? As soon as she approached, Bibi Dong heard Bayer's somewhat despairing thoughts, and she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Bibi Dong inched closer to Xiao Su Feng, and soon she could hear the protest of his stomach. A sly smile curled at the corners of her lips. Over the past 3 days, under the guise of swimming lessons, she had indulged in numerous activities she had previously refrained from and felt too shy to attempt. For instance, she would cover Bauer's eyes with a cloth and then, with genuine sincerity, lie down, requesting the other to massage her. The sensation was akin to an electric shock. It was both ticklish and deeply pleasurable. Unfortunately, Bauer possessed an exceedingly thin skin, and no matter how earnestly Bibi Dong pleaded, he refused to engage directly, unable to tolerate even the slightest excess. Throughout the day, Bibi Dong deliberately kept a watchful eye on Su Feng, preventing him from eating, with the intention of fulfilling her final 2 experiences. One was that she had never embraced Bao with such sincerity, never fully savored the feeling of him entirely belonging to her. The other was Bibi Dong found herself grappling with thoughts that felt audacious, shameful, and utterly unconventional. Particularly the second notion filled her with such embarrassment that she could scarcely bear to entertain it, especially considering that the subject of her thoughts was none other than her own disciple. How could she possibly entertain such ideas? Yet, the impending reality loomed over her. After this night, Bauer would dispel the effects of the fairy brew and revert to her original adult form. At that juncture, Bibi Dong would no longer be able to perceive Su Feng as a mere child. Nor could she continue to harbor him within the sacred confines of the Holy Maiden's quarters. Regardless, she resolved to seize the moment, for this opportunity might never present itself again. With a steely determination, Bibi Dong swiftly brought forth the kanji she had meticulously prepared and placed it beside Su Feng. Bibi Dong swiftly regained her composure and said, after a long day of toil, let us first enjoy some kanji before resting. Su Feng remained silent, opting to feign sleep. The saying goes, no kindness comes without ulterior motives, and I refuse to be easily deceived. She must have intentions to awaken me for some ignoble purpose. Alas, Bibi Dong was already aware through her inner voice that Su Feng was merely pretending to be asleep. In dealing with such a Su Feng, Bibi Dong had her strategies. Thus, she remarked, since Bauer has already fallen asleep, and I cannot bear to see you go hungry, it seems I must begrudgingly resort to nourishing you myself. Bibi Dong was acutely aware of Bauer's pronounced obsession with cleanliness. Not only would she refuse to engage in a kiss, but even a mere brush of lips would necessitate a thorough cleansing. The notion of feeding through the mouth was utterly inconceivable to her. Indeed, as Bibi Dong prepared to serve the porridge, Su Feng could no longer contain himself and sat upright in alarm. I was wrong. I shall no longer feign ignorance. I will consume it immediately. With that declaration, Su Feng seized the bowl of clear porridge and swiftly drank it down. Master, may I take a moment to rest? Su Feng trembled, bracing himself for what he presumed would be a humiliating reprimand. Sleep, came the gentle response. To his astonishment, Bibi Dong merely smiled tenderly and refrained from any punitive action, causing him to gasp in disbelief. This is unexpected. It defies logic. Has the master undergone a transformation? Su Feng pondered, but before he could dwell further on his thoughts, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, and he succumbed to slumber without a second thought. It was unmistakable that Bibi Dong had tampered with the porridge. Bauer, Bauer, Bibi Dong called out several times, only to discover that her beloved child had truly succumbed to a deep slumber. A gentle sigh of relief escaped her lips, for just moments ago, she had been engulfed in trepidation, fearing that her cherished one might sense something amiss. After all, her child's cultivation was rather formidable, prompting her to administer a considerable dosage of the potion, potent enough to even incapacitate a Title Douluo. Alas, she lamented, she had ultimately become the very person she despised the most. Bibi Dong suddenly felt a pang of sentimentality as she realized that her actions tonight bore a striking resemblance to those of her beastly mentor, Qian Xuanji. Oh, perhaps there is a distinction. Qian Xuanji has been struck down by his disciples, while she, at least for the moment, has not faced such a fate. Is it truly appropriate for a master to act in this manner? As she gazed upon the peacefully slumbering Bauer, a sense of hesitation enveloped her. Surely not, surely not. I am still so young. Could it be that my teacher truly intends to take such liberties with me? How shameless you are, teacher, to have removed my clothing. Your audacity knows no bounds. You are so superficial. The panicked voice of Xiao Shufeng echoed in her ears, causing Bibi Dong to waver further. even to the point of internal conflict. Suddenly, a devilish whisper resonated within her mind. Go forth, indulge your desires, pursue your will. This is your path, the essence of your way. This voice, both ethereal and haunting, reverberated endlessly. As though it had long been nestled deep within her soul, perhaps it had emerged the moment she embraced the legacy of the Rakshasa. Fear not the constraints of the mundane. Act solely from the depths of your heart. Is this not your true path? Why do you still hesitate? The murmurs intensified, akin to a demon's whispers, causing Bibi Dong to shudder slightly. In an instant, the uncertainty that clouded her delicate features dissipated, replaced by a mischievous smile. Whatever the case may be, the die is cast. As a master, she would not forsake this opportunity. Bibi Dong grasped Baya's garment, her soul power surged, and with a sharp rip, the fabric was instantly torn asunder. In that moment, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming madness descend upon her, akin to a twisted and deranged individual. Yet, she had no desire to restrain herself. She merely wished to follow the impulsive thoughts that flitted through her mind. Rest assured, dear disciple, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I simply yearn to experience the true essence of embracing you. Do not hold it against me. Bibi Dong cast a glance of apology at Su Feng, her delicate face tinged with a blush, as if her entire being were ablaze. To this day, she had not uttered her second thought, for it was a notion she found exceedingly shameful, one that she dared not reveal to Bauer. Yet it filled her with an insatiable desire to explore. This idea had initially surfaced in jest during her playful banter with Bauer. Bibi Dong had never truly contemplated its realization. However, inexplicably, a devilish voice echoed in her mind, amplifying her desires to an overwhelming degree, compelling her to act upon them. Bauer, do not blame your master. Bibi Dong delicately bit her lip, then once again summoned her soul power, causing her garments to instantly tear apart. In a dream, Su Feng found himself in a kingdom of gastronomes, where an abundance of delectable delights filled his vision. Intriguingly, these mouth-watering dishes floated towards him. How extraordinary! Could this be a dream? Su Feng murmured to himself. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. He sensed his stomach protesting and decided to disregard it. If this is a dream, I shall indulge until satiated. Before long, an endless stream of food approached him, and he devoured it eagerly. Ah, how exquisite! Su Feng's face radiated enjoyment and contentment. Yet soon he was astonished to discover that no matter how much he consumed, he remained ravenously hungry, utterly unsatisfied. Damn it, this is absurd. I can't eat anymore. Su Feng exclaimed in frustration. However, to his bewilderment, the food began to compel him to continue eating. Oh no, this dream has spiraled out of control. Su Feng's face was a mask of terror as he abruptly reached out to grasp the food, but found he could not hold on to even one morsel. He then attempted to push them away with both hands, yet to no avail. The food seemed to possess a will of its own, stronger than his. What on earth is happening? Su Feng thought, feeling utterly foolish for having never encountered such a terrifying dream. Resigned, he acknowledged, since resistance is futile. I might as well continue to eat. He grew weary of struggling, allowing the food to toy with him. Moments later, a bizarre scene unfolded. Some of the floating food, like a loaf of bread, began to exude a metallic tang of blood. Why is this bread bleeding? Su Feng felt a surge of fear and promptly pushed the bloody loaf away. To his relief, the bread no longer forced itself into his mouth like the previous dishes. Phew, it seems to be over, Su Feng thought, believing the nightmare was at an end. Yet, to his horror, all the bloodied food in this kingdom was removed, replaced by another fresh batch that began to flow towards him. Help! Someone save me! Su Feng's face was etched with dread as he witnessed the ghastly repetition of the earlier events. This torment seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Su Feng noticed that another batch of food had also begun to ooze blood, which, strangely, was a welcome development. At least these dishes no longer forced themselves into his mouth, merely brushing against his face, bringing a sense of warmth. Surely, this must be the true end, he mused. After a brief moment, Su Feng found himself enveloped in darkness. It was not until a melodious notification chimed that he awakened from his reverie. Ding! Congratulations, host. Through your relentless efforts, you have accumulated 15 years of tranquility, achieving the status of an eternal tranquilizer in the tranquility system. Rewards: Primordial Body Advancement Card, which allows the primordial body to evolve into the divine primordial body. Level 1 Soul Power, Pure Heart Elixir, which dispels all malevolent thoughts. And 5,000 tranquility points. Ding! A gentle reminder, using the Primordial Body Advancement Card will enable your primordial body to evolve into the divine primordial body. Effect: negates all negative physical effects. accelerates cultivation speed by 2,000 times, amplifies soul power by 100, and enhances beauty to perfection. Would you like to proceed? This voice was familiar to Su Feng, and without hesitation, he responded, use it. Buzz. A vibration resonated within Su Feng's mind. Although he was still in slumber, he could distinctly sense an extraordinary transformation occurring within his body, as if he was rapidly maturing. So warm. What is happening? Upon using the advancement card, Su Feng felt his body growing rapidly, yet he soon realized something was amiss. It felt as though he were being embraced by something soft and warm. Oh, how delightful. Su Feng succumbed to the enveloping warmth, drifting deeper into slumber, for this was the profound sleep he had long sought. After all, he usually enjoyed sufficient rest, making such opportunities for deep sleep rare. Time passed unmeasured. When dawn broke, blinding sunlight streamed into the chamber, illuminating everything in its radiant glow. Su Feng groggily opened his eyes, instinctively turning his head to see if the woman had departed. To his relief, he found himself alone on the bed, catching the lingering faint fragrance she had left behind, as well as the warmth that had yet to dissipate. He sighed in relief. Thankfully, the demon had finally left. After a moment, he stretched out his hand and beheld his robust arms. It was evident he had transformed into an adult. A radiant smile spread across his face. At last, I have returned. Suddenly, Su Feng noticed a pile of clothes resting at the edge of the bed, his brow furrowing slightly. Did the teacher leave these? Could it be that even after his transformation back to adulthood, the teacher had not yet departed? Great. So I was exposed again? Su Feng's mouth twitched as he regretted his impulsiveness. Indeed, he should have waited for the teacher to leave before advancing. Although he had grown accustomed to being seen in his diminutive form, he still felt a profound embarrassment at being exposed following his return to adulthood. I should get dressed quickly to avoid encountering the teacher again. Su Feng hurriedly donned the clothes beside him. Just as he finished dressing, he retrieved a mirror. And the next moment, he was taken aback. Wow, who is this? How incredibly handsome. Su Feng gazed into the mirror, increasingly captivated by the visage reflected before him. He had to concede that this was the most strikingly handsome man he had ever seen, surpassing all others without exception. It was evident that this transformation was the result of the primordial divine body. During his ascension, the primordial divine body had been reshaping his physique, guiding him towards perfection in both form and appearance. Most significantly, after this metamorphosis, Su Feng now resembled a young man in his early 20s. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Due to your advancement to the primordial divine body, your soul power level has increased by 50, surpassing 100 soul power slots, resulting in an automatic level up. A tremendous wave of energy erupted. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to an 80th level Soul Douluo. Ding. A friendly reminder, the Soul Ring section in the marketplace has refreshed its offerings. Would you like to browse? Without hesitation, Su Feng nodded. Open. Before him appeared a dazzling array of thousands of soul rings, overwhelming his senses. Ultimately, he disregarded the types and attributes of the soul rings, focusing solely on their prices and discounted rates. Based on Su Feng's understanding of the marketplace, the prices correlated with the quality of the soul rings. While a hefty price did not guarantee the highest age, it certainly promised remarkable potency. Thus, he concentrated on the prices and discounts. And after sifting through millions of soul rings, he finally selected one. The 300,000, your Death Spider Emperor Soul Ring, absorbable, can be gifted. Original price, 300,000, discounted price, 30,000, buy one, get one free. Time remaining for this soul ring, 9 minutes. Buy one, get one free. Just right for me and my teacher. Su Feng was uncertain whether the soul ring would suit him, but upon seeing such an enticing price, he disregarded all reservations and proceeded with the purchase. Ding. You have spent 30,000 to acquire two 300,000, your Death Spider Emperor Soul Rings. Your remaining balance is 748. Well done. Sigh. Once again, he felt impoverished. Hearing the notification made Su Feng's face twitch. The sudden sensation of being financially depleted was uncomfortable, especially with the phrase "well done" ringing in his ears, which felt like mockery from the system. After absorbing one soul ring, Su Feng placed the other into his system's inventory, intending to gift it to Bibi Dong at an opportune moment, not wishing for her to discover its source. Gurgle, gurgle, as he sensed his stomach protesting. Su Feng recalled a peculiar dream he had the previous night, furrowing his brow slightly. What a strange dream. I've never experienced anything like it. Did my teacher do something to me last night? He attempted to recollect the details but found no trace of them, choosing instead to cast the thought aside. Tap, tap, tap. At that very moment, Feng beheld a graceful silhouette gracefully entering through the door. She was adorned in an elegant long gown, accentuated by simple yet exquisite embellishments of pearls and glass, radiating an indescribable air of nobility that was unmistakable, complemented by her unparalleled beauty. In her hand, she carried a delectable assortment of food, the enticing aroma wafting through the air before her arrival, suggesting it had been meticulously prepared. Teacher. Feng rose to pay his respects, yet his peripheral vision remained fixated on the delightful breakfast in her grasp, while his stomach protested more vehemently, emitting persistent rumbling sounds. Are you hungry? Bibi Dong spoke with a hint of authority, instructing, then sit properly for your teacher. Feng, slightly taken aback, noticed that Bibi Dong seemed entirely unfazed by his transformation into adulthood. Nevertheless, he complied and sat upright. It appeared that the garments prepared by his teacher fit him rather well. Bibi Dong gazed at Feng for a moment, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. Yet, she could not help but recall the events of that morning, her cheeks flushing slightly as her heart began to race. She had initially anticipated that Bauer would merely revert to a semblance of adulthood at the age of 14. To her astonishment, he had transformed into a genuine adult. Bibi Dong's thoughts were in disarray. As Feng's physique continued to mature, she had been roused from her slumber prematurely, but upon opening her eyes, she was confronted with the sight of a man in his 20s, leaving her utterly shocked and alarmed. Bibi Dong never imagined that one day she would recline in Feng's embrace like a delicate woman, unguarded, akin to a couple in love. Fortunately, Bibi Dong was the first to awaken, hastily donning her attire. Otherwise, had Feng glimpsed her appearance, she would have been at a loss as to how to interact with him in the future. Consequently, Bibi Dong felt a persistent disarray throughout the morning, even entertaining peculiar thoughts, such as how something so small could possibly fit in. As Bibi Dong's mind wandered increasingly, her heartbeat quickened, her face flushed with embarrassment, and her body grew ever warmer. Teacher, is something wrong? Why is your face so red? It's nothing, nothing at all. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong snapped back to reality, placing the breakfast beside Feng and striving to compose herself. With a smile, she said, I just made this. You should give it a try. You made this? Are you afraid I would poison you? Cough, that is not what I meant. I must be seeing things. Aren't you curious why I've transformed into an adult? Observing Feng's myriad of thoughts, Bibi Dong felt somewhat helpless. To dispel her disciple's doubts, she expertly concocted an explanation. My dear disciple, your transformation is likely the second phase of the effects of the elixir brewed by the fairies. You need not fear. It is harmless. Oh, I see. Well, this is convenient. I don't even need to fabricate a reason. Feng, looking enlightened, then began to devour his breakfast with fervor. Beside them, Bibi Dong observed quietly, a subtle blush unexpectedly gracing her delicate features. It seems her disciple was indeed quite famished. No wonder Feng had taken such an interest last night. What happened last night? Eating your food. Why so much unnecessary chatter? Smack. Ouch. With a swift motion, Bibi Dong struck back. Feng immediately fell silent, disinclined to pursue the matter further. He simply needed to affirm one truth. Residing alongside his teacher could only lead to misfortune. Thus, he must vacate the holy maiden's dormitory. Therefore, after finishing his meal, Feng broached the subject, asserting his maturity and the inappropriateness of cohabiting with his teacher. However, Bibi Dong was resolutely unyielding. Why? She queried. In your current state, you are far too alluring, and remaining in the holy maiden's dormitory is your safest option. Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then he reflected on his appearance and comprehended. I see. Teacher, you must find me too enchanting and intend to keep me here for your amusement. Indeed, you superficial woman, have you long coveted my beauty and can no longer restrain yourself? Unruly disciple, she retorted. How could you dare to speak of me in such a manner? How could I possibly be that kind of person? Within her heart, Bibi Dong continuously refuted, yet when she spoke, her voice lacked conviction. In any case, you must remain. I do this for your own good. How amusing. It sounds as if by staying, you, my teacher, would refrain from committing any crimes against me. In truth, the most perilous individual here is you. Rest assured, I shall not stay. Seeing Feng resolutely determined to leave, Bibi Dong grew anxious. Then tell me, what must I do to make you stay? Do you have any demands? I am willing to consider fulfilling them. Initially, Bibi Dong believed that Su Feng's transformation into a childlike form was the most delightful sight. However, upon witnessing his metamorphosis into an adult, she realized her error. It seemed that Su Feng, as an adult, was far more captivating and stirred her heart in ways she had never anticipated. For the first time, she experienced the exhilaration of aesthetic pleasure emanating from a man. This sensation was distinctly different from the endearing innocence exhibited by Su Feng in his youthful guise. Rather, it invoked a profound comfort and an irresistible urge to draw near. Most importantly, having spent such an extended period together, the prospect of suddenly parting left her feeling hollow and desolate. Very well. If you agree to 2 conditions, I will remain. To Bibi Dong's surprise, Su Feng was quite straightforward, and her delicate face instantly brightened with a smile. Speak. First, Su Feng pointed to the bed beneath him, speaking with an unyielding tone. This bed is mine. You cannot touch it, especially not me, nor can you come near. If you do, I will leave immediately. This bed was the finest he had ever slept in, and he was accustomed to it, unwilling to change his resting environment. Then where shall I sleep? She inquired. How should I know? Su Feng replied with a twitch of his lips. So you wish to share the bed as before? Have you no sense of shame? Fine. Bibi Dong sighed in resignation. What is the second condition? You must consume this. What is it? Do not concern yourself with that. All right. Su Feng handed Bibi Dong the clear heart pill he had received as a reward from the system, and to his astonishment, she swallowed it without hesitation. I hope it proves beneficial. Having ascended to the Hongming divine body, Su Feng's perception had significantly heightened, allowing him to sense that Bibi Dong's spirit had been influenced by the Rakshasa god. With the aid of this clear heart pill, she might revert to her former self. Perhaps she would become more serious. Indeed, as Bibi Dong ingested the clear heart pill, an aura of celestial energy enveloped her, subsequently expelling a dark mist accompanied by a hissing sound. After consuming the clear heart pill, Bibi Dong's malicious thoughts were eradicated. Yet she was inevitably reminded of the events from the previous night. I have truly lost my mind. What on earth did I do last night? Bibi Dong's body trembled slightly, and she subsequently crouched down, abruptly covering her face with both hands, as if overwhelmed by shame and indignation. In this moment, Bibi Dong came to a profound realization. The influence of the Rakshasa god from the previous night had amplified a fleeting jest, a whimsical thought of continuing Su Feng's lineage, into a reality that left her utterly mortified. She never anticipated that she would actually act upon it. Perhaps Bibi Dong's actions were the very catalyst for Su Feng's dream. How utterly embarrassing. How could she have committed such a foolish act? Now that the malevolent thoughts within her had been dispelled, she truly understood the essence of shame, feeling utterly humiliated, wishing she could find a crevice in the ground to hide away. Alas, she felt she could not bear to face anyone. Bibi Dong curled up, her head buried in her knees, her delicate face flushed with a deep crimson hue, and her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Teacher, what troubles you? Su Feng inquired, bewildered, mistakenly believing that she was upset over his intention to depart from the holy maiden's chamber. He thus offered a compromise. Shall I alter the conditions I previously set? Leave me be. Go away, she replied dismissively. Bibi Dong did not dare to look at Su Feng. Instead, she tugged at the quilt on the bed, enveloping herself within it, which offered her some solace and alleviated her sense of shame. As for Su Feng, he found himself in a predicament. Would that disciple move away? Dare you? Just watch as I do not strike you down. Bibi Dong suddenly spoke with a warning tone. Although she felt a deep sense of shame regarding the ongoing attempts, one thing remained unchanged. She still wished for Su Feng to stay. Over the past 6 months, the feeling of mutual dependence had become a habit for her, and she could not bear to see it vanish. If it meant visiting Su Feng's pavilion daily just to see him, she found herself too embarrassed to do so. So, what do you wish to do, teacher? I do not know. What do you think of the conditions I proposed? Unacceptable. The voice that emerged from the blanket was faint, ultimately resembling the chirping of insects, tinged with a subtle hint of tears. In any case, you cannot leave. If you dare to leave, you will be doomed. I'm done. Just kill me. Su Feng was utterly exasperated. After a prolonged pause, he reluctantly conceded. How about this? As long as I have this bed, everything can remain as it was. Is that agreeable? Su Feng's desire to leave the saintess's dormitory stemmed primarily from his inability to endure Bibi Dong's constant interruptions during his leisure time, as well as her various unorthodox behaviors. Now that she had been awakened by the tranquil heart pill, his previous concerns had dissipated. Thus, Su Feng found himself willing to stay. He did not wish to depart from the now familiar surroundings of the saintess's dormitory. You insolent disciple! Why should I relinquish my bed for you? Unfortunately, Bibi Dong did not appreciate his concession and felt rather aggrieved. Retorting, either you find your own bed or sleep on the floor. Should you dare to climb onto my bed, I will break your legs. Su Feng froze. And then, he completely lost his composure. He regretted sending out the tranquil heart pill. He had not anticipated that his situation would worsen. A week later, at the entrance of the Saintess's dormitory, TSK, TSK, TSK. Why has the teacher been avoiding me these days? It makes no sense. Su Feng reclined in an armchair, lazily squinting in the morning light, leisurely indulging in snacks, utterly content. Could it be that the teacher is avoiding me because she has done something shameful? A strong look of confusion crossed Su Feng's face. Or perhaps she has committed some wrongdoing against me, hence the embarrassment to face me? Su Feng's plan to leave the Saintess's chamber did not unfold as he had anticipated. He had braced himself for a rather shameless cohabitation with his mentor. Yet to his astonishment, Bibi Dong had been deliberately avoiding him throughout the week, even when their paths crossed. Their exchanges were limited to a mere few words before she would inexplicably blush and hurriedly depart. At night, as long as the light in her chamber remained aglow, Bibi Dong would absolutely refrain from returning. Only after Su Feng extinguished the light and ensured that he had retired for the evening would she stealthily return, carefully commencing her bathing and changing routine. What brought Su Feng a sense of comfort was that she had learned to be shy, taking the precaution of closing the unlocked door and establishing barriers during her private moments, although faint sounds still hinted at her activities. The situation had improved significantly compared to a week prior. At least now, she would not undress in front of him or neglect to close the door while bathing, which had previously left him blushing and flustered, often compelled to bring her clothes in. Naturally, Su Feng felt a deep sense of embarrassment and had never acted upon that urge. To his bewilderment, Bibi Dong would sometimes emerge draped in a towel, seemingly indifferent to his presence. In matters of attire, Bibi Dong had undergone a remarkable transformation, understanding that she ought not to dress too revealingly in front of her disciple, thereby upholding the dignified image befitting a mentor. At the very least, she no longer donned the seductive sheer skirts that once hugged her figure, revealing her long, fair thighs and the smooth skin of her arms. The sheer fabric would have made it all too obvious that her abdomen bore no trace of excess. Being naturally shy, Su Feng found himself at a loss when confronted with such a sight, inwardly lamenting his predicament. During their rest periods, Bibi Dong would erect a semi-transparent screen between their two beds, allowing them to acknowledge each other's presence while preserving a modicum of privacy. These changes, seemingly effortless, made Su Feng feel as though Bibi Dong had transformed into an entirely different person. This left him both puzzled and at ease, as this uninterrupted lifestyle was what he had long desired. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the daily task of the lying flat system. Enjoy 2 hours of basking in the morning light. Reward, Snow B5 increases user's speed by 50. Lying flat value, 50. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cumulative basking in the morning light has reached 15,760,000 seconds, achieving the morning light basking master accolade in the lying flat system. Reward, 1 opportunity for a divine grade lottery draw. At that moment, Su Feng heard the system notification, his eyes widening in disbelief. Holy smokes, a divine grade lottery. His face lit up with excitement. This lottery was conducted according to his desires, meaning that whatever he wished for would be within reach. Presently, his greatest desire was for a time-consuming diversion, such as the previous Pan Fry Plus, which regrettably had been confiscated by his mentor. Let the lottery commence. Su Feng felt a subtle shift in his thoughts, and the image of his phone emerged in his mind. Ding. The lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the 30th generation Umbrella Star phone. Features an endless array of leisurely games at your fingertips, and a guanine tier-level singular attack method with 9G network strangulation. A friendly reminder, the 9G network strangulation of the 30th generation Umbrella Star phone can be reused, with each activation requiring a significant expenditure of relaxation points for recharging, capable of reaching the guanine tier level. Ah, how delightful. As he observed the series of notifications popping up, Su Feng's smile grew ever more radiant. Clearly, this newly acquired phone surpassed the previous 29th generation flat pot by leaps and bounds. The number of games had increased tenfold, and his means of self-defense were no longer a mere one-time use. He could not allow such a precious treasure to be confiscated by the teacher. Su Feng hastily tucked away the Umbrella Star phone, planning to indulge in secretive gameplay later. Strangely, He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the anxiety of possibly having his phone taken away. "Greetings, young Master Su Feng." At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed man appeared before him. Although surprised by Su Feng's now mature appearance, he quickly reconciled it with the fact that the individual before him had also undergone transformations in the past. "Oh, it's you, Xiaoguan. Are you looking for the teacher?" "Indeed. I am wondering where Her Highness, the Saintess, might be at this hour." "Oh, just wait here. At this time, the teacher should be returning shortly." As he spoke, a mischievous smile crossed Su Feng's face. In recent days, Su Feng had taken to basking in the morning light at the door, anticipating that Bibi Dong would return around this time, only to subsequently chastise him for being a spectacle, sending him back to the dormitory and forbidding him from going out. Alternatively, she might simply expel him from the Saintess's quarters, allowing him to return only when the night grew quiet. It was evident that Bibi Dong was quite apprehensive about outsiders discovering that Su Feng resided with her in the Saintess's quarters. After all, Su Feng had now taken on the guise of a full-grown adult, which made her feel that her reputation was at stake, causing her great embarrassment. Although no one had yet dared to speak of it openly, whispers had reached Bibi Dong's ears, causing her considerable distress as she grappled with the desire to distance herself from Su Feng while simultaneously feeling reluctant to part with him. This internal conflict likely explained her recent avoidance of him. "Greetings, Your Highness, the Saintess." Before long, Bibi Dong's figure appeared, prompting Xiaoguan to bow respectfully. "Ahem. I shall take my leave now." "Stop right there." Su Feng, well aware of his own intentions, attempted to slip away, but Bibi Dong called out to him. "Disciple." Bibi Dong did not visit Su Feng, and her speech was somewhat awkward. You should listen as well." Su Feng remained quietly in place. At this moment, he was unaware that Bibi Dong had been avoiding him these past few days, primarily due to the shame and humiliation stemming from the events of that fateful night, which left her utterly mortified. Even now, she could hardly fathom how such thoughts could have crossed her mind. However, after spending these days together, Bibi Dong had confirmed that Su Feng was indeed oblivious to what had transpired that night, which alleviated her anxiety somewhat. Otherwise, she might have been too embarrassed to face him. At that moment, Yu Guan began to report. According to the intelligence received, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan had dispatched individuals to capture Yu Xiaojiang. Should they succeed in apprehending him, the core theories regarding the trio's martial soul fusion technique would likely be exposed, which would be highly detrimental to us. What do you think? Should we take preemptive action to secure Yu Xiaojiang? Bibi Dong did not respond immediately. Instead, she instinctively glanced at Su Feng and inquired, "Disciple, what do you think?" Su Feng, feeling rather exasperated, thought to himself, "I truly ought not to remain here. Every time I come, I merely intend to listen, yet inevitably I find myself compelled to express my opinion. How should I articulate this? Should I bluntly inform you that the so-called theoretical core is utterly futile? That one cannot simply conjure a martial soul fusion technique without identifying a compatible soul master? Thus, whether Yu Xiaojiang reveals that theory is of little consequence. What truly matters is the degree of his current suffering, which was the very reason we spared his life." While Su Feng was brimming with inner complaints, he feigned seriousness on his visage. "Disciple has no suggestions. I shall defer entirely to your guidance, Master." "Truly none?" "Indeed, none." Su Feng maintained an earnest expression while internally sighing. "Alas, there are matters that are inconvenient to disclose. What if you were to probe further? For instance, Yu Xiaojiang has become involved with a woman named Lu Erlong, who happens to be his cousin. In other words, he has swiftly moved on from you, Master, to pursue his own cousin, employing various deceitful tactics to manipulate Lu Erlong's affections, all in a bid to solidify his absolute control over the so-called Golden Triangle. Otherwise, how could a mere waste rise to prominence in just half a year? As for his haste to amplify his influence, it is merely a desire to exact revenge upon you, to reclaim his dignity and seize an opportunity in the court of public opinion. Our cohabitation, for instance, has become one of his avenues for retaliation. A cornered dog will leap over the wall. How much more so someone who has been stripped of his dignity as a man by you? In his quest for vengeance, he will undoubtedly resort to any means necessary. I never anticipated that this despicable wretch could be so malicious. In his desire for revenge, he would even toy with the affections of his own cousin." Upon hearing Su Feng's thoughts, Bibi Dong's disdain for Yu Xiaojiang escalated to new heights. The disciple is evidently aware of these matters. Why then does he refrain from voicing them? Suddenly, Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Su Feng, her eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. As a sense of grievance and disappointment welled within her, If I do not probe, will you forever withhold such truths from me? Shall I simply await the day when that vile man exacts his revenge? Bibi Dong found herself perplexed, a sentiment not unfamiliar to her. Yet, each time, she ultimately assuaged her doubts with the rationale. Perhaps her disciple simply feared the revelation of a concealed secret. However, Bibi Dong's assumptions were not entirely accurate. Su Feng, reluctant to vocalize his innermost thoughts, consistently opted for silence, not merely out of fear of exposure, but primarily because none of the tribulations Bibi Dong encountered had encroached upon his moral threshold. For instance, when Su Feng became aware of Bibi Dong's romantic entanglement with the despicable Yu Xiaojing, he refrained from disclosing Yu's true character, allowing their love to blossom unchecked. His intention was to let Bibi Dong endure these societal tribulations, believing that when the moment was ripe, he would reveal the truth, which would greatly aid her judgment of others in the future. Throughout this ordeal, should Yu Xiaojing have displayed even a hint of impropriety, such as attempting to embrace Bibi Dong's slender waist, Su Feng would have swiftly intervened, ensuring that such advances were met with dire consequences. Yet, Su Feng had not anticipated that. As he sensed the opportune moment approaching to unveil the truth, Bibi Dong seemed to intuitively grasp the essence of certain matters, as if she could hear his unspoken thoughts, prompting him to withhold his revelations. Should the day arise when his boundaries were truly transgressed, it would likely provoke a fierce reaction from Su Feng. Unaware of these intricacies, Bibi Dong felt a slight discontent towards Su Feng and resolved to channel this frustration into an assignment for him. Disciple, since you have expressed your willingness to heed my directives, you shall accompany me on a journey. Where to? He inquired. The Heavenly Dou Empire, she replied. Accompanying her seemed futile to him. Anticipating Su Feng's desire to evade the task, Bibi Dong disregarded his words and turned to Yu Guan. Prepare a carriage and ensure Su Feng is brought along. Should he dare to resist, you are to subdue him. At once, Yu Guan responded, his expression brimming with delight. He had long harbored disdain for Su Feng. How long has it been since you awakened your martial soul? 9 years, I believe. Yet you have failed to advance beyond a mere great soul master. Confronting a Title Douluo such as myself, and addressing me with such familiarity. I have long yearned to teach you a lesson. With a smug yet mocking demeanor, Yu Guan approached Su Feng. Though the words he wished to express remained unvoiced. Young Master Su Feng, please. The final 2 words imbued him with a sense of elevated status. Yu Xiaojing. My previous leniency was a mistake. This time, I shall ensure you endure a fate worse than death. Bibi Dong gazed towards the direction of the Heaven Dou Empire, her eyes growing increasingly cold. Had she been oblivious to Yu Xiaojing's intentions and actions? She might have simply allowed Yue Guan and Gue Mei to eliminate that despicable man swiftly and decisively. However, being aware of his motives, she believed that killing Yu Xiaojing outright would be far too lenient. She yearned to personally torment him, as her heart harbored an insatiable resentment. While her thoughts ran along these lines, her peripheral vision frequently drifted towards Su Feng. Captivated by his incomparably handsome profile and his extraordinary aura, she found herself momentarily entranced, her lips curling into a subtle smile, as if she were lost in a reverie. At that moment, Bibi Dong likely could not discern whether her journey to the Heaven Dou Empire was driven by a desire for vengeance against Yu Xiaojing or a longing to take Su Feng on an outing. Perhaps the latter was the stronger motivation, though she was loath to admit it. This past week had been the period in which she had spoken the least to Su Feng in over 6 months. She was reluctant to continue this way. Yet she found it difficult to lower her pride and initiate conversation. Seizing this opportunity, Bibi Dong finally found both the chance and the justification to remain close to her disciple as she once did, allowing her to admire that infuriatingly handsome face up close, reveling in the delightful sensations it evoked. How could this insufferable disciple possess such an unfairly captivating appearance? It was affecting her own state of mind. Bibi Dong regained her composure, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Wait a moment. What if during this journey, her disciple inadvertently became entangled with another girl? Bibi Dong was filled with concern. Her disciple possessed such an alluring beauty that even she found herself stirred by emotions. It was likely that other girls would be unable to resist their impulses, leading to entanglements that were simply unacceptable. Bibi Dong could not tolerate such occurrences. Disciple, take this with you. Bibi Dong retrieved a veil and handed it to Su Feng. Why? Are you not aware of your own appearance? What if you become a source of trouble, attracting the entanglements of other girls? And you, being so indolent, never caring about such matters, would find yourself in a difficult position in the end. Bibi Dong spoke with a righteous tone, as if her concern was solely for his benefit. Su Feng chuckled, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. But why does it seem that your words carry a hint of jealousy, master? Smack. You little rascal, how dare you speak such nonsense? Upon being seen through, Bibi Dong felt a mix of embarrassment and anger and promptly delivered a light slap. Here I am, worrying about you, and you dare to jest? Truly ungrateful. I apologize. Su Feng pleaded, please, no more. I truly understand my mistake. Ah, master, after consuming the tranquil heart pill, you have expelled any wicked thoughts. It seems I have wrongfully suspected you. At his words, Bibi Dong finally relented, a faint smile becoming more pronounced on her lips. It seemed she had not experienced such warm, playful banter with her disciple in over a week. 2 days later, in the mountainous regions of the Tiando Empire, a tamed soul beast resembling a horse with Qilin horns, drawing a carriage, advanced slowly. Those knowledgeable would quickly recognize it as the majestic vehicle of the spirit hall, known as the snow-gliding chariot. Of course, chariot is a figurative expression, not implying that it could fly, but rather signifying its swift speed, akin to flight. One pair. Explode. I have but one card left, Master Su Feng should concede. At that moment, Su Feng lounged lazily in the front seat of the chariot, flanked by Yu Guan and Gue Mei, who were sharing knowing smiles, confident of victory. They were engaged in a game of Douluo. And since they were on the same team, all that was needed was for Gue Mei to play one last card to secure their win. Apologies. Su Feng laid down the last 2 cards adorned with devilish designs, beaming, a bomb. Both Yu Guan and Gue Mei were momentarily stunned, their expressions of assured triumph frozen in place. Su Feng had achieved 10 consecutive victories, which meant that anyone opposing him was destined to lose. They were unable to accept this reality, as they were both Title Douluo, and such ill fortune seemed unjust. Unbeknownst to them, the cards were products of the system, and what appeared on them was entirely at Su Feng's whim. Manipulating the outcome was an effortless task. Would these 2 fools ever realize the trickery at play? This situation is utterly absurd. Thus, Yue Guan and Gue Mei began to question their existence, feeling that if they continued this way, they would lose even their undergarments. Well, let us cease this madness. Here, take back what you have lost. Su Feng merely toyed with them out of sheer boredom. The items won from them were of no interest to him, so he promptly returned them. Ahem, having already lost, how could I possibly take this back? Yue Guan spoke. Yet his hands remained obediently at work. Observing this, Gue Mei smirked and mimicked him. Indeed, we always honor our words. How could we be so shameless? Since we are too embarrassed, Su Feng stretched lazily and lifted his foot towards them, grinning. Then let your actions serve as some form of compensation. Damn it, you scoundrel. Quickly remove your filthy elbow. Yue Guan and Gue Mei silently cursed, yet their hands began to act against their better judgment, moving cautiously. Particularly Gue Mei, who wore an obsequious smile. Young Master Su, how is this pressure? Not too prickly, I hope? Su Feng, with a look of enjoyment, could not help but close his eyes, while Yue Guan and Gue Mei beside him wore expressions of reluctance, forcing smiles. Alas, this is too difficult. Yue Guan, Gue Mei, your subordinate is here. A voice, filled with authority, resonated from within the flying chariot, prompting Yue Guan and Gue Mei to bow respectfully. Please, attend to your own matters. Yes, Your Highness. With a sense of relief and a hint of pride, they exited, particularly Gue Mei, who felt an inexplicable urge to rush towards Su Feng, but ultimately deemed it too shameful to act on it. Disciple, why are you not coming in? After Yue Guan and Gue Mei departed, a slightly annoyed voice from Bibi Dong rang out. Oh. Su Feng reluctantly stepped into the flying chariot, quickly spotting Bibi Dong, who was seated in meditation. Did you summon me for something? Must I always have a purpose to seek you out? Su glanced at Bibi Dong, who shot him a glare, prompting him to promptly fall silent. This troublesome disciple, for 2 days now, has only been frolicking with those 2, never initiating conversation with me. How infuriating. Bibi Dong's heart swelled with frustration as her thoughts spiraled. Initially, she had envisioned a leisurely stroll with Su Feng, hoping it would foster a closer bond between them, reminiscent of their past interactions filled with laughter and joy, which she found delightful. However, the reality diverged sharply from her expectations. Her relationship with Su Feng seemed to have grown more distant. The issue, of course, did not lie with Su Feng but rather within herself. Perhaps it was the effect of the elixir he had bestowed upon her, the clear heart pill, that had instilled in her a sense of restraint, shackling her spirit and inhibiting her from approaching Su Feng with ease. She felt a persistent sense of impropriety, as if doing so would undermine her revered master's authority. Yet, Reflecting on the past 6 months, she recalled how she had once approached him unabashedly, disregarding his reluctance and disdain, to the point that it had become second nature to her. Now, even the slightest desire to bridge the gap between them seemed utterly unattainable. Bibi Dong felt a twinge of regret. She should never have consumed that pill, for it had only brought her a plethora of troubles. The old master, Feng, gazed at Bibi Dong with a hint of concern, acutely aware of the changes she had undergone in recent times. Indeed, she had smiled far less than before. Feng was uncertain about the root of the issue, yet he sensed it was undoubtedly linked to him, leading to an inexplicable sense of guilt. Have I inadvertently upset you, master? It's good that you realize. Feng found himself at a loss for words. This shouldn't be the case. After all, he had done nothing these past few days. How could he have angered his teacher? Perhaps he had merely failed to engage in conversation with her. But he had always behaved that way. Was it truly wrong not to initiate dialogue? If it's not your fault, then whose fault is it? Are you suggesting it is mine? Feng's inner thoughts only served to reinforce Bibi Dong's sense of righteousness, as her gaze inadvertently turned accusatory. As a disciple, you should be diligently training and striving to please your master. What purpose do you serve otherwise? Her words were somewhat harsh, but they reflected the reality of the situation. At that moment, Feng, feeling somewhat disgruntled, asked, "May I inquire, master, where exactly have I gone astray?" Gone astray? Don't you have any awareness of your own actions? Knowing you should be more proactive, yet failing to make an effort to change? In her heart, Bibi Dong pondered deeply. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. The nature of this matter felt utterly shameful to articulate. Most crucially, even if she were to voice her thoughts. Given the capricious temperament of her unruly disciple, there was no guarantee of acquiescence. The burden weighed heavily upon her. Bibi Dong let out a soft sigh. The actions that once came effortlessly to her now left her in a state of hesitation, unable to lower her pride. Ultimately, she spoke with a hint of melancholy. "You may leave now. I require some rest." Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. "You rest as you please, but why must you send me away? Moreover, what precisely did I do wrong? Do enlighten me, for how can I amend my ways if you remain silent?" Suddenly, Feng was struck by a realization. Recalling snippets from short videos he had viewed in his previous life, was this not a sign of a woman sulking? She was indeed upset. Yet she refrained from voicing her grievances. Alas, she intended for him to guess. Should he fail to decipher her mood, she would persist in her sulk, venting her frustrations upon him intermittently, compelling him to continue guessing. Sighing again, Feng felt increasingly exasperated. He sensed that Bibi Dong's current act of expelling him might merely be the prelude to a more severe confrontation in the future. To resolve this predicament, it was imperative to identify the crux of the issue. Why was Bibi Dong angry? Was it indeed due to her perceived lack of initiative? Feng decided to probe further and said, "Ahem, it appears that the teacher's expression is not quite favorable. Shall I assist you with a massage?" Upon hearing this, a ripple of anticipation stirred within Bibi Dong, though her outward demeanor remained indifferent. "Well, let us give it a try." Feng was taken aback by her calmness. In the past, she would have been much more affectionate towards him. Alas, had he truly fallen out of favor? A sense of melancholy washed over him as he grappled with the reality that the affection he once took for granted had seemingly vanished, replaced by an unsettling feeling of emptiness. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope still lingered in his heart. Perhaps the teacher was merely indulging in a game of subtlety, allowing him to test the waters once more. With that thought, Feng positioned himself behind Bibi Dong as she meditated, beginning to knead her fragrant shoulders, moving skillfully across her back and waist, employing all his techniques. "How does it feel, teacher?" Despite his confidence in his methods, he felt a twinge of anxiety at that moment. Quite good." Yet, Feng could not muster joy at her response. It was too flat, devoid of any enthusiasm, as if she were merely offering him platitudes. In earlier days, Bibi Dong would have likely clung to him, asking him to continue. Was it true that he had indeed lost her favor? The stark contrast in her demeanor caused Feng's spirits to plummet, leaving him despondent. "No. I still have one last technique." Undeterred, he was ignited by a fierce determination and continued, "I have another massage method that will surely help you relax." "No need. You may leave now. I wish to rest in solitude," Bibi Dong replied, closing her eyes and refusing to even glance at him, her words strikingly bland. Feng's heart sank. It was confirmed he had indeed fallen out of favor. With a heavy heart, he exited the carriage and leaned against the driver's seat. Lost in thought, Suddenly, within the carriage, Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her stoic facade and let out a quiet chuckle. You troublesome disciple. So you too experienced the pangs of insecurity? Bibi Dong's fair face was adorned with a radiant smile. She had just closed her eyes, fearing that she might burst into laughter, for she found Su Feng's earnest attempts to win her favor utterly amusing. However, after her laughter subsided, a pang of regret washed over her, as it seemed she had barely exchanged a few words with her disciple. Should she summon him back? Bibi Dong, after a moment of hesitation, clenched her delicate hand, yet she could not bring herself to show her true feelings. Approximately a stick of incense later, she devised a cunning plan, suddenly unleashing a surge of soul power. With a thunderous crash, the soul power erupted, causing Bibi Dong to collapse to the ground. Outside the palanquin, Su Feng, hearing the commotion, rushed in and was met with the sight of the fallen Bibi Dong, her complexion appearing somewhat weakened. Teacher, what has happened to you? Su Feng inquired anxiously as he helped her to her feet. It's nothing, she replied. Bibi Dong spoke softly, you may leave for now. I merely became overly eager in comprehending the power of the Azura and was momentarily overwhelmed by its backlash. A brief period of meditation will suffice. Su Feng's mind flickered with a fleeting thought, but Haven Tea, you already mastered it? However, upon observing Bibi Dong's pallor, he felt a twinge of concern and hesitated to depart. Thus, he suggested, perhaps you might allow me to attempt the massage technique I mentioned earlier. Very well, Bibi Dong replied. Su Feng cautioned, however, Master, you must cooperate with me. Oh, how delightful. My disciple has taken the bait, she chuckled. In her heart, Bibi Dong felt a surge of secret joy, a potent anticipation rising within her, yet her expression remained composed. How shall we cooperate? You must first relax your body. Su Feng gently assisted Bibi Dong in reclining, allowing her to rest her head upon his lap, before he began to tenderly massage her temples. Su Feng vividly recalled how Bibi Dong had once relished taking advantage of him, almost as if she wished to be inseparably close to him. In this moment, with Bibi Dong intimately nestled against him, he tenderly kneaded her muscles. In the past, such an act might have moved her deeply. Ah, those were bygone days. Open the item panel. A thought flickered in Su Feng's mind. He was not inclined to rely solely on the technique of massage, for such a method was rather commonplace and likely insufficient to truly delight her. Ding. You have activated the Master Technician card. For the next hour, the target of your massage will experience optimal relaxation, swiftly rejuvenating their spirit, alleviating fatigue, and enhancing their comprehension of cultivation. A gentle reminder followed. Utilizing this item card will exponentially increase mental energy consumption. Users are advised to balance their efforts with rest and avoid excessive use. Su Feng did not delve deeply into the details of the item card's description, but he felt certain it would greatly benefit Bibi Dong, and thus he employed it without hesitation. Buzz. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong sensed a change. An overwhelming sense of relaxation enveloped her, rendering her mind devoid of thoughts, accompanied by an intense drowsiness. Unbeknownst to her, she slipped into a deep slumber. Su Feng continued to exert himself in his massage, yet the technique seemed to drain his mental energy. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he too felt a wave of fatigue. Perhaps a restorative elixir would suffice? Su Feng contemplated taking a pill to bolster his stamina, but as the thought arose, he dismissed it. Was he truly such a diligent individual? Certainly not. Thus, he too succumbed to sleep. As for the concern of both falling into slumber, leaving them vulnerable to formidable spirit beasts or foes, there was no need for worry. Su Feng had set an alarm on his spirit power radar. Should any unfamiliar powerful presence draw near, he was assured of awakening in advance. Regrettably, Su Feng could not have anticipated that just as he fell asleep, a delicate hand instinctively reached out. Bea. Bibi Dong remained in slumber, merely murmuring subconsciously. Although she was asleep, her strength was undiminished, allowing her to effortlessly draw Su Feng closer, instinctively wrapping her arms around him in a protective embrace. Do not catch a chill, she murmured, even taking care to adjust an imaginary blanket, gently covering Su Feng. In her subconscious or dream state, she once again beheld the childlike figure of Bauer, who was persistently frightened by her proximity. What do you want? Please, do not come closer. Listening to the quivering timbre of Bauer's voice, Bibi Dong felt an exhilarating thrill. Seizing the child, a chorus of soft kisses ensued, and there was no way she would relinquish her hold without thoroughly indulging herself. The dreamscape seemed to resonate with tangible sensations. Within the confines of the carriage, Bibi Dong clutched tighter, her body nearly melding with Su Feng's, her head nestled deeply against his chest, her hands wandering aimlessly, unaware of what they encountered. Yet, at that moment, within her consciousness or dream, the familiar silhouette of Bauer began to fade into a mere illusion. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened as she reached out, attempting to grasp the fleeting phantom, but her hand merely passed through the past. "Farewell, teacher," came the tender murmur of Bauer. "Bauer, where are you going?" Bibi Dong's pupils constricted, struggling to accept the words spoken by the other party. Yet, the other person offered no further response, merely smiling faintly at her, as if bidding farewell. "Bibi, return. You must come back to me." Bibi Dong repeatedly waved her hand, yet time and again, she passed through the figure before her, grasping only emptiness. Ultimately, that silhouette completely vanished. How could this be? Bibi Dong crouched on the ground, her body curled up, her hands tightly embracing herself. Her eyes gradually filled with tears until she could no longer bear it, weeping with a heart-wrenching anguish. "Teacher, farewell, farewell." In Bibi Dong's mind, the final words of Bauer continued to echo, as her jade-like cheeks were already drenched in tears, her sobs rendering her speechless. As she regained awareness of her body, within the carriage, Bibi Dong ceased her restless movements, simply lying quietly in Su Feng's embrace, clinging to him tightly, while crystalline tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. In a secluded forest among the mountains, three figures raced through the woods with fervor. The foremost individual, possessing a prominent nose and a cunning visage, exuded an aura of sharpness, accentuated by the owl spirit he wielded. Following closely was a woman, who at that moment seemed to transform into a blazing fire dragon, an illusion of flames enveloping her. In the middle stood a weary middle-aged man, his face etched with the weariness of endless flight. These three were, of course, Yu Xiaojang, Lu Erlong, and Flinder. Chase them. Do not let them escape. Capture them and present them to the Grand Elder. He will surely reward us handsomely. Fear not. Their strongest is merely a soul sage. They cannot possibly be our match. Behind Lu Erlong, over a dozen soul masters pursued relentlessly, occasionally launching attacks in her direction. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Erlong, known for her fiery temperament, retaliated without hesitation, unleashing dozens of explosive fireballs that sent several opponents flying, crashing into trees before coming to a halt. While others were compelled to channel their soul power for defense, slowing their pace. You foolish women, seeking your own demise. Although the pursuing soul masters were momentarily hindered, Lu Erlong's speed also diminished, allowing the unaffected pursuers to catch up swiftly. Ahead, Yu Xiaojang glanced back. "Erlong, you must hold them off. I cannot be captured. My vengeance is not yet fulfilled. I absolutely cannot falter here." With a fierce expression, Yu Xiaojang turned away, resuming his frantic flight without a backward glance, his heart surging with boundless rage and frustration. "Bibi Dong, you wretched woman, entangled with your own disciple and bearing his child, you are the one most deserving of disdain." As Yu Xiaojang recalled the humiliating incident inflicted upon him by Bibi Dong over half a year ago, his expression grew increasingly sinister. "I did not seek vengeance upon you. Yet you audaciously accused me of plagiarism, tarnishing my reputation. How despicable." At that moment, a tempest of resentment and indignation surged within him. However, this did not impede his instinct for self-preservation. He scarcely entertained the thought of returning to rescue Lu Erlong, knowing full well that he was the weakest in this perilous situation. To turn back would necessitate unleashing his martial soul fusion technique, inevitably drawing the attention of even more formidable adversaries from powerful families. Only by fleeing first could Lu Erlong seize the opportunity to escape, and if she could not, it mattered little, for her father belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and would not truly wish her dead. At worst, those pursuing her might attempt to defile Lu Erlong's purity, drawn by her striking beauty and alluring physique. He could not blame them. After all, they were only human. Nevertheless, even if Lu Erlong were to suffer such a fate, it would not deter him. As long as he, Yu Xiaojang, remained alive, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon those responsible. Whether Lu Erlong retained her purity was of no concern to him. In any case, he had long since lost the capacity for such desires. When the time came, he would steadfastly support Lu Erlong, disregarding her tribulations, and perhaps even pledge unbreakable vows to her. This might deepen her loyalty, transforming her into a valuable instrument of retribution. However, at the forefront, Flinder, upon witnessing Lu Erlong in peril, did not hesitate for a moment. He turned immediately to provide aid. "Flinder, be reasonable." Yu Xiaojang intercepted him, exclaiming, "This is not the time for rash actions. If you return now, you will truly endanger Lu Erlong." Their real target was him. Thus, They needed to extricate themselves from the current predicament to allow Lu Erlong a chance to escape. Do you understand? He pronounced the final words with great intensity. According to their plan, Lu Erlong was to cover their retreat while Flinder was responsible for forging a path. With Lu Erlong executing her role as intended and protected by her identity, she would not face mortal danger. Yu Xiaojiang could not permit Flinder to act independently, otherwise he would be placing himself in jeopardy. How can she escape if she is ensnared? Flinder glared at Yu Xiaojiang, a wave of intense disdain rising within him. You only care for yourself, remaining indifferent even as Lu Erlong faces danger. I have truly misjudged you. With that, Flinder turned away without a backward glance, resolutely advancing to support Lu Erlong. Damn it, that fool. Yu Xiaojiang cursed under his breath, feeling helpless, and decided to lend his support. Shortly thereafter, a golden triangular formation emerged, accompanied by a dragon's roar, as a magnificent golden holy dragon ascended into the sky, plunging the battlefield into a state of fervor. As if the heavens were crumbling and the earth was shaking. In the shadows, Yueguan and Guemei, who had arrived earlier, observed the clash with calmness. Old ghost. Should we intervene? Guemei cast a wary glance at Yueguan, caution etched on his face. The mission entrusted to us by Her Highness is not to recklessly engage, but to keep a close watch and prevent other factions from making off with them. Coughing awkwardly, Yueguan scratched his head. Seeing them fuse their martial souls and transform a pig into a golden insect is quite intriguing. I feel an urge to give it a try. Sure. Guemei suddenly gestured for silence, then turned his gaze in another direction, a faint smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. It seems the commotion has indeed attracted those from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. We have work to do. Yueguan also glanced over, his eyes lighting up. TSK. A Title Douluo, it must be the elder of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Just in time for a little practice. With that, the two swiftly darted off, preparing to intercept the approaching Title Douluo from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. After some time had passed, the battle on Yu Xiaojiang's side concluded, and the fusion form of the golden holy dragon was dispelled. Xiaojiang, thank you. Lu Erlong expressed her gratitude to Yu Xiaojiang before turning to Flander. And you too, Boss Flander. If it weren't for your return, I would have likely been surrounded. Seeing Lu Erlong's immediate gratitude directed towards Yu Xiaojiang, Flander clenched his fist discreetly but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. As long as Erlong was safe, he had no desire to dwell on Yu Xiaojiang's earlier intent to flee. After all, even if he mentioned it, Erlong would probably not believe him. Our battle was so loud, yet it hasn't attracted more pursuers, Yu Xiaojiang pondered, not relaxing despite temporarily escaping danger. Instead, he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Something feels off. We should find a place to hide quickly. All right, I will follow your lead, Xiaojiang. Observing Lu Erlong's obedience to Yu Xiaojiang, Flander felt a slight tremor in his form, his hand tightening in his sleeve. The trio soon fled to a more remote valley, where Erlong prepared to hunt nearby while Yu Xiaojiang gathered firewood. However, Flander appeared somewhat dejected. I will scout the area and return shortly, he informed the two before departing. Yet, in reality, he did not go to reconnoiter but instead found a quiet spot, lying against a tree, staring blankly into space. Bang! Damn it! Flander slammed his fist against the trunk, gritting his teeth in frustration. What is so exceptional about that guy? Why is Erlong so infatuated with him? Just moments ago, had he not insisted on returning to rescue Erlong, it is likely that Yu Xiaojiang would have turned a blind eye, leaving Erlong in peril. Betraying one's companions for the sake of mere survival is a notion that Flander could never entertain, even at the cost of his life. At that moment, a mocking, eerie laughter echoed from all directions. Who could it be? Flander's expression shifted to one of alarm as he scanned his surroundings, yet he failed to detect any adversaries. It seems you are quite unwilling, aren't you? The chilling laughter intensified, causing Flander's demeanor to grow grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Reveal yourself. Who are you, hiding behind your phantoms? Show your face if you possess the courage. The newcomer was overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing him. Enough of your prattle. Come with me. The voice commanded. Before Flander could comprehend the situation, a swirling mass of black mist suddenly engulfed him, rendering him incapable of resistance as he was swiftly taken away. The assailant was none other than the ghost Douluo, who had been instructed by the Holy Maiden to capture Flander the moment he found himself alone, bringing him before her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lingbo sat gracefully in her snow-laden carriage. As Bibi Dong gradually awoke from her slumber, she found herself immobilized upon realizing her current state. A flush of crimson suddenly adorned her delicate face. What have I done? Why did I find myself in bed with my disciple? Bibi Dong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she lay nestled in her disciple's embrace, the intimate closeness stirring within her a tumult of emotions. She found the sensation both disconcerting and exhilarating. However, she could not allow her disciple to witness her in such a vulnerable state. Otherwise, where would her authority remain? Bibi Dong attempted to extricate herself from Su Feng's embrace, but what she discovered next left her in astonished disbelief. What was that bulge emerging from her disciple? It was pressing against her thigh. It even shifted slightly. Could it be possible? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her delicate form shuddering as her complexion deepened in crimson. She dared not move, fearful of awakening her disciple prematurely. Thump, thump. Bibi Dong's chest heaved violently, vividly recalling the last time she experienced the robust health of her disciple's body, which was over half a year ago when she applied the fairy brew to him. The necessity of undressing him allowed her a clear view, and that image, like a persistent parasite, was indelibly etched in her mind, impossible to forget. Bibi Dong swiftly extricated herself from the ambiguous posture with Su Feng, yet at that moment, her cheeks were already flushed, and her entire body felt aflame. Fortunately, her disciple was deep in slumber. Had he witnessed this scene, she truly would not have known how to respond. Bibi Dong exhaled softly, then settled into a meditative posture, striving to calm her mind. However, her peripheral vision could not resist glancing at the handsome face of her sleeping disciple and the tent that had yet to be tidied. Her heart fluttered like a startled fawn, filled with a sense of unease. Could it be that her disciple's current state was a consequence of something she had done? A thought arose in Bibi Dong's mind. According to her recollections, if there had been any indecorous actions between her and her disciple, she would likely be the instigator. For her disciple was a person of strict principles, too cautious to engage in any inappropriate behavior. This instance should be no exception. It was quite possible that she had succumbed to slumber and instinctively gravitated towards her disciple, mistaking him for her former beloved, which may have led to various indiscreet actions that provoked a physiological response from him. What should the master do in such a situation? Would this sensation dissipate on its own? The thought that she was the cause of this left Bibi Dong feeling somewhat guilty and anxious, making her reluctant to remain in the vicinity. Yet, leaving without addressing the matter felt profoundly irresponsible. After all, Bibi Dong had acquired some peculiar knowledge from her readings. She understood that as boys mature, such urges must find an outlet, and if repressed for too long, it could be detrimental to their health. Bibi Dong harbored deep concerns for her disciple's well-being, especially considering that the predicament was a consequence of her own actions. In that moment, she resolved to take a bold step. One must bear the consequences of their own actions, and she could not simply walk away. However, once this decision was made, Bibi Dong found herself engulfed in confusion, uncertain of how to proceed or how to alleviate the situation. Should she employ her hands? Bibi Dong lightly bit her delicate lips, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. No, absolutely not. Even the mere thought of it crossing her mind made her feel as though she were losing her sanity. Moreover, such actions would likely awaken her disciple. Given her disciple's exceedingly thin skin, it would undoubtedly be embarrassing for him to accept her assistance. Thus, she resolutely decided that she must proceed stealthily. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong gracefully waved her hand, releasing a cloud of potent smoke. It was a powerful aphrodisiac. Should one inadvertently fall victim to it, even a Title Douluo would succumb to unconsciousness. The deed was done. Bibi Dong presumed that her disciple would undoubtedly succumb to a profound slumber. Summoning her courage, she approached his side. This predicament had arisen due to her actions, and she could not evade responsibility. With a resolute heart, Bibi Dong prepared to confront the issue at hand, although she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Perhaps the departure of Bao in her dreams had instilled a sense of indebtedness towards her disciple. After all, during the preceding half-year, she had taken advantage of him without offering any assistance in return. This moment could potentially serve as an opportunity for atonement, and despite her profound shame, she was willing to proceed, provided that her disciple remained oblivious to her intentions. Cough, cough. What is that smell? It is quite pungent. Unexpectedly, Su Feng abruptly awoke. Ah, how could he be awake? Could it be that the sedative had no effect on him? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened, as if she had been caught in a misdeed, her face suffused with horror. Little did she know that ever since Su Feng ascended to the primordial divine body, he had become immune to all toxins and sedatives below the divine level. Instead of succumbing to the effects of the drug, he was roused from his stupor by its stimulating influence. Now that his disciple had awakened, it was time for the master to take her leave. Whoosh! Bibi Dong reacted swiftly. Before her disciple could catch a glimpse of her, she vanished from the flying carriage in a blur, discreetly dispersing the remnants of the lingering sedative as she departed. Perhaps her earlier thoughts were merely a fleeting whim. Even if her disciple were truly incapacitated, she could not confront the reality, and ultimately, she would likely flee in disarray. After all, she had spent an entire week avoiding her disciple after merely engaging in that particular act. Your Highness, the person you requested has been brought, a subordinate announced. Understood, came her curt reply. Meanwhile, a commotion arose outside the carriage, diverting Su Feng's attention. The effects of the sedative had dissipated unnoticed, and he stepped outside in a daze. Is this Flanders? Su Feng recognized the figure immediately, having seen him in the anime, though he was puzzled as to how the specter had managed to capture Flanders. You are from the Spirit Hall, Flanders exclaimed upon seeing Bibi Dong. Instantly recognizing her as the saintess, his expression turned grave. Are you here to apprehend the three of us? In that moment, Yueguan, the specter, and others turned their gazes towards Bibi Dong, awaiting her next command. Su Feng was predominantly curious. He noted that Bibi Dong's delicate face flushed slightly, and she averted her gaze from him. Her bashful demeanor resembled that of over a week ago, on the day he transitioned into adulthood. Why does the teacher appear somewhat flustered? What could be the reason for such embarrassment? Certainly, it was due to the intention of engaging in an intimate affair that had nearly been uncovered. You little rascal. How is it that the sedative had no effect on you? I nearly made a fool of myself. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Bibi Dong felt a wave of guilt and embarrassment, yet with her subordinates present, she quickly composed herself, adopting an air of authority. You three have utilized the core theories of my spirit hall to create a soul fusion technique, which is indisputable. However, one among you, Yu Xiaojing, claims that these theories were independently researched. Tell me, should I dispatch someone to apprehend you? Bibi Dong's tone was calm, yet every word resonated with an undeniable gravity. Yueguan, keenly observing the situation, sensed an opportunity for mischief and chimed in. Indeed, you three scoundrels have shamelessly stolen the Spirit Hall's theories, and yet you audaciously claim them as your own research. Do you not possess a shred of shame? He added. Were it not for Her Highness's explicit order forbidding us from taking matters into our own hands, I would have long since dealt with you three during your skirmish with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Witnessing the unabashed flattery from Yueguan, coupled with various displays before the Holy Maiden's presence, Gue Mei found himself struck with astonishment, a sense of urgency blossoming within. Over the past 6 months, the Holy Maiden had indeed bestowed numerous gifts, yet most were of superior quality received by Yueguan. This individual, astutely aware of the currents of the moment, had skillfully offered praise at opportune times, thus garnering considerable favor from the Holy Maiden. All of this, however, amounts to mere hearsay. How can I ascertain whether your accusations of theft and plagiarism are but schemes to slander and entrap us? Upon hearing Flanders' evasive arguments, Gue Mei sensed an opportunity and swiftly chimed in. You dare speak of hearsay? What then do you propose to say about the overwhelming evidence that has emerged in recent days? With a mocking expression, he continued, moreover, our esteemed predecessors in the Spirit Hall have dedicated countless years to the study of cultivation, yielding innumerable Title Douluos. Yet none have ventured to publish any core theories of spirit cultivation. What standing does Yu Xiaojing, a mere soul respect who has failed to surpass his limitations, have to claim such research as his own? If it were indeed his research, how could he remain incapable of resolving his own trivial issues? In that moment, Flanders found himself at a loss for words, even conceding that their points held merit. Although Yu Xiaojing had incessantly claimed he would uncover evidence, more than a week had elapsed without any signs of his vindication. Today, why were these two so animated? Su Feng observed Yueguan and Gue Mei with astonishment, noting their apparent intent to vie for superiority. You two stand down. Bibi Dong, unable to tolerate the duo any longer, gestured for them to retreat to the sidelines. Flanders, I believe you to be an astute individual, so I shall be direct. As long as you agree to one request, your safety is assured. Bibi Dong approached Flanders, her expression remaining serene, yet the aura she exuded, reminiscent of a celestial deity descending from the heavens, left him somewhat breathless. Her casual demeanor seemed to convey an unspoken authority. Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, to what do I owe the honor of your presence? Please, do tell. At that moment, Flanders felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, coupled with a profound reverence, as if death were merely a fleeting thought for her. Betray Yu Xiaojing. Those 5 succinct words caused Flanders, who prided himself on loyalty and honor, to stiffen in an instant. Almost instinctively, he retorted, "I cannot agree to such a request." His face darkened, yet his gaze remained resolute, embodying a determination akin to facing death itself. He added, "Since I have already fallen into your hands, whether you choose to kill or maim me, I implore you to do so swiftly. However, if you wish for me to betray my companions, I regret to inform you that it is an impossibility." Though Flander harbored resentment towards Yu Xiaojiang at that moment, he had yet to discover any transgressions that crossed his moral boundaries. After all, they still shared a bond as comrades. Regarding Yu Xiaojiang's previous attempt to flee, he felt anger, yet upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable. "Flander, do not be so hasty in your refusal," Bibi Dong teased lightly, then turned her head slightly to Su Feng. "Come here, my disciple." "Yes, master." Su Feng approached Bibi Dong and bowed respectfully, his face filled with apprehension. That smile of hers was always a harbinger of mischief. "Haha, indeed, my disciple remains as fearful of me as ever. Am I truly that terrifying?" Bibi Dong could hardly contain her amusement, yet her fair visage feigned an air of authority. "Disciple, I hereby entrust you with full responsibility for the forthcoming matters. Do not let me down." "Handle what? What is there to manage?" "Still pretending." Smack. "Ouch. Why did you hit me?" Bibi Dong struck Su Feng's head, startling him into retreating several paces. "Do you recall the inquiry I posed to you during our journey?" Su Feng appeared contemplative. Indeed. Bibi Dong had asked him a rather peculiar question on their way to the Heavendo Empire. How could one render Yu Xiaojiang's existence a living hell? This. How on earth was he supposed to respond? The answer seemed straightforward. Just act. Inflicting torment is not merely a matter of having feet, is it? Su Feng found himself utterly perplexed. Such a seemingly simple task, yet why did his teacher feel the need to console them? Consequently, he had half-heartedly provided a few perfunctory responses, concealing his true thoughts and plans. For instance, 1. Seize an opportunity to incite Flinder, persuading him to lure Yu Xiaojiang into a treasure hunt, subsequently providing him with a system item to indulge his vanity. 2. Find a moment to sway lure along, prompting her to suggest to Yu Xiaojiang an indescribable adventure within a cave, which would undoubtedly ignite his fervor. 3. Enlist the aid of Gui Mei and Yu Guan to employ illusions, disguising themselves as Flinder and Lu Erlong, where the former would forcibly confine the latter in the cave. Orchestrating an event too scandalous to describe, intentionally allowing Yu Xiaojiang to witness it. Given Yu Xiaojiang's selfish and possessive nature, he would likely erupt with fury, feeling betrayed and stabbed in the back, oblivious to the deception. 4. At this juncture, Yu Guan and Lu Erlong would seek Yu Xiaojiang as assistance. If he had even the slightest inkling of bravery, he would intervene. Just when he believed he had saved Lu Erlong, she would turn on him, leading to an explosive confrontation. Ultimately, before Yu Xiaojiang's very eyes, Yu Guan and the impostors, masquerading as Flinder and Lu Erlong, would engage in various unspeakable acts, reminiscent of the humiliation inflicted upon Yu Xiaojiang over 6 months prior. If there were ever a scenario capable of shattering an individual as resilient as Yu Xiaojiang, it would surely be the experience of betrayal not once, but twice. Of course, for such a plan to unfold flawlessly, the first 2 points were crucial. They were necessary to incite Yu Xiaojiang's wrath, as his keen perception would otherwise detect the ruse. These musings were merely idle thoughts of Su Feng, unaware that Bibi Dong had overheard everything and had already executed part of the scheme. For instance, capturing Flinder was a step toward inciting him. However, Bibi Dong deemed Su Feng's ideas too malicious, too ruthless. She did not wish to proceed in such a manner. Her intent in coming here was not solely to exact revenge on Yu Xiaojiang, but rather to engage in something amusing with her disciple. Thus, she modified Su Feng's plan slightly. For instance, why should Yu Guan and Lu Erlong take on roles that were entirely unbecoming for 2 men? The very thought sent a shiver down her spine. Surely, she and her disciple could find a more suitable approach. It is merely a role to play, not an engagement in truly shameful acts. As for whether or not to utterly dismantle Yu Xiaojiang's dignity in the end, Bibi Dong felt such an action would be excessively malicious. She resolved to complete the performance before that hypocritical scoundrel and then eliminate him. However, a dilemma arose. The execution of her disciple's plan proved to be quite challenging. For instance, how can one persuade Flander? How can one sway Lu Erlong? Bibi Dong currently finds herself at a loss, my disciple. Bibi Dong observed Su Feng's prolonged silence, her delicate brows knitting together as she feigned seriousness, stating, "Regardless of the methods you choose, you must at least achieve results akin to those of our previous endeavor. The mention of previous stirred memories in Su Feng's mind. Recalling the incident from 6 months prior involving the mistreatment of Yu Xiaojiang, causing a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was evident that his teacher was earnest in her expectations. To his surprise, the depth of her disdain for the petty Yu Xiaojiang was profound. Yet, he found himself reluctant to engage in the task at hand. Noticing Su Feng's desire to shirk responsibility, Bibi Dong's expression hardened, and she feigned dissatisfaction, inquiring, "What is it? Does my arrangement cause you distress? Or do you wish to be insubordinate as you have been in the past?" Coughing lightly, Su Feng hastily defended himself. "Disciple would never dare. If you find this task unappealing, you may return with Yu Guan. I shall not compel you." Bibi Dong's words had dulled considerably, tinged with a hint of disappointment. As soon as she finished speaking, she gracefully retreated into her palanquin. Su Feng gazed at her departing silhouette, his heart a tumult of emotions. In the past, his teacher had showered him with affection, yet now she had treated him so coldly. Alas, it was once again a stark confirmation of his diminished status. Should he fail to prove his worth and dispel the notion of his ineptitude, he might very well be expelled from the dormitories upon his return to the spirit hall. The sense of urgency within Su Feng intensified. In order to secure his standing in the eyes of his teacher, it appeared that he would have to betray Yu Xiaojiang. Perhaps, once he exacted his revenge on Yu Xiaojiang, he could begin to restore some semblance of his former favor. As Su Feng contemplated this, unbeknownst to him, within the palanquin, a voice mused, "What a foolish disciple." Bibi Dong tightly pressed her lips together, nearly bursting into laughter. It seemed that her previous approach to dealing with her disciple had been misguided. Within the flying carriage, she mused that had she known such a tactic of feigned capture would be so effective, she would have employed it long ago. At that moment, Su Feng approached Flender. "Who are you?" Flender inquired. "I am Su Feng. Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm." Though Flender had never encountered Su Feng before, the latter's extraordinarily handsome visage and courteous smile instilled an inexplicable sense of trust in him. His demeanor softened slightly. "Young Master Su, what do you wish to discuss?" "Nothing much, merely to persuade you to betray someone." Flender's face contorted, instantly discarding his previous thoughts. "What I am about to reveal may completely alter your perception of Yu Xiaojiang. It is imperative that you listen closely." Without hesitation, Su Feng succinctly recounted Yu Xiaojiang's character and intentions. "You claim Yu Xiaojiang is a duplicitous scoundrel? All this time, he has been deceiving me and Erlong? His aim is to solidify absolute dominion over the golden iron triangle?" Flender's expression darkened, his disbelief palpable. "Ah, do you think you can sow discord with just a few words? You underestimate me." Su Feng remained calm and replied, "I anticipated that you would not immediately believe me. But that is of no concern. I shall provide you the means to verify it for yourself." With a hum, Su Feng extracted a prepared lie detector stone from his soul guide, a reward from the system, and placed it directly into Flender's hands, demonstrating its use right then and there. Note, a lie will trigger a sound. "Do you harbor any resentment towards Yu Xiaojiang?" "Humph. How could I possibly feel that way toward a brother?" "Beep, beep, beep. Do you have feelings for Lu Erlong?" "Impossible. I regard her merely as a sister." "Beep, beep, beep. You have feelings for Lu Erlong, yet she is enamored with Yu Xiaojiang, who has also committed acts that displease you. Thus, you have longed to confront Yu Xiaojiang, but have been thwarted by Lu Erlong's protection, correct?" "I have not." "Nonsense. Be silent." Beep, beep, beep. Su Feng continued to pose questions until Flender was left speechless, his anger boiling over, his face a mask of shock. He had not anticipated that Su Feng would unveil all his innermost thoughts, leading him to fully believe in the efficacy of the lie detector stone. "Very well, I shall use this device to probe Yu Xiaojiang for the truth, as you suggested." Flender grasped the lie detector stone tightly, gritting his teeth, and added, "If what you say is indeed true, what do you wish me to do?" At this moment, Flender harbored a vague premonition that Yu Xiaojiang might indeed be as despicable and duplicitous as Su Feng had suggested, manipulating emotions with ease. However, without verification, he refrained from drawing any hasty conclusions. "All you need to do is have him drink this, and he will be grateful to you," Su Feng remarked, handing Flender a jade vial filled with raw chicken essence. "What is this?" Flender inquired. "Just do as instructed. You need not know," Su Feng replied with a mischievous grin. "Very well." Flender accepted the vial, emphasizing, "I hope you keep your word. Regardless of the outcome, you must ensure that both I and Erlong are allowed to leave." Through their earlier conversation, Flender had grasped the situation. The three of them had already fallen completely under the control of this group. If they so desired, They could extinguish them as effortlessly as one crushes an ant. Snap! Su Feng snapped his fingers. Xiao Guan, what is your command? Yu Guan rushed over promptly. Release him. Su Feng ordered before returning to his flying chariot with an air of nonchalance. Yu Guan felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He realized that Su Feng was becoming increasingly adept at commanding him. Damn it, if it weren't for Her Highness the Saintess being present. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly? Having been untied by Yu Guan, Flander hurried towards the ravine where Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong were located, frantically escaping through various thickets and brambles, leaving himself in quite a disheveled state. Along the way, Flander occasionally glanced back, fully aware that Su Feng was acutely aware of their circumstances, including their hiding place, yet he couldn't help but remain vigilant. Once certain that Su Feng's group had not pursued him, Flander finally returned to their hiding spot. Boss Flander, where have you been? Why did it take so long for you to return? Upon his arrival, Lu Erlong immediately noticed Flander's disheveled appearance and rushed forward, concerned. Are you all right? Did you encounter any danger? Erlong, don't worry, Flander began to respond. But before he could finish, Yu Xiaojiang interjected gravely. We cannot stay here any longer. We must leave immediately. Why? Erlong raised an eyebrow. Flander's martial spirit, a swift owl, would not have taken this long for reconnaissance. Coupled with the new signs of distress upon him, it was evident that he had been fleeing for his life. Thus, Flander must have exposed their hiding place during his reconnaissance. It was imperative that they vacate this location at once. In a calm demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang spoke without displaying any superfluous emotion, yet for reasons unknown to him, Flander sensed an undercurrent of reproach. He glanced over at Lu Erlong, who remained silent. But the genuine concern reflected in his gaze was palpable. Flander could feel it. Although Erlong did not harbor romantic feelings for him, he genuinely regarded him as a friend. In stark contrast, a thought unexpectedly arose in Flander's mind. Has Yu Xiaojiang truly considered me a brother all these years? Perhaps he did in the past, but now? Flander felt utterly bereft of that sentiment. This so-called brotherhood had seemingly withered into a mere facade, or perhaps it had never been genuine to begin with. Stop dawdling. We must leave at once. It will be troublesome if they catch up, Yu Xiaojiang urged, promptly setting off in flight. Flander, let us hurry as well. Lu Erlong remarked to Flander before pursuing Yu Xiaojiang. Flander remained silent, following suit quietly. Thus, they fled for over 20 kilometers, traversing expansive mountain ranges until they reached a secluded cave, which alleviated some of Yu Xiaojiang's apprehensions. By this time, night had fallen. After an entire day of evasion, the trio was utterly exhausted. They quickly gathered some fruit to satiate their hunger and prepared to take turns resting. Flander, you and Xiaojiang should rest first. I will keep watch at the cave entrance, Lu Erlong suggested. No, you should rest first, Flander replied. Flander, you seem troubled. Is everything truly all right? Of course. I am fine. Very well, then take care. Flander smiled, and with Lu Erlong watching him, he proceeded to the cave entrance to stand guard. Due to Yu Xiaojiang's relatively low strength and vigilance, which paled in comparison to Flander and Lu Erlong, it had primarily been the two of them taking turns to stand watch over the past week. Flander had previously regarded this duty as a matter of loyalty, believing it was his obligation to protect his brother, Yu Xiaojiang. However, in retrospect, he pondered whether it was truly worth it. Humph. I hope you have not betrayed me and Erlong, especially Erlong. Should I discover that you have toyed with her emotions, do not expect my mercy. Flander turned to glance at the already resting Yu Xiaojiang, faint sounds of snoring emanating from him. He clenched his fist in silence. Approximately an hour later, Flander noticed that both Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang were fast asleep. He promptly took out a lie-detecting stone, intending to test Yu Xiaojiang. However, unbeknownst to Flander, every action he took was being observed by a mechanical bird lurking within the cave. This was an apparatus employed by Su Feng to track and monitor Flander during his escape, known as the 1,000-mile swift mechanical bird, capable of seeing and hearing everything in its vicinity. Meanwhile, 5,000 meters away from the cave where Yu Xiaojiang resided, the snow-gliding chariot had arrived and come to a halt. Yu Guan and Guai stood guard nearby, preventing any soul beasts from approaching so as not to disturb Su Feng and Bibi Dong within the chariot. It seemed Flander was about to make his move. Inside the chariot, Su Feng could clearly observe the images transmitted by the mechanical bird through the system interface, keeping every action of Flander under control. This little rascal, always indulging himself without considering his master. Beside him, Bibi Dong noticed her disciple was fixated on the air, and through eavesdropping on his thoughts, she naturally discerned that he was monitoring Flander. Moreover, it appeared that the disciple was not only focused on Flander but also on something referred to as the electric eagle. Although she was unaware of what this electric eagle was, it seemed quite intriguing. Otherwise, how could her mischievous disciple occasionally break into a silly grin, leading her to suspect he had lost his mind? The problem was, she could not see it. What further vexed Bibi Dong was that after such a long time, this little rascal had shown no intention of engaging her in conversation, leaving her in silence for most of the day. Could he not perceive how bored his master was? Alas, this little scoundrel had entirely disregarded her. Bibi Dong was seething with anger, yet her ire was compounded by the necessity to feign meditation. Her disciple, finding the atmosphere unbearably dull, ultimately drove her to a breaking point. With a delicate flick of her fingers, she sent a small orb of soul energy hurtling towards Su Feng, striking him squarely on the head. "Ouch! Teacher, why did you hit me?" Su Feng exclaimed, his expression one of feigned grievance. Observing her disciple's woeful demeanor eased some of Bibi Dong's frustration, yet she maintained a facade of sternness. "I have entrusted you with the complete responsibility of dealing with you, Xiaojing, and here you are, slacking off? It is one thing to lounge about in the flying chariot, but you have left me waiting for far too long without even a word of comfort. What purpose do I serve to you?" Of course, the latter remark remained unspoken, merely a whisper of resentment in her mind. "Ahem, disciple has not been idle," Su Feng replied earnestly, attempting to defend himself. "I was actually engaged in, well, what should I say? I cannot possibly tell my teacher that I was monitoring Flinder while indulging in a little cinematic diversion, can I? Ah, I have it." He quickly donned a guise of utmost seriousness. "I was contemplating." "Indeed?" Bibi Dong bit her lip in irritation. This rascal always spoke with a forked tongue, which vexed her further. Nevertheless, she was curious about the excuse he would concoct. "Then do enlighten me. What were you contemplating?" Just a moment. Let me fabricate a response." Su Feng's eyes brightened as he continued. "I was pondering how you Xiaojiang could have possibly offended you to such an extent that you would come here personally, intent on making his life a living hell." Bibi Dong's curiosity was piqued. "Please, continue. Why? Why? How on earth would I know? I haven't crafted it yet," Su Feng replied after a moment of contemplation. "It must be that you Xiaojiang is exceedingly malicious, having not only incited the ire of our teacher but also posed a threat to others. Thus, for such a rare and insidious malignancy among humanity, our teacher could not resist taking it upon themselves to deliver a lesson. You, my naive child, are mistaken. My intention in bringing you out was merely to foster a closer bond, reminiscent of our past." A fleeting shadow of disappointment flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Yet she could not bring herself to voice her innermost thoughts. Su Feng, oblivious to her musings, nonetheless perceived the disheartened expression upon her visage. What could have caused such disappointment on the teacher's face? Could it be that she has seen through my fabrications? Is she truly discontented with my deceitful antics? Surely, my standing has not diminished once more? A wave of anxiety surged within Su Feng, rekindling that ever-looming sense of insecurity. "It seems I can no longer afford to conceal my shortcomings. I must devise a means to amuse my teacher and demonstrate my worth." Su Feng began to ponder what might pique her interest while keeping secrets at bay. Upon sensing his thoughts, Bibi Dong maintained a calm exterior, though internally, a jubilant little sprite danced with glee, weeping tears of joy as it spun in circles. "You little rascal, at last, you consider your teacher's feelings. Your efforts have not been in vain." Suddenly, Bibi Dong recalled the emaciated chicken she had confiscated previously, though she had attempted to experiment with it. The contraption was locked, and she lacked the knowledge to unlock it. Recalling Su Feng's previous obsession with it, she felt certain that this emaciated chicken held great significance. Without hesitation, she retrieved it, accidentally dropping it in the process. Clang! Thus, the long-desired 29th generation Pingua Plus made its unexpected entrance. Fortunately, only Su Feng could trigger the self-detonation of the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus. Otherwise, Bibi Dong's earlier mishap might have unfolded into an entirely different tale. Ahem. It seems it slipped out inadvertently. Bibi Dong, with an air of solemnity, instructed, "Disciple, please retrieve it for me." "Oh." Su Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It could easily fall out even when placed within a soul-guiding apparatus. Truly, one must be extraordinarily careless. Though he silently criticized her, Bibi Dong's request sparked an idea in him on how to win her favor, to entice her onto the gaming vessel. "Master, I have noticed that your spirits seem rather low of late, likely due to that wretched Yu Xiaojiang. In an effort to elevate your mood, I propose to introduce you to the delights of mobile gaming. Hadn't you previously expressed disapproval of my daily gaming habits? Since resistance is futile, Let us indulge together in this descent. After all, games like Defend the Carrot, Bejeweled, and Princess Dress Up are beloved by many girls on Blue Star. Particularly the latter. How could I not believe that you would find it enjoyable? Though he felt a surge of confidence. As Su Feng handed the Pingwa Plus back to Bibi Dong, a sense of trepidation washed over him. As long as you are willing to give it a try, I am certain you will come to enjoy it. Might I inquire if you hold any interest? Any interest? She retorted, you little rascal, how dare you say that? If it weren't for the lock you installed in the skinny chicken, I would have long since been secretly experimenting with it. Humph. Otherwise, why would I have accidentally entrusted the skinny chicken to you? Bibi Dong harbored such thoughts within her, filled with anticipation for the study of mobile phones. Yet she feigned indifference. Let us see. Very well. Su Feng, diligent in this regard, quickly presented Bibi Dong with a plethora of information and showcased the games that had just come to mind. So, would Bibi Dong be captivated by the mobile phone? Undoubtedly. Su Feng was confident, exceedingly so. That will be all for now. I sense your intentions, and it brings me solace. If you have nothing else, you may attend to your own affairs. However, when Bibi Dong's voice, as calm as still water, resonated, Su Feng fell silent, rendered speechless. What on earth is happening? Is there truly someone in this era who does not enjoy mobile games? Could it be that the technology is too advanced for the teacher to embrace such amusements? Does this imply that my standing in the teacher's eyes has not improved at all? Am I still at risk of being expelled from the Sacred Maiden's palace? Su Feng found himself bewildered. Huh, the little rascal, you've finally become anxious. Humph, who told you to neglect me earlier, only to indulge in your own entertainment? Bibi Dong found it somewhat difficult to suppress her amusement. Naturally, her desire for Su Feng to leave stemmed primarily from the fact that this slender fellow was indeed quite intriguing. For instance, in games like Candy Crush and Carrot Defense, she was introduced to a form of entertainment that was previously unknown to her. It indeed serves as a delightful distraction during moments of boredom. Particularly, the dressing-up games captivated her heart. Ever since she ascended to the status of a saintess, the resources and privileges at her disposal have been nothing short of exceptional. There are few experiences that have eluded her. Yet, within the realm of these dressing-up games, she encountered an astonishing array of outfits, revealing to her the myriad ways in which girls could adorn themselves. The desire for beauty is inherent to every girl, and naturally, she yearns to enhance her own appearance, to become even more exquisite and unique. As for why she does not devote her surplus time to cultivation, Bibi Dong is somewhat evasive regarding this issue. For she is uncertain when it began that she, too, became idle under the influence of that little rascal, often yearning for leisure and particularly wishing to accompany him. Much like the trials set by the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong has long since cast them aside, reassured by the fact that there remains over 2 years until the deadline. She thinks it best to address it when the time grows short. Teacher, grant me another opportunity. Su Feng was naturally unaware of Bibi Dong's thoughts, which left him feeling somewhat discontented. He resolved to impart a practical technique to her. Oh, my dear disciple, is this truly necessary? Bibi Dong contemplated eagerly, her curiosity about the emaciated chicken overwhelming her. However, upon witnessing her disciple's earnest demeanor, she felt a twinge of reluctance and hesitation. Suddenly, much to her surprise, Su Feng audaciously snatched the frying pan from her grasp. You little rascal! In a moment of urgency, Bibi Dong sighed and finally conceded. Very well. I shall grant you another opportunity. Teacher, please observe closely. Su Feng swiftly conducted a live demonstration, extracting several mechanical birds capable of delivering messages over great distances. He connected the Pingwa Plus to these devices, quickly displaying surveillance footage on his mobile device. This innovative contraption would undoubtedly enable Bibi Dong to monitor the entire spirit hall, proving to be an invaluable tool. Su Feng was confident that Bibi Dong would find it captivating. Additionally, he had connected another mechanical bird that was surveilling Flender, allowing them to view the cave where Flender resided. As anticipated, when Bibi Dong beheld this scene, Su Feng noticed her composure falter. Teacher, what do you think? Do you see? This is the power of technology. Are you rendered speechless by the astonishment? In that moment, Su Feng felt a surge of pride, perhaps overly so. Impressive, indeed. This is an exceptionally practical function. I never anticipated my disciple possessed such talent in this realm. I am proud of you. Now, you may leave. I tire and wish to rest alone. At that moment, Su Feng could sense that his teacher was indeed unsettled, but not due to astonishment. Rather, she exhibited unmistakable impatience. Boom. Thunder. Su Feng felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. Had he been too verbose? Why did his teacher wear an expression of irritation? Yes, I shall take my leave, he murmured, unable to comprehend the situation. He departed the flying chariot, lying quietly in the pilot's seat, staring blankly at the night sky. This was inconceivable. Surely, what I presented was remarkable. Why was my teacher so indifferent? Little did Feng know, within the chariot, a low hum filled the air. Bibi Dong has meticulously established layers upon layers of barriers to prevent Feng from intruding unexpectedly. My dear disciple, you have finally embraced your humanity. Hee hee. Bibi Dong gazed at the finally unlocked slender chicken, her excitement nearly prompting an exclamation. After a night as passage, Feng had not re-entered the flying chariot. He had contemplated doing so, for the chariot harbored a grand soft bed. Alas, it was ensnared by a barrier set by Bibi Dong, rendering him unable to enter. Reflecting on the past, Feng had never endured such indignities. Could he bear it? Certainly not. Thus, he summoned his courage and threatened. If you do not allow me inside, upon our return to the spirit hall, I shall vacate the holy maiden's chamber. Judging by her usual tendencies, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly relent and thoroughly entangle him, preventing his departure. However, the only response from within the chariot was silence. Feng presumed she had not heard him and called out several more times, even knocking on the door repeatedly. Yet, after multiple attempts, the only reply he received was profound quietude, which sent him into a state of panic. This evidently indicated one thing: Bibi Dong had no desire to acknowledge him. Nor did she care whether he chose to leave. Feng's demeanor began to falter. After all, he had been the recipient of Bibi Dong's affection for many years, and her sudden indifference was difficult for him to accept. He even envisioned her retorting, "Stay if you wish, or leave if you do not." Should Bibi Dong truly utter such words, he would certainly feel too embarrassed to remain in the holy maiden's chamber, as he lacked such audacity. Fortunately, she did not voice those sentiments. Yet, it was somewhat unfortunate that Feng had conjured the notion that she might. Thus, throughout the night, Feng refrained from further disturbing Bibi Dong, instead lying on the chariot's driver's seat, gazing at the myriad stars above, lost in introspection and errant thoughts. Where had things gone awry? Why had the teacher grown so distant? Even if he had fallen out of favor, surely his status as a disciple should warrant some acknowledgement, rather than being completely disregarded. Overthinking the situation, Feng found himself wide awake, so he decided to open the system interface and continue monitoring the cave where Flander resided, albeit with little enthusiasm. On the screen, Flander made his move, seizing the opportunity while Yu Xiaojiang was fast asleep. Flander produced the lie detection stone and directed it at Yu Xiaojiang, posing all his queries, to which he received responses. As Feng had anticipated, Flander discerned Yu Xiaojiang's true nature and decisively chose betrayal. What surprised Feng, however, was Flander's unexpectedly volatile temperament. He violently forced a bottle of raw chicken water down Yu Xiaojiang's throat, employing a brutally simplistic method, just sheer force. Even more astonishing was Flander's refusal to await Feng's instructions as agreed. Instead, he confronted Yu Xiaojiang directly, initiating a fierce altercation. When unable to win the argument, he resorted to slapping him. Yu Xiaojiang attempted to resist, but to the enraged Flander, it was utterly futile. Flander only grew more brutal, delivering several slaps that left Yu Xiaojiang's face swollen like a pig's head. Ultimately, Flander revealed Yu Xiaojiang's true character to Lu Erlong, but regrettably, Lu Erlong did not believe him, leading to a physical confrontation between them. Enraged, Flander walked away, thus completely derailing Feng's plans. Nevertheless, Feng found this unimportant. His primary concern was why Bibi Dong had become so distant with him. It defied logic. He had certainly become more handsome. Was it perhaps due to his laziness? Had his teacher lost faith in him? Feng was perplexed, yet he sensed that a change was necessary. Otherwise, he might lose everything he once held dear. When Bibi Dong used to cling to him, Feng paid little attention and even displayed a tendency to reject her, seeking solitude. However, now that Bibi Dong was indifferent to him, he felt an emptiness, as if a part of his heart was missing. Feng despised this sensation and yearned to know how he could restore his standing in Bibi Dong's eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Without waiting for dawn, he summoned Yu Guan. "Young Master Su, what is your command?" "Come, let us go fishing," Feng replied, leaping from the flying chariot and tidying his attire as he prepared to head towards the river. What? Yu Guan stood in stunned silence, his expression shifting rapidly from shock to astonishment and then to utter disbelief. You're actually taking the initiative to leave the palace? And going fishing?" Yu Guan stammered as if he had seen a ghost. After spending so much time with Feng, he fancied he had discerned the essence of the latter's character. which could be succinctly encapsulated in a single word: lethargic. This slothfulness was unparalleled, a rarity throughout history, both past and future. Never had Yueguan encountered such an indolent individual. Thus, when he suddenly observed Su Feng preparing to take action, he was convinced he was hallucinating. Why the days? Let us go. Su Feng cast a fleeting glance at Yueguan and strode away. Slap, slap, slap. Yueguan repeatedly struck his own face, feeling a sharp sting that intensified his astonishment. This was no dream. It defied reason. It shouldn't be. Mumbling in bewilderment, Yueguan hurried to catch up with Su Feng. As a Title Douluo. Why are you so sluggish? Ahem, right away. Su Feng admonished, prompting Yueguan to hasten his pace. Before long, the two ventured to the nearest river to commence fishing. Yueguan believed this task would be quite straightforward, requiring merely the use of their legs. However, unbeknownst to him, Su Feng had other plans. He forbade the use of soul power and insisted on diving into the water to catch fish directly. Moreover, they were to capture blue-tailed fish of specific age and weight. And any deviation would necessitate a complete restart. Are you deliberately trying to make my life miserable? Yueguan longed to curse Su Feng but lacked the courage. Fearing Su Feng would report him to Bibi Dong. In Yueguan's mind, aside from his looks, Su Feng possessed almost no redeeming qualities, being someone who could not even surpass the rank of a Grand Soul Master. Thus, Yueguan felt a deep sense of indignation and resistance towards Su Feng's directives. However, after Yueguan had fruitlessly fished for a quarter of an hour, compelling Su Feng to dive in, his perspective began to shift. Within less than 20 seconds of entering the water, Su Feng emerged with a blue-tailed fish that perfectly met the standards, both in age and weight. What remarkable eyesight does this fellow possess? Or is it merely good fortune? Yueguan gazed at Su Feng in astonishment. He had fumbled underwater for quite some time, without finding a suitable fish, and yet Su Feng managed to catch one effortlessly. In a moment of distraction, Su Feng caught another fish, also perfectly compliant with the criteria. Yueguan swiftly caught it, while Su Feng dove back into the water, executing the entire process with grace and fluidity. Goodness, is he also an exceptional swimmer? Yueguan was taken aback, and at that instant, his impression of Su Feng began to transform. Perhaps Su Feng was not entirely devoid of merit, nor was he as irritating as he once thought. After fishing for a considerable time, Su Feng turned to Yueguan and remarked, "Had I known you were this inept, unable to catch even a single fish, I would not have brought you along." Yueguan's lips twitched, his expression darkening. "I take back my earlier words. Indeed, this rascal remains as exasperating as ever. Let us pack up and head back." Ahem, very well. Under the moonlit sky, Yueguan could not afford to be negligent despite his reservations. He promptly and efficiently packaged all the fish. Returning to the side of the flying chariot, Su Feng retrieved a complete set of grilling equipment, an array of seasonings, and various beverages. He had everything one might find at a barbecue stall. Before long, he began his culinary endeavors, and soon the air was filled with an enticing aroma, drawing even the watchful Gue Mei from her post nearby. Swallowing hard, Gue Mei and Yueguan observed Su Feng's vigorous preparations, their mouths watering in anticipation. Su Feng, generous in spirit, selected 3 perfectly grilled fish to set aside for Bibi Dong, allowing Yueguan and Gue Mei to indulge heartily in the rest. "Ah, this is truly delectable," Yueguan exclaimed, devouring the fish while internally lamenting. Why on earth does Su Feng possess such culinary prowess? And why is it so delicious? Su Feng, equally perplexed, recognized that these life skills had been implanted directly into his mind by the system, granting him instantaneous mastery, albeit he had seldom practiced due to his inherent laziness. Were it not for Bibi Dong, he might never have taken the initiative to cook. Seeing Yueguan and Gue Mei relish their meal, licking the bamboo skewers clean after each fish, Su Feng felt a surge of confidence. Surely, the master will appreciate this. As dawn approached, Yueguan and Gue Mei returned to their posts. Su Feng reheated the 3 chosen fish, and once again, the delicious scent filled the air. Unfortunately, the barrier around the flying chariot prevented the aroma from wafting inside. Otherwise, Bibi Dong might have been lured out by the enticing fragrance. Su Feng carefully wrapped the grilled fish and approached the chariot, knocking gently on the door. "Master," he called out. Silence. He knocked again several times, yet received no response. Just as the previous night. Could she not be inside? He wondered, but the barrier remained intact. A wave of doubt washed over him, prompting him to pound on the wooden door with force, creating a series of resounding thuds. Enough with the knocking. Finally, a voice emerged from within, tinged with impatience. Had he disrupted the master's rest? Panic surged within Su Feng, diminishing his confidence. Unbeknownst to him, Bibi Dong's irritation stemmed from an all-night struggle with a particularly vexing level of a match 3 game, which she had failed to conquer. Yet, she also felt a twinge of guilt for leaving her disciple outside all night. It had not been her intention, but her curiosity about the mobile game had been overwhelming, compelling her to play without wanting Su Feng to witness her engrossed demeanor. It was just one night. Surely, he will be fine, she reassured herself. Bibi Dong harbored such thoughts, oblivious to the fact that Su Feng had become increasingly anxious due to her recent actions. Disciple has prepared grilled fish for you. Shall I bring it in? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong appeared as if she had misheard. You prepared grilled fish for me? This lazy disciple, how could that be? Is the sun rising from the west? At that moment, her expression mirrored that of Yu Guan upon learning that Su Feng intended to catch fish. Both were filled with shock, followed by immense astonishment, culminating in sheer horror. Bibi Dong was undoubtedly the most qualified to comment on Su Feng's laziness. After all, during her quest to obtain the Rakshasa demon scythe, she had merely wished to carry little Su Feng out of the carriage. And it was only after persistent coaxing that this indolent individual finally acquiesced. The notion that this exceptionally lazy fellow claimed he had grilled fish was utterly surreal to her. Bring it in, she commanded. Despite her skepticism, she held a strong sense of anticipation and promptly withdrew the barrier. Creak. The door swung open, and Su Feng prepared to enter. At that moment, Bibi Dong realized she was still holding her phone, and inadvertently, she had clicked to start a game. Her beautiful eyes widened, and instinctively, she slipped the phone beneath her skirt. Teacher, please try this. Su Feng presented the fish before Bibi Dong, his expression tinged with hope. Thinking, if Yu Guan and Gui may find it delicious, surely the teacher will too? Disciple, you may step outside, Bibi Dong commanded, but to her surprise, she did not even cast a glance at the fish. Instead, she closed her eyes tightly, her brow furrowed, her entire body trembling, exhibiting a significant emotional upheaval. Su Feng, taken aback, assumed Bibi Dong was reacting to the smell of the fish and felt a surge of panic. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Could it be that the teacher dislikes blue-tailed fish? I made blue-tailed grilled fish. Won't that be a disaster? Did you not hear me say to step outside? In the moment Su Feng was lost in thought, Bibi Dong could no longer contain herself and unleashed a wave of energy, propelling him outside while simultaneously erecting 3 barriers to prevent his re-entry. How could this happen? Su Feng sat helplessly on the ground, dumbfounded, his lips quivering. Did I, once again, provoke the teacher's ire? His mental state crumbled. Indeed, it shattered. After a night of effort, he not only failed to please the teacher but had also incited her anger. What a failure. I might as well await my doom. Despondent, he was unaware that within the carriage, Bibi Dong's cheeks had flushed crimson, her entire body ablaze with embarrassment, wishing desperately to find a crevice in the ground to hide. This is utterly shameful. How could I have placed my phone there? And it vibrated due to the game failure, leaving me in such a state of disarray. I hope the disciple did not notice my distress. Otherwise, I shall be at a loss on how to face him in the future. Bibi Dong retrieved her phone from beneath her skirt, lacking the inclination to play with it any longer, and promptly stowed it away in her soul guide device. Did my disciple create this? How delightful. Bibi Dong gazed at the neatly wrapped 3 fish, her delicate face instantly illuminated with delight. She then picked up one, taking a gentle bite. In an instant, she seemed to be transported to a celestial realm, her entire being shimmering with brilliance. What exquisite flavor. Bibi Dong, for reasons unbeknownst to her, found herself overwhelmed by an inexplicable urge to spin in place, her face suffused with astonishment. Is this truly the creation of my disciple? Oh, how delightful and fragrant it is. As Bibi Dong continued to eat, she found her eyes inexplicably moist, as if overwhelmed with joy. My dear child, you have finally grown up. This is the first time Bibi Dong has savored the culinary creations of Su Feng, and it stands as the most delectable dish she has ever experienced. Perhaps, regardless of the true flavor of the grilled fish, whether exquisite or barely palatable, what truly matters to Bibi Dong is that it is crafted by Su Feng, rendering it the finest meal in her eyes. Beyond mere gustatory pleasure, what fills Bibi Dong with the utmost contentment is Su Feng's willingness to personally prepare this dish for her. Undoubtedly, the 3 grilled fish that Su Feng has prepared are exceptionally delicious, ranking as the most delightful barbecue she has ever tasted, with no equal. Why are there only 3? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed as she suddenly recalled Yu Guan and Gui Mei. Had they also indulged? How audacious of them to pilfer the delicacies prepared for my disciple. Prepare to face obliteration. At that moment, Yuguan and Gue may experienced an inexplicable shiver, a deep-seated unease rising from the depths of their souls. They initially feared an imminent attack from a soul beast that had lain dormant for 100,000 years, and instinctively summoned their martial spirits. As they surveyed their surroundings and realized it was merely a false alarm, they gradually retracted their martial spirits. However, the lingering sensation of dread remained, rendering them perpetually on edge. Having savored the exquisite taste of the grilled fish, Bibi Dong leisurely emerged from the flying chariot. Though she felt utterly content with the culinary delight she had just experienced, she still maintained a composed demeanor in front of Su Feng, striving to uphold the dignified image she had previously established. She remarked, "Disciple, I truly appreciate your intentions. However, there remains considerable room for improvement. Do not allow yourself to become complacent." Upon hearing this, Su Feng bowed respectfully, his expression tinged with melancholy as he replied, "Disciple understands." Indeed, was the teacher expressing disappointment? The disparity in reactions between Bibi Dong and Yu Guan, as well as the specter, is starkly pronounced. Su Feng felt an unfamiliar discomfort. Such emotions had never before graced his heart. Indeed, if the teacher had not held reservations, how could she have been driven to such fury that her entire being trembled? Ultimately casting me aside? Surely, she must be deeply disappointed in me. Disciple, I implore you, cease your words. Upon hearing the tremulous word, Bibi Dong could not help but associate it with the events that had transpired moments ago in the flying carriage. A faint blush adorned her delicate face, rendering her unable to maintain her composure. It was all the fault of that phone. How could it vibrate so enticingly? Fortunately, she had not been discovered. Otherwise, it would have been utterly mortifying. Bibi Dong, haunted by lingering memories, felt an overwhelming sense of shame at the mere thought of the embarrassing scene that had been uncovered. However, it seemed that her disciple had misunderstood her intentions. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng's somewhat forlorn expression, feeling a pang of sympathy. Should she take a moment to explain things to him? Bibi Dong found herself hesitating. Bibi Dong could sense that her disciple was currently feeling a tinge of discomfort due to a misunderstanding. However, in reality, she felt not disappointment, but rather a profound sense of gratitude. Without this moment, she could hardly fathom when she would next savor the culinary delights crafted by her disciple's own hands. Never before had she experienced such happiness and bliss as she did in this instant. Yet, can I truly disclose my feelings to him? Will my precious disciple revert to the indifference he once exhibited towards his master? Bibi Dong felt a twinge of concern, which soon morphed into deeper turmoil. Although witnessing Su Feng's sorrowful and despondent demeanor stirred feelings of compassion within her, she was even less fond of the previous ambiguous distance she had maintained with her disciple. Perhaps it would be best to wait until they returned to the spirit hall to clarify matters. Bibi Dong ultimately reached a resolution. After all, according to her plans, she still needed to involve her disciple in the scheme of vengeance against Yu Xiaojiang. If she were to clarify too hastily, what if her disciple became complacent and refused to cooperate? That would merely revert them to their former state. The law of cause and effect. Just as her disciple had treated her in the past, she would respond in kind. With this thought, Bibi Dong inexplicably lost her inclination to sympathize with Su Feng, finding the situation somewhat amusing instead. However, unbeknownst to her, Su Feng had already botched the plan. Flinder had fled the scene, while Lu Erlong had inexplicably become more infatuated with Yu Xiaojiang. In summary, Su Feng's meticulously conceived plan had spectacularly unraveled. Thus, in her ignorance of the situation, Bibi Dong assumed everything was progressing smoothly and inquired of Su Feng, "Disciple, how goes the task I entrusted to you?" "How goes it?" Su Feng arched an eyebrow, suddenly realizing he had been so preoccupied with fishing and grilling that he had forgotten to check. His expression stiffened as he hastily opened the system interface to swiftly observe the footage captured by the mechanical bird. Fortunately, there was a replay function, and he quickly grasped what had transpired subsequently. Yet, there was an unfortunate twist. For the footage revealed that Yu Xiaojiang seemed to have sensed danger and was already making his escape with Lu Erlong. Oh no, oh no. The key figures have fled. This plan is utterly doomed. Su Feng lamented. It seemed his teacher would once again be disappointed in him. Faced with the crumbling plan, he felt a wave of panic, unsure of how to convey this news to Bibi Dong, dreading the sight of disappointment etched upon her face. Unable to achieve anything, he resigned himself to his fate and admitted, Yu Xiaojiang has already fled. Fled? Bibi Dong furrowed her brows in surprise, taken aback by the unexpected lapse in control exhibited by her once infallible disciple. However, such matters held little significance for her. After all, the punishment of Yu Xiaojiang had merely served as a pretext. His escape was inconsequential, for she could simply regard it as a postponement of her journey with her disciple. How delightful! Bibi Dong, far from feeling displeased, instead harbored a sense of anticipation, particularly when she beheld Su Feng's demeanor, reminiscent of a child awaiting punishment for misdeeds. Her heart swelled with excitement. She had not anticipated that her disciple, now grown, could still possess such endearing qualities, though Bibi Dong felt a sense of triumph within. Her countenance remained inscrutable, maintaining an air of authority. Disciple, since Yu Shao Gang has fled, what do you propose we do? What to do? How should I know? Came the exasperated reply. Moreover, why is it that you always come to me for answers? I do not wish to express my thoughts. I desire to hear yours. At this moment, Su Feng was no longer inclined to concern himself with Yu Shao Gang. His only wish was to conclude matters swiftly and return to the spirit hall. He stated, the task you have assigned me, Master, is unlikely to be fulfilled. It would be better to simply instruct Yu Guan to eliminate Yu Shao Gang. Eliminate him directly? How naive you are. How would I then find a pretext to accompany you on your excursions? Bibi Dong felt a surge of reproach within her. Yet she feigned an air of authority. Disciple, have I ever instructed you to abandon your pursuits midway? Are you truly prepared to surrender? Su Feng, was taken aback. Believing that Bibi Dong was profoundly disappointed in my decision, and my expression grew even more despondent, leaving me utterly dejected. Alas, I had once again provoked my teacher's ire. It seemed I was irretrievably doomed. You little rascal, how can you be so endearing? At this sight, Bibi Dong nearly suppressed a laugh, her heart swelling with pride. Indeed, she felt immensely pleased. No, I mustn't laugh. Doing so would reveal my delight. Bibi Dong swiftly composed her expression, continuing to feign an air of authority as she addressed her disciple. My dear pupil, since matters have reached this juncture, further discussion is futile. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Do not let me down. Understood, Su Feng replied, bowing stiffly. Bibi Dong turned and walked towards the flying carriage, not sparing Su Feng a glance even before entering it, ultimately setting up multiple layers of barriers. Su Feng fell into a deep silence. In the past, no matter where his teacher went, she would always glance back every few steps, as if fearful that he might fall asleep and tumble to the ground. Now, it is better left unspoken, for it pains me too much. Su Feng collected his thoughts and clenched his fists discreetly. This time, I must not allow my teacher to be disappointed again. It's merely a matter of tormenting Yu Shaojiang, after all. As long as I have feet, it is manageable. 057. Capturing Yu Shaojiang too, Su Feng murmured to himself, unaware that within the flying carriage, his foolish disciple was thinking. Is this how much he worries for me after just a few feigned gestures? It seems that dealing with my precious disciple requires such methods indeed. Hiki. Bibi Dong could no longer contain herself, discreetly covering her mouth as she laughed uncontrollably, nearly erupting into a snort. Suddenly, it occurred to her that her disciple had mistakenly believed she did not enjoy grilled fish. Such a delectable dish. Could it truly be her first and last encounter with it? Absolutely not. Bibi Dong's heart trembled, unable to accept the reality. Alas, she could not directly convey her feelings to Su Feng, for the carefully constructed image she had built would likely collapse in an instant. It seemed that she would have to endure for the time being. Bibi Dong gently caressed her perfectly toned abdomen, her delicate face immediately filled with a sense of grievance. She had already resolved that upon her return to the spirit hall, she would clarify the misunderstanding with her disciple, regardless of how persistently she had to pursue it. She was determined to once again savor her disciple's astonishing culinary masterpieces. Alas, maintaining an air of authority was exhausting. She could no longer engage in carefree banter with her disciple as she once did. Bibi Dong felt a surge of emotion as she retrieved the 29th generation soul guide device, the Plus version. Fortunately, she still had the chance to indulge in a game of elimination. However, there was a tinge of misfortune. Hours slipped by as she found herself ensnared in a level she could not conquer. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within those 3 days, Bibi Dong was unexpectedly treated to the culinary delights crafted by Su Feng. Yet, these were no longer mere grilled fish. Instead, she savored dishes prepared from various exotic creatures. Just the day before, her disciple had ventured deep into the mountains at dawn, driven by the desire to procure an egg from a millennia-old soul beast, which he then used to prepare a nourishing porridge for her. Despite the relentless attacks from soul beasts and the arduous journey, her disciple refused to allow Yu Guan to falter. This unwavering spirit of devotion deeply moved Bibi Dong, prompting her to deliver a sound reprimand to Gue Mei that very day. You good for nothing. All you do is eat. Did you not see how hard Yu Guan worked? What are you doing here, merely consuming? What if a soul beast were to harm my precious disciple? Bibi Dong was filled with indignation. With her current prowess, did she truly require the protection of these two minor Title Douluos? The one most deserving of protection, naturally, was her cherished disciple. Although she harbored concern for Feng, she would never allow him to perceive it. She maintained an air of authority when the situation called for it. Feng, for his part, was remarkably compliant, having transformed over the course of several days from his former lethargic self into a model of diligence. This newfound existence felt dreamlike to Bibi Dong, and she cherished it immensely. In her secretive machinations, she sabotaged the chariot known as Lingbo Tushue, discreetly breaking one of its wheels and then claiming it was due to inferior craftsmanship. This ruse would afford ample time for her to enjoy Feng's company while also allowing the likes of Yu Xiaojiang to make their hasty escape. However, Yu Guan and Gui Mei were left in a state of bewilderment, as it was they who were tasked with the repairs. What a predicament! A wheel forged from indestructible adamantine had shattered. How on earth were they to fix it? Such matters were of no concern to Bibi Dong. Her singular focus was to prolong the moments spent with her disciple, sparing no effort in her scheming. Regrettably, Yu Xiaojiang proved too inept, being caught within a mere 5 days. Yet, upon reflection, Bibi Dong deemed this outcome preferable, as an early resolution would spare her the guilt and heartache of witnessing her disciple languishing in the driver's seat day after day. Ultimately, Bibi Dong refrained from surreptitiously using her mobile device. She dismantled the barriers surrounding the chariot, hoping her beloved disciple might come in for a proper rest. Alas, Feng never returned, offering only timely deliveries of gourmet food without uttering another word. Bibi Dong is acutely aware that she may have overstepped her bounds, truly causing her disciple's heart to ache. During this period, she has indeed relished the obedient and understanding demeanor of her disciple. However, upon witnessing the genuine sorrow and distress her actions have inflicted upon the other, her heart is now laden with remorse. Is this not the very behavior she once despised, deriving her own joy from the sorrow of others? Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her facade. Thus, as Feng surrounded Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong with his companions, she stepped in front of him, declaring, "This ends here. You need not complete this task." At that moment, at the entrance of a cave, Feng, accompanied by Yu Guan, had blocked the way, leaving Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong trapped within, with everything ready and only a command away from making Yu Xiaojiang's life a living hell. However, upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Feng was left in disbelief. "Teacher, are you serious? After tirelessly pursuing this for so many days, just as success was within reach, you suddenly want to withdraw me?" The sensation was akin to having one's trousers down only to be shown something inconsequential. "Of course, I am serious." Bibi Dong, unable to bear seeing Feng struggle any further, turned to Yu Guan and commanded, "You, go in and kill Yu Xiaojiang." According to the original plan, she was supposed to stage a scene with her disciple later, but she could no longer keep up the pretense. She just wanted to conclude this matter swiftly and return. "Yes," Yu Guan responded, preparing to charge in. "Stop," Feng interjected sharply. In an instant, Yu Guan halted, hesitant to act recklessly. Feng then approached Bibi Dong. "Teacher, did you not promise me an opportunity?" Feng spoke to her, rarely, if ever, showing a serious demeanor, but this time, he struggled to contain himself. Perhaps it was because the teacher had always indulged him. He had grown accustomed to the nurturing care, and now the thought of losing it was unbearable. This made it impossible for him to accept Bibi Dong's recent behavior, her indifference to his efforts as if they were invisible. He yearned desperately to reclaim everything. Hence, over these past days, he had endeavored to change himself, to win her favor, and to diligently fulfill the tasks she assigned. Yet, at this crucial moment, she chose to retract her promise. Was this a sign of her lack of faith in my abilities? Or had she utterly lost hope in me? Disciple. Faced with his inquiry, Bibi Dong trembled slightly, feeling an uncharacteristic sense of panic. "Indeed, I did say I would give you a chance. But many days have passed. It is time to bring this to an end." Through an inner voice, she sensed the turmoil within him, disappointment, sadness, and a myriad of negative emotions intertwined, leaving her unsettled as she had never witnessed him in such a state. "Teacher." Feng's expression was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "Please grant me another chance. This time, I will surely satisfy you." With his final words, he bowed earnestly, his tone imbued with a sense of resolve that had become an obsession. Bibi Dong gazed anxiously at the other party, ultimately nodding. "Very well, Teacher Xie." Feng then performed a courteous bow and beckoned Yu Guan and Gui Mei to enter the cave. Inside the cave, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously. Yu Xiaojiang was drenched in cold sweat. Upon hearing the advancing steps, he stumbled backward, bracing himself against the stone wall to regain his balance, while the other hand frantically wiped away the perspiration that kept pouring forth. Who are those people? Yu Xiaojiang's voice quivered as he inquired, while Lu Erlong, with a grave expression, positioned himself protectively in front of Yu Xiaojiang. The Wuhuan Temple. They have ultimately arrived. A few days prior, Yu Xiaojiang had quarreled with Flinder, through which he gleaned information regarding the Wuhuan Temple, prompting his hasty escape with Lu Erlong. Alas, they had been caught up with. Yu Xiaojiang, we meet again. Moments later, Su Feng stood before Yu Xiaojiang. Su Feng, it's you. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened, his countenance darkening with an overwhelming fury. Though Su Feng had now matured into a young adult in his early 20s, the contours of his face were indelibly etched in Yu Xiaojiang's memory. The humiliation from half a year prior felt as fresh as yesterday. He never anticipated that the one who had been relentlessly pursuing them all this time would be him. The thought of Su Feng passionately kissing Bibi Dong in front of him, mocking and humiliating him, ignited a tempest of rage within Yu Xiaojiang. For the past 6 months, he had endured humiliation with the sole purpose of seeking vengeance, yet here was Su Feng, seeking him out before he could even initiate his own pursuit. Find them. Su Feng, disinterested in exchanging pleasantries with Yu Xiaojiang, snapped his fingers, signaling Yu Guan to take action. Stop. I won't allow you to harm Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong, as ever, attempted to shield Yu Xiaojiang. You, a mere soul sage, dare to obstruct me? With a swift motion, Yu Guan struck Lu Erlong, sending him crashing backward, blood spurting from his mouth several times before he regained his composure. Faced with the oppressive might of a Title Douluo, Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong stood no chance of resistance, quickly finding themselves bound hand and foot. Su Feng, Yu Xiaojiang bellowed in fury, demanding, what do you intend to do? TSK, 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 Su Feng sneered at Yu Xiaojiang, responding, what I wish to do depends on what you hold dear, does it not? What do you mean? Yu Xiaojiang's pupils dilated, a profound sense of unease swelling within him. Su Feng remained silent, producing a vial of potion and holding it to Yu Xiaojiang's nose, allowing him to inhale its scent for a considerable time before grinning and asking, do you know what this potion is for? Yu Xiaojiang, well versed in various matters, recognized the potion's aroma and felt a violent tremor run through him, suddenly roaring, you despicable scoundrel, you had better not act recklessly, or I swear I will not spare you. The vial of elixir, known as the Hehuan water, possesses the insidious power to gradually strip away reason from any individual, regardless of gender, ultimately transforming them into a frenzied creature driven by unbridled desires. Why the haste? Su Feng's smile bore a hint of mockery as he inquired, could it be that you wish to partake? Yu Xiaojiang remained silent. Yet his gaze was fixed intently upon Su Feng, his hands clenched tightly until the sound of cracking knuckles echoed in the air. The intended recipient of this potion was clear to Yu Xiaojiang. The only person who came to mind was Lu Erlong. This way, Su Feng could, as he had done 6 months prior, flaunt his affection for someone dear to him right before Yu Xiaojiang, thus inflicting upon him a profound humiliation. It seemed that the master of theory had no desire to drink after all. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's silence, Su Feng approached Lu Erlong directly, proclaiming, then I shall bestow it upon this young lady. No. Stop. I will drink it. Yu Xiaojiang suddenly shouted. Unable to fathom the consequences of Lu Erlong consuming the Hehuan water, he could not bear to witness such a scene. He could not bear the thought of someone like Lu Erlong, who had developed feelings for him, being subjected to such a fate, particularly given her pure and enchanting form. Had he not been on the run these days, he might have seized the opportunity to claim Lu Erlong for himself. After all, with Flandre having fled, Yu Xiaojiang was no longer beholden to him and could freely possess Lu Erlong's body without restraint. Since you wish to drink, then so be it. Su Feng brought the potion once more to Yu Xiaojiang's lips, yet the latter hesitated. Xiaojiang, do not drink it. Lu Erlong, witnessing the vial, mistook it for poison. Overcome with emotion at the thought of Yu Xiaojiang willing to sacrifice himself for her, she nearly cried out, give me that potion. I will drink it for Xiaojiang. Ah! Such profound loyalty, truly a sight to behold. Su Feng marveled at Lu Erlong's ardent display, yet quickly shifted his tone, remarking, alas, you have misjudged the character of those around you. Lu Erlong herself was indeed a tragic figure. Born to a mother of ill repute, she was often met with scorn, leading her father, Yu Luomian, to raise her as an illegitimate child, never daring to bring her home, and allowing her to carry her mother's surname. Growing up in such a tumultuous environment, Lu Erlong faced numerous advances from lecherous men, but her mother fiercely protected her, ensuring that Lu Erlong never suffered indignity. Ultimately, through her relentless efforts, Lu Erlong became a formidable soul master, yet tragically, just as she achieved strength to safeguard her mother had already passed away. Due to her childhood experiences, Lu Erlong developed a fiercely competitive nature, and her temperament became prone to volatility. However, beneath this exterior lies a heart that is inherently kind and gentle. Despite her strong demeanor, she possesses a side that yearns for dependency and seeks emotional solace. Regrettably, she misplaced her affections on Yu Xiaojiang, who manipulated her feelings without her awareness. Su Feng merely contemplated this internally, while he forcefully administered the Hehuan water to Yu Xiaojiang. Stop. Yu Xiaojiang attempted to resist. Slap. Su Feng raised his hand and struck, continuing to pour the liquid down Yu Xiaojiang's throat. The latter's muffled protest filled the air as he struggled in vain. The Hehuan water, combined with Yu Xiaojiang's recently restored soul beast-level dignity, would undoubtedly yield explosive results. If not released in time, his obsession would only deepen, intensifying the agonizing torment of his desires, which would become a profound psychological torture. Let me go. Return Erlong to me. As anticipated, just after consuming the potion, Yu Xiaojiang began to react. His eyes gradually turned crimson, and the gaze he cast upon Lu Erlong transformed into that of a beast consumed by greed. On the brink of madness, tighten the bindings, don't let him escape, Su Feng instructed. Yue Guang promptly stepped forward to secure the ropes, wrapping them several more times around Yu Xiaojiang, rendering him akin to a zongzi. Is this it? Impossible. This was merely an appetizer for Yu Xiaojiang's torment, a catalyst for what was to come. Yu Xiaojiang, do you remember what happened 6 months ago? Today, I shall allow you to experience it once more. At this moment, Su Feng produced another jade vial, identical to the previous one, and waved it before Yu Xiaojiang before approaching Lu Erlong. Scoundrel! Stop! Stop this at once! Yu Xiaojiang screamed hoarsely. Just moments earlier, he had willingly consumed the Hehuan water in place of Erlong, fearing that she would be sullied by this man. With Erlong's perfect figure, exceptional talent, and formidable strength, he could not allow anyone else to lay claim to her body before him. Scoundrel, cease this at once. Ignoring the shouts, Su Feng pinched Lu Erlong's mouth shut and poured the liquid directly into her. Her face flushed crimson as a haze enveloped her, indicating the onset of the potion's effects. No, no, no. She is my woman. If you dare to touch her, I will see you dead. Yu Xiaojiang's pupils constricted, and he struggled desperately, yearning to reach Lu Erlong. But bound by the ropes, he could only crawl toward her like a worm. Bang! Alas! Before Yu Xiaojiang could ascend further, Yu Guan forcefully stamped down upon his foot, the sound of bones fracturing resounding unmistakably, even embedding his foot into the ground. This time, Yu Xiaojiang's foot was irrevocably damaged, with no hope of recovery. Humph! How dare you reprimand young Master Su? Yu Guan snorted lightly, then, adhering to Su Feng's prior instructions, retrieved a black strip to blindfold Yu Xiaojiang. In an instant, the world for Yu Xiaojiang was engulfed in darkness, accompanied by the excruciating pain in his foot. What do you intend to do? Yu Xiaojiang gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing torment as he spoke. TSK, 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 do you still not comprehend? Su Feng approached Yu Xiaojiang, stamping down on his head and grinding it briefly before coldly stating, I wish to possess the woman you desire yet cannot have. Right before your eyes, just as I did 6 months ago. Oh, I forgot to mention. Su Feng, with a mocking grin, continued. The potion that Lu Eryong consumed was far more potent than the one you ingested. Hence, even if Eryong harbors no feelings for me, it matters not. She will still succumb to intoxication and ecstasy, so do not fret about any mishaps in cooperation. Ah, you scoundrel, you deserve to die. Yu Xiaojiang's fury escalated, nearly rendering him hoarse with his outcry. Su Feng wore a satisfied smile, uninterested in further banter with Yu Xiaojiang. For his objective had been achieved, to incite Yu Xiaojiang's rage, thereby impairing his judgment. Once this was accomplished, Su Feng would have Gui Mei and Yu Guan employ sleight of hand to impersonate him and Lu Eryong, orchestrating an indescribable scene before Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang would undoubtedly be infuriated, especially since, from his perspective, Su Feng had betrayed him on 2 occasions. At that moment, Su Feng could, much like 6 months prior, obliterate Yu Xiaojiang's dignity, subjecting him to both physical and psychological torment. Thus, the task assigned by Bibi Dong would be deemed complete. Leaving Yu Xiaojiang in a state worse than death, Su Feng merely hoped that by accomplishing this, he could prove his worth. He truly did not wish to witness that look of disappointment in Bibi Dong's eyes again. As for the potion Lu Eryong had just consumed, it was merely ordinary strong liquor, devoid of any so-called euphoric effects. Once this matter concluded, Su Feng would release her. Whether she could extricate herself from the deception of her emotions was solely her concern. Su Feng had no intention of further involvement and cared little. However, at that moment, Su Feng's plans encountered yet another upheaval. "What are you doing?" At that instant, Yu Guan and Gui Mei had not yet fully completed their disguises, and the black cloth that had covered Yu Xiaojiang's eyes slipped off, allowing him to see the unfolding scene clearly. This meant that Yu Guan's negligence in securing the blindfold had derailed Su Feng's scheme once more. "Young Master Su, I did not mean to." Yu Guan sensed the chilling gaze of Su Feng and involuntarily shuddered. Su Feng paid no heed to Yu Guan, but instead turned his attention to Lu Erlong, a flicker of cold light passing through his dark eyes. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely contemplated taking action against this woman, all to fulfill the task assigned by his mentor. It seemed that the desire to accomplish this mission had become an obsession for Su Feng. He had never before been so earnest and devoted to achieving a single objective. Perhaps, subconsciously, he believed that by successfully completing this task, he could redeem all that had been lost in the past. Alas, Su Feng merely sighed in resignation, instructing, "You two take Lu Erlong down first." Yes. Having disrupted Su Feng's plans, Yu Guan and Gui Mei dared not linger and swiftly escorted Lu Erlong out of the cave. "Consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, you would not have met such a swift demise." Su Feng's frigid gaze fixated on Yu Xiaojiang as he drew a dagger, preparing to strike first and then kill. Since the plan had already unraveled, there was no need to continue the charade intended to provoke Yu Xiaojiang. It was better to conclude matters expeditiously. "Stay back." Sensing Su Feng's murderous intent, Yu Xiaojiang scuttled away like a reptile, dragging himself further from Su Feng, leaving a long trail of blood from the wound on his leg. Thud, thud. Yu Xiaojiang had barely crawled a short distance when his chest heaved violently, his breaths coming in rapid succession, as if something within him were about to burst. This is bad. The effects of the Hahuan water are taking hold. Curling up in agony, he clutched his lower body tightly, his face flushed crimson. "You, scoundrel!" Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, "That potion Flande administered to me, was it you who provided it? Was it meant to make me regrow?" He could not voice the final words, yet from that moment, his expression became increasingly grotesque. "Su Feng, did you already devise a plan for revenge? Intending to replicate the torment I endured 6 months ago?" Clearly, Yu Xiaojiang had grasped the full extent of the situation. "Humph, to come to such a realization before death. You are not entirely unjust." Su Feng approached Yu Xiaojiang, dagger poised at his lower body, ready to strike. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself unable to proceed. It was not a matter of compassion, nor a desire to spare this wretch. Rather, he felt that his plan for vengeance lacked a crucial element. Without the performance that would truly render Yu Xiaojiang's suffering unbearable, killing him would not fulfill the task. In Su Feng's view, if Bibi Dong merely wished to eliminate Yu Xiaojiang, he could have had Yu Guan or Gui Mei take care of it, requiring no intricate scheme for revenge. Since he had been summoned, it was imperative that he did not merely slay Yu Xiaojiang. He must ensure that the man experienced a fate worse than death. If I cannot even accomplish this simple task, the teacher may gradually become disenchanted with me. Su Feng's thoughts were in disarray, his mind flooded with the myriad contrasts he had experienced in recent days. The individual who once turned back every few steps, even for a fleeting moment apart, had transformed into someone who could depart without a backward glance. Likewise, the person who had once clung to him through the night, refusing to let go, had now begun to keep him at arm's length, even ignoring his presence entirely, leaving him to endure the night alone outside. Once, a mere gentle embrace from him would elicit unparalleled joy from that person, yet now, even when he prepared a midnight feast, all he received in return was a nonchalant remark, "You still need to strive harder." Reflecting on these matters, Su Feng felt a profound emptiness within. Perhaps it was due to having been excessively cherished in the past that he subconsciously believed himself to be the most significant person in the teacher's heart. Once this notion was shattered by the current reality, he found it unbearable to accept, feeling as though he had been overly sentimental. The thought of attempting, or even striving to mend things, lingered in his mind. He simply could not let go. Perhaps this is the state Su Feng currently finds himself in. In a secluded corner of a cave, he pondered, if I cannot even manage this small matter, the teacher may indeed grow increasingly disappointed in me. Bibi Dong gazed quietly at Su Feng, eavesdropping on his thoughts. Unaccountably, it felt as though sand had entered her eyes, and her star-like beautiful orbs glistened with unshed tears. "No, it is not so. I have never felt disappointment in you, my dear disciple. I have merely been feigning. Why must you take it all to heart? You foolish apprentice?" Bibi Dong's delicate hands clenched tightly, overwhelmed by an impulse to rush forward and offer an explanation, yet she restrained herself. For she sensed that her disciple had taken all her previous facades to heart. Should she hastily clarify, it was likely that her disciple would not believe her. Instead, they might perceive her as even more untrustworthy, thus depriving her of the final opportunity to prove her sincerity. It appeared that in order to assist her disciple in breaking free from their obsessions, she had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Bibi Dong murmured softly before swiftly employing the art of illusion. This technique involves manipulating soul power to create an illusionary visage, thereby inducing a visual distortion. The greater the strength, the easier it is to accomplish. For a Title Douluo, it is almost effortless. However, this art bears a flaw. Its soul power fluctuations are substantial, making it susceptible to detection. Yet, at this moment, Yu Xiaojiang is not only grappling with the excruciating pain from his shattered leg, but also battling the sinister thoughts provoked by the Hehuan water, all while trying to quell the fury ignited by Su Feng. It is likely that he lacks the energy to perceive the illusion. In mere moments, Bibi Dong's exterior was enveloped in a layer of illusionary soul power, rendering her indistinguishable from Lu Erlong. The only discernible difference lay in the faint aura of soul power surrounding her, akin to flames flickering, causing slight distortions in the surrounding air. Clearly, Bibi Dong intended to use this illusion to assist her disciple in executing the final act of their performance, aiming to thoroughly incite Yu Xiaojiang's wrath, thereby ensuring her disciple enacts a fate worse than death for him. What should I do? Must I approach now? The mere thought of embracing her disciple in front of Yu Xiaojiang and engaging in intimate acts filled Bibi Dong with a sense of anxiety. Her cheeks tinged with a soft crimson. Was this not what she had desired before? Why, at this critical moment, does she hesitate? Bibi Dong felt a pang of self-reproach for her perceived cowardice. Perhaps she had initially thought teasing her disciple was amusing, but when it came to actual execution, it felt profoundly shameful, leaving her hesitant to act. No, the current state of her disciple is a result of her own actions. It must be resolved by her. With a determined expression, Bibi Dong retrieved a bottle of erguo from her soul guide. This was given to her by Su Feng, who claimed it was a delightful special beverage. However, being privy to the whispers of the heart, Bibi Dong was well aware that it was a potent liquor. Even a Title Douluo would struggle to withstand its effects in excess. Regardless, she resolved to proceed. Bibi Dong deftly unscrewed the bottle cap, producing a resounding clatter. Bibi Dong seldom indulged in alcohol, belonging to the type that would blush after a mere half cup and succumb to inebriation after 3. However, in a bid to bolster her courage, she gulped down several mouthfuls. Coughing, she exclaimed, "This liquor is quite fiery." After a few swigs, Bibi Dong's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by a potent wave of intoxication that nearly destabilized her. At first glance, she resembled Lu Erlong, who had just been similarly compelled to drink, both appearing equally drunken. Seizing the moment before Su Feng could take action against Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong swayed unsteadily towards him. "Erlong, what brings you in here?" As anticipated, upon seeing Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaojiang failed to discern her true identity, his expression shifting to one of heightened urgency. "You need to leave immediately." Noticing Lu Erlong's flushed visage and her staggered gait, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but recall the Hehuan water she had consumed earlier. Now, as she approached Su Feng, it ominously heralded a singular conclusion. He might be betrayed once more. "Erlong, please, regain your senses and depart from this place," Yu Xiaojiang implored, his voice rising in desperation. Experiencing betrayal once was already an unbearable ordeal. He could not fathom enduring it again, especially at the hands of the same individual. The mere thought filled him with a sense of profound indignation. "Erlong, I beg you, come to your senses and do not approach that scoundrel." Yet, regardless of Yu Xiaojiang's fervent shouts, Lu Erlong remained oblivious, continuing her unsteady advance towards Su Feng. Her flushed cheeks and bashful demeanor only heightened his anxiety, dripping with irony. Indeed, the very scenario he dreaded had come to pass. Old Su Feng, gazing upon the enchanting figure before him, found himself at a loss for words. Upon recognizing Bibi Dong, it was evident she had assumed Lu Erlong's guise. After all, possessing the primordial divine body endowed him with an acute perception of soul energy, rendering such low-level illusions ineffective. Yet, he pondered why she would resort to such deception. Perhaps, he surmised, it was to aid him in executing his plan. However, he found it difficult to believe that his mentor, who had recently expressed disappointment in him, would willingly assist. "Disciple, I undertake this merely to vex Yu Xiaojiang. Do not harbor any other thoughts." Nevertheless, when Su Feng observed Bibi Dong sway towards him, gently resting her head upon his shoulder, Her dazed words left him no choice but to acknowledge that she truly was there to assist him in his endeavor. Are you listening to me? Her intoxicating murmur reached him as he felt her delicate, warm hands encircle his waist, a warm breath wafting against his neck, imbued with the strong scent of alcohol. Under ordinary circumstances, Su Feng's initial reaction might have been an astonished, "What on earth? My mentor truly drank my ergua too." However, at this moment, Su Feng was consumed by excitement and exhilaration, for he felt that long-lost sensation, an impression that Bibi Dong had returned to his side. Was the master merely acting in such a manner to provoke Yu Xiaojiang? The enchanting voice reverberated once more, and Su Feng regained his composure. Gently embracing Bibi Dong, "Disciple understands. What are you two doing? Stop it. Cease at once." Yu Xiaojiang, who had been observing this scene, could no longer contain himself. His brow was furrowed, his eyes bloodshot, and his face contorted in fury, resembling a man driven mad by resentment and rage. "Su Feng, where are your hands wandering? You scoundrel, I command you to halt. Ah, you wretched man, how dare you betray me?" Seeing Su Feng wrap his arms around Lu Erlong's slender waist ignited a tremor of fury within Yu Xiaojiang. Bound as he was, he could only squirm helplessly like a worm, eventually resorting to a furious roar, venting the turmoil within him. "Su Feng, you shameless bastard. As if stealing Bibi Dong from me years ago was not enough, now you seek to take Lu Erlong as well, you despicable beast." Witnessing the intimate embrace between Su Feng and Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his palms, yet he remained oblivious to the pain, only able to bellow, "Wretched Su Feng, you must cease this at once. Ah, Lu Erlong is mine. Do not lay a finger on her. If you possess any courage, direct your actions towards me." Such a nuisance. Bibi Dong, lost in rapture, simply wished to lean against Su Feng in tranquil repose. However, upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's incessant prattling, she cast an impatient glance in his direction and with a wave of her hand, unleashed a surge of soul power. With a whoosh, Yu Xiaojiang was hurled through the air, crashing violently against the stone wall. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Yu Xiaojiang felt a rush of blood rise in his throat. And he could not help but spit out a mouthful of crimson, mixed with recently dislodged teeth. The excruciating pain rendered his countenance pale, his lips quivering. "My teeth." Lu Erlong. Compared to the physical torment he endured, the greater agony resided within Yu Xiaojiang's heart. He could hardly believe that Lu Erlong, who once adored him so dearly, would strike out against him with such ferocity, even shattering his front teeth. "Lu Erlong, please awaken. Come to your senses." Yu Xiaojiang did not easily relinquish hope. He continued to call out, firmly believing that given Lu Erlong's feelings for him, once she regained her senses, she would never treat him this way. In fact, he envisioned a scenario where he could manipulate Lu Erlong into subduing Su Feng, with Su Feng as leverage. Perhaps they could escape. Most importantly, once they were out of danger, he could finally be with Erlong. For the effects of the potion coursing through his body were becoming unbearable. "Erlong, do you remember our promise? Once we evade their pursuit, we will soar away together. Quickly, capture that scoundrel Su Feng, and we shall make our escape." The mere thought of possessing Erlong's alluring and fiery body compelled Yu Xiaojiang to shout even louder. However, before he could utter much more, a voice interjected, "Silence." Bibi Dong struck again, unleashing another wave of soul power, and Yu Xiaojiang was once more sent flying. Crash! Gasp! After this brutal assault, Yu Xiaojiang spat out a mouthful of blood. His crimson stains mingled with shards of his teeth and even fragments of his internal organs. A scene of utter devastation. Ultimately, under this intense torment, he could no longer speak, his gaze fixated on the man and woman before him. Consumed by profound hatred and unwillingness, tears streamed down his cheeks, blood tears, tears of humiliation. "Disciple," at that moment, Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Su Feng. Her face flushed with a deep shyness, stammering, "Do you not have a plan? What are you waiting for?" Su Feng found himself at a loss. According to the original plan, it was meant for Yu Guan to impersonate Gue Mei. He had not anticipated taking the lead himself. Noticing Su Feng's hesitation, Bibi Dong reluctantly adopted a more authoritative demeanor and admonished him, "Do you not wish to fulfill the task assigned by your teacher? Or are you prepared to abandon it?" Through the past few days of interaction, Bibi Dong understood that this torturous task for Yu Xiaojiang had initially been a pretext for her outing with her disciple. It had become an obsession in his heart, and she felt compelled to assist him in its completion. Otherwise, he might spiral into self-doubt and a lack of confidence over his inability to handle even such a trivial matter. After a moment's contemplation, Su Feng nodded. As anticipated, Upon hearing her reprimand, Su Feng felt a surge of determination. This was indeed a prime opportunity to execute the plan. If he could stage an intimate act with his teacher, who was disguised as Lu Erlong, right in front of Yu Xiaojiang, it would undoubtedly infuriate him. Nevertheless, Su Feng, primarily focused on completing the task, did not want his forthcoming actions to be misconstrued, so he felt compelled to clarify, "Teacher, I only," before he could finish. Bibi Dong abruptly covered his lips with her hand. Their eyes locked. "Do not speak, kiss me." Bibi Dong released her grip on the other's lips, her entranced gaze slowly fluttering shut. Subsequently, her snow-white hand extended, firmly encircling the waist of her companion, tightening her embrace with fervor. Su Feng hesitated for a fleeting moment, yet ultimately disregarded all reservations and pressed forward. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, as if they had been transported back to a secluded grove outside the Spirit Hall 6 months prior, where they had engaged in a similar act to provoke Yu Xiaojiang. The distinction lay in the fact that previously, it was she who sought to incite Yu Xiaojiang's ire, while this time, it was he who acted to fulfill a mission at the expense of Yu Xiaojiang's feelings. "Ah, stop this at once. You scoundrel Su Feng, I command you to cease. Do you hear me? You wretched fool." Beside them, witnessing this scene, Yu Xiaojiang's composure shattered, utterly collapsing. Compared to the torment he experienced 6 months ago, he now felt an even deeper anguish, as if his heart were being mercilessly shredded. 6 months prior, the actions of Bibi Dong towards him had been foreshadowed. It was Su Feng who had seduced Bibi Dong, and given that proximity often leads to favor, he had no grounds for complaint. However, Lu Erlong was the affection he had painstakingly nurtured for half a year, her heart belonging solely to him, with no connection to Su Feng. Yet, Su Feng's despicable audacity to force Lu Erlong to consume the euphoric potion before his very eyes, shamelessly displaying their intimacy, was utterly inhumane. How long would they continue this display? "Stop. Please stop." As he shouted, Yu Xiaojiang felt himself deflate, resembling a punctured balloon, though his voice was faint. The tears of blood cascading from his eyes, and his convulsing body bore witness to his profound suffering, a heart-wrenching agony. Observing Su Feng and Lu Erlong locked in a passionate embrace, sharing fervent kisses, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer endure it. This sensation was unbearable, akin to enduring years of torment in a single day. "Su Feng, grant me a swift end." Ultimately, unable to withstand the pain, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly bowed his head towards Su Feng, desperately pleading for him to cease, yearning for liberation, if it were possible. He would have preferred to bite his tongue and perish. Yet, being well-read, Yu Xiaojiang understood that biting his tongue would not bring immediate death. One would have to wait for blood loss or trigger a neural shock, both of which were unlikely outcomes, likely only to increase his torment. "I implore you, grant me a swift release." Even though bound tightly by ropes, Yu Xiaojiang still struggled to bow his head in supplication. However, his pleas fell on deaf ears. They continued to embrace, caress, and kiss, entirely disregarding him. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Yu Xiaojiang erupted in fury. A fresh stream of blood spilling from his lips, his complexion turning paler, resembling a bedridden invalid. Time passed without measure. Gradually, Bibi Dong emerged from her stupor, slowly opening her eyes, only to be met with a look of panic as she noticed her disciple staring intently at her. "Disciple," she mused. "Surely you do not perceive me as a woman of loose morals? That is not who I am. If it were not for the depth of your misunderstanding, I would never have engaged in such conduct with you." In the depths of her thoughts, Bibi Dong found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Suddenly, a voice echoed within her mind. "Hello, teacher. How endearing and gentle you are. If only this moment could last forever. Always like this? Always in a kiss? You impudent rascal, how could your thoughts be so mischievous? How dare you entertain such notions about your master?" Su Feng's inner voice caused Bibi Dong to freeze, her heart racing uncontrollably as they remained locked in their kiss. Yet, upon witnessing the glimmer of hope in her disciple's eyes, she felt an unwillingness to pull away. It was the first time she had seen her disciple in such a light. Regardless, she decided to indulge him, considering it a way to compensate for her disciple's desires. "If you wish for this to continue, then I shall bear the burden of accompanying you." Bibi Dong closed her eyes once more, gripping Su Feng's hand with renewed fervor. However, unbeknownst to her, Su Feng's thoughts were solely fixated on her gentle and endearing qualities, rather than the act of kissing. Yet, her enthusiastic response ignited a reciprocal passion within him, preventing any semblance of indifference. "Oh my goodness, Su Feng, you beast, don't you dare stop." Nearby, Yu Xiaojiang's composure shattered, his entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. In front of Yu Xiaojiang, Su Feng and Bibi Dong engaged in their affectionate exchange for an extended duration. Oh my, Su Feng, if you have the audacity, then end me. End me now. However, upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's nearly desperate scream, Su Feng realized that the latter was likely on the verge of losing his sanity due to anger. Continuing further would render Yu Xiaojiang devoid of any strength to protest. All right, that's enough. Su Feng finally ceased the kiss. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng. Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, she found herself somewhat entranced, or rather, reluctant to part from the moment. Why not continue? This thought instinctively arose within her. Yet her lingering sense of reason cautioned that such words would be shameful, and thus she merely nodded softly and uttered a gentle affirmation before gradually releasing her hold on him. Suddenly, as she let go, a potent wave of intoxicating fumes assailed her senses, accompanied by a fierce dizziness that caused her to stumble backward. Be careful. Su Feng, quick-witted and swift, immediately grasped Bibi Dong's hand, drawing her once more into his embrace. Bibi Dong, seemingly fearful of a fall, or perhaps intoxicated to the point of oblivion, willingly embraced Su Feng, her head nestled closely against his chest, rubbing against him as if in a drowsy stupor. Feeling the intense warmth emanating from the enchanting figure in his arms, coupled with a potent scent of alcohol, Su Feng's lips twitched. How much had she consumed? Nonetheless, he resolved to complete his task first. He retrieved a detoxifying pill from his soul guide device and gently placed it in Bibi Dong's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, alleviating any concern of her inability to swallow it. Teacher, please rest well. The remaining tasks can be accomplished by me alone, he spoke, uncertain if his entranced mentor could comprehend his words. He then lifted her and laid her upon a gentle stretch of land to rest. Yu Xiaojiang, prepare to meet your end. Su Feng approached Yu Xiaojiang, drawing forth his dagger once more, his gaze fixating on the vulnerable area of his adversary. It was time to execute the final step with precision. Don't come any closer. At the sight of Su Feng's intent gaze, Yu Xiaojiang was immediately reminded of the agony he had endured 6 months prior, instinctively crawling away from Su Feng. Weren't you seeking death? Why are you trying to evade? Su Feng's face bore a cold smirk as he closed in, feeling akin to a quintessential villain at that moment. You scoundrel, if you possess any courage, grant me a swift end. Yu Xiaojiang glared at Su Feng, his eyes aflame with fury, yet his movements to retreat were swift. Although he had indeed been yearning for death, it was a merciful demise he sought, not the torturous fate he had previously faced. A swift end? That is not for you to decide. You, get away from me. Su Feng swiftly closed the distance to Yu Xiaojiang, who still attempted to flee. Su Feng would not grant him that opportunity and firmly placed his foot upon Yu Xiaojiang's head. Su Feng, I am the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's leader. How dare you humiliate me like this? You will surely face retribution from my clan. Yu Xiaojiang's voice was laced with terror, his words spilling forth without contemplation. Su Feng had no desire to respond further. Instead, he raised his dagger. Ah, you beast. I shall haunt you even in death. Yu Xiaojiang's shrieks, hoarse and filled with anguish, echoed through the cavern, each cry laden with profound suffering, as if even death had become a luxury beyond reach. The cries persisted for an extended duration, Yu Xiaojiang's furious, unwilling lamentations echoing until he could no longer vocalize, ultimately collapsing in a pool of mangled flesh, convulsing, waiting in torment for death to claim him. The final step had arrived. It was time to conclude this. Su Feng gazed upon the grotesque figure of Yu Xiaojiang, devoid of any semblance of compassion. With his dagger poised once more, he aimed for his opponent's head, knowing that a single strike would culminate in the flawless completion of his task. However, just as Su Feng's plan seemed destined to reach its conclusion, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. A thunderous roar echoed from outside the cave as Lu Erlong, now embodying her martial spirit, surged in like a fiery dragon. Su Feng, halt. Release Xiaojiang at once. Upon entering the cavern, Lu Erlong beheld Yu Xiaojiang, his form a gruesome sight, instantly freezing her in shock, her mind struggling to fathom the torment he had just endured. How did this woman manage to breach my defenses? Su Feng pondered, his brows furrowing as he regarded Lu Erlong. Had he not instructed Yu Egwan and Gueme to watch over the entrance? Before Su Feng could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Erlong's attack was already upon him. Disregarding all else, he prepared to retaliate, yet a lithe figure appeared like a wraith, interposing herself before him. It was Bibi Dong, who had feigned unconsciousness despite having already regained her senses. The reason Bibi Dong hesitates to awaken is her fear of disrupting her disciple's mission, ultimately leading to an unresolved obsession. However, now that Lu Erlong has taken action, she can no longer restrain herself. To dare to strike against my disciple. It seems you are weary of life itself. Boom. Bibi Dong gazed intently at Lu Erlong, not even releasing her martial soul. With just a graceful extension of her jade-like hand, she effortlessly neutralized his assault. In the same breath, she delivered a resounding slap, sending Lu Erlong spinning through the air multiple times before he fell heavily to the ground. Disciple, are you unharmed? Bibi Dong cast a worried glance at Su Feng. It's all right. You may continue, my disciple. I shall step outside for a moment. Noticing that Su Feng was merely a step away from completion, Bibi Dong appeared somewhat cautious, unwilling to intrude. She hastily led Lu Erlong out of the cave, yet as they departed, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her, as if she sensed that an unforeseen event was about to transpire. Thus, she could not help but urge, be quick. I shall be waiting for you outside. Understood. Su Feng nodded in affirmation, adding, grant me 2 minutes, and I shall accomplish the task. I believe in you, she responded, and with that, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong vanished from the cave. Inside the cave, Su Feng clutched the dagger tightly, enveloped in silence, deep in thought. Lu Erlong, how did she manage to infiltrate? What were Yu Guan and Gui Mei doing moments ago? How could they fail to monitor even a soul saint? Perhaps sensing Su Feng's confusion, the system's prompt resonated suddenly. Beep. Friendly reminder, in the Douluo world, each individual possesses their own trajectory of fate. However, due to your intervention as the host, a multitude of butterfly effects have been triggered, resulting in the activation of the Douluo world's correction power. The system's notification was lengthy and detailed. Su Feng soon realized the reason behind the series of misfortunes he had encountered during his recent quests. For instance, during his first attempt, despite the assistance of the 2 Title Douluo, Yu Guan and Gui Mei, how could Yu Xiaojiang manage to slip away right under their noses? It took several days of pursuit to finally catch up. Similarly, just moments ago, he had requested Yu Guan to blindfold Yu Xiaojiang with a black cloth to facilitate Gui Mei's illusion, yet the cloth had inexplicably slipped away, leading to the failure of their plan. Astonishingly, despite having instructed Yu Guan and Gui Mei, 2 Title Douluo, to guard Lu Erlong, she had still managed to escape. Such improbable occurrences happening consecutively revealed the mischief of the Douluo world's correction power. According to the system, this Douluo world possesses sentience, or perhaps life. It can influence the thoughts and intentions of all living beings within it, ensuring that events unfold along predetermined paths. In other words, this entity endowed with correction power could be referred to as the heavenly path, the very essence of the Douluo world, existing solely to maintain the world's operation along its designated course. Of course, the heavenly path is not invincible, for instance. It cannot sway the intentions of the 5 supreme gods from the divine realm. Thus, once one breaks through to godhood, the influence of the heavenly path diminishes significantly, perhaps even becoming ineffectual. Individuals like Su Feng, who are safeguarded by a system, are even less susceptible to its influence. Should the heavenly path attempt to affect his thoughts, the system would activate its protective mechanisms, ultimately resulting in the potential obliteration of the heavenly path. Wait, could it be that my teacher is also under the influence of the heavenly path? Su Feng suddenly pondered this question. If the teacher is also influenced by the heavenly principles, then was it not the heavenly principles at play when the teacher took me in all those years ago? Sensing Su Feng's confusion, the system alert chimed once more. Ding. A gentle reminder, the power of correction is the most fundamental force within the Douluo realm. Only the host and the 5 divine kings of the divine realm remain entirely unaffected. Furthermore, the host is the master of the reclining system, safeguarded by it absolutely, ensuring that no situation arises wherein the heavenly principles may exploit them. Thus, from the moment the host was taken in by Bibi Dong, she was included on the system's protection list. As long as Bibi Dong remains within a certain proximity to the host, she shall not be influenced by the heavenly principles. The system's notification remained lengthy and detailed, yet it settled into Su Feng's mind in an instant, and he quickly regained clarity. Bibi Dong's decision to adopt him was unrelated to the heavenly Tao, which could exert no influence over her. However, she remained susceptible to its effects, as she did not constantly reside in its presence, nor was she perpetually shielded by the system. Consequently, during her time away from the spirit hall, Bibi Dong's heart and mind were swayed by the heavenly Tao, leading to her subsequent romance with Yu Xiaojiang, an outcome orchestrated by the heavenly Tao itself. Had it not been for its influence, Bibi Dong, then a saintess of the spirit hall, would likely have paid Yu Xiaojiang no heed. For she had encountered countless intrigues and machinations. How could she possibly be deceived by the facade of a hypocritical scoundrel? The system, sensing Su Feng's thoughts, provided a prompt. a gentle reminder. It is sufficient to place Bibi Dong on the priority protection list, though it will require a significant and continuous expenditure of relaxation points, approximately 10% of daily income, which will decrease as the host's cultivation improves. Would you like to proceed? Without hesitation, Feng responded affirmatively. After years of camaraderie, he had come to regard Bibi Dong as family. The notion of sacrificing 10% of his relaxation points was trivial. Even if it were 100%, he would not falter, though he would still weigh the costs. If obliterating the heavenly Tao proved more advantageous, then extravagance was unwarranted. Having clarified all matters, Feng turned his gaze back to Yu Xiaojiang, gradually increasing the pressure of his foot upon the latter's head. Feng, do not revel in your triumph too soon, even in death. I shall not let you escape unscathed. One day, you too will be tormented to the brink of despair, yearning for death yet unable to attain it. In that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's anguished lament and resentful curse echoed, albeit faintly, as if his very essence were waning. With a resounding bang, the scene bore witness to a mangled corpse. It is done, Feng exhaled in relief, reflecting on the unexpected difficulty of dispatching Yu Xiaojiang. The machinations of the heavenly Tao had been at play. Recalling the system's earlier prompt, he recognized that the obstacles he faced in seeking retribution against Yu Xiaojiang were orchestrated by the heavenly Tao. For instance, during the initial encounter, Yu Xiaojiang's escape was facilitated by the heavenly Tao, which, through a dream, had allowed him to foresee the torment that awaited him, prompting his hasty flight alongside Lu Erlong. Similarly, when Yu Guan had covered Yu Xiaojiang's eyes with a black cloth, the heavenly Tao had influenced Yu Guan's mind, causing him to loosen the fabric, resulting in Yu Xiaojiang glimpsing the scene of the Phantom S illusion. Most absurdly, mere moments prior, while Yu Guan and the Phantom were guarding Lu Erlong, the heavenly Tao had directly imparted insights of cultivation, ensnaring them in enlightenment and granting Lu Erlong a chance to escape. The promised 2 minutes have passed. It is time for me to depart. With his plan accomplished, Feng felt a significant weight lift from his heart as he prepared to exit the cave. Just at that moment, a transparent phantasm resembling Yu Xiaojiang suddenly materialized above his lifeless body, catching Feng's attention. What is this? Feng furrowed his brow as a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! A gentle reminder. In the world of Douluo, when a life perishes, its true spirit gradually dissipates. However, if protected by the force of correction, the true spirit will reform, and this force will endeavor to resurrect it, including but not limited to finding a new vessel, essentially facilitating a rebirth through possession. The explanation regarding the force of correction was lengthy, and it took Feng a moment to fully comprehend. According to the system, Tang San, the chosen one of Douluo continent, is safeguarded by this force, which intervenes discreetly in times of peril, ensuring his survival. Yu Xiaojiang, as the chosen master and Tang San's mentor, plays a pivotal role in assisting Tang San's ascension to divinity. Thus, before Tang San formally acknowledges him as his teacher and imparts knowledge of soul masters, he too would be under the protection of this force. If all goes as anticipated, this force intends to carry away Yu Xiaojiang's true spirit and grant him a new life through possession. Feng contemplated this, his expression growing noticeably colder. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief for having recently elevated his Hongmeng body to the Hongmeng divine body, enhancing his sensitivity to the energy fluctuations around him. Otherwise, he would not have perceived the gathering true spirit of Yu Xiaojiang and would have allowed the heavens to take this individual away. I am truly not dead. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang's true spirit gradually opened its eyes, gazing in astonishment at his own transparent form. Just moments ago, when Feng had crushed his head with a single strike, he felt as though the entire world had plunged into darkness. Within that obscurity, he heard a mysterious and ancient voice, which conveyed to him that his mission was not yet complete and that he would be reborn into a new body, retaining all his memories. Additionally, Yu Xiaojiang glimpsed several vivid scenes. In the first scene, he found himself at Notting Academy, where an elderly man named Old Jack brought a child to the academy's gates, only to be halted by the guards. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang fortuitously appeared, displaying his extraordinary knowledge and instantly recognizing Tang San's twin martial souls. Recognizing the immense potential in Tang San, whose talents were unparalleled, he decisively chose to take him as his disciple. The second scene unfolded during the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, where the 7 prodigies he had nurtured surged through the competition, ultimately claiming the championship title. His former identity as a waste was forgotten, as everyone who encountered him now reverently addressed him as master, granting him the respect he deserved. Even the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family were left speechless in awe, eagerly wishing for his return to the sect. Among the many scenes, the one that left the deepest impression on Yu Xiaojiang was the final vision. Set in the vicinity of Jialing Pass, his disciple, Tang San, achieved divine status, personally slaying the equally divine Bibi Dong. The Crimson Shura sword ruthlessly pierced through Bibi Dong's body, extinguishing any possibility of her survival. Oh, and Bibi Dong's daughter, Qian Renxue, also ascended to godhood, yet curiously bore the surname Qian instead of Su. Yu Xiaojiang pondered this. But the visions he witnessed were fragmented and incomplete, leaving him unaware of the specific reasons behind these events. After a brief moment of contemplation, he dismissed the thought with a satisfied smirk. Never mind, this is inconsequential. All I need to know is that they ultimately fell at the hands of my disciple. And that suffices. A disdainful chuckle escaped him as he recalled Bibi Dong's betrayal, how she dared to cavort with another man and bear a child behind his back. Her demise at the hands of his disciple was hardly unjust. Anticipation began to stir within Yu Xiaojiang. Upon his rebirth, he would seek out Tang San and dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his instruction. Oh no, with his newfound body, perhaps he could cultivate as well, his disciple would grow stronger. And so would he. It was simply perfect. Yu Xiaojiang, it seemed, was quite elated, having just coalesced his true spirit. He was so absorbed in his excitement that he failed to notice Su Feng's unwavering gaze upon him. Suddenly jolted by the other's words, he instinctively assumed a defensive posture. His voice trembling. Why, you can actually see me? Guided by the mysterious voice moments ago, Yu Xiaojiang became acutely aware that he had perished once. He now existed in a true spiritual form, invisible to mortal eyes. However, upon further confirmation, he discovered that Su Feng was indeed staring intently at him, his murderous intent seemingly undiminished. A flicker of terror crossed Yu Xiaojiang's face. You have already killed me. What more do you desire? Humph. What do I desire? To obliterate you completely, Su Feng declared, drawing a dagger and thrusting it directly at Yu Xiaojiang's head. How dare you? Yu Xiaojiang's pupils constricted, instinctively raising his hand in defense. Buzz. Unfortunately, as Su Feng's dagger pierced forward, it passed entirely through Yu Xiaojiang's form, unable to make contact. It appeared that ordinary weapons could not inflict harm upon a true spirit. Su Feng soon realized that his previous actions had been rather rash. Ha, Su Feng. Even if you can see me, you cannot kill me. Yu Xiaojiang, now emboldened by the knowledge that Su Feng was powerless against him, began to revel in his triumph. Do you know what I witnessed after you killed me? He crossed his arms, a smug smile adorning his face. I saw your master, Bibi Dong. She fell beneath the blade of my disciple, Tang San. Surprised, are you? It is fate. Bibi Dong is destined to perish by my student's hand, under the Shura sword, ha. Upon hearing that Bibi Dong would meet her end under the Shura sword, Su Feng remained silent, yet his expression grew increasingly frigid. Yu Xiaojiang, on the other hand, laughed ever more maniacally, as if the torment he had just experienced had vanished entirely. He sneered, you waste of space, even if I reveal the truth to you. You cannot alter your fate. You can only watch helplessly as this arrangement has long been ordained, just as I am now untouchable, ha. Are you so certain that I cannot kill you? Su Feng's gaze, once icy, gradually transformed into a fathomless abyss, dark and profound. The dormant martial spirit, the black heaven demon side within him, finally responded to his call. In an instant, a torrent of dense black mist surged forth from his being, enveloping the cave in mere moments, casting it into an infinite darkness reminiscent of night. What is this? Yu Xiaojiang gasped in astonishment as the surrounding black mist engulfed him, a wave of intense unease washing over him. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely Su Feng's device. The dark mist, unleashed to prevent energy fluctuations. Thus, even if he summoned his martial spirit to slay Yu Xiaojiang's true spirit, those outside, including Bibi Dong, would remain oblivious. In the depths of this darkness, a terrifying aura emanated from Su Feng, and despite the black mist that surrounded him, it still instilled an overwhelming sense of oppression in Yu Xiaojiang, a palpable sense of impending death lingering in his heart. If it weren't for the need to utterly annihilate you, I would rather not resort to this formidable weapon, Su Feng murmured. In the next moment, a black giant scythe, exuding an ancient aura, materialized in his grasp. This scythe, entirely obsidian, bore a striking resemblance to the Rakshasa demon scythe. However, had one possessed the blood eye, they would discern that this colossal weapon was markedly different. It was imbued with an immense force of law, its blade inscribed with countless cryptic runes, exceedingly arcane and difficult to comprehend. Most importantly, this was not merely a martial soul but a real, transcendent artifact, its rank far surpassing that of the Shura sword. The runes etched upon this weapon encompassed all powers at the level of the creator god, yet it harbored a flaw that was not truly a defect. This transcendent artifact, due to its elevated rank, was beyond Su Feng's direct control. Even though he had attained the Title Douluo level, he could only forcibly activate it. Anticipating that a single use would lead to the exhaustion of both his soul and mental energy, a sensation he was far from eager to experience. Nonetheless, the thought of Bibi Dong's life potentially being threatened by Yu Xiaojiang spurred Su Feng into action, prompting him to unleash his soul rings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, ripples emanated from Su Feng, accompanied by the flicker of 8 soul rings, 4 black and 4 red. Among these soul rings, the lowest age was 2,000 years, while the highest reached 300,000 years. Within the cave, the terrifying pressure surged to a new height. How could you possess so many soul rings? And 4 red ones at that? Yu Xiaojiang, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly bewildered, his face awash with shock. In his memory, Su Feng was merely a waste who could not even surpass the great soul master level. How had he suddenly become so formidable? Su Feng, uninterested in responding, raised the black heavenly demon scythe above his head and brought it down with conviction. This sinister scythe possessed the ability to devour souls. As long as there were no obstructions, slaying a true spirit would be a simple task. I can't possibly be slain here, can I? The sight of the scythe descending filled Yu Xiaojiang with dread. Clang. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a transparent shield suddenly formed around Yu Xiaojiang's ethereal figure. Imbued with a powerful Taoist pressure, directly intercepting Su Feng's strike and forcing him back several paces. Yet another instance of this damnable correction power, Su Feng's expression darkened slightly. He understood that this was a warning from the Tao, urging him not to harm Yu Xiaojiang further. This must be the protection of that mysterious force. It seems you, my friend, are beyond my reach. Yu Xiaojiang had also noticed the protective shield, understanding that it was meant to safeguard him, or perhaps to aid in his rebirth. Regardless of its purpose, the presence of this shield enveloped him in a profound sense of security, causing his gaze towards Su Feng to take on an even more mocking demeanor. When I return from rebirth, it will be your demise. Humph. That day is not far off. At that moment, I shall exact my revenge on you and that wretched Bibi Dong, one by one. Ha. Su Feng, however, paid no heed to Yu Xiaojiang, though his expression grew increasingly anxious. It was not a lack of confidence in vanquishing Yu Xiaojiang, but rather the dwindling time. Only 10 seconds remained to fulfill his promised 2-minute task of eliminating Yu Xiaojiang. He did not wish to be untrustworthy. Yet, the impact of his previous strike had instilled a foreboding feeling within him. 10 seconds was insufficient for a typical attack to succeed. Even with the deployment of a 300,000 year soul skill, he doubted it could shatter the shield formed by the force of correction. As his soul power was inadequate to fully unleash the potential of such a skill. To hell with the force of correction, to hell with the heavenly Tao. Su Feng roared, raising the black celestial scythe once more. 9. First soul ring, explode. Su Feng bellowed, and the first black soul ring on his body erupted violently. An overwhelming surge of soul power crashing into him like a tidal wave. What? Yu Xiaojiang, witnessing Su Feng's explosive ring, instantly recalled the Haotian sect. His shock palpable. How does he possess the ultimate technique of the Haotian sect? 8. Second soul ring, explode. Su Feng commanded anew. And his second black soul ring detonated with a more terrifying force of soul power. Yu Xiaojiang fell silent, but his body trembled uncontrollably. 7. Third soul ring, explode. Su Feng attempted to speak, but words eluded him. The impact from the previous 2 explosions had nearly overwhelmed him. Yet, bolstered by the formidable enhancement of the Haoming divine body, he persevered. It was over. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang's countenance filled with despair as he sensed an overwhelming threat with the explosion of Su Feng's third soul ring. 6. Fourth soul ring, explode. Su Feng had no intention of halting. He was uncertain if 3 rings would suffice. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he unleashed the 4th and final soul ring. The one closest to 100,000 years. Boom, boom, boom. In the face of this indescribably terrifying tempest of soul power, the entire cavern began to tremble violently. Despite the obscuring dark mist, an abundance of soul power surged beyond the confines of the cave. This is bad. My disciple is in danger. I must go in and save him. Outside the cavern, Bibi Dong sensed an overwhelming aura of terror and prepared to charge in alongside Yue Guan and Gue Mei. However, as the trio approached the entrance, they were abruptly halted by a sinister black mist. With every step they attempted to take, an involuntary shiver coursed through their bodies. as if a presence of unimaginable danger lurked within the cave. The mere brush of this malevolence could inflict grievous injuries, even upon a spirit Douluo, potentially leading to their demise. The eighth soul skill, destruction of heaven and earth. Inside the cave, Feng had no time to acclimate to the force unleashed by the four explosive rings. With a flicker of intent, he summoned the soul skill bestowed by the 300,000-year-old Death Spider Emperor Soul Ring, executing the devastating technique. From the enchanted scythe, a vortex emerged, rapidly siphoning the soul power generated by the prior explosions. My rebirth is the will of the heavens. How dare you, a mere mortal, obstruct it? You truly overestimate your own capabilities. Should you persist in seeking my demise? Prepare to face divine retribution, Yu Xiaojiang warned, though fear gnawed at his heart. To hell with your divine will. Dare to lay a hand on Bibi Dong? I care not for your so-called heavenly decree, perish. Feng responded with a hint of madness. He was lethargic but never submissive when confronted with injustices. He adopted a singular mindset. Life and death were inconsequential. Those who defied him would face his wrath. From the moment Yu Xiaojiang mentioned Bibi Dong's destined fate to be pierced by the Azura sword, Feng had snapped. This so-called destiny was the very thing he refused to accept. Still attempting to threaten me? We shall face death together. I fear you not. Fool. Stop this at once. Cease your actions. Are you courting death? Yu Xiaojiang continued to shout, but Feng paid him no mind, focusing intently on his task. In mere moments, a crescent of blinding purple light formed atop the elevated scythe, radiating an aura that seemed to surpass even divine standards. Yu Xiaojiang fell silent, collapsing in despair, awaiting the inevitable outcome. At that final instant, the scythe descended, the purple light erupted, and time itself seemed to freeze. Surrounding Yu Xiaojiang, the force of correction surged relentlessly, the protective shield growing ever more formidable, as if the heavens had decreed that he must not perish. Boom. The collision of the two forces reverberated throughout the vast heavens and earth, rendering countless beings utterly inconsequential. In the space between the sky and the earth, it seemed that the echoes of a great Tao resounded, as if divine beings had descended upon the world. As the colossal shockwave rippled outward, the trio of Bibi Dong, Yueguan, and Gue Mei, who had been stationed outside the mountain, were hurled over 1,000 meters before they could regain their composure. In their line of sight, the cave shrouded in mist erupted in an instant, giving rise to a mushroom cloud. When the dust finally settled, the cave had been reduced to nothingness, leaving behind only a massive pit spanning 100 meters in diameter. At the center of this chasm lay a disheveled youth, quietly resting, a serene smile gracing his face. Despite his tattered clothing and numerous burns adorning his body, his ethereal demeanor remained unblemished, a beauty that could overshadow all men and drive women to madness. Disciple. A voice filled with concern echoed from 1,000 meters away. Bibi Dong raced towards the epicenter of the explosion like a bolt of lightning. Though the distance was merely 1,000 meters, she summoned her martial soul in its true form, executing a series of instantaneous acceleration techniques. Upon reaching the heart of the pit, Bibi Dong beheld Feng lying motionless on the ground, his faint breath the only testament to his survival. How could this be? Upon seeing her disciple in such a state, her eyes instantly filled with tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, her actions were swift. She swiftly retrieved a pill from her soul guide, a remedy Feng had entrusted to her, stating it could save his life if he sustained grave injuries. Though it lacked the property of immediate dissolution. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong placed the pill in her mouth, chewed it, and gently cradled Feng, prying open his lips to transfer the medicinal essence to him in the most tender manner. Bibi Dong was acutely aware of her disciple's pronounced obsession with cleanliness. Should her actions come to light, she would undoubtedly face a torrent of scorn. Yet, witnessing her disciple's frail demeanor, she cast aside her reservations and proceeded with the task at hand. Old ghost, we are doomed, she lamented. Meanwhile, the specter lurking at a distance, filled with trepidation, cast a fearful glance at Yuguan and remarked, we have witnessed something we should not have. Surely, Her Holiness will not silence us afterward? Yuguan, equally unsettled, found himself in a quandary. He was uncertain whether the saintess would indeed take measures against them. But he was certain that their eyes had been privy to a scene that would necessitate a subsequent discussion, a dialogue fraught with the terrifying implications of being under the dominion of the Rasha's demonic scythe. Disciple, please awaken, Bibi Dong implored, her heart heavy with dread. After administering the medicine, she found herself disheartened by her disciple's continued slumber. Panic surged within her, and without her realizing it, tears welled in her eyes, ultimately leading her to collapse in despair. An overwhelming sense of regret enveloped her heart. Disciple, I recognize my transgressions, she wept. I shall never dare to repeat them. Please, awaken. Bibi Dong allowed Su Feng to rest his head upon her lap, her delicate hand gently caressing his cheek. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over her. She lamented her earlier pretense, for although she had been elated by her disciple-esque transformation, she had feigned indifference. If only she had cast aside her pride sooner, relinquished the facade of a stern master, her disciple would not have misconstrued her intentions. Nor would he have felt compelled to undertake a task that she herself deemed insignificant. Had she chosen to remain by his side instead of leaving the cave, perhaps she could have offered assistance, potentially averting the catastrophic explosion that ensued. Even now, as she recalled the sheer force of that blast, her heart raced with trepidation. A mere ordinary Title Douluo would scarcely endure a breath in such turmoil before being utterly obliterated. She could scarcely fathom how her disciple had survived that explosion. Yet, such considerations seemed trivial now. As long as her disciple remained alive, there was still hope for recovery, and that sufficed. Unbeknownst to her, the explosion's power stemmed from Su Feng's own strength, rendering him immune to its catastrophic effects, though he had indeed suffered from the depletion of his soul power, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the span of mere moments, Bibi Dong's face was awash with tears, the streams cascading from her eyes like a torrential flood, uncontainable. Waves of guilt and remorse pierced her heart like daggers, each stab a reminder of her failure. If only she could trade places with him, lying on the ground instead of her disciple. Regrettably, there was no remedy for her remorse. All she could do was remain by his side, awaiting his awakening, hoping for an opportunity to make amends. A quarter of an hour later, Su Feng, still in a haze, exhaled softly, his brows twitching slightly, signaling the impending return to consciousness. Disciple, I implore you, awaken swiftly and cease to frighten your master. In that moment, Bibi Dong's urgency mirrored that of a child. The dignity of her role as a master forgotten as her gaze focused solely on the frail figure before her. Teacher, at last. Su Feng gradually opened his eyes. Disciple, how do you fare? Bibi Dong hastily wiped away the tears from her face, striving to muster a smile. Yet, the worry and guilt etched upon her features rendered that smile painfully forced. I'm fine, Su Feng weakly uttered, but soon his tone shifted, revealing a hint of despondency. However, it seems I took a second longer than the promised 2 minutes to defeat you, Xiaojiang. You mustn't be disappointed, right? Alas. If eliminating a formidable soul master proves to be such an arduous task, I wonder if my teacher will be let down. If disappointment lingers, I believe my continued presence in the spirit hall would hold little significance. Perhaps it is time for me to depart. Depart. My disciple wishes to leave. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Bibi Dong panicked, instinctively enveloping him in her embrace, her voice trembling with emotion as she responded, I have never been disappointed in you. I was merely pretending before. Please don't leave me. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I promise I will never faint again. Please don't abandon me. The mere thought of Su Feng harboring the desire to part ways sent Bibi Dong into a frenzy, rendering her speech so jumbled that it became nearly incoherent. What? It was all an act? Su Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind momentarily clouded. Moreover, I hadn't even declared my intention to leave. How could the teacher discern my thoughts so readily? Observing Su Feng's silence, Bibi Dong grew increasingly anxious, unable to resist pulling him tightly into her arms. Her voice laced with heartfelt apology as she pleaded, Disciple, I truly recognize my errors. As long as you promise not to leave me, I shall heed your every command. Is that agreeable? Huh? Is the teacher truly so accommodating? Bibi Dong's attitude underwent a dramatic transformation, leaving Su Feng utterly astonished, as if he were struck by a sudden revelation. However, being enveloped in Bibi Dong's embrace made Su Feng feel somewhat breathless, prompting him to struggle and exclaim, Teacher, could you possibly loosen your grip? I fear I might suffocate. Bibi Dong exclaimed in surprise, realizing she had held him too tightly. She quickly relaxed her hold. But then, with a faint pout, she remarked, I was merely afraid you might flee. This time, she was genuinely frightened. Had she not witnessed Su Feng's survival with her own eyes, she might have believed she would never see him again. After all, the force of that explosion was so immense that it seemed impossible to survive even a mere 10 months in confinement. At that moment, Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng with deep concern, her previously restrained tears now threatening to spill over once more. Disciple, promise me you won't leave, all right? Yes, I promise you. Darling, Bibi Dong could not resist uttering the endearing term once more after such a long time, nuzzling her head affectionately against Su Feng's face. I knew you would be the best, my dear. Cough, cough, maintain your decorum, Su Feng stammered, his cheeks flushed. Yet Bibi Dong seemed oblivious to his embarrassment, continuing her affectionate gestures until she could not help but take a few playful bites. In that instant, she disregarded all trivialities, content in the knowledge that Su Feng was willing to remain in the spirit hall. Little Juju, are you certain we should continue observing? In the shadows, the specter murmured anxiously, sensing that their clandestine watch was becoming increasingly perilous. After all, the situation between the two was far from innocent. They had crossed into a realm of intimacy. Little Juju? Why the silence? Not receiving a reply. The specter turned his head only to discover that Yuegwan had already slipped away. A wave of panic surged through him, prompting his hasty retreat. Author's note and apology 1. Recently, the narrative has adopted a traditional style characterized by a rise and fall in tone, which may come across as somewhat oppressive. This has caused discomfort among readers accustomed to the lighter, comedic flow of free literature. The author sincerely apologizes for this and assures that the tone will revert to a more relaxed style moving forward, so please remain patient. Note, the author has not changed. This is merely the first attempt at writing free literature, and some missteps were inevitable. I am learning and improving, and I kindly ask readers for a chance before abandoning the book. 2. Some readers have expressed concerns that Bibi Dong may ultimately be sullied. I reiterate that such elements will never appear in this narrative. 3. Regarding the recent dissolution of the reader group, it was a mistake on the author's part, driven by a temporary lapse in judgment. I deeply apologize to those who wish to discuss the plot and engage in casual conversation. However, please do not worry. If a new group is formed in the future, I will inform you. For now, I solely wish to focus on updating the story, as I lack the energy for anything else. 066. Only one room remains in a luxurious hotel within the Heavendo Empire. The attendant addressed the two gentlemen. Esteemed sirs, I regret to inform you that we have but one room left. I kindly urge you to seek accommodations elsewhere. Within a radius of 10 miles. This is the only hotel available. Now, if I were to seek another, where could I possibly go? The innkeeper, cornered by Yuegwan and the specter, trembles in fear. Very well, let it be one room. Beside them, Bibi Dong appears somewhat impatient, assisting the frail Su Feng towards the last suite while reminding, you two, keep watch outside. Ensure no one disturbs us. Understood, Yuegwan and the specter reply in unison. Once Su Feng and Bibi Dong enter the suite, Yuegwan and the specter reveal relieved smiles, with Yuegwan producing a large bag of gold coins and tossing it to the innkeeper. You performed admirably. This is your reward. Thank you, my lord. The innkeeper beams, elated, for he has never received such a bounty in a single day. It nearly surpasses his earnings from several years. Be cautious, and do not let anything slip. Rest assured, everything is arranged, the innkeeper assures, as Yuegwan and the specter take their posts. Yet, as they depart, they continue to converse in hushed tones, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. The saintess instructed us to inform the innkeeper in advance, merely to stage this performance before Su Feng, thus providing a pretext for us to share a room with him. Do you think the saintess intends to engage in something with Su Feng tonight? Damn, you old ghost, how dare you say such a thing? Are you seeking a beating? Don't involve me. Little Jujuku, what is wrong with discussing this? Haven't they already been living together? What difference does it make from their time in the saintess's palace? Difference? Yuegwan's mouth twitches. There is a significant difference. How vast is the saintess's palace? Do you merely know that the saintess is sharing a room with Su Feng? Look at the size of this suite. It's even labeled a couple S suite. Old ghost, this is not a matter for us subordinates to debate. We should focus on our duty. Yuegwan, uninterested in further dialogue with the specter, is nevertheless curious about the saintess's intentions with Su Feng, yet he is wary of discussing it openly. If caught, a beating would be inevitable. Inside the suite, disciple. You are injured. Allow me to assist you in changing your garments, Bibi Dong states as she helps Su Feng onto the bed, preparing to remove his clothing. Cough, cough. It's quite all right. I can manage myself, Su Feng interjects, hastily halting her actions. What nonsense is this? I am already of age. Must we revert to such antics? Is there no sense of shame? Besides, I am not truly injured. I merely overextended my soul and mental strength. I am capable of taking care of myself. Despite Su Feng's firm stance, Bibi Dong remains undeterred, responding earnestly, look at how feeble you have become. Why pretend to be strong? Are you treating me as a stranger? As she spoke, Bibi Dong had already begun her actions, and before long, Su Feng found himself stripped down to nothing but his undergarments. Goodness! Must she continue? Seeing Bibi Dong's unwavering determination to remove even his last shred of modesty, Su Feng could no longer contain himself. Blushing profusely, he exclaimed, "Teacher, that is quite enough." With that, he instinctively tugged at the blanket, attempting to shield the exposed parts of his body, his expression betraying an unmistakable discomfort. As if he had been cast out onto the street in a state of undress, overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation. This feeling was all too familiar, reminiscent of his childhood days. It seemed his disciple remained as bashful as ever. Bibi Dong could hardly contain her amusement, however. She chose not to further trouble her counterpart. Instead, she busied herself within the confines of the room, and before long, she had prepared a basin filled with medicinal liquid. It was evident that Bibi Dong intended for Su Feng to partake in a therapeutic bath to facilitate his physical recovery. "What are you standing there for?" Bibi Dong cast a fierce glance at Su Feng, asserting with an air of dominance, "Step inside." A peculiar sensation stirred within him, hinting that matters were far from simple. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, "It's merely a medicinal bath. What could possibly go awry? Surely, my teacher would not descend to join me in this." If she possessed even a modicum of modesty, such an act would be inconceivable. Despite his lingering doubts, Su Feng ultimately stepped into the medicinal pool, discarding his last vestige of modesty in the process. After all, this was a therapeutic bath, and clothing was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, the efficacy would be severely compromised. "Now, disciple, turn your head away. What do you intend to do?" "What do you mean?" "Naturally, I shall partake in the medicinal bath alongside you." The very scenario Su Feng had dreaded materialized before him. "Isn't this rather inappropriate? Why? Do you intend to selfishly monopolize the entire pool, leaving me to wait idly by?" What astonished Su Feng the most was the nonchalant demeanor Bibi Dong maintained while uttering these words. As if he were the one in the wrong. "You little rascal, are you not going to turn your head?" With that, Bibi Dong began to remove her garments, leaving Su Feng in a state of panic as he hastily turned away, his face aflame with embarrassment, muttering, "This is utterly outrageous. What is my teacher thinking? Has she lost her senses? Could she not wait until I complete my bath before commencing hers? Or perhaps she could go first. Why must we endure this mortifying experience together? What is the purpose of this? Of course, it is to foster a closer bond with you." As Bibi Dong fell into the water, her body was obscured by the surface, and her mind was immediately filled with her disciple's heartfelt grievances, eliciting both amusement and reflection within her. Following this incident, she had come to understand certain truths and had let go of some burdens. The strict demeanor of her master had led to significant misunderstandings from her disciple, and she resolved not to allow her pride to cause even the slightest misapprehension again, not wanting to be haunted by regret when it was too late. Since she genuinely cherished her disciple and enjoyed their time together, there was no need for pretense. She could embrace her feelings openly. At that moment, Bibi Dong herself might not fully comprehend the nature of her feelings towards Su Feng, but she simply felt a sense of security and joy in his presence, unwilling to relinquish such a way of life. Thus, she dismissed the usual reservations that often arise between men and women. On the contrary, Su Feng, since the moment Bibi Dong had fallen into the water, remained silent. Too shy to even turn his head, his entire face flushed with embarrassment, his neck feeling as if it had been scorched. He could hardly fathom the notion of bathing in the same pool as his teacher in an adult state. It was indeed mortifying. He wished for the moment to pass swiftly. However, wishing for a quick resolution was a naive thought. Observing her disciple's internal turmoil, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Was sharing a medicinal bath with her truly such a burden? Naturally, she kept her thoughts to herself and moved a little closer to Su Feng, then gracefully summoned a small towel with a gentle wave of her hand. It seemed she had not had the opportunity to care for him in that manner for quite some time. She hoped she had not become rusty in her ministrations. What do you mean?" she asked, implying that she was there to attend to her precious disciple. As Bibi Dong's words trailed off, her actions had already commenced. Su Feng, startled, swiftly evaded to the side, his lips twitching uncontrollably. You are actually serious. Must you be so reckless? Is it that my teacher can no longer bear my accursed appearance and intends to deal with me tonight? Surely, I'm not prepared for such a turn of events." Thoughts of mischief danced through his mind, leaving him flustered. Bibi Dong, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, had only wished to draw closer to him, never anticipating such peculiar notions. With a sharp crack, she brought her hand down upon Su Feng's head, admonishing, "Silence. No more nonsense, and certainly no more wild imaginings, or I shall have to discipline you." Su Feng immediately fell silent, lying still, yet his body betrayed him, stirred by certain sensations beyond his control. Consequently, He became increasingly uneasy, striving to divert his thoughts in a desperate attempt to quell the rising heat within him. He could only hope that once Bibi Dong finished tending to his back, this ordeal would come to an end. Yet, was that ever a possibility? How could it be? From the moment she fell into the water, Bibi Dong never intended to allow Su Feng to ascend easily. After all, Su Feng had endured such a tremendous explosion. She could hardly feel at ease without a thorough examination. Most importantly, Su Feng was evidently quite weak. If someone could provide him with a massage, it would surely help relax his muscles and expedite his recovery. Recognizing this as an invaluable opportunity to nurture her disciple, Bibi Dong was determined not to let it slip away. Thus, after 2 hours of relentless effort, Su Feng finally donned a loose-fitting nightgown and comfortably reclined on the bed. Admittedly, although Bibi Dong's techniques were somewhat rudimentary, Su Feng found himself feeling considerably more at ease. However, a new dilemma arose. There was only one bed in the suite. What to do? Had the teacher played a trick, intentionally leaving only this suite available? It shouldn't have been the case, as every other suite was indeed occupied. Yet Su Feng quickly dismissed this notion, for he had sensed with his mental prowess that each guest room bore signs of occupancy. Thus, it was evident that his teacher had not meddled. There truly was only one suite left. Nevertheless, he thought it inconsequential and shifted his gaze to Bibi Dong, who had just changed into a flowing, sheer gown. "Teacher, why don't you take the bed and I will sleep on the floor?" In the past, he would never have offered up the bed, for it was where he felt most at home, and he would not relinquish it lightly. However, given Bibi Dong's earnest efforts to care for him, Su Feng decided to break with tradition this once. "You are still weak. How could you sleep on the floor?" "It would not aid your recovery," Bibi Dong replied, showing no intention of contesting the bed. Instead, she proceeded to prepare a sleeping arrangement on the floor for herself. Very well, Su Feng thought, not wishing to make a fuss over the matter. After all, it was just one night, and it would be fine. As Bibi Dong extinguished the light and prepared to rest, Su Feng suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Achoo! He involuntarily turned his head to glance at Bibi Dong. "You, on the verge of becoming a Title Douluo, yet you cannot withstand the chill of the cold ice? Why are you sneezing?" He mused internally. However, upon seeing Bibi Dong curled up beneath the covers, shivering slightly, he felt a pang of sympathy. Although Su Feng suspected she was likely feigning, he could not help but suggest, "Perhaps, teacher, you should come up here." "How wonderful! If you do not mind, I shall not be polite. Rest assured, I am quite a decent sleeper," Bibi Dong replied. Before Su Feng could finish his sentence, she had swiftly darted into his blankets. Su Feng's lips twitched once more. He felt as though he had been outmaneuvered. Alas, now that she was nestled beside him, he could hardly push her away. Resigned, he scooted to the edge of the bed, reminding her, "One half each, do not cross the boundary." In matters of decorum, Su Feng is quite particular. Certainly not as carefree as Bibi Dong. Ahem, let us refrain from further jest. It is merely shyness, a simple hesitance to draw too close. Bibi Dong remained silent, feigning acquiescence, yet internally she was beset by uncertainty. She could not assure herself that she would not venture over in the dead of night. After all, she had deliberately arranged for there to be only one suite remaining, motivated by the desire to seize an advantage. Indeed, it was about seizing an advantage. Bibi Dong has made her decision. Before her disciple, she no longer intends to uphold her dignity. What of being shameless? After all, others are oblivious to it. What is there to fear? Bibi Dong pulled the blanket higher, concealing her expression that mingled triumph with a hint of bashfulness. Once her disciple fell asleep, she would take action. As I said, even Yu Xiaojiang could not intervene. Ahem, how did I end up emulating that little rascal? The more Bibi Dong pondered, the more anticipation filled her heart, accompanied by a touch of sentimentality. She had once believed that the childlike Bao was the object of her most fervent desires. Yet she found herself utterly captivated by the grown Su Feng. As for whether Su Feng would awaken at her presence, there was no cause for concern. She was acutely aware of his current state, exhausted, profoundly fatigued. If he were to awaken from slumber due to her disturbances, it would indeed be a miracle. As she waited, the moment finally arrived. "My disciple, have you fallen asleep?" After a series of gentle probes, Bibi Dong received no response, nor could she perceive any thoughts from him. A sly smile graced her lips. "Ah, he is truly mine." She reached out, her delicate hand encircling Su Feng's waist, effortlessly drawing him closer to her. How infuriating that you must possess such irresistible charm. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng, who was within arm's reach. Her heart racing as if a fawn were capering within her chest, and a delicate blush crept across her fair visage. Previously, She believed her susceptibility to Baius' endearing charm was due to the latter's adorably innocent demeanor. However, she now realized her error. The strikingly handsome visage before her, one that seemed to belong to a realm beyond mere mortals, was equally beguiling, igniting an irresistible desire within her to surreptitiously claim a moment of intimacy. Thus, Bibi Dong found herself irresistibly drawn to Su Feng's embrace, her head resting upon his chest, her hands beginning to wander with a mischievous spirit. Was this the end? Certainly not. Such opportunities for a slumbering disciple were few and far between. In the past, even a mere kiss was met with disdain. Let us see how you evade tonight. Bibi Dong's enchanting gaze fell upon Su Feng's profile, perhaps finding the moment insufficiently exhilarating. Her eyes gradually shifted to his two luscious lips, causing her complexion to flush a deeper shade of crimson. Would this be too audacious? Bibi Dong pondered. For according to her beloved's past conventions, kissing the cheek was the ultimate boundary, while the lips remained a forbidden territory. Unless one resorted to feigned vulnerability to elicit a response, such advances were perilous, sure to invite disdain. This opportunity was rare. She decided to abandon her reservations. After all, she had already indulged in countless kisses. What harm could one more do? Bibi Dong, unable to restrain her emotions, ceased to ponder any further and directly affixed her mark. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed. Bibi Dong's internal turmoil gradually subsided, allowing her to slowly succumb to drowsiness as she tightly embraced Su Feng. And they drifted into slumber together. Although Su Feng had traversed the Douluo world for 15 years, the battle against the heavenly Tao marked his inaugural moment of exerting his full strength, leading to an almost complete depletion of both his soul power and mental energy. Coupled with the 2-hour massage administered by Bibi Dong during his medicinal bath, he felt utterly exhausted, yearning for a restorative sleep. Consequently, after the lights in the suite were extinguished, Su Feng swiftly entered a profound state of slumber, wholly unaware of Bibi Dong's subsequent actions. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the built-in small world of the lying flat system, the Chaos Realm. To Su Feng's astonishment, upon entering deep sleep, a system notification resonated, and his consciousness unexpectedly traversed into a mysterious expanse, an unfamiliar scene unfurling before him. The blood-red sky, seemingly stained by crimson, was permeated with a chilling aura of slaughter. Beneath this sky lay countless floating fragments of land. Among them were desolate ruins shrouded in black mist, where the faint echoes of tormented souls could be discerned, reminiscent of a ghostly underworld, imbued with an eerie chill. Within the land fragments, numerous volcanic plates clustered together, erupting with thunderous explosions, spewing forth torrents of molten lava that relentlessly consumed the ravaged ground, akin to a purgatory on Earth. This enigmatic space, replete with diverse yet lifeless land fragments, bore a shared characteristic. It was devoid of vitality, akin to the primordial chaos, where everything needed to begin anew. What is this place? Su Feng was utterly taken aback. Perhaps sensing his bewilderment, the system's notification resounded once more. Ding! Friendly reminder, this is the Chaos Realm, a small world built into the system. And it is an utterly secure place where the host is invincible. How did I arrive here? Su Feng queried, perplexed. Ding! Friendly reminder, you were transported here due to your confrontation with the heavenly Tao, whose power far exceeds your current capabilities. To ensure your safety, the Chaos Realm has been activated preemptively. Cost: lying flat value reset to 0. Reset to 0? Su Feng was startled, but after some contemplation, he realized that after purchasing a 300,000 your soul ring, he had little left, which alleviated his concern. What purpose does this Chaos Realm serve? Su Feng inquired. Subsequently, all information regarding the Chaos Realm and its functionalities was seamlessly transmitted into his consciousness, granting him swift clarity. It turned out that this Chaos Realm was his final sanctuary. Regardless of his circumstances in the Douluo world or the dangers he faced, he could seek refuge here. However, the primary function of the Chaos Realm was not merely as a haven, but to assist Su Feng in expanding his influence more effectively. After all, this was his absolute domain. As long as it thrived, outward expansion would naturally follow. Teleporting to the Hell Cage, Su Feng followed the operational methods described by the system. With a subtle shift of his mind, his body vanished from its original location, only to reappear in a grim dungeon. Here, a layer of crimson flame blazed on the ground of each cell, and an array of torture instruments filled the confines, as if this place existed solely for the purpose of tormenting souls. The reason Su Feng ventured into this abyss was due to the system's revelations. He had learned that every life extinguished by his hand would ultimately be imprisoned in the hellish confines of the Chaos Realm, condemned to eternal unrest. These spectral entities fell under his dominion, and the true essence of life and death rested solely in his thoughts, beyond the reach of celestial law. Moreover, by tormenting these spirits, he could reap rewards from the system. Thus, he thought of the recently slain Yu Xiaojiang. It was unbearably hot. Where was he? Someone, please, release me. As anticipated, upon Su Feng's arrival in the cell, he soon heard Yu Xiaojiang's anguished wails emanating from one of the chambers, followed closely by the system's notification. Ding. Congratulations. Host. By employing the heart flame to torment the spirit of Yu Xiaojiang in the hellish cage, you have earned 1 point of leisure value. Su Feng approached the door of Yu Xiaojiang's cell, remaining hidden, observing clandestinely. How effortlessly I can acquire leisure value. What a delightful opportunity. He soon beheld the visage of Yu Xiaojiang, contorted in agony, and a smile crept upon his lips. According to the system, accumulating leisure value in this infernal prison could yield substantial rewards. Most importantly, during his prior confrontation with the Celestial Order, Su Feng had merely aimed to fulfill Bibi Dong's directive, failing to realize that allowing Yu Xiaojiang to die so easily was far too lenient of fate. Fortunately, the system had activated the Chaos Realm in advance, sparing Yu Xiaojiang from an immediate demise under normal circumstances. Su Feng would have had to break through to the Title Douluo level to unlock it. In the cell housing Yu Xiaojiang, the intensity of the heart flame was doubled. With a mere thought, Su Feng attempted to exert control over the hellish confines. In an instant, the heart flame blazed around Yu Xiaojiang, intensifying dramatically, the flames nearly enveloping his form. Yet, this heart flame exhibited a peculiar nature. It would not char Yu Xiaojiang, but rather, it inflicted an unbearable searing sensation, as if he were truly being consumed by fire. Arg, where on earth is this? It's so hot. How did I end up in this dreadful place? As the flames intensified, Yu Xiaojiang's anguished cries grew increasingly brilliant, echoing like the wails of tormented souls. However, to Su Feng's ears, the cacophony was nothing short of delightful. The louder Yu Xiaojiang screamed, the more exhilarated Su Feng became. This exhilaration was not born from a sadistic nature. Rather, it stemmed from a peculiar satisfaction. Ding. Congratulations, host. By employing the double heart flame to torment the spirit of Yu Xiaojiang within the confines of Hell's prison, you have earned 2 points of Liang flat value. The method of accruing Liang flat value is undeniably splendid, rendering Su Feng unable to suppress a smile. Regrettably, it seemed that the double intensity was Yu Xiaojiang's limit. Any further increase in flame intensity might incinerate his spectral form. With this thought, Su Feng refrained from escalating the flames further and approached Yu Xiaojiang directly. Once again, you insolent fool! Where on earth is this place? Damn it, why have I ended up here? Did you bring me to this wretched location? Yu Xiaojiang's frantic roars fell on deaf ears as Su Feng remained unfazed and made no attempt to clarify. With a mere snap of his fingers, Yu Xiaojiang's mouth was silenced, as if bound by an unseen force. Clearly, in this realm, Su Feng wielded the power to control everything with a mere thought, including Yu Xiaojiang, or rather, all the spirits within this domain. Yu Xiaojiang, did you not see several paintings earlier? Su Feng inquired casually, laced with a hint of mockery. You mentioned witnessing your disciple Tang San attaining godhood, as well as personally slaying my master, did you not? Yu Xiaojiang attempted to respond, but his mouth remained tightly sealed. Yet, his expression betrayed an unmistakable arrogance, as though the revelations bestowed upon him by the heavenly Tao had afforded him immense satisfaction, akin to the fulfillment of a long-held vendetta. Observing this, Su Feng felt a twinge of curiosity. Just how much had the heavenly Tao revealed to Yu Xiaojiang? Fortuitously, he lifted the constraints on Yu Xiaojiang's speech and prompted, "What else did you see that day? Share it with me." Humph, you wretched creature. Do not revel in your triumph too soon. It will not be long before I escape this place, and then you shall all meet your demise at the hands of my disciple. As soon as Yu Xiaojiang regained his ability to speak, he could not restrain his shouts, growing ever louder. Not just you, but also Yu Eguan and Gu Mei. Those two will perish at my disciple's hands. All of you who oppose me will ultimately face certain death. Ha ha. Revel while you can, that day shall not be far off. Perhaps influenced by the heavenly Tao, Yu Xiaojiang was utterly convinced of the visions he had witnessed, regarding them as inevitable truths destined to unfold. Given your current demeanor, even if I were to tell you that those images merely represent the future desired by the heavenly Tao, rather than the true future, you would likely remain unconvinced. Su Feng's expression first betrayed a hint of mockery, followed by a sigh of resignation. Very well, you shall remain here indefinitely. One day, you will witness the consequences of your actions. But until then, prepare to pay for your past deeds. Upon uttering these words, the flames of torment enveloping Yu Xiaojiang blazed even fiercer, his cries of anguish gradually escalating into a more harrowing wail. Is this how it concludes? Surely not. As long as Yu Xiaojiang endures, he must be subjected to relentless suffering. However, this torment should not be executed in a crude and straightforward manner, as that would be tedious and uninspiring. Thus, Su Feng was reminded of a humorous image he had often encountered in his previous life while playing online, a comical depiction of an electric mouse, bound and helpless, subjected to a shocking punishment that elicited frenzied writhing and spasms. He decided to cancel the fiery torment and initiate an electric punishment instead. With a mere thought, he conjured an image of Yu Xiaojiang ensnared like the mouse, shackled by 4 iron chains and suspended in midair. What do you think you're doing, you scoundrel? Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, still bewildered by how he had been dragged to this place. The sight of Su Feng, unscathed while he remained trapped in this cage, filled him with a rising tide of dread and an overwhelming sense of unease. Crackling sounds filled the air as Su Feng ignored Yu Xiaojiang's protests, guiding a large electric rod closer to his vulnerable areas. Damn it, you rogue. Get that thing away from me. Yu Xiaojiang's lips quivered, his body twisting in an attempt to escape, but the electric rod drew ever nearer. Please, not there. No, no, no. Before long, Su Feng was met with a rhythmic chorus of wails emanating from the cage, misleading any observer to believe that Yu Xiaojiang was reveling in some twisted enjoyment. Stop it. Enough already. How dare you? This is intolerable. Damn it. Stop. I'm burning up. Please, I beg you, stop. Watching Yu Xiaojiang struggle to articulate his cries, flailing helplessly while emitting incoherent sounds, Su Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement and mockery. Although Yu Xiaojiang's current state appeared pitiful, Su Feng felt no compassion. Rather, he intensified the electric shock to the very limits of Yu Xiaojiang's endurance. In the realm of chaos, there is no rebirth. In the hellish cage, eternal torment awaits. At this moment, with a mere thought, I could erase your existence entirely, yet I shall refrain, for I desire you to endure suffering while witnessing the final outcome. Upon recalling the smug visage of Yu Xiaojiang, who so confidently believed that Tang San would inevitably vanquish Bibi Dong, Su Feng could not help but feel a surge of anger within him. Very well. Since you hold such unwavering faith in the prophecies of the heavenly path, and are so convinced of these so-called predetermined truths, I shall demonstrate how I intend to confront this nonsensical heavenly path. What does it matter if you possess the power of correction? What does it matter if you are of the heavenly path? Should you dare to interfere with Bibi Dong, I shall ensure they all meet their end. Wait a moment. Su Feng suddenly realized a crucial point. If the ultimate goal of the heavenly path, the power of correction, is to ensure that the Douluo world unfolds according to the established narrative, then does that not imply that Qian Rinxue will also make her appearance? After all, in the original tale, if Tang San is deemed the chosen one, then without a doubt, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong are the chosen adversaries. Their very existence serves as stepping stones for Tang San, destined to be defeated by him. Moreover, if the heavenly path is capable of extracting Yu Xiaojiang's true spirit for the purpose of rebirth, it would not be inconceivable for it to arrange a new mother for Qian Rinxue. After all, Qian Rinxue is yet to be born. Her true spirit remains in the hands of the heavenly path. The heavenly path could easily determine where Qian Rinxue is to be born, as it is merely a matter of its will. If I can locate Qian Rinxue, perhaps I can safeguard her as well, preventing the tragic events of the original narrative from recurring. Su Feng silently resolved this in his heart. He is no sage. He too can admire and cherish a woman revered as a goddess by nearly all Douluo fans. It would indeed be a lamentable loss if such a goddess were to vanish simply because the teacher was not tainted by the likes of Qian Xuanji. If it is within my power to protect her, I would not hesitate to act. However, it is premature to dwell on such thoughts now. That which is destined to appear will do so in due time. That which should not transpire, I shall ensure does not come to pass. With these thoughts, Su Feng withdrew his consciousness from the chaotic realm, leaving Yu Xiaojiang to endure further torment, while he himself returned to a deep slumber. For Su Feng, this night, filled with exhaustion, was merely a fleeting moment, a mere blink of the eye, and sleep would carry him away. Yet for Bibi Dong, the experience was far from ordinary. For it seemed she had overindulged. As the clock struck midnight, the events began to unfold. Bibi Dong remained nestled in Su Feng's embrace, her head resting against his chest. Yet she felt no inclination for slumber. Instead, she was remarkably alert, her delicate face flushed with warmth. What was she to do? The predicament was bewildering. Her disciples' reaction had inadvertently found its way to her thigh. Bibi Dong blinked in embarrassment, her body frozen in place, her cheeks aflame with heat. Recalling a recent incident, it seemed reminiscent of a similar occurrence. At that time, while journeying towards the Tiando Empire, boredom had prompted her to feign faintness, allowing her disciple to perform a massage technique on her. Unbeknownst to them, they both succumbed to slumber, and shamefully, she had mistaken him for her beloved bower, only to awaken and discover her disciple's unexpected response. Now, they found themselves in an almost identical situation, yet it felt even more intense. For she had waited an interminable time, and her disciple's reaction showed no signs of abating. She longed to escape, to slip away to a more modest place. Rather than remaining in this mortifying position, it would be far better to extricate herself and pretend that nothing had transpired. However, all of this was instigated by her own actions. Fleeing now would seem utterly irresponsible. What was she to do? Bibi Dong's face was flushed with embarrassment and hesitation. Initially, she merely intended to indulge in a few furtive kisses and touches, never anticipating that her disciple would react in such a manner. Most importantly, she had gleaned from her readings that if a young man experienced such a reaction and was compelled to suppress it, it could be detrimental to his health. Consequently, during their last encounter, she had resolved to address this matter, wishing to prevent any harm to her disciple's well-being. Regrettably, her disciple proved immune to the effects of the sedative and woke from its influence, prompting her to flee in a panic. This time, however, her disciple had finally succumbed to a profound slumber, surely not to awaken midway. Did she, as the teacher, have to run away yet again? As Bibi Dong reflected inwardly, the more she pondered, the more she perceived her own selfishness. It was she who had initiated the contact, provoking a response from her disciple. And yet she had contemplated escaping without taking responsibility. Such behavior was undoubtedly shameless and irresponsible, a manifestation of selfishness that prioritized her own pleasure over her disciple's physical safety. Establishing her own gratification at the expense of another's health was an inhumane act. With these thoughts weighing heavily on her heart, guilt consumed her. Ultimately, she steeled herself and resolved. What had been left undone last time would now serve to amend her disciple's situation. She could not allow herself to be that selfish individual. With newfound determination, Bibi Dong cautiously called out, "Disciple, are you asleep? Disciple, are you still awake?" After confirming several times without receiving a response, she realized that Feng was indeed sound asleep. Blushing deeply, she extricated herself from his embrace. Thump, thump, thump. In that moment, Bibi Dong was overtaken by panic. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She merely wished to take responsibility for her disciple, yet she lacked even the faintest experience in how to do so. Regardless, she resolved to take a chance. Biting her luscious lips, her small hands fidgeted anxiously before her. At that moment, her delicate face was awash with crimson, her neck seemingly aflame. Though her lips confirmed her resolve, her hands remained hesitant. She feared that if she proceeded, she might find it impossible to face Feng afterward. Much like the last incident that had left her avoiding him for over a week, this situation was evidently more serious, and she was apprehensive about entering an awkward phase that could render her unable to converse with Feng for an extended period. The possibility of being discovered loomed, which would only amplify the embarrassment. Silence enveloped the room. Time passed. Alas, even the slaying of a formidable soul master proved to be a taxing endeavor. She wondered whether her teacher would be disappointed. If so, she mused, continuing her stay at the spirit hall would lose its significance, and it might be time to depart. Inexplicably, Bibi Dong's mind was suddenly flooded with Feng's heartfelt words from not long ago. Her expression froze in shock, and her body became rigid. Over the past few days, she had been acutely aware of her disciple's actions. She could hardly fathom that he would strive so earnestly to mend their relationship. Yet, she had repeatedly inflicted wounds upon his heart, ultimately forcing him to unleash that catastrophic explosion. Though the details of how he managed such a terrifying feat eluded her, it was evident that the obstacles faced and the costs incurred must have been substantial. Thankfully, he survived. Otherwise, she would be burdened with regret and guilt for a lifetime. Now, as Bibi Dong reflected on all that her disciple had done for her, she recognized her own unchanged behavior, continuously taking advantage of him while hesitating to solve even the slightest of his problems. A wave of self-reproach washed over her. She felt excessively selfish and irresponsible, realizing that if this continued, she would inevitably lose him for good. Everything stemmed from the master-student bond. This time, she would not shy away. Bibi Dong turned her gaze to Feng, her delicate face tinged with a hint of remorse. "Even if you discover my feelings, I shall not regret them." With a determined heart, she bit her lip, threw off the covers, and dove into the warmth of her blankets. The following day, at noon, bright sunlight streamed into the apartment as Feng, still groggy, opened his eyes. Waking naturally felt truly refreshing. This was the epitome of a laid-back lifestyle. stretching languidly. He suddenly recalled something, prompting him to reach down. Oh no, I must change my clothes quickly. A jolt of realization surged through him as he hurriedly tidied himself, hoping that his teacher remained unaware. Otherwise, it would be utterly embarrassing. His face flushed with awkwardness. Last night, he had an odd dream, a scene he could barely remember. Yet he was certain it was an indescribable fantasy. The transition into adulthood had brought about unnecessary troubles. Su Feng felt a sense of helplessness. It wasn't he that he found this change undesirable. After all, it signified his healthy growth, but the issue lay in the fact that he had shared a bed with Bibi Dong. His greatest fear was unconsciously mistaking her for the figure from his dream, leading to an outrageous situation. Wait a moment. In such dreams, one's body doesn't necessarily respond, right? With this thought, he exhaled in relief. But what if it did? His heart raced again, and his face grew even more flushed. Indeed, I should never have let my teacher lie down beside me, or I should have insisted on sleeping on the floor instead. In that moment, Su Feng felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, but more than that, he felt he owed Bibi Dong an apology. For the actions he had taken in his dream were exceedingly inappropriate, even for a married couple. Moments later, the door swung open, and Bibi Dong entered, carrying a bowl of porridge. I anticipated that you would sleep until now, so I prepared a little porridge for you in advance. Bibi Dong approached Su Feng, placing the porridge beside him. How is your recovery progressing? Would you like to eat something? Returning to my teacher, I have nearly regained my strength, Su Feng replied. Avoiding Bibi Dong's gaze, he quickly picked up the bowl of porridge and began to eat fervently. As he continued, he stole a casual glance at Bibi Dong, who wore an expression devoid of any unusual emotion, her chin resting on her hand, observing him with a hint of amusement. Why the haste? I shall not rush you, she remarked lightly. Coughing slightly, Su Feng retorted, perhaps it is simply due to my hunger. In truth, he felt guilty, anxious about the shameful actions he had committed with his teacher the previous night. Bibi Dong discerned the unnatural expression on Su Feng's face and, filled with concern, inquired, Disciple, you appear to be troubled. What is the matter? Clearing her throat, Su Feng hesitantly replied, Well, there is indeed something I wish to confirm with you. Speak. Bibi Dong commanded, her demeanor remaining remarkably composed, as if nothing had transpired the previous night. After all, she had meticulously eradicated all evidence, leaving not a trace behind. Although the process had been somewhat nauseating and harsh on her throat, she ultimately retained no incriminating evidence. Thus, Bibi Dong was confident that her disciple was entirely unaware of the events that had unfolded. As long as she feigned ignorance, it was as though nothing had occurred. This was why she had maintained such a natural demeanor, striving to prevent her disciple from sensing any anomaly. I wish to know if we engaged in any peculiar activities last night. However, upon hearing Su Feng's somewhat anxious voice, Bibi Dong's entire being froze. Disciple. What do you mean? Her heart inexplicably raced. Could it be that her disciple was aware? That was inconceivable. Surely, everything that needed to be dealt with had been resolved last night. In her heart, Bibi Dong found herself engulfed in a wave of trepidation, her delicate visage tinged with a faint blush. This time, it was she who dared not meet Su Feng's gaze, for guilt gnawed at her conscience, rendering her unable to confront him. Surely, her disciple had succumbed to a deep slumber last night, oblivious to the events that transpired. Yet, which aspect had gone awry? Bibi Dong was filled with confusion. She had meticulously ensured that everything was thoroughly dealt with the previous night, leaving no trace behind. There was no reason for the other party to suspect anything. Could it be that she had underestimated her disciple? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Perhaps she had indeed underestimated her disciple's resourcefulness. Thus, after she had completed her tasks, the disciple, lacking in martial ethics, might have resorted to underhanded tactics. How could her disciple behave so unscrupulously? Bibi Dong's face flushed crimson, tinged with a modicum of regret. She should have anticipated it. Her disciple was remarkably resilient, capable of enduring even the most cataclysmic explosions, which undoubtedly indicated exceptional physical fortitude. It was inconceivable that merely 2 encounters would suffice. Now, the mere thought that her disciple was aware of her actions from the previous night filled her with profound embarrassment, making her wish for a chasm to swallow her whole. She found herself at a loss on how to face her disciple. At that moment, Su Feng averted his gaze, pointing awkwardly at the discarded garments, his expression one of palpable discomfort, before he earnestly began to confess. He recounted that he had experienced a peculiar dream, one that may have involved some rather odd behaviors. Although recounting these events made Su Feng feel utterly mortified, He believed it was essential to apologize if his actions had inadvertently wronged Bibi Dong. Thus, after elaborating on his predicament, he respectfully bowed to her, his visage etched with contrition, stating, "As a young man, I acted impulsively. These actions were never my intention. If I have caused you any disgrace, I beseech your forgiveness." Ah, how he longed to comprehend what transpired the previous night. Regrettably, he had been in such a deep slumber that he retained no memory of it. He could only hope he had not behaved inappropriately. My disciple remains unaware of the events of last night? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she had misinterpreted her disciple's intentions. He had not grasped the full extent of her actions and assumed he had merely dreamt an innocent dream. Fortunately, it appeared he had yet to uncover the truth. Bibi Dong let out a sigh of relief, and simultaneously, as she observed his sheepish demeanor, she could not help but find it somewhat amusing. Her disciple was rather naive. Having not even considered her involvement, Bibi Dong was acutely aware that had she not taken advantage of the situation last night, her disciple would not have reacted at all. Nor would she have engaged in the subsequent absurdities. Perhaps even the so-called village dream of her disciple was instigated by her. Since her disciple remained oblivious, Bibi Dong felt a measure of calmness wash over her. You need not blame yourself. You did not wrong your master last night, so do not dwell on this matter. Even if you had, I would not hold it against you. This last thought remained unspoken, though she distinctly recalled that her disciple had been in a deep slumber. Yet the body responded instinctively to her movements. Had she not intervened prematurely, it was likely that even speaking today would have become quite abnormal. Furthermore, early in the morning, she had consumed several throat-soothing potions to alleviate her discomfort. That is a relief, Feng sighed in relief. But you, since you are already aware of your adulthood. Suddenly, Bibi Dong shifted the topic with a mischievous smile gracing her features. Shouldn't you consider finding a girlfriend? Feng's formidable nature had become somewhat clear to Bibi Dong, which could be summarized in 2 words: terrifying. She understood that since her disciple had experienced his first reaction, there would inevitably be a second, a third, and countless more. To address the root of the issue, it was essential to find him a partner, thus relieving him of the burden of desire and preventing any harm to his health from prolonged repression. Just as Feng believed that after dealing with Yu Xiaojiang there would be little left to do, and he would soon return to the spirit hall. He was taken aback when, despite their strength equivalent to 4 Title Douluos, someone dared to intercept them along the way, and that someone was merely a soul sage. Feng, come out. A fiery figure clad in red attire stood defiantly in the path of the flying chariot. It was none other than Lu Erlong, who, despite being affected by the explosion yesterday, had sustained only minor injuries due to being flung far away by Bibi Dong. How dare you, little wench? Upon recognizing her, Yue Guang, seated at the chariot's helm, sprang into the air, petals scattering around him as he swiftly approached Lu Erlong. Yesterday, I spared your life out of great mercy. And instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to block my path? Truly, you are courting death. With that, Yue Guang prepared to strike her down with a single blow. Stop. Feng's voice echoed from within the chariot, causing Yue Guang to freeze mid-action, a look of shock dawning on his face. Young Master Feng, how did you come out? As he spoke, Yue Guang's lips trembled. He distinctly remembered that on their return journey, the saintess had already issued orders that, unless there was an urgent matter, no disturbances were to disrupt the palanquin, particularly not to disturb Feng's rest. Yue Guang could comprehend the saintess's actions. As Feng had only just endured the impact of a tremendous explosion the previous day, and it was entirely reasonable for him to require careful recuperation. However, throughout the journey, Yue Guang faintly perceived unusual sounds emanating from within the palanquin, leading him to sense that matters were more complicated than they appeared. Be gentle, it hurts. Yue Guang was certain that these were the sounds he heard from within the palanquin. Although faint, they were unmistakably clear. While he had not witnessed firsthand what the saintess and Feng were engaged in, the suggestive nature of the sounds, coupled with the fact that they were an isolated man and woman in close quarters, left little room for imagination regarding their activities. Yue Guang was utterly unprepared for the realization that the saintess was such a fervent individual. As the saying goes, the more one knows, the more perilous it becomes. Thus, Yue Guang resolved to act as though he were oblivious and remain vigilant to prevent any disturbances to the palanquin, for, should he disrupt the atmosphere within, he feared he would suffer dire consequences. Consequently, when Yue Guang saw Lu Erlong suddenly leap forth to block the path, he instinctively took action, determined to avoid disturbing those within the palanquin. Unfortunately, he inadvertently startled Feng. Yu Guang was in a state of panic, swiftly kneeling before Su Feng, or rather, before Bibi Dong within the palanquin, exclaiming, "I have failed in my duties, allowing this woman to intrude upon your enjoyment. I beseech the saintess for forgiveness." "Ah, I shall handle this matter. You may withdraw for now," Su Feng replied, unaware of Yu Guang's thoughts. He simply gestured for him to step aside. Of course, had Su Feng been privy to Yu Guang's prior musings, he might have been compelled to deliver a sound thrashing to the man. After all, Su Feng had not engaged in anything peculiar with Bibi Dong within the palanquin. He had merely been teaching her to play a game when they occasionally stumbled upon some humorous videos. If such innocent moments were to be misconstrued and vilified, it would be utterly unsatisfactory not to reprimand Yu Guang. At that moment, Lu Erlong, who had obstructed their path, suddenly exuded a formidable aura, and a phantom dragon of fire materialized beside her, clearly indicating that she had unleashed her martial soul's true form. Observing Lu Erlong's state, Su Feng contemplated. "Are you here to avenge Yu Xiaojiang?" "Humph, you killed Xiaojiang, and thus I shall avenge him," Lu Erlong replied, her expression one of sorrow. Her eyes reddened as if she had wept throughout the night. Nevertheless, despite her tears, her current state remained unwavering. Shortly after unleashing her martial soul's true form, she was enveloped in an intensely fiery crimson flame, with layers of soul rings radiating a dazzling brilliance. "Su Feng, you shall perish." Lu Erlong fixed her gaze upon Su Feng, her face awash with resentment. In an instant, she surged forward like a bolt of lightning, intent on striking him down. How dare a mere soul saint show disrespect to young Master Su? However, just as Lu Erlong launched her attack, a shadowy figure, hidden in the darkness, suddenly emerged. Enveloped in a swirling mass of black mist, Lu Erlong was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. "I have 2 Title Douluo to protect me. Do you dare seek vengeance and not fear death?" Su Feng observed Lu Erlong's disheveled appearance with a hint of amusement. "Since I have the audacity to come for revenge, I never contemplated leaving alive." Resentment still etched on her face, Lu Erlong spoke with a fierce determination. "If you possess the capability, then kill me. This way, I can swiftly reunite with Xiaojiang." Evidently, Lu Erlong understood her actions were foolish, almost certain to lead to her demise, yet she could not suppress her urge for vengeance. Throughout her life, she had endured abandonment by her father, tribulations from her clan, and the lecherous advances of countless suitors. She had felt the world's profound malice toward her, had it not been for her mother's unwavering protection. She might not have survived for long. By the time she gained enough strength to protect her mother, she had already lost her. For years, she had dwelled within a shroud of despair, her existence marked more by sorrow than joy. Had she not encountered Xiaojiang, she would have remained oblivious to the happiness that life could offer. She had never imagined that such an erudite man, Yu Xiaojiang, would sacrifice sleepless nights to find her a suitable cultivation method for the purpose of avenging Su Feng. Even in her presence, he maintained his composure, embodying the virtues of a gentleman, never taking advantage of her, fearing that Flander might become jealous and disrupt their trio. Moreover, he would selflessly consume the enemy's poison for her sake, ostensibly to prevent her from losing her virtue to another. Such a remarkable, albeit duplicitous, man was indeed worthy of her admiration. Now that Xiaojiang was gone, she felt no desire to continue living. If she could achieve revenge before her demise, it would be a welcome conclusion. If not, she would hasten to join Xiaojiang. Alas, how pitiable and tragic. Since you wish so fervently to see Yu Xiaojiang, I shall grant your wish. Observing Lu Erlong's frenzied demeanor, Su Feng let out a soft sigh and gestured for Yu Guang to bring Lu Erlong before him. "You may proceed." In that moment, Lu Erlong seemed to relax, as if this were a liberation for her. She slowly closed her eyes. "Young Master Su, such trivial matters should be handled by me. There is no need for you to dirty your hands," Yu Guang interjected hastily upon seeing Su Feng prepare to act. "No need. Furthermore, you two should avert your gazes. Young Master Su, this, is there an issue? Cough, cough, as you command." Under the moonlight, the two figures, Yu Guang and Guame, swiftly turned their heads. Su Feng glanced back at the flying carriage. It was highly likely that Bibi Dong was still preoccupied with her game, oblivious to the happenings here. With a hum, Su Feng formed a hand seal, summoning a spatial rift that connected to the realm of chaos. He then seized the seemingly resigned Lu Erlong and cast her into the rift, promptly sealing it again. The entire process was seamless, completed in less than a second, unnoticed by anyone. "All right, we can continue our journey back to the spirit hall," Su Feng remarked leisurely as he returned to the carriage. "Wait, what happened to that woman?" Yue Guang inquired, a hint of agitation in his voice, for he had clearly seen her moments earlier. This is truly bizarre, Gui Mei added, his expression one of shock. Ah. I was careless, Su Feng reflected, still feeling embarrassed about inadvertently touching Bibi Dong. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning. My disciple. Do you believe that my earlier actions have caused me great concern? And do you feel remorseful as well? At that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly sat up straight. Her expression grave, though it was an act, intended to enlighten her disciple. Su Feng hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Yes, given the circumstances. How could one not be perturbed? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong wasted no time and struck Su Feng on the head. Smack. Ouch. Su Feng exclaimed, looking innocent. What was that for? Bibi Dong ceased her visits to Su Feng, her demeanor shifting to one of stern reprimand. Humph. I had anticipated that after enduring yesterday's cataclysm, you would emerge transformed, possessing a deeper understanding of life and death. Yet, I find you unchanged, still mired in the mundane. This is truly disappointing. Su Feng was left bewildered. What was his teacher saying? Why the sudden gravity? Disciple, Bibi Dong continued, her seriousness unwavering. I must ask you, when I requested your assistance with the massage, why did you hesitate to act? Was it out of shame? Out of embarrassment? Su Feng's lips twitched. Yet he nodded in acknowledgement. Is that so? Why at A perhaps? Bibi Dong furrowed her brows and struck at Su Feng once more, with a sharp clap. Su Feng jolted and promptly corrected himself. Yes, yes. The master said with gravity, disciple, heed my words. Bibi Dong gazed earnestly at Su Feng and continued. All beings in this world can be categorized into divine and mortal. To the divine, the corporeal form is but a mere vessel, as fleeting as a wisp of cloud and utterly insignificant. I believe that one day, the two of us shall attain enlightenment and ascend to divinity. Bibi Dong gently placed her hand on Su Feng's shoulder, her tone becoming earnest and her voice slightly elevated as she spoke. I hope that between us, master and disciple, we do not become overly concerned with worldly conventions, for we shall inevitably attain enlightenment and divinity, ultimately transcending these mundane rituals. Do you understand? Do you think I would dare to claim otherwise? Su Feng thought to himself, gazing at Bibi Dong's determined expression, and reluctantly nodded. Disciple understands. Then, regarding what I just mentioned, shall we agree to disregard such worldly formalities in our relationship from now on? A twitch of discomfort crossed Su Feng's lips. Can we truly do that? If it were as simple as you say, I wouldn't feel any embarrassment at all, would I? Seeing Su Feng's hesitation to let go of his reservations, Bibi Dong's voice deepened. What? Do you believe my request is excessive? Or do you doubt our potential to achieve enlightenment and divinity? Coughing slightly, Su Feng replied, Disciple did not mean that. Then why do you hesitate to agree? With a sense of resignation, Su Feng finally nodded. Very well, I shall comply. Although this request was somewhat difficult for Su Feng to accept. As he was naturally more reserved and prone to shyness, he recognized the wisdom in Bibi Dong's words. Indeed, the body is merely a vessel. Not long ago, he was still a child, and now he is transformed into an adult. Once he grows stronger or attains divinity, he can become whatever he desires. Reflecting on this, Su Feng felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Even in Bibi Dong's presence, he became noticeably more at ease. Phew, I've managed to navigate this situation. Bibi Dong, perceptive as ever, sensed her disciple's thoughts and exhaled a sigh of relief. The earlier comments had been fabricated, after all. Her disciple, so oblivious, seemed to think that a single touch would preclude any future massages, which was simply unacceptable. Her disciple's hands were so fair, supple, and soft. Merely holding them brought her comfort, let alone the exquisite pleasure derived from a gentle massage. To Bibi Dong, having her disciple help relieve her legs and massage her body felt entirely like a delightful indulgence. Yet, she was puzzled by her disciple's rigid adherence to propriety. Nevertheless, observing Su Feng's bashful demeanor, caught between wanting to lift her skirt and hesitating to massage her legs, Bibi Dong found the whole situation amusing. If such opportunities were to become scarce in the future, she would consider it a great loss. Since her disciple had already agreed to her request, why not Bibi Dong? Unwavering and resolute, reclined once more, her delicate feet extending towards Su Feng, resting boldly upon his legs. With an air of authority, she proclaimed, Let us continue what we commenced earlier. Su Feng hesitated, not immediately succumbing to the urge to knead her feet, instead lost in contemplation. It appeared that his teacher truly harbored no reservations. He pondered whether it was the influence of the Rakshasa divine power at play in the past. His teacher would have exhibited a modicum of modesty, Yet today, she seemed audaciously unashamed. Most astonishingly, she even uttered phrases about lifting her skirt and allowing his hand to venture beneath. Such behavior was utterly outrageous. I must test the waters, he thought. Although his teacher's prior explanation held a semblance of validity, as her disciple, he felt an obligation to support her. Yet, a nagging sensation lingered in his mind, suggesting that the Rakshas's sinister influence had resurfaced. Otherwise, her demeanor would not have shifted so ambiguously. A hum of realization surged within him. His eyes sparkled with a hint of celestial brilliance, imbued with a unique Taoist resonance, a method he employed to sense fluctuations in power. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The Rakshasa divine power was at work. Su Feng's gaze fell upon Bibi Dong, where he detected an elusive ripple of divine energy, much like the previous encounter. This subtle wave could ensnare the heart and soul, providing insidious suggestions to guide her decisions toward darker inclinations during her moments of hesitation. These whispers were akin to a devil's murmurs, subtly offering reminders when one least expected it. This should not be. He had administered the tranquility pill earlier. How could the Rakshas's malevolent thoughts still persist? Su Feng found himself perplexed, yet he knew the course of action to take. Without a second thought, he retrieved a pill from his collection, not the ordinary tranquility pill, but a superior variant, the VIP tranquility pill. Both pills shared the same effect of dispelling all negative influences. But the distinction lay in the latter's enduring nature. Once Bibi Dong ingested this pill, she would remain impervious to the Rakshasa divine power's influence for an extended period. Thus, Su Feng extended the pill towards Bibi Dong, donning an innocent smile as he said, "Teacher, once you consume this, you may have me assist you with your massage for as long as you desire." Unbeknownst to him, his intentions had already been overheard by Bibi Dong. "This little rascal seeks to have me consume such a concoction again. This time, I shall not yield, no matter the circumstances." Upon gazing at the heart-purifying pill, Bibi Dong instinctively felt a sense of aversion. The reason was straightforward. Following the recent events concerning Su Nai, it was this very substance that had eradicated her malevolent thoughts, leaving her overwhelmed with shame, to the point where she could not bear to face her disciple for an entire week. Moreover, her actions last night had crossed a line. She had delved into her disciple's body and had done so on 2 occasions. Should she consume the heart-purifying pill once more? She feared that her recently suppressed sense of shame would resurface, causing her such distress that she would wish to burrow into the earth, ultimately leading to a prolonged estrangement from her disciple and, consequently, a resurgence of misunderstandings. Contemplating these matters, Bibi Dong promptly seized the pill but refrained from ingesting it, instead placing it within her soul guide device. "Master, what do you mean by this?" Su Feng's expression stiffened. Bibi Dong's lips curled in a self-satisfied smirk as she proclaimed, "Humph. You may massage first, and then I shall partake." Yet, beneath her words lay a premeditated resolve. She intended to discreetly discard the elixir when her disciple was not paying attention. But this elixir was extraordinary, with potential for profit, in any case. The notion of her consuming it was utterly inconceivable to her. Noticing Bibi Dong's reluctance, Su Feng's expression grew serious. "Teacher, please do not jest with your disciple. That elixir is truly of great importance to you. I implore you to consume it swiftly." The sinister influence of the Rakshasa once again loomed, and Su Feng regarded it with utmost gravity. He was determined to prevent his teacher from acting in an uncharacteristic manner, for that was not the mentor he knew, nor the one he desired. "Then can you enlighten me on the purpose of this elixir?" Bibi Dong inquired with a teasing smile. Su Feng found himself momentarily speechless. How could he possibly articulate this? After a prolonged silence, his expression turned more earnest as he implored, "Teacher, please trust your disciple and take the elixir without delay. I assure you it will not harm you." Seeing Su Feng's unwavering resolve, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of helplessness. She then retrieved the pure heart elixir and returned it to Su Feng's hands, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Disciple, your goodwill is appreciated, but I assure you, I shall never consume this elixir." But Su Feng's brow furrowed as he attempted to reason further, only to be interrupted by Bibi Dong. "You foolish disciple." Bibi Dong could perceive that her disciple genuinely cared for her, which warmed her heart. Unable to resist the impulse, she gently embraced her disciple, leaning her delicate head closer to the other's ear, and softly exhaled a warm breath. Master, what are you doing?" Su Feng's body stiffened, and his ears instantly turned crimson. "Silly disciple." Bibi Dong gently exhaled, nearly grazing Su Feng's earlobe, her words flowing with unparalleled tenderness. "Of course, my dear disciple, I am aware that you would never wish me harm. However, do you truly comprehend that what you believe to be beneficial for me may not necessarily align with my own desires?" The power of the Rakshasa is inherently a symbol of malevolence and darkness. To bear such strength is to inevitably succumb to the insidious influences of Rakshas's wicked thoughts. Unless one possesses a prowess that approaches or even surpasses that of the Rakshasa deity, thus allowing for the unrestrained wielding of this power. This, Bibi Dong was all too cognizant of, yet she was resolute in her refusal to consume the heart-purifying pill once more. For, in a certain sense, the resurgence of this Rakshasa malevolence was a consequence of her own making, a subconscious summoning on her part. Coughing. Feeling the sudden embrace and the weight of the other's legs pressing down on him, Feng experienced an overwhelming discomfort and could not help but gently push against her, saying, "Teacher, could you please release me so we may converse?" "Disciple," she replied, "there are words I have long held within my heart. Are you willing to listen?" Bibi Dong clung to him even tighter, ultimately settling directly onto his lap. Reminiscent of a young couple, perhaps she was unaware of her own actions, driven purely by instinct, fearing that Feng might push her away. Feng found himself somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Why had the teacher suddenly become so sentimental? He pondered, having done nothing to provoke such a response. Despite his confusion, noticing a hint of grievance in Bibi Dong's demeanor stirred a sense of compassion within him. He chose not to push her away, but instead gently patted her back, offering soothing words. "Speak your mind. I am listening. Disciple, hold on to your master. I shall speak further." Her voice, akin to the gentle chirping of insects yet tinged with a touch of vulnerability, only deepened Feng's bewilderment, but he still embraced her lightly. "Hold a little tighter." "Oh, how are you holding me? Are you using your elbows? Are you that afraid of touching your master? Then how should I hold you?" Of course. Feng, seemingly in need of guidance, remained as stiff as a wooden puppet. Bibi Dong felt an inexplicable annoyance and promptly pinched his waist sharply. Feng inhaled sharply. "You truly are dense." Bibi Dong mumbled under her breath, then seized one of Feng's hands and placed it on her waist, while using his other hand to clasp her leg. Thus, she nestled comfortably into Feng's embrace and, in that moment, transformed into a delicate woman, utterly reliant on him. She held him tightly, resting her head against his chest, as if wishing to remain in his arms forever, savoring his warmth and tenderness. However, Feng did not forget the matter at hand, promptly reminding her, "Teacher, do you not have something to discuss with your disciple?" Although Bibi Dong's actions were undeniably unusual and laden with ambiguity, Feng felt little surprise. He was already aware of the underlying cause. It was evidently the work of the malevolent influence of the Rakshasa. "The thoughts reside in my heart. Would you like to sense them?" At that moment, a mischievous smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as her slender fingers pointed to her chest. Then she grasped Feng's hand and pulled it towards her. "Wait." Feng jolted, hastily withdrawing his hand, casting a glare at Bibi Dong, intending to scold. What madness is this? However, upon observing the faint crimson glow in her eyes, he realized that his teacher had likely succumbed to the corrupting influence of the Rakshasa. How had things escalated so abruptly? This was rather absurd. Feng found himself once again engulfed in confusion, attributing it to the nefarious influence of the Rakshasa. It appeared that he had no choice but to forcibly administer the calming heart pill to her. With this thought, Feng reached out to grasp Bibi Dong's chin, applying pressure to pry her mouth open, ready to thrust the pill inside. However, just as he retrieved the pill, the crimson light in Bibi Dong's eyes vanished, replaced by her furious exclamation, "Disciple, what are you doing? You are hurting your master." Feng's lips twitched slightly, his face contorted in confusion, instinctively releasing his grip. What on earth is happening? Was he the teacher just afflicted by the malevolent influence of the Rakshasa? How did she manage to break free? Could it be that she possesses the ability to control whether the Rakshas's sinister thoughts affect her mind? Otherwise, how could she alternate between moments of clarity and confusion? Upon hearing her disciple's thoughts, Bibi Dong's delicate features stiffened. This little rascal was as unresponsive as a block of wood just moments ago. How has he suddenly become so astute? Bibi Dong harbored a few resentful thoughts in her heart, but in the next moment, a faint red glow reappeared in her eyes, albeit much weaker than before. As this crimson hue surfaced, her previously calm countenance revealed a tender side once more. The disciple, Bibi Dong, reached out to grasp Feng's hand that held the clear heart pill, her demeanor somewhat pitiful as she implored, "Master, I wish to refrain from consuming this any longer. Please keep it safe for me, if you would." Seeing Bibi Dong in such a state left Feng utterly bewildered. One might argue that she was not in her right mind, yet when she attempted to forcibly administer the pill, she was able to intervene. On the other hand, if one were to assert that she was lucid, Her display of vulnerability and dependence on him seemed to suggest otherwise, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. At that moment, Bibi Dong nestled her head once again in Su Feng's embrace, nuzzling against him before stating, "The words I intended to say earlier can now be shared with you. Would you like to hear them?" "Master, please speak," Su Feng replied. Taking a deep breath and clenching his fist, he sensed that Bibi Dong might have been playing with him earlier, perhaps unaffected by the malevolent influence of the Rakshasa. Nevertheless, after hearing what Bibi Dong had to say, he pondered, "Disciple, do you know?" In truth, Bibi Dong spoke extensively, her words imbued with a gentle softness. Once she finished, Su Feng stood frozen, his entire being seemingly suspended in time, while his mind was bombarded by a cacophony of thunderous thoughts. In these past couple of days, the transformation in Bibi Dong was profound and perplexing. At last, Su Feng began to comprehend, clutching Su Feng's hand ever tighter. Bibi Dong nestled her head against his chest, her words imbued with a sense of grievance and helplessness. "Bayer, I cannot bear to be without you. Do not worry. My disciple, I shall always remain by your side." In that moment, Su Feng's countenance softened considerably, for the first time. He felt an overwhelming tenderness for the woman in his embrace. Instinctively, he drew her closer, gently caressing her back in hopes of offering her solace. Crack, crack, crack. Su Feng clenched his fists, producing a series of sharp, explosive sounds, and within his eyes glimmered an unprecedented cold light. Perhaps it was the first time he experienced such intense anger, and equally, the first time he harbored such fierce intent to kill. 075, The Spirit of Malice. Read after, 1. As the snow fell softly beneath the flying carriage, Bayer implored, "Promise me, do not eliminate her, will you?" After Bibi Dong confided in Su Feng about the secret that had long weighed on her heart, her emotions became quite agitated. She tightly embraced him, nestling herself in his arms, her eyes sparkling like stars, subtly tinged with a hint of crimson. Su Feng remained silent, his face etched with concern. According to Bibi Dong, following a cataclysmic explosion the previous day, an image of the future had inexplicably manifested in her mind. In this vision, she was defeated by a man named Tang San, pierced through the body by a blood-red sword, ultimately collapsing in a pool of her own blood. Beside her, Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong were seen embracing one another, openly criticizing her, branding her as a lunatic, and condemning her as a devil. Bibi Dong found it impossible to accept this outcome, convinced it was merely an illusion, a figment of her imagination. Yet, as such thoughts crossed her mind, a second vision emerged in her mind, a harrowing image of Su Feng meeting a tragic end at the hands of various powerful foes, his body left unrecognizable. A scene of utter devastation. It felt as though this was a warning. She must adhere to the outcome depicted in the first vision, or else face the grim fate illustrated in the second. Perhaps it was a cruel twist of destiny, dictating that she was ultimately to perish beneath the sword of one named Tang San, and anyone who dared to thwart this fate would meet their demise as well. With less than 20 years remaining until that fateful day, these visions struck her with suddenness, and Bibi Dong was reluctant to accept their reality. Yet an overwhelming fear gripped her, for the images bore an undeniable authority, compelling her to believe in their truth, that they would inevitably come to pass. Thus, she felt an urgent need to draw closer to her disciple, to spend more time by her side, but the nature of certain matters held her back, leaving her both apprehensive and embarrassed. In her desperation, she contemplated unleashing the malevolent thoughts within her, emboldening herself to seize the fleeting time left, for when the moment arrived, perhaps she would indeed fall to the sword of that person named Tang San. Consequently, a dark desire began to stir within her, akin to the previous malevolence she had experienced, a product of amplified yearning. However, while the earlier malevolence had been instigated by the Rakshasa deity, this new manifestation was born from the threat of the future visions that plagued Bibi Dong's mind. To be precise, the sinister influence that had been affecting her in recent days should not be termed the Rakshasa malevolence. It ought to be referred to as Bibi Dong's own malevolence. Most importantly, this dark thought had gained a degree of independence, possessing a consciousness of its own. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a spirit of malevolence. Although it was far from capable of seizing absolute control over Bibi Dong's body, it had begun to exert a significant influence on her mind and spirit. At this moment, Bibi Dong was indeed under the sway of this malevolent spirit, with her eyes turning crimson, a defining characteristic of its presence. Su Feng harbored deep concerns that this malevolent spirit might continue to grow stronger, ultimately consuming Bibi Dong entirely. Seeing Su Feng's silence, Bibi Dong assumed he still intended to eradicate this malevolent spirit, and anxiety welled within her. She nuzzled against his chest, her demeanor becoming pitifully endearing. her voice laced with a playful charm as she implored, "Will you promise me, master?" Su Feng, who was typically resistant to forceful demands, found himself softened by her display. Even though he recognized her behavior was influenced by the malevolent spirit. "I can agree to your request," he replied. "Master, I knew you were the best," she exclaimed. But then added coyly, but first, you must stop." "Oh no, I mean you should keep your head still. I have conditions," feeling overwhelmed by her persistent nuzzling. Su Feng's face flushed a deep crimson. "You may speak, and I shall comply with your request." However, Bibi Dong seemed indifferent to Su Feng, feeling the urge to touch and snuggle, as if she wished to be inseparably close, even merging into one. "Very well, I shall be direct," he declared. "I can temporarily spare this malevolent spirit, but should the day come when it poses a threat to your safety, I shall not hesitate to eradicate it." Su Feng possessed unwavering confidence in utilizing the tranquil heart pill to extinguish the spirit. The dilemma lay in the fact that the moment he produced the pill, the spirit would recoil, attempting to evade its demise. However, the spirit's attempts to evade were futile. As long as Bibi Dong consumed the tranquil heart pill, it could be vanquished. The crux of the matter was that, regardless of whether Bibi Dong was under the spirit's influence or in a lucid state, she steadfastly refused to take the pill. Resolutely intent on preserving the malevolent spirit, Su Feng could only relent, unwilling to compel Bibi Dong to engage in an act she detested. "Very well, I promise you. Should that day ever arrive, I shall not stand in your way." A more profound smile adorned Bibi Dong's delicate face, and the crimson glimmer in her eyes intensified, particularly as her slender hand, which had been embracing Su Feng, audaciously roamed. Ultimately, it ventured into his trousers. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Su Feng's body trembled, abruptly pushing Bibi Dong away and springing to his feet. He shot her a fierce glare and exclaimed, "If you continue this way, I may very well reconsider." His gaze pierced through the void, delving deep into the essence of her soul, causing Bibi Dong's previously faintly flushed eyes to momentarily freeze. Subsequently, the crimson hue in Bibi Dong's eyes faded, leaving only clarity and brilliance. It appeared that she had regained her composure and recognized the shame of her previous actions, her cheeks blossoming with a rosy hue as she dared to murmur an apology. "I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean to do that." Observing her sincere expression of regret, Su Feng felt somewhat exasperated. "It's all right. You were merely influenced by the malevolent spirit. I bear you no ill will." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong exhaled in relief. Just then, the crimson glimmer in her eyes flared up once more, albeit fleetingly before vanishing. Bibi Dong then sported a contemplative expression. "So that's how it is." After a moment, she seemed to grasp the situation and looked at Su Feng with a playful smirk. "Hee, my dear disciple. You have spared the malevolent spirit this time. It has sent me to express its gratitude to you." "Surprised? Thank you." Su Feng was taken aback. Bibi Dong further conveyed, "She asked me to tell you not to perceive her in such a negative light. She is merely a manifestation of desire, a vessel of wicked thoughts, yet she harbors no malevolence and would not harm others without reason, so rest assured." Bibi Dong's expression turned triumphant. "My master is not in any danger. Please refrain from incessantly feeding me that substance." Su Feng's lips twitched in response. "What do you mean by incessantly feeding? You have only consumed it once, for goodness sake. This item is not as commonplace as cabbage. It is quite precious, you know? Furthermore," she expressed her disdain for the name evil thought spirit and desire to change. "If you wish to change it, then by all means, do so. What do you expect from me?" "She sought your suggestion. Zhao Taigang. Wang Taizhu. Guzi. Smack." Seeing Su Feng entirely unconcerned, Bibi Dong immediately struck him, admonishing, "Be serious. How about Bibi Shi then? This way, the two of you could unite and become good sisters, a delightful combination." Smack. Bibi Dong could not help but strike again. "You little rascal. How dare you jest with your teacher?" Coughing, Su Feng became serious. After deep contemplation, he declared, "Let us name her Red Queen." Each time the spirit of malevolence manifested, the teacher's eyes would turn crimson. This name serves as a fitting metaphor. Now that sounds appropriate. Henceforth, she shall be known as the Red Queen. Through their connection, Bibi Dong sensed that the spirit of malevolence seemed quite pleased with this name, and she could not help but feel a sense of joy for it. After all, this spirit was born of her own essence and, in a sense, represented a part of herself. Instinctively, she wished to regard it as kin. "You are you. And she is she. Should she entertain malicious thoughts, I shall not let her off lightly." However, Su Feng had no intention of treating the Red Queen kindly. His attitude irked Bibi Dong, but she merely retorted in frustration, "If you dare to mistreat the Red Queen without cause, I shall not spare you either." Although the Red Queen was merely a faint consciousness, she embodied Bibi Dong's desires magnified countless times. It could be said that all of the Red Queen's actions were a reflection of Bibi Dong. Anything Bibi Dong wished to do but hesitated or felt embarrassed to pursue, the Red Queen could undertake on her behalf. Just as last night, without the Red Queen's influence, Bibi Dong might have never been able to convince herself to engage in such acts with her disciple, let alone twice. It was precisely for these reasons that Bibi Dong insisted on preserving the Red Queen. Thus, when she needed assistance or had reservations, the Red Queen could step in to fill the void. It was time to deal with Lu Erlong, the Hell Dragon Hunter, in the flying chariot. Su Feng had no desire to engage with Bibi Dong any further. After finding a spot to recline, his consciousness entered the chaotic realm of the hellish prison. Although Bibi Dong had not mentioned the concept of the heavenly path during her confessions, Su Feng had already concluded that her ability to perceive those images and her sense of threat were undoubtedly the handiwork of the heavenly path. The heavenly path's objective was straightforward: to restore the disturbed realities to their rightful order, ensuring that the overarching narrative remained unaffected. This narrative involved Tang San attaining the godhood of both the Shura god and the Sea god, subsequently usurping the angelic position of Qian Renxue and slaying Bibi Dong, who was on the path to becoming the Rakshasa god. Initially, Su Feng believed that by placing his teacher on the system's protection list, she would no longer be impacted by the heavenly path. However, he had not anticipated that the heavenly path would resort to such ruthless measures, threatening his life to correct the so-called predetermined script. Since they had reached this point, it was time for him to take matters more seriously. A multitude of thoughts arose within Su Feng. Was he afraid of the heavenly path? Fear is utterly unfounded. Had it not been for the exhaustion of cultivation, I would have long since transcended to the realm of supremacy. Yet, Su Feng's abstention from cultivation does not imply a resignation to the will of the heavens. Rather, he opts for an alternative approach to confront the celestial order by fostering a formidable force to aid him in his endeavors. Presently, Su Feng is poised to venture into the realm of chaos, seeking to enlist the services of Lu Erlong. As for the rationale behind selecting Lu Erlong, a mere soul saint, the reasoning is straightforward. Within the chaotic realm, everything exists in its primordial and most fundamental state. If one cannot thrive amid the ruins, it signifies that the realm of chaos necessitates substantial human and material resources for its development. Only then can it transform into a genuine paradise, a breathtaking landscape of mountains and rivers. So, how does one cultivate the realm of chaos? The answer is simple. One need only contract life forms to serve as guardians of the chaotic realm, assigning them to appropriate positions to fulfill this purpose. For instance, one might seek a female martial spirit endowed with the prowess of flames, appointing her as the guardian of the hellish cage, known as the Dragon Hunter of Hell. Such a choice would grant dominion over all punitive measures employed within the confines of the cage. Even in the absence of Su Feng from the realm of chaos, the hellish cage would continue to function seamlessly, perpetually generating passive rewards for him. Beyond the Dragon Hunter of Hell, numerous other positions await. For example, the ruler of the Midsummer Night, tasked with the overall greening and aesthetic enhancement of the chaotic realm. To assume this role, one must locate a soul master with a profound affinity for flora, though spirit beasts would suffice as well. It is evident that Lu Erlong is a fitting candidate for the role of Dragon Hunter of Hell, coupled with her history with Xiaogang. Appointing Lu Erlong to this position and allowing her to torment Xiaogang would undoubtedly yield considerable amusement. Thus, Su Feng naturally chose Lu Erlong. Su Feng, come out. If you possess any courage, then kill me. What does it mean to confine me here? Upon entering, Su Feng was immediately met with Lu Erlong's furious cries. Turning his gaze, he found her ensnared within a cell of the hellish cage. Fortunately, this particular cell lacked the heart flame, sparing her from the relentless torment Xiaogang endured. Do you not wish to see Xiaogang? He is right here. With a mere thought, Su Feng's figure materialized outside Lu Erlong's cell. Su Feng, do you truly believe I am a naive child, gullibly swallowing your fabrications? Lu Erlong glared at him, convinced he was toying with her. After all, in the wake of such a catastrophic explosion, even a Title Douluo would likely perish. How could Xiaogang possibly still be alive? Yet Su Feng offered no explanation, merely snapping his fingers habitually. In that instant, the metallic lock binding the cell vanished, and the door swung open. What is this place? Lu Erlong stepped out of the cell and confronted Su Feng, her gaze fixed intently upon him. What do you intend by bringing me here? Enough with the idle chatter. Follow me. I wish to introduce you to someone, Su Feng replied tersely, offering no further clarification as he strode in a specific direction. Lu Erlong, brimming with indignation, nearly resorted to violence. However, recalling the presence of the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, who might be nearby to protect Su Feng, she restrained herself. Fearing another slap to the face, a sensation akin to being struck by a heavy iron plate, decidedly unpleasant. Ah, it's so hot. So hot. Before long, Su Feng led Lu Erlong to a location not far from Xiao Gang's cell, where anguished cries echoed in the air. Xiao Gang. It's Xiao Gang. Upon hearing that voice and witnessing his excruciating state, Lu Erlong's face flooded with concern and empathy, her figure darting forward in an instant. Thud. However, in this domain that belonged to Su Feng, he merely snapped his fingers, and Lu Erlong found herself frozen in place, utterly incapable of movement. Xiao Gang. It is truly a relief that you are alive. Do not worry, I shall come to rescue you shortly. Seeing that Xiao Gang was unharmed, Lu Erlong was overcome with joy, as if an inexhaustible strength surged within her, compelling her to struggle and rush to his aid. Alas! Despite her desperate cries and wide-open eyes, all her efforts were rendered futile, tightly sealed by an unyielding force. Do not waste your efforts. I did not bring you here merely to witness your sentimental exchanges with Xiao Gang, Su Feng remarked coolly. Subsequently, he extended one hand, reaching through the air towards Xiao Gang, his fingers curling like claws as he forcefully drew forth a stream of luminous energy, which encapsulated fragments of Xiao Gang's memories along with some unsavory thoughts. Within this chaotic realm, every spirit was under Su Feng's absolute dominion. He could effortlessly extract both memories and innermost musings. I hope that after truly understanding Xiao Gang, you can emerge from this tragedy. Su Feng, what do you intend to do? Under Lu Erlong's vigilant gaze, Su Feng directly infused that stream of light into her forehead. This luminous essence instantly plunged Lu Erlong into a deep dream. This dream endured for an eternity, revealing countless scenes, each one featuring Xiao Gang. However, what Lu Erlong found unbearable was that everything she witnessed was in stark contrast to her previous beliefs. One particular scene depicted a moment from over half a year ago. Shortly after they had met, Xiao Gang, tirelessly studying methods of cultivation and the fusion of martial spirits, wore an expression of utmost focus and seriousness. Another scene recalled a recent moment where he had consumed poison, the HHN water, on her behalf. Beyond these, innumerable images illuminated Xiao Gang's profound knowledge and his unwavering integrity. Were she to view only these scenes, Lu Erlong would naturally perceive Xiao Gang as an exceptionally remarkable man, believing that all his past actions were motivated solely for her sake. However, when Lu Erlong heard Xiao Gang's inner thoughts, she was left utterly astounded. Bibi Dong, you wretched woman. How dare you engage in ambiguous dealings with your disciple Su Feng behind my back? And further, how could you cripple my legs, forcing me to crawl back to the heavenly capital empire? Your heart is truly ruthless. Let this be. For you have not only stripped away my dignity but also rendered me incapable of bearing offspring. You are truly despicable. Thankfully, I encountered Lu Erlong, a woman so foolish it is beyond comprehension. I casually displayed a few skills, and to my surprise, I managed to win her heart. Just look at her. I dare say she would willingly embrace death for me. Ha ha ha. This is fortuitous, with this dim-witted woman by my side. I may finally exact my revenge on those two scoundrels, Bibi Dong and Su Feng. Ah ha ha. It turns out that my previous so-called research into cultivation was merely a ruse to take revenge on Su Feng through her. From beginning to end, she has been nothing but a tool, a mere backup. Alas, it seems that Fran has also developed feelings for Lu Erlong. If I were to suddenly establish a relationship with her, I fear that, given Fran's nature, he would cast aside the golden iron triangle. I cannot allow such a thing to transpire. From this day forth, I must maintain a distance from Lu Erlong and Fran's presence. Only thus will Fran not abandon the iron triangle due to the loss of his pursuit. This simply cannot happen. If Fran were to leave, who would assist me in the fusion of martial spirits? Who would help me seek vengeance against Su Feng and the others? If the earlier cultivation methods were deception, then what follows is mere pretense. In this dream, Lu Erlong witnessed many shared memories and heard countless thoughts from Xiao Gang. The more she observed and listened, the more her heart shattered. How could this be? This cannot be real. It must be an illusion concocted by Su Feng. Unable to accept what she saw and heard, Lu Erlong collapsed to the ground, cradling her head in her hands, repeatedly murmuring, I do not believe this. It cannot be true. In an instant, she seemed to descend into despair. Well, you have seen all that you need to see. Su Feng again tapped Lu Erlong's brow and asked, Now, do you wish to save Xiao Gang? Although Lu Erlong had longed to eliminate him to avenge Xiao Gang, Su Feng did not harbor hatred towards her, Rather, he perceived her as an exceedingly tragic and pitiable woman. Upon learning the truth, Lu Erlong was utterly devastated. I do not believe this. It cannot be real. Though she had discerned Yu Xiaojiang's true nature in the dream, she felt that Su Feng had played a trick on her. With unwavering conviction, she declared, "What I just saw must be an illusion you fabricated. The reality is certainly not as such." In her eyes, Xiaojiang cared for her deeply, and she felt his genuine concern. Now, confronted with such a shocking truth, she found it impossible to accept. Su Feng, seemingly anticipating Lu Erlong's reaction, calmly replied, "Whether it is true or not, you can simply test it for yourself." "What do you mean?" Lu Erlong furrowed her brows tightly. Just then, Su Feng gently snapped his fingers, and a blood-red dragon head inscription materialized within the confines of the hell cage, subsequently drifting towards the center of Lu Erlong's forehead. "This realm is known as the hell cage. Any being that perishes at my hands shall be confined here in the form of a restless spirit. The likes of Yu Xiaojiang, for instance, finds himself trapped in this very place due to my actions." Su Feng elucidated the general nature of the hell cage to Lu Erlong, then intensified his tone. "As for the inscription before you, it grants you the ability to perceive the innermost thoughts of every wraith here, whether they utter falsehoods or harbor certain thoughts, you shall be fully aware." Upon completing his explanation, a playful smile graced Su Feng's face as he added, "Should you wish to probe Yu Xiaojiang's heart personally, then seize it." There were unspoken truths that Su Feng withheld. This inscription is a legacy of the Dragon Hunter of Hell. Once embraced, Lu Erlong would be entirely under Su Feng's dominion. Her life and death no longer her own. Furthermore, Su Feng could forcibly manipulate Lu Erlong's actions, compelling her to obey even as she desperately struggled within. "Very well. I shall accept it." Yet, at that moment, Lu Erlong was solely focused on uncovering the truth, her mind unclouded by other considerations. As she promptly accepted the blood-colored dragon head mark, boom! In an instant, a surge of potent energy erupted centered around Lu Erlong. She felt an overwhelming sense of affinity and an unbreakable connection with the hell cage, as if it were an extension of her own being. Confronted with this sudden transformation, Lu Erlong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Here, the flames no longer scorched and seared her. Instead, they radiated warmth and comfort. Most importantly, just as Su Feng had indicated, Lu Erlong could directly sense whatever thoughts were occupying Yu Xiaojiang's mind. "Su Feng, may I be released now?" "Certainly." Su Feng lifted the restraints binding Lu Erlong, and her attention swiftly returned to Yu Xiaojiang as she approached his cell. It appeared that the performance was about to commence. Su Feng smiled faintly, his form gradually becoming ethereal. From the shadows, he would observe, unseen by both Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang. Erlong. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang noticed Lu Erlong outside the cell, his face instantly filled with astonishment. "How did you arrive here?" "Wait. The fact that you are here is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that if you can enter, you can surely let me out." "Ah ha ha ha." There is indeed a glimmer of hope. With this thought, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly began shouting frantically, "Erlong, quickly, unlock the door. Let us escape together." Upon hearing this, a tumult of emotions surged within Lu Erlong. She had not anticipated that Su Feng's words rang true. She could indeed sense Yu Xiaojiang's innermost thoughts. As Lu Erlong, able to listen to the depths of another's heart, posed her most pressing inquiry, she asked, "Xiaojiang, answer me honestly, have you ever deceived me?" "Erlong, what nonsense are you speaking?" Yu Xiaojiang responded almost instantaneously, "I have always regarded you as my closest person. How could I ever deceive you?" Something felt amiss. Why would Erlong innocently ask such questions? Had she uncovered something? Or had that scoundrel Su Feng said something to her? The more Yu Xiaojiang contemplated, the more uneasy he became, prompting him to exclaim, "Erlong, have you been influenced by someone else's malicious insinuations? Do not believe such things. I have never deceived you. You must trust me." Upon hearing his words, Lu Erlong sensed no anomaly and felt a wave of relief wash over her, coupled with Yu Xiaojiang's exceedingly sincere gaze. She was deeply moved and responded, "Yes, I believe you. I knew you would never lie to me." With that, Lu Erlong prepared to dismantle the prison door in her intent to free Yu Xiaojiang. However, having received the blood-red dragon head mark, she had become a hell dragon hunter, capable of wielding a significant portion of the power within this infernal prison. Thus, merely by contemplating it, the prison door swung open, and she promptly dashed inside. "Erlong, you have done well." Yu Xiaojiang's expression brightened with joy as he strained against the iron chains binding his limbs and urgently exclaimed, "Quick, break these chains off me, and we can escape together. I promise, from now on, I will protect you." "All right," Lu Erlong replied, equally exhilarated. Indeed, Xiao Gang had not deceived her. He genuinely cared for her. Her heart swelled with emotion, yet at that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's thoughts echoed in her mind. Fortunately, he had regarded this foolish woman as a backup. Otherwise, no one would have come to rescue him from this dreadful place. And he would have surely fallen into the hands of that scoundrel Su Feng. Su Feng, you surely did not anticipate that ere long would come to my rescue. Ha ha ha. Once we leave this place, I will take Lu Erlong far away. My first act will be to indulge in her. Especially since Flander has already betrayed us, and I no longer need to heed his gaze. Erlong's figure is exquisite, truly delightful to toy with. As he envisioned escaping this dreadful place, Yu Xiaojiang's heart became filled with anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts caused Lu Erlong, who was poised to release his chains, to suddenly halt. Xiaogang, you. Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, fixing him with a discerning gaze while her lips trembled. What were you just saying? Yu Xiaojiang. Without a moment's thought, blurted out, I said, once we leave here, I will take you to a safe place where no one will disturb our lives. What's wrong? Do you not like that? Damn it. You foolish idiot. What is the matter with you? Hurry and unlock these chains. If you dawdle any longer, Su Feng may come at any moment. Do you not realize your ineptitude is more hindrance than help? Lu Erlong stood frozen in place, enveloped in silence for an extended period. Erlong? Erlong? Upon noticing Lu Erlong's unusual demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted to one of concern. What troubles you? Speak your mind, and I shall assist you in resolving it. Damn it, how could this foolish woman be so unreliable at such a crucial moment? If we do not escape soon, we may find ourselves trapped here for good. It seems I must first appease this foolish girl. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Yu Xiaojiang suppressed his emotions and feigned concern. Erlong, have you been reminded of something distressing? Lu Erlong gazed at Yu Xiaojiang, remaining silent. Yet her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, as if her cherished hopes were slowly shattering. Erlong, what is truly troubling you? Yu Xiaojiang felt an unexplainable panic rise within him at the sight of Lu Erlong's state. Xiaojiang, please be honest with me, Lu Erlong said. Her fists clenched tightly as she fought to hold back her tears. Throughout our acquaintance, have you ever harbored feelings for me? Despite already knowing the answer, her heart shattered into pieces, yet Lu Erlong clung to a sliver of hope that, even if he had used her, he had at least once genuinely cared for her. Erlong, why do you suddenly ask such a question? Yu Xiaojiang's brow furrowed, his face clouded with disappointment. Have we not shared so many experiences and spent so much time together that you cannot perceive my feelings? As Lu Erlong demanded a definitive answer, Yu Xiaojiang's expression grew resolute, filled with sincerity. The person I cherish most in this life is you. Your figure is so exquisite, with perfect curves, what man could resist? I dare say one could indulge for an entire year without feeling satiated. Yet, it is a pity that although Erlong is stunning, among the most beautiful women, she lacks the noble aura and flawless grace that Bibi Dong possesses. However, these considerations seem trivial now, once they escape this place. He could indulge in intimate moments with Erlong, who, being so devoted, would surely not refuse him. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's declarations, Lu Erlong's entire body trembled with rage. This was not the kind of affection she desired. Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang observed as Lu Erlong quaked, mistakenly believing she was once again moved to tears by his words. He felt a sense of accomplishment but still suppressed his excitement. Erlong, could you help me unshackle these chains? Our foremost priority is to escape from here. What on earth is wrong with this foolish girl? If she does not act soon, it will truly be too late. Yuxiagang grew increasingly anxious. Unable to contain his voice as he exclaimed, Erlong, I promise you, once we leave this place, I will marry you, and we shall live a good life together. Shall we? Marry me? Upon hearing these words, Lu Erlong could no longer restrain the fury that burned within her. Each word she uttered was enunciated with deliberate intensity. You are worthy? With that, Lu Erlong struck him with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed as Yuxiagang was sent sprawling. And had it not been for the chains that bound him, he might have spun through the air a dozen times. Erlong, what are you doing? As he landed, his face bore the marks of a substantial swelling, his mouth disfigured, as if he were a caricature of a deranged figure. In disbelief, Yuxiagang struggled to comprehend the transformation of the woman who had once been so obedient to him. What do you think I intend to do? Naturally, I want you, this scoundrel, to pay the price. At that moment, Lu Erlong, consumed by rage, appeared almost unhinged, her eyes tinged with crimson fury. Thus, Lu Erlong delivered another slap. Do not stop. Yuxiagang attempted to evade, but to no avail. The other side of his face felt as though it had been struck with iron, propelling him into the air once more. Blood and teeth mingled as he coughed violently. When he fell, his visage was utterly swollen, resembling that of a pig, and his mouth had distorted to the opposite side, rendering him a grotesque figure of a warrior. Yuxiagang, you truly deserve this fate. Even after delivering 2 slaps that had transformed him into a grotesque mess, Lu Erlong remained unsatisfied. Her final words dripped with resentment, and she lifted her foot to deliver a harsh kick to his dignity. The dull thud echoed in the air, as if time itself had frozen. Yuxiagang's face twisted in agony, a sensation akin to infinite torment for any man. He wished to scream, to unleash his pain, yet no sound escaped him. The intensity of the pain from below rendered him only capable of whimpering and curling into a fetal position, succumbing to convulsions. Is this the end? Impossible. Yuxiagang. I never anticipated your thoughts to be so sordid and hypocritical. Lu Erlong, still not appeased, raised her high heel once more, aiming for Yuxiagang's bloody dignity. Why did you deceive my feelings? Scoundrel. The sound of impact reverberated once more. You are truly despicable. Bang, bang, bang. Within the confines of the cage, rhythmic thuds resounded, akin to the beating of drums. It was a lamentable symphony, evoking sorrow in the listener and tears in the observer, perhaps. It was the most exquisite and unadorned melody in existence. In the shadows, witnessing the gruesome spectacle, Su Feng felt an involuntary tightening in his trousers and ultimately turned his gaze away, unable to endure the scene of bloodshed and brutality. How ruthless indeed, Su Feng mused, while simultaneously a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Due to the prisoner Yu Xiaojiang enduring the savage torment of the Hell Dragon Hunter, he has experienced inhumane suffering. You have achieved the first punishment of the Hell Dragon Hunter, and you are rewarded with the Hell Dragon Hunter set, a unique set exclusive to the Hell Dragon Hunter, complete with a full array of soul bones, the lifespan of which will increase with the cultivation of the Hell Dragon Hunter, with a base lifespan of 10,000 years and 1,000 points of Ling flat value. Ah, how splendid! Su Feng's heart soared with joy upon seeing the reward. It seemed that cultivating power through the Chaos Realm was indeed the most prudent path, according to the system's description. The Hell Dragon Hunter constituted a form of inherited power, rivaling the divine status of the angel god, if not surpassing it. Most importantly, upon accepting this inheritance, Lu Erlong's method of cultivation would transform. She would merely need to maintain the operation of the hellish cage, tormenting the souls within, thus allowing her to absorb their negative emotions and convert them into her own cultivation. Thus, at that moment, as Lu Erlong mercilessly tormented Yu Xiaojiang, her own cultivation surged, and in mere moments she had ascended 2 levels, completely oblivious to her rage-induced state. Enough. If you kick him any further, he will surely be killed. At last, Su Feng could no longer restrain himself. With a mere thought, a wall of flames emerged, separating Lu Erlong from Yu Xiaojiang. Don't stop me. I will kill this scoundrel. He deserves to die, she shrieked. Yet, even with the barrier in place, Lu Erlong continued her frenzied assault on Yu Xiaojiang, not with mere kicks, but with lethal strikes that sent the flaming wall reverberating with explosive sounds. At this juncture, Yu Xiaojiang had succumbed to unconsciousness, his ghostly form flickering perilously close to death. Damn it, what a loss, Su Feng thought as he glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, reluctantly producing a special elixir meant to restore the corporeal form of souls, administering it to the latter, causing his figure to stabilize. This elixir, worth at least 1,500 foot-lying flat points in the system store, had cost Su Feng dearly, considering he had just earned 1,000 points. All in all, he was at a loss of 500 points. This transaction was hardly advantageous. Oh no. Perhaps not a loss after all. After all, there remained a complete Hell Dragon Hunter set, did there not? However, from now on, one must not allow Lu Erlong to act recklessly. Moderation is essential for long-term development, as only then can one accumulate greater value and repose. Su Feng, I implore you. I beg you to allow me to eliminate him. Despite being obstructed, Lu Erlong remained resolute, her countenance radiating murderous intent, her eyes seemingly stained with blood, brimming with malice that instilled fear in all who beheld her. Observing her demeanor, Su Feng pondered deeply before inquiring. Do you wish to slay Yu Xiaojiang and then take your own life? Lu Erlong fell into silence. Indeed, she had contemplated death, for in this world, she could no longer envision anything worth cherishing. Su Feng felt a sinking sensation in his heart. You must not think this way. If you were to end your life, who would torment the spirits of the deceased for me? Who would help me accumulate value and repose? My losses would be insurmountable. After a moment of reflection, Su Feng promptly exclaimed, to kill Yu Xiaojiang so swiftly, do you not think it would be too merciful for him? Furthermore, Su Feng endeavored to reason with her. Reflect on your past experiences, the betrayal by your sect, the humiliation from your family, the loss of your home, and even the death of your only kin. The Lu family. Who is responsible for all this? Are you truly willing to die in such a pitiful manner? Do you not yearn for justice? Although Su Feng could exert control over Lu Erlong to prevent her from ending her life, a subordinate who is solely fixated on death operates with a vastly different efficiency than one devoted to service. He did not wish for Lu Erlong to become the former. Mother? Justice? As expected, when Su Feng mentioned the Lu family, a flicker of hope reignited upon her face, a reflection of her deepest regrets. Indeed. Sensing Lu Erlong's change of heart, Su Feng hastily continued to encourage her. Your mother, Lu Shi, was forsaken by your father, Yu Luomin, due to her lineage. For all these years, he has shown no intention of bringing you back to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, even allowing you to carry your mother's surname, completely disregarding your right to return to your ancestral roots. Do you consider this fair to you and your mother? Lu Erlong remained silent. Yet her clenched fist within her sleeve grew tighter. Oh, by the way, Su Feng seemed to recall something and added, as far as I know, Yu Yuanjin, the master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, is also your father's brother. He was the first to oppose your mother's return to the clan. Do you not wish to seek justice from him? They owe you much. With that, Su Feng ceased speaking, patiently awaiting Lu Erlong's response. Lu Erlong did not respond. But the bloodlust in her eyes had faded, replaced by tears that flowed like a torrential flood, unstoppable and wild. Lu Erlong lay limply on the ground. Her delicate hands clenched into fists, producing a cacophony of sounds, while her face bore an intricate tapestry of emotions, resentment, injustice, hatred, and helplessness intertwined. Why? Why must they treat me this way? Suddenly, Lu Erlong curled into a ball, wrapping her arms around her legs and burying her head in her knees. Mother. It is I, Erlong, who is to blame. I'm so selfish, only thinking of myself. In that moment, tears streamed down Lu Erlong's face, her sobs heart-wrenching. As if the entire world conspired against her. Beside her, Su Feng hesitated, feeling helpless. He could hardly bear to see a woman weep. Yet he was at a loss for words, left to wait in silence. After an indeterminate period, Su Feng observed that Lu Erlong's tears had subsided somewhat. And he finally spoke. Although I empathize with your plight, I must remind you that in this world, only the strong can dictate the rules and seek the justice they desire. Su Feng extended his hand towards Lu Erlong, a confident smile gracing his lips. If you wish to avenge your mother, then come work for me. Become the guardian of the hellish prison, the dragon hunter of the underworld, and you shall have the opportunity to achieve greatness. Work for you? Lu Erlong gazed at Su Feng, a hint of confusion in her eyes. You command formidable beings like Yu Guan and Gu Mei, while I am but a soul saint. What could I possibly do for you? There is much you can accomplish, such as tormenting you Xiaojiang, Su Feng replied, a grin spreading across his face as he swiftly outlined the responsibilities and benefits of being a dragon hunter of the underworld. Very well. I accept your offer. Upon learning that this role could expedite her quest for power, Lu Erlong hesitated no longer, extending her hand for him to help her rise. However, upon grasping Su Feng's palm, she could not suppress her astonishment. Why was his hand so soft? So tender and smooth? His skin was better cared for than her own. Was he truly a man? From now on, you shall be my subordinate. Do you understand? At the inquiry, Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback. For her gaze remained fixated on Su Feng, captivated by his stunning visage, one that could make the heavens pale and the sun and moon bow in shame. Previously, Lu Erlong had viewed Su Feng as an adversary, perceiving him as a rogue. Now, transformed from foe to ally, she took a closer look and realized he was indeed strikingly handsome beyond reason. What are you staring at? I'm asking you a question. Chastened by the rebuke, Lu Erlong quickly regained her composure. Your subordinate understands. That's good. From now on, you may address me by my name, or call me master if you prefer. No need for formalities. Yes, master. If only Su Feng knew the thought swirling in Lu Erlong's mind, he might reconsider his choice of a dragon hunter. For he certainly did not wish to recruit a woman who coveted his beauty, as it would only invite unnecessary complications. By the way, this is for you. At that moment, Su Feng produced the Hell Dragon Hunter set and presented it before Lu Erlong. What is this? She inquired. Do not ask too much. Wear it, and you shall understand, Su Feng replied. No? Lu Erlong misinterpreted, her cheeks flushing. Could you perhaps turn your head? Seeing her bashful demeanor, Su Feng's expression darkened, and his lips twitched slightly. I have no peculiar habit of watching others change their attire. Subsequently, Su Feng snapped his fingers. In a swift motion, the armor transformed into a crimson stream of light that surged towards Lu Erlong, and in an instant, she was clad in the set. The blood-red crystal armor and the fiery sword in her hand rendered her akin to a goddess of war, coupled with her slightly exposed skin and fully revealed flat abdomen. There was a mesmerizing allure to her figure. It looks quite good, Su Feng observed, his gaze lingering on her. Unintentionally, he was reminded of a skin from the game Honor of Kings, specifically the Crystal Dragon Hunter version of Hua Mulan, and the resemblance was uncanny. Could you please stop staring? Lu Erlong, feeling the discomfort of being scrutinized while donned in such revealing garments, felt her face grow even warmer. Ahem. You will get used to it, Su Feng said, turning to the side to cease his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he added, adapt well to your surroundings. If possible, I hope you can swiftly immerse yourself in your duties. Yes, my lord, Lu Erlong replied, and with that, Su Feng vanished. The Hell Dragon Hunter, what power does it truly possess? In the arena, Lu Erlong began to sense the transformation the armor bestowed upon her. The deeper she delved into its essence, the more profound her astonishment became. She felt, at the very least, capable of contending against foes of a significantly higher realm. Where is that rascal Yu Xiaojiang? Lu Erlong pondered, her initial shock fading as she realized that Yu Xiaojiang had already been concealed by Su Feng. A cold fury surged within her, a tempest of hatred rising instantaneously, perhaps due to her mother's influence. Lu Erlong harbored an intense aversion to men who toyed with emotions, much like her father, Yu Luomin, whose paternal identity she had never acknowledged, even wishing for his demise. If it weren't for Yu Luomin, her mother would not have endured such suffering and indignity. Now, she found herself ensnared once more in the deceit of Yu Xiaojiang, and this hatred compelled her to wish for his swift demise. Yet, she pondered, perhaps Su Feng was right, allowing that scoundrel to perish so easily would be too merciful. Instead, she resolved to torment him slowly, ensuring his suffering was profound, for that would be the most satisfying retribution. In doing so, she could hasten her own cultivation and swiftly seek justice for her mother. Lu Erlong pondered for a considerable time before gradually coming to a realization. Outside the flying chariot, Su Feng, having just regained consciousness, immediately became vigilant of his surroundings and was relieved to find his master meditating in repose. To be candid, Su Feng felt a twinge of fear. He dreaded that during his own venture into the realm of chaos, his master might be influenced by the alluring presence of Hong Ho and subsequently come to explore his vicinity with unwarranted familiarity. Should his master fall under such influence? It was certainly within the realm of possibility for such an act to occur, a prospect that Su Feng found utterly mortifying. With his master resting peacefully, Su Feng welcomed the opportunity for leisure, preparing to take a respite himself. However, before indulging in rest, he first drew back the curtains of the flying chariot to cast a glance at the heavens. Just that one glance was akin to piercing the firmament and transcending the void. The dragon hunter from the depths of hell was merely the beginning. I shall engage with you at my own pace. In the newly constructed Saintess Palace, 1 year later. Oh no, to be precise. This place is no longer referred to as the Saintess Sleeping Quarters. It should be called the Saintess Palace. Do not inquire why. The answer is evident. The Saintess Sleeping Quarters had been utterly destroyed a year ago, necessitating the construction of the grander and more magnificent Saintess Palace, which bears a semblance to the architectural style of the 21st century on Earth. As for the reason behind the destruction of the Saintess Sleeping Quarters, it can be attributed to Pope Qiang Sunji. A year prior, upon learning that Su Feng had fully matured into adulthood and was still cohabiting with Bibi Dong, the implications were unmistakable. Particularly evident were their daily interactions, which resembled those of a couple, embracing, affectionate gestures, even taking strolls hand in hand, all serving to substantiate their ambiguous relationship. Thus, in Qiang Sunji's eyes, Bibi Dong had undoubtedly lost her purity to Su Feng, rendering her unworthy of his papal status. Consequently, shortly after Su Feng and Bibi Dong returned from the Heaven Do Empire to the Spirit Hall, Qiang Sunji led dozens of Title Douluo and nearly 10 Title Douluo to besiege the Saintess Sleeping Quarters, including 3 offering Douluo. Under such overwhelming odds, Bibi Dong found herself unable to resist. She was almost instantly subdued, and the Saintess Sleeping Quarters was obliterated in an instant. In this dire situation, her only recourse was to escape the Spirit Hall with Su Feng. However, Su Feng had no intention of fleeing. Disciple, I implore you, do not be stubborn. Come with me, was Bibi Dong's heartfelt plea, almost in tears. Yet, faced with such a desperate predicament, any ordinary soul would surely tremble in fear. But Su Feng remained unfazed, even eager for a challenge. After all, he had amassed a treasure trove over 15 years. Confronting 10 Title Douluo was not akin to facing 10 limit Douluo, and thus he felt no fear. If these individuals sought death, he was more than willing to flex his muscles and send them all to the depths of hell, conveniently allowing Lu Erlong to assist him in accruing his laid-back value. However, just as Su Feng was about to reveal his true self and confront them, Qiang Sunji abruptly declared for all Title Douluo to retreat. This unexpected turn left Su Feng in astonishment. It is worth noting that Bibi Dong had previously slain several silver bishops and severely injured 2 Title Douluo. Qiang Sunji should not have so readily let her off the hook. Nevertheless, since Qiang Sunji had no intention of pursuing them further, Su Feng, naturally, chose to remain inactive and continue feigning normalcy. Unbeknownst to Su Feng, the reason Qiang Sunji opted to abandon the siege was due to his sensing the aura of purity within Bibi Dong through the secret techniques of his angel spirit, leading him to conclude that she was indeed still a virgin. It was precisely because he discovered Bibi Dong's chastity and that she had not succumbed to Su Feng that Qiang Sunji was willing to relent. After all, Bibi Dong was his designated successor, and he could not tolerate anyone tarnishing or possessing her. To him, such a transgression was akin to betrayal. Fortunately, he had not yet been betrayed. Yet, there was an unfortunate aspect. He felt as though he had been wronged. For Su Feng appeared to be living in blissful companionship with Bibi Dong, a situation that left him feeling quite vexed. He found himself powerless against Su Feng. For should he dare to take action against him, Bibi Dong would likely unleash her fury, leading to mutual destruction. Thus, Qian Sinji restrained himself, planning to act when Bibi Dong ascended to the rank of Title Douluo, at which point he could ensure the birth of a progeny with the most exceptional bloodline. When that time came, even if he were to exhaust all the resources of the Spirit Hall, he would not let Bibi Dong escape. As long as his father, Title Douluo, remained uninvolved, the blood-eyed great offering would not intervene, a tacit understanding between them. At this moment, within the Saintess Palace, it had transformed beyond a mere sleeping chamber. It not only encompassed all the features of the former Saintess's quarters but also introduced numerous pavilions and courtyards, including an integrated training ground. Most importantly, every area of the palace was adorned with an abundance of exquisite spiritual trees, plants, and flowers, which could serve both as ornamental beauty and medicinal resources available for harvesting at any time. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Saintess Palace had been crafted into a simplified utopia. In the training ground of the Saintess Palace, Yu Guan was supervising Hulina's south practice in place of Su Feng. Upon noticing her inclination to sneak away, he promptly intervened. "Miss Nana, you have yet to complete your training tasks today. You cannot afford to be lazy. Why is my senior brother allowed to slack off while I am not?" Yu Guan's lips twitched as he instinctively glanced at Su Feng, who was dozing off beside the training ground, then turned back to Hulina. "Ahem. Your senior brother's situation is unique." Again with the unique situation excuse. How many times must this be emphasized? Hearing those words, Hulina instinctively pouted, her frustration manifesting in a stomp of her foot. That lazy senior brother, all he knows is how to shirk his responsibilities. She cast an annoyed glance at Su Feng, who lay comfortably in the shade, seemingly lost in deep slumber, which only fueled her ire further. That lazy senior brother. The teacher assigned you to supervise me, not to nap. At this moment, Hulina had grown significantly taller and, with her penchant for adornment, though she still retained the appearance of a young girl, she exuded a beauty characteristic of blossoming youth. However, the sight of Su Feng lounging while she was burdened with the need to train only intensified her anger, prompting her to march toward him. "Miss Nana, you absolutely must not." Yu Guan called out hastily. "Young Master Su specifically entrusted me to ensure your training. You cannot be lazy." While his face expressed urgency, internally, Yu Guan harbored a different desire. He secretly hoped Hulina would rouse that scoundrel Su Feng, allowing him the opportunity to escape. Hence, after feigning urgency for a few moments, he stepped aside, watching as Hulina approached Su Feng with increasing determination, barely suppressing a chuckle as he thought to himself, "Ah, the wicked shall find their match." However, his smile did not last long, abruptly ceasing. "Senior brother," Hulina called. "Yu Guan says you cannot be lazy. You must get up quickly." As she approached Su Feng, her petite hand grasped his shoulder and shook it vigorously while she sweetly urged, "Senior brother, Yu Guan says you need to wake up." Boom. Thunder. Upon witnessing this, Yu Guan felt as if his mind was struck by a thunderclap, leaving him frozen in shock. Then, a surge of indignation roared within him, akin to a bear's cry. Yu Guan could never have anticipated that Hulina, despite her tender age, possessed such a wicked heart, This was tantamount to a death sentence for him. Over the past year, he had compiled a list of the top 10 taboos of the Saintess Palace. And one of the most critical rules was, under no circumstances should one disturb Su Feng while he slumbers, for the consequences would be dire, extremely dire. Not long ago, Xiu and Yin had been embroiled in a quarrel, which fortuitously roused the sleeping Su Feng. Without a second thought, Su Feng had summoned the ghostly specter to administer a severe beating to the two, leaving them with swollen posteriors, unable to rise from their beds for several days, still languishing in a prone position. Now, Miss Laina had placed this burden upon him, and he could only dread the punishment Su Feng would mete out. If the specter were to strike him, or even worse, if he were to face a most humiliating fate, it would be a shame greater than any physical assault. Who has disturbed my slumber? At that moment, Su Feng awoke. Yu Guan jolted, hastily explaining, young Master Su Feng, the situation is as follows. Yet, before Yu Guan could clarify, Hu Laina had already clung to Su Feng's arm, pointing at him with an innocent expression, declaring, Senior brother, it was Yu Guan. He instructed me to wake you, insisting you could not be idle and must supervise my training. Oh, I see. Su Feng, still dazed from sleep, was indifferent to the specifics and instinctively blamed Yu Guan. His gaze, now filled with a menacing intensity, bore down upon Yu Guan. All the weeds of the Saintess Palace are your responsibility. The entire Saintess Palace? Yu Guan's body stiffened, his lips quivering. Of course. What? Do you have an objection? Cough, cough. None at all. Yu Guan's face darkened. The Saintess Palace was vast, with weeds seemingly sprouting everywhere, and after addressing the existing ones, new ones would undoubtedly emerge. This task could stretch into eternity. At that moment, Su Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. You are forbidden from seeking assistance, using soul power, or being lazy. Otherwise, prepare for your demise. Damn it, you might as well declare this an indefinite labor sentence. Tears streamed down Yu Guan's face. Yet he could only grumble inwardly. Are you not going? Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Yu Guan departed from the training ground, his face etched with sorrow. Yet, prior to his exit, he cast a disdainful glance at Hu Laina, who cheekily stuck out her tongue at him, as if to say, Oh, don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your little schemes. This only served to further incite his ire. After punishing Yu Guan, Su Feng's morning irritability seemed to have dissipated, and he became fully aware that Laina had deceived him. After all, given Yu Guan's timid nature, how could he dare to provoke him? Thus, Su Feng reached out to pinch Hu Laina's cheek and scolded, You little rascal, learning to deceive at such a tender age. Are we? Ouch. Brother, please let go. Hu Laina grasped Su Feng's hand, attempting to pry it away, but he only tightened his grip, nearly kneading her entire face. She ceased her struggles, immediately pleading with a quivering voice, Woo-woo, brother, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Please let go. You've uttered that phrase too many times, Su Feng remarked darkly, exasperated. This girl had followed him for so long yet learned nothing of substance, save for his mannerisms, which he had previously employed to deal with Bibi Dong. Fine, I shall spare you. Su Feng finally relented, releasing her. Hee, thank you, brother. Hu Laina grasped Su Feng's hand, nuzzling her head against it in a display of affection, and added, May I take a little rest too, brother? Are you attempting to be lazy? Brother, please. All right, enough of the nuzzling. As long as you do not disturb me, you may do as you wish. Having received his consent, Hu Laina immediately reached for Su Feng's phone. After more than a year of following him, she had observed him play with it countless times and longed to try it herself. You little imp, refrain from rummaging about. Do you not understand the rules? Seeing Hu Laina rummaging through his belongings, Su Feng's lips twitched in annoyance as he lifted her up and tossed her aside. Brother, just let me play for a little while. I promise, I'll only touch your precious item. I won't mess around. Su Feng's countenance darkened. Sister, that statement is quite misleading. Silently mocking her, he retrieved his phone, which belonged to San Xing, while the other one had already been claimed by Bibi Dong. Thank you. Brother, you are the best, Hu Laina exclaimed, snatching the phone and attempting to plant a kiss on Su Feng's cheek. Unfortunately, he intercepted her with his hand, inadvertently smearing the saliva from his palm onto her clothing, and firmly stated, Without my permission, you cannot kiss at will. Otherwise, I shall deny you access to the phone henceforth. Oh, Hu Laina felt a sense of disappointment. Just moments ago, she merely wished to convey her joy. Yet she did not anticipate such disdain from the other party. However, her disheartenment lingered only for a few seconds, as her attention was swiftly captivated by her phone. And so, a day passed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have daydreamed beneath the shade for over 10 hours, completing your daily task of relaxation. Reward, Soul Power Level 10. Relaxation Value 500. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your soul power gauge is full and will automatically upgrade. Boom. A wave of energy erupted. From that moment onward, Su Feng became an 85-level soul fighter. Nana, this is not a joke. However, Su Feng, fearing that Hulaina might misunderstand, hastily clarified. His expression earnest. If you don't believe me, take a whiff. Oh. Hulaina actually leaned in to sniff, her face transforming with astonishment. It's true. Nana, do you know why there is no odor? Why? Hulaina's curiosity was piqued. If you open your mouth and say I'll tell you why it doesn't stink. Oh. Hulaina complied obediently. At that moment, Su Feng seized a handful of air and forcefully poured it into Hulaina's mouth, covering her lips to prevent her from expelling it. And then laughed heartily, because the real odor is right here. Surprised, are you? Hulaina's eyes widened, her pupils dilating as she struggled to pry Su Feng's hand away, but to no avail. She could only emit muffled sounds, ultimately swallowing the air. After a brief moment, she exclaimed, "Stinky brother, you naughty rascal, you're bullying me." Hulaina began to cry, feeling as though she exuded a foul stench. Losing all desire to play with her phone. Ahem, I was merely joking. There is no odor at all. Wah, you're a liar. I can smell it. It's horrid. Su Feng's mouth twitched in disbelief. Pray tell, what is the scent? Su Feng thought to himself, realizing it was merely Hulaina's imagination tormenting her. Stinky brother. Hulaina continued to softly scold, her tears flowing incessantly, which made Su Feng feel a pang of guilt, especially since he had no idea how to console her. In the end, Su Feng could only promise, Nana, if you stop crying, I shall grant you a small wish. What say you? No way. 2 wishes? Humph, I'm not interested. 3 wishes? All right. Hulaina's sobs ceased instantly, though a hint of grievance still lingered on her face. Now, tell me, what is your wish? I want. Hulaina pointed to Su Feng's face, her expression eager. I want to kiss you. Indeed, her desire to kiss was thwarted. And Hulaina grew increasingly curious about that area, yearning to plan a kiss. Very well, I grant you that wish. Su Feng nodded. Yet raised 3 fingers, a kiss requires the consumption of 4 wishes. It seems that Nana will have to wait until she gathers enough wishes to realize that. Hulaina's little mind struggled to comprehend. Good girl, Su Feng remarked affectionately, giving her a gentle pat on the head. Once you have enough wishes, I promise to grant you a kiss. All right, fine. Yes, Nana is truly a good girl. When you gather enough wishes, dear senior brother will surely raise the price. Su Feng hesitated to voice the last part, fearing that her tender heart might not withstand such an ocean. Worried that at her young age she might be subjected to undue burdens. This little rascal is teasing Nana again. By your logic, if a kiss costs 4 wishes, does that mean I owe you thousands of wishes? Su Feng continued to tease Hulaina, unaware that Bibi Dong had already arrived and overheard their conversation. Bibi Dong couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Disciple, cease your antics with Nana for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. After a brief pause, Bibi Dong approached Su Feng, her expression growing more serious. Over the past year, she had often sensed her disciples' thoughts, particularly names like Ain and Tang San. The name Tang San, in particular, seemed to evoke a faint trace of hostility in her disciple, as if she wished to confront him immediately. As for Ain, whenever mentioned, her disciple would break into a mischievous grin, hinting at an ideal candidate for the title of King of the Midsummer Night. Though Bibi Dong did not fully grasp the implications, she sensed her disciple harbored intentions to recruit this individual. Unfortunately, throughout the past year, Bibi Dong had not come across any information regarding Tang San, only recently learning about Ain. The details were significant: a 10,000-year soul beast transformed into human form, who had even married a genius from the Houghton sect. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare in the Soul Master realm, as 10,000-year soul beasts were already scarce, and those that transformed even more so. Typically, soul masters would hunt them directly, yet this Houghton genius had taken an unconventional path by marrying a soul beast, and it was said they had a male infant together. Regrettably, Yin's identity as a 10,000-year soul beast had now been exposed. Upon learning this, Qian Xuanji had dispatched numerous powerful individuals to hunt her down. It was likely that soon, Qian Xuanji would bring Yin back to the spirit hall. My disciple has been preoccupied with these matters for quite some time. She must hold great importance to you. I must inform you swiftly. With that thought, Bibi Dong conveyed all the information she had gathered over the past few days to Su Feng. In summary, a Yin's soul beast identity had been revealed, and Qian Xuanji had set out with several Title Douluo to capture her. Disciple, having shared so much, do you have anything to say? No, Su Feng replied. Bibi Dong had mentioned the name Ayin several times, believing that revealing information about her would elicit some surprise from Su Feng. However, the response was one of indifference, as if the other party had anticipated this very situation. Given the number of soul masters led by Qiang Sunji, it was highly unlikely that someone named Ayin would escape unscathed. Are you not curious about her ultimate fate? Bibi Dong probed once more, sensing that her disciple's keen interest in Ayin's whereabouts must be part of a larger scheme. Indeed, Ayin's life or death had no bearing on her disciple. Why should they concern themselves with such matters? After Su Feng habitually fabricated an excuse, a wave of sarcastic remarks ensued. Ayin's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast has already been exposed. If I were to remain uninvolved, the outcome is all but certain. Ayin would undoubtedly sacrifice herself to protect Tang Hao and Tang San. Sacrifice? To think that a soul beast of 100,000 years would be so easily offered up. Would that not grant Tang Hao a soul ring of 100,000 years? Bibi Dong was taken aback, somewhat shaken. After all, she had never even encountered a 100,000 year old soul beast. In a remarkable display of devotion, Ayin had chosen sacrifice to protect her husband and child, which surely indicated the depth of her love for that man. Perhaps that man loved Ayin in return. Otherwise, how could he have moved her so profoundly? As Bibi Dong pondered this, her mind unwittingly conjured a poignant love story. However, upon hearing Su Feng's subsequent thoughts, her perspective was instantly overturned. It was truly lamentable that someone as pure and kind-hearted as Ayin, untouched by the harsh realities of society, had so easily placed her trust in a scoundrel, ultimately giving birth to his child while remaining oblivious to being manipulated by him. It was a tale of both pity and tragedy. Misplaced trust in a rogue? Being exploited? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she instantly formed a negative impression of the man known as Tang Hao. She could not have anticipated that he would be such a person. Bibi Dong was unwavering in her belief regarding the heartfelt revelations of her disciple, for the latter had never been mistaken. The truth always eventually revealed itself. However, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of curiosity about what exactly Tang Hao had done to provoke such disdain from her disciple, who referred to him as a little villain. Thus, she tentatively probed, "Disciple, I wish to ask you a few questions. Please answer honestly, and if you're unsure, feel free to make an educated guess. May I?" "I cannot." "Very well. Since you believe you can, I shall proceed." As anticipated, Su Feng habitually declined, while Bibi Dong, equally accustomed to disregarding such refusals, pressed on with her inquiries, though indirectly, to avoid exposing the secret of eavesdropping on the heart's voice. Fortunately, Su Feng showed no suspicion, merely deflecting with words. Yet his heart laid bare the truth, allowing Bibi Dong to quickly grasp the situation. It turned out that Tang Hao was nothing short of a despicable scoundrel, rivaling the repulsiveness of Yu Xiaojiang. Why, you may ask? Because Tang Hao excelled at masking his true self, employing cunning schemes. After meeting Ayin, he devised a plot to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, one that involved winning a Yin's heart, then deliberately placing her in peril to coax her into a sacrificial act. What was Tang Hao's motive for such actions? Clearly, it was for the soul ring, to attain the title of the youngest Title Douluo by orchestrating a Yin's sacrifice, thereby achieving a breakthrough. Bibi Dong was taken aback by the venomous nature of Tang Hao's character. Reflecting on her disciple's disclosures, her impression of him was utterly shattered. If she were to encounter him, she might be unable to restrain herself from delivering a sound thrashing or administering a Yu Xiaojiang package, allowing him to experience the torment once endured by Yu Xiaojiang himself. It was lamentable that Ayin, after 100,000 years of cultivation, had been so sullied by such a vile individual. Bibi Dong felt a pang of sympathy. That was 100,000 years. Such an extensive period of cultivation culminated in her transformation into human form, only to meet with a woeful end. Yet, according to her disciple, this was not even a Yin's most tragic fate. The most heartbreaking aspect was that her most cherished child, the one she valued even more than her own life, had perished at birth, having been usurped by a being named Tang San. Despite this tragic reality, Ayin foolishly believed her child was still alive, willingly offering herself for sacrifice. Alas, Ayin was truly pitiable. Bibi Dong harbored a mix of sympathy and relief. She was fortunate to have a precious child of her own who had enabled her to see through the true nature of Qian Xuanji early on. Otherwise, her fate might have been akin to a Yin's, reduced to being a mere vessel for childbirth at the hands of that shameless scoundrel. As for the veracity of Su Feng's disclosures, could they possibly be false? The system conveyed to him that it was impossible. Thus, not only did Bibi Dong firmly believe this to be the truth, but Su Feng also held steadfastly to the same conviction. I cannot allow this tragedy to persist. Suddenly, a bold thought emerged in Bibi Dong's mind. I must not, under any circumstances, permit my disciple to reveal the true events that transpired. I am determined to save Ain. Bibi Dong swiftly resolved her determination. She was acutely aware that Ain was currently being pursued by Qian Xuanji and had not yet been sacrificed. As long as she acted promptly, there would be a chance to rescue Ain. With this thought in mind, she prepared to act and earnestly addressed Su Feng, disciple. Let us embark together to save Ain. What? Su Feng responded, bewildered. Master said we should stop Qian Xuanji from pursuing Ain and secretly bring her back to the sacred maiden palace. What do you think? Su Feng felt a pang of anxiety. I implore you, please refrain from engaging in reckless antics. Oh, wait, you lack certain anatomy. Never mind, that is not the point. The crux is, even if we rescue Ain, it would be futile. She would never return to the spirit hall with us, for her heart belongs to Tang Hao. As long as she remains oblivious to Tang Hao's true nature, there is no possibility of her coming back. Wait, hold on. Why does the master suddenly wish to rescue Ain? Do they know each other? Su Feng raised an eyebrow, recalling no such connection in the original narrative. He immediately inquired, Master, do you know Ain? Why do you wish to save her? Bibi Dong's gaze flickered, then she nodded affirmatively, Indeed. I am acquainted with Ain. She is an old friend of mine. Why have I never heard of the master having a spirit beast friend? Su Feng pressed. Ah, that was many years ago, back when you were still quite young and unaware, she replied. Is that truly the case? Su Feng thought, observing the hint of unease in his master's demeanor, indicating that she was concealing something from him. Under Su Feng's scrutiny, Bibi Dong felt increasingly anxious and swiftly changed the subject. Disciple, do not digress. What do you think of my earlier proposal? What do I think? Absolutely not. If you proceed with such reckless abandon, my plans will be thwarted. After all, I intend to win Ain over. If she does not experience death firsthand, if she does not witness the truth of the situation, how can she truly let go of Tang Hao and sincerely align herself with me? I cannot allow the master to act impulsively, Su Feng thought resolutely, though his words were cautious and well-reasoned. A disciple believes that since Tang Hao is a top prodigy of the Haotian sect and Ain is a 10,000-year-old spirit beast, they must possess means of self-preservation. Our rash interference might jeopardize them. Thus, I advise the master to refrain from acting and to observe the situation. This little rascal always speaks with such a dichotomy. If you would merely share your plan, would I not cooperate? Would I not agree? Bibi Dong felt a twinge of annoyance. Very well, let it be as you say. Disciple. However, upon realizing that her disciple had already devised a plan, Bibi Dong reluctantly suppressed her irritation and consented, not wishing to disrupt her disciple's intentions. The teacher was wise. The teacher was formidable. Meanwhile, Su Feng, witnessing Bibi Dong's swift agreement, could not help but exhale in relief, showering her with insincere flattery. Yet, a new concern began to gnaw at him. According to his knowledge of ancient and contemporary prophecies, Qian Xuanji's capture of Ain was, in fact, intended to prepare a ninth spirit ring for the teacher, serving as a reward for his posthumous title. Alas, with such elaborate preparations for the posthumous title, it seemed that the day of a complete falling out was drawing near. The ninth spirit ring? The posthumous title? Upon hearing her disciple's thoughts, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Bibi Dong believed that since the fierce battle a year ago, the relationship between her and Qian Xuanji had irrevocably deteriorated. Anyone with a sound mind would understand that she would never consent to becoming the title holder of the church. Yet, she was taken aback to discover that Qian Xuanji was still preparing for the conferment of the title, perhaps even plotting to secretly capture her disciple and use him as leverage against her. This thought ignited a surge of murderous intent within Bibi Dong. Qian Xuanji, if you dare to harm my disciple again, do not blame me for resorting to lethal measures. At that moment, Bibi Dong herself was astonished to realize that she had completely ceased to regard Qian Xuanji as a human being. She would kill without hesitation, even if the other party was the very mentor who raised her. Of course, had it not been for Qian Xuanji's earlier attempt to capture Su Feng, perhaps Bibi Dong would have only harbored resentment towards him, feeling betrayed that he raised her merely as a vessel for procreation. She would not have considered taking his life, for she still acknowledged his nurturing grace. However, if Qian Xuanji's intentions turned towards Su Feng, Bibi Dong would disregard any celestial or supernatural considerations. she would unleash her fury without restraint. Unbeknownst to her, night fell. In the sacred maiden palace, within her chamber, Bibi Dong forcefully dragged Su Feng back into the room. Bang! As soon as they entered, she swiftly shut the door and, with an irate glare, admonished him, "Disciple, can't you be a bit more self-aware?" Su Feng, with an innocent expression, retorted, "I am self-aware. I voluntarily stayed up all night to guide Nana in her training. It is you who did not give me the opportunity. That is not what I meant by self-awareness." Bibi Dong exclaimed, striking his head lightly. Su Feng, anticipating her reaction, feigned ignorance and inquired, "Then what exactly should I do?" "Master? You little rascal, how dare you ask?" Bibi Dong scolded. Bibi Dong instinctively turned her head, her delicate fingers gently pinching the hem of her garment. A faint blush gracing her cheeks as she shyly remarked, "I merely wish for your swift return. Otherwise, I find it impossible to sleep alone." Having cohabited for an extended period, Bibi Dong had grown accustomed to the presence of Su Feng. She required the sight of him before she could succumb to slumber. Should he be absent from the room, insomnia would plague her relentlessly. She had attempted to remedy this condition through various means, such as consuming sleep-inducing potions. While they did grant her the ability to sleep, they also birthed new terrors, nightmares filled with the tragic demise of her disciples. Even visions of them perishing amidst a throng of lustful maidens. The horror was unbearable. Just the thought of her delicate disciples, subjected to torment by a multitude of unsatisfied girls until they were ultimately driven to their demise, twisted her heart with anguish. She understood that, in such dire circumstances, her disciples would undoubtedly suffer immensely. After all, they possessed an intense aversion to uncleanliness, requiring even the slightest affection to be preceded by a cleansing ritual. If they were to be sullied by so many girls, it was likely that thoughts of self-destruction would arise. "Oh," Su Feng feigned realization, raising his voice slightly. "If you cannot sleep alone, perhaps I should fetch Nana to keep you company." With that, he took a few steps towards the door. Turning back to gaze at Bibi Dong, "What do you think? You dare?" Bibi Dong furrowed her brows slightly, casting a fierce glare at Su Feng. Before admonishing him with a warning tone, "Should you dare to step outside this room, your fate shall be sealed." Sighing, Su Feng feigned compliance. "Very well. I shall not go." However, inwardly, he was elated. Ah, how delightful it was to successfully outwit his teacher. Humph, who could blame her for forcibly pulling him back? He had intended to secretly indulge in his phone tonight, but she had disrupted his plans. Serves her right for being played. It turned out he was merely toying with his teacher. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was consumed by fury, and then a glimmer of crimson flickered in her eyes. The corners of her lips gradually curled upward, revealing an enchanting smile. "You possess a penchant for cleanliness, do you? Let us see if you dare to defy me after I have lavished my affections upon you this evening." Bibi Dong's figure flickered as she lunged towards Su Feng. To his surprise, Su Feng reacted swiftly, dodging her attack with a deft movement, a smug smile adorning his face. Little did he expect that he possessed such agility. However, as he reveled in his momentary triumph, he quickly noticed the peculiar glint in Bibi Dong's eyes, causing his expression to shift uneasily. This was a grave miscalculation. He had inadvertently summoned the entity known as the Red Queen. Over the past year, he had repeatedly urged Bibi Dong to consume the tranquil heart pill. Yet each attempt had been met with steadfast refusal. Bibi Dong was resolute in her intention to protect the Red Queen. If she could maintain control over her, that would be acceptable. The dilemma lay in the fact that Bibi Dong was evidently unwilling to exert such control, often indulging in her whimsical fantasies. "Disciple, having toyed with your master, do you dare to evade punishment?" At that moment, Bibi Dong fixed her gaze upon Su Feng, and without hesitation, she charged at him once more, her speed surpassing her previous attempt. Su Feng instinctively dodged again, admonishing her, "Red Queen, know your limits. Should you continue this reckless behavior, do not blame me for being ungracious." Typically, a mere threat would suffice to deter the Red Queen, but this time, she appeared particularly unhinged, showing no intention of retracting her influence over Bibi Dong. Consequently, Bibi Dong lunged at Su Feng again, her eyes radiating a more intense crimson glow. Observing her fervor, Su Feng sighed in resignation. It seemed the Red Queen had erupted once more. The Red Queen was a manifestation of Bibi Dong's dark desires, a spirit that embodied her amplified cravings, which continued to accumulate until reaching a critical threshold where an outburst would occur. In such moments, neither Bibi Dong nor the Red Queen could contain their impulses, rendering threats futile. Only after the release of these pent-up desires would the Red Queen comprehend fear and retreat. Indeed, harboring the Red Queen was a source of incessant trouble. At least once a month, her malevolent urges would surface, and if not allowed an outlet, she might engage in some utterly reckless behavior. Should she, as in previous instances, run about in a state of undress, the consequences would be dire, drawing the attention of those like Yueguan and Gue Mei, leading to a most embarrassing predicament. With these thoughts in mind, Su Feng resolved to cease his evasion, allowing Bibi Dong to tackle him, even permitting her to caress and kiss him without resistance. After all, he wished to avoid a repeat of the previous incident, which had tarnished Bibi Dong's reputation and left him feeling deeply ashamed. Fortunately, he had intervened just in time previously. Otherwise, Bibi Dong would have fled from her chamber. Disciple, for trifling with your master, prepare to accept your punishment. As anticipated, upon overpowering Su Feng, Bibi Dong immediately unleashed her primal instincts. In a fleeting moment, Su Feng's visage, neck, ears, arms, and back bore the unmistakable marks of Bibi Dong. This raises a question. Why, merely from a kiss, would there be such imprints? This leads us to consider the matter of force. Bibi Dong's kiss was far from gentle. It resembled a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, mercilessly biting down. Most importantly, the kiss was not enough to satisfy her. She desired more, resorting to scratching. Hence, despite Su Feng possessing the formidable cultivation of a Title Douluo and the enhancement of a primordial body, he ultimately found himself in utter disarray, his clothing in tatters. Alas! To awaken his teacher, he felt compelled to sacrifice himself. Su Feng clenched his fists, suppressing his grievances. Indeed, it was grievance. He detested the sensation of being toyed with. However, he did not blame Bibi Dong, for it was the fault of the Scarlet Queen. The true Bibi Dong would not treat him this way. Well, she shouldn't, at least. Yet, even aware of the Scarlet Queen's influence, there was little he could do. Once the malevolent thoughts accumulated by the Scarlet Queen erupted, they demanded release. To impede this, one would have to seal or eliminate the Scarlet Queen, but doing so would surely incite the true Bibi Dong's wrath upon awakening. Thus, Su Feng dared not act against her. The only course of action available to him was to firmly cover his mouth and protect his sacred space during Bibi Dong's rampage. This was his final bastion of dignity, and he would not allow the shallow malevolence of the Scarlet Queen to trample over it. Disciple, could you please stop covering your mouth? After a considerable amount of time, Bibi Dong, no, more accurately, the Scarlet Queen, seemed unsatisfied with merely kissing his cheek, her gaze fixating on Su Feng's lips. Let me kiss you, she implored with a hint of playful coaxing, immediately grasping Su Feng's hand in an attempt to forcibly pry it away. Dream on, Su Feng retorted, eyes brimming with wariness. You shallow being. Cease casting those lewd glances my way. I shall never grant you your wish. This is my final sanctuary. I don't care. I must kiss your lips. The Scarlet Queen insisted, growing impatient. Even with Su Feng covering his mouth, she lunged forward to kiss him, no, to gnaw at him, while also audibly slurping. Su Feng's lips twitched in distaste, his face contorting with revulsion. In a desperate bid to halt this absurdity, he pushed her head away with all his might. Humph, disciple. Dare you resist? Observe. Unexpectedly, the Scarlet Queen retaliated, biting down on his hand. What in the world? What is this hand-eating nonsense? And please, do not coat my hand in saliva. Su Feng vigorously attempted to shake her off, yet Bibi Dong clung tightly, refusing to let go. Alas, what a calamity. Su Feng lamented, his composure fraying. The Scarlet Queen, in her unleashed state, was truly an insurmountable challenge. Perhaps, as his teacher had previously suggested, the physical form was merely an illusion. One day, when he achieved enlightenment and ascended to godhood, acquiring a new body would be effortless. Why then should he concern himself with this current vessel? Suddenly, Su Feng stared blankly at the ceiling, as if a realization had dawned upon him. His expression resembling that of a sage who has transcended worldly desires, calm and unperturbed. However, this was merely a fade. He claimed to be indifferent while his hands instinctively shielded his lower regions, and his lips barred the Red Queen from probing further. At that moment, perhaps weary of her previous antics, the Red Queen returned to Su Feng's embrace, playfully coaxing, Disciple, why not yield to your master? Not a chance. Moreover, you are not my teacher. You are merely a wisp of malevolent thought. I don't care. Just remove your hand, would you? Following her plea, the Red Queen couldn't resist tracing circles on his chest with her finger, her tone turning ominous. If you refuse, I shall bite you here. Red Queen. You are crossing the line, Su Feng exclaimed, startled, as he swiftly pushed her hand away, warning, Humph, should you dare to act on that, I will not hold back. I am not afraid of you. Su Feng was taken aback, immediately reaching to stop her, and fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to clasp her mouth, or rather, her wide-open jaws. Woo woo woo. You rebellious disciple, release your master. Not a chance. Feng would not soften in the face of her pleas, tightening his grip so that she could only emit muffled sounds. Although his intention was to allow the Red Queen to dispel her malevolent thoughts, he would not permit her to act recklessly. He absolutely forbade any behavior that dared to cross boundaries. Thus, when confronted with her increasingly audacious actions, Feng's resolve became unwavering. Woo woo woo. You little rascal, you're hurting me. Seeing the Red Queen on the verge of tears, Feng finally loosened his hold. All right, that's enough. You should calm down for a while. Noticing that the crimson glow in her eyes had faded significantly, he understood that her malevolent thoughts had mostly dissipated. Consequently, he lifted her in a princess carry. Disciple, you have revealed a flaw. Hehehe. The Red Queen wrapped her arms around Feng's neck, and upon seeing that he had not covered his mouth, she instinctively licked her lips, preparing to lean in. Slap. Unexpectedly, Feng swiftly pressed her head back into his embrace, admonishing, Red Queen, behave yourself. Having endured the whims of his companion for far too long, Feng was seething with pent-up frustration. Indeed, he felt a fiery indignation brewing within him. He was decidedly unamused by the sensation of being drenched in saliva by the Red Queen's affectionate gestures, while lacking any foul odor. It nonetheless evoked an inexplicable revulsion that compelled him to yearn for a cleansing shower. Even more disconcerting was the Red Queen's tendency to seize him with reckless abandon. Fondling and even nipping at him, though not excessively painful, it left him feeling profoundly embarrassed, his cheeks aflame, and his entire being ensnared in discomfort and tingling sensations. Perhaps, had it been another individual, they would have readily succumbed to the Red Queen's advances, perhaps even fervently demanding more. After all, the woman cradled in Feng's arms was beyond reproach in both beauty and form, universally acknowledged as the most exquisite lady in the spirit hall. It is likely that no man would be immune to her allure, Feng included, though that was a sentiment of his youthful days. Presently, however, he no longer experienced that exhilarating flutter in his heart. Having been taken in by Bibi Dong 15 years ago, he had been constantly entwined in her presence, rendering him desensitized to her beauty. Now, he regarded her merely as his dearest family member. Unless he were to encounter a girl as breathtaking as Bibi Dong or partake in some extraordinary experience with her, it was unlikely that his heart would stir easily again. Perhaps, Feng himself was uncertain of his feelings for Bibi Dong, simply content with the current state of affairs, reluctant to disrupt the balance. Such a mindset was not without its merits. With no romantic entanglements clouding his thoughts, he found tranquility. However, amidst his musings, he suddenly sensed an unusual shift in his embrace. Oh no, release me at once. Feng exclaimed in alarm, his voice laced with discomfort. It hurts. He had never anticipated that pressing the Red Queen's head to his chest would lead to such a predicament. She bit down without hesitation, displaying a shocking disregard for decorum. Did she possess no sense of shame? Was she but an unweaned child? Feng felt tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed by humiliation. His face crimson and his head seemingly ablaze. You have forced my hand. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With no further endurance left, he promptly retrieved a calm heart pill, thrusting it towards the Red Queen's mouth with the intent to administer it forcibly. Ugh, you traitor. Remove that at once. Upon catching a whiff of the pill, the Red Queen's beautiful eyes widened in alarm, and she instantly released her grip, pushing Feng's hand away in a panic. Fearful of the pill's approach. It appears you still possess a sense of fear. Upon witnessing the current state of Hong Ho, Feng discerned that she had regained considerable clarity. Otherwise, she would not fear the heart-calming pill. The mere thought of it rendered her momentarily speechless, yet instinctively she gravitated towards Feng, unable to resist nuzzling against his chest. Had she not feared the re-emergence of the heart-calming pill, she would have relished the opportunity to indulge further. Ah, how delightful it would be if this moment could persist indefinitely. Sighing at the predicament, Feng was acutely aware that the malevolent thoughts accumulated by Hong Ho were far from negligible. Should he neglect to address them adequately this time, it would hardly be long before another outburst occurred. With this in mind, Feng carried Hong Ho back to the bed, his expression grave as he proclaimed, Next, I shall attend to your malevolent thoughts. It would be prudent for you to remain still. Upon hearing his words, Hong Ho appeared contemplative before promptly acquiescing, nodding earnestly. Yes, yes. I shall not cause any trouble. Based on past experiences, Feng was likely to administer a massage, and the anticipation of varying locations heightened her curiosity. However, Had she been aware that the purpose of his ministrations was to dissipate her malevolent thoughts, she would have likely protested. For it was the amplification of such thoughts that allowed her to briefly control Bibi Dong's body. If those thoughts were to be dispelled, she would inevitably succumb to a deep slumber. Lie still, he instructed. Ha-ho, brimming with expectation, instinctively reached to unfasten her garments. Believing that disrobing prior to the massage would enhance her comfort, she mused that Su Feng's soft and silky hands gliding over her skin would undoubtedly be an extraordinary experience. Cease, Su Feng exclaimed, startled, as he swiftly seized her hands to halt her actions. Before she could respond, he admonished, should you dare to move again, I shall not be so lenient. But why does it concern you if I undress myself? Ha-ho pouted, displaying a hint of grievance. A twitch at the corner of Su Feng's mouth suggested that she had a point. Clearing his throat, he corrected, wait, is that truly your clothing? It belongs to my teacher. Though he pondered this internally, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he activated the system interface and selected the scanning function. Buzz. In an instant, a thermal-like image materialized before Su Feng's eyes, a distribution map of the malevolent energy amassed by Ha-ho, predominantly concentrated around Bibi Dong's lower abdomen. It appeared that guiding the malevolent energy from this area would suffice. Fortunately, Ha-ho had calmed down. Otherwise, this method would have proven ineffective. Su Feng silently contemplated a few words, then extended his hand to gently massage the lower abdomen of Bibi Dong, slowly guiding the sinister power as instructed by the system. Upon hearing a soft whimper, Su Feng's lips twitched, and he quickly admonished, Hong-ho, enough. Stop making such noises. This fellow must be doing it on purpose. After all, I am merely massaging through her clothing. Surely, it cannot elicit such satisfaction. Unperturbed by Su Feng's thoughts, Hong-ho merely felt a wave of comfort from his touch, causing her to involuntarily vocalize her pleasure. However, since Su Feng had forbidden her from making sounds, she forced herself to remain silent, lest he cease the massage. After a while, Hong-ho grew dissatisfied with merely being massaged over her clothing. She clutched Su Feng's arm and gently shook it, pleading, Be-oer, could you please reach underneath? Su Feng ignored her and continued his ministrations. Be-oer. Hong-ho looked at him with a pitiful expression, resorting to a coaxing tone, I beg you. Seeing Su Feng's indifference, she steeled her resolve, lifted her skirt, and took his hand to guide it beneath. Perhaps fearing he would withdraw his hand abruptly, she tightened her grip on him. Hong-ho, let go of me. As expected, Su Feng instinctively attempted to retract his hand. No, I cannot let go. Unfortunately for him, Hong-ho was well prepared, not only holding his hand but also trapping it with her legs, unwilling to let him escape easily. Hong-ho, if you continue like this, I will be angry. Observing Su Feng's unwavering determination to withdraw his hand, Hong-ho's expression turned even more pitiful as she vigorously shook his hand, her words dripping with grievance. Be-oer. Please just agree to my request. Fearing he might still refuse, she hastily concocted a reason. Otherwise, massaging over the clothing is truly uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Are you certain? You just made quite a noise. Su Feng's expression darkened, filled with exasperation. Soon, noticing how tightly Hong-ho was squeezing his hand, nearly leading to an intimate encounter, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and nodded. Fine, I agree, but you must let go first. Be-oer, you're the best. Only then did Hong-ho release her grip, her lovely face instantly radiating joy. Su Feng fell silent, feeling slightly bashful as he resumed the massage. Yet, after only a few moments of this, he paused, narrowing his eyes at Hong-ho, unable to contain himself any longer. Hearing such sounds made him instinctively perceive this individual as exceedingly lascivious, which he found quite repugnant, as the teacher he remembered would never behave in such a manner. I apologize, I was mistaken. As the Red Queen became acutely aware of Su Feng's malevolent gaze, she hastily covered her mouth, fearing to utter even the slightest sound. Humph. Su Feng warned with a dismissive grunt before turning his head away, resuming his ministrations. This feels delightful. If only it could last forever, the Red Queen mused, feeling herself drifting away. Yet, she endeavored to remain silent, stifling any further exclamations. Unbeknownst to her, the insidious thoughts began to dissipate, and the crimson glow in her eyes gradually dimmed, signaling her growing fatigue. My disciple, she finally seemed to find contentment and cease Su Feng's kneading. Instead, speaking with a gentle yet weary tone, tonight, do not refuse me any longer. Sleep beside me, will you? Over the past year, each time she succumbed to dark thoughts, she had made such a request, yet Su Feng had never acquiesced. Of course, I cannot, he replied. Upon hearing this, the Red Queen did not press further, Her exhaustion overtook her, and she closed her eyes, surrendering to slumber. Just before she fully succumbed to sleep, she could not help but pout. I knew you would not concede, for you always respond this way, every single time. My disciple, do you truly despise me so? The final words were laced with a profound sense of disappointment and sorrow, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Su Feng remained silent. To him, she was merely a manifestation of his teacher's amplified dark thoughts, a spirit born of those nefarious inclinations. She was she, and the teacher was the teacher. The two could not be conflated. Regrettably, the Red Queen seemed to regard him as her disciple, yet he could never acknowledge her as a mentor. Has the teacher also drifted off to sleep? After waiting for a considerable time, Su Feng, realizing the Red Queen had succumbed to deep slumber, assumed his true teacher had also fallen asleep. He promptly tucked her in and stretched his limbs. At last, it was over. Subsequently, Su Feng entered the bathroom, preparing to indulge in a hot bath while cleansing himself of the lingering marks. However, unbeknownst to him, as he stepped into the bathroom, Bibi Dong's eyes fluttered open, her gaze sparkling with celestial brilliance. Yet when she turned her head towards the bathroom, a look of disappointment crossed her features. Disciple, if it were I who requested you, would you also refuse me? Though it was the Red Queen who had just proposed sharing a bed, Bibi Dong understood that, in a certain sense, all of the Red Queen's actions represented her own desires. However, she lacked the boldness, the disregard for consequence, and the theatricality of the Red Queen. Reflecting on it now, she realized it had been quite some time since she had held her disciple close while they slept. Bibi Dong found herself in a moment of reflection, her mind involuntarily conjuring the image of her disciple in his youthful form. Just a gentle embrace from her would suffice to envelop him in her arms, a sensation that brought an unparalleled sense of security. Alas, her disciple had matured into adulthood, and as a mentor, she could not utter such sentiments. With a sigh, Bibi Dong acknowledged her nostalgia for the days spent cradling her disciple to sleep, yet the thought of expressing such feelings felt too embarrassing to contemplate. In the Holy Maiden's chamber, after a month without tangible results, it was time to venture into the realm of chaos. Su Feng emerged from the bathroom clad in a crisp set of pajamas and, upon discovering that Bibi Dong was indeed asleep, returned to his own bed. Subsequently, his consciousness transported him into the chaotic realm. Upon entering the realm, Su Feng's thoughts summoned a portal beside him, yet he refrained from stepping through immediately, choosing instead to wait for a while. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing in a place ablaze with fire, resembling a hellish landscape. This realm had undergone considerable transformation since a year prior. Though it retained its infernal appearance, numerous palaces and structures had been erected, making it akin to a fortress. The architecture, influenced by the harsh climate, predominantly featured blood-red tones, complemented by accents of black, white, and ochre, while the color green was nearly absent. My lord, you have arrived, greeted Lu Erlong, who had been meditating and immediately awakened at Su Feng's appearance, approaching him with a respectful bow. How goes the task I assigned you? Su Feng inquired. Rest assured, my lord, everything is progressing smoothly, Lu Erlong replied confidently, brushing her thumb across her nose. She appeared more poised and vigorous than a decade ago, her figure strikingly alluring, especially adorned in her hellish dragon warrior attire, resembling a valkyrie. Very well. Lead the way and show me your accomplishments. Su Feng gestured for her to proceed ahead. Yes, my lord, Lu Erlong responded, summoning her martial spirit and transforming into a fire dragon. With a graceful leap, she soared towards the heavens like a fleeting shadow. Su Feng, sensing Lu Erlong's aura, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It seemed that within the year, she would surely break through to the Title Douluo level. Within this infernal prison, Lu Erlong merely needs to torment the souls that arrive here to elevate her cultivation. In addition, absorbing the fiery essence of this realm also enhances her abilities. And the method of absorption is deceptively simple. One merely needs to remain in areas of extreme heat without fear of burns. For the dragon hunters of hell possess immunity to high temperatures. Thus, not long after Lu Erlong took on the role of a hell dragon hunter, she developed a peculiar penchant for bathing in lava, relishing its intense heat. As for how this knowledge came to light, let's not inquire too deeply, suffice it to say, it was a chance encounter. Following that inadvertent glimpse, Su Feng made it a habit to conjure a teleportation portal each time he entered, lingering for a moment to discreetly inform Lu Erlong of his impending visit. My lord, what are you waiting for? In the distance, Lu Erlong noticed Su Feng lagging behind and called out. Ahem, I shall be there shortly, Su Feng replied, regaining his focus. With a mere thought, he materialized beside Lu Erlong, a faint smile gracing his lips. Please, lead the way. This realm was inherently his domain. Nearly every task could be accomplished with a mere flicker of his mind, including teleportation, which required no physical effort on his part provided, of course, that he possessed sufficient lying flat value. A short distance teleportation would cost him 1 point, while longer distances would incur greater fees. Therefore, theoretically, as long as Su Feng's lying flat value was ample, he could expand this space into a veritable world without issue. Very well, my lord, please follow me. At that moment, Lu Erlong accelerated, her figure slicing through the sky like a bolt of lightning, while Su Feng's form flickered in the void, each blink carrying him to a more distant location. My lord, we have arrived. In just a brief moment, Lu Erlong led Su Feng to a vast plaza, resembling a circular altar, surrounded by numerous stone pillars adorned with intricate and obscure carvings. My lord, I constructed this according to the blueprints you provided. If all goes as planned, it should be completed in approximately 2 days, Lu Erlong informed Su Feng. Su Feng observed intently, growing increasingly pleased with what he beheld. According to the system's description, once this altar was built to specification, he could employ necromancy to reanimate the souls within, transforming them into an undying legion. This army would not only operate within the chaotic realm, but could also return to the Douluo continent, even if it were to be vanquished. It would be of no consequence, for he could resurrect them anew, impervious to the decrees of the heavens. At that moment, Su Feng raised an eyebrow and inquired of Lu Erlong, what of you Xiaojiang and the others? Why are they not laboring here? A year ago, Qiang Sunchi, accompanied by the Title Douluo, besieged the palace of the Holy Maiden. To protect him, Bibi Dong took the lives of numerous individuals, including 5 soul Douluo, among them Salus, and 20 soul saints. Furthermore, since Bibi Dong was placed on the system's protection list and thus established a connection with the system, the souls of those who perished at her hands were forcibly confined within the hellish prison, becoming part of its spectral inhabitants. Over the course of this past year, Lu Erlong diligently fulfilled his duties, striving to help these new members acclimate to the harsh realities of society. Whenever there was work to be done, they were the first to be summoned. If there was none, they became the laborers themselves. The altar at the scene, constructed from approximately 130 bricks, was assembled by Yu Xiaojiang, Salus, and their companions. The additional 30 bricks likely resulted from Lu Erlong's punitive measures, which left them shattered and necessitated their reconstruction. This group has contributed to remarkable transformations within the hellish prison over the year, allowing Su Feng to amass considerable lying flat value during this time. My lord, Su Feng's inquiry caused Lu Erlong to feel a twinge of embarrassment, yet he responded candidly, to expedite the construction of the altar. I have been pressing them to work tirelessly, leading to excessive strain and the demise of 2. The remaining members are nearly at death's door. Fearing further loss of souls, I permitted them to rest. 2 dead? Su Feng's lips twitched. In this hellish prison, as long as the souls retained even a breath of life, they would gradually recover. If such pressure could extinguish their existence, what arrangements had been made to cause 2 of them to wither? Curiosity piqued, Su Feng inquired further. My lord, Lu Erlong stammered. Flustered before Su Feng, I did not orchestrate anything. I merely allowed them to work continuously. Had it not been for the recent fatalities, I might not have granted them any respite. As he spoke, Lu Erlong glanced at the sky, adding, given the current time, Yu Xiaojiang and Salus should be returning soon. Though the sun was absent, the sky changed with the passage of time, allowing Lu Erlong to discern the hour. After hearing Lu Erlong's account, Su Feng found himself at a loss for words, yet he sensed that the rest he had mentioned was likely not genuine repose. Thus, unable to resist the urge, he spent some of his lying flat value to probe the depths of the hellish prison. To his astonishment, what he uncovered left him utterly shocked. In the depths of the hellish prison, within a certain cell, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Crackling, crashing, and rumbling filled the air. In a vibrant display of chaos, a throng of individuals danced fervently, their bodies illuminated by arcs of cerulean lightning that surged with relentless energy. Each bolt struck precisely at their lower bodies, causing the electric current to ripple through their forms, resulting in uncontrollable spasms, frenzied movements, and even ecstatic gestures. What sorcery is this? Su Feng's heart raced with alarm, and as if sensing his trepidation, the system promptly delivered a notification. Ding! A gentle reminder. This is the exclusive recovery technique known as the electric torture of the hellish cage, devised for the undead. Merely confining the spirits within this electric prison allows for rapid restoration of their vitality. Electric technique? Su Feng's lips twitched once more. I would call it the electric chicken technique. Although Su Feng wielded dominion over the chaos realm, he was not omniscient concerning specific matters within its various sectors, often lacking the insights of the respective guardians. For instance, this electric chicken, electric prison, was unknown to him, while Lu Erlong, who bore the title of Hellfire Dragon, was acutely aware of its existence. Thus, as anticipated not long after Lu Erlong's words, the lightning within the electric cage ceased its assault. Hurry, hurry, or else Lord Lu shall unleash his wrath. The moment the electric shocks halted, individuals surged forth, desperate to escape as if fearing even a moment's delay. Indeed, if they did not seize the opportunity to toil, they would likely find themselves worse off than the two who had perished. Echoing in agreement, others within the cage joined in, and soon a multitude rushed towards the exit, their faces etched with dread. The relentless torments they had endured over the past year had imparted a sobering realization. In this realm, absolute obedience to Lord Lu's commands was imperative, lest they face a fate more harrowing than death itself. Clearly, during their trials, many had contemplated the thought of self-destruction. Yet lamentably, as long as Lu Erlong wished for their survival, they could not simply slip away into oblivion. Within this infernal prison, nearly all harbored a profound fear of Lu Erlong. However, amidst them existed a singular voice of defiance. Yu Xiaojiang. Humph, Lu Erlong, you vile wretch. Do you think I shall stoop to your despicable whims? At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang remained resolutely in the corner of the cell, unwilling to take a single step outside. Lu Erlong, you scoundrel, ha ha ha. In the entire hellish cage, only Yu Xiaojiang dared to utter such words. Was it due to his audacity? Certainly not. His boldness stemmed from a mind shattered by relentless torment, his sanity long since unraveled. Damn it, Yu Xiaojiang, get up this instant. Before him, Salus, witnessing his inertia, rushed to pull him along, urging him to join in the labor, all the while grumbling. You miserable fool, what on earth did you do to offend Lord Lu? To be subjected to such madness? And to think, your insanity now drags me into this mess. Saras gazed at Yu Xiaojiang, grappling with unutterable sorrow. He vividly recalled the moment when, after being driven to madness, Yu Xiaojiang had the audacity to lean casually against him in front of Lord Lu. Grinning lewdly as he spoke, what do you say, good brother? Shall we take her down together? She is so beautiful, with such an alluring figure, let us indulge together. He. From that day forward, Saras understood one undeniable truth. He was doomed. Indeed, even in his derangement. Yu Xiaojiang was subjected once more to Lord Lu's inhumane torment, and to his dismay, Saras found himself caught in the crossfire. Subsequently, Lord Lu declared that from henceforth, every punishment would necessitate Yu Xiaojiang's presence. Should Yu Xiaojiang be absent, Saras would endure even harsher penalties, thus irrevocably binding him to Yu Xiaojiang's fate. Damn it. You wretched creature. Not only did you offend Lord Lu, but you also dragged me into this. The thought of being implicated filled Saras with immense frustration, prompting him to deliver 2 swift kicks to Yu Xiaojiang's forehead, leaving 2 distinct shoe prints on his face. Oh, how delightful. Let us have a few more. Contrary to expectation, Yu Xiaojiang did not cry out in pain. Instead, he wore an expression of ecstasy. Good brother, kick me harder. It feels so good. Blood dripped from Yu Xiaojiang's mouth, yet he continued to laugh, his delight bordering on madness. He even spread his legs, pointing towards his groin with a mischievous grin. Saras's lips twitched in disbelief. Unable to restrain himself, he kicked again. Yu Xiaojiang immediately clasped his groin, hunched over, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, he refrained from shouting, his laughter intensifying, more euphoric than before. Yes, this is the sensation, so exhilarating. Cough, spit. You truly are a lunatic. Saras's ire only grew as he unleashed a thick, fragrant stream onto Yu Xiaojiang's face, believing it might provide some satisfaction. Wait, is that fragrant? Slurp. Wow, how delectable. With a loud slurp. When Salus witnessed the subsequent actions of Yu Xiaojiang, he appeared utterly petrified, as if he had been shattered. I can't take it anymore. You are truly revolting. Salus felt on the brink of insanity, delivering several forceful kicks to Yu Xiaojiang, ultimately yanking him by the collar and dragging him out like a lifeless dog. There was no alternative. Lord Lu had given orders. During work hours, he was obliged to accompany Yu Xiaojiang, lest his workload increase. Otherwise, he would rather meet his demise than associate with this lunatic, which was indeed distasteful. Alas, to witness such a once great master reduced to madness was a lamentable sight. Su Feng, who observed this scene, felt a twinge of regret, not for Yu Xiaojiang, but for the excessive amount of laying flat value he had accrued from tormenting him over the past year. Undoubtedly, he was the most prominent of the harvested. However, with Yu Xiaojing now deranged, even the torment would yield little negative emotion. It was akin to withering away. And Su Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. My lord, they are about to commence work, and this place will undoubtedly become exceedingly noisy. Perhaps we should relocate? Lu Erlong ventured tentatively, recognizing that Su Feng was the type who preferred tranquility and would be averse to the cacophony of a construction site. Very well, Su Feng replied, nodding. Lead the way. I wish to see what you have accomplished this past month. Yes, my lord. Before long, under Lu Erlong's guidance, Su Feng toured the various edifices of the infernal prison, including the Hall of Punishments, the confinement area, and the council hall. These structures had been under construction for over a year, but after more than a month of rest, they had become even more refined, rendering the prison more formidable in scale. Excellent, quite impressive, Su Feng remarked with immense satisfaction, while Lu Erlong quietly cheered beside him, his face betraying an involuntary smile despite his silence. Is there anywhere else? Su Feng inquired. Yes, indeed. Then lead on. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong immediately waved his hand, appearing somewhat flustered. Oh, no, there is nothing more. Su Feng's expression darkened, yet he refrained from pressing further and instead opened the system store. Lying flat value, 184. 349 foot. Upon gazing at this substantial figure, a wave of contentment washed over Su Feng. In the past, accumulating such a vast sum of Liang flat value would have taken him an entire year, and even then, he would have been fortunate to reach 60 or 70,000. However, since recruiting Lu Erlong and others like Salis, his harvest over the past year had significantly increased. Most importantly, it had not disrupted his leisurely lifestyle. He merely needed to check in during idle moments to reap substantial rewards, which was truly delightful. Erlong, do you aspire to break through to the Title Douluo rank? Do you desire 100,000-year soul ring? Su Feng suddenly regarded Lu Erlong with a teasing expression. A year had passed, and she had been working for him for that duration. He felt it was time to bestow her a year-end bonus. What do you mean, my lord? Lu Erlong, somewhat bewildered, inquired. To break through to Title Douluo, can it truly be achieved so effortlessly? As for 100,000-year soul ring, that was something she had never dared to dream of before. Title Douluo? 100,000-year soul ring? My lord, what do you truly mean? From Su Feng's demeanor, it appeared he intended to assist her in breaking through and acquiring a soul ring. Lu Erlong was skeptical yet harbored a glimmer of hope as she gazed at him, seeking confirmation. Noticing the expression on Lu Erlong's face, Su Feng smiled wryly and continued, What I mean is, I can facilitate your rapid advancement to the power of a Title Douluo, and I can also grant you 100,000-year soul ring. He smirked, jesting. Have I made myself sufficiently clear this time? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's form trembled slightly, her breath quickened, and she remained in a daze for quite a while, before responding with a mixture of shock and delight. My lord, your meaning is crystal clear. 100,000-year soul ring, in her understanding, was practically the pinnacle of soul rings. There could be no higher tier. In fact, she had never even witnessed anyone showcase a 100,000-year soul ring. My lord. Lu Erlong suddenly bowed deeply to Su Feng, her excitement palpable as she asked, What must I do next? Although Su Feng had yet to assist her in obtaining the 100,000-year soul ring, she placed immense trust in his words. He had previously promised that upon her acceptance of the Hell Dragon Hunter legacy, her strength would surge and her cultivation would advance more swiftly than before. All of this had proven true over the past year. In just 1 year, she had continuously leveled up and could wield a power of legacy she had once deemed unattainable, the spectral force of the Hell Cage. Even without her martial soul, she could now effortlessly engage in battles beyond her rank. If she invoked her martial soul, particularly the Hell Dragon Slayer set, especially the Hellfire Dragon Sword, she felt absolute confidence that she could eliminate any ordinary soul master of the same rank with a single strike. Should she confront a Title Douluo who surpassed her by 10 levels, she was confident that, as a soul sage, she could at least hold her ground, if not secure victory. Please rise. There is no need for such formalities. Yes, my lord. Please wait a moment. Su Feng gestured for Lu Erlong to remain where she was, while he swiftly opened the system shop. In an instant, thousands of products appeared before him, leaving him somewhat dazzled. Alas, there isn't even a single discount, he lamented. Su Feng meticulously inspected all the merchandise. Yet this time fortune did not favor him as it had previously. Not a single item was available at a mere 10 of the original price. To make matters worse, the only 2 items offered at 20 were urgently required and not what he needed at the moment, rendering any purchase futile. Alas, The desired items were all priced exorbitantly. The situation ahead appeared daunting. Su Feng felt a headache coming on. He disdained purchasing system items at full price, for they were excessively costly. With only 180,000 points at his disposal, buying even a couple of items would likely leave him impoverished. It seemed his only recourse was to venture into the discounted section and tempt fate. With a resigned sigh, Su Feng pressed his forehead in frustration. If it were up to him, he would avoid the discounted section altogether, as the items purchased there carried inherent risks. He recalled a previous experience when, tempted by low prices, he acquired 9 grade-enhancing pills from that very section. The function of these pills was straightforward. Upon consumption, they could alter one's soul power. There was a 60 chance of a level increase, a 39 chance of a decrease, and a 1 chance of complete depletion. On that fateful day, just 1 level away from breaking through to the Soul King, he decided to gamble, thinking that if it did not work out, he could always take a few more. After all, with a 60 upgrade probability, he was certain to succeed eventually. However, after consuming all 9 pills, he experienced a relentless cycle of brief elevation followed by subsequent decline. To his dismay, he ultimately encountered the dreaded 1 chance, leaving him utterly drained and frustratingly. He was left just shy of his breakthrough. Since that incident, Su Feng seldom visited the discounted section, as he felt the items there were decidedly unfriendly towards him. Nevertheless, since the consumer would be Lu Erlong, he would not suffer the consequences. Thus he contemplated returning to that place. Grade-enhancing pills, he decided, would suffice. In the discounted section, Su Feng's gaze quickly fixed upon a particular item, and without hesitation, he purchased 10 pills for a mere 5,000 points. Ideally, he would have liked to procure more, hoping to elevate Lu Erlong to a godly level. But these pills could not be used indefinitely. Consuming more than 10 would render them ineffective. Here, take these pills, Su Feng said, handing them over to Lu Erlong, curious about the latter's luck. Yes, my lord, Lu Erlong replied without hesitation, promptly stuffing the pills into his mouth all at once. Wait, Su Feng exclaimed, jolted into action. Without thinking, he reached out to clasp Lu Erlong's mouth shut while using his other hand to retrieve the pills from within. Heart racing, he cautioned, I forgot to mention. You must consume them one at a time, or the consequences could be severe. The level-up pills are akin to a double-edged sword. While they provide a modicum of pleasure during ascension, they can evoke a sense of suffocation when one descends in rank. Should one consume 10 simultaneously, the sensations are likely to amplify, and she feared that Lu Erlong might not withstand either outcome. If the former were to intensify, and Lu Erlong could not restrain a vocal outburst, it would be a sight that Su Feng would rather not witness. Conversely, if the latter were to escalate, it could inflict irreparable harm on Lu Erlong's body. The most alarming scenario would be if the probability of a disastrous outcome were to compound, potentially leading to Lu Erlong's untimely demise, resulting in catastrophic losses. Fortunately, he managed to intervene just in time. Su Feng felt a sense of relief but failed to notice that Lu Erlong before him was blushing profusely, her entire being trembling as if she were experiencing an unprecedented stimulus. Master, Lu Erlong stammered, her mouth restrained. See, could you please release me? Ahem, my apologies, Su Feng replied, his expression one of regret, before extending the pills toward her once more, slightly embarrassed as he said, that was an accident. Please give it another try. At that moment, Lu Erlong offered no verbal response, merely nodding with a crimson face as she swiftly took the pills, not daring to glance at Su Feng even once throughout the process. Su Feng noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired with mild confusion, what seems to be the matter? Master, Lu Erlong replied timidly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, conveying a sense of grievance. Could you refrain from touching your subordinate so casually in the future? She could not bring herself to articulate her final thought. Turning her head aside, her face becoming an even deeper shade of red, Su Feng was left utterly perplexed, pondering the situation. Sensing his bewilderment, the system promptly provided a notification. Ding. Friendly reminder, the dragon hunters descend from an ancient and distinct race, governed by a paramount rule. A kiss signifies marriage. Consequently, each dragon hunter holds their kiss in the highest regard, often valuing it above their very lives, more so than the purity revered by human women. Thus, no dragon hunter, particularly the female ones, would ever allow any man to touch their lips, much less their tongues, as it is the most sensitive part of their bodies. Should anyone dare to infringe upon this boundary, the consequences are either death or a fate of unimaginable despair, with little room for alternatives. Su Feng was left in a state of shock after absorbing the system's explanation, his mind replaying the earlier scene. In his quest to retrieve the pills, it seemed he had not only brushed against her tongue but had also impulsively touched it several times. This was a grave error, and he realized the severity of his predicament. Though Su Feng did not comprehend the concept of exchanging a kiss for marriage, he recognized that he had inadvertently trespassed on a sensitive matter that Lu Erlong held dear. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Feng felt a surge of regret and promptly offered a sincere apology. "Erlong, I am truly sorry. It was unintentional." Upon witnessing his distress, Lu Erlong, despite feeling aggrieved, swiftly interjected to halt Su Feng's self-reproach, explaining, "I understand that it was not your intention, which is why I did not blame you initially. It was merely that, influenced by the bloodline of the Hell Dragon Hunters, I had momentarily considered myself a true member of the dragon hunting clan, making the situation difficult for me to accept." Lu Erlong wiped away the shimmering tears at the corners of her eyes and managed a light-hearted smile as she regarded Su Feng once more, her demeanor becoming more relaxed. "I am fine now." Su Feng remained silent, his sense of remorse intensifying as he sensed through their contractual bond that Lu Erlong was not entirely truthful. It became evident to him that she was likely attempting to spare him from guilt. Acknowledging her good intentions, Su Feng wisely chose not to confront her deception, resolving instead to find a way to offer her material compensation in the future. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief and replied with a smile, "If that is the case, please continue, but take care to swallow them one by one." "Yes, my lord," Lu Erlong responded without hesitation, settling into a meditative posture and quickly entering a focused state before consuming the first elixir. Boom. In an instant, Su Feng witnessed a surge of energy erupting from Lu Erlong, enveloping her in a torrent of fiery power. It was evident that she had leveled up. "Proceed," Su Feng commanded. "Understood," Lu Erlong affirmed without a moment's delay, consuming another pill. Moments later, boom, boom, boom. Su Feng was left astounded as he watched Lu Erlong break through multiple thresholds. He realized what it meant to be fortunate. He could not help but feel a twinge of envy. He had to concede that Lu Erlong's luck was remarkable, for consecutive pills had all resulted in upgrades. Now, she had officially ascended to the 80th level of Title Douluo. "My lord, shall I continue?" she inquired. Instinctively, Su Feng felt compelled to encourage her to proceed. Considering her extraordinary luck, perhaps she could ascend several more levels in one go, which would be an incredible gain. However, upon noticing the flush of her cheeks and the hint of dissatisfaction in her expression, he suddenly felt a jolt of realization and quickly interjected, "That is enough. No need to consume more. Please keep the remaining ones for now. I will inform you when they are needed." This pill aids in elevating one's realm, inducing a certain degree of euphoria. Although Su Feng had never experienced the sensation of consecutive breakthroughs, he surmised it might be akin to the ethereal feeling encountered during the union of yin and yang. Ahem, merely a conjecture. "Well, I shall defer to your wisdom, my lord." As expected, when Su Feng halted the proceedings, Lu Erlong unabashedly displayed her emotions, nearly conveying her disappointment openly. Su Feng, unable to bear the sight of Lu Erlong's demeanor, promptly accessed the system's marketplace, continuing to peruse the discounted items, and took a moment to remind Lu Erlong, "Your level has already ascended. The next matter pertains to your soul ring. Take a moment to acclimate to your newfound power and wait here for a while." "Oh, understood." Su Feng diligently searched for the system's artifacts. Oblivious to Lu Erlong's distracted gaze, her eyes fixed upon him. Lu Erlong remained silent, yet her hand, concealed within her sleeve, involuntarily clenched tightly, trembling ever so slightly. Had the previous incident not transpired, had he not inadvertently touched upon her most cherished and sensitive areas, she might have succumbed to unrestrained joy following her consecutive breakthroughs to the 4th level of Title Douluo. Alas, that was not the case. Su Feng had crossed that boundary. In Lu Erlong's perspective, or rather, in the thoughts inherited from her bloodline, she believed she had already completed the most significant ritual of marriage with Su Feng. Thus, she found it impossible to remain composed in his presence. Yet, she also recognized that Su Feng likely regarded the matter as trivial. After all, having once been human herself, she understood that his prior action was a mere trifle, scarcely worthy of mention. A man of such stature must surely be indifferent to ordinary women. What am I truly anticipating? Suddenly, Lu Erlong's thoughts drifted to Bibi Dong, conjuring an image of her peerless beauty, a visage that words could scarcely capture, alongside her enchanting figure capable of captivating hearts. Unbidden, she felt a pang of inadequacy and a profound sense of loneliness. Very well. I shall adhere to my own beliefs while he pursues his own. There has always been a distinction between us. After all, since becoming a hellhunter, I have been destined to belong to Su Feng. Should he desire anything of me, I have no power to refuse. After a brief moment, Lu Erlong seemed to arrive at a realization. Her head bowed, unable to meet Su Feng's gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Now that the ceremonial rites have been fulfilled, all that remains is for me to regard him as my husband and serve him well, even if he does not acknowledge it. Lu Erlong clenched her fist once more, her chest rising and falling slightly, as if resolutely making up her mind. Aha! I have found it. My lord, what is the matter? Lu Erlong, lost in her thoughts, was startled by Su Feng's sudden laughter. I have located the soul ring suitable for you, 100,000-year soul ring. Su Feng chuckled heartily, then, with a casual gesture, unleashed a dazzling blood-red soul ring. In an instant, a crimson radiance enveloped the surrounding area within 100 meters, exuding an overwhelming pressure reminiscent of a ferocious beast, rendering the already hellish scene even more magnificent. Is this truly a 100,000-year soul ring? Observing the blood-red ring and the intricate patterns inscribed within it, Lu Erlong was utterly astounded. She could hardly believe that her master had indeed produced a soul ring of such ancient origin. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Erlong became acutely aware of a pressing issue and hurriedly inquired of Su Feng, in order to absorb the soul ring. It must be one that the soul beast has personally hunted. I fear I may not be able to absorb this one. Su Feng smiled wryly and replied, Do not concern yourself with that. Simply find a place conducive to your absorption of the soul ring and proceed. Very well, I shall give it a try. Lu Erlong began to attempt to guide the soul ring, but as soon as she made contact, the ring surged directly into her body, disappearing within. Is it gone? Lu Erlong questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked at Su Feng. Certainly not, Su Feng patiently explained. The soul ring has merely been temporarily housed within your body. It has yet to merge with your martial spirit. You must find a location that aids in your recovery while you absorb this martial spirit. However, you must exercise caution. This soul ring is derived from the powerful Fire Dragon King. When you absorb it, do not underestimate its fiery essence, believing yourself immune to its flames. Should the Fire Dragon King consume your spirit, you would find yourself in peril. Therefore, seek a place where you can maintain your peak condition. Is that so? I know where to go, Lu Erlong murmured, her eyes sparkling, and she swiftly transformed into a blur, darting toward a certain direction. That's rather hasty, Su Feng sighed, shaking his head in resignation. With a flicker of thought, he followed her swiftly. Where is this? Upon arriving, Su Feng beheld a vast pool of molten lava. Return. My lord, this is the pool of divine nectar and jade dew, Lu Erlong said, her head slightly bowed, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. It is also where I bathe. Ah, I understand. Su Feng sensed the environment and quickly realized that the fire attributes here were exceptionally potent, allowing Lu Erlong to maintain her peak state. However, the name of the pool made him want to jest. Divine nectar, you say? It resembles molten lava more closely. Despite his playful thoughts, Su Feng remained cautious about Lu Erlong absorbing the soul ring, promptly stating, I will provide you protection shortly. You may begin at once. Understood. Good heavens, I'm still here. Why are you undressing so suddenly? Upon the unsettling thought of Lu Erlong standing behind him, completely devoid of attire, Su Feng felt an overwhelming discomfort and promptly stated, You may commence. Yes, my lord, Lu Erlong replied, lowering her hand that had been shielding her chest. After bowing to Su Feng, she proceeded towards the pool of fine nectar and jade dew. Boom, boom, boom. The pool of fine nectar and jade dew was constructed atop a volcano, its depths unfathomable, continuously spewing forth fresh magma that bore an exceptionally pure essence of fire attribute power. As a hellish dragon hunter, Lu Erlong could naturally absorb this fiery energy simply by immersing herself in the volcanic magma, impervious to the searing temperatures. My lord, she began, I shall now commence. But I fear I may err. Would you mind turning around? Hearing her soft murmur from behind, Su Feng hesitated momentarily before slowly pivoting away, anxious to avoid another glimpse of her alluring yet unabashed form, which made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lu Erlong had submerged herself entirely in the magma, leaving only her head visible, sparing Su Feng from any further provocative sights. Very well, begin. I shall remain here to safeguard you, Su Feng advised before reclining on an elderly chair he had retrieved. Yes, my lord. After a brief moment, a colossal fiery dragon apparition materialized around Lu Erlong, accompanied by a vividly crimson soul ring that was once again summoned forth. Buzz. Instantly, an oppressive aura enveloped the vicinity of the pool of fine nectar and jade dew, casting an intense blood-red glow throughout the area. Lu Erlong, intent on absorbing the fire dragon soul ring, closed her eyes, occasionally contorting her face in pain as beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead. Roar. Lu Erlong had scarcely begun her absorption when the air resonated with a series of dragon roars, as if a ferocious beast were about to manifest. Another roar echoed, this time more resounding, reverberating through the heavens, the sound waves carrying an undeniable authority across several kilometers. What is happening? What is going on? In the square of the puppet altar, Sarath and his companions had just begun their labor when they were captivated by the dragon's roar, all turning their gazes towards the same direction. Look over there. Such a dazzling red glow. What could that possibly be? Exclaimed a soul saint numbered 5 beside Sarath, his expression one of sheer astonishment, as if witnessing a scene of unimaginable terror for the first time. Simultaneously, he felt a faint yet palpable pressure. Despite being over 10 miles away from the source of the radiant glow, someone is absorbing a 100,000 your soul ring. Sarath suddenly declared with unwavering certainty. What? 100,000 years? How is that possible? Where could such a soul beast of 100,000 years come from? As Salas began to speak, a chorus of skepticism arose around him. After all, they had all resided in this place for a year and were intimately aware of its circumstances. Not to mention a soul beast, there was not even a single one to be found. Undoubtedly, someone must be absorbing the soul ring of 100,000 years. Salas remained steadfast in his conviction, although he had read few books. One had mentioned that the scene he had just witnessed was indicative of absorbing a 100,000-year soul beast. Thus, he was resolutely certain. Of course, he was unaware that the information provided in the book he read was fabricated. He had merely stumbled upon the correct conclusion by sheer coincidence. Despite Salas's guess being a mere shot in the dark, he commanded the highest respect among those present, drawing considerable agreement and gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Who would have thought that it could indeed be a 100,000-year soul ring? Yet, how could a 100,000-year soul ring suddenly manifest? Could it be that Lord Lu had slain a 100,000-year soul beast? With a confident adjustment of his glasses, Salas declared, if my conjecture holds true, it must be that Lord Lu has broken through to the rank of Title Douluo and, having long since imprisoned a 100,000-year soul beast, has now slain it and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. As Salas continued to cultivate his image, he was unexpectedly approached by Yu Xiaojiang, who draped an arm over his shoulder, disdain evident on his face. What are you pretending to do here? Slacking off. He scoffed. Get off me, you disgusting waste. Salas retorted, kicking Yu Xiaojiang away with a look of utter revulsion. He had noticed the hand resting on his shoulder and could not help but feel disgusted. He was well aware that ever since Yu Xiaojiang had gone mad, he had developed a habit of picking his nose, and to make matters worse, he never carried toilet paper when using the restroom. His hands were undoubtedly filthy, particularly with the remnants lodged beneath his fingernails. Filthy hands? Not filthy at all, Yu Xiaojiang remarked, unfazed. Upon hearing Salas's accusation, he licked his fingers, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Salas stood frozen, fury boiling within him as his whole body trembled. Oblivious to Salas's rage, Yu Xiaojiang continued to relish in licking his fingers, then approached Salas with a beaming smile, extending his hand. Good brother, would you like to try? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, Salas screamed, seizing a nearby shovel and swinging it fiercely at Yu Xiaojiang's head, delivering a devastating blow. Bang, bang, bang. In a fleeting moment, Salas unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Yu Xiaojiang, believing that this would suffice to quell his indignation. However, when he beheld Yu Xiaojiang's subsequent actions, he was taken aback. Not painful at all, Yu Xiaojiang maintained his trademark smirk, but as he continued to grin, it appeared that he suddenly felt something, for soon after, Salas noticed a dampness in his trousers, a sizable stain forming, followed by an overwhelming stench that wafted through the air. In an instant, several individuals in the vicinity could no longer endure the foul odor and retched violently. Yet, Salas remained unfazed. He had grown accustomed to such grotesque displays, having once been smeared with Yu Xiaojiang's filth in his slumber. Having faced far worse, Salas was able to maintain his composure in this situation. He bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Let us take him down together and rid ourselves of this disgusting creature." Salas was the first to act, swinging his shovel once more at Yu Xiaojiang. Indeed, this fellow was repugnant, and he needed to be eliminated to prevent further revulsion. Soon, those around him echoed his sentiments, raising their shovels in unison. However, just as they prepared to besiege Yu Xiaojiang, he grinned foolishly and remarked, It seems you all wish to partake in the feast. I would be delighted to share. With that, he reached into his trousers, retrieving a weapon of unimaginable repugnance. Who wants to indulge first? He taunted, still grinning. The sight left the onlookers stunned. They hesitated, fear etched upon their faces, with some even retreating several paces. 5 soul Douluo and 18 soul saints, 2 of whom had perished, were intimidated by a single gesture from Yu Shaojiang, rendering them paralyzed with fear. It was a feat that would be hard to believe, yet Yu Shaojiang had managed to remain unflustered amidst the chaos of formidable adversaries. Come at me. He must perish today. We must rid ourselves of this abhorrent being. Salus clenched his fists, raising his shovel high, embodying the spirit of a warrior ready for battle. Silence fell abruptly after Salus's declaration, as all present instinctively stepped back several paces. What does this mean? Salus queried, confusion etched upon his face. Only to realize that Yu Shaojiang had inexplicably aimed his foulness directly at him. Brother, catch this. Before Salus could fully comprehend the situation, Yu Shaojiang hurled it towards him, prompting Salus to swiftly raise his shovel in defense. Smack. Saras, however, remained oblivious to the fact that his seemingly innocuous action instantly entangled those around him. Ah, Saras. You've caught me on the hand. Damn it, Saras, you've got it in my mouth. This is not my doing. It was that scoundrel Yu Shaojiang's fault. If you wish to vent your anger, direct it at him. Saras felt utterly innocent. Let us join forces and eliminate this wretch. Mad, let us finish him off. In the midst of the chaos, several individuals, having been inadvertently splashed by Saras' gesture, found themselves unwilling to evade any longer and surged towards Yu Shaojiang to pummel him. The scene quickly descended into pandemonium. Suddenly, a roar echoed, reverberating through the ground, particularly from the direction of the crimson light, where a colossal fire dragon's phantom soared majestically into the air. That is, Lord Lu's martial spirit. Indeed, it was Lu Erlong absorbing 100,000-year spirit ring. As the fiery silhouette manifested and waves of spirit power rippled from afar, the crowd abruptly ceased their assault on Yu Shaojiang, their expressions shifting to awe and envy. 100,000-year spirit ring, within their understanding, it represented the pinnacle of spirit rings. Beside the pool of divine nectar, a voice proclaimed, "Congratulations. You now possess your own 100,000-year martial spirit." Feng gazed at Lu Erlong, who had transformed into a soaring fire dragon, feeling a sense of satisfaction. If his estimations were correct, Lu Erlong had now surpassed the spirit Douluo level, and with the 100,000-year spirit ring and the legacy of the Hell Dragon Hunter, facing an ordinary Title Douluo should pose no challenge, at least not against Yu Egwan. It would be interesting to see Lu Erlong confront Yu Egwan, he pondered. Little did Yu Egwan know Su Feng's intentions, otherwise he might have fled in the dead of night. With a final dragon's roar, the fire dragon's phantom darted towards Su Feng. And as the flames enveloping her dissipated, a woman with flaming red hair emerged, her eyes as crimson as blood, embodying a figure steeped in carnage and brutality. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. In a brief moment, Lu Erlong had not only surpassed the spirit Douluo level but had also acquired 100,000-year spirit rings, leaving her overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude towards Su Feng. However, Su Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment in the face of Lu Erlong's appreciation. As she stood before him quite unclothed, turning his gaze away, he awkwardly suggested, "Perhaps you should don some attire. It is rather improper to present yourself in such a manner." "Ah, my apologies." Lu Erlong, caught up in her joy, felt a sudden rush of embarrassment upon Su Feng's reminder, her cheeks flushing a shade of crimson. In a flurry, she donned the Hell Hunter ensemble that lay upon the ground. "My lord, I am ready," Lu Erlong whispered, then straightened her posture. Although exposed made her feel somewhat bashful. The thought that this was not their first encounter and that they had already undergone the ritual eased her shyness. However, Su Feng, this time, did not indulge Lu Erlong. He issued a stern warning. "Lu Erlong, I trust you will refrain from such casualness in my presence in the future. Otherwise, I shall perceive it as an attempt to seduce me, and I will regard you as a lascivious woman. I do not favor such subordinates. And should it come to that, do not expect my leniency." Thud. At Su Feng's words, Lu Erlong trembled and knelt, panic evident in her voice. "My lord, I acknowledge my mistake." Su Feng's remarks, devoid of jealousy, rang true. There was indeed an element of intentionality on her part. She had already begun to regard him as her husband and desired a place in his heart, rather than timidly waiting for him to approach her. She understood that such passivity would yield no response. Su Feng's striking appearance, his unfathomable prowess, and the countless secrets he harbored, not to mention the protection of a figure like the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, rendered him a man of exceptional standing. should he desire companionship. He would have no shortage of options. If she did not take the initiative, her chances would vanish entirely, leaving her with no opportunity even for a fleeting touch, let alone a cherished place in his heart. She was determined not to live with regret, at the very least wanting to seize this opportunity. Nonetheless, Su Feng was currently incensed, and she dared not voice her true feelings, fearing he might dismiss her outright. Lu Erlong was well aware that he was capable of such actions. After all, finding another hell hunter would pose no challenge for him. That will be the last time. You may rise, he concluded, turning away and heading toward the puppet altar, leaving behind an unmistakable command. I have further tasks for you. Follow me. Yes, my lord. Lu Erlong slowly stood, watching his retreating figure. Am I being too impatient? Perhaps he has always looked down upon me, she mused, her expression tinged with melancholy. She then transformed, sprouting the wings of a fire dragon, swiftly following behind him, her hands clenched tightly in her sleeves. No one knew the turmoil swirling within her thoughts. At the puppet altar, what is happening here? Upon his arrival, Su Feng was met with a gruesome scene, particularly that of Yu Xiaojiang, blood-soaked and tattered, his face smeared with repugnant filth. System, initiate purification. Unable to bear the sight, Su Feng willed the altar to be enveloped in a radiant light, restoring its cleanliness, though at the cost of a certain amount of his laid-back value. Lord Su. Upon encountering Su Feng, Salus immediately recognized his identity and promptly knelt down. Recounting the recent events in haste, he could not resist embellishing the tale, exclaiming, "It is bad enough that Yu Xiaojiang has gone mad. He has repeatedly sabotaged our construction efforts, hindering the progress of the altar. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate this nuisance altogether." As he spoke, Salus cast several furtive glances at Su Feng, his curiosity intensifying. How could this individual possess so many identities? He was the master of the Hell Prison, a superior to Lord Lu, and a disciple of Her Highness the Saintess. Unexpectedly, Salus recalled the assassination incident at the Saintess's palace from a year ago, filling him with profound regret. Had he known that Su Feng was so adept at concealing his secrets, he would never have participated in the ambush. The hardships endured and the trials faced over the past year far surpassed anything he had previously experienced in life. Enough of this nonsense, Su Feng remarked, disinterested in the specifics of the situation. After giving Salus a piercing glance, he inquired, "How long will it take to complete the altar?" Salus hastily replied, "It requires 2 no. I'm in at least 3 days for completion." If Lord Lu had posed this question, he would have never dared to lie. However, with Su Feng, he felt emboldened, as the latter seemed amiable and approachable, unlike the merciless Lord Lu. 3 days? Just then, a chilling voice echoed, and a fiery red apparition appeared, revealing Lu Erlong hovering above. Lord Lu. At the sight of her, Salus's pupils constricted, his body stiffening, and his lips quivered uncontrollably. He quickly rectified his statement. No, I misspoke. It should be 2 days. Oh no, 1.5 days. 1.5 days will absolutely suffice. Humph, I shall deal with you all later. Lu Erlong stated, momentarily disinterested in reprimanding them. Instead, she inclined her head towards Su Feng and asked, "My lord, what are your commands?" "I require you to eliminate 2 individuals," Su Feng replied nonchalantly, handing Lu Erlong a portrait and adding with gravity, "From this day forth, your task is to devise a means to kill these 2. The portrait depicted a formidable man cradling an infant in swaddling clothes, wielding an exceedingly hefty hammer. The man's cultivation level was marked as a Title Douluo. Clearly, this was the image Su Feng had obtained from Bibi Dong concerning Tang Hao and Tang San. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall exert every effort to accomplish this task," Lu Erlong declared as she accepted the portrait, her eagerness palpable. Having just broken through to Title Douluo and acquired 100,000 soul rings, she was eager to find a worthy opponent to test her newfound strength. "My lord, when shall I depart?" Lu Erlong inquired once more. In her perception, the opponent was merely a Title Douluo, and eliminating him should pose little challenge. Sensing Lu Erlong's thoughts, Su Feng raised an eyebrow slightly and cautioned, "Do not underestimate him." Lu Erlong paused, somewhat perplexed. Is that man truly formidable? "It is not as simple as you presume," Su Feng replied earnestly, adding, "Moreover, you need not rush to undertake the task at hand. The priority is to expeditiously complete the construction of this altar and subsequently produce the first batch of puppets. You are aware of how to proceed?" "Yes, my lord." With all instructions clearly imparted, Su Feng concluded, "The remaining matters are for you to manage." With that, his figure dissipated and his consciousness returned to his original form, settling down comfortably to sleep. Su Feng understood well that although Tang Hao was currently just a Title Douluo, eliminating him alongside Tang Xin would prove exceedingly difficult. After all, one was the chosen son, while the other was the father of the chosen, both under the protection of the heavenly Tao. Attempting to confront them directly would invite the interference of corrective forces. What was paramount was that even if one were to succeed in slaying Tang San, it could not be guaranteed that the heavenly Tao would not manifest Tang Si or Tang Wu, continuing to rectify the narrative indefinitely, leading to relentless complications. The sole solution lay in depleting the corrective force associated with Tang San, or effectively diminishing his protagonist aura. After all, the corrective power wielded by the heavenly Tao is not infinite. It is quantitatively allocated to each individual. Once the corrective force possessed by that individual is exhausted, the heavenly Tao would no longer concern itself with them. Su Feng's intention to construct this altar was to prepare an army of the undead to pursue and torment Tang Hao and Tang San, gradually eroding the corrective power corresponding to this father-son duo. Ultimately, Su Feng would be able to vanquish them with ease. The previous annihilation of Yu Shaojiang was rendered particularly arduous because he had absorbed all the corrective force allocated to him by the heavenly Tao in one fell swoop. Had he been captured and subjected to prolonged torment, the endeavor would have been significantly simpler. Humph, it is time to settle accounts with you. No sooner had Su Feng departed than Lu Erlong's icy gaze bore down upon Salus and the others. I shall ask you once more. How long until this altar is fully completed? Lu Erlong advanced menacingly towards Salus, a terrifying inferno radiating around her. Lady Lu, Salus stammered, retreating repeatedly, his legs trembling uncontrollably until he ultimately fell to his knees, banging his head against the ground in desperation. I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have deceived Lord Su. Please, Lady Lu, grant us another day and a half, and we shall ensure the final touches on the altar are completed. Bang! As soon as Salus finished speaking, Lu Erlong brandished a long whip wreathed in flames and struck fiercely at his face, causing him to spin midair several times before crashing down. I shall ask you once more, Lu Erlong declared, approaching Salus and aiming a foot towards his head. With this action, a fierce flame surged upwards, scorching Salus's face and producing a hissing sound, accompanied by a faint scent of charred flesh. How long will it take to complete the construction? Lu Erlong's voice was calm yet laced with an undercurrent of unyielding malice. Rest assured, my Lord Lu, even if it costs us our lives, we shall complete the final construction within a day, came the reply. What do you all think? Lu Erlong's gaze shifted to the assembled crowd. Yes, my Lord Lu. We shall finish within a day, even at the cost of our lives. The group knelt simultaneously, their faces etched with fear. This time, the deadline was truly the utmost limit. However, to meet it, they would likely have to expend their life force without a moment's respite, lest they fail. Yet, compared to the arduous labor, they feared the torment from Lu Erlong even more. The sensation of a fate worse than death, governed by dread, was something they wished to avoid at all costs. With a crack, Lu Erlong released his foot from Salus and flicked the flaming whip. If that is the case, what are you all still doing here? Get to work. Yes, yes, my Lord Lu, they replied in unison. Thus, within the puppet altar, Salus undertook the desperate construction, not daring to slacken for a moment. What was initially estimated to take 2 days to complete was astonishingly finished in just 1. Of course, Salus and his companions were utterly exhausted, too worn out to even lift a hand. Fortunately, despite the intense strain, no one had perished. My Lord Lu, we have finally accomplished the task you required. Salus gasped for breath, feeling a sense of relief. Having completed the mission, he thought he might at least be allowed a brief respite. Excellent. However, to his dismay, Lu Erlong approached him, wielding the flaming whip. My Lord Lu? What do you mean? Salus attempted to retreat, but his body refused to respond, sending him into a state of panic. Lu Erlong offered no explanation. Instead, he ensnared Salus with the whip and hurled him into the altar. Activate the formation. Lu Erlong initiated the grand array concealed within the puppet altar. As instructed by Su Feng, boom. Thunderous roars reverberated as ominous storm clouds gathered above the altar, flickering with crimson lightning. What on earth was happening? Salus instinctively shielded his groin, recalling the punishments in the electric prison. What a joke. If struck by that blood-red lightning, how could one possibly recover? In the heart of Salus, a sense of trepidation welled up, yet the crimson lightning showed no hesitation as it struck down upon him. Fortunately, there were no electric chickens. But alas, his fortune was not entirely favorable. The ferocity of the current rendered him tender both inside and out. Surely, I shall not perish like this? This thought crossed Salus's mind, and yet, With each strike of the sanguine lightning, he felt an inexplicable sensation. His body seemed to be rapidly regaining its vitality. A feeling akin to flesh and blood being reborn surged through him. Then, to his astonishment, he discovered that his once spectral form had indeed manifested into a corporeal body. Boom! Thunder resounded. The crimson lightning continued its relentless assault, each strike inducing excruciating pain, yet he found himself laughing, an utterly mad cackle. Ha ha ha. I am alive once more. I can return to the Douluo world. Ha ha ha. Salus had believed he was destined to linger in this realm as a wraith. But it appeared that Lord Lu had plans to resurrect him for mischief. As long as he could survive, as long as he need not endure torment in this place, he was indifferent to whom he would confront. Ha ha ha. In that moment, the prospect of escape filled Salus with overwhelming pride. Good brother. Your laughter has taken a peculiar turn, hee. However, when Salus heard a familiar voice, his laughter abruptly ceased. You Xiaojiang, you shall meet your end shortly. Salus felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. He resolved to summon his comrades to deal with this insufferable wretch. As the puppet altar neared completion, all but Yu Xiaojiang outside had received the cleansing of the crimson lightning, reconstituting their flesh and blood. Now, they merely awaited Su Feng to open the spatial rift, and they could return directly to the Douluo world. A week passed in quietude. During this time, Su Feng, as usual, lay in a state of languor, embodying his habitual despondency. Oh no, ever since he transformed into an adult, he had indeed made progress. He had advanced significantly from his childlike form. In his previous youthful guise, he would spend at least 18 hours of a 24-hour day lying down, dedicating 3 hours to preparing for stupor, 2 hours observing others in a stupor, and the final hour for others to witness his stupor. Now, however, he found satisfaction in lying down for 17 hours, marking a full hour of progress, which he regarded as a substantial improvement. Most importantly, the current Su Feng no longer lapsed into stupor aimlessly. Rather, he engaged in it with intention, regularity, and purpose, just as he was now in the Holy Maiden Palace within the martial arts arena. At the break of dawn, Bibi Dong hastened to oversee Hulaina's training, and in such circumstances, Su Feng could not afford to be idle. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face Bibi Dong's reprimand. Thus, he resolved to wait until Bibi Dong departed before indulging in daydreams. Consequently, Su Feng procured an elderly chair and reclined for an entire day, only stretching his limbs when the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon's silvery glow ascended. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the daily task of idling for over 10 hours in the martial arts arena. Reward: 200 idleness points. 10 ghost face masks. Those who wear this mask can communicate across space. Sigh, despite my daily routine of disciplined idleness, I receive yet another ghost face mask, which holds little value for me. Su Feng shook his head in disappointment upon hearing the system notification. He had accumulated over 100 of these items, yet they were nearly useless to him. He had no one to contact telepathically. If there was a need for long-distance communication, it would only be during missions when dispatching Lu Erlong and the others. However, even that seemed unnecessary, for he could directly reach Lu Erlong through the system's capabilities, rendering the ghost face masks somewhat redundant. Wait, just because I find them useless does not mean Lu Erlong and the others would. If Lu Erlong and Salus donned these masks during battle, they could achieve a level of unspoken understanding, undoubtedly enhancing their combat coordination. Su Feng's disappointment transformed into delight with this revelation. Sigh, it seems I've been idle for too long. My mind is not as sharp as it should be. Su Feng managed a wry smile. Suddenly, brother, Hulaina exclaimed as she dashed towards Su Feng, having just completed her training. A faint purple arc shimmered behind her, and her eyes sparkled with an enchanting violet hue, captivating anyone who gazed upon her, compelling them to vow to protect her for eternity. This was the hallmark of the elite cultivation technique, the Qingqiu immortal arts, at its second level, exuding an allure that inspired reverence and affection in all who beheld her. Brother, I've been training all day, and I'm so tired, Hulaina said as she collapsed beside Su Feng, her voice tinged with a touch of vulnerability. Could you give me a little massage, please? As she spoke, she pouted, and her violet eyes shimmered even more brilliantly, amplifying her pitiful demeanor. Any young boy witnessing this scene would likely be unable to resist offering her a warm embrace, for she appeared so woeful and endearing that one could hardly harbor ill intentions. Smack! You little girl, how dare you use your charms on me? It seems you were looking for a reprimand. Unexpectedly, Su Feng was completely indifferent to this, and with a flick of his head, he sent a playful jab towards Hulaina. Ouch! Hulaina instantly clutched her little head, gazing up at him with a look of dismay. Brother, You're hitting my brain again. It will make me stupid. Stupid? Su Feng replied with a bittersweet smile. With such precise words, how could you possibly become any more foolish? So what if I'm foolish? I still want you to give me a little rub, brother. Hulaina stuck out her tongue and, with a sudden leap, lunged towards Su Feng, arms wide open to bestow upon him a great embrace. However, before Hulaina could reach him, she was abruptly suspended in midair, as Su Feng effortlessly tossed her aside as if she were a mere chick. Little girl, did I not tell you? I've just finished cultivating. And I'm drenched in sweat. Refrain from touching me. To this, Hulaina did not express anger, for she was accustomed to it. She quickly regained her footing and scampered back to Su Feng's side. Then, brother, may I go take a bath? Can you let me touch you then? Will you help me with a little rub? Why do you, like the teacher, enjoy having me rub you? Is it truly that comfortable? Su Feng gazed at Hulaina languidly, feeling somewhat helpless, though he kept his thoughts to himself. Please, brother, can I? Hulaina attempted to cling to Su Feng's arm in a playful manner, but fearing he might toss her away again, she merely gently swayed the rocking chair, her eyes shimmering with a practiced innocence. Of course not. You've been rejected many times. If you don't agree, I might just cry for you. Hulaina pouted, and genuine tears welled in her eyes. All right, just be quick about it. Seeing Hulaina in such a state, Su Feng felt a pang of compassion and reluctantly acquiesced. Thank you, brother. Hulaina dashed back to her room in haste. Alas, what a predicament. Su Feng sighed, feeling a headache coming on. How can she be so young and already acting this way? What will happen when she grows up? Su Feng's mind wandered through the experiences of the past year. That little girl, it seemed she had learned from someone, as she would frequently cling to him, always finding various excuses to coax him into giving her a rub. Logically, this would not be an issue. After all, she was still quite young, and giving her a full body massage seemed harmless. Yet, the problem arose when, during these moments, she would often explore his body with her small hands, and on multiple occasions, she even attempted to lift his clothing. This was simply excessive. Who on earth had she learned this from? Su Feng was enveloped in confusion. Unbeknownst to him, every time he succumbed to laziness and fell into a deep slumber, Bibi Dong would be nearby engaging in mischievous antics. Over time, this became a habitual offense, inevitably leading to encounters with Hulaina, who subsequently grasped this newfound knowledge and was tempted to experiment with it herself. Little did she know that this exploration would lead her to comprehend why her mentor engaged in such actions. It turned out to be an exquisitely pleasurable experience. Hulaina could not fathom the source of her delight. She simply relished the sensation of her delicate fingers gliding over her senior brother's arm, the way her toes, resembling frosted lotus petals, would brush against his calves. If given the chance, she would have loved to lift her senior brother's garment to personally experience the warmth radiating from his firm abdominal muscles, which, while undeniably muscular, possessed a surprising smoothness, evoking an enchanting tactile sensation. Senior brother, I am ready, she announced. Shortly thereafter, Hulaina emerged from her chamber, having shed her black training attire in favor of a charming pink dress. Senior brother, may I ascend? She inquired, approaching Su Feng and gesturing towards his chest. In the past, she would nestle against him, allowing him to massage her shoulders, knead her calves, and scratch her back. You little imp, you've truly been spoiled. Su Feng remarked with a hint of exasperation. He waved his hand, gently releasing his soul power, which swiftly lifted Hulaina onto the armchair, or rather, into his embrace. Unbeknownst to him, the teacher had resorted to using a mechanical bird for surveillance. Fortunately, he was able to control it. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. After disabling the bird's listening and spying capabilities, Su Feng promptly retrieved his phone and connected to the hidden surveillance system he had installed within the Holy Maiden Palace, which linked to numerous mechanical birds, displaying the gathered footage. It appeared that the teacher had indeed returned to her quarters. He planned to release Lu Erlong and the others shortly, hoping they would remain undetected. Moments later, the screen of Su Feng's phone revealed a three-dimensional layout of the Holy Maiden Palace. It confirmed that Bibi Dong had indeed returned, seemingly quite irate. This little rascal. How can she guard against me so meticulously? There must be secrets she wishes to keep hidden. Once you return to your room, I shall have the pleasure of interrogating you thoroughly. Dimly, Su Feng overheard the teacher's murmurs of indignation, prompting a bittersweet smile to grace his lips. Ah, it seems I shall soon be in for another round of trials. Frankly speaking, Su Feng harbored no desire to continue concealing his myriad secrets, including his cultivation in chaotic space. After all, the act of hiding such matters was indeed a cumbersome task. Each time, he had to concoct excuses to placate Bibi Dong. And more importantly, no matter how artfully he dodged the subject, she always seemed to be on the same wavelength as him. This was exceedingly peculiar. Were it not for the assurance of his system's protection, he might have suspected that Bibi Dong could delve into his memories. He resolved, at a later opportunity, to confide in his teacher regarding his cultivation and certain secrets, preparing to lay all his cards on the table. However, for the time being, he could not disclose anything. After all, he had previously presented himself as quite ordinary. If he were to suddenly reveal his true prowess, it would appear overwhelmingly impressive, leading Bibi Dong to harbor all sorts of suspicions. What if she misconstrued it as him being possessed by a powerful being, akin to how a Yin's child was overtaken by Tang San? No, that simply would not do. He decided to postpone any revelations. As Su Feng pondered, the voice of Bibi Dong echoed once more through the surveillance screen. Where has my rope gone? I must locate it quickly. If I find it, how splendid. At these words, Su Feng instinctively focused on the phone screen, soon witnessing Bibi Dong tugging on a rope that appeared remarkably sturdy. This little rascal dared to defy my summons. When that rebellious disciple returns, I shall ensure he receives a proper reprimand. The voice resounded again, sending a shiver down Su Feng's spine. It seems I cannot return tonight. Observing Bibi Dong's actions, particularly the rope she had unearthed, Su Feng felt a chill of dread. That very rope had bound him on several occasions in the past. In truth, if Su Feng wished to avoid being tied up, he merely needed to reveal his cultivation to resist her efforts, as they were both soul fighters. If he did not wish to be restrained, she would have no means of overcoming him. However, doing so would inevitably expose his true abilities. This was a minor concern. The primary fear lay in her mistakenly believing he had been possessed, which could lead to relentless pursuits for vengeance against him, a predicament of significant magnitude. To err on the side of caution, perhaps it would be best not to return tonight. This thought grew increasingly insistent in Su Feng's mind. Little rascal. If you do not return within the span of an incense stick, I shall turn the entire Holy Maiden Palace upside down to find you. At that point, you shall be doomed. Yet upon hearing Bibi Dong's declaration, Su Feng swiftly altered his thoughts. No, my teacher will surely slay me. Bibi Dong expressed her intention to overturn the entire Holy Maiden Palace, and Su Feng harbored no doubts, for she had done so in the past. On one occasion, she had even demolished the underground chamber he had secretly constructed, which served as a refuge, leading to Yu Guan receiving a beating since it was Su Feng who had commissioned its creation. Seizing the moment before his disciple's return, Su Feng decided to take a bath. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Bibi Dong's playful voice echoed, seemingly humming a little tune. To his astonishment, he then witnessed her undressing in her boudoir on the screen. Good heavens, this is inappropriate to behold. Su Feng instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, feeling embarrassed to witness such a provocative sight. However, a wave of conflicting thoughts surged within him. It struck him as odd. This brazen teacher had surreptitiously observed him numerous times and had touched him on several occasions, yet he had never seen her in her entirety. It felt as if he was at a disadvantage. Though it was rather improper, he could not allow himself to be shortchanged. The thought of not glancing back felt inherently unbalanced. Resolutely, Su Feng parted his fingers just enough to allow one eye to continue observing the unfolding scene on the screen. It's just for a moment. It should be fine, he reassured himself. In the presence of Bibi Dong, he would never dare to gaze openly. It would be too embarrassing, and he felt it was a breach of decorum that could offend his mentor. Nevertheless, the thought of her consistently taking advantage of him while he had yet to seize any opportunity in return urged him to abandon his decorum. Subsequently, Su Feng continued to watch. Bibi Dong first unfastened her headband, and in an instant, 3,000 strands of hair cascaded down like a magnificent waterfall, exuding an unparalleled smoothness and elegance. Coupled with her clear and radiant starlit eyes, her delicate and alluringly rosy lips, and her indescribably perfect ethereal beauty, she appeared utterly captivating. Bibi Dong continued to hum a gentle tune, casting a glance at the door and the surroundings as if ensuring that all entrances were properly secured. Once satisfied, she let out a sigh of relief. Then, she delicately tucked a few strands of hair behind her back and prepared to loosen the jade belt that constrained her waist. As she did so, her slender and delicate form subtly twisted, revealing her exquisite silhouette. Alas, it was tied too tightly. Bibi Dong exerted herself to loosen the jade belt. Yet it remained steadfastly in place, inciting her irritation and mischievous thoughts. If only my disciple were here to assist me, he would undoubtedly be rendered utterly bashful. As she pondered, Bibi Dong finally managed to untie the jade belt and swiftly shed all her garments, leaving only a simple veil for modesty. Ultimately, even that veil was discarded. What am I doing? At this moment, Feng realized that the hand he had once used to shield his eyes had long since lowered, and his gaze was fixated upon the screen, having even employed a 500x zoom function to scrutinize every detail out of sheer curiosity. Bath time. In the scene, Bibi Dong hummed a little tune while stretching languidly before leisurely entering the bathroom. Despite being aware that Feng was absent, she habitually closed the door behind her. Little did she know, her entire figure had already been exposed to the concealed mechanical bird, or more accurately, to Feng, leaving no detail unobserved. Crucially, the bathroom was equipped with surveillance devices akin to the mechanical bird, so once Bibi Dong entered, every movement she made was laid bare to Feng's gaze. It is noteworthy that Feng had installed these monitoring tools not for the purpose of voyeurism but to construct an omniscient network, allowing him to visualize the entirety of the sacred maiden palace in three-dimensional form, thus enabling him to maintain vigilant oversight and preempt any potential intrusions by assassins. However, he had not anticipated that Bibi Dong's actions this evening would inadvertently unveil a new function of his omniscient network, spying. After a considerable pause, Feng pondered. What am I doing? Having thoroughly observed Bibi Dong, he abruptly shut off his phone and slapped his face, his expression betraying his bewilderment. How could I engage in such behavior towards my teacher? Surely, I have lost my mind. Feng had always considered himself a rather principled individual, adhering strictly to decorum and conduct. Thus, he would never permit himself to engage in lewd actions towards the opposite sex, nor would he tolerate anyone transgressing boundaries with him. Of course, Bibi Dong was an exception, for she was beyond his defenses. Bibi Dong stood frozen, her face a mask of astonishment. The first thought that surged through her mind was, has the sun risen from the west? How could this be? In her memory, her disciple was remarkably unique. Distinctly different from most boys, not only excessively honest but also easily embarrassed, particularly regarding the proprieties between men and women, where he adhered to numerous taboos, never allowing himself to act inappropriately or permitting others to overstep boundaries. To her utter disbelief, this little rascal had seemingly gone astray. No wonder he had gazed at her with such intensity just moments ago. He was likely envisioning her in a state of undress. The mere thought of her disciple's earlier gaze made Bibi Dong's delicate face flush with a rosy hue, her heart racing a few beats faster. Yet, she felt no aversion. Rather, a swirl of surprise and shyness enveloped her. Had she not heard her disciple's inner thoughts, she would never have believed he could engage in such clandestine behavior. It was utterly uncharacteristic. How on earth had this little scoundrel managed to spy on her? Bibi Dong was enveloped in a haze of confusion. Then, she recalled the mechanical birds that had been mentioned earlier. In the next instant, she released a surge of mental energy. Buzz. Within a heartbeat, Bibi Dong discovered over 10 mechanical birds hidden within her chamber, and she had yet to uncover them all. These mechanical birds could monitor every corner, leaving no trace of vulnerability. Most importantly, unless one was aware of their presence and sought them out deliberately, they remained virtually undetectable. As the color of these mechanical birds shifted to blend seamlessly with their surroundings, thereby achieving a remarkable concealment effect. To locate these mechanical birds, one must utilize mental energy to sense the electrical fluctuations within them. After all, these birds operated on electricity. Grasping this principle was the key to unveiling their existence. This little rascal, when did he install so many mechanical birds? Her beautiful eyes narrowed again, a wave of astonishment coursing through her. Could it be that her disciple had secretly placed mechanical birds in the bathroom as well? This thought crossed Bibi Dong's mind. However, she quickly dismissed it, for she had previously released her mental energy to sense the area. Had there been mechanical birds in the bathroom, she would certainly have detected them. Yet, that raised another question. If there were no mechanical birds in the bathing area, how did her disciple manage to spy on her while she bathed? Bibi Dong's mind raced with thoughts. Just moments ago, her disciple had inadvertently revealed that not only had he spied on her undressing, but he had also watched her bathe for quite some time. Yet, she distinctly recalled having closed the door upon entering the bathroom. This could only imply that the bathing area was equipped with surveillance devices. She realized that her disciple must have employed some other means of monitoring in place of the mechanical bird, thus evading her detection. With his myriad of secret tools, this feat should have been quite simple for him. Suddenly, Bibi Dong came to a realization. Her heart swelling with a mix of embarrassment and anger, this little rascal was becoming increasingly audacious. Had he, perchance, observed her on multiple occasions? If that were indeed the case, then her disciple must have witnessed those intimate moments she had previously kept hidden. The mere thought of such a private matter potentially being seen by him made her cheeks flush with a deeper crimson, her body igniting with an involuntary heat, as if she longed to find a secluded spot to hide away. At that moment, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Did not inquire why, simply accepted. The idea that her solitary indulgences might have been observed was utterly disconcerting. It was all Red Queen's fault. Had she not incited Bibi Dong, she would never have engaged in such acts. Now, it seemed, her disciple had seen everything. Bibi Dong reflected upon her past experiences, feeling an increasing sense of shame and regret. Initially, she had not harbored such thoughts or impulses, yet the whispers of the Red Queen echoed in her mind, urging her to embrace her desires and learn to satisfy herself. Alas, her image in the eyes of her disciple had utterly collapsed. In a fleeting moment, Bibi Dong's mind swirled with various conjectures and analyses, leaving her engulfed in shyness and remorse. Until, once again, Su Feng's inner voice resonated. Why has the teacher fallen silent? What is happening? Could it be that my earlier act of peeking has been exposed? Surely not. I have only stolen a glance once. And now I am discovered. What abysmal luck. Once? At Su Feng's words, Bibi Dong's expression momentarily froze. Her disciple had only peeked once? Did this imply that the shameful deeds of her past remained undiscovered? With this thought, Bibi Dong felt an immediate sense of relief. Oh, I hope it hasn't been revealed. Otherwise, I would not know how to face my teacher moving forward. Wait, why should I fear being found out? The teacher has taken advantage of me on numerous occasions, not only stripping me of my garments but also lunging at me, exploring every inch of my body. I merely stole a glance to reclaim what was lost. Why should I feel guilty? And it was just a tiny fraction that I managed to reclaim. So, in pursuit of restitution, I dared to peek at my teacher? How enlightening. Su Feng's inner voice elicited a stifled chuckle from Bibi Dong. I knew it. My disciple could not possibly engage in such indiscreet behavior without reason. It turns out she felt unjustly wronged by my prior transgressions and sought to retrieve something from me. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng, observing his averted gaze, too shy to meet her eyes. This only heightened her amusement. You little rascal. With so many opportunities in the past, you chose to sneak glances instead of looking openly. Is it truly so embarrassing for you? Ah, I suppose so. If you were not easily flustered, you would have long succumbed to the Red Queen's advances. Bibi Dong reflected, fully aware that the Red Queen had, on multiple occasions, expressed a desire to share the same bed with her disciple, only to be met with rejection each time. Nevertheless, throughout this past year, despite having taken considerable liberties with her disciple, she had never once crossed into that forbidden territory, which piqued her curiosity immensely. Bibi Dong, for reasons unbeknownst to her, found her mind drifting back to a year ago, to that fateful encounter when an explosive incident occurred while attempting to eliminate Yu Xiaojiang. Seizing the opportunity while her disciple was in a deep slumber, she discreetly assisted him with 2 physiological matters. Though a year had elapsed, the memories lingered vividly in her mind, as if those moments were etched indelibly in her consciousness. These recollections compelled her to envision Su Feng as an object of her fantasies each time Hong Ho urged her to find solace in the bath. Unavoidably, she was led to ponder certain questions, such as, could such a narrow opening truly accommodate him? The more she contemplated, the quicker her heart raced, and a warmth enveloped her entire being. Her beautiful eyes scrutinized Su Feng, as if she yearned to see through him entirely. Alas, how had she allowed her thoughts to wander in such a manner? It was most unbecoming. After a brief moment, Bibi Dong recognized her indiscretion and promptly ceased her inappropriate musings, mentally attributing the blame to Hong Ho. It must be that rascal who has led me astray. I was never like this before. At that moment, Su Feng, who had remained silent, finally spoke up, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease in the quiet atmosphere. He stated, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave for the bath. Just to be safe, he thought it wise to first secure the surveillance in the bathroom, lest he be caught by his teacher one day, which would surely lead to a reprimand. With a chuckle, he mused, well, if I must peek, then I shall do so. This time I shan't be punished, for it was merely a moment of impulse. Observing her disciple's anxious demeanor, Bibi Dong, despite her embarrassment and irritation, could not bring herself to trouble him further, and thus acquiesced. You may go. Naturally, she hoped Su Feng would dismantle the surveillance equipment, for she feared that the next time she wished to bathe, she would be too apprehensive to enter that room. Clearing his throat, Su Feng replied affirmatively, and in a flurry, he raced toward the bathroom. With a resounding slam, the door was promptly locked, while an invisible thread of spiritual energy lingered at the entrance, ready to alert him should anyone approach. Seeing his actions, Bibi Dong understood that he was guarding against her, which irked her. Humph. You dare to spy on your teachers bathing, yet you still have the audacity to protect yourself from me? Moments later, the sound of water splashing echoed through the air. In the bathroom, the sound reverberated, prompting Dong to indulge in a multitude of vivid imaginings. The flawless contours, the robust physique, and the perfectly defined eight-pack abs exuded an unparalleled aesthetic. Were it not for the knowledge of his laziness, one might easily mistake him for a diligent fitness enthusiast. Particularly striking were his chiseled features, devoid of any blemish, as if he possessed the most exquisite visage in existence, one that no one could surpass. Indeed, any woman who caught a glimpse would inevitably feel an attraction, save for perhaps a sworn enemy. As she envisioned this scene, Bibi Dong found herself involuntarily swallowing hard. Rooted in place with her eyes fixated on the bathroom, this moment echoed the adage, that which eludes us stirs our deepest desires. The more Su Feng restrained Bibi Dong from indulging in her whims, the more restless she became, yearning to draw closer to him. Perhaps she could enter and assist her disciple with his cleansing? Listening to the sounds emanating from the bathroom, a bold thought struck Bibi Dong. Although she felt a twinge of embarrassment, she quickly rationalized her inclination. Her disciple's acute sense of cleanliness surely meant he would not want any dirt on his skin. Thus, her intention to help stemmed from concern for his hygiene, rather than a mere desire to behold his form. Yet, deep down, she struggled to convince even herself. Having lived with her disciple for an extended period, especially since the emergence of the Red Queen, she had come to recognize her own nature. She was, after all, tempted to take advantage of him, to indulge in the desire to be close. Whatever ambitions the Red Queen harbored were merely reflections of her own subconscious inclinations, albeit amplified. Prior to the Red Queen's influence, she had either been unaware of or unwilling to acknowledge such thoughts. However, with the Red Queen's presence, she gradually became aware of these hidden desires and, over time, came to accept them. As for the reason behind her inclination to seek advantage from her disciple, yet not from others, Bibi Dong remained uncertain. She had her suspicions, yet they were notions she hesitated to confront, fearing Su Feng's rejection. At her age, she could very well be his mother, while he, a young man, was likely to prefer companions of similar youth. Such thoughts had crossed her mind more than once, and it was precisely because of them that she had never revealed her true feelings to Su Feng. The sound continued to echo. In the bathroom, the sound of water continued to flow, while Bibi Dong made her way towards it, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, radiating an undeniable charm. Eventually, she paused just outside the bathroom's boundary, ensuring that Su Feng remained unaware of her approach. Her expression turned complex, and she murmured softly with a hint of reproach. "You little rascal, over the past year, I have introduced you to so many girls, yet you find none of them appealing. What are you truly thinking?" A year ago, following the explosive incident that led to the pursuit of Yu Shaojiang, her disciple fell into a deep slumber. Seizing the opportunity, she took advantage of the situation, only to find that her disciple reacted unexpectedly, lingering in a state of overwhelming vitality. Consequently, she mustered her courage to assist him in releasing his pent-up feelings on 2 occasions. From that point onward, she resolved to find him a girlfriend swiftly. After all, he had matured and possessed certain needs that she could not address every time. Most importantly, she understood from her readings that if a young man suppressed these urges for too long, it could adversely affect his health. Thus, Bibi Dong dedicated the past year to helping Su Feng find a romantic partner, determined to safeguard his well-being. In her quest, she scoured the entirety of Spirit City, familiarizing herself with every beautiful young woman yet to be wed. Regrettably, despite her exhaustive search, she found no suitable candidates. Either they lacked beauty or youth, or their intentions were insincere, seeking to elevate their status at her disciple's expense, leaving him dissatisfied. Even when he finally relented, willing to give someone a chance, she found herself displeased, for the mere sight of those girls approaching him, attempting to grow intimate, ignited a sense of anger and anxiety within her. Could such girls be deemed worthy? Certainly not. "I brought you here to serve my disciple, not to drive me to madness," she thought resolutely. While she may have understood the reasons for her aversion to those girls, she refused to acknowledge them, firmly believing that there must exist a woman who could provide her disciple with comfort, fulfill his biological needs, and spare her from jealousy and discomfort. Yet, despite her relentless search for an entire year, Bibi Dong had not found a fitting candidate. Suddenly, the sound of water in the bathroom began to wane, eventually ceasing altogether. Has the water stopped? Bibi Dong glanced in the direction of the bathroom, pondering for a moment before arriving at a conclusion. It seemed her disciple had concluded his shower and was preparing to proceed with the next step of his bathing ritual. Although the interior of the bathroom remains shrouded in mystery, one can piece together a general sequence of events from the fragmented glimpses previously observed by Bibi Dong. It becomes rather effortless to surmise what Su Feng is currently engaged in. How intriguing it would be to take a closer look. Aha, in that case, I would be privy to the progress my disciple has made. Haha, that little rascal just caught a glimpse of me. If I could turn the tables and observe him in return, it would be quite the boon. Bibi Dong found herself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, her mind conjuring a plethora of indescribable images. However, her expression soon shifted to one of mild panic. How could she possibly voice such a request? She yearned to knock on the bathroom door, to concoct some excuse to enter, yet she hesitated, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. Alas, such matters were likely the domain of the Red Queen. If she were present, she would undoubtedly charge in without a second thought. As Bibi Dong was lost in her thoughts, she remained oblivious to the fact that it was precisely due to these musings that the slumbering Queen of Red within her, dormant for an entire week, was gradually awakening. A hum resonated through the air, and one could observe the once dormant crimson glow in Bibi Dong's eyes beginning to flicker to life. In Bibi Dong's mind, the whispers of a demon resounded once more. Bibi Dong, if you dare not enter, if you hesitate to act, then allow me to do so. I am you. The voice echoed, and Bibi Dong was taken aback. The Red Queen? Has she awakened prematurely? A week prior, her disciple had dispelled a significant amount of the Red Queen's malevolent energy, and under normal circumstances, it would take at least half a month for her to awaken. However, unbeknownst to Bibi Dong, her errant thoughts and the vivid, indescribable images conjured in her mind had given rise to peculiar notions, which the Red Queen magnified infinitely, ultimately leading to her premature awakening. Bibi Dong, what are you hesitating for? Do you not wish to see how your obedient disciple is faring? Can you truly rest easy without a first-hand inspection? At that moment, the Red Queen paid no heed to Bibi Dong's thoughts, immediately inciting her in the depths of her mind upon awakening. Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for words, falling silent for a moment before stammering. My disciple is now an adult. As a master, I cannot simply intrude upon his privacy. He would surely be angered. Do not deceive yourself, Bibi Dong. No one knows your desires better than I do. In truth, you yearn to intrude, to possess Su Feng. It is merely your fear that holds you back. Am I mistaken? Bibi Dong remained silent, seemingly unable to refute the assertion, lost in her thoughts. Surrender your body to me, Bibi Dong. Allow me to undertake what you wish yet fear to pursue. With every whisper from the Red Queen, a captivating crimson glimmer flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Should Su Feng witness this scene, he would understand that the Red Queen was attempting to wrest control of Bibi Dong's body, preparing to strike. Red Queen, cease your words. My disciple is currently bathing. I shall not allow you to emerge. If you were to act recklessly, it may very well provoke his wrath. Bibi Dong suddenly covered her ears, seemingly unable to bear the words of the Red Empress any longer, fearing that she might genuinely be swayed. However, this proved futile, for the Red Empress was whispering directly into her mind. Do not forget how I came into being, Bibi Dong. I am the manifestation you deliberately awakened, existing solely to fulfill your desires. If you truly harbored no intentions, I would remain in eternal slumber, never to awaken prematurely. Yet, I am awake now, precisely because you require my presence. Relax your body. From this moment forth, everything shall be entrusted to me. The Red Empress's tone grew more intense, echoing like an enchanting melody that pierced the very soul. Bibi Dong remained silent, her clear and radiant starry eyes gradually veiled by a crimson hue, ultimately turning a deep scarlet, as if possessed by a demon. Clearly, from this moment onward, her body would be under the control of the Red Empress. Ah, my dear disciple, I have returned, the Red Empress remarked, casting a glance at the caution tape, then disregarding it entirely as she proceeded toward the direction of the bathroom. A resonant hum filled the air. Who is outside? Teacher, is that you? Sure enough, as the Red Empress drew nearer, a surge of soul power rippled through the air, instantly alerting Su Feng within the bathroom. Upon hearing this, the Red Empress refrained from responding immediately, instead suppressing the greedy expression on her face, striving to feign seriousness. Ultimately, she spoke with a hint of gravity. Disciple, my garments have been left inside. Kindly open the door for me. Once I retrieve my clothing, you may continue your wash. The Red Empress was acutely aware that Su Feng remained highly vigilant towards her, rarely granting her the opportunity to gain any advantage, and had seldom shown her a favorable demeanor. Were it not for Bibi Dong's protection, she might have already faced elimination. To infiltrate the bathroom, she needed a suitable rationale and to conceal her identity as the Red Empress. Otherwise, Su Feng would certainly refuse to cooperate and might even threaten her directly. If your teacher's clothes are indeed left in the bathroom, she would certainly wait until I have finished washing before entering to retrieve them. Your eagerness to have me open the door suggests you are, in fact, the Red Empress, seeking to seize the opportunity to sneak a glance. How shameless of you. Su Feng's suspicion was immediate, showing no intention of opening the door. This little rascal, how vigilant she is. The Red Empress bit her lip in frustration. Although she had anticipated this scenario, it still vexed her. You insolent child, she began again after a brief pause, her voice imbued with seriousness and a hint of dissatisfaction. What nonsense are you speaking? I am your teacher. How could I engage in such sordid actions? If you feel embarrassed, then kindly hand me my garments. Su Feng was unwilling to let her inside, which the Red Empress had foreseen. Her ultimate goal was to compel Su Feng to open the door, once it was ajar. She could immediately rush in. Very well, then you shall wait. Indeed, within the confines of the bathroom, Su Feng did not hesitate and promptly acquiesced. Hee. The disciple has fallen for it. Outside the bathroom, Hong Ho's cunning scheme had succeeded, yet she stifled her laughter, fearful that Su Feng might detect something amiss. Here. Take it. After a brief moment, Hong Ho observed Su Feng cautiously parting the door, extending his arm to hand her the clothing. However, he was exceedingly cautious, revealing only a single arm, denying her any opportunity for a furtive glance. Hee, dear disciple, you have been rather hasty. As soon as the bathroom door creaked open, she seized Su Feng's arm and pulled him outward with a swift motion. Hand it over. A faint smile graced Hong Ho's lips, her face betraying unabashed greed. Her eyes gleaming with an almost demonic allure, crimson and enchanting. In her mind, she anticipated that with such a pull, Su Feng would inevitably stand fully exposed before her. Since her inception, she had never truly beheld Su Feng in his entirety, and excitement bubbled within her. What do you mean by that? To her astonishment, as Su Feng emerged, Hong Ho found herself frozen in place. To her dismay, Su Feng had donned his trousers, revealing only his upper body. You little rascal. How can you put on your pants before finishing your bath? Upon witnessing Su Feng in this state, disappointment washed over her, mingled with a hint of anger at his apparent wariness. It is indeed you. Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise, you would have succeeded. Simultaneously, Su Feng recognized Hong Ho, a faint smirk gracing his lips as if he had unraveled a grand conspiracy. I don't care. Today, I must see it with my own eyes. Just as she was on the verge of witnessing Su Feng in his entirety, he unexpectedly donned his trousers, leaving Hong Ho discontented. She swiftly reached for his pants. What do you think you are doing? Su Feng's pupils constricted as he hastily intervened, firmly grasping Hong Ho's approaching hand. Disciple, just let me have a glance. I promise it will be but a fleeting moment. Once I ascertain that everything is indeed whole and healthy, I shall return to my slumber. All right? Witnessing Hong Ho's frantic demeanor, Su Feng's lips twitched as he could not resist rebuking her. What nonsense are you babbling? Have you lost your mind? What do you mean by that thing? What constitutes whole and healthy? What on earth occupies your mind? Su Feng inwardly lamented yet quickly corrected himself, realizing his phrasing had been amiss. Oh no, you lack a brain. You are merely a sentient spirit. Despite his internal musings, Su Feng remained resolute in thwarting Hong Ho's advances, fully concentrated on preventing her from launching a surprise attack that could lead to an entirely different narrative. Disciple, release your grip. Allow me but a fleeting glance. You must be joking, Su Feng asserted firmly. Now you hasten to withdraw. I have no inclination to indulge your whims. I have yet to see. I shall not relent. After a brief entanglement, Su Feng lost his patience and threatened, Hong Ho, if you persist in this way, I shall have no choice but to employ the sealing technique. If you do not wish to fall into eternal slumber, release me at once. As he spoke, an obscure golden pattern materialized on his forehead, a script capable of sealing spiritual entities, provided by the system. With but a thought, he could imprison Hong Ho. Release me. Hong Ho. If it were not for necessity, Su Feng would not wish to threaten her, for Bibi Dong had warned him that should he intimidate Hong Ho, she would retaliate against him. Hong Ho, release me quickly. Upon hearing this and sensing the mysterious power emanating from the sealing script, Hong Ho trembled involuntarily and soon relinquished her grip, cautiously distancing herself from Su Feng, wary of the golden pattern. Had you not possessed this awareness, I would not have compelled you. I know you merely wish to frighten me. Otherwise, why not secure that sealing script first, and we can have a proper discussion? Hong Ho waved her hand, indicating for him to store away the golden pattern. Then, a mischievous thought seemed to arise within her, and she could not resist adding, or perhaps, I could assist you in washing up. If you desire to do something for me, I would not refuse." With that, Hong Ho prepared to loosen the strap at her shoulder, seemingly intent on shedding her garment before Su Feng. "Silence. Do not utter such lewd words in my presence, nor perform such actions. Should you do so, do not blame me for being ruthless." Su Feng's gaze bore into her, his expression grave, the golden pattern on his forehead growing ever more luminous. Were it not for his reluctance to harm his teacher, he would have struck her. In his view, Hong Ho's antics were a defamation and humiliation of Bibi Dong, for the true Bibi Dong would never engage in such behavior. "Disciple Hong Ho." She glanced at the golden pattern and Su Feng. Halting her actions, she spoke with a hint of sorrow. "Do you truly wish to rid yourself of me?" "Indeed." Su Feng replied, a cold smile gracing his lips, as if to say, "You are quite perceptive." Hong Ho, being a manifestation of malevolent thoughts, would continually influence Bibi Dong's mind, even posing a risk of possession. Su Feng indeed wished to eliminate this ticking time bomb, yet regrettably, Bibi Dong forbade him from dispatching her. Disciple, Hong Ho, upon hearing his response, trembled once more, pausing for a long moment before speaking with a choked voice. "Do you not know that I care for you? Can you truly bring yourself to eliminate me? Enough. Do not call me disciple, nor refer to yourself as my teacher. You must remember that you are you, and the teacher is the teacher." Su Feng remained unfazed, his expression still exceedingly grave. "Do not mistakenly assume an identity. You are merely a spirit. The fact that I allow you to stay is already a concession made for the sake of my teacher. Do not overstep your bounds." With that, Su Feng returned to the bathroom, neatly tucked away the golden pattern, and with a resounding bang, he swiftly closed the bathroom door. The sound of water splashing continued to echo, yet Hong Ho seemed somewhat distracted, devoid of any inclination for fanciful thoughts. I knew it would come to this. Casting one last glance towards the bathroom, Hong Ho turned away, her delicate hands slightly clenched, and with a hint of despondency, she returned to Bibi Dong's bed. Am I truly so objectionable that I must endure this treatment each time? Lying on her side, Hong Ho's mind became increasingly troubled. Her faintly rosy lips, unbeknownst to her, had tightened, eventually biting down until they turned pale and blood began to surface. Even so, she seemed impervious to the pain, for the anguish within her heart far outweighed this minor discomfort. At that moment, Hong Ho fell silent, drawing up the blanket to envelop her entire being. She clutched a pillow, seemingly seeking solace in the void. Why should I cling to meaningless illusions when he has been so callous? Why must it always be this way? What have I done wrong? Her murmurs were soft yet laden with boundless grievance and sorrow, her eyes gradually glistening with unshed tears. Regret washed over her. Regret for answering Bibi Dong's call, regret for awakening, and deeper regret for being born into this world. Her existence was meant to be an expression of desire, acting upon whims without hesitation. She was not created to be despised, nor to endure threats and grievances. Perhaps it was precisely because she yearned so dearly that the sting of rejection felt even sharper. Enough. After so many rejections, I should have been more self-aware. From now on, I shall no longer emerge. I shall no longer harbor feelings for you. As her final words echoed, laced with a sense of grievance, it seemed as though she had been utterly wounded, her heart shattered. Buzz. The crimson light that symbolized her identity gradually faded from her eyes, extinguishing completely. Following this extinguishment, tears began to trickle down her cheeks, slowly dampening the pillow beneath her. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed, tap, tap, tap. Su Feng emerged from the bathroom, now clad in a dry, snug sleeping garment that enveloped him entirely. It was evident that he remained ever vigilant against Hong Ho, regardless of the circumstances. Su Feng cast a glance at Bibi Dong's bed, observing a figure lying on her side, cradling a pillow. A sense of perplexity washed over him, according to customary practice. Upon finishing my bath, Red Doe would invariably come over to engage with me. Why, then, was she so unusually compliant now? Disinterested in further contemplation. Su Feng decided it was for the best. No one was there to entangle him. Humming a light tune, he ambled towards his own bed, but after only a few steps, he abruptly halted. Something felt amiss. It was too peculiar. If Red Doe were in a state of wakefulness, she ought not to be this passive. As his thoughts spiraled into deeper confusion, he approached Bibi Dong's bedside to initiate a mental probe. To his astonishment, he discovered that Red Doe had chosen to fall into a self-induced slumber. Enlightenment dawned upon Su Feng. But a new conjecture arose in his mind. Could it be that my previous remarks were so hurtful that they led Red Doe to retreat into herself? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. It appears. Su Feng mused, his eyes suddenly sparkling with realization. This presents a splendid opportunity. With Red Doe in her self-induced slumber, I can seize the moment to assist my teacher in assimilating that 300,000 your soul ring. Over a year ago, he had fortuitously acquired two 300,000 your Death Spider Emperor soul rings at a discount from the marketplace, with one intended for Bibi Dong's fusion. However, due to Red Doe's emergence, he refrained from allowing Bibi Dong to absorb it, fearing that Red Doe might disrupt the process. Now, with Red Doe choosing to enter a self-induced slumber, this was far superior to the scenario where he had to dispel malevolent thoughts to force her into sleep. Perhaps for the next month, or even half a year, Red Doe would remain in this state. Seizing such a rare opportunity, Feng resolved to facilitate Bibi Dong's absorption of the 300,000 your soul ring. Teacher, are you asleep? Hey, teacher. To prevent Bibi Dong from discovering the existence of the 300,000 your soul ring, Feng tentatively called out a few times, simultaneously poking her side, but received no response or indication of abnormality. It appeared that Red Doe's slumber had lulled his teacher into a deep sleep as well. Thus, having confirmed this, Feng summoned a resplendent red soul ring, within which a vividly detailed image of the Spider Emperor came to life, resembling a genuine Death Spider Emperor. With a swift motion, he directed the soul ring towards Bibi Dong's body, completing the entire process in the blink of an eye. Everything was accomplished. Now, it was merely a matter of entering a dream. Feng exhaled in relief, then adjusted the blanket for Bibi Dong before returning to his own bed to rest. As for whether Bibi Dong was in danger, Feng had no concerns at all. After all, the Red Queen was in a deep slumber, ensuring no one would disturb her. Most importantly, the 30,000-year soul ring had been purchased from the system's regular shop, making it extraordinarily compatible for absorption, regardless of one's cultivation level. The only side effect was that it induced dreams, which could be either delightful or nightmarish, and uncertainty that remained. Unlike Lu Erlong, who absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring from the discount section, which was of inferior quality and required personal refinement of the chaotic power within, even necessitating Feng's protection to avert any mishaps. A short while later, in the chamber, Feng was soundly asleep, unaware of the turmoil brewing nearby. Due to the 30,000-year soul ring, Bibi Dong had succumbed to a deeply terrifying dream, her complexion gradually paling. No, please, no. She murmured unconsciously, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her hands tightly gripping the sheets as if fiercely resisting something. Deep Dreamscape 1, as Feng had mentioned. Once the 30,000-year soul ring integrated with Bibi Dong's body, she was ensnared in a dreamscape that felt remarkably vivid. The content of this dream was intricately woven from the thoughts of the soul ring's absorber. The more one yearned for, or feared something, or sought to uncover certain truths, the more corresponding dreams would manifest. Just as Feng experienced when he absorbed the 30,000-year soul ring, his dream was a beautiful one, as he had only wished for leisure and enjoyment at that time. In his dream, every desire was fulfilled, with lovely maidens serving him tea and gentle fairies pampering him with massages. Most importantly, he could indulge in idleness without a single soul reproaching him. Now, within Bibi Dong's dream, darkness enveloped her, rendering her unable to see her own hands. Where was this place? Hadn't she just been in her room? Bibi Dong surveyed her surroundings, yet all that met her gaze was a realm of desolation, instilling an unsettling sense of anxiety within her. The overwhelming sensation of being utterly alone in this world was profoundly discomforting. Where exactly was this place? Is there anyone here? Suddenly, Bibi Dong exclaimed loudly, her voice echoing back in a rhythmic cadence. Is anyone there? The sound reverberated through the endless darkness, tightening her heart and instilling an inexplicable fear within her. Just then, a flicker of crimson light appeared in her line of sight, dispelling the shadows. A girl, clad in a red dress, soared towards her. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, with cascading blood-red hair and striking crimson eyes that exuded an enchanting allure. Her attire, a flowing scarlet gown, accentuated her captivating presence. When compared to Bibi Dong, it was evident that this girl resembled her younger self, the only distinction being the girl's pronounced fondness for the color red. Hong Hong, how did you come to be here? Upon seeing the newcomer, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, yet a profound sense of security washed over her, for she was no longer alone in this place. Most importantly, it was the Red Queen who had arrived, instantly alleviating her unease. However, when faced with a question, the Red Queen remained silent, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she gazed at Bibi Dong. Is something troubling you, Red Queen? Bibi Dong inquired, noticing the unusual demeanor of her companion. her delicate brows furrowing in concern. Yet, the Red Queen continued to withhold her response, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on her. Red Queen, what is the matter with you? Bibi Dong pressed on, her curiosity piqued. Bibi Dong instinctively took a few steps closer to Hong Ho, her expression growing increasingly anxious. Where's this place? She inquired. Hong Ho offered no immediate response, instead gazing silently at Bibi Dong for an extended moment. Her countenance became increasingly intricate, reflecting a blend of envy, jealousy, and, above all, a profound sense of loss and sorrow. Finally, Hong Ho spoke, her tone tinged with an edge of bitterness. Do you comprehend why you have arrived here? Why? Bibi Dong retorted almost instantly. Merely because Su Feng has bestowed upon you a soul ring of 300,000 years. The extraordinary effect of which has transported you into this place, into this profound dreamscape. As she spoke, an uncontrollable shimmer danced in Hong Ho's eyes. And she shifted her reference from disciple to Su Feng, a change that had only just taken place, before she had fully succumbed to slumber. Su Feng had introduced a soul ring of 300,000 years to Bibi Dong, one that could be absorbed into a martial spirit without the need for refinement. Although Hong Ho was oblivious to the origin of this soul ring, it was evident from Su Feng's actions that he was wary of her, apprehensive about any potential influence she might exert on Bibi Dong. Why are you here? Did I not relinquish control of my body to you? Bibi Dong, still unaware of the soul ring's significance, assumed that Hong Ho was merely toying with her disciple. Why am I here? Because this is my place of slumber. Hong Ho mused with a hint of self-mockery, her gaze instinctively drifting around the endless darkness, the eternal void, an indescribable sense of desolation enveloping her. To be ensnared in an eternal slumber, to experience solitude amidst darkness, was this not what he desired? Though she felt a twinge of resentment and grievance. Hong Ho withheld these sentiments from Bibi Dong, instead offering a somewhat forced smile. What matters is not why I am here, but rather, do you wish to leave this place? This realm was her sanctuary of rest, a domain she could command, as long as she remained here. She could facilitate Bibi Dong's departure from this dream. Despite Su Feng's disdain for her, she genuinely appreciated Bibi Dong's kindness, a sentiment she had always sensed. She did not wish to unleash her frustration towards Su Feng onto Bibi Dong. Furthermore, through her attunement with this profound dreamscape, Hong Ho had an inkling of the visions that awaited Bibi Dong, and thus, she was reluctant for her to witness those dreamlike images. Hong Ho, tell me honestly, what has transpired? Initially, she had intended to keep her voluntary slumber a secret from Bibi Dong, but alas, her expression betrayed her, prompting Bibi Dong to immediately sense something amiss. Has that little rascal threatened you again? Bibi Dong's delicate face was contorted with fury, embodying a desire to retaliate against Hong Ho. Time was of the essence, so she urged, please allow me to finish speaking. Hong Ho did not respond immediately. Instead, she hastily elucidated, I sense that Su Feng has introduced a soul ring of 300,000 years to you. This soul ring carries a side effect that will immerse you in an extraordinarily vivid dream, a profound dreamscape. Within this realm, you will encounter nightmares that you absolutely dread. Nightmares so tangible that you will struggle to discern their falsity. However, as I remain present, I can temporarily halt the onset of this dream. Furthermore, if you desire, I can assist you in exiting this dreamscape at once. So, do you wish to leave? Hong Ho possessed the means to extricate Bibi Dong from this predicament. Yet it required her cooperation, otherwise, she would have expelled Bibi Dong long ago. Nightmares? Ones so real that one could not recognize their illusion? Upon hearing Hong Ho's explanation, a shiver coursed through Bibi Dong. She detested nightmares above all else and promptly nodded. Of course I wish to leave. How do you intend to facilitate my exit? However, as soon as she spoke, Bibi Dong sensed something amiss. Hong Ho was never one to dally. She acted on impulse without room for negotiation. Yet today, her demeanor seemed unusually peculiar. What is the cause of your uncharacteristic behavior? Are you concealing something from me? Bibi Dong gazed at Hong Ho, a playful smile gracing her lips. Perhaps fearing Bibi Dong's continued suspicions, Hong Ho's expression softened, revealing a more relaxed demeanor, as if she had come to terms with certain revelations. Yet, let us not dwell on this matter. The pressing concern is for you to accept this portion of my power, thus enabling us to escape the depths of the dream realm. Hong Ho appeared to be in a hurry, and the next moment, she gestured with her hands, unleashing a torrent of crimson light that surged forth from her being and rushed towards Bibi Dong. Reluctantly, Bibi Dong could not refuse now that Hong Ho had taken action. She began to absorb the red energy that Hong Ho had released. As she continued to draw in the energy, Bibi Dong noticed an anomaly in Hong Ho's form. The once solid figure of Hong Ho began to waver, gradually becoming ethereal, with an unmistakable tendency towards transparency. Bibi Dong's expression suddenly changed, and she abruptly ceased her actions of absorption, loudly reprimanding Hong Ho. "Stop it. What on earth are you doing? You must be concealing something from me. Am I right?" Bibi Dong's figure flickered before the Red Queen, instinctively reaching out to grasp her, yet the latter drifted away, seemingly evading her touch. The Red Queen's face remained adorned with a smile. "Please, cease your inquiries. Everything is entirely of my own volition." It was evident that for Bibi Dong to escape this dreamscape, the Red Queen would have to pay a price. This price, while not excessively steep, required merely the release of a fragment of her malevolent energy. However, it was not insignificant, as the majority of her dark power lay sealed away. Her true essence had succumbed to a deep slumber, and what remained was but a lingering remnant, drawn forth by Bibi Dong's presence. Now, she had bestowed her final strength upon Bibi Dong, knowing she would soon dissipate. Yet, it was a pity that, despite expending this ultimate energy, she could not liberate Bibi Dong from the confines of this nightmare. "Alas, though I cannot completely extricate you from this torment, I can at least alleviate it to some extent," the Red Queen pondered, gazing at Bibi Dong. In her perception, the latter's descent into this dream was peculiar, striking at the very core of her innermost pain, a reality that should be exceedingly difficult for Bibi Dong to endure. If she did not intervene, the Red Queen feared that this dream might leave a lasting psychological scar on Bibi Dong. Naturally, the reason behind this occurrence was likely within her influence, for she was, after all, an embodiment of malevolent thoughts. Every fluctuation in her emotions would reverberate through Bibi Dong. And tonight, after being spurned by Feng, she had succumbed to despair, which in turn affected Bibi Dong, leading her to confront such a harrowing nightmare the moment she succumbed to slumber. "Come to me." Bibi Dong, oblivious to the unfolding events, could only watch as the Red Queen's increasingly ethereal form evoked a sense of panic within her. "Red Queen, I beseech you, hasten to my side." Bibi Dong desperately sought to seize the Scarlet Queen, yet the latter offered her no opportunity, continually distancing herself and her form rapidly dissipating. The pursuit of Bibi Dong did not endure for long, for the lower half of Hong Ho, those feet resembling exquisite ice lotuses nurtured in a frigid realm, began to dissipate, gradually spreading until her entire lower form vanished completely. "Hong Ho, is there any point in your evasion? Once I depart from this place, I shall still discover the outcome. If I merely inquire of my disciple, he will surely reveal to me what has transpired." Upon hearing these words, Hong Ho halted, her expression once again becoming intricate. "Bibi Dong, how I wish I had never appeared at all, or that I possessed even a fraction of your weight. If I were in your place, I would never exhibit such timidity, refraining from expressing my own sentiments. Were I to take your place, that little rascal would have long since been mine. Perhaps it is inconsequential now." Hong Ho gazed at Bibi Dong, seemingly unable to maintain the facade of her inner anguish any longer. Tears, which had but recently retreated, surged forth anew from her eyes, quickly moistening the corners. "I truly envy you." Upon uttering this final sentiment, the remaining vestige of her upper form also began to dissolve rapidly. "Hong Ho," Bibi Dong cried out in anguish, seizing the moment while the Red Queen remained close. She rushed toward her, extending her hand in a desperate attempt to grasp the figure. However, her hand passed through the Red Queen as if it were nothing more than an illusion, devoid of any tangible sensation. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a dream from the past, albeit with the figure of Feng as a child, now transformed into the Red Queen. "No, don't." As the Red Queen's form grew increasingly ethereal, ultimately vanishing into thin air, Bibi Dong's desperation surged, prompting her to shout, "Red Queen, come back to me, please." Although this transpired within the realm of dreams, Bibi Dong was gripped by an overwhelming premonition that upon waking, the Red Queen might never return. As the remnants of the Red Queen faded away, a sudden upheaval erupted in this darkened world. Boom! The thunderous roar of crimson light erupted. At the same moment, an intensely blinding white light flashed, instantly tearing apart the darkness surrounding them, plunging Bibi Dong into unconsciousness. It was evident that with the departure of the Red Queen, the deeper layers of the dream had truly begun to unfold. Bibi Dong felt as though she had been asleep for an eternity. "Ha ho, do not leave." Upon awakening, she suddenly shouted, only to realize she had been ensnared in a nightmare. Teacher, what has transpired?" With her exclamation, Feng, resting nearby, was startled awake. "Teacher, did you experience a nightmare?" "A nightmare?" At his words, Bibi Dong comprehended that it was merely a bad dream. However, just to be certain, she cautiously called out, "Hong Ho?" In an instant, the devilish whisper echoed in her mind. "Hee hee, are you thinking of doing something mischievous again? Then do not hesitate. Relax your body and leave the rest to me, hee. Hearing this, Bibi Dong shuddered and firmly asserted, ahem, no need for that, I was merely playing around. Humph. It's fine. Just let me out to spend some time with my disciple, hee. Recognizing that Haho was still present, Bibi Dong firmly replied, no. Thus, she set aside her doubts and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Haho had not abandoned her, which was a great comfort. What is that? At that moment, Bibi Dong noticed something unusual about Su Feng, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Could it be that, due to the morning's events, her disciple had awakened again? Bibi Dong's breath quickened, her gaze fixated on a particular spot concerning Su Feng. Teacher, what are you staring at? You keep looking. It seems Su Feng had noticed Bibi Dong's peculiar stare, and his face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. He then turned away, his hands covering his groin, appearing exceedingly awkward, and added, ahem, this is beyond my control. With a soft chuckle, the teacher remarked, I did not say anything. Bibi Dong stifled a chuckle for a moment before continuing. As for you, it won't do to keep suppressing your feelings. Perhaps it's time to seek a girlfriend? Although she spoke lightly, she was acutely aware that if Su Feng were to find someone truly compatible, her own sentiments would likely lead to discontent, and she might very well drive him away. Forget it, I shan't pursue that anymore. Each time I prepare to give someone a chance, you always intervene and chase them off. What is the point? With that, Su Feng departed the room. Bibi Dong watched him leave, a twinge of regret surfacing within her. Am I being too selfish? Although she was the one who initially suggested that Su Feng seek a girlfriend, she was invariably the first to oppose whenever he expressed interest in any girl. She felt that if her disciple truly entered a romantic relationship, he would inevitably drift away from her. After all, couples need their private space. What would her presence signify then? Torn between a desire for her disciple's well-being and the unwillingness to let him go, she found herself in a quandary. Why not become my disciple's girlfriend? She suddenly contemplated, a thought that had crossed her mind before. However, it was swiftly overshadowed by another, more pressing concern. He is so young, and I am considerably older. Would he ever accept me? The likelihood seemed slim. With this realization, Bibi Dong subdued her impulsive desires, deciding to wait a little longer. In her eyes, as long as she refrained from encouraging Su Feng to pursue romance, everything would remain as it had been. She would continue residing in the Holy Maiden Palace alongside him, sharing the same quarters. Although she had not become his girlfriend, at the very least, she could still remain by his side. However, as 2 months slipped by, to Bibi Dong's astonishment, she discovered that her disciple was standing beside a girl who was intimately entwined around her arm. A sense of foreboding surged within Bibi Dong, prompting her to inquire, who is this girl? Su Feng, with a gesture, encouraged the girl beside him to step forward, then smiled as he said, allow me to introduce her. This is my girlfriend. We met a month ago, but I refrained from telling you immediately, fearing your reaction. Upon hearing Su Feng's introduction, Bibi Dong found herself momentarily frozen. Deep down, she had sensed this day would come, yet the reality of it left her grappling with disbelief. Her disciple had taken the initiative to seek out a girlfriend. What then was to become of her disciple? Upon witnessing the intimate exchange between the girl and Su Feng, Bibi Dong resolved to intervene in this unwelcome affection. However, to her astonishment, Su Feng suddenly knelt before her, his demeanor earnest as he implored, I truly cherish her. I cannot bear to let her go. I beseech you, grant us your blessing. Disciple, are you truly sincere? She inquired, devoid of jealousy. I humbly request your support in our union. A thunderous resonance echoed in her mind as she absorbed Su Feng's declaration, shaking her to the core. Bibi Dong remained in a state of bewilderment. Teacher, please grant our wish. Su Feng's voice echoed once more as he knelt beside the girl, urging her to do the same. Disciple, please rise before we continue. Bibi Dong instinctively reached out to help him up, yet her expression was one of confusion and uncertainty. For her, the disciple's actions were far too abrupt. Leaving her in a state of disbelief, she resolved to let the matter rest for the time being, hoping that perhaps Su Feng's feelings for the girl were merely a fleeting whim that would fade with time. Teacher, if you do not consent, then I shall not rise. However, when Bibi Dong attempted to assist Su Feng, he remained resolute, seemingly intent on compelling her to acquiesce, as though he were already prepared to elope with the girl. Your Highness, I hope you will grant us your blessing. The girl beside Su Feng interjected, instinctively wrapping her arms around his, presenting herself as one willing to face whatever may come alongside him. You both. Bibi Dong's expression was intricate, her chest heaving violently. As she admonished, are you attempting to force me into a choice? If I refuse, do you intend to sever ties with the Holy Maiden Palace? The disciples dared not respond. Su Feng lowered his head, somewhat flustered, yet he did not forget to encircle the girl beside him protectively. He then added, I merely wish to convey that I am resolute in my desire to be with her. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Bibi Dong was rendered speechless with anger. Witnessing her disciple's fierce protection of the girl and his unwavering determination pierced her heart like a dagger. I never expressed a desire to separate you. Why must you act in this manner? Bibi Dong extended her hand, intending to lift Su Feng, and continued, if you have found someone you cherish, I am genuinely pleased for you. However, I fear this may be a fleeting whim. What if it leads to unforeseen consequences? Su Feng once again declined to rise. And instead, he knelt down with the girl beside him, earnestly imploring, I hope for your blessing, master. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong felt a profound resistance to the girl's presence, yet her disciple's steadfast attitude left her at a loss. Ultimately, she could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod. Very well then. Thank you, master. Thank you, your highness the Holy Maiden. Upon Bibi Dong's agreement, Su Feng gently grasped the hand of the girl beside him. Rising to express his gratitude, their hands remained firmly intertwined throughout. Bibi Dong felt increasingly uneasy as she gazed upon the scene before her. She turned her head slightly and said, Disciple, how do you intend to accommodate this young lady? Master, this is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. Su Feng replied, embracing the girl beside him, allowing her to lean against him. With a smile, he continued. I plan to have her reside in a small courtyard in the western part of the Holy Maiden's palace. It is seldom visited, ensuring that it will not disturb the sanctity of the palace. Bibi Dong had no objections to this arrangement. Yet she could not help but steal another glance at Su Feng. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, And what about you? Me? Su Feng said, feeling a bit awkward. Did you not forbid me from leaving the Holy Maiden's chamber? I shall remain here as I always have. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong let out a subtle sigh of relief. Although her disciple had found a romantic partner, at the very least, the young lady would still be in close proximity to her. For now, let this matter rest, she concluded. Bibi Dong felt a slight dizziness enveloping her mind, prompting her to leave the area and seek solitude in a tranquil place. At that moment, she found it utterly inconceivable to accept the presence of that girl, as it was far too abrupt. Over the past month, she had been oblivious to her disciple's acquaintance with such a girl. Given her disciple's deep concern for that girl, how could she, as a mentor, forcibly separate them? Such an action would surely incite her disciple's wrath against her. Nevertheless, she resolved to take a step back and observe the unfolding events, harboring a glimmer of hope within her heart. Until nightfall descended. Bibi Dong had waited in the saintess's chamber for quite some time, yet still, Su Feng had not returned. Growing anxious, she promptly made her way to the western courtyard of the saintess palace. My dear, do not be in such a rush. Oh dear, first extinguish the light. One might feel bashful. From a distance, Bibi Dong heard a voice that would cause one's cheeks to flush, and soon after, she observed that the room where her disciple was with the young lady had already plunged into darkness. The sounds emanating from within the chamber were not loud. Yet due to Bibi Dong's utilization of her mental prowess, she could hear everything distinctly. At that moment, her disciple and the girl were undoubtedly entwined in an intimate embrace. Bibi Dong did not linger here for long and soon returned to her chamber. Is this not the outcome I initially desired? Yet, my heart aches profoundly. Bibi Dong lay upon her bed, one hand pressed against her chest, her face a portrait of sorrow. Reflecting upon the past, it seemed that her initial suggestion for her disciple to seek a romantic partner stemmed from her awareness of his needs. Throughout this time, she had endeavored to assist him in finding a suitable companion, yet none had met her standards. That scoundrel certainly would not return tonight, would he? Bibi Dong gently turned her head, directing her gaze towards the direction of Su Feng's bed. Despite the presence of a screen separating them, she could distinctly see the empty bed, mirroring the emptiness in her heart. Time appeared to pass swiftly, and before she knew it, midnight had arrived. They had promised that everything would remain as it once was, yet now, he still had not returned. Bibi Dong gazed towards the entrance of her chamber, waiting for a considerable time, yet the figure of her disciple remained elusive. A silence enveloped her, in accordance with her usual habit. If she did not see her disciple's presence before retiring for the night, she would have undoubtedly sought her out. However, at this moment, she lay quietly, occasionally sighing and casting her gaze upon the ceiling. It appeared that another night of insomnia awaited her. Bibi Dong murmured softly, and soon her consciousness drifted into a hazy reverie. When she opened her eyes again, it was already dawn. To her astonishment, she had not experienced insomnia. It was the first time in a long while that she had managed to sleep without seeing her disciple beforehand. Remembering her disciple, Bibi Dong instinctively glanced at the other bed, which remained desolate. It seemed her disciple had not returned last night once more. Bibi Dong lowered her head and murmured a few words, her fists clenched tightly as a surge of anger welled up within her. Strangely, she was uncertain about the true source of her ire. Was she incensed by the girl's sudden appearance? Or was it the fact that her disciple had not confided in her, opting instead to seek a romantic partner? Perhaps it was her own inadequacy that fueled her frustration. Her indecision preventing her from articulating her own feelings, just as Hong Ho had once advised her. If I were you, I would never be as timid as you. Too afraid to express your own sentiments. This statement, uttered by Hong Ho during their conversations, lingered in Bibi Dong's mind, echoing with each passing day. Each time she recalled those words, a wave of impulse surged within her, compelling her to confess her feelings to her disciple. Yet, whenever she attempted to voice her thoughts, hesitation gripped her, leaving her unable to speak. It was too late. It was already too late. Bibi Dong murmured softly, and in this moment, a hint of regret washed over her. As for whether to reveal her true feelings, she found herself more entangled than ever, her resolve wavering. Previously, such thoughts had arisen because her disciple was indeed alone. Now, however, her disciple had already found a girlfriend. What would her role be as a teacher intruding into this delicate situation? Would she be undermining the bond between her disciple and that girl? Even if she wished to prevent them from becoming a couple, she could not bring herself to act against it. Teacher, I have returned. Bibi Dong's thoughts surged within her when Su Feng entered, appearing exceedingly frail. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng, instinctively remarking, "Oh, so you decided to return? Ahem. You were quite late." Su Feng offered an awkward smile, seemingly too fatigued to pay her much heed. As he promptly reclined on his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Was that girl truly so remarkable? Capable of holding your affections throughout the entire night? Witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong's irritation intensified, her fists clenched tighter, and she subsequently exited the room. Moments later, Bibi Dong arrived at the small courtyard in the western part of the Holy Maiden Palace. Can she still remain here? Bibi Dong cast a complex gaze upon the room where the girl resided. Now, her disciple, in a bid to remain by the girl's side, dared to defy her previous commands and had not returned for an entire night. Was it time for them to cohabit? Ha ha ha. Never mind. I shall let you stay for the time being. After some contemplation, Bibi Dong ultimately chose not to expel the girl, for she feared that Su Feng might elope with her. At the very least, her disciple would continue to reside in the Holy Maiden Palace, if it came to it. She could simply regard the girl as her disciple's concubine. After all, in this world, polygamy was not uncommon, and as one of many, her disciple would encounter no issues. With these thoughts, Bibi Dong seemed to have convinced herself, deciding not to pursue the matter with the girl any further. In fact, she had even prepared herself to accept the girl, attempting to regard her merely as a concubine serving her disciple. As long as her disciple remained in the Holy Maiden Palace, by her side, that was sufficient. However, after a month had passed, an occurrence transpired that Bibi Dong found utterly intolerable. Teacher, I wish to take her out for a stroll, to see the world beyond. On this day, Su Feng held the girl's hand, his face alight with anticipation as he awaited Bibi Dong's response. You intend to leave the Holy Maiden Palace? Upon hearing Su Feng's request, Bibi Dong's figure trembled. Her worst fears had come to pass. Indeed, we plan to depart from the Spirit Hall and explore. Su Feng bowed to Bibi Dong and added, I hope for your permission, teacher. Beside him, the girl also bowed, albeit somewhat reservedly. We humbly request your permission, your highness. Bibi Dong remained silent for a considerable time, her mind flooded with memories of her disciple over the past month. Ever since the girl had taken residence in the Holy Maiden Palace, her disciple had visited the western courtyard daily, engaging in tender moments with the girl. In fact, her disciple would occasionally spend entire nights with the girl. What transpired during those hours was self-evident. Most crucially, the topics of conversation between them had diminished, often. It was the girl who initiated dialogue, prompting her disciple to respond with only a few words. It was peculiar, despite spending the majority of their time together. It felt as if a wall separated them. Bibi Dong had tolerated all of this. After all, her initial intention in finding a girlfriend for Su Feng was to prevent her disciple from feeling stifled and repressed in that regard. The girl was merely fulfilling her role. Bibi Dong had no grounds to voice objections. Yet now, her disciple had dramatically altered his previously languid demeanor, actively requesting to take the girl away from the Holy Maiden Palace. Such treatment was something she had never received before. Teacher? Su Feng spoke once more. Bibi Dong regained her focus and immediately inquired, how long do you intend to be away? A year, came the response. You plan to be gone for an entire year? Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I implore you to grant this request. That is unacceptable. Bibi Dong was resolute, adding, if you must depart with her, you are required to bring along the two elders, Yue Guan and Gue Mei. Furthermore, I shall accompany you as well. Only then can I be at ease. Although the atmosphere in the sacred maiden palace appeared tranquil, Bibi Dong was acutely aware that turbulent undercurrents were brewing on Qian Xuanji's side, who was intent on covertly targeting her and her disciple. She could not trust her disciple to leave alone with this girl. Master, I wish to go out with her alone. I beseech you to allow it. Bibi Dong believed she had made ample concessions. Yet she was taken aback by her disciple's unwavering resolve, which incited a sense of irritation within her. She immediately rebuked, disciple. I shall never permit you to depart from the holy maiden palace alone, having cohabited with her disciple for an extended period. The thought of being separated for an entire year was utterly intolerable to her. It was akin to the distress she would feel if her disciple were to suddenly take a romantic partner. What if her disciple insisted on leaving with her? Bibi Dong was taken aback by Su Feng's unexpectedly resolute stance. Her expression suddenly darkened. If you insist on leaving, it is tantamount to severing ties with your mentor. And from henceforth, you shall have no further connection with me. Bibi Dong believed that after her declaration, her disciple would at least show some consideration for their master-disciple bond and compromise to some extent. However, she did not anticipate that the other party's resolve would only strengthen. Master, I have firmly decided to leave. Do not coerce me. If you threaten to expel me from the sect, then I will have no choice but to apologize. What do you mean? Are you truly prepared to sever ties with the sect? Su Feng's face flushed with shame as he replied, if you insist on forcing me, then this is the path I must take. With a sharp slap, Bibi Dong swiftly struck Su Feng and reprimanded, ungrateful disciple, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? I have raised you and considered you the closest to me, yet you treat me in this manner. As she continued, Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for words. Turning away in her fury, her body trembling slightly from the intensity of her emotions. In any case, should you dare to step even a single pace away from the Holy Maiden Palace today, you shall no longer be my disciple. Whether you live or die, I shall not concern myself with your fate. You must decide your own course. Behind Bibi Dong, her disciple expressed heartfelt gratitude, saying, thank you, master, for your nurturing care all this time. After uttering these words, Su Feng knelt down and bowed 3 times before her. Bang, bang, bang. With each sound, Bibi Dong's body trembled in disbelief. She never anticipated that her disciple would truly sever their bond. And all for the trivial reason of wanting to take his girlfriend for a stroll. Disciple, how have you changed so much? Can you really bring yourself to part ways with your master? This cannot be true. Bibi Dong felt as though her heart was being torn apart. A pain that pierced her very soul. She wished fervently that this were merely a dream. However, the lingering, stinging sensation on her hand from the slap just moments ago made it clear that this could not possibly be an illusion. Before long, Su Feng took the girl's hand and departed from the Saintess Palace. Bibi Dong turned away, but alas, all she could see was the retreating figure of the other party, who did not even glance back. Nearby, Yu Guan, who had witnessed the entire scene, approached cautiously and said, Your Highness, would you like me to secretly follow Gue Mei and protect young Master Su Feng and his girlfriend from the shadows? No need. Bibi Dong's expression was icy, her entire being trembling with rage as she added, Since he has chosen to sever ties with me, his life and death are of no concern to me. However, Your Highness, it is truly perilous outside. Young Master Su Feng and his companions lack the protection of powerful allies. They may not be safe. Yu Guan, sensing Bibi Dong's stubbornness, hastily urged, Perhaps I should follow them and assess the situation. Silence. I have already stated that it is unnecessary. Bibi Dong let out a cold snort, and then her figure flickered as she departed. Moments later, she arrived at the small courtyard in the western part of the Saintess Palace. Since you have all left, this small courtyard may now cease to exist. Bibi Dong soared into the air, wielding the fearsome Rakshasa scythe, and with fervor, she struck at the small courtyard. A swirling arc of purple-black energy slicing through the void like a fleeting shadow. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, she reduced the western courtyard to mere ruins. Yet her fury remained unquenched. She retreated to her chamber, ruthlessly shattering every item associated with Su Feng, leaving no trace behind. After completing this destruction, Bibi Dong shrank into a corner, enveloped in a state of daze, uncertain of her next course of action. With a thunderous crash, she resolved, if you choose to depart, let all your belongings vanish with you. As Su Feng departed the Holy Maiden Palace with the girl, Bibi Dong, in a fit of rage, obliterated nearly everything connected to him, including the rocking chair he often favored. Though it was not a precious item, it held significance as one of Su Feng's cherished possessions, used daily until it became imbued with sentiment. Particularly, the garden meticulously arranged by Su Feng met a similar fate, as she annihilated every tree, flower, and blade of grass within, reducing them to mere fragments. How could you leave so abruptly? After all these years of guidance, it is unfathomable. The thought of her disciple abandoning the sect for a girl he had known for only a few months filled Bibi Dong with an overwhelming rage. As if she were unable to contain her emotions. Disciple, how can you be so heartless? You truly are infuriating. Bibi Dong initially believed that by obliterating all items associated with her disciple, her inner fury would diminish, and she would find solace from her sorrow. However, in reality, after she destroyed those belongings, an unprecedented sense of emptiness surged within her. Most troubling was the fact that, instead of feeling any relief, she was engulfed by an increasing tide of regret. The Holy Maiden Palace held few remnants tied to her disciple, and even if she wished to reminisce, she found herself bereft of anything to cherish. As Bibi Dong gazed upon the multitude of items she had ravaged within the Holy Maiden Palace, her thoughts swirled tumultuously. It seemed a considerable time had passed since she had experienced such profound anger. The last occasion she felt such rage appeared to be when Qianquan dispatched Yu Guan and the ghostly wraith to capture her disciple. In that moment, believing Qianquan intended to harm her disciple, she had summoned the power of the Rakshasa, nearly turning the tide against both Yu Guan and the ghostly wraith. Two formidable Title Douluos. Bibi Dong let out a long sigh. Perhaps having released much of her anger, she now felt considerably calmer. I need to gather my composure. Bibi Dong murmured softly, her figure flickering as she ascended to the highest point of the Holy Maiden Palace, a watchtower that gazed into the distance. She sat in silence upon the tower's seat, quietly observing the horizon, her lips sealed in contemplation. Time passed, and soon the sun began its descent towards the west. Bibi Dong remained as still as a statue, her gaze fixed upon a scene of twilight unfolding before her. In times past, she relished watching the sunset from this very spot, enamored by the beauty of the view, which bestowed upon her a sense of enjoyment and natural tranquility. Yet now, she found herself lost in thought, her eyes filled with bewilderment, fixating on a singular point, the direction in which her disciple had departed. Unbeknownst to her, the full moon had already risen. Bibi Dong remained at her vantage point atop the tower, but now she stood at its pinnacle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The night breeze swept in, causing her long hair to cascade and her gown to flutter gracefully, resembling a celestial being. Everything had irrevocably changed. Bibi Dong's delicate hand gradually extended, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight. What should have been an exquisitely serene and beautiful scene instead enveloped her in a profound silence and desolation. The absence of her disciple within the Holy Maiden Palace filled her heart with only melancholy and sorrow, leaving her questioning the significance of her presence in the spirit hall. Not far away, Yu Guan stepped upon golden petals, soaring swiftly towards Bibi Dong. You have lingered here for an entire day. The night breeze can be quite harsh on the body. I urge you to take care and rest, he said, bowing respectfully in the ethereal space. In truth, as a soul Douluo, Bibi Dong was impervious to the chill of the wind. Even a journey to the most frigid of lands would hardly affect her. Yet, witnessing her in such a state of despair, Yu Guan could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Bring me several jars of wine, came her faint whisper, steeped in a profound sense of loss. Your Highness, Yu Guan's expression faltered in surprise, for he had never seen Bibi Dong indulge in alcohol. Make haste. Yes. Bibi Dong's tone grew noticeably colder, causing you to shudder with concern as he hurried to fetch the wine. Your Highness, the wine you requested has arrived. You may leave. Your Highness, I humbly dare to suggest a word. You placed several bottles of wine down and cautiously continued. If you wish for young Master Su Feng to return, I can directly bring him back, and I can also discreetly deal with that girl to ensure young Master Su Feng loses all hope. What do you think? Enough. I do not wish to hear anything further regarding Su Feng. Bibi Dong's expression turned frigid. Leave. Yes. You seem to realize he had misspoken and promptly retreated. Bibi Dong is currently in a fit of rage. For him to utter such words is simply courting disaster. Humph, a lazy scoundrel. Utterly bewitched by a mere little girl, what need have you to return? Bibi Dong let out a cold snort before grasping a jug of wine. With each hearty gulp, the sound echoed thud. Thud, thud, as she, who seldom indulged in alcohol, unabashedly poured the liquid into her mouth. Coughing violently, her face flushed crimson from the unexpected burn. Yet after a brief pause, she resumed her fervent drinking. Thud, 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 cough, cough, cough. Bibi Dong continued to drink excessively, her cough growing more pronounced with each sip. Her entire face flushed a deep crimson. However, since Yu Guan provided her with nothing but ordinary wine, no matter how much she consumed, she remained sober, merely feeling a slight sense of fullness. How audacious of Yu Guan to dare present me with such commonplace wine. Bibi Dong's expression darkened. She had initially intended to intoxicate herself in hopes of alleviating her sorrow. Yet, no matter how much she drank, she remained acutely aware. Her mind inundated with the image of her disciple departing the Holy Maiden Palace with that girl, a sight that pierced her heart with profound anguish. Sighing, she decided to indulge in her own liquor. After a brief moment, she retrieved a bottle of uniquely packaged wine from her soul guide device. A gift once bestowed upon her by her disciple. Unbeknownst to her, she had subconsciously claimed this wine as her own. Otherwise, she would have likely discarded it without a second thought. Thud, thud, thud. Bibi Dong, with a steely resolve, once again indulged fervently. This time, she felt herself engulfed by an overwhelming surge of energy, leaving her head in a state of dizzy disorientation. Yes, that was precisely the sensation. Thud, thud, thud. Bibi Dong, in a drunken stupor, continued to indulge in the intoxicating waves of alcohol, allowing herself to gradually forget the events of the day. It was not until a week later, within the confines of the observation tower, that the urgency of the situation became apparent. Yu Guan, appearing somewhat anxious, remarked, "Young Master Su Feng and his companions have departed from the Holy Maiden Palace for a week. If we do not pursue them soon, it may become exceedingly difficult to locate them. Furthermore, it is rumored that the Pope has begun to suspect something amiss and has initiated a search for Su Feng's whereabouts. Do you truly wish for me to refrain from sending assistance to protect young Master Su Feng and his companions? Su Feng? His fate is of no concern to me. Come, let us drink together," Bibi Dong replied, her visage flushed with intoxication, clutching her empty cup tightly and continuing to drink despite its lack of contents. Observing her despondent state, Yu Guan knelt before her, imploring, "Your Highness, please do not take offense at my words. But I urge you to contemplate your next decision with great care. According to my knowledge, the girl brought back by young Master Su Feng is, in fact, a transformed spirit beast of 300,000 years. This spirit beast has recently entered the tribulation stage, which is why young Master Su Feng was hastening to escort her from the Holy Maiden Palace, intending to protect her through this perilous ordeal." Yu Guan's tone grew solemn. Moreover, news of this 300,000-year spirit beast's tribulation has reached the Pope. However, he is likely unaware that this spirit beast is young Master Su Feng's beloved. Should they uncover Su Feng's location, the entire spirit hall will surely mobilize against him. At this juncture, Yu Guan's tone intensified, "Your Highness, it is evident that you hold young Master Su Feng in high regard. If you wish to ensure his safety, I implore you to abandon your grievances and expedite your assistance to him. Alternatively, allow me to accompany the specter to provide him with some measure of protection." That girl, a transformed spirit beast of 300,000 years? Preparing for tribulation? Bibi Dong paused her drinking, lost in contemplation. However, due to her excessive indulgence in alcohol, her mind felt clouded, and she had forgotten the appearance of that girl entirely. Instead, what emerged in her imagination was the visage of a fearsome beast. "Are you asking me to rescue a soul beast?" Bibi Dong's eyes shimmered with a hint of intoxication as she questioned, "Why should I endure this? Am I to allow her to continue her affectionate displays with my disciple before my very eyes? Am I to permit them to dwell in the Holy Maiden's palace, stirring up chaos at their whim?" Perhaps recalling painful memories, Bibi Dong became increasingly agitated. "This insolent disciple, for whom I have toiled and safeguarded for over a decade, has the audacity to abandon me for a mere soul beast, severing ties without even offering a word of explanation. Has he ever considered my feelings? Have I wronged him in any way?" Her voice trembled with suppressed emotion, and she found herself choking back tears. "Does he still regard me as his teacher?" The Holy Maiden, Yu Guan, bowed her head, hesitant to provide a definitive response. She cautiously remarked, "It is clear to me, and I can only observe, that you hold Mr. Su Feng in high regard. I merely wish to prevent you from making a decision you might later regret." "Regret? Why would I ever regret?" Bibi Dong retorted. "If that wretch truly needed my assistance, why did he not come to me for help? Instead, he expects me to approach him. When have I ever demeaned myself in such a way?" Yueguan found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. Very well. You may leave. Do not disturb my drinking. Upon hearing this, Yueguan sighed, sensing that the holy maiden was merely sulking. Yet, he felt he had said all he could. Unable to offer further counsel, Holy maiden, I can only hope that regardless of what lies ahead, you will not come to regret your choices. With that, he swiftly departed from the outlook tower. How could I possibly regret? Bibi Dong scoffed. Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh, her expression one of indifference. Yet the hand that gripped the wine glass tightened with increasing force. In an instant, the glass shattered beneath her grip. I will never regret this. Bibi Dong's expression turned icy, her voice heavy with gravity. Perhaps due to the effects of intoxication, an inexplicable surge of impulse welled up within her, prompting her to strike with a forceful palm. Boom. Before Bibi Dong, the table was reduced to mere dust. The thought of her disciple's resolute departure sent a chill across her visage, her expression growing increasingly frigid, her chest heaving violently, and her breath quickening significantly. All of this was the consequence of that scoundrel's own choices. It was his own fault. Why should I take the initiative to assist him? I owe him nothing. Furthermore, he harbors numerous secrets, possessing no fewer than 5 formidable weapons capable of contending with the Title Douluo. What need have I to offer my aid? Bibi Dong felt a surge of emotion within her, unable to persuade herself to assist Su Feng. Yet, while remaining in the sacred halls of the Holy Maiden Palace, she often found her thoughts drifting back to that figure. In an effort to erase the memory of that shadow, Bibi Dong once again grasped the wine jug, tilting her head back to drink deeply. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Perhaps deep down, she was aware that she was merely sulking, yet her heart remained restless. She had always yearned to be united with her disciple, so why had that girl snatched him away? Initially, it was her own perception of inadequacy that drove her to summon the Scarlet Empress, hoping she could either take her place or embolden her to undertake actions she had previously deemed unthinkable. Little did she anticipate that ultimately, a spirit beast would seize everything she desired. How could she possibly accept such a fate? Gulp, gulp, gulp. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and the more she felt she had lost. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong took another deep drink, her consciousness becoming increasingly intoxicated, even to the point of reluctance to return to sobriety. Perhaps, she mused, this would allow her to forget that scoundrel. With that thought, she continued to drink fervently. Thus, Bibi Dong once again sank into a life of inebriation. During this period, time seemed to lose its meaning. A month swiftly passed. The moon waned, shadows lingered. Have you, in recent times, taken on any disciples? Bibi Dong regained her composure, no longer drowning her sorrows in drink. Instead, she summoned Yueguang and Gue Mei to the Grand Hall. However, just as she was about to address them as her disciples, she found herself unable to utter the words. Her frustration mounted, for that scoundrel had not reached out to her for over a month. Could it be that he truly intended to sever all ties with the Holy Maiden Palace? With this troubling thought, Bibi Dong quickly rephrased her inquiry. Have you received any news regarding that scoundrel, Su Feng, lately? Your Highness, Yueguang replied. You previously forbade us from continuing our investigation, so we have long since lost track of young Master Su. What? The words of Yueguang sent a jolt of anxiety through Bibi Dong, instantly igniting a sense of foreboding. Observing her reaction, Yueguang promptly asked, Your Highness, do you intend to seek out young Master Su? Deep within Bibi Dong's heart, a lingering resentment persisted, one she was reluctant to acknowledge. However, with more than a month past, concern for the safety of her disciple began to gnaw at her. Thus, she issued an order. You too, set forth immediately to search for Su Feng's whereabouts. Inform me at once if you uncover any news. Yes, Your Highness, replied Yuguan and Gue Mei, who promptly departed in search of Su Feng. That reckless fool. Not only had he run off with that girl, but he had also failed to send any word in over a month. Regardless, once he is found, I shall administer a lesson to him. After a month of reflection, Bibi Dong had quelled much of her initial fury. She had begun to perceive certain clues indicating that her disciple was concealing matters from her, and this revelation weighed more heavily on her than merely acquiring a girlfriend or contemplating betrayal of their sect. This thought stemmed from her synthesis of the whispers she had overheard in the past. It was evident that this issue was linked to the power of rectification. For ever since she had first heard that name, she noted a transformation in her disciple. He had become far less indolent, proactively devising plans, and even clandestinely nurturing Yuguan and Gue Mei. If her instincts were correct, her disciple was covertly confronting a formidable entity, one exponentially more powerful than the likes of Title Douluo. Of course, these conclusions were mere conjectures, thoughts that had only recently emerged, and she could not ascertain the truth until she found her disciple. As Bibi Dong resolved to seek Su Feng, she, along with Yu Guan and Gue Mei, divided their efforts, embarking on a quest for Su Feng and the legendary 30,000-year soul beast. The impending tribulation of that soul beast would undoubtedly generate significant disturbances. Thus, its presence could not go unnoticed. Most importantly, Qian Xuanji and his followers had been tracking this ancient creature, and with sufficient resources, it was feasible to procure some leads from Qian Xuanji's subordinates. Before long, a week had slipped by. "Your Highness, I have located the whereabouts of Master Su Feng," exclaimed Yu Guan, rushing back into the hall of the Saintess Palace, urgency etched upon his features. "Where are they?" Bibi Dong replied, her face alight with anticipation. Throughout the week, she had tirelessly scoured the surroundings, keeping a vigilant eye on any soul masters who had ventured out with Qian Xuanji, even resorting to stealthily incapacitating a few in an attempt to extract information. Regrettably, she had gleaned nothing regarding Su Feng or the 30,000-year soul beast. "Your Highness, they are encircled in the Star Douluo forest," Yu Guan bowed respectfully, adding, "according to the intelligence I've gathered, Su Feng and his companions are currently under siege by His Holiness the Pope and others." "How did you acquire this information?" Bibi Dong instinctively inquired. "Your Highness," came the reply. Yu Guan hesitated momentarily before explaining, "In truth, it was not information that I gathered, but rather young Master Xufeng who proactively informed me using a mechanical bird. Had he not taken the initiative to disclose this, we would undoubtedly have failed to locate them before Qian Xuanji." "Your disciple informed you of this?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed. "What else did he convey to you? Does he now seek me out only because he is being pursued?" "Respected Holy Maiden, the situation is not as you perceive," Yu Guan replied, his countenance slightly flustered, as if reluctant to articulate the matter at hand. After a moment's hesitation, he continued earnestly. "Young Master Xufeng implied that we should already be aware of the girl's identity as a 300,000-year-old soul beast, and that we ought to know of their plight under the pursuit of Qian Xuanji." At this juncture, Yu Guan could not suppress a tremor in his body before stating, thus, "Young Master Xufeng wishes to remind you that he has severed ties with you as master and disciple. Regardless of their circumstances, he hopes you will refrain from intervening. Should you insist on meddling, he will regard you as an adversary. Moreover, even if they find themselves in peril, he requests that you do not harbor any misguided sentiments of benevolence to assist them. Otherwise, he too will perceive you as an enemy, one who poses a threat to his beloved, and may resort to extreme measures." Having spoken, Yu Guan immediately lowered his head, a hint of trepidation evident in his demeanor. That is all young Master Xufeng conveyed. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression stiffened, her delicate hands clenching slightly, her lips quivering with barely suppressed emotion. That rebellious disciple truly said such things? Seeing the holy maiden's countenance, Yu Guan trembled in kind. "Why, yes." The hall fell into a profound silence. Severing ties? Urging the master not to meddle? Advising against misplaced compassion? Resorting to violence? Contemplating the warning from her disciple, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming wave of disappointment wash over her, her heart aching with profound sorrow and anger. Such words of disavowal were the least palatable to her. Bibi Dong's expression momentarily shifted, as a sudden realization struck her. Her disciple would not have spoken such words without reason. He must be concealing something from her. "Humph. I shall see if you truly dare to take such drastic measures." With this thought in mind, Bibi Dong immediately commanded Yu Guan, "Inform the ghostly shadows. We shall proceed at once to the Star Douluo forest and retrieve that rebellious disciple." "Understood." Yu Guan swiftly departed from the hall. At that moment, however, Bibi Dong remained oblivious to the subtle change in Yu Guan today, for there was an unusual glimmer of pale azure light flickering within his eyes. Bibi Dong and her companions arrived at the Star Douluo forest, where they searched for 5 days. At last, they discovered Su Feng's traces before the entrance of a cave. "Rebellious disciple, why do you not come out to face your master?" Upon reaching the cave's mouth, Bibi Dong exclaimed in anger. "Silence." Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows slightly and admonished. "Rebellious disciple, I know you are inside. Come out at once." As the words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the cave, revealing Su Feng. He was taken aback. "I did not expect you to find me so swiftly." Su Feng cast a glance at Bibi Dong and her companions, finally fixing his cold gaze upon Yu Guan. "Was it you who informed her?" Yu Guan hurriedly bowed and replied, "Young Master Su Feng, I apologize. I simply could not stand idly by while you faced danger." Thus, I did not follow your instructions to conceal your whereabouts, nor did I guide Her Highness away from you. In fact, I took the liberty of bringing Her Highness here myself." Upon hearing this, Su Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "You Guan, having taken my soul bone yet failing to assist me, do you presume that the soul bone is now rightfully yours? Or do you believe it can serve you?" "Certainly not," Yu Guan responded, promptly producing a soul bone from his possession and channeling his soul power towards Su Feng. "This is the 100,000-year soul bone you bestowed upon me. I return it to you now." Su Feng was astonished by Yu Guan's actions. "I never imagined you could resist the allure of a 100,000-year soul bone." Beside him, Bibi Dong also expressed surprise. She had not anticipated such a transaction between Yu Guan and her disciple. Yet, how had Yu Guan managed to exercise such restraint? His loyalty was remarkable, especially for a 100,000-year soul bone. The profound shock within Bibi Dong was undeniable. However, she remained oblivious to the flickering light of pale azure within Yu Guan's eyes as he relinquished the soul bone, a subtle glow that went unnoticed by all. Bibi Dong did not dwell on this, her gaze fixed intently on Su Feng. "Disciple, confess honestly, are you concealing something from your master?" "Your Highness, I implore you to reconsider our relationship," Su Feng replied, his tone chillingly stern as he met Bibi Dong's gaze. "We are no longer master and disciple. Furthermore, your presence is unwelcome here. I kindly ask you to depart at once, lest I be forced to act unfavorably." With that, a formidable pressure, akin to that of a Title Douluo, erupted from Su Feng. "What is happening?" Yu Guan gasped in disbelief. "Young Master Su is actually a Title Douluo? Disciple, do you truly intend to strike against your master?" Bibi Dong was unfazed by Su Feng's display of soul power. She had known all along, but was reluctant to accept that he would turn against her. Su Feng fell into silence. "I will not. She will." From within the cave emerged another figure, Su Feng's girlfriend, enveloped in dark mist, exuding an aura of sinister allure. "Are you intending to make a move against me?" Bibi Dong glared at the girl, her anger igniting in an instant, for she believed this girl was the reason for the current predicament between her and her disciple. "Brother Su has already stated that you are not welcome. If you refuse to leave, I shall assist him," the girl declared, her form now at Su Feng's side, affectionately entwining her arm around his. "You." Witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong's delicate hands clenched tightly, her countenance transformed by frigid rage. "What is wrong with us? We share a deep connection and desire to enjoy our world together, free from interruptions. Is that a crime? Or do you wish to witness our tender moments?" The girl continued, her hands entwining around Su Feng's neck as she rose onto her toes, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "If that is the case, I shall ensure you see enough." In the next moment, Bibi Dong was appalled to witness the girl passionately kissing Su Feng before her eyes. The most unbearable part being Su Feng's lack of resistance, as he surrendered to the kiss and caress, ultimately responding with equal fervor. "You, both of you." Bibi Dong's expression darkened, feeling as though her very blood was in turmoil, overwhelming discomfort washing over her, and an intense rage brewing within. "If only I had expressed my feelings to my disciple without hesitation back then, would we be facing this situation today? At this moment?" The remorse within Bibi Dong was once again stirred by that girl. Regrettably, there are no what-ifs. What has transpired cannot be undone. And she found herself powerless to lament her choices. At that moment, the girl finally ceased her passionate kiss and turned her gaze towards Bibi Dong, her expression a blend of mockery and disdain. "Are you satisfied now? If so, can you leave?" "Very well." Bibi Dong, seemingly consumed by her rage, could no longer contain her soul power. In her grasp, the formidable Rakshas's side was firmly held as she addressed the girl. "I have heard that you are a soul beast of 30,000 years. Your soul ring's quality must be exceptional. Since I am here, prepare to meet your demise." Initially, she had no intention of disrupting Su Feng and the girl, but the girl's provocation and humiliation ignited a fierce desire to kill within her. "If you wish to slay her, then you must first contend with me." However, before Bibi Dong could strike, Su Feng had already positioned himself in front of the girl, appearing as her protector. "Disciple, you must understand that I intend to kill her. If you stand in my way, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you as well. I am aware of that. Therefore, if you wish to kill her, you must first step over my corpse. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Silence yourself." Bibi Dong's furious retort cut through the air, plunging the scene into silence. In her anger, her entire body trembled uncontrollably. The atmosphere had become utterly still. After a brief moment, she declared, "Let us depart." Bibi Dong, suppressing her fury, coldly uttered a remark before departing with Yue Guan in a ghostly manner. Just a quarter of an hour after their departure, a faint azure glow flickered anew in Yue Guan's eyes. He swiftly approached Bibi Dong, bowing respectfully and stating, "Your Highness, I suspect that young Master Su Feng was merely performing. They're undoubtedly concealing something." "What do you mean?" Bibi Dong inquired, her elegant brows knitting together. "Ah, this is merely my intuition," Yue Guan responded. "I firmly believe that whatever young Master Su Feng may do, he would never undertake actions that could harm you." As he spoke, the gentle azure light within his eyes gradually faded away. Bibi Dong fell into silence, and then she immediately summoned her soul skill, conjuring a small spider, which she directed to scuttle back towards Su Feng. She intended to ascertain whether her disciple was indeed concealing something from her. As the spider retraced its path, after several hours of observation, she was struck by a shocking revelation. Her disciple's girlfriend was, astonishingly, a puppet. How could this be? The puppet appeared strikingly lifelike. Through the spider's surveillance, Bibi Dong clearly observed Su Feng retrieving his girlfriend into his soul guide, while he seemed to be setting up some sort of ambush. This little rascal was indeed hiding something from me. Upon discovering this clue, Bibi Dong promptly returned to the cave with Yu Guan and Gue Mei. "Why are you back again?" Su Feng's expression was frosty. "Stop pretending. I have seen everything." As soon as Bibi Dong arrived, she immediately recounted the scene she had just witnessed. Su Feng, instead of defending himself, fell into silence. "Disciple, what exactly are you doing behind my back? Is there something you cannot share with me? I assure you, I will assist you." Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng with deep concern. Su Feng remained mute, then proceeded to form a hand seal. In an instant, a protective barrier enveloped Bibi Dong and the others within. "Disciple, what are you doing?" Upon seeing this barrier, Bibi Dong's expression darkened, and she instinctively prepared to shatter it. However, to her astonishment, she found herself unable to channel her soul power. "Master," Su Feng approached Bibi Dong and bowed deeply, saying, "Once this matter is resolved, you shall no longer face any threats." Hearing Su Feng's words, Bibi Dong's expression grew increasingly grave. "Disciple, what do you mean? What are you planning to do? Is it perilous?" "You need not concern yourself with that," Su Feng replied, turning away and departing the cave. "Disciple, come back. Return to me." As she watched Su Feng's figure recede further into the distance, Bibi Dong's anxiety intensified. No matter how she called out, Su Feng showed no intention of stopping. It was not until he reached the cave's entrance that Su Feng turned to look back at Yue Guan, his face set with a resolute acceptance of death. "When this matter concludes, you too must protect the master. If any harm befalls her, you shall face dire consequences." Su Feng then turned his gaze to Bibi Dong, a radiant smile gracing his features. "I apologize for deceiving you for so long, but this next endeavor is one only I can undertake. I truly do not wish for you to be involved. No, that is unacceptable. I will not allow it." Bibi Dong unleashed a fervent barrage against the protective barrier that ensnared her, yet it stirred not a single ripple. Her countenance grew increasingly anxious as she shouted, "You little rascal, release this barrier at once. Otherwise, when I escape, I shall not spare you. Hurry and open it, you scoundrel." After uttering those final words, Su Feng departed without a backward glance, indifferent to Bibi Dong's frantic cries, until he vanished entirely. "Scoundrel!" Bibi Dong exclaimed, glaring in the direction Su Feng had taken. Unable to contain her fury and urgency, she resumed her relentless assault on the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. Although Bibi Dong was unable to wield her soul power, she herself was a formidable soul Douluo, having undergone the refining of the Rakshasa goddess strength. Her physical prowess was already extraordinary, causing the protective barrier to resonate with explosive sounds. "You two, attack together." Seeing the inadequacy of her solitary power, Bibi Dong promptly summoned Yu Guan and Gue Mei to join forces. Regrettably, no matter how fiercely they struck, the barrier remained unscathed, appearing utterly impervious. Thus, Bibi Dong and her companions found themselves ensnared within the cave for a full 3 days without a moment's respite, until, suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air, causing the entire cavern to tremble, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure they had never before encountered, rendering them breathless. "What is happening?" Gue Mei inquired, perplexed. Yu Guan, deep in thought, speculated, "If my senses are not deceiving me, it must be an explosion in the vicinity." Meanwhile, Bibi Dong remained silent. Yet her countenance darkened in an instant, filled with trepidation. For this oppressive aura was all too familiar to her. It was the very force that had emanated from her disciple when he sought to vanquish Yu Shaojiang. She could not misinterpret that unparalleled majesty that transcended even the divine. Her disciple, deep within her heart. Bibi Dong could not suppress her fervent prayer, "May you remain safe." After a brief moment, the oppressive force and tremors that had invaded the cave began to gradually diminish. Crack, crack, crack. Simultaneously, the protective barrier that had ensnared Bibi Dong and her companions was marred by an intricate web of fissures, which ultimately culminated in a resounding explosion as the shield shattered completely. Whoosh! Free from her constraints, Bibi Dong wasted no time, her form transforming into a fleeting shadow as she darted out of the cave, swiftly scanning her surroundings for the source of the detonation. No, this cannot be real. Soon, her gaze fixated on a distant point, perhaps over 100 kilometers away, where a colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, so immense that it seemed to be visible to every soul in the world. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a past event. Yet the mushroom cloud before her was exponentially larger, 1,000-fold more formidable than what she had witnessed before. My disciple, is he still alive? A thought surged within Bibi Dong, reminiscent of her disciple's resolute departure, causing her heart to flutter with anxiety. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of radiant light, dashing towards the source of the explosion, employing every acceleration tool and soul skill at her disposal. My disciple, you must be safe, it cannot be otherwise. While Bibi Dong dashed forward with great urgency, she continuously sought to reassure herself. Yet, the words she uttered were laced with self-doubt. For the energy fluctuations and oppressive force she had just experienced were overwhelmingly potent. She would not question the notion that the explosion could obliterate 100 Title Douluo to mere ashes. But could her disciple truly withstand such a cataclysm? Fortunately, Title Douluo was not present. Otherwise, his expression would undoubtedly mirror her own astonishment. The chapter titled Abnormality of Moonlight remains unfinished, and typographical errors persist. Please revisit in half an hour, as an additional chapter will be added at that time. I assure you, it will be as captivating as the last. Dear disciple, you certainly cannot take on every challenge alone. Having determined the direction of the impending explosion, Bibi Dong propelled herself forward with relentless vigor, seemingly impervious to fatigue and the passage of time. An indeterminate duration elapsed. Upon arriving at the site of the explosion, Bibi Dong was met with a colossal crater, reminiscent of a scene she had witnessed long ago, yet this chasm was magnitudes larger than the one she had previously encountered. Anyone standing within this vast abyss would inexplicably feel an overwhelming sense of insignificance, akin to that of mere dust. Particularly striking was the sight of molten lava coursing through the depths of the crater, a testament to the immense energy unleashed by the recent cataclysm that had melted the ground into liquid rock. My disciple, where are you? I know you still live. Come forth at once. Bibi Dong was not overly taken aback by the scene before her. Rather, she frantically searched for her disciple. No matter how she unleashed her spiritual power or explored the vast pit, she found no trace of her apprentice. It cannot be. Her disciple cannot be dead. With so many life-preserving treasures, it is impossible for him to perish. After searching for what felt like an eternity, Bibi Dong still could not locate Feng, and her expression grew increasingly anxious. Her eyes, once filled with determination, were now reddened with unshed tears, though she resolutely held back her sorrow, firmly believing that Feng was still alive. Disciple, please come out. Stop hiding. Show yourself. In her final plea, Bibi Dong's voice nearly shattered, her overwhelming spiritual power sweeping through the pit in relentless waves. Perhaps convinced that there was no one left within the chasm, she shifted her focus to the surrounding area. This simple act of using her spiritual energy to scan the vicinity revealed several bodies. The attire of those corpses unmistakably indicated they were elite soul masters from the spirit hall. If her assumptions were correct, these individuals had been brought here by Qian Xuanji. Could it be that her disciple had intentionally set a trap to lure Qian Xuanji and his followers into a fatal ambush? This thought surged in Bibi Dong's mind. Moments later, she indeed discovered Qian Xuanji's lifeless form, alongside numerous corpses of esteemed figures from the Douluo Palace, all located near the explosion's epicenter. In addition to the Spirit Hall members, there were also individuals from the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The final champions of these formidable factions had all perished here, their deaths strikingly similar, as if they had been effortlessly slain by a single strike, offering no resistance whatsoever. If her disciple possessed the strength to vanquish these foes in one blow, why then unleash such a cataclysmic explosion? Bibi Dong's heart was filled with confusion. Could this somehow be related to that force of correction? Bibi Dong recalled the heartfelt whispers she had once eavesdropped upon. Whenever her disciple mentioned this particular matter, his expression would invariably grow serious, yet when discussing other people or affairs, even someone as significant as Title Douluo, he seemed utterly unconcerned. What, indeed, was this little rascal concealing from his master? Bibi Dong was in a state of frantic anxiety, her gaze incessantly scanning the surroundings, yet she could not locate Su Feng. Disciple, please come out. Hurry. Eventually, Bibi Dong returned to the epicenter of the explosion, her eyes darting about, her delicate hands clenched tightly. The feeling of being utterly oblivious and unable to find him tormented her profoundly. Moments later, Yu Guan and Gue Mei arrived at the scene. Could all of this be the doing of young Master Su Feng? Gue Mei exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Guan paid no heed to Gue Mei, remaining rooted in place. Then, his eyes gleamed with a vibrant azure light, more dazzling than ever before, as if he were under the influence of some force, causing his entire demeanor to undergo a dramatic transformation. Subsequently, Yu Guan disregarded the magnificent spectacle around him and approached Bibi Dong directly. After bowing respectfully, he spoke with somber gravity, "Your Highness, the Saintess, it is futile to continue searching. Young Master Su Feng has perished." "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression darkened abruptly, and her gaze toward Yu Guan was veiled in a layer of frost. Coldly, she retorted, "My disciple cannot be dead. Absolutely not. If you dare utter such words again, I shall kill you." Unfazed by the threat, Yu Guan's eyes remained clear, and he replied with a smile, "Your Highness, have you not yet discerned the anomalies?" Bibi Dong furrowed her brows slightly, inquiring, "What do you mean?" "It is nothing of great significance. I merely wish to convey that if you approach the future with trepidation and hesitation, it will inevitably manifest as the very thing you fear. However, if you discard your distractions and remain steadfast in your convictions, acting solely in accordance with your heart's desires, then regardless of the outcome, you will not find yourself engulfed in regret and despair as you are now, will you?" Yu Guan's smile appeared somewhat unusual, devoid of the previous flattery and sycophancy, instead radiating a gentle demeanor, as if imparting wisdom from an outsider's perspective. "Yu Guan, what exactly are you trying to express? Could you not articulate your thoughts more clearly?" Bibi Dong's expression grew increasingly frosty, tinged with surprise, for the Yu Guan before her felt utterly unfamiliar. In times gone by, even with the courage of 10 men, he would have never dared to address her in such a manner. Yu Guan did not conceal his intentions and spoke candidly. "In truth, this place is merely a fade." "What?" Bibi Dong's countenance reflected growing confusion. Yu Guan patiently elaborated. "What I mean is that your current experiences are all but illusions." "Are you mocking me?" Bibi Dong narrowed her beautiful eyes, her soul power surging as if preparing to strike the audacious figure before her. Yu Guan's lips twitched, unable to suppress a sardonic remark. Indeed, as expected, she cannot grasp the truth even when it is laid bare. After a brief pause, he resumed a serious demeanor, addressing her with gravity. "Your Highness, the Saintess, perhaps you should contemplate your fears more thoroughly. Only by recognizing what truly terrifies you and courageously confronting it, seeking ways to overcome your fears, will you avoid the regret and sorrow that currently plague you, for you will have made every effort, leaving no room for remorse." Upon finishing his words, Yu Guan's form stiffened, and the vibrant azure light in his gaze abruptly faded, replaced by a sudden expression of alarm. In an instant, he knelt, tremblingly proclaiming, "Forgive me, Your Highness. What I spoke earlier was mere folly. I beg you not to take it to heart." Observing this scene, Bibi Dong fell into contemplation, instinctively questioning, "Do you mean to say that those words were not truly your own, but rather induced by another?" "And no, the words I spoke were indeed my own. I was not manipulated. However, I cannot explain why those thoughts emerged so suddenly, compelling me to share them with you. It seems my mind wandered, and I hope you, Your Highness, will not hold it against me." Yu Guan spoke in a disjointed manner, as if only now realizing the gravity of fear. Bibi Dong chose to disregard Yu Guan, instead sinking into deep thought, the echoes of his earlier words resonating in her mind. "What am I truly afraid of?" Bibi Dong murmured softly, her mind conjuring images of the myriad experiences she had endured over the past few months. It seemed she had finally discerned the peculiarities of this period. Everything she had feared, be it her disciple secretly seeking a romantic partner behind her back or facing peril without her knowledge, had come to pass, leaving her engulfed in profound regret and anguish. The root of these tribulations lay in her indecisiveness. Her failure to express her true feelings had deprived her of any opportunity to seize the moment. Ultimately, her own obstinacy had driven her disciple to sever ties with her. As Bibi Dong descended into contemplation, silence enveloped the arena. Yu Guan and Gue Mei stood by, holding their breath in trepidation. Time slipped by. Though its passage was indeterminate, perhaps a mere quarter of an hour, or perhaps several hours. Bibi Dong stirred, rising once more, her gaze fixed intently upon Yu Guan, who, frightened, retreated several steps before ultimately collapsing to his knees. Your Highness, the words I spoke earlier were truly unintentional. I beseech you, spare me. Rise, Bibi Dong commanded. I do not seek to blame you. I wish to know whether my disciple has conveyed anything to you, perhaps a message meant for me? Nay, nothing, he replied. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Bibi Dong's face, yet she quickly regained her composure and ordered, you too. Venture forth to search the periphery for any signs of corpses or survivors. Bring them all to me. Yes, Your Highness. Yueguan and Gue Mei departed swiftly. Bibi Dong, seated in meditation, chanted the incantation to summon the blood-eyed deity of the Rakshasa. Soon, a swirling mass of black mist rose nearby, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, from which a diminutive figure emerged. What transpired here? Blood-Eye inquired, astonished as she surveyed the scene. Bibi Dong, feeling somewhat helpless, recounted the events that had unfolded, concluding with a plea. The explosion occurred less than 24 hours ago. Surely, you must have a way to locate my disciple? I recall her once sharing that in this world of Douluo, anyone who dies within 24 hours can be resurrected. At present, Bibi Dong could not ascertain whether her disciple had perished, yet regardless of the outcome, she was determined to seek a remedy, for there remained many words unspoken between them. Indeed, Blood-Eye replied, her expression neutral. However, the cost of such an endeavor is substantial. Not only might your Rakshasa inheritance fail, but you could also face a fate worse than death. Are you resolute in your pursuit? Whatever the cost, I am willing, Bibi Dong declared, bowing deeply, her face alight with fervor. If I am not mistaken, your disciple has alleviated many of your troubles. Her actions were intended to shield you from external threats. Should you insist on seeking her and, in doing so, inadvertently lose your own life, her sacrifices would be rendered futile, Blood-Eye cautioned, her tone emotionless and rational. What you ought to do is accept the Rakshasa inheritance wholeheartedly. This would honor your disciple's intentions and be the wisest course of action. In response to this counsel, Bibi Dong's expression remained resolute. I implore you, Blood-Eye, please reveal to me the means to find my disciple. Blood-Eye's dissatisfaction was palpable, her tone growing colder. Why must you pursue this path? Is it truly worth it? Because Bibi Dong had been harboring her feelings for a long time. At last, she summoned the courage and, with a resolute awakening, declared, I have fallen in love with my disciple, and I wish to marry him. A world without him is truly not worth living in. I can no longer imagine my life without him. Though these words were addressed to Blood-Eye, Bibi Dong had mustered immense bravery to voice them. Her previous indecision had cost her countless opportunities to express her affections to her disciple. Now, with less than 24 hours remaining, there remained a glimmer of hope. If she did not attempt to salvage the situation, she would regret it for the rest of her life. I implore you, please assist me. Bibi Dong seldom sought help, yet this time, without hesitation, she knelt before Shui Tong, her face reflecting an expression of utter helplessness, her voice imbued with profound pleading. Very well, this is your choice. Do not regret it. Shui Tong acquiesced, then extended her hand, summoning a stream of radiant light from the epicenter of the explosion, ultimately grasping it firmly. Shui Tong regarded Bibi Dong with cold detachment and remarked, from my perception, this is indeed the true spirit of your disciple, or rather, a remnant of it. Your disciple has paid a grievous price in her struggle against those adversaries. If you wish to save her, it shall be a life exchanged for a life. However, I must caution you. Shui Tong paused, her tone laced with warning. This method does not guarantee success, and you will sacrifice 90% of your lifespan. In that event, you may become exceedingly unappealing. Are you certain? Certain, Bibi Dong replied without hesitation. Subsequently, Shui Tong began to weave intricate hand seals, murmuring peculiar incantations. As she did so, a substantial essence of life was drawn from Bibi Dong, entirely infused into Su Feng's remnant spirit. Initially, Su Feng's spirit was but a mere stream of light. Yet with the infusion of life essence, it began to transform into a shadow, gradually solidifying. As for Bibi Dong, she commenced a slow descent into aging. Her once exquisite and flawless visage, which was beyond description, began to manifest wrinkles, and even her hair gradually turned gray. No, I cannot allow my disciple to witness my current state. Bibi Dong had anticipated this outcome, yet its manifestation proved to be difficult to accept. Master, at that moment, Su Feng awakened, existing in the form of his true spirit. He gazed at Bibi Dong with concern. What has happened to you? Disciple, do not look at me. I am quite unsightly at present. Sensing Su Feng's gaze upon her, Bibi Dong immediately turned aside, covering her face with her hand, fearful that he might see her aged appearance. Su Feng seemed to discern the situation and promptly explained, "If I am not mistaken, it must be you, master, who has implored Lady Shui Tong to save me. Given this, how could I possibly harbor disdain for you? On the contrary, I am filled with gratitude." He paused, then smiled. "No matter how you may change, you shall forever remain my most esteemed teacher." Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong's form trembled slightly, and her delicate hand instinctively clenched. "Teacher, once again, teacher. I yearn for more than merely being your instructor." The mere thought of Su Feng's address sent waves of torment through her heart. In that moment, she truly wished to unveil her feelings to Su Feng, yet upon catching a glimpse of her aged visage, hesitation enveloped her once more. Had this been in the past, Bibi Dong would have undoubtedly recoiled in fear at her own appearance, too intimidated to voice her innermost thoughts, as she once feared Su Feng's rejection. Yet this time, her moment of hesitation was brief. Following the recent awakening by Yue Guan, clarity washed over her. She realized she harbored genuine affection for her disciple. Her greatest regret was the failure to express her feelings, and now that she had a rare opportunity to amend her past mistakes, she resolved not to let it slip away, regardless of the outcome. With these thoughts in mind, Bibi Dong ceased to evade the truth and gazed intently at Su Feng, earnestly stating, "Disciple, what I am about to say may seem difficult for you to believe, yet these words come from the depths of my heart." Su Feng, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Please go on." A blush graced Bibi Dong's cheeks as her delicate hand instinctively fidgeted with the hem of her garment. After a moment of hesitation and a deep breath, she stammered, "Disciple, I no longer wish to be merely your teacher, for I have developed feelings for you and desire to marry you. Would you accept me as your wife?" This seemingly simple confession drained Bibi Dong of nearly all her strength and courage, yet upon uttering it, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. Though uncertain of her disciple's response, she felt liberated by her honesty. Regardless of the outcome, she resolved not to harbor regrets as she had in the past. Previously, her concerns regarding their age difference had ensnared her in a web of indecision. However, in this moment, she had embraced a more mature perspective, surprising herself with her newfound boldness. Indeed, when Su Feng heard Bibi Dong's declaration, he was momentarily taken aback. "Do you find me unappealing?" Bibi Dong, misinterpreting his surprise, hurriedly clarified, "This is merely a temporary state. Once I successfully inherit the legacy of the Rakshasa god, I shall attain immortality and regain my former appearance, potentially becoming even more beautiful. You might consider my proposal." Perhaps emboldened by her heartfelt confession, Bibi Dong's demeanor transformed. She no longer recoiled in fear, but instead actively pursued her desires, a change of which she was blissfully unaware. "Very well, I accept your proposal. Once I restore my true form, I shall marry you, and you will be my wife from that day forth." Bibi Dong initially believed that Su Feng would decline her proposal. However, to her astonishment, he responded with utmost sincerity, leaving her feeling as if she were in a dream. In a moment of uncontainable emotion, Bibi Dong embraced Su Feng, yet regrettably, Su Feng remained in his true spirit state, passing through the past. Nevertheless, she felt an indescribable warmth as if she had truly held him. Not long ago, she had been engulfed in sorrow over her disciple's newfound romance and had been tormented by the pain of his departure from her tutelage. She had once fervently wished that it was merely a nightmare from which she could awaken. However, that which she had perceived as a nightmare began to transform into a beautiful dream, filling her with an exhilarating sense of joy that was difficult to escape. She yearned for this to be reality. If it were a dream, she wished never to awaken. Yet, as Bibi Dong revealed her feelings to Su Feng, an ominous sound erupted from the heavens. Boom! Thunderous roars filled the air, as boundless dark clouds descended, accompanied by flashes of crimson lightning that seemed to shatter the sky, relentlessly crashing down. What was happening? Bibi Dong's expression grew grave. Su Feng, equally perplexed, solemnly remarked, "It appears that this world is on the verge of collapse." Collapse? Why would it collapse? Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Bibi Dong's face turned anxious. Overwhelmed, she cried out, "Disciple, I have mustered the courage to confess my feelings to you, and I have finally received your promise. You haven't yet married me. How can this world collapse? You must think of a way. I have yet to become your bride." After enduring so much, Bibi Dong felt that her journey had been fraught with challenges. Just as she believed a favorable conclusion had arrived, the notion of collapse was unbearable for her to accept. "Master, I'm sorry, but I am powerless," Su Feng replied, gazing apologetically at Bibi Dong, sharing in her deep disappointment. "In this lifetime, it seems we may not be destined to be together." In the midst of their conversation, A tremendous black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, voraciously consuming everything within this world, causing multiple tornadoes to form on the ground below. Boom, boom, boom. Within the black hole, a colossal force emerged, sweeping away vast expanses of land into the swirling winds. Oh no, this is merciless. Little Juju, what is happening? I do not wish to die yet. Nearby, the specter was suddenly caught in the tornado, his voice filled with panic as he sought help from Yueguan. Shortly thereafter, Yueguan too was swept away by the tornado, unable to contain his screams. How could this happen? What is going on? Not only Yueguan and the specter, but at that moment, everything in the path of the tornado was being drawn in, leading to the grim realization that it would not be long before the entire world was devoured by that insatiable black hole. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Bibi Dong felt a surge of disappointment and anxiety within her heart. She had yet to embark on a sweet romance with her disciple. Yet, she harbored no fear, for her student had always remained by her side. Should fate grant her another life, even if she were to forcefully claim him, she would ensure he would not escape. With her gaze fixed upon Su Feng, she concentrated her thoughts, and in the next moment, her body erupted with a sudden intensity. Buzz. After the essence of Bibi Dong shattered, her true spirit was revealed. This was the result of the Rakshasa divine power assisting her soul in transcending its physical form. She would not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary, yet now, she was beyond caring for such concerns. At this moment, Bibi Dong appeared no longer aged, devoid of wrinkles, embodying the beauty of her youth. Bibi Dong approached Su Feng, her delicate hand encircling his neck, and in her eyes shimmered an enchanting glimmer. A gentle ripple of emotion. Soon, all that remained in her gaze was the silhouette of Su Feng. Bibi Dong, not particularly tall, immediately rose onto her toes and, with a pitiful expression, implored, "Kiss me." At that moment, Bibi Dong was oblivious to the world's impending doom. Her heart was solely occupied by Su Feng, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Su Feng, too, gazed at Bibi Dong, his face suffused with affection, and without hesitation, he leaned in to press his lips against hers. This kiss seemed to suspend time, as if they were locked in a moment that would last until the end of days. Bibi Dong responded with heartfelt fervor, her hands wandering in a manner that was anything but innocent, until, suddenly, a whirlwind approached them, compelling them to cease their intimate gestures. Strangely, this tornado ensnared only Su Feng, leaving Bibi Dong unharmed, as though the celestial void above sought to obliterate the world while sparing her. Or perhaps to awaken her from a dream. "Hold on tight, master. I want to let you be swept away." Witnessing Su Feng caught in the tempest, Bibi Dong was naturally unwilling to relent, clinging to him fiercely. It seemed that her master was indeed a fortunate soul. Even amidst the world's destruction, he could survive. And this brought her solace. "What do you mean by solace?" "Be quiet and hold on to me. I want to allow you to be taken away." Bibi Dong believed that as long as she held onto her disciple tightly, she could ensure their bond. However, to her dismay, as the tempest raged, her disciple's true spirit began to fade into ethereality. How could this be? No, no. Witnessing this, Bibi Dong cried out in desperation, her voice strained and hoarse. Yet she clung fiercely to Su Feng. "Disciple, do not let go. Hold on to me, quickly. Please, I implore you." Tears, freshly wiped away, once again cascaded down Bibi Dong's face like a dam that had given way, impossible to contain. "Master, let go. It is futile. I fear this time I must truly part from you." "No, I shall not relinquish you," replied the master. Bibi Dong gazed earnestly at Su Feng, pleading, "My dear disciple, I have searched far and wide to find you. Please do not abandon me. Hold on to me tightly." Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky as a dark vortex unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck Su Feng with ferocious intensity, rendering his form nearly translucent and allowing Bibi Dong's hand to pass through him. This cannot be real. No, it must be a dream. It must be a dream. Bibi Dong collapsed onto the ground, her hands covering her face as she wept with a heart-wrenching sorrow, tears streaming down incessantly, soon soaking her attire. As Su Feng was swept away, the destruction of this world seemed to accelerate. Before long, everything was obliterated, leaving only an abyss of darkness. "Disciple, do not leave," she cried, her voice breaking as her consciousness gradually faded into obscurity. In a world devoid of Su Feng, even if the sky were to collapse, it would matter little, perhaps. "Disciple, I fear this time you truly must depart," echoed Su Feng's final words, reverberating in Bibi Dong's mind like a haunting melody. A rhythm of rise and fall. Accompanying this was the vivid imagery of heaven shattering and earth fracturing. Perhaps, That was the true apocalypse. Until, Buzz. Bibi Dong's consciousness wavered, as everything she had experienced began to fade, resembling an interminably lengthy dream, one that felt undeniably real. Even in the final moments, she did not perceive it as a fabrication. This sensation of blurred awareness, the duration of which Bibi Dong could not ascertain, gave way to a gradual clarity. She found her thoughts returning to normalcy, particularly as she discerned a formidable surge of power coursing through her being. The sensation this power bestowed upon her was akin to that experienced after absorbing a soul ring, yet it was infused with an overwhelming dominance and ferocity, surpassing the cumulative strength of all the soul rings she had previously assimilated. Disciple. Bibi Dong remained oblivious to the origins of the newfound power within her and felt no inclination to ponder its source. At present, her mind was consumed solely by the image of her disciple, particularly the moment when that figure dissipated before her eyes. Why? Why was it that, in this apocalyptic world, I alone was left behind? Why was I not swept away as well? The mere thought of that black hole, which had devoured everyone, along with the collapsing space and the catastrophic end of the world, tore at her heart, leaving her in excruciating agony. If only she could have been taken by the whirlwind that day, then at least she would have been able to accompany her disciple. Instead of existing now in a state of solitary awareness, endlessly grappling with profound loneliness and darkness, unable even to find solace in death, Bibi Dong was engulfed in sorrow when, suddenly, a familiar voice of sarcasm resonated in her mind. Goodness, why is he still not awake? What on earth has the teacher been dreaming about? It's been a whole week. Upon hearing this voice, Bibi Dong's mind jolted. Her first instinct was to believe she was experiencing an auditory hallucination, for the voice belonged to Su Feng. My disciple, wasn't he swept away by the tornado? Could it be that my disciple has not perished? Upon contemplating this, Bibi Dong felt a surge of excitement within her, instinctively yearning to call out to Su Feng. However, she soon realized that she could neither utter a sound nor move. Only her consciousness remained alert, while all else was rendered powerless. This sensation was familiar to her. Colloquially referred to as sleep paralysis, a term she had learned from her disciple. It seemed her master had been significantly frightened by a nightmare this time. Alas, it was my fault for being so hasty. I should have made additional preparations when I first guided the 30,000-year spirit ring for my master. After all, my master does not possess the primordial divine body like I do, and thus cannot resist the dream induced by such a long-lasting spirit ring. Consequently, while I merely require a normal night's rest to acclimate to the power of the spirit ring, my master needs over a week. Before long, Bibi Dong once again heard her disciple's voice, though this time it was not spoken but rather a voice of the heart, imbued with a touch of helplessness and regret. A dream? A week? Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong felt her mind momentarily overwhelmed. So, everything she had previously experienced was merely a dream? If it were a dream, why did it feel so vividly real? No, that is not right. In that dream, she seemingly never heard her disciple's inner voice. Despite not having heard it for several months, why had she failed to recognize this? Bibi Dong found herself engulfed in confusion, striving to recollect the memories of that time. It seemed that she had indeed noticed something back then, albeit subconsciously, without any deliberate intention to probe further. She merely felt that it was the essence of reality. Could it truly have been nothing more than a dream? A sense of shock and disbelief washed over her. Yet beyond that initial astonishment lay a swell of excitement and exhilaration. Alas, she pondered, when would her teacher awaken? After a week of vigil, she mused. If her teacher did not rouse soon, she might very well succumb to exhaustion. At that moment, Bibi Dong's mind was graced once more by the voice of her disciple. Though this time the figure bore a semblance of weariness, as if the disciple had not rested for an extended period. Moments later, Bibi Dong sensed something gently caressing her forehead, bringing her a measure of comfort. If she was not mistaken, she must have broken into a considerable sweat from a nightmare. And her disciple was attending to her. Ah, all done, came the soft murmur, somewhat cautious in tone, as Bibi Dong felt the towel being lifted from her forehead. Teacher, please rest well. I need to take a short nap. I truly cannot endure any longer. As those heartfelt words echoed, Bibi Dong heard Su Feng begin to retreat into the distance, the sound of footsteps strikingly clear. Bibi Dong was unaware of Su Feng's destination. Yet upon hearing the distant footsteps, she instinctively recalled a scene from her dreams. Su Feng had confined her within a cave, and back then, she too had perceived this fading sound of retreating steps. An inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped her, as if Su Feng's departure signified an irrevocable farewell. Disciple. Finally, In a moment of desperation, Bibi Dong summoned all her strength to cry out, but alas, her voice remained unvoiced, leaving her in a state of anxious turmoil within her consciousness. Disciple, do not leave. Do not depart. Perhaps Bibi Dong was truly gripped by fear. Despite her futile attempts to call out, she continued to struggle, yearning to escape this oppressive state. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of Su Feng's footsteps grew fainter, until ultimately it vanished entirely. Disciple, do not go. Please, return swiftly. Bibi Dong, having heard no further sounds from Su Feng, assumed he had departed. Her anxiety intensified, prompting her to struggle fiercely within her consciousness, yearning to escape the state of clarity in her mind while being unable to control her body. Disciple, return. Please come back. At last, engulfed in fear, Bibi Dong exerted all her might and shouted, come back. This cry seemed to transcend the bounds of time and space, piercing through both body and soul, awakening her abruptly from her state of paralysis. As she regained consciousness, beads of sweat formed anew upon her forehead. Teacher, you are awake. Upon hearing the frantic exclamation, Su Feng jolted and rushed back to Bibi Dong's side. Before him stood a disheveled woman, her complexion pale and eyes brimming with tears. This scene evoked a pang of concern and empathy in Su Feng. What on earth frightened you so? He wondered. Are you all right, teacher? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes blinked. And as Su Feng had observed, she was indeed in a state of shock and disbelief. Her delicate hands clenched tightly, her gaze fixated on Su Feng. He appeared weary, clearly having endured several sleepless nights, as evidenced by the pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes. Bibi Dong gazed unblinkingly at Su Feng, her lips twitching as though there were countless unsaid words, yet they dissolved into a lump of emotion and grievance just as they reached her lips. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Before long, large tears streamed down Bibi Dong's face, cascading down her cheeks and eventually falling onto the bed. Please don't cry, teacher. Su Feng, unaccustomed to witnessing Bibi Dong in tears, felt flustered in this unexpected situation. You're alive, thank goodness. Seeing Su Feng's expression, Bibi Dong managed to smile, albeit one tinged with reluctance, imbued with profound sorrow and grievance, as if she had yet to fully extricate herself from the haunting nightmare. Do not fear, do not fear. It's over now, it's all over, Su Feng reassured her, while he remained unaware of the nature of Bibi Dong's dreams. He could sense the intricate emotions reflected in her demeanor, intense trepidation, disbelief, and lingering anxiety. Without hesitation, he enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Do not fear, do not fear. It has ended. Everything is resolved. Su Feng cradled Bibi Dong in his arms, gently patting her back in a gesture of comfort. After all, the two had experienced nightmares. And in the aftermath, the presence of someone to offer solace undoubtedly brings a profound sense of security. He believed that his actions would indeed be of some solace. My disciple, Bauer. Bibi Dong held Su Feng tightly, her head resting against his chest, unable to resist nuzzling against him, as if wishing to meld her very being with his. Bauer, when will you marry me? She suddenly inquired, her tone imbued with a playful charm. You promised me. Boom. Oh, what? Bibi Dong's words struck Su Feng like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned and speechless. Teacher, what? What did you just say? Su Feng stammered, his lips trembling involuntarily. Bauer, did you not promise to marry me once this matter has passed? You even declared that I would be your wife in the future. These were your commitments. Bibi Dong embraced Su Feng even more tightly, as if fearing that he might loosen his hold. Her voice, imbued with an extreme sense of grievance, carried a sobbing tone, and the tears in her eyes dampened Su Feng's garments. Disciple, are you planning to default? Bibi Dong pouted and nuzzled her head against Su Feng's chest. Su Feng's lips twitched, and he silently lamented. When did I ever agree to anything? What debts do I owe? That must have been a figment of your imagination. What you perceive in dreams cannot be taken seriously in reality. Su Feng felt a profound sense of despair these past few days. He had heard Bibi Dong muttering a fair amount in her sleep, and it seemed he had gleaned some underlying meaning. His teacher was likely infatuated with him. Yet, Su Feng had anticipated this development long ago. Don't ask how he knew. It simply was. Bibi Dong's sordid gaze had long betrayed her intentions. Furthermore, her repeated attempts to thwart him from pursuing romantic interests were unmistakably indicative of jealousy. The emergence of Hong Ho further underscored this notion, as she epitomized Bibi Dong's desires. Every action of Hong Ho was influenced by Bibi Dong. This entire series of events inadvertently signified that Bibi Dong had long harbored intentions of claiming him for herself. However, while the truth was evident, whether or not he could accept it was an entirely different narrative. After all, emotions are a matter between two individuals. One party's affection does not obligate the other to reciprocate. Had it been so, he would have been swept away by Hong Ho long ago. Reflecting on this, Su Feng instinctively patted Bibi Dong's back and gently advised, Teacher, perhaps it would be wise for you to take a moment to calm down. I am perfectly composed. She retorted, but I have always regarded you merely as a teacher. Su Feng confessed, feeling a twinge of guilt. For he found it increasingly difficult to see Bibi Dong solely in that capacity. Much like in the past, when she had teased him, he often felt his heart race, only managing to maintain his composure out of embarrassment. Only a teacher? Her words seemed to provoke Bibi Dong, causing her to instinctively release Su Feng. My disciple. If you claim to regard me solely as a teacher, will you heed my words? Bibi Dong's gaze bore into Su Feng with utmost seriousness, laced with an undeniable authority, as though any dissent from him would compel her to exact swift retribution. Su Feng swallowed hard at the scene, reluctantly nodding. I suppose so. Then I command you to marry me. Can you comply? Can I? He pondered. Given your expression, is there any chance I could refuse? If I did, would you not immediately extract my very essence? Enough with the frivolous chatter. Answer me swiftly, Bibi Dong urged, her impatience apparent. In that moment, she was unperturbed by anything else, merely seeking to act upon her true desires. She required only a single affirmation. If he acquiesced, her heart would find peace. However, should he dare to decline, she would resort to any means necessary to claim him. Su Feng recognized her intent to forcefully assert her will. Yet he was not prepared for such an encounter. He promptly replied, Teacher, might you consider hearing my rationale first? Given the current circumstances, it is not appropriate to refuse outright. The repercussions could be dire. The most prudent course of action would be to delay for now and devise a strategy later. My disciple, do not divert the topic. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong did not grant Su Feng the opportunity to defend himself. She swiftly seized both of his hands, forcefully pinning him onto the bed, while positioning herself atop him. Thus, Bibi Dong dominated Su Feng, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. She gazed tenderly at him and inquired, Disciple, do answer your master, will you marry me or not? Su Feng swallowed hard at the sight of the woman before him, filled with trepidation. This was it. His mentor had lost control. Observing her current state, he noted that her eyes had not turned red, indicating that she had not yet awakened, which meant she was genuinely serious this time. He had not rested well for an entire week, and if he allowed her to have her way, he feared he might be utterly drained. With this thought, Su Feng shuddered, trembling slightly. He hastily replied, Master, I can agree to your proposal, but you must also concede to one condition. Hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression brightened, and she prompted, Speak. Su Feng had intended to continue, yet the way she held him made him feel somewhat embarrassed. He quickly added, Please, could you first get off me? Otherwise, as he trailed off, he averted his gaze, unable to look directly at Bibi Dong, who was still clad in a sheer nightgown. The closeness allowed him to feel her delicate skin, further heightening his embarrassment. Reminded of this, a blush crept onto Bibi Dong's fair cheeks. However, she did not relent. Instead, she suppressed her shyness and said, You must state your condition first, or else do not blame me for taking things further. Just moments ago, she had even entertained the notion of consuming her disciple entirely, a thought that had surged within her fervently. Thus, rather than feeling bashful from their minor physical contact, it only ignited her restless heart, intensifying her desire to claim her disciple. Su Feng, realizing that Bibi Dong was unyieldingly pressing down on him, had no choice but to acclimate himself to this embarrassing situation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Master, if you wish for me to marry you, it is acceptable, but on one condition. He emphasized, we must start anew, like a couple in a relationship, experiencing a period of ordinary courtship. During this phase, we must treat each other as equals, without forcing one another into any actions. This is the most fundamental respect. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Bibi Dong detected no issues and a radiant smile graced her face. Very well, I agree, she replied. Subsequently, her delicate hand lowered slightly, and a hint of feminine shyness appeared on her lovely countenance. So, from this moment on, does that mean I am your girlfriend? Are we now a couple? Ahem, indeed. Su Feng turned his head away, feeling somewhat embarrassed to gaze upon Bibi Dong. At this moment, he sensed a hint of coercion. Or rather, he was indeed being coerced. However, he did not seem to entirely reject this sensation. On the contrary, he felt a vague sense of anticipation. Otherwise, he would have resisted and revealed his true strength rather than acquiescing. Disciple, May I just then? Bibi Dong looked at Su Feng, her face flushed with embarrassment. After hesitating for what felt like an eternity, she stammered, "Is it permissible for me to engage in that kind of intimacy with you?" Although her disciple had already agreed to be her partner, Bibi Dong still felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that until she truly possessed him, he might be swept away by another girl. This made her yearn to claim him immediately. No, Su Feng decisively rejected her proposition, emphasizing, "You cannot coerce me, otherwise you would be violating the conditions I set forth." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for words. She glanced at her disciple's somewhat serious expression and could not help but pout, adopting a slightly petulant tone as she said, "If I don't mind. Even if I were to suffer a loss, it would still be on my part. What are you afraid of?" Su Feng's lips twitched as he inwardly scoffed. "You suffer a loss? Can you honestly say that with a clear conscience?" "Oh no, you cannot touch it. It's too glaring." After all, throughout their years together, it had mostly been her taking advantage of him. After his internal monologue, Su Feng's expression grew serious once more as he stated, "In any case, you cannot force me to do anything. If you cannot adhere to this, yet still insist on pursuing that kind of intimacy, how are you any different from Qian Xuanji?" "Of course, I am different." Bibi Dong seemed to have anticipated this question, responding with righteous conviction, "Qian Xuanji acts solely for his own gain, while my feelings for you are genuine." The last few words were uttered with utmost sincerity, as if she longed to grasp his hand and place it over her heart, allowing him to truly feel her emotions. Su Feng did not doubt her sincerity but felt a bit shy and needed more time to accept her identity. He could not immediately regard her as his woman. Hence, he gently advised, "Even if your feelings are sincere, it cannot be forced. Otherwise, wouldn't our relationship as a couple simply become a case of a reluctant fruit? That would not yield sweetness." Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. And without a moment's thought, she uttered, "Though a forcibly picked fruit may not be sweet, it can still quench one's thirst." Su Feng's face twitched. "Where on earth did you learn that, teacher? I don't recall ever saying such a thing." Su Feng was astonished. Upon reflection, he surmised that Bibi Dong must have gleaned it from a short video on that flat-screen mobile device. "Disciple, I heed your wishes and shall not compel you to do anything against your will." At that moment, Bibi Dong's gaze lingered on Su Feng's dark circles, and in an instant, her intention to discipline him diminished significantly. She then turned her attention away from him. "It seems you haven't rested in quite some time. Is it because you've been keeping watch over me?" Observing Su Feng's current state, Bibi Dong felt a pang of sympathy mixed with warmth, prompting her to gently caress his cheek. With a hint of reprimand in her tone, she continued, "Look at you, once so lazy, refusing to lift a finger. And now you've turned into a statue, unable to rest?" Coughing lightly, Su Feng did not perceive himself as suffering. After all, he was a formidable Title Douluo, capable of enduring several sleepless nights. His predominant desire at that moment was merely to indulge in a leisurely slumber. However, more than the wish for rest, he was eager to uncover what had transpired in Bibi Dong's dreams over the past week that had so profoundly unsettled her. Throughout the week, he had frequently heard her startled exclamations, indicating she had surely been ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. With this in mind, Su Feng could not help but ask, "Teacher, what exactly have you dreamt about this past week? Please share it with me in detail." Upon hearing the word dream, vivid scenes began to surge in Bibi Dong's mind. A girl boldly kissed her disciple right before her eyes. Furthermore, her disciple resolutely turned his back, decisively severing ties with her. There was also the merciless whirlwind, gradually ravaging her disciple's true essence until complete annihilation separated the two of them irrevocably. Reflecting on these thoughts, Bibi Dong's brows knitted together and her expression darkened. Ultimately, she instinctively covered her head with her hands, seemingly reluctant to recall those memories. For her, such recollections were nothing short of a nightmare. Su Feng perceived Bibi Dong's discomfort and promptly reassured her, "Teacher, if you prefer not to revisit those memories, it is perfectly fine. You need not share them." "No, I must speak." Though Bibi Dong was hesitant to relive those scenes, she felt an overwhelming urge to confide in her disciple about her recent experiences, or rather, the events of her dreams. Having suppressed these emotions for so long, she feared that failing to express them would lead her to continue experiencing those dreadful nightmares, perhaps even causing lingering shadows in her psyche. "Then please, go ahead. I am all ears," Su Feng said earnestly, ready to listen. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and then said, "Not only do I wish to express my thoughts, but I also desire for you to witness them." How shall we proceed with this?" Bibi Dong inched closer to Su Feng, drawing near until they were but a breath apart. "As your teacher, I possess the ability to harness the power of the Rakshasa to create an illusion, allowing you to witness all that I have experienced firsthand. All you need to do is relax your body, as if surrendering to a gentle slumber. Bibi Dong explained, her cheeks gradually tinged with a rosy hue. And after a subtle bite of her lip, she continued, however, before that, could you fulfill a modest wish of mine? What is it? Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's demeanor, Su Feng seemed to anticipate her request, instinctively retreating a step. Disciple, why do you evade? Noticing Su Feng's desire to escape, Bibi Dong swiftly lunged forward, pinning him onto the bed once more. She grasped both of his hands tightly, interlocking their fingers, while she positioned herself atop Su Feng. Her enchanting gaze fixed intently upon his eyes. As they beheld each other, their breaths quickened, hearts racing in unison. Both acutely aware of the palpable pulse of excitement in this intimate proximity. Bibi Dong's continuous actions left Su Feng somewhat perplexed and a bit anxious. Teacher, what exactly do you intend to do? His disciple Bibi Dong blinked her beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of grievance on her charming face, appearing utterly enchanting. She continued, now that we are a couple, may we sleep together in the future? Can you hold me while we sleep, just as before? As she uttered these words, it seemed as though Bibi Dong had been suppressing her feelings for a long time, infused with a mix of trepidation and vulnerability. Memories of the past year flooded her mind, recalling the numerous times she had proposed this request, only to face immediate rejection, often accompanied by Su Feng's anger. This left her fearful that her fate might mirror that of the Red Queen. Su Feng found himself deep in thought, perhaps fearing rejection too much. Bibi Dong immediately raised her small hand in a gesture of promise, stating, I assure you, if you decline, I will never impose such a thing upon you. I just fear you may lose control. Su Feng couldn't help but mentally scoff, yet this time, he did not indulge in his usual theatrics and nodded in agreement. All right. After all, they were indeed a couple, and any further hesitation made Su Feng feel less than manly. Bibi, you are the best. With permission granted. Bibi Dong's face lit up with joy. Unable to contain herself, she playfully pecked Su Feng's cheek with fervor, perhaps feeling it was not enough. She leaned in and planted another kiss on the other cheek, as if she wished to devour half of his face. Of course, her true intention was to kiss him. But she felt apprehensive. In the past, when the Red Queen had controlled her body, an attempt to kiss her disciple had nearly resulted in a sealing. Now, having finally become a couple, she was reluctant to be too forward, preferring to take things slowly. Su Feng, taken aback by Bibi Dong's playful pecks, instinctively reached up to wipe his face, as if it were a habit. Oh no, it was indeed a habit, for he disliked the feeling of wetness on his face. Although there was no saliva left by Bibi Dong's kisses, he felt as if there might be a trace. Let me help you with that, Bibi Dong exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to take a handkerchief and gently wipe his face. All done, she said, her silly, sweet smile brightening the room. Upon witnessing her smile, Su Feng felt an inexplicable stir within him. He had just been complaining, yet she remained unconcerned, even considering his feelings. This made him reflect on his own pettiness and his failure to fully acknowledge her emotions. Teacher, he began, as he gazed at Bibi Dong's adorable, innocent smile. His heart fluttered with a peculiar sensation. In that moment, she seemed exceptionally charming and irresistibly attractive. Moments later, unable to contain his emotions, Su Feng swiftly flipped Bibi Dong onto the bed. Disciple, you. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng in astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief. Utterly unprepared for such an unexpected action from him. What do you intend to do? She uttered softly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As if she could hardly fathom that one day she would utter these words to her disciple, a phrase that had always been spoken by her disciple to her. Disciple. You, however, Bibi Dong received no answer. Instead, her eyes beheld the approaching visage of her disciple, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, compelling her to involuntarily shut her eyes. Soon after, she felt one of his hands encircle her waist while the other cradled her head, and the warmth of his soft lips pressed directly against hers. Thump, thump, thump. Bibi Dong felt as though her heart might leap from her chest, as if she were enmeshed in a dream. Her disciple had actually initiated a kiss with her. While her heart was awash with astonishment, she simultaneously reveled in his tenderness, wrapping her arms around his neck and fervently reciprocating. Unfortunately, just as she began to savor this gentle intimacy, Su Feng seemed poised to withdraw from her embrace. Startled, she quickly entwined her legs around his waist, securing him firmly in place. Su Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Instinctively, he wanted to push Bibi Dong away, yet he dared not unleash his full strength. fearing the revelation of his true capabilities. Thus, he found himself ensnared in a passive predicament, softly whimpering in protest, as he felt Bibi Dong tighten her hold on him. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Oh no, this is reckless. Surely, she wouldn't lose control again, would she? Am I destined to be at her mercy today? Despite his worries, Feng soon realized that Bibi Dong was merely inclined to kiss him, and no further exploration ensued. This revelation brought him a small measure of relief, for he had acted impulsively, succumbing to the desire to kiss her without the readiness for anything more. Since Bibi Dong had chosen not to deepen their encounter, Feng allowed himself to relax, no longer resisting her advances, and even began to respond in kind. Time slipped away, perhaps 3 minutes, perhaps a quarter of an hour. Bibi Dong released Feng, gasping for breath, her entire face flushed crimson. In stark contrast, Feng appeared even worse. Not only was his face flushed, but his body also radiated heat, with several tears marring his clothing. All right, you must be quite fatigued now. It's time for you to rest, as it is my turn to attend to your needs. Bibi Dong reluctantly released Feng. If circumstances permitted, she would have preferred to advance their connection further. However, she was acutely aware that the absence of resistance from him had already constituted a significant concession. To press further might provoke displeasure. Feng, too, exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the bed, utterly devoid of energy. Finally, it was over. A week spent under the watchful gaze of his teacher had afforded him scarcely a few hours of sleep. Without rest, he truly felt he might succumb to exhaustion. With a silent lament in his heart, Feng closed his eyes, determined to cast aside all thoughts and surrender to slumber. Yet, scarcely had he shut his eyes when he sensed delicate, warm hands tugging at his clothing. Teacher, what are you doing? Feng gazed at Bibi Dong with a hint of weariness. This. Bibi Dong appeared somewhat uneasy and remarked, I inadvertently damaged your clothing. It would be rather inappropriate for you to rest in such a state. Perhaps you should remove your attire. It would certainly make your repose more comfortable. While her words suggested concern, in truth, Bibi Dong harbored ulterior motives, eager to ascertain the extent of her disciple's growth over the past year. Her earlier impatience had led her to act prematurely. She should have waited until her pupil was asleep before proceeding, perhaps fearing her disciple might grow suspicious. Bibi Dong hastily added, of course, if you prefer not to disrobe, that is entirely acceptable. Upon hearing this, Feng instinctively glanced at his clothing. Indeed, it was somewhat tattered. Thus, without waiting for Bibi Dong to take action, he cast his garment aside. Reassured by the fact that he still wore undergarments and was covered by a blanket, feeling no significant embarrassment, Bibi Dong seemed to recall something and reminded. Are you not curious about what I dreamed of? I can create an illusion using my Rakshasa divine power, allowing you to witness it firsthand. However, you must relax your body as if you were merely indulging in a normal slumber, and you must not resist my power. Very well, Feng replied without hesitation. Thus, she began. Bibi Dong approached Feng's side, her delicate hand reaching out to rest gently upon his forehead, as waves of soothing soul power flowed into him. Feng felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him. He uttered no further words and chose to disregard everything else, simply closing his eyes to sleep. Before long, a hum resonated in the air. At that moment, Bibi Dong had completed the construction of the illusion and was certain that Feng had succumbed to a deep slumber. Hiki. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a mischievous smile, and then she gently moved her delicate hand, brushing against Feng's forehead, before caressing his cheek. Ultimately, her hand ventured into his chest, feeling the robust muscles beneath. This touch caused her to involuntarily blush, as her mind was flooded with tantalizing images. Bibi Dong glanced once more at the window. Although it was closed, the essence of night was palpable. A more profound smile graced her lips. The night is so interminable. What should I do, my dear master? Sleep, perhaps? Sleep, what nonsense. I have already slumbered for an entire week. Bibi Dong felt utterly devoid of any drowsiness at that moment. How filthy. Bibi Dong glanced at her attire and, catching a whiff of it, was instantly filled with disdain. It seemed she had perspired profusely over the past week. How vexing. This little rascal could not even be bothered to procure a change of clothes for her. With a look of reproach directed at Feng, she felt a twinge of helplessness as she pondered. If only this little scoundrel possessed a modicum of shamelessness, she would not have struggled to subdue him for so long. Forget it. I shall take a bath first. Dismissing further thoughts, Bibi Dong shed her garments and stepped into the bathroom. In the past, her modesty would have compelled her to close the bathroom door, but now, not only did she leave it ajar, but she also entertained the notion of dismantling the wretched door later. It was bothersome. Oh, in that bed where her disciple had slumbered for over a year, she could not allow it to remain either, lest he regret not sharing her bed in the future. Meanwhile, Su Feng found himself enveloped within the illusion crafted by Bibi Dong. At first glance, he could not help but shudder, but upon further observation, he finally grasped the entire situation. The reason Bibi Dong had been ensnared in this dream realm for such an extended period, enduring considerable suffering, was due to four influencing factors: the soul ring, the Red Queen, the heavenly prophecy, and Su Feng himself. The first factor involved the absorption of a 300,000 your soul ring, which had a side effect of plunging her into a dream state. Under normal circumstances, even if one experienced a nightmare, it would not be excessively tormenting or frightening. However, with the subsequent intervention of the other three factors, the emotional influence stemming from the Red Queen's self-induced slumber, the prophetic visions once shown to Bibi Dong by the heavenly will, and Su Feng's repeated rejections, these elements coalesced to foster deeply negative thoughts within her, resulting in a profoundly distressing dream, one that was more unbearable than death itself for Bibi Dong. Fortunately, prior to her full immersion into the dream, she received assistance from the Red Queen, which mitigated the severity of the nightmare to some extent. Additionally, after Bibi Dong entered the dream, Su Feng utilized an artifact to emit a green radiance, attempting to alter the nature of her dream experience, which gradually transformed the extreme nightmare she was meant to endure into a more bearable version. Had it not been for the aid of the Red Queen and Su Feng, the outcome might have been far more dire. In the realm of dreams, the girl that Bibi Dong envisions is not merely a puppet or a prop, but a true being, perhaps even a mother, who appears before her daily, incessantly swaying and instilling within her a profound sense of regret and anguish. Moreover, it is conceivable that Bibi Dong may endure the torment inflicted by Qian Sinji within these dreams. Every image that the heavenly path has once revealed to her will gradually manifest in her slumber, allowing her to experience them as if they were tangible realities. Su Feng, upon witnessing the contents of Bibi Dong's dream, felt a chill run down his spine and was immensely relieved. Thankfully, the teacher had not encountered a truly horrific nightmare, for such an experience might have left her with lasting trauma. After observing this dreamscape, Su Feng found himself inexplicably inspired, albeit in a minor way, merely grazing the surface of a new understanding. Ding! A notification sounded, indicating that the host had developed a new insight. The system automatically generated a unique soul skill, Ultimate Nightmare, which could be acquired for a cost of 10,000 relaxation points. Would you like to learn it? Upon hearing this announcement, Su Feng was astonished. Truly, the system was remarkable. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it. In an instant, the essence of this self-created soul skill penetrated his consciousness, allowing him to grasp it immediately. Having internalized the quintessence of this skill, Su Feng felt an innate desire to elevate its status to the highest rank, for it surpassed even his 300,000 your soul skill, evoking a sense of trepidation. In a chaotic realm, within a hellish prison, one could observe a fiery underground cell, every chamber engulfed in flames. At that moment, the underground prison was nearly devoid of inmates, save for one deranged prisoner confined to the foremost cell, none other than the deranged Yu Xiaojiang. There he sat, huddled beside the bars, gnawing on them while chuckling foolishly. He, so delectable. Surrounding Yu Xiaojiang was a scene of utter filth, although there appeared to be no extraneous items. The reason for this squalor was that he had resolved all his bodily needs within this space, rendering the cell akin to a pigsty, utterly repugnant. But, simultaneously, not far from Yu Xiaojiang, a spatial rift emerged, crackling with the sound of lightning. Moments later, a figure stepped forth from it, Su Feng himself. Having just comprehended the ultimate nightmare, he thought it fitting to use you, my little test subject, for an experiment. As Su Feng uttered his words, his gaze shifted towards Yu Xiaojiang, a mocking smile adorning his face. Simultaneously, he invoked his mental powers to envelop himself in a protective shield, preventing the repugnant odors of the surroundings from tainting him. Su Feng was acutely aware of how utterly vile the deranged Yu Xiaojiang could be, resembling a beast in his behavior. Not only did he relieve himself indiscriminately, but he also had the grotesque habit of consuming his own excrement. While this abhorrent act might merely evoke disdain from others, such as Salus, Yu Xiaojiang's true monstrosity lay in his penchant for sharing. He would pull it out, but not consume it himself. Instead, he would insist on feeding it to others. Should one refuse, he would seize the opportunity to force it into their mouths while they were resting. Su Feng shuddered at the thought of Salus's torment. Unable to continue envisioning that ghastly scene, with a serious demeanor, Su Feng extended his hand and performed a few gestures. Before long, An intricate black mark was etched into existence, its design exceedingly elaborate, resembling a black hole that threatened to ensnare anyone who gazed upon it. Su Feng, with a subtle mental nudge, directed the mark towards Yu Xiaojiang. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang was blissfully licking the railing, oblivious to Su Feng's presence. It was only when he perceived the approach of the nightmarish mark that his entire body trembled, panic overtaking him as he turned around. No, 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 don't come near. The previously foolish grin on Yu Xiaojiang's face vanished, replaced by a palpable fear as he instinctively recoiled from the mark's ominous aura. Oh, trying to escape? Su Feng chuckled derisively at Yu Xiaojiang's frantic attempts to evade him, snapping his fingers. In an instant, the nightmarish mark surged into Yu Xiaojiang's forehead, plunging him into unconsciousness. One could only wonder what this repulsive creature would dream of. Su Feng scrutinized Yu Xiaojiang, contemplating. Should I take a look? However, as this thought crossed his mind, he recalled Salus's grievances, sending a shiver down his spine. Never mind, I'd rather not witness his nightmares, lest they become my own. Su Feng harbored a premonition that viewing anyone's nightmares might be acceptable, but Yu Xiaojiang's would undoubtedly be a nauseating ordeal. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have inflicted the soul technique ultimate nightmare upon the spirit Yu Xiaojiang of the hell prison, subjecting him to unprecedented torment. Reward: 500 lying flat points. Upon hearing this notification, Su Feng's expression brightened with joy. Indeed, I can accumulate lying flat points. Begone, begone. Suddenly, Su Feng heard Yu Xiaojiang's exclamation and instinctively shifted his gaze towards him. Don't come over. Please, don't approach. It was evident that Yu Xiaojiang had plunged into a state of nightmarish despair. His expression transformed from a foolish grin to one of sheer terror. His face enveloped in an aura of relentless agony. Ding. The spirit of Yu Xiaojiang, trapped within the infernal confines of his nightmare, was enduring an extreme trial, resulting in a heightened level of suffering. Reward: 500 lying flat points. Ah, splendid, Su Feng mused, unsure of the nature of Yu Xiaojiang's distressing dream. Yet, witnessing his torment and the consequent accumulation of lying flat points instilled a sense of reassurance within him. Please, don't do this. I beg you. Perhaps a response to the nightmare, Yu Xiaojiang, even in his unconscious state, continued to plead, trembling in fear. It seemed that the method was remarkably effective. Perhaps it could be utilized in the future to amass even more lying flat points. A thought flickered in Su Feng's mind. Though he hesitated to apply this tactic on Salus and the others, fearing it might render them utterly foolish, jeopardizing his undead army in the process. As Su Feng pondered, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Due to the host instilling an extreme nightmare in Yu Xiaojiang, it inadvertently stimulated his consciousness, restoring his awareness while simultaneously amplifying his sensitivity to the dream. Consequently, Yu Xiaojiang's suffering index escalated, yielding a reward of 1,000 lying flat points. At the sudden notification, Su Feng's lips twitched in surprise. What the hell, has Yu Xiaojiang turned misfortune into fortune, regaining his senses? However, realizing the absurdity of his statement, he quickly corrected himself. No, in the face of such a formidable nightmare, returning to normalcy is the true misfortune, isn't it? Initially, Su Feng merely intended to test the power of this soul technique and, if possible, to torment Yu Xiaojiang through this mark, thereby harvesting his resentment for lying flat points. Yet, he had not anticipated that he would inadvertently restore this imbecile's sanity. It matters not, as long as this fellow can generate lying flat points for me. Su Feng soon cast aside the incident from his mind. With a mere thought, a spatial rift materialized beside him. Whoosh! Su Feng stepped into the rift of space, departing the confines of the hellish prison. However, rather than awakening from this ordeal, he succumbed to a deeper slumber. After all, he had been vigilantly by Bibi Dong's side for an entire week, during which he frequently employed an artifact to release a green glow, altering the nature of her dreams to some extent. Yet, the utilization of this artifact drained his spiritual energy, and despite Su Feng's prowess as a Title Douluo, bolstered by the support of the Hongming divine body, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. This feeling of exhaustion was purely physical, necessitating a period of rest for restoration. As he silently lamented, Su Feng unwittingly drifted into profound sleep, perhaps unaware that over a year had elapsed since his last deep slumber. During this interval, unless faced with danger, it was unlikely he would awaken. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Bibi Dong had begun to harbor mischievous thoughts about him and was set on acting upon them. The sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom, accompanied by her melodic humming, indicating that her spirits were notably high this evening. The mere fact that Su Feng had agreed to be her partner and share a bed was sufficient to elate her. Reflecting on the past, it had indeed been over a year since they had shared a bed, and that occasion bore similarities to this one. As Su Feng had also been in a deep slumber then. Should Su Feng awaken at this moment, he would not only hear the enchanting tunes emanating from the bathroom, but also catch a whiff of an exquisitely fragrant aroma, the scent of shower gel. An essence that was entirely foreign to this world. This fragrance was not overpowering but irresistibly alluring, inviting one to inhale deeply. Moreover, this delightful concoction boasted skin-nourishing properties, rendering the skin more hydrated, smooth, and fair. Perhaps due to the special nature of the evening, Bibi Dong lingered in the bath for over an hour, reveling in its warmth. At last, she emerged from the bathroom, not adorned in clothing but wrapped in a white towel, as she began to rummage through her wardrobe. Oh dear, I truly cannot decide which nightgown would be most suitable. Bibi Dong gazed at the expansive wardrobe, filled with an array of garments so numerous that they seemed to blur together. She found herself ensnared in a profound dilemma. In truth, if given the choice, she would prefer not to don a nightgown, for it felt as though a barrier stood between her and her disciple. Even when nestled in each other's embrace, she sensed a lack of genuine intimacy, particularly tonight, as her disciple unusually chose to sleep without attire. She was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. Yet, she hesitated to remain completely unclothed, fully aware that her disciple was easily embarrassed and somewhat sensitive. Should her disciple discover her state, she feared being reprimanded. And the last thing she wanted was to leave an unfavorable impression, suggesting that she was rather indiscreet. Yes, this will suffice. Bibi Dong swiftly selected her nightgown, a short garment that barely grazed her thighs. Without a moment's hesitation, she donned it. The fabric she chose was exquisitely smooth and remarkably lightweight. One might even liken it to a delicate film upon touch. Its ethereal quality rendered it almost imperceptible against her skin, as if she were not wearing anything at all. Yet, astonishingly, despite its gossamer nature, the nightgown exhibited no transparency whatsoever. Indeed, it was rather aesthetically pleasing. Bibi Dong approached the mirror and scrutinized her reflection, turning around gracefully before succumbing to a moment of vanity. Ordinarily, she did not possess the habit of gazing into mirrors, yet today was exceptional. She felt an irresistible urge to adorn herself, yearning to present her most exquisite self before her disciple. And there was also a matter of great significance to consider. Bibi Dong seemed to recall something and promptly approached the bed where Su Feng used to sleep. I merely wish to prevent this bed from occupying unnecessary space in the room, she justified to herself. It is certainly not due to any concern that my disciple might choose to sleep separately. In the next moment, her eyes glimmered with a crimson light. If the bed possessed any sentience, it would likely tremble in terror at her gaze, crying out in alarm, "Please, do not approach me." With a resounding crash, as anticipated, Bibi Dong extended her delicate hand, releasing a surge of ferocious soul power. In an instant, the bed that Su Feng once frequently occupied was utterly annihilated, reduced to mere dust. Fortunately, prior to the destruction, Bibi Dong had conjured a protective barrier, allowing her to swiftly gather the remnants left behind. Having disposed of one bed, her gaze shifted towards the bathroom door, or rather, the entirety of that wall. Indeed, she found that the door and wall were rather bothersome. I simply fear that this wall obstructs the flow of fresh air into the bathroom. If my disciple were to suffocate while bathing, it would be most unfortunate. It is certainly not because I wish to see him bathe. She rationalized once more. Once again, her eyes sparkled with that ominous crimson hue, fixating intently on the bathroom door and the wall. If the door had any awareness, it would likely quiver in dread, akin to a bear on a mountain, stomping and roaring. Should the wall possess consciousness, it might scream in desperation, "I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home." Alas, under Bibi Dong's relentless onslaught, both the door and wall swiftly met the same fate as the bed, crumbling into dust that was quickly collected. At last, having rid herself of these obtrusive elements, Bibi Dong approached Su Feng's side, cautiously inquiring, "Are you asleep?" Bao, uncertain whether her companion was truly asleep. Bibi Dong stealthily extended her hand to gently tickle the tender area beneath the other's arm. It appeared that her companion had indeed succumbed to slumber. For a considerable time, Bibi Dong remained oblivious to any unusual reactions from her disciple, nor did she perceive any inner thoughts. It was evident that the other had fallen into a deep sleep. Typically, unless a significant disturbance occurred, her companion would not awaken. Most importantly, having cared for her diligently for an entire week. It was no wonder that she was so profoundly exhausted. With these reflections, Bibi Dong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Bea, I have come for you. With a playful smile gracing her lips, Bibi Dong stealthily climbed onto the bed, gently lifting the covers before cautiously slipping into the warm embrace of the bedding. Throughout this delicate endeavor, she made scarcely a sound, fearful of awakening Feng, for that would hinder her plans. In this moment, her heart raced with exhilaration. The thrill of engaging in such clandestine actions surpassed even the thrill of kissing her disciple. Oh, dear disciple. Allow me to first explore whose skin is more exquisite, yours or mine. A peculiar thought arose within Bibi Dong's mind. In the next moment, her delicate foot, reminiscent of an ice lotus nurtured in a frigid realm, gently brushed against Feng's thigh, caressing it softly. It was an oddly enchanting sensation. A faint blush adorned Bibi Dong's fair visage, as she seemed to find this intimate contact profoundly exhilarating. Bibi Dong gently placed her hand on Feng's cheek. Gazing at his slumbering visage and the lingering dark circles beneath his eyes, a wave of tenderness surged within her. Unable to restrain herself, Bibi Dong leaned down and softly kissed his forehead. Perhaps craving a more exhilarating sensation, she then playfully kissed both of Feng's cheeks. Strangely, this kiss did not produce the usual sound. Instead, it was a continuous, alluring sound that evoked an unexpected sensuality. Perhaps what she did was not merely a kiss, but rather a gentle sucking. Is this sufficient? Impossible. This hardly even counts as a beginning. Hours earlier, in the Heaven-Do Empire, within a secluded valley, a robust middle-aged man was diligently constructing a house using bamboo. With each swing of his hammer, he drove the bamboo poles deep into the ground, meticulously planning the layout and securing the framework. As night fell, he finally completed a quaint yet sturdy bamboo dwelling, impervious to the elements. Brother Hao, you've worked hard. A woman clad in a blue dress approached, her gentle demeanor complemented by her breathtaking beauty, exuding grace and elegance that would surely captivate any man. In her arms lay a swaddled infant, evidently a newborn. If Feng were present, he would recognize these three, Ain, Tang Hao, and the recently reincarnated Tang San, the true child of Ain. Ain, what brings you here? I thought I asked you to take good care of our son. Upon seeing Ain, Tang Hao set aside his work and walked toward her. It's all right. Our son is quite well behaved, not crying or fussing at all. Ain replied with a tender smile, playfully engaging the infant in her arms. The baby merely gazed at her with curious eyes, reflecting a sense of scrutiny that was not typical of an ordinary newborn. Coos and gurgles, how adorable. Ain teased, but after a while, the baby's responses were limited to soft coos, displaying no signs of restlessness, which brought her comfort. It dawned on her once more that her child was rather extraordinary compared to others. Brother Hao, Ain turned her gaze back to Tang Hao, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, why don't we return directly to the Stardo forest? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao furrowed his brows slightly, instinctively averting his gaze as he explained. Did I not already articulate the reasons to you? Why bring this up again? Ain stepped forward, her delicate movements bringing her back before Tang Hao, where she gazed intently at him, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. You know, I was transformed into the blue-silver emperor after 100,000 years. My current strength is still quite low, and in this human realm, I lack the ability to safeguard our son. Only by returning to the Stardo forest, to that domain abundant with blue-silver grass, can I truly harness my strengths to protect our child. Is that not so? Tang Hao, he heard her soft voice. And suddenly, he cradled his head in his hands. Agony etched across his face as uncertainty gripped him, his fists clenching tightly. I understand that only in the Stardo forest can you fully realize your potential to better protect our son. But, he paused, as if burdened by his own struggles and pain, his words heavy with weight. As a man, it is my duty to protect you and our child. Not to cower in fear of others' pursuit, only to hide behind you, submitting for safety. It makes me feel utterly powerless. Turning slightly, his gaze shifted toward the direction of the Hautian sect of the Tiandu Empire, confidence illuminating his features. Ain, you need not fear excessively. As I am a genius disciple of the Hautian sect, should danger arise, there will undoubtedly be powerful allies to assist us. Our family of 3 shall remain unharmed. After listening to Tang Hao's explanation, Ain fell into a moment of silence, unsure how to counter his words, yet an inexplicable sense of unease settled in her heart, as if something monumental were about to transpire. Let us not dwell on this any longer, Ain. Come. Let me show you the new house I have built for you and our son. I am certain you will adore it. Tang Hao gestured for Ain to enter the bamboo house, inviting her to follow. All right, Ain replied, her mind momentarily clear of worries. A gentle smile gracing her lips as she complied with Tang Hao's suggestion and approached the bamboo dwelling. However, what Anian failed to notice was that as she stepped into the bamboo house, Tang Hao's demeanor shifted dramatically. Greed, indifference, and ruthlessness flickered across his face, as though this was the true essence of his being. "Fool," he muttered, a sinister grin creeping upon his lips as he gazed in Yin's direction, his heart chilling with delight. "I have toiled for years to draw near to you, all for the purpose of seizing your soul ring, to achieve the youngest breakthrough to a Title Douluo. And now you wish to return to the Stardow Forest? Dream on. Heh. When those from the Spirit Hall come hunting, it will be interesting to see your desperation. If you wish to save our son, then you shall have to offer yourself as a sacrifice to me. In doing so, I shall undoubtedly break through that barrier and ascend directly to the ranks of a Title Douluo." Though he harbored such thoughts, Tang Hao had never dared to reveal them in front of Yin, for he feared that she might grow suspicious should she truly develop any doubts. She could very well take their child and secretly flee back to the Stardow Forest, rendering his sacrificial plan utterly unfeasible. Most importantly, if Yin was not willing to sacrifice herself, it would be nearly impossible for him to obtain the soul ring. After all, he was merely a soul Douluo. Forcibly killing Yin to absorb a soul ring of 100,000 years' worth would be exceedingly perilous, likely resulting in his own demise from her backlash. Furthermore, while Yin appeared delicate, she was remarkably resolute in critical moments. A single misstep could lead her to self-detonate, ensuring that he would gain nothing. Considering all these factors, Tang Hao ultimately concluded that the only secure way to absorb a high-level soul ring was to devise a means for Yin to willingly offer herself as a sacrifice. To his surprise, Yin had borne him a son, which stirred within him a reluctance to claim her soul ring. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the prestigious achievement of becoming the first to transcend the title of Title Douluo, he resolutely committed to his sacrificial plan, which could not be halted. "Brother Hao, what are you doing? Come in." Yin's voice echoed from the bamboo house, prompting Tang Hao to hastily enter. He began to introduce her to the design of their new home, which included a bamboo bed specifically for their infant and empty pots for transplanting flowers. The bamboo house, though modest in its furnishings, was meticulously arranged to cater to Yin's preferences. The potted plants, for instance, were intended to provide her moments of leisure, allowing her to converse with her botanical kin and unwind, given her origin as a plant being, which enabled effortless communication with other flora. Thanks to Tang Hao's thoughtful design, Yin quickly acclimated to her surroundings. At the very least, she no longer resisted residing there. Unbeknownst to Tang Hao and the others, a group of individuals lurking roughly 1,000 meters away had set their sights on them. Each member of this group was clad in dark attire and donned ghostly masks, their uniforms strikingly cohesive. However, their leader was distinctly unique, adorned in a dazzling fiery crystal armor. Even beneath a black cloak, her allure was undeniable. This group was none other than Lu Erlong, Salis, and others dispatched by Feng to eliminate Tang Hao and his companions. Damn it. These individuals are truly adept at hiding. To have found such a secluded location, it took us an entire week. "I am utterly exhausted," Salis remarked, his gaze fixated on the bamboo house, a twitch of irritation crossing his lips. Indeed, had it not been for the treasures bestowed by Lord Feng, we might never have located these individuals, another voice chimed in, indicating the arduous nature of their search for Tang Hao. "Enough. Silence." Lu Erlong cast a fleeting glance at Salis and his companions, instilling in them an immediate sense of trepidation, rendering them almost breathless. "Once this mission concludes, your contributions will be indispensable." "Cease this lamentation," Lu Erlong remarked coolly, prompting Salis and the others to nod vigorously, suppressing any further audacity. Unbeknownst to them, as a Hell Dragon hunter, Lu Erlong's duty encompassed the oversight of all the souls trapped within the infernal prisons, and she possessed the uncanny ability to discern their innermost thoughts. Had Salis and his cohort been aware of Lu Erlong's capabilities, they would undoubtedly have refrained from their reckless antics. "My Lord Lu, Tang Hao and the others are just ahead. Shall we strike now?" Salis inquired, growing increasingly impatient as Lu Erlong remained inactive. In his estimation, although Lu Erlong currently held the soul power rank of a soul Douluo, her true strength could easily rival that of a Title Douluo. Coupled with their own numbers, over 20 soul sages, he believed it would be a simple matter to surround and eliminate Tang Hao and his companions. After all, Tang Hao was merely a soul Douluo. No matter how formidable, he could not possibly withstand such a multitude of soul masters. "Not yet," Lu Erlong replied, her expression grave. "We shall wait until they have rested before making our move. Approaching now would only serve to alarm them." Lu Erlong had already anticipated Salis's concerns. She had considered this herself. However, prior to their arrival, Su Feng had cautioned her against underestimating Tang Hao and his party. Su Feng's evident caution suggested that Tang Hao and his companions were not as straightforward as they appeared. Thus Lu Erlong adopted a meticulous approach to ensure the success of this assassination mission. As the night deepened, the lights within the bamboo house extinguished. "My lord Lu." "They are resting. We may proceed," Salas urged. "No, I will scout the situation first. You all will act upon my signal," Lu Erlong commanded, asserting her preference to lead the charge due to her superior strength and stealth capabilities. "Understood, my lord," Salas and the others complied, remaining in place. After a brief moment, Lu Erlong stealthily approached the bamboo dwelling, while Salas and his companions lingered, soon succumbing to unworthy thoughts. "Gentlemen, I have a brilliant scheme," Salas announced with a cunning glint in his eyes. "What do you mean, brother?" inquired the man designated as number 3, curiosity etched upon his face. Salas crossed his arms, regarding number 3 with a sly smile. "Ah, my dear third brother, surely you recall the task that Lord Su Feng described?" "Of course. It involves pursuing Tang Hao and Tang San, does it not?" "Humph, it seems you are still somewhat naive." Salas wagged a finger, adopting an air of seasoned wisdom. "Based on my years of experience, one must never interpret the demands of a profound figure like Lord Su Feng at face value." "How should one interpret this?" A look of confusion deepened on the face of the third individual, prompting him to humbly seek clarification. "Brothers, surely you have sensed it as well. When Lord Su Feng issued his orders, was there not a palpable aura of lethal intent?" "Indeed. What does that signify?" Upon noticing Sarath's penchant for theatrics, the third individual found it difficult to suppress his frustration, contemplating a sharp rebuke. Yet, considering the potential repercussions, he restrained himself and politely inquired, "Elder brother, what does it signify?" A sinister smile crept across Sarath's face. "It indicates that our mission is not merely to hunt down Tang Hao and Tang San, but to inflict severe torment upon them." Perhaps fearing that this group of unworthy scoundrels might not grasp the gravity of the situation, Sarath elaborated with feigned profundity. "Although I am unaware of Lord Su Feng's intense animosity towards Tang Hao and Tang San, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that we first subject Tang Hao and Tang San to excruciating suffering before ultimately ending their lives. In doing so, Lord Su Feng's wrath shall surely be appeased, and consequently, our future existence shall be far more prosperous." Upon hearing Sarath's words, the third individual and his comrades suddenly grasped the implication, subsequently showering Sarath with flattery. The third individual's praises were the most resounding, flowing forth in an unbroken stream. "You flatter me excessively," Sarath basked in their adoration, reveling in the moment. Unbeknownst to him, the third individual had already begun to internally mock him. How despicable. No wonder this scoundrel ascended to the rank of Platinum Bishop. He possesses such duplicitous thoughts. Sarath, oblivious to the third individual's true sentiments, commanded without hesitation, "Little San. To better fulfill Lord Su Feng's directive, you must prepare some items." Prepare what?" The third individual's expression stiffened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Naturally, Sarath leaned closer to whisper a few words into the third individual's ear. "What? No, no, no." Terrified, the third individual recoiled several steps, nearly succumbing to nausea. Before ultimately pleading, "Elder brother, I truly cannot bring myself to do such a thing. It is far too repulsive." He had never anticipated that Sarath would instruct him to prepare a package of excrement to be force-fed to the father and son duo, Tang Hao and Tang San. Once they were captured, such an act was more suited to that despicable Yu Xiaojiang. He could not possibly stoop to such depths. It was utterly revolting. "Are you truly unwilling?" However, when the third individual beheld Sarath and the others encircling him, he reluctantly conceded, all right, I shall go. Will that suffice?" Although they were all prisoners, and in principle obliged to heed Su Feng's commands, followed closely by Lu Erlong's, it was undeniable that beyond those two, Salas held the position of authority. Yet, even he dared not defy orders, ultimately resigning himself to the necessity of searching for excrement with a bag in hand. Should he fail to find any, he might have to resort to self-sufficiency. In that moment, the others gazed at the retreating figure of number 3. Their expressions a blend of trepidation and, more notably, schadenfreude. Some could barely suppress their laughter. Such occurrences, as long as they did not have to partake in them personally, were met with eager anticipation. "Brothers, silence," Salas commanded, prompting the group to hush and patiently await the missive from Lord Lu. "Bus, Tang Hao and the others have fled. All personnel to assemble at the bamboo hut. Follow the traces I left to pursue Tang Hao, without delay." Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Salas and his companions felt a sudden jolt in their minds as the ghostly visage of a mask relayed Lu Erlong's words within their consciousness. What the devil is happening? Have we been discovered by Tang Hao and his companions? Salas squinted, filled with confusion. This makes no sense. Not only Salas, but the rest were equally perplexed, for they had been intently watching the bamboo hut, assured that no one had exited. Damn it, this is bizarre. Is fate conspiring to assist them? Regardless of their bewilderment, Salas remained focused on the task at hand and promptly led his loyal comrades towards the bamboo hut. The following day, at dawn, within the sanctum of the Sanus, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room with a radiant clarity. Bibi Dong drowsily opened her eyes and instinctively made a gesture to embrace. However, as her small hand reached out, she immediately sensed something was amiss. The sensation is unusual. What could it be? Bibi Dong furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes widening slightly as she sought to discern what she was embracing. As clarity dawned upon her, her expression shifted to one of bewilderment, tinged with a hint of dismay. Wasn't it my disciple I held last night? How is it that I am now clutching a mere pillow? Bibi Dong cast a glance at the pillow she held, her expression somewhat bewildered as memories of the previous night began to surface in her mind. At that moment, her disciple had entered a rare, deep slumber, and she had initially intended to stir things up a bit. After all, over the past year, it was always the Red Queen who had taken her place, seizing the advantages her disciple offered, while she had remained on the sidelines. Seizing the opportunity of her disciple's peaceful rest, she couldn't help but feel tempted. However, upon witnessing her disciple's frail state, she ultimately dismissed the notion of any mischief, fearing it might disrupt the much-needed repose. Yet, despite refraining from any untoward actions, she pondered why she was clutching a mere pillow. Turning to glance at Su Feng, who lay sleeping not far from her, she instinctively pouted, as if lamenting a great loss. In her heart, or perhaps in her quiet yearning, she had envisioned that after becoming a couple with Su Feng, their first night together would be spent entwined. She did not dare to hope for anything beyond that final step, but at the very least, she wished to hold him close, to feel his warmth and heartbeat as they drifted into slumber. Upon waking with the dawn, she longed to find herself nestled in his embrace, gazing upon his visage, a sensation she yearned for, as it would imbue her with a profound sense of security, warmth, and sweetness. Alas, the reality turned out to be far from her dreams. Reflecting on these thoughts, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of regret, unaware that in her slumber, she had been unconsciously kicked away by Su Feng. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that there would be ample opportunities in the future. Bibi Dong experienced a fleeting moment of regret, but soon a peculiar glimmer appeared in her gaze as she looked at Su Feng. Her delicate face softened, and her body instinctively leaned closer to him, exuding an air of cautiousness, as if she feared disturbing his slumber. Bao, are you awake? As Bibi Dong tentatively spoke, she lifted the covers and nestled into the embrace of her companion, thoughtfully guiding their hand to rest upon her waist, creating the semblance of a tender embrace. In a fleeting moment, she found herself cradled in Su Feng's arms, and concurrently, she ascertained that her disciple remained in a deep slumber. If all proceeded as anticipated, he would likely continue to sleep until noon. Ah, this sensation is simply delightful. Bibi Dong nestled her head against Su Feng's chest, gently rubbing it, her delicate face adorned with a sweet smile that exuded a hint of shyness, rendering her utterly enchanting. Lying in her disciple's embrace, she couldn't help but marvel at the warmth enveloping her. At that moment, although she was clad in a nightgown, its exquisite and lightweight fabric allowed her to distinctly feel the warmth emanating from Su Feng's robust muscles, a sensation akin to heartfelt intimacy, simultaneously thrilling and reassuring as she sensed his heartbeat and body heat. However, as soon as Bibi Dong nestled into his embrace, she noticed that the arm holding her had slipped away. Frowning slightly, she promptly repositioned his hand upon her waist. In a playful tone, fully aware that he was deeply asleep and could not hear her, she chided, "You little rascal, hold me tighter." Unfortunately, her words bore no fruit, as Su Feng's hand, barely resting on her waist, quickly slid down once more. Observing this, Bibi Dong pouted in mock reproach, "You mischievous boy, is this deliberate?" Perhaps feeling a profound sense of security in Su Feng's embrace, she attempted once more to guide his hand around her, only to be exasperated by his tendency to open his palm, refusing to hold her closely. "Humph, you little scamp. Let us see how you manage to keep your hand open this time." Without hesitation, Bibi Dong decisively took hold of Su Feng's hand, slipping it beneath her nightgown, wedging it snugly against her armpit. This maneuver ensured that even if he wished to withdraw, he could not. thereby securing an implicit embrace. Disciple, please. Don't move around. As Bibi Dong completed her tasks, she immediately sensed her disciple's hand becoming somewhat restless. Her expression froze, and a deeper shade of embarrassment surfaced, painting her cheeks a vivid crimson. Could it be that he has awakened? Is he deliberately teasing me? This thought flickered through Bibi Dong's mind. And as Su Feng's actions grew increasingly bold and forceful, her heartbeat quickened. The sensation of being playfully taken advantage of by her disciple was both thrilling and mortifying. Yet, she found herself not rejecting it, but rather needing a moment to acclimatize. Disciple, are you awake? As she observed Su Feng's continued fidgeting, she could not help but glance at his cheek, only to find his eyes still tightly shut, leading her to suspect that he was merely feigning sleep. A pinnacle. Quickly. Everyone, step aside. Let me take the lead. Many have fallen before me, and you shall be no exception. However, upon hearing these thoughts, Bibi Dong realized she had misjudged Su Feng. He was likely lost in a dream of gaming at that moment. Fortunately, his restless hand did not persist for long. Soon relaxing, perhaps he had dreamt of achieving a pinnacle. Considering the fervor of his earlier thoughts, it was probable that in his dreams, he had even crushed his phone in excitement. You little rascal! Bibi Dong exclaimed, hastily withdrawing her disciple's hand once he had calmed down. Her face flushed as she covered her heart, chiding him. I am not a phone. Why must you be so reckless? After a brief moment, Bibi Dong composed herself, her complexion stabilizing somewhat, though a lingering blush betrayed her lingering embarrassment from the recent episode. Yet, beyond her shyness, she felt an exhilarating thrill, a sensation she had only experienced once before in her life, during an incident from long ago that, though significant, did not evoke the same intensity as this moment. Particularly since Su Feng had been but a child then, and she had not felt as embarrassed as she did now. Once he awakens, he will surely feel too bashful to engage in such antics again, right? A perplexing thought emerged in Bibi Dong's mind, stirring a complex mix of relief at avoiding further embarrassment, alongside a sense of disappointment, as if she held a considerable expectation for such playful encounters with her disciple. Well, since we are indeed lovers, such moments will inevitably occur again. She resolved to discreetly acclimatize herself to this new dynamic, to prevent future embarrassment before her disciple. In her heart, Bibi Dong conceived a reason, and her heart began to race with fervor. Her delicate hand boldly seized Su Feng's once more. Thump, thump, thump. In that moment, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of tension, as if her little heart might leap from her chest. Yet, simultaneously, she reveled in the thrill of this secret mischief while her disciple slumbered peacefully. Bring it here, my disciple. Grasping Su Feng's hand, Bibi Dong steeled herself, allowing him to feel the rapid beating of her heart, first on the left, then on the right. Before long, she realized, no, I cannot continue like this. If my disciple discovers this, my image will be irrevocably shattered. Bibi Dong halted her actions, for at that moment, she realized she resembled an animal entranced by its mating season, overwhelmed with uncontainable desire. However, after a series of recent actions, she became aware that she was losing control. Thus, even though she refrained from grasping Su Feng's hand to feel her heartbeat, she could not resist the urge to explore Su Feng's form, her hand wandering freely. After all, taking advantage of her disciple was not a novel experience for her. This approach seemed far less embarrassing than holding her disciple's hand directly. But what she did not anticipate was that, after only a brief exploration, she would soon perceive an unusual sensation beneath her disciple, reminiscent of a past encounter that brought her considerable embarrassment. Startled, Bibi Dong swiftly retracted her hand from beneath the covers. With a gulp, she found herself momentarily frozen, her mind seemingly malfunctioning. After what felt like an eternity of days, she regained her composure, only to be met with a perplexing thought. Was this reaction prompted by her teacher's influence, or was it merely a consequence of the morning's circumstances? Having spent ample time with Su Feng, Bibi Dong had observed her disciple's demeanor in the mornings. Even clad in sleepwear, she could discern the vitality emanating from her. Of course, Su Feng's response might not solely be attributed to the morning. It could also stem from her own indiscreet actions moments prior. Nevertheless, she deemed such speculations inconsequential. After contemplating for a moment, Bibi Dong found herself at an impasse. Nevertheless, she believed it was imperative for her to take the initiative, for she was now Su Feng's girlfriend. In light of this situation, allowing her disciple to endure such discomfort seemed utterly negligent. However, her disciple had explicitly stated the previous night that he did not permit her to coerce him into such acts. The thought of acting impulsively filled her with trepidation, as it might lead to his displeasure. Suddenly, Bibi Dong recalled Su Feng's gentle admonitions, causing her to waver. Although she aspired to be a commendable partner and wished to assist Su Feng in addressing his physiological needs, she was reluctant to let her unilateral decisions tarnish his perception of her. While she could not compel her disciple to engage in such matters, she also could not stand idly by as he continued to suppress his desires, for that would be detrimental to his well-being. Despite her inner conflict and growing concern for her disciple's well-being, Bibi Dong found herself contemplating a bold idea. Why not follow the same course of action as before? Reflecting on the past, she recalled how she had previously assisted her disciple in releasing pent-up emotions. Although that instance had been influenced and encouraged by Hong Ho, it had still been her direct intervention that resolved the matter. Drawing from this experience, Bibi Dong considered this approach as a viable solution, especially since she could not compel her disciple. Although employing this method would be somewhat uncomfortable for her and could leave her with a sore throat and difficulty speaking afterward, she believed it was essential if it meant ensuring her disciple's health and happiness. To become a competent partner and safeguard her disciple's well-being, she resolved not to stand idly by. Even if her disciple might blame her upon awakening, she was willing to accept that. On Bibi Dong's delicate visage, a deeper flush of embarrassment blossomed, extending to her neck and even her arms, as a rosy hue began to envelop her entire being, igniting a fervent warmth that coursed through her. Perhaps in moments of clarity, she had never experienced such unrestrained passion. No matter. Bibi Dong ceased her contemplation, and without uttering another word, she lifted the covers and cautiously nestled herself within. Meanwhile, in the Tian-Do Empire, amidst a certain mountain range, Tang Hao wielded a colossal hammer, desperately fleeing through the forest. Behind him, over 20 soul masters pursued relentlessly, led by none other than Salus. Faintly, one could hear their furious shouts. "Rascal Tang Hao, cease your struggles and surrender at once. We may still grant you a swift end. Indeed, should you dare to resist, not only will you perish, but so too will your wife and son. Brothers, enough of this banter. Let us swiftly eliminate this scoundrel and return to report. Brother is right. This wretch has made us chase him throughout the night. We must dismantle him to quell our fury." Amidst the cacophony of insults from the numerous soul masters, Tang Hao remained undistracted, continuing his frantic escape, resolutely avoiding a direct confrontation with this band. He yearned to fight back, yet fear held him captive. For just last night, as he prepared to rest, vivid images had flashed through his mind. The first depicted a provocatively dressed woman and her cadre of powerful allies lying in ambush just 1,000 meters from his bamboo dwelling. The second scene showed him and his son besieged by a group of soul masters donning grotesque masks. After being beaten, he felt powerless, for their strength surpassed his own. What infuriated him most was that those masked fiends had forced funnels into their mouths, cruelly shoving excrement and urine down their throats, ultimately torturing them to death. The third image revealed Ain being abducted, the destination unknown, but given the malevolence of her captors, her fate would undoubtedly be tragic. He feared that she might suffer indignities even in death, and perhaps her soul rings would be seized, filling him with a profound sense of resentment and dread. Tang Hao was uncertain how these visions had manifested, yet they instilled in him an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he sneaked away with Ain and the others. Indeed, they had scarcely escaped when the figures from his visions began their pursuit. Had he not split from Ain and his son mid-flight, they would likely have been ensnared, perhaps even subjected to the same vile fate. As he calculated his chances, he noticed a few agile soul masters closing the distance behind him. It would not be long before the throng of over 20 would catch up. Die, Tang Hao. Suddenly, the soul master closest to him unleashed an attack, unleashing a multitude of flying swords that surged toward Tang Hao like phantoms. "Curse you. You are truly shameless." Upon witnessing the assault, Tang Hao's expression darkened, and he swiftly wielded his hammer, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that instantaneously halted the incoming flying swords. Simultaneously, as Tang Hao took action, his speed abruptly diminished, and before long, he found himself encircled by more than 20 soul masters led by Salus. "You lot. Why are you pursuing us?" Tang Hao brandished his enormous hammer, glaring fiercely at Salus and the others, his countenance grave. His grip on the Haotian hammer tightening as if bracing for a full-scale counterattack. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. There is no need for elaborate explanations. Salus, the leader, offered no further clarification and immediately commanded the others to assault Tang Hao. "Damn it, you scoundrel. You've run all night, forcing us to chase you tirelessly. I'll make you into a pig's head." At that moment, Salus and his comrades were consumed with rage. As for whether these 20-plus soul sages could subdue Tang Hao, a Title Douluo, They did not know. But they were certain of one thing. They would not perish. They simply needed to fight with all their might. Faced with the onslaught of Salus and the other 20 soul sages, Tang Hao, despite his reluctance to confront them head-on, ultimately revealed all his soul rings. "Do you truly believe you can stop me?" he bellowed, clutching the Haotian hammer, his gaze particularly intense when it fell upon Salus. A fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Capture the leader first. He understood this principle well and recognized that Salus was the head of this group of soul sages. Resolving himself, Tang Hao activated his 7th soul skill, Haotian True Body, causing a colossal Haotian hammer phantom to materialize above him. An immense surge of soul power erupting from his being, solidifying the massive hammer. What an imposing presence. Observing this spectacle, number 3 was momentarily taken aback. His face a mask of astonishment. Truly the continent's premier weapon soul, it lives up to its reputation. Live up to its reputation? You're mistaken. Smack. As number 3 was lost in his amazement, Salus shot him an irate glare and then struck him, commanding, "Get in there and finish him off. If you can't kill this guy, I'll turn my wrath on you." Yes, I'm on it. Number 3, jolted back to reality, immediately joined his fellow comrades in the fray. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, over 20 soul sages unleashed a barrage of soul skills upon Tang Hao. Unfortunately, despite their frenzied onslaught, their attacks were utterly thwarted by Tang Hao's Haotian True Body and the immense hammer, leaving their expressions grim. Why are these fools so weak? Tang Hao observed that the crowd was momentarily halted by his Haotian avatar, a frown creasing his brow as confusion washed over him. Oh, I comprehend now. Moments later, a newfound confidence illuminated his countenance as he recalled the 3 illustrations he had previously encountered. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him, revealing that he had misinterpreted certain elements. The essence of those 3 images was a caution against engaging in protracted conflict with the woman in red and her entourage of over 20 individuals. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. For the woman possessed formidable strength, far surpassing his own. However, he realized that if she were absent, he would have no reason to fear even a solitary confrontation with the group. Regrettably, he had been paralyzed by the fear that the ominous prophecies would come to fruition, leading him to believe he would succumb to the likes of Salus and his companions. Consequently, he had refrained from direct confrontation, fleeing throughout the night without daring to face them even once. Now, after just a brief encounter, he discerned that this band was not nearly as formidable as he had envisioned. In fact, they appeared significantly weaker than he had anticipated. With these thoughts crystallizing in his mind, Tang Hao felt invigorated and bellowed, "A pack of insignificant fish dares to claim they can capture me?" In his grasp, the Haotian hammer surged with power, its aura escalating exponentially. "Now, you lot, meet your demise." Tang Hao's gaze fixed upon the center of the throng as he swung his hammer with conviction, proclaiming, 6th soul skill. Quick, disperse. Scatter. On the opposing side, number 3, witnessing Tang Hao preparing to unleash his hammer, promptly commanded the others to scatter while he himself vanished from sight. What a farce. With so many attempting to break through his defenses, if he were to land a blow, they would undoubtedly be obliterated. Boom. Despite the crowd's efforts to disperse, a few, notably numbers 8 and 9, were too slow to evade. They could only brace themselves for the impending strike from Tang Hao's hammer. With a resounding crash, the two felt as though a great mountain had descended upon them, leaving them dazed and disoriented, ultimately sending them hurtling through the air, blood spewing from their mouths. Cursed be this moment. Number 8, pale and shaken, marveled in horror. How can Tang Hao be this powerful? Ugh, it hurts so much. Number 9 clutched his chest. His jaw clenched, clearly suffering from internal injuries inflicted by the previous strike, now in a severely weakened state. You lot were so brazen in your pursuit of me earlier. Why the cowardice now? A bunch of spineless wretches. Tang Hao lifted the Haotian hammer once more, emboldened by the knowledge that he had grievously injured 2 soul saints with his previous blow, instilling within him a fierce confidence that he could single-handedly retaliate against the entire group. Bring it on, 5th soul skill. As he pondered the next move, Tang Hao once again infused his soul power into the Haotian hammer, causing the intricate patterns within the hammer to shimmer with unparalleled brilliance. With an overwhelming force, he swung it towards a densely populated area. Damn it, he is coming again. Quickly, everyone scatter. Do not confront him directly. Number 3 exclaimed, urging the others to disperse. Unfortunately, the attack Tang Hao unleashed this time, though diminished in power compared to his previous strike, was executed with even greater swiftness. A soul master with the martial spirit of a Xuanjia lizard, number 17, was unable to escape in time due to his slower speed and was left with no choice but to withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash. Before Tang Hao's mighty hammer had fully descended, the Soul Master was crushed into the ground, his feet sinking deeply into the earth. As the full force of Tang Hao's strike bore down upon him, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. As anticipated, under Tang Hao's assault, number 17, much like number 8 and number 9 before him, coughed up blood. Yet, his condition was far more dire. He was not only gravely injured but also rendered immobile. To his astonishment, Tang Hao's strength was indeed formidable. Nearby, Salas witnessed this spectacle, his expression growing grave as he sensed the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Initially, he had believed that with the combined strength of over 20 soul saints, eliminating a Soul Douluo would pose no challenge. After all, even the mightiest Soul Douluo would eventually exhaust their energy, and they could outlast him. However, judging by the current circumstances, it seemed that rather than wearing Tang Hao down, they were at risk of being turned into mere mush beneath his hammer. It was at this moment that he fully comprehended the chasm that lay between himself and Tang Hao, a veritable gulf of despair. Now it's your turn, Tang Hao declared, fixing his gaze upon Salas. What the hell are you staring at? Salas retorted, instinctively retreating a step, not out of fear for his life, but as a natural reaction against facing such a formidable opponent. Pathetic. You were the loudest in your pursuit of me last night, weren't you? Tang Hao approached Salas menacingly. Gulp. Salas swallowed hard, feeling a surge of anxiety as he instinctively clenched his fists. No, we cannot continue to engage Tang Hao individually. We must alter our strategy. He resolved decisively, calling out to his comrades, do not confront him alone. We must face him together. This way, he will be at a loss, and once we entangle him, Lord Lu will undoubtedly arrive to assist us. The others looked at Salas in disbelief, as if to say, how dare you speak? You were just standing off to the side watching. Now that you're in the spotlight, you seek help? Brother, I'm coming. Though the crowd grumbled in discontent, they could not deny the reason in the words spoken by their adversary. Consequently, they rallied around Salas, bracing themselves to confront Tang Hao's impending assault. Do you think that uniting will prove effective? Tang Hao sneered, and in the next instant, a crimson glint flickered in his eyes, followed by an overwhelming surge of murderous intent emanating from his being. The god of death, with a thunderous shout, Tang Hao unleashed a boundless wave of killing intent that engulfed Salas and his companions. Damn it, my body one move. Under the oppressive weight of the god of death's domain, Salas and the others felt their very souls quiver. They sought to harness their soul power to resist, only to find their efforts utterly futile. This man has even mastered domain skills? Salas was filled with astonishment, realizing that he had gravely underestimated Tang Hao's strength. As for Tang Hao, he seized the opportunity while his foes were ensnared in a state of spiritual trepidation, swiftly wielding the Haotian hammer and accumulating the number of strikes. Once he reached 81 strikes, it would be effortless to vanquish the 20 or so adversaries before him. In fact, he likely would not need to reach that number, for these opponents were merely soul saints, far from capable of withstanding the 81st blow. 10, 11, 30, 31. Tang Hao's speed in accumulating hammer strikes was astonishing, and his momentum surged rapidly, leaving Salas and his companions in a state of utter shock. Coupled with the effects of the god of death's domain, their expressions grew increasingly grave. You insolent fool, do you think you can gather strength? Not a chance. Fortunately, after a series of struggles, Salas was the first to break free from the suppression of the god of death's domain. He immediately charged towards Tang Hao, intent on thwarting his buildup of power. You think you can stop me? As Salas approached, Tang Hao remained unfazed, swinging the Haotian hammer with great force towards him, exclaiming, come if you dare. Bang. With a resounding crash, Salas was sent flying like a severed kite, a torrent of crimson blood erupting from his mouth, his chest appearing as though it had caved in. Clearly, enduring Tang Hao's strike had left Salas gravely injured, for this was the 40th blow he had delivered. I cannot allow him to continue building strength, otherwise, our mission is doomed to fail. Salas clutched his wound, barely steadying himself, his gaze immediately fixating once more on Tang Hao. Do you still intend to intervene? The next strike will claim your life. Tang Hao sensed the gaze of Salas and immediately retorted with a mocking tone, while continuing to accumulate strength for his 45th strike. Hearing this, Salas clenched his fists, preparing to rush forward and thwart his opponent's momentum. However, after enduring that previous blow, he felt utterly drained, as if his resolve was strong but his body was weak. Suddenly, an idea struck Salas, and a cold smile crept across his face as he boldly countered, Tang Hao, What are you so arrogant about? Last night, weren't you chased like a dog by us? Now that you hold a slight advantage, you've become so proud? Tang Hao narrowed his eyes, somewhat taken aback that this man, on the brink of defeat, still dared to speak so defiantly. What do you mean? If you have the ability, come and kill me, you worthless little pest, you useless dog. Silence yourself. If you wish for death so eagerly, then go ahead and embrace it. Tang Hao's expression darkened, his anger boiling within as he swung the Haotian hammer towards Salas. Nearby, those still suppressed by the domain of slaughter wore expressions of panic, especially the third member, who was the first to scream, "Boss, be careful, quickly dodge." While they could privately exchange jibes, there existed unspoken rules on the battlefield that mandated unity in front of external threats. Boss, quickly evade. Yet, despite the frantic warnings from his comrades, Salas remained steadfast, charging directly towards the incoming hammer. You wretched creature. Salas glared coldly at Tang Hao, his aura surging violently. This overwhelming force seemed to awaken every ounce of potential within him, surpassing the capabilities of a soul sage and soaring to the level of a soul Douluo. Perhaps, even the might of a Title Douluo would feel apprehensive in the face of his ferocity. Listen closely, you wretch. Salas's eyes burned crimson. Bloodshot veins visible as the tumultuous power within him threatened to tear his body apart. It was evident he was enduring immense pain, yet he laughed. A mad and wild laughter. Though your strength exceeds my expectations, I do not wish to confront you, nor do I enjoy the thought of being beaten by you. But that does not mean I fear death. His tone intensified with the final proclamation, which might sound peculiar, yet it encapsulated his thoughts. Perhaps he was not alone in this sentiment. Everyone present, aside from Tang Hao, shared this mindset. If one were to inquire what they feared most, being struck by Lu Erlong would undoubtedly top the list. The terror of being at the mercy of nightmares is incomprehensible to those who have not experienced it. As for the fear of death, it is often the least of their concerns, as they know they will not truly perish, at worst. They would merely reincarnate within the confines of the hellish cage. Perhaps, due to their valiant sacrifices, Lord Su Feng might reward them. Of course, the consequences of recklessly offering themselves could yield an entirely different narrative. Since you truly seek death, then I shall grant it to you. Tang Hao's cold smirk deepened as he swung his hammer several more times, accumulating power for his 50th strike, which he aimed directly at Salas. The latter was merely a soul sage, while he himself was a soul Douluo, employing the chaotic wind hammer technique. It was not just a matter of being able to slay a soul sage. He felt confident even against a Title Douluo. In his eyes, Salas was already as good as dead. However, as Tang Hao approached within a couple of meters of Salas, the latter erupted into maniacal laughter. Haha. You fell for my trap. Salas cackled, reaching behind him to retrieve a blood-red crystal. This crystal was the core that allowed him to control his body and the most crucial element for his resurrection. He was prepared to detonate it. Tang Hao. We must pursue him with all our might, even if it costs us our lives. If worst comes to worst, we can always return to the hellish prison. In the next moment, Salas decisively crushed the red crystal and boasted loudly, Haha, behold my ultimate move, the hidden energy in my back. Boom. Instantly, a wave of energy erupted with the force of a landslide, shaking the very ground beneath them. Boom. Tang Hao's Haotian hammer collided with the shockwave, emitting a deafening buzz. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, the Haotian hammer was forced aside, yet the impact from Salas's self-detonation was neutralized. Do you think self-detonation can harm me? Tang Hao surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses and debris, a cold smile plastered across his face. Foolish, overestimating your own abilities. A mere soul sage dares to dream of injuring me? Ridiculous. I am destined to be the youngest Title Douluo. Spitting on the ground, he exuded disdain and arrogance. However, when he caught sight of a scene not far from him, his expression abruptly changed. Tang Hao, you dog. You actually killed my brother. Prepare to meet your end. I swear, if I don't turn you to ashes today, I will not rest in peace. Indeed, I will not allow you to escape unscathed. At that moment, from the direction of the others, who had originally been suppressed by the god of death's domain, Salas's self-detonation allowed Tang Hao to cease his accumulation of the chaotic wind hammer technique, disrupting the god of death's domain and granting them a fleeting return to freedom. Each of them brandished their own blood-red crystals, their faces etched with a grim determination, clearly preparing to fight Tang Hao to the death. The undead army feared nothing more than death. A soldier may die, but you must pay with your life. Damn you, you lunatics. Observing the state of the group at number 3, Tang Hao's lips twitched, and he could not help but curse in anger, feeling utterly unsettled. Did they all wish for self-destruction? Gazing at that group, To be precise, at the blood-red crystals in their hands. Tang Hao's expression grew exceedingly grave. He understood that they likely realized they could not defeat him and were preparing to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. Since you all desire death so fervently, then I shall grant your wish. Tang Hao's tone was frigid, and his gaze was as cold as ice as he fixated on number 3 and the others. As he spoke, Tang Hao raised the colossal Haotian hammer high above his head and then bellowed, 8th spirit skill. With the invocation of his 8th spirit skill, a towering phantom of the Haotian hammer materialized, instantly overshadowing a significant portion of the sky, accompanied by an unparalleled aura of might and pressure. What a wretched feeling! As the might of the giant Haotian hammer washed over him, number 3, who had previously been filled with fervor, now wore an expression of weight and oppression. Seemingly unable to bear the oppressive sensation that the Haotian hammer exuded. Even breathing had become an arduous task. I must stop this fellow, number 3 thought, preparing to charge forward against the pressure for a self-detonation. Unfortunately, just as this thought arose, another menacing aura surged from Tang Hao's direction, accompanied by his thunderous voice. Humph. Do you pitiful insects intend to use that same tactic again? I shall not grant you the opportunity. Slaughter domain, activate. The moment Tang Hao's words fell, the recently dissipated aura of slaughter enveloped the entire area once more, escalating the plight of number 3 and his companions to a new level, rendering them not only incapable of retaliating but even unable to move. Damn it, how can this wretched creature be so formidable? If only Lord Lu were here. He would surely handle this fellow. At that moment, number 3 and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and unwillingness. They did not fear death. However, they feared failing to complete their mission, for this was one of their few opportunities to prove their worth. Should they fail, they would all return to the hellish prison, uncertain of what torments awaited them at the hands of Lord Lu. Moreover, they knew not how long they would have to wait for the chance to resurrect. It was clear that Lord Su Feng would not permit them, a group inept at accomplishing tasks, to waste time. Oh, it seems we must return to the hellish prison to toil once more. How frustrating, how suffocating. As number 3 and his companions gazed at Tang Hao's ever-increasing might, despair enveloped them. Yet, they failed to notice that nearby, 2 agile companions had managed to escape the oppression of the slaughter domain. It was number 18 and number 19. Tang Hao, you scoundrel, I shall fight you with all I have. On the 18th, with a fierce shout, he suddenly produced a blood-red crystal from behind. Perhaps believing that his shout would amplify his power or elevate his aura, he bellowed, energy concealed in the back. As soon as he uttered these words, the supporting figure, number 19, immediately grasped the meaning. Without hesitation, he seized number 18's leg and spun around wildly before propelling him towards Tang Hao like a dart. Energy concealed in the back, explode. As soon as number 18 was hurled before Tang Hao, he unhesitatingly crushed the blood-red crystal. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed, reminiscent of the earlier self-detonation by Salus. The ground trembled as boundless soul power surged, and a colossal shockwave surged towards Tang Hao. Damn it! Tang Hao, who was in the midst of channeling the power of his 8th soul skill to obliterate number 3 and others, found his plans abruptly disrupted by this unexpected self-detonation. He was forced to redirect his Haotian hammer to counter the incoming shockwave. Boom. Perhaps the suddenness of number 18's self-detonation caught Tang Hao off guard, and as he adjusted the direction of his massive Haotian hammer, the shockwave struck him head-on, interrupting his 8th soul skill and forcing him back several meters. Is this the end? Impossible. Not far away, as number 18 had just self-detonated, number 19 seized the moment while Tang Hao had yet to fully recover. He rushed forward without hesitation, clutching another blood-red crystal. Brothers, I'm off. Number 19 laughed heartily at number 3 and the others, then gripped the blood-red crystal tightly, charging fearlessly towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao, you little brat, prepare to meet your demise. Energy concealed in the back, explode for me. His resounding roar echoed, filled with a fervor that ignited the blood of those present. Boom. As number 19 crushed the blood-red crystal, another massive shockwave surged towards Tang Hao. This time, Tang Hao had no time to defend himself, relying solely on his physical prowess to withstand the impact. He was thrown violently, crashing into trees and breaking several before finally coming to a halt. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his clothes were tattered. Perhaps any soul master witnessing this scene would feel a profound admiration for number 19, whose willingness to sacrifice himself for his companions was unparalleled. In this world, how many individuals would go to such lengths for their brothers? And perhaps any girl observing this moment would find herself retreating into her brother's embrace, softly weeping. Oh, how moving. This silver really is incredible. However, the arena is devoid of any young maidens. Instead, it is occupied by a formidable legion of the undead, whose eyes betray no sentiment or sorrow, only a cold, unwavering resolve. Goodness, what a sight. 19. Your self-detonation is astonishingly audacious. I must partake in such a spectacle myself. It is truly remarkable. It would be utterly unsatisfactory not to obliterate that wretched creature into utter ruin. Death, in the eyes of ordinary mortals, may seem a singular event to be cherished, yet for the legion of the undead, there exists no concept of valuing life, only the promise of a next time. Thus, witnessing the heroic sacrifice of number 19, number 3, and the others felt no sorrow. Instead, they experienced exhilaration and delight, for that scoundrel Tang Hao had finally sustained injuries, proving that their strategy of sacrificing 2,000 of their own to vanquish 800 foes was indeed commendable. Meanwhile, on the other side, with a resounding blast, Tang Hao found himself repeatedly ensnared by self-detonations, causing his soul power to spiral into chaos, and the might of his domain diminished by more than half. With an ominous inclination towards collapse, it was evident that Tang Hao had endured the self-explosions of several soul saints, depleting a significant portion of his own soul power. Even if his domain remained active, it could not last much longer. You wretched insects, you truly deserve to perish. Ugh. Tang Hao cast a disdainful glance at the bloody remnants of number 18's self-detonation and spat contemptuously before redirecting his gaze to number 3 and the others. A mere 20-plus soul saints, attempting to besiege the foremost prodigy of the Haoyan sect. How foolish. Today, I shall not rest until your bodies are reduced to mere fragments. At this moment, Tang Hao was genuinely incensed by this group, his face reflecting intense fury alongside a piercing murderous intent. In his heart, he believed himself to be a figure of equal stature to a Title Douluo. To be besieged by these 20-odd novices would be an immense disgrace that he could never tolerate. Yet, he mused, the power of their self-detonations must not be underestimated. Caution is prudent to avoid disaster. Despite his indignation and rage, Tang Hao adopted a wary stance towards this band of soul saints, for they were exceedingly reckless, seemingly intent on dragging him down with them. As he contemplated, his adversaries began to taunt him. Tang Hao, continue your arrogance. Once I break free from your domain's constraints, I shall reduce you to nothingness. Today, I will play for keeps with you, if you have the audacity. Do not flee. Let us see who will emerge victorious in the end. In a moment of desperation, Tang Hao felt the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily upon him, as if the very air was charged with tension. His lips twitched involuntarily, caught in a turmoil of conflicting emotions. Only moments ago, he had harbored a fierce desire to eliminate the 20-odd adversaries surrounding him, yet now an instinctual urge to flee surged within him. Their ferocity was overwhelming. With a gulp, he averted his gaze, and with a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, launching into the distance. He knew he could no longer afford to engage them, for the stakes were perilously high. Fear gripped him, genuine fear. The thought of continuing this battle filled him with dread, especially with the looming presence of the woman in red, whose return could spell his doom. He feared that, should she wield her blood-red crystal sword against him, he would lack the strength to withstand even a single blow. Indeed, his apprehensions proved to be well-founded. No sooner had he begun his escape than the very scenario he dreaded unfolded before him. Tang Hao, where do you think you're running to? A fiery figure approached rapidly from his side, and dread coursed through him. Curse it! Wasn't that person supposed to have been distracted by Ain? Why has she returned? Panic set in as he questioned whether Ain had managed to escape. Damn it! That wretched soul dared to abandon me. As the ominous figure drew closer, Tang Hao's expression turned grave, his heart plummeting as he begrudgingly shifted the blame onto Ain. At last, reinforcement had arrived, Lord Liu. This time, Tang Hao's fate seemed sealed. He could hardly believe he would escape unscathed again. Meanwhile, the group surrounding the third specter rejoiced at the sight of Lu Erlong's arrival, their spirits soaring with delight. Quickly, let us advance together. We must not allow this scoundrel to escape. I have saved plenty of tributes for him, and it would be a shame not to offer them all. Indeed, consider it vengeance for our fallen comrades, the 18th and 19th. They charged forward, driven by a collective fervor to pursue Tang Hao with relentless determination. Damn it, why must misfortune always manifest? Tang Hao thought, heart racing as he caught sight of Lu Erlong and the liberated souls. Panic surged within him, prompting him to flee with all his might. Yet he was injured and had expended considerable soul energy, significantly reducing his speed. It wasn't long before Lu Erlong caught up with him. Why are you pursuing me? What have I done to provoke you? Tang Hao exclaimed in desperation as Lu Erlong matched his pace, closing the distance between them. Tang Hao, spare me your words. It's time to pay the price. Confronted with doubt, Lu Erlong offered no explanation. Instead, she brandished the Hell Dragon Slayer's sword and struck directly at Tang Hao. In an instant, a luminous blade surged forth like lightning, aimed at Tang Hao. Fortunately, Tang Hao was well prepared, anticipating Lu Erlong's imminent assault. He swiftly positioned the Haotian hammer before him. He could sense that the woman in red was also a Title Douluo, her soul power likely on par with his own, possibly even surpassing it. However, he found himself perplexed by the previous vision of the three auspicious images. How could a genius from the continent's premier weapon spirit sect be defeated by a peer? Could it be that those three images were mere illusions? And that this woman was not as formidable as he had imagined, akin to the soul saints he had encountered earlier? Contemplating this, a flicker of confidence ignited within Tang Hao, accompanied by a hint of luck. Perhaps this woman in red was not truly his adversary after all. Yet, when the luminous blade struck him, Tang Hao was taken aback. The Haotian hammer, which was meant to ward off the attack, began to emit a deafening hum and trembled uncontrollably. Ultimately, he was sent tumbling aside, crashing into the nearby woods and stirring a cloud of dust. Damn it! How is this woman so powerful? Tang Hao had initially perceived the red-clad woman as casually unleashing a blade of light. Yet he had exerted all his strength to resist it. Even so, he felt an immense pressure, as if he were confronting a Title Douluo rather than a mere Title Douluo. Your Excellency, if you intend to kill me, at least grant me clarity. What have I done to provoke you? Tang Hao, struggling to his feet, glared furiously at Lu Erlong. With her sword held high, Lu Erlong looked down upon Tang Hao, a cold smile gracing her lips. If my master wishes to kill you, then you must perish. As she spoke, she raised her sword, and a torrent of blazing flames erupted from it. Flames she had cultivated over an entire year within the Hell Prison, far more intense than ordinary fire and several times hotter than magma. With Lu Erlong's actions, the entire area seemed engulfed in flames, the surrounding trees succumbing to the searing heat, igniting fiercely. Master, what manner of being is this? What kind of existence can command such formidable power? As for Tang Hao, he was left with nothing but profound astonishment and confusion. In his eyes, the power of this woman far exceeded that of a typical Title Douluo. He would not doubt her strength even if she were a Title Douluo. Yet, why was such a prodigy so obscure and unheard of? Shouldn't someone of her caliber be nurtured and celebrated? Why was she sent to eliminate him? Tang Hao was filled with doubt as he watched Lu Erlong prepare to strike him. Wait, he hastily intervened, perhaps fearing that his opponent would proceed with the attack. He quickly found a reason to speak. I know I am destined to die today. Before that happens, could you spare a moment to hear me out? In that moment, Tang Hao desperately sought to uncover who was orchestrating this against him. Are you attempting to leave behind a final message? Very well, but you have only 10 seconds. Lu Erlong replied with a cold smirk. However, her words belied her true intentions. She desired to ensnare him with more allies to ensure his complete annihilation. Thus, an unusual energy emanated from her ghostly mask, swiftly transmitting her command. Seizing the opportunity before Tang Hao could escape, she ordered her comrades to encircle him without granting him any chance to flee. Yes, my lady. As Lu Erlong issued her orders, Tang Hao made haste to speak. What faction do you belong to? Are you not from the Spirit Hall? Did the Pope send you to hunt me down? His tone was grave, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Erlong. The Pope sent us? Lu Erlong initially did not intend to respond, but upon hearing Tang Hao's assertion, a mocking smile crept onto her lips, and she retorted, he is not worthy. Those three simple words dripped with disdain, implying that the entity revered by countless others was utterly inconsequential in her eyes. Gulp. Who exactly is she in service to? Upon hearing her response, Tang Hao could not suppress a swallow, his shock deepening and his confusion intensifying. Now, you have nowhere to escape. Meet your demise. In mere moments, the Undead Legion had blocked all of Tang Hao's avenues of retreat. Among them, number 3 wore an exuberant expression, for the precious concoction he had painstakingly prepared was soon to be put to use. The thought of witnessing Tang Hao's agonizing countenance filled him with anticipation. Enough talk. Everyone, charge together. Seeing Tang Hao surrounded, Lu Erlong promptly issued the command to attack, raising the Hell Dragon Slayer's sword in her hand. This is it. It is truly over. Facing the dire situation encircled on all sides, despair consumed Tang Hao's heart. Having already struggled against over 20 soul saints, each one self-destructing in turn, he was nearing his limits. Now, with Lu Erlong, whose strength completely overshadowed his own, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Damn it. It's all that wretched woman's fault for abandoning me. Suddenly, thoughts of Ain flooded his mind, recalling her admonitions during their flight from peril the previous night. Truly, that accursed woman. I instructed you to leave separately, intending for you to divert that woman, thereby facilitating my escape. I never anticipated that you would flee directly. How infuriating. Tang Hao was consumed by both anger and despair, yet when confronted by the onslaught of Lu Erlong and his comrades, he resolved to fight with fervor. Seeking a glimmer of hope. The Great Summer Hammer Technique. Tang Hao endeavored to calm himself, focusing his thoughts before unleashing a thunderous shout. First soul ring, explode. It was evident that Tang Hao was employing the secret art of the Haotian sect, a technique that demanded extraordinary prowess from its practitioner. Only those with exceptional talent could hope to master it, while others risked their very lives. Merge. With another fierce cry, Tang Hao detonated his first soul ring, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged into the Haotian hammer. Should a member of the Haotian sect witness this, they would recognize that Tang Hao is harnessing the explosive energy of the shattered ring to amplify the Haotian hammer, unleashing unparalleled power and assault capabilities, shattering all constraints and revealing strength that surpassed his own soul power. At this moment, one could argue that he bore the might of a Title Douluo. This fellow can actually detonate a soul ring. Indeed, Lord Su Feng was correct. This individual cannot be assessed by the standards of an ordinary soul master. Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback by Tang Hao's sudden surge of power. However, her astonishment was fleeting. She was not intimidated by Tang Hao, for she wielded the Hell Dragon Slayer sword, a weapon far more formidable than the Haotian hammer. Hell Slash. Moments later, flames of unimaginable intensity erupted from the sword Lu Erlong wielded, creating a breathtaking spectacle as the inferno enveloped the blade. The seventh and sixth soul skills concealed energy within. Explode. Meanwhile, the third unit of the Undead Legion also employed their own countermeasures, unleashing a barrage of soul skills upon Tang Hao. Some reckless individuals even resorted to shattering crimson crystals without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. In a matter of moments, the area resembled an apocalyptic battleground, with flickering lights of both brilliance and darkness illuminating the chaos, causing the entire mountain range to tremble violently. The cacophony of explosions echoed through the air, awakening countless resting creatures, compelling them to flee in terror from the conflict. Until, an hour later. Cease. Cease. I concede, if you wish to kill me. Then proceed without delay. At this moment, Tang Hao lay sprawled on the ground, his clothing tattered, countless wounds marring his body, and his face swollen to a grotesque degree, presenting a pitiful sight. Humph, your realization has come, albeit not too late. Upon witnessing Tang Hao relinquishing his resistance, Lu Erlong waved her hand, allowing the multitude of specters to disperse. She tightened her grip on the Hell Dragon Slayer sword, its vast flames once again enveloping the entire blade. My lord, please grant me 5 seconds. However, Lu Erlong had yet to strike. Not far away, the third specter, quick-witted, promptly retrieved a package of something soft, beautifully wrapped, rendering its contents indiscernible. Tang Hao, allow me to present you with a grand gift. The third specter shouted, immediately hurling the package towards him. As the package soared through the air, Tang Hao's eyes widened, pupils constricting as he instinctively reached out to catch it. Yet, just as he extended his hand, the package erupted, splattering him with a viscous substance, particularly covering his face, even adhering to his lips. What on earth is this? Tang Hao exclaimed, touching his face and sniffing the substance. In the next moment, he stood frozen, his complexion darkening significantly. Moments later, he began to retch violently, desperately trying to wipe the sticky substance from his mouth. He had not anticipated that the package contained excrement, tainted with urine. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. Compared to being pummeled by dozens of individuals, this package of filth inflicted a far greater torment, as it not only struck his body but also invaded his mouth. As he continued to heave, Lu Erlong could no longer bear to watch. Seeing Tang Hao in such a state reminded her of Yu Xiaojiang, who would undoubtedly relish this moment. Both of these individuals were utterly repulsive. Hell Slash, Lu Erlong declared, no longer hesitating as she swung her fiery giant sword towards Tang Hao. With this strike, she believed she had completed half her task. However, to Lu Erlong's astonishment, just as her flaming sword descended, a golden longsword seemingly pierced through the void, colliding directly with her blade and diverting her attack to Tang Hao's side. Who? Lu Erlong instinctively glanced towards the source of the assault, her expression darkening. In her line of sight, a formidable group was approaching, each member exuding a remarkable presence. If her senses did not deceive her, at least 5 of them were Title Douluo. This person is under my protection. If you wish to live, disperse. Lu Erlong was taken aback by the strength of the newcomers, and from across, an authoritative voice resounded, imbued with the gravitas of a long-standing ruler. You are from the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao was initially grappling with the unpleasant situation concerning his father, but upon seeing the newcomer, he trembled involuntarily. As if he had found a glimmer of hope, he immediately called out, Your Holiness, please spare my life, and I shall lead you to Ayin. If you desire her soul ring, I can assist you in acquiring it. In his perspective, nothing was worth more than his own life. Not even 100,000-year soul ring or Ayin's life. As long as he could survive, everything else could be rebuilt. Had he not learned of Lu Erlong's steadfast intent to kill, he would not have relinquished his struggle. But Qin Xuanji was different. He sought only Ayin and harbored no profound enmity towards him. If he could exchange Ayin's life for his own survival, it would be quite favorable for him. Rest assured, since I have arrived, you shall not meet your end, Qin Xuanji remarked dismissively, casting a glance at Tang Hao and noticing his disheveled appearance, which elicited a look of disdain. He then warned, But should you dare to deceive me, I assure you, you will wish for death. Yes, I would never dream of deceiving you, Tang Hao hastily replied, nodding vigorously, not daring to express any dissent. Qin Xuanji's gaze shifted to Lu Erlong, his eyes narrowing with an intense warning. Why are you still here? Do you plan to leave your life behind? Lu Erlong remained silent. Yet her eyes frequently darted towards Tang Hao, her face etched with frustration. She had believed she had been cautious enough during the assassination attempt at the bamboo house, aiming for a decisive strike against Tang Hao, only to have him sense the danger and flee in advance. Even now, she could not fathom how he had detected the threat. To make matters worse, after pursuing him for so long and allowing Tang San to escape, they had finally cornered Tang Hao, only to have Qin Xuanji unexpectedly intervene. For reasons unknown, Lu Erlong felt unjustly targeted, an overwhelming sense of frustration mounting within her. The more she dwelled on it, the more unwilling she became to concede, igniting a desperate resolve to fight once more. All units, heed my command. Hold off Qin Xuanji and his allies for even 10 seconds, and ensure my success in eliminating Tang Hao. With a flicker of thought, Lu Erlong's mask of ghostly visage radiated an unusual ripple, instantly relaying her orders to the assembled spirits. Unleash your hidden powers, explode. The third spirit, sensing Lu Erlong's unwavering intent to kill, refrained from employing soul techniques and instead soared towards Qin Xuanji, harnessing the force of self-detonation. However, he understood that even such a drastic measure would not pose a threat to Qin Xuanji, who was all too familiar with his strength, having once served under him. It was clear that one person's self-destruction could not sway the tide of the encounter. Truly reckless. Indeed. Qin Xuanji noticed the third spirit's actions and immediately activated his soul technique, angelic protection, enveloping himself in a transparent barrier. Boom. The third blood-red crystal shattered with a violent explosion, sending a cloud of dust swirling. However, Qin Xuanji emerged unscathed, his only misfortune being that his garments rustled audibly in the wake of the shockwave. How audacious to attempt an assault on His Holiness the Pope. You were courting death. Beside Qin Xuanji, the other 4 Title Douluo stepped forward, poised to annihilate Lu Erlong and his companions. If you wish to lay a hand on Lord Lu, you must first contend with us. Yet, Qin Xuanji and his fellow Title Douluo found themselves obstructed by the undead. A mere insect attempting to shake a tree, utterly feeble. One Title Douluo scoffed, propelling himself through the air toward the enemy. Explode. And I too explode. As the Title Douluo charged forth, one of the undead produced a blood-red crystal and promptly crushed it, followed by another undead performing the same act. Since Lord Lu is resolute in his desire to eliminate Tang Hao, you shall not hinder us. Rapidly, one undead after another surged forward without hesitation, ensuring that the Title Douluo could not draw too near. Each crushed blood-red crystal blossomed into a resplendent crimson firework, only to be obliterated moments later. Tang Hao, prepare to pay with your life. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong seized the moment, wielding the Hell Dragon Slayer sword, and without a second thought, swung it toward Tang Hao. To kill me? It will not be so simple. Realizing the impending threat, Tang Hao hastily raised his Haotian hammer. Alas, his soul power was nearly depleted, leaving him incapable of unleashing a soul skill. Therefore, he resolutely opted to deploy his soul bone skill, knowing it required far less soul power. He believed he could still manage one last strike. Activate right arm bone skill. Tang Hao roared, and indeed, a brilliant light radiated from his right arm. It was evident that the soul bone he was employing was a treasured relic passed down from the Houghton sect, an exceptionally intact high-quality soul bone for the right arm. Unfortunately, in the face of Lu Erlong's onslaught, Tang Hao's final defense was akin to a mandish trying to stop a chariot. It merely delayed the inevitable for an instant before his soul skill was shattered. Even his Haotian hammer spirit was swiftly cleaved apart, and his arm was severed entirely. Fortunately, Tang Hao's obstruction was not entirely in vain. At the very least, it caused Lu Erlong's strike to veer off course, sparing his head from the fatal blow. Bang! Thus, one could see Tang Hao's arm severed, and, following the onslaught of his opponent, his left leg was also cleaved. Subsequently, a wave of fiery energy erupted, propelling Tang Hao like a projectile, crashing into the ground and raising a cloud of dust, carving a deep trench and undoubtedly breaking numerous trees before finally coming to a halt. "Ugh, damn it! That cursed woman!" Tang Hao exclaimed as he stopped, a torrent of blood gushing from his wounds. He hastily pressed his hand against the injury on his leg. However, in his current state, he could only use one hand. If he applied pressure on the severed leg, the blood from his amputated arm would continue to flow uncontrollably. "Accursed wretch! I have no enmity with you. Why do this to me?" he lamented, feeling an unbearable agony coursing through him, his face contorted in a grimace. Perhaps, more than the physical torment, Tang Hao found the mental anguish to be even more excruciating, for with the extraction of his left leg bone and the severing of his right arm bone, his soul power had plummeted drastically. Alas, even if Ain were to come and offer a sacrifice, he might not be able to ascend to the rank of Title Douluo. "Damn it! All of this is that woman's doing," he cried out, his gaze fixated on Lu Erlong, his eyes brimming with blood and tears. "It's all her fault. My plans, my aspirations to become the youngest Title Douluo, have all been shattered. If that is the case, then you must die," he bellowed at Lu Erlong, directing a frantic command at Qian Xuanji. "Kill her. Hurry. Go kill that vile woman." As the words left his lips, perhaps in a fit of rage, Tang Hao coughed up blood and subsequently lost consciousness. "Lord Lu, you are not like us. You should leave first." Boom. On the other side, the last of the undead exploded, signifying that no one would provide cover for Lu Erlong. If she did not leave soon, she would likely perish at the hands of Qian Xuanji and his cohorts. "Humph, you were fortunate." Though Lu Erlong felt a twinge of reluctance, she understood that it would be exceedingly difficult to slay Tang Hao. Quickly, she gathered the two soul bones that Tang Hao had dropped and fled in a particular direction, fortunately endowed with the power of the Hell Dragon Hunter set. Lu Erlong's speed became remarkably swift. Moreover, since Qian Xuanji and his companions were focused on Ain, they had little time to concern themselves with her. Thus, it was not long before she found refuge in a relatively safe location. Truly bizarre. Why have Qian Xuanji and the others arrived so suddenly? Lu Erlong lingered by a small brook, her garments having completely fallen away as she tended to her wounds. It was evident that the sudden assault from Qiang Sunji had left her with several injuries, particularly on her chest, where her fair skin was marred by patches of blood. Having failed to encircle her prey in the bamboo house once, and subsequently failing to pursue Tang San and Ain alone, as well as experiencing another failure in ambushing Tang Hao, she found herself grappling with frustration. 3 failures in total. The more Lu Erlong pondered, the less she comprehended. In her estimation, the trio of Tang Hao was not particularly formidable. Yet, every time she neared a kill, they would invariably evade her grasp, often aided by unexpected reinforcements. Alas, failure is but failure. Now, it seemed unlikely that she could vanquish Tang Hao and his companions. She could only return to report her predicament. With a deep sigh, Lu Erlong earnestly began to cleanse her wounds, and after donning her attire, she set off towards the spirit hall. As noon approached, the sun's glare became almost blinding. Within the sacred chamber of the spirit hall, the surroundings were draped in sheer curtains, effectively barring the sunlight from intruding and casting the room into a dim ambience. This design fostered a perpetually comfortable environment within the chamber. Creak. The door swung open, allowing a burst of dazzling sunlight to illuminate the space, brightening the room slightly. "Disciple, it is time to rise." At that moment, Bibi Dong entered, clad in a simple yet elegant pink dress that exuded youthful vitality. She appeared remarkably vibrant and youthful. Disregarding her actual age, anyone who beheld her would instinctively perceive her as a mere young woman stepping into adulthood. Particularly, her pink dress, which barely reached her thighs, revealed her flawless, snow-white legs, along with her dainty feet that resembled carved jade, complemented by a pair of shimmering crystal heels, an undeniably alluring sight. Were a foot-obsessed youth to stand there, he might have found himself utterly captivated. Disciple, it is time to awaken. Bibi Dong gently uttered a remark before gracefully moving around the chamber, drawing back all the curtains and windows to allow the radiant sunlight to flood in, transforming the once dim room into a bright haven. Feng, still indulging in his slumber, felt the piercing rays of light and instinctively furrowed his brows, tugging at the covers to envelop his head completely. Ah, splendid. The world has turned dark again. Time for more sleep. Feng mused, nestling deeper into the blankets, effectively blocking out the intrusive light and retracting his feet that had dared to peek out from the covers. Clearly, he was in no mood to rise, wishing instead to linger in the warmth of his bed a while longer. Oh, you little sloth, still lounging after such a lengthy slumber? If you lie down any longer, you shall become a mere corpse. Do rise at once. Bibi Dong observed Feng's demeanor and promptly approached the bedside, beginning to tug at his covers. However, she did not immediately yank them away, for Feng seemed to have anticipated her move, having secured the blankets around him and even reinforced them with a touch of soul power. Should she insist on pulling, the outcome would merely be lifting Feng along with the meticulously bundled covers, essentially hoisting the package Feng himself. Well, you clever little sloth, employing new tactics. Are we? Bibi Dong was somewhat astonished by Feng's antics. Reflecting on the past, she recalled that she had previously roused him from slumber, for at such an hour, he would hardly be fatigued. Thus, no matter how much he yearned to indulge in laziness, he would eventually rise, albeit reluctantly. Yet now, his demeanor suggested either a desire to be obstinate and continue his sloth or a genuine exhaustion, longing for just a bit more rest. However, considering her disciple had already enjoyed an extended respite, how could he still be weary? Was it because of her? A sense of curiosity stirred within Bibi Dong, and as she recalled the scene from that morning, a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Surely, it couldn't be. After all, she had only indulged in such actions once this morning. Could it be that her disciple had indeed discerned her intentions, leading him to avoid rising and confronting her? As Bibi Dong continued to ponder, her breath grew increasingly rapid, and her heart felt as if a fawn were frantically leaping within her, causing her to feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety and embarrassment, mingled with a hint of fear. After all, it had only been a short while since her disciple had cautioned her against engaging in any intimate actions related to such matters. Just one night had passed, and she had already disregarded that advice. Ah, how impulsive she had been. Recalling the events of that morning filled her with intense shame and trepidation, for her conduct had been recklessly fervent, nearly akin to the fervor she had displayed in her past with the Red Queen. She had almost forgotten that there was scarcely a part of her disciple that she had not explored, had it not been for the constant reminder of her disciple's admonition echoing in her mind. She might have succumbed to the temptation of taking that final step while her disciple was still in a state of reaction this morning. Yet, she ultimately refrained from crossing that threshold, opting instead for an alternative solution, although this method was somewhat foreign and perhaps even a bit harsh on her throat. If it meant fulfilling the role of a proper girlfriend and alleviating her disciple's unfulfilled needs, thus ensuring her well-being, she felt reassured. The only source of her distress was the aftermath, which proved to be quite challenging to manage. If any trace of it remained in the bed or even a hint lingered in the room, there was a chance her disciple might discover it upon waking. To mitigate the possibility of being caught, she had to endure the peculiar scent and ensure that everything was completely consumed, leaving no trace behind. What would happen if her disciple found out and became angry? Never mind, she would give it a try, despite her fear. Bibi Dong resolved to cautiously probe her disciple's state. She delicately lay beside Feng and, with a tentative tone, inquired, "Disciple, have you been awake for long?" Silence enveloped them, devoid of any response or inner thoughts. "Disciple?" Bibi Dong gently nudged Feng and inquired with a heightened tone. "Are you reluctant to rise because you fear encountering your master?" Feng replied, "Fear seeing you? Why should I be afraid? Never mind. I've been guarding you for an entire week and I'm utterly exhausted. My life is precious. I shall slumber a while longer." Upon hearing Feng's words, Bibi Dong's heart finally eased. It was apparent that her disciple was oblivious to the events that transpired that morning. Otherwise, such candid sentiments would not have surfaced. Surely, he would have been overwhelmed with shyness. Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief, while an unusual flutter of emotion stirred within her. Perhaps it was the experience from that morning that prompted a subtle impulse. If her disciple were to fall into a deep slumber again, she might dare to repeat her actions. This seemed even more exhilarating than straightforwardly requesting something from him. "Disciple, Be obedient and rise. If you wish to sleep, do so later tonight. With the certainty that her disciple remained unaware, Bibi Dong felt a surge of confidence, unperturbed by any sense of guilt. Her next words carried a hint of authority. If you do not rise this time, do not blame me for punishing you. As she spoke, Bibi Dong's delicate hand ventured forth, deftly navigating the sheets, preparing to slip beneath Su Feng's covers. Master, please don't tease. I'm quite sleepy, Su Feng murmured, still in a daze but instinctively blocking her hand to prevent further intrusion. After all, he was clad only in his undergarments. And the angle of her approach was decidedly cunning, clearly aimed at his vulnerable spots. How could he possibly sleep if she were to tickle him in such a manner? Most importantly, if the master were to indulge in more than mere playful teasing, it would lead to an utterly embarrassing predicament. Absolutely not. This is unacceptable, Su Feng thought, tightening his grip on the covers and firmly pressing down on Bibi Dong's intruding hand to halt her advance. Alas, despite Su Feng's diligent defense, he was no match for the cunning Bibi Dong. In a swift motion, her other hand darted in from an unexpected angle, effectively breaching his defenses and slipping into the warmth of the covers. Is this the end? Surely not. Disciple, if you choose to be lazy, do not blame your master for administering punishment. Bibi Dong let out a mischievous chuckle. Subsequently, as Su Feng had anticipated, her hand, which had ventured into the covers, began to roam aimlessly, producing a cacophony of playful scratches. Her intention was to playfully tease Su Feng, thereby hastening his awakening from slumber. Thus, a series of continuous sounds filled the room. Teacher, stop. Aha aha. Cease your antics. Aha aha. Oh hee hee, roar. The sound was a curious blend, reminiscent of joyful agony intertwined with excited cries of despair. One couldn't help but ponder whether such sounds stemmed from a distortion of humanity or a decline in moral integrity, leaving one to wonder what tragic events might have transpired to elicit such expressions. I shall inquire once more. Will you rise? No. Very well. Await your fate. Wait. Stop. There are matters we can negotiate. Ah. Cease your actions. You are lacking in chivalry, regardless of Su Feng's pleas. Bibi Dong was resolute in her determination to continue. However, the best-laid plans often succumb to unforeseen circumstances. Unbeknownst to her, in her fervor, she had become somewhat frenzied. Both hands now engaged in the playful tussle. Her sole intent was to elicit laughter from her disciple, yet somehow, one hand inexplicably ventured downward along his abdominal muscles. Despite his wearing a pair of shorts, there was no barrier to impede her exploration. In that instant, Bibi Dong froze, her entire being rendered motionless. Beneath the covers, Su Feng instinctively tightened his legs, grasping her wayward hand, and soon after, he too became still, as though the entire bed had succumbed to a state of suspension. Thump, thump, thump. Bibi Dong's heart raced violently, and the blush that had only recently faded from her delicate face surged back once more. What was happening? She had surreptitiously explored every inch in the shadows, yet here she was, feeling inexplicably anxious and embarrassingly flustered. In this moment, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in. She had thought she was accustomed to the thrill of touching her disciple's body after having indulged in such actions for so long. But when confronted with the reality of it before her disciple, she realized how timid and bashful she truly was. Perhaps this sensation was akin to a boy inadvertently catching a glimpse beneath a girl's skirt. If unobserved, he would feel no shame. However, should he deliberately peek and then be caught, the experience would be entirely different, and any semblance of modesty would leave him feeling utterly humiliated. In this very moment, Bibi Dong found herself in a similar predicament, akin to a boy caught in the act of peering beneath a girl's skirt, though perhaps peering was not quite the right term. Grasping or holding might be more appropriate. Old teacher. It was Su Feng, unable to endure the embarrassment any longer, who spoke first, his voice faltering. See, could you please remove your hand? When Bibi Dong had reached in, Su Feng had sensed something amiss. But he never anticipated that his worst fears would materialize, leaving him feeling profoundly embarrassed. Oh, all right. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong instinctively withdrew her hand, but to her surprise, Su Feng's legs were somewhat tightly clasped, coupled with the fact that he was embracing her arm, preventing her from extracting her hand immediately. Inadvertently, she pressed down accidentally. Ah, how excruciating. Suddenly, Bibi Dong heard a cry emanating from beneath the covers, prompting her to hastily relax her grip, apologizing with a hint of remorse. Apprentice, I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. Reflecting for a moment, Bibi Dong's face grew even more flushed, and she stammered a comforting remark. Moreover, we are already a couple. Why are you so shy? Coughing lightly, Su Feng seemed to find some sense in her words, and his body finally relaxed a bit. With a swift motion, sensing his relaxation, Bibi Dong jolted as she quickly withdrew her hand from beneath the covers, simultaneously grasping her own hand with the other. Her beautiful eyes fixated on it as if admonishing, "You, my dear, have acted impulsively." After her reprimand, Bibi Dong's thoughts began to drift, lingering on the sensations just experienced. Warm and somewhat stimulating. No, she chastised herself. She could not dwell on such matters. It was too shameful. After merely a brief reflection, she felt her cheeks burning. Even without a mirror, she knew her face was likely flushed crimson. Thus, she silently recited a calming mantra, "I must not be shy, if I remain composed. Then it is the apprentice who shall be shy." Gradually, her complexion improved significantly. Meanwhile, beneath the covers, Su Feng was still in a daze, softly requesting, "Could you please step outside? I need to get dressed." Under normal circumstances, he would not be so sensitive, as long as he wore his underwear. He would have no qualms changing in front of Bibi Dong. However, after the recent incident, he felt profoundly uncomfortable, even hesitant to reveal his head, let alone change clothes. No. In response to his request, Bibi Dong was resolute. After a moment's consideration, she reproached him with feigned indignation. Little rascal, are you truly treating me as your girlfriend? Or not? Of course I do. It's just that I'm feeling a bit well. Please, just step outside, and I'll get up immediately." The thought of his apprentice being so hesitant about merely changing clothes ignited a sense of frustration within Bibi Dong. She lamented internally, "I have been so proactive, and yet you cannot be a little more audacious? At this pace, when shall we truly be together?" Despite her grievances, Bibi Dong understood that her apprentice was inherently shy, a trait not easily altered. Thus, she continued to entangle him with her words, "Apprentice, how about I help you get dressed?" Though framed as a question, it was more of a declaration, as she had already approached the wardrobe, selecting clothes for him. That might not be necessary. Upon hearing Su Feng's refusal, Bibi Dong appeared to have anticipated it, calmly employing her tactics to shift the conversation. "Disciple, what color would you like to wear? Is black acceptable? Or perhaps white?" Su Feng suddenly found himself at a loss for words. From the moment the topic was diverted, he understood that there was no turning back. "Disciple, your master has arrived. What do you intend to do? Don't come over. I wish to sleep. Please do not disturb me." As expected, it wasn't long before Su Feng sensed Bibi Dong returning to the edge of the bed, tugging at his blanket. He could not acquiesce and immediately began to resist, refusing to relinquish the blanket or show his face. "Have you not longed for a beautiful lady to attend to you? Now, your master is here to help you dress. Does that not align with your desires? Or do you think I am not beautiful enough?" That is not what I meant. I merely thought it might be too much of a burden for you, dear master." Su Feng attempted to argue, adding, "So, I believe it best if I handle this myself." With a chuckle upon witnessing the disciple's stubborn resistance, Bibi Dong responded, "My dear, do not overthink it. Serving you does not burden me in the slightest. However, if you continue to distance yourself, I might feel that you do not regard me as your girlfriend. And then I would feel burdened. Is that what you wish for me?" Su Feng wanted to counter her statement, but found himself at a loss for words. And even his grip on the blanket loosened considerably. "Oh, how delightful. You wish to challenge me?" Sensing Su Feng's reaction, Bibi Dong nearly burst into laughter. She then extended her delicate hand, once again slipping beneath the blanket. This time, she seized his arm while her other hand grasped the blanket and yanked it away with force. With a swift motion, Su Feng's body was exposed to the cool air. And perhaps due to the abrupt transition from warmth, he instinctively curled up, shivering uncontrollably. Bibi Dong scrutinized Su Feng from head to toe, her gaze landing upon skin that appeared more well-maintained than that of a girl, complemented by perfectly sculpted muscles. Most striking was his handsome visage, marked by a blend of indignation and lingering resentment, causing her to momentarily lose her composure. Gulp. In that instant, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of shyness, an unabashed flush of desire washing over her as her eyes roamed Su Feng's entire form, ultimately leading her to swallow hard. If only I were a boy and you a girl, I would surely enjoy dominating you daily, tormenting you." For reasons unknown, such thoughts unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. Do not inquire why, it simply is. She felt an uncontrollable urge to leap forward, though alas, such matters are traditionally governed by men, leaving women without absolute control unless through seduction, or perhaps resorting to more drastic measures. Naturally, these were merely fleeting thoughts for Bibi Dong, despite her cravings for her disciple's physique. She had no intention of crossing that line. Alas, what are you staring at? Hand me my clothes. Conversely, Feng, under the unabashed scrutiny of Bibi Dong, felt a profound embarrassment and prepared to snatch the garments from her grasp. However, Bibi Dong deftly evaded him, flashing a triumphant smile as if to say, "Disciple, surrender your struggles." Feng's expression darkened. With a chuckle, Bibi Dong could not contain her laughter at Feng's flustered demeanor, teasing him further. "What are you anxious about? I assured you I would help you dress." As she spoke, she began to methodically assist Feng in donning his attire. "All right, do hurry, and no more wandering hands." Bibi Dong observed Feng's still flushed face, and a mischievous thought crossed her mind, recalling elements from a short video she had seen on her phone, which contained terms that seemed foreign to this world. With that thought, Bibi Dong's delicate features broke into a gentle smile, adopting a sweet tone as she said, "Okay, darling. I will heed your wishes." At her words, Feng was overtaken by goosebumps, his body freezing for several seconds before he surrendered, ceasing his futile struggles, eager to hasten the conclusion and escape this room. This was too terrifying. His teacher's current demeanor was utterly abnormal, excessively provocative. Finally, once dressed, Feng leapt from the bed, intent on making his exit. Bang! However, in the next moment, a gentle wave of spiritual energy enveloped the room, sealing all doors and windows. Teacher." Feng turned to face Bibi Dong, who sat quietly on the bed, stammering, "What do you mean?" Bibi Dong remained silent, her petite finger gesturing towards the nearby comb and a set of opulent formal attire. Subsequently, she lowered her head, revealing a charming blush on her cheeks, while her delicate hands gently fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, seemingly shy and unable to voice her thoughts. Feng's expression stiffened momentarily. Pointing to the comb was understandable. It likely indicated a desire for him to assist her with her hair. That was certainly acceptable. However, what could her indication of the clothing possibly mean? Did she wish for him to aid her in changing her garments? Such a notion was exceedingly embarrassing. Surely, it was merely about arranging her hair. Yes, just that. How could a teacher possibly engage in such behavior? It was utterly absurd. Feng mused to himself and returned to Bibi Dong's side, picking up the comb. Upon grasping the comb, a flicker of surprise crossed Feng's face as a distant memory flashed through his mind. This comb, he gazed at Bibi Dong in astonishment, questioning, "Have you always used this, teacher?" Bibi Dong, head bowed, wore a wistful expression, her lips parting ever so slightly as she spoke in a hushed tone. "This comb is the only item you ever crafted with your own hands." The instant Feng heard her words, his heart was stirred. Reflecting on his memories, he distinctly recalled that this comb had been fashioned 5 years prior. At that time, desiring to indulge in prolonged idleness, he had unprecedentedly procured a piece of sandalwood and crafted the comb with his own hands, intending to bribe his teacher for the privilege of neglecting his training for at least 7 or 8 years. Unfortunately, the plan had failed miserably, yielding only a mere 7 or 8 days of reprieve. Feng had never anticipated that his teacher would use the comb he made for such an extended period and maintain it so well. "Teacher, may I assist you with your hair?" "Yes, please." Without further contemplation, Feng commenced the task of combing Bibi Dong's hair, even positioning a mirror for her to observe her appearance at any moment. An hour later on, "Is it satisfactory now?" Feng inquired tentatively. Initially, he presumed that combing her hair would take only a few minutes, but to his astonishment, it took him an entire hour to complete, primarily because Bibi Dong remained dissatisfied, compelling him to patiently restart the process repeatedly. At first, he believed his technique might be lacking, which was why Bibi Dong was not content. However, he soon realized that her attention was not fixated on the act of combing, but rather on him, as she appeared hesitant. Thus, after much contemplation, Feng arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps his teacher had something she wished to convey to him, yet struggled to voice it, using the act of combing her hair as a means to delay his departure. "No, I must comb it once more." As expected, Bibi Dong shook her head again. Teacher, do you have something you wish to say to me?" Feng paused in his grooming, then approached Bibi Dong with a serious expression and said, "Please speak." "I am listening." The disciple, witnessing Feng's earnestness, decided to reveal her thoughts. With an equally solemn gaze, she began, "Master has a few questions for you. If you are willing to respond, you must do so with sincerity. If you prefer not to answer, then remain silent. Above all, you must not lie. Is that agreeable?" Feng contemplated her words and, feeling a sense of obligation, nodded in affirmation. "Very well." Let us share the burdens together, shall we? Bibi Dong gently clasped her hands and said earnestly, "Are there many matters you dare not let your master know, thus keeping them from me?" Upon encountering Bibi Dong's scrutinizing gaze, Su Feng felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be that she has discovered something? Surely not. Could she suspect that I have concealed my true abilities? Or perhaps she believes I have been possessed by a powerful entity and is merely testing me. Despite his inner turmoil, Su Feng feigned composure and replied, "There are indeed things I have kept hidden, but they are merely trivial matters. As for anything I might fear to disclose to you, I assure you, there is absolutely nothing." "Really?" Bibi Dong questioned, skepticism lacing her tone. It was far from the truth. If she were to uncover my secrets, it would spell trouble. What if she truly believed I had been taken over? That would be difficult to explain. Rest assured, Master, everything I have just said is entirely sincere. Gazing into Su Feng's earnest eyes, Bibi Dong, had she not possessed the ability to hear thoughts, might have been swayed to believe him. Yet, perceiving his steadfast resolve to maintain his secrets, she chose not to press further. Nevertheless, she was not inclined to relent, and in a more serious tone, she continued, "Disciple, regardless of whether your words hold truth or falsehood, or even what you wish to conceal, I shall not pursue it. However, there is one request I hope you will honor." Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Su Feng inexplicably sensed as though his entire being was laid bare before her. This sensation transcended mere physical exposure. It struck at the very core of his spirit, as if in her presence, he harbored no secrets. This realization ignited a flicker of guilt within him, causing his voice to diminish in volume as he replied, Master, what is it you wish to say?" Bibi Dong moved closer to Su Feng, gently embracing him, resting her head upon his shoulder, her words laced with profound concern. "Promise me, no matter the circumstances. We shall face them together, all right?" Su Feng, momentarily taken aback, inquired with confusion, "Master, what has prompted this sudden question?" "Disciple, do you still recall the dream I shared with you?" "I do. I am afraid." The final words of Bibi Dong were uttered in a hushed tone, and upon finishing, she fell into silence. Her grip on Su Feng's hand tightened, as images from her dreams flooded her mind, the harrowing scene of her disciple's tragic demise. Although Bibi Dong was aware that the dreams from the previous days were mere fabrications, certain elements within them bore an unsettling truth, such as the concept her disciple once mentioned, the heavenly path. She remained oblivious to its true implications, yet she understood her disciple's aversion and hostility towards it. Perhaps from the very inception of his ambition to forge a powerful force, he sought to oppose this entity. Now, she could only glean fragmented insights through the whispers of her heart, utterly unable to comprehend the full scope of the matter or provide assistance to her disciple. The thought that one day the events of her dreams might manifest into reality filled her with regret. Lost in these thoughts, Bibi Dong instinctively shook her head and nuzzled closer to Su Feng's neck, her words laced with concern and a touch of grievance. "Disciple, promise me. No matter what challenges we may encounter in the future, we shall face them together, all right?" Perhaps fearing Su Feng might dismiss her, Bibi Dong, in her moment of anxiety, could not refrain from speaking again, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. "I am truly frightened, afraid that troubles may arise. And you might confine me in that small cave just as in my dream. If you were no longer by my side, I would be utterly lost." Taken aback, Su Feng was momentarily stunned, unprepared for the profound impact that dream had on his teacher, nor for her delicate demeanor before him. Witnessing Bibi Dong in such a vulnerable state stirred a pang of compassion within him. He gently patted her back, offering comfort. "Do not be afraid. It was merely a dream." He then asked, "Disciple, will you promise me?" "All right, I promise," she replied, "but you must not dwell on those irrational thoughts. They're all illusions." Su Feng responded without hesitation, yet he sensed that her turmoil had not dissipated, as if she remained ensnared in a world devoid of security. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked within Su Feng, and he proposed, "Teacher, how about I take you to a certain place?" Where might that be?" Bibi Dong, having shifted her attention, exhibited a slight improvement in her complexion. Nonetheless, her head remained nestled against Su Feng's cheek, rubbing affectionately as if she were a love-struck woman yearning for tenderness and protection. "You will understand when the time comes. I believe that once we arrive there, you will no longer worry about the images from your dreams." Su Feng, noticing Bibi Dong's enhanced state, let out a sigh of relief. However, witnessing her clingy demeanor stirred an unfamiliar sensation within him, causing his heart to race, a perplexing feeling that prompted him to ponder, what is this fluttering sensation? In the past, although Bibi Dong had embraced him, he had merely regarded her as a teacher, devoid of any special sentiments. Now, as they had become a couple, her endearing, vulnerable posture evoked a delightful yet protective instinct within him, akin to a profound tenderness or even heartache. Regardless of the nature of this feeling, whenever he observed her distressed expression, Feng instinctively yearned to cherish her, wishing to shield her from even the slightest sorrow. Consequently, unable to resist the urge, Feng gently stroked Bibi Dong's head, his voice laced with affection. "You used to protect me. Now, let me be the one to protect you." "Disciple, what are you suddenly doing?" Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise at the sensation of Feng's large hand caressing her head, her body momentarily stiffening, a blush creeping across her fair cheeks. Since adopting a disciple, she had always been the one to pat his head. Now, the roles had reversed, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented and even embarrassed. "You little rascal, how dare you touch your masteress' head? Who is the teacher here? What is the matter? Is there an issue?" Feng, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, merely sought to express his affection. Yet upon noticing her agitated response, he instinctively halted his gentle caress. "And no, nothing's wrong." Although Bibi Dong initially felt unsettled, she realized that Feng's cessation only sparked her discontent. Seizing his hand, she guided it back to her head, her voice soft as a whisper. "You continue." With a wry smile, Feng complied, resuming his tender strokes. To his surprise, Bibi Dong quickly succumbed to the soothing gesture, her demeanor becoming even more affectionate, resembling a docile little kitten. After a while, Feng found it increasingly challenging to maintain composure, as he could feel Bibi Dong's face pressed against his neck, the soft touch of her lips and the warmth of her hurried breath igniting a tumultuous urge within him. It was all too easy to imagine her teasing him, playfully extending her tongue. No, this cannot end well. Just the thought made Feng's ears burn with heat, prompting him to alert her. Teacher, how long do you plan to hold on? If you have no further inquiries, shall we proceed to the place we discussed earlier?" After their recent conversation, Feng discerned that the teacher was enveloped in a profound sense of insecurity, perpetually feeling as though their lives were under threat, which rendered her somewhat anxious and wary, particularly regarding the foreboding visions. Therefore, to alleviate Bibi Dong's unfounded worries, Feng resolved to escort her to the realm of chaos and divulge certain secrets to her. At the very least, he wished to assure her that there existed a place of absolute safety. However, despite her eagerness for the destination Feng proposed, Bibi Dong found herself more inclined to address her remaining questions. She promptly released Feng and stated, "I still have inquiries. Would you prefer to answer them first?" "Please. Go ahead, I'm listening." At that moment, Bibi Dong turned slightly, tilting her head down, and delicately adjusted a strand of hair near her ear before hesitantly uttering, "Do you have feelings for me?" As she posed this question, her peripheral gaze covertly assessed Feng, her expression brimming with anticipation. Reflecting on the past, she recalled that her disciple had agreed to be her partner under duress, and after a period of contemplation, she realized that she was yet to grasp her disciple's true sentiments. As for Feng, he was taken aback by Bibi Dong's sudden inquiry, his expression betraying a hint of panic as he stood frozen in place for an extended moment. As Bibi Dong observed Feng remaining silent for an extended period, her small hand instinctively reached out to tug at the hem of his garment. In a hushed tone, she urged, "Just speak the truth. I assure you, I shall not mind." Yet, despite her words, Bibi Dong's heart was in turmoil, her delicate fingers tightly gripping the fabric of her skirt. She was consumed by fear that her disciple had only reluctantly agreed to be her partner, that perhaps he had never harbored any affection for her. The thought of such a reality was undeniably disheartening. How am I to articulate this? Feng pondered, feeling a sense of frustration. But truly, teacher, you are rather naive. Were I to possess no feelings for you at all, even the threat of death would not sway my decision to accept your proposal. He wrestled with his emotions, contemplating whether to express his true sentiments. Yet, the mere thought of uttering those words filled him with profound embarrassment. Perhaps I could feign ignorance, claim I do not know? As he wrestled with his thoughts, the anticipation evident in Bibi Dong's expression compelled him to abandon the notion of evasion, drawing a deep breath to summon his courage. He finally spoke, "Teacher, I must apologize. I'm not one to easily articulate my feelings of affection and love. However, if you wish to discern my true intentions, I believe I can convey them in another manner." With newfound resolve, Feng boldly declared his feelings, then wrapped his arms around her waist, gently guiding her back against the bed. His gaze locked onto hers, filled with intensity. "Disciple, you." Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened, her charming face flushed with a delicate hue as her hands instinctively shielded her in front. Her heart raced tumultuously, and with a hint of nervousness, she inquired, "What are you going to do?" Su Feng's expression remained resolute as he continued, "Ever since I promised to be in a relationship with you, I seem to have never contemplated separation. I have always felt as if I were compelled by you, yet in truth, I do not resist the outcome of such compulsion. Instead, I find myself dreaming of the experiences we shall share in the future. I have even sworn in my heart to ensure your lifelong happiness." At this juncture, Su Feng's countenance turned slightly bashful. "Do you understand my feelings now?" Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes remained wide open, as if she were momentarily lost in thought. After a while, a radiant smile gradually illuminated her face. "You little rascal, are you made of wood? Does uttering 'I like you' cost you your life?" Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng, initially intending to scold him further. However, upon reflecting on his previous words, she found herself inexplicably trembling. A wave of intense emotion surging within her, a blend of bittersweet fulfillment and a sense of profound affection, as she observed Su Feng's earnest yet bashful demeanor. Bibi Dong felt a slight amusement, though laughter eluded her. Instead, she became engulfed in a poignant sentiment. Her lips pursed as if she had countless words yearning to be spoken, yet remained unvoiced. After a prolonged silence, she finally uttered, with a hint of grievance and a touch of melancholy, "Will you continue to watch me do nothing?" Su Feng, somewhat bewildered, replied, "I didn't intend to do anything." Bibi Dong shot him an exasperated glance, then, adopting a playful tone, insisted, "I don't care. You must hurry." With that, she closed her eyes, her hands gently encircling Su Feng's neck, though she refrained from exerting pressure. For this time, she desired his initiative rather than any coercion on her part. "Then, I shall proceed." Bibi Dong fell silent, yet her heart raced with increasing fervor. She sensed Su Feng drawing ever closer, but the passage of time felt interminable, testing her patience. At last, Su Feng leaned in to kiss her. However, Bibi Dong felt no joy, for the kiss grazed only her cheek, a mere fleeting impression. "Su Feng, you scoundrel!" With a raised eyebrow, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened as she prepared to enact a violent response towards Su Feng. After all, she had been deeply touched by the numerous heartfelt words he had just spoken, to the point where thoughts of a more intimate encounter had begun to blossom within her. Yet, to her dismay, he had merely bestowed a fleeting kiss upon her cheek. How could that possibly suffice? It was utterly juvenile and left her wanting for more. However, as soon as Bibi Dong opened her eyes, she sensed something amiss. Su Feng wore a mischievous grin, clearly having toyed with her emotions. "I'm truly coming for you now," he declared with a wicked smile, and before she could respond, he leaned in again, this time aiming for her lips. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her breath quickening. At this moment, she was utterly shocked, for she realized that her disciple was more proactive and fervent than ever before. Was this still the same disciple she once knew? Yet, such thoughts seemed trivial now. The knowledge that her disciple harbored affection for her was all that truly mattered. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, but soon cast aside her astonishment, responding to her disciple with deep affection. Even her hand, which had instinctively clutched her chest, reached out to grasp Su Feng's hand, their fingers intertwining with fervor. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed. When they finally parted, both bore a rosy hue upon their faces, particularly Bibi Dong, whose complexion was aglow, her ears seemingly aflame. "Teacher, just now I saw Su Feng attempting to explain." Bibi Dong seemed to anticipate his words and immediately interjected, "I don't mind." As she spoke, she tidied her disheveled attire, briefly covering her chest. Though her heart was aflame with embarrassment, urging her to flee the scene, she ultimately feigned nonchalance, stating, "After all, we are a couple. What you do is inconsequential, so do not take it to heart." Upon hearing her words, Su Feng felt less shy, though his mind involuntarily replayed the earlier moment, leading him to gently rub his palm, as if still feeling the lingering warmth. Was this what it felt like? Update notification. New book announcement 1. Update notification. Those who have been following diligently know that the author is prone to speeding through chapters, and content being obscured has become commonplace. This results in certain chapters suddenly losing some content, removed by reviewers, leading to chapters falling below 2,000 words, which the system then classifies as a 1,000-word chapter. Thus, even if the author is absent for a day, full attendance is lost. To avoid this, from today onwards, this book will feature 2-in-1 updates daily, totaling over 4,000 words, ensuring that even with content being cut, the total will not dip below 4,000 words, preserving full attendance. 2. New book announcement. After over half a month of preparation, the author's new book is complete and has been uploaded. The title is Douluo, I Made a Million Soul Masters Cry. Pinned under the pseudonym Chi Ghost Lotus. Note: Chi Ghost Lotus is a secondary account. Chi Ghost Lotus is the primary one, so do not confuse them. Furthermore, as this new book has just been released and contains fewer words, esteemed readers may wish to bookmark it. This month, the new book will update once a day, transitioning to 2 updates next month. Synopsis of the new book. In Douluo, I Made a Million Soul Masters Cry, which reverses into Douluo, being adopted by Lu Erlong, and awakens a fury system that empowers him by inciting anger in others. Ding, you passionately kissed Zhu Zhuqing in front of Dai Mubai, inciting jealousy. Anger value 48. Ding, you brought Xiao Wu into the Rose Hotel, leading to a misunderstanding for Tang San. Anger value 69. Ding, you consumed the Blue Silver Emperor, provoking Tang San and Tang Hao's wrath. Anger value 478. Ding, you simultaneously consumed Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, infuriating Yu Xiaojiang. Anger value 666. Ding, you made a million soul masters cry. Anger value 9,999. Observing the astronomical anger value, Su Hua calmly declared, System, upgrade everything. Ding, congratulations, host. You have transcended to the realm of the Divine King. In the chamber, a profound silence enveloped the air, particularly affecting Bibi Dong, whose delicate visage flushed crimson. She turned away, daring not to cast a glance at Su Feng, her lips whispering softly, I never anticipated that my disciple could display such audacity. As soon as she uttered these words, Bibi Dong instinctively placed her hand over her chest, perhaps to feel her own heartbeat or to savor the lingering sensations from the earlier encounter. How utterly embarrassing. It seems my disciple has indeed changed, perhaps for the worse. A flurry of bashfulness surged within her, leaving her somewhat dazed. Su Feng's earlier actions had been exceedingly bold, transitioning from a kiss to a more intimate caress, directly venturing into her most private space. Oh dear, what a shameful predicament. From whom could my disciple have learned such behavior? Could it possibly be from me? Surely not. Bibi Dong felt a sense of embarrassment wash over her, coupled with disbelief. After all, she had long been the master of such intricate techniques, employing them solely upon her disciples. She never anticipated that one day her pupil would audaciously utilize such skills on her. Although her disciple's actions were somewhat clumsy, perhaps even reminiscent of a novice, the mere fact that he dared to take that first step was utterly unexpected for Bibi Dong. She was acutely aware of her disciple's former timidity. He had been so shy that even the slightest physical contact was beyond his courage, and mere verbal teasing would leave him blushing for hours. Su Feng, having taken advantage of Bibi Dong, found himself frozen in place, despite her reassurances that it was acceptable. His heart raced as if his mind had entered a state of paralysis. After a prolonged moment, he seemed to regain his senses and lifted his hand, gently caressing his fingers. His gaze drifted towards Bibi Dong, specifically fixating on her upper body, particularly the most captivating aspect of her form. A curious sensation enveloped Su Feng, leaving him both embarrassed and intrigued, prompting him to whisper softly, though the utterance was barely audible, yet it reached Bibi Dong's ears. Bibi Dong turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Su Feng, and softly remarked, If you wish to experience it further, I shall not refuse you. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's expression stiffened, and he almost blurted out, No, that's quite unnecessary. In the heat of the moment, he had indulged briefly, and now he felt as if his blood was boiling, his head teetering on the brink of dizziness. Should he heed Bibi Dong's suggestion and pursue it further, he feared he might succumb to a nosebleed and faint. Perhaps apprehensive that she might reiterate the matter, Su Feng swiftly shifted the conversation, saying, Teacher, do you have any questions for me? If not, I shall take you to the place we just discussed. Although the chaotic realm remains underdeveloped, presenting a desolate landscape, Su Feng believed it prudent to introduce Bibi Dong to it sooner rather than later, thereby alleviating her sense of insecurity. Certainly. Please, go ahead. I'm all ears. Bibi Dong hesitated, her delicate hands hanging low, before finally gesturing towards the luxurious garments nearby. Though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, it was evident that she felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding the question she wished to ask. Teacher, what do you mean? Su Feng stammered, a daunting possibility dawning upon him, one he deemed an insurmountable challenge far beyond his comfort zone. Though Bibi Dong shared in the awkwardness, she reluctantly spoke up. Could you assist me in changing? The impact of her words struck Su Feng like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily speechless. What? Teacher, are you serious? Surely, you can manage it yourself. Why must I do it? I lack experience, and such a request is far too humiliating. Oh no, it seems I find it embarrassing. Perhaps you do not, he murmured, but Bibi Dong appeared to have anticipated his objections and replied softly, Disciple, I am serious. Rest assured, this will be the only time I ask this of you. Is that acceptable? Can I refuse? He pondered, knowing full well that she would not welcome that response. Without answering, Su Feng stealthily made his way towards the door, contemplating an escape. The notion of assisting her in changing clothes was utterly preposterous. Such an embarrassing task felt far beyond his capabilities. He believed that, had he not been swept away by the fervor of their recent kiss, he would never have dared to extend his hand so brazenly. Where do you think you're going? Bibi Dong's gentle soul power ensnared him, preventing his escape. Teacher, Su Feng said, a bitter expression on his face, I truly cannot fulfill this request. Besides, there must be a valid reason for such a request. Otherwise, it is utterly absurd. What kind of girlfriend demands her boyfriend to assist her in changing clothes? It is rather shameless. Bibi Dong reflected on his words and, after a brief pause, retracted her soul power, her tone taking on a more contemplative air. Disciple, please do not misunderstand my intentions. My request is not born from any peculiar inclination. Rather, I feel it is somewhat unfair to you. In the final sentence, Bibi Dong's voice diminished significantly, and even her complexion turned a deeper shade of crimson. Su Feng found himself somewhat perplexed. Why? Because. Bibi Dong cast a fleeting glance at Su Feng, only to find him gazing intently at her. Hastily, she averted her eyes, her delicate hands intertwining restlessly before her, revealing an unmistakable turmoil within. Her cheeks blushed an increasingly vibrant crimson, ultimately summoning her courage. She managed to speak in a barely audible whisper. It is because I have observed your form on numerous occasions, every inch of you etched clearly in my memory. Yet it appears that you have never once beheld my own. Bibi Dong lowered her head even further, her voice increasingly soft. I believe this is quite unfair to you. And you have mentioned this matter before. Therefore, I wish to ask for your assistance in changing my attire just this once. In doing so, we would have truly engaged in an honest exchange, and it would make me feel that we are indeed a couple. Having expressed her thoughts all at once, Bibi Dong mustered the courage to gaze upon Su Feng, her eyes shimmering like the most exquisite lakes, radiating a beauty that was utterly captivating. After pouting her lips slightly, she spoke with a touch of vulnerability. My disciple, is it all right? Can you do this for me? How could I possibly refuse? At this moment, to decline would certainly make me seem devoid of romantic sensibility. The challenge lies in the fact that I find it profoundly embarrassing, observing Su Feng's inner turmoil. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment, then naturally elaborated. There is no need for you to feel awkward. After all, I am your girlfriend, not a stranger. Shouldn't we be open with one another? Conversely, your reluctance only appears peculiar. Even if we were to inform others of our relationship, they might suspect we are merely pretending, as we have yet to establish the intimacy that a couple should possess. Is it not true that? Bibi Dong pouted her lips, speaking with increasing fervor and a deep sense of grievance, paying little heed to the validity of her arguments. Ultimately, her tone shifted to one of reproach. Is it truly the case that I, as your teacher, cannot even have the opportunity to foster such an intimate bond with you? Meanwhile, Su Feng, under the impression that Bibi Dong was upset, hastily interjected. Teacher, please do not be angry. That was not my intention. Moreover, did I not just express my feelings to you? I genuinely regard you as my girlfriend. Bibi Dong, indifferent to her disciple's thoughts, felt a profound sense of unfairness and yearned for a moment of mutual honesty, desiring a deeper intimacy with him. Thus, she cast aside all notions of shyness and, with a hint of vulnerability, urged, Disciple, if you truly regard me as your girlfriend, will you promise me this? Su Feng's lips twitched again. He sensed that she was attempting to ensnare him. Every time he sought to refuse her, she would adopt an exceedingly aggrieved expression that rendered him powerless to resist. No, I cannot allow myself to be manipulated by my teacher this time. However, just as this thought crossed Su Feng's mind, Bibi Dong's demeanor shifted. This time, not only was she pouting in distress, but her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as though she might weep at any moment. Disciple, although we have yet to take the final step, in my heart, I have entrusted everything to you. My body and soul belong solely to you. I wish only to alleviate the guilt I feel for the unfairness you have endured. Are you truly unwilling? Noticing Su Feng's lingering hesitation, Bibi Dong clenched her delicate hands. unable to contain herself any longer. The tears that had just begun to sparkle in her eyes swiftly filled her gaze, and she turned away, laden with disappointment, saying, "Forget it. If you are truly unwilling, I shall not press you. I anticipated this outcome all along. How predictable." Sighing, she continued, "I concede. I shall agree to your request." Witnessing Bibi Dong's distress, Feng sighed and returned to her side, adopting a resigned demeanor as he inquired, "Teacher, what would you have me do?" At his words, Bibi Dong hastily wiped away her tears and quickly regained her composure, a smile gracing her face as she replied, "This is your promise. I did not coerce you." "Very well, I volunteer," Feng responded, somewhat exasperated. "Hiki, you are the best." Clearly, Bibi Dong's earlier display had been somewhat theatrical, aimed at softening her disciple's heart. Yet, one truth remained. She felt their relationship lacked openness and intimacy, and she wished to seize this opportunity to advance their bond. It was unreasonable for her to always take advantage of her disciple, especially when he had yet to witness her true form. This was utterly unfair and not what she desired. Reflecting on these thoughts, Bibi Dong raised her hands high, assuming an air of entitlement as she declared, "You truly are oblivious. How else would you assist me in changing my clothes? Of course, you must first help me remove this skirt." No sooner had she spoken than she noticed Feng's gaze sweeping over her, lingering most on her front, which made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She playfully scolded, "You little rascal! Why do you keep staring at me? Hurry and help." Although Bibi Dong continuously clamored for a moment of mutual honesty, she blushed fiercely the instant she sensed her disciple scrutinizing her. She found it difficult to fathom whether she could maintain her composure when the anticipated moment of candor finally arrived. Meanwhile, Feng, upon Bibi Dong's subtle reminder, realized that his gaze had become somewhat indiscreet. This was hardly surprising, as he had just engaged in a rather audacious act. And the sensations from that encounter lingered vividly in his memory, making that particular area most prominent in his thoughts. After a brief moment, Feng shook his head, attempting to clear his mind, while fervently reminding himself to remain calm. Steady, do not overthink it," he mused. "It's merely a change of attire. It will be accomplished in 2 minutes." Yes, calmness was imperative. Having resolved himself, Feng took a deep breath, his expression turning serious, as if he were preparing for an epic battle, and his tone grew heavier as he said, "Teacher, shall I begin?" Bibi Dong continued to raise her hand. Yet she dared not look at Feng again. Instead, she turned her head slightly and responded softly, "You may begin." However, Feng did not commence immediately. He found himself ensnared in a quandary, his mind entangled with several perplexing questions. Should the dress be removed from the bottom upwards or from the top downwards? If it were to be taken off from the bottom, should he grasp the shoulder straps or simply hold the hem? Conversely, if it were to be taken off from the top, oh, wait, no, that is not right. These dilemmas had never crossed Feng's mind before. Nor had he witnessed a girl undressing. Even the one time he had furtively observed a girl change clothes, it was during his previous clandestine glance at Bibi Dong. And the attire she wore then was not a dress. Thus, he found himself devoid of any reference. Yet, Feng failed to realize that his contemplation had transcended the mere act of undressing. It was now a reflection of his own turmoil. His face had turned as crimson as a ripe fruit, a state beyond mere awkwardness, as if he could no longer think rationally. Observing Feng's disconcerted demeanor and hearing his incoherent thoughts, Bibi Dong furrowed her delicate brows, her concern palpable. "What is the matter with you?" "I'm fine," Feng replied, shaking his head. At that moment, he was oblivious to his own predicament. He made a decision, opting to assist Bibi Dong by removing the dress from the bottom upwards. With that, he reached for the hem of her dress, hesitatingly uttering a reminder, his voice faltering. "Teacher, I'm going to take it off now." "Yes, do so," Bibi Dong responded, nodding gently, her cheeks once again flushed. However, unlike before, she did not shy away from looking at Feng. Instead, her concern for his bewildered state overshadowed her own embarrassment. His dazed expression was decidedly abnormal. Then, Bibi Dong raised both hands high, while Feng firmly grasped the hem of her dress and abruptly lifted it. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence. Deep within her thoughts, Bibi Dong mused, "Surely, my disciple has seen everything now." Her face, as well as her neck, blushed furiously. To foster a moment of mutual honesty with her disciple, she had meticulously planned this encounter, intentionally donning a short skirt and foregoing any additional layers beneath. If her disciple dared to assist her in removing the dress, It would signify her complete openness before him. Unfortunately, reality proved unpredictable. Just as Bibi Dong believed she was on the verge of success, ready to share an intimate moment of honesty, she discovered that after Feng had helped her remove the dress, he merely glanced at her form before averting his gaze, rolling his eyes, and appearing to be on the brink of fainting, blood trickling from his nose. "Disciple," she exclaimed in alarm. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in shock. After a startled exclamation, she quickly supported Feng, gently cradling him in her embrace. Filled with concern, she anxiously asked, "Disciple, what has happened to you? Do not frighten me. Disciple, what is the matter with you?" Bibi Dong called out several times, yet the other party neither responded nor revealed any thoughts, appearing utterly lost in a daze. This left her in a state of profound anxiety. What on earth is happening? Could it be that? An astonishing thought arose in Bibi Dong's mind. Could it be that my disciple suffers from a fainting condition? As this notion emerged, she immediately felt as though she were speaking in a dream. Perhaps there are those who faint at the sight of blood, but a fainting condition? She had never encountered such a phenomenon, especially in men. However, the reaction exhibited by her disciple compelled Bibi Dong to reconsider. Perhaps he truly did have such an affliction. This could explain why he blushed so easily, why he became shy so readily. Nevertheless, she could not draw any conclusions about this matter for the time being. She would have to wait until he awoke to ascertain the truth. Until then, she dared not disrobe carelessly in his presence. In fact, she had already mentally prepared herself that if her disciple indeed possessed such a condition, she would need to find a way to help him, for otherwise, their future together would be jeopardized. Later that evening, in the Holy Maiden's chamber, Feng lay on the bed, groggily opening his eyes. Beside him, Bibi Dong, who had been vigilantly watching over him, leapt up upon noticing his awakening, her face filled with concern. "Disciple, you are awake? How do you feel?" I'm fine." Feng instinctively averted his gaze, unable to meet Bibi Dong's eyes, fearing that if he caught another glimpse of her unclothed form, he might faint from blood loss. "Disciple, you do not think I am still unclothed, do you?" "I have already dressed," she reassured him. However, Feng was unprepared for the fact that Bibi Dong had overheard his previous thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush a vibrant hue. Hearing this, Feng was momentarily taken aback. And only then did he muster the courage to turn his head towards her. The sight that met his eyes was striking. Bibi Dong was adorned in an opulent gown, splendid and dignified, with golden threads accentuating her noble bearing. In stark contrast to the alluring figure she had donned previously, she now appeared transformed. Seeing her in such a rare state of decorum, Feng exhaled in relief and inquired, "How long was I unconscious?" "You were out for quite some time." "Approximately 4 hours," Bibi Dong replied thoughtfully, though her expression soon turned to one of worry. "Disciple, do you recall why you fainted?" Let me think," Feng said, lost in contemplation. Observing him, Bibi Dong lowered her head, a bashful flush gracing her cheeks as she quietly asked, "Disciple, do you perhaps suffer from a fainting condition? Is it true that you feel this way whenever you see a girl unclothed?" At her words, Feng was momentarily stunned. The memory of the moments leading up to his fainting flashing through his mind. His body stiffened, feeling an intense heat wash over him, particularly on his face, as if it were being scorched by flames. If he was not mistaken, he sensed that his cheeks were now a vivid crimson. Could it be true? Did he really possess the condition that his teacher had mentioned? This should not be the case. After all, I have encountered the bodies of other women. And I did not faint then. Feng pondered as a vivid image arose in his mind, a woman clad in crystalline armor, who, right before his eyes, discarded her garments, standing completely naked before him, before ultimately leaping into a pool of lava to absorb a soul ring. Contemplating this, Feng subtly arrived at a conclusion. Impossible. I am certain I do not possess this condition of fainting at the sight of a body. Yet, if it is not that, why then did I lose consciousness? Could it be that the object of my naked gaze was my teacher, someone I hold dear, and thus I could not withstand the overwhelming excitement and fainted? Perhaps that is indeed the case. Oh no, it must be. There is no other explanation I can fathom. With these thoughts, Feng prepared to convey his hypothesis to Bibi Dong. "Disciple, you." However, at this moment, Bibi Dong's mind was no longer occupied with the matter of fainting, for she had just heard her disciple's thoughts and realized that he seemed to have seen the bodies of other girls, which stirred a sense of discomfort within her. With a tone of inquiry, she asked, "Have you been secretly watching others undress?" And no, absolutely not. Faced with Bibi Dong's sudden question, Feng felt as if struck by lightning, his heart racing in confusion. What is going on with the teacher? Why is she asking me this, as if she knows my every thought? Alas, I am so wronged. That instance was not me spying. It was that person who undressed right before me. Forget it, forget it. I did nothing wrong. I have no reason to feel guilty. But what of the teacher? By posing such a question, could it be that she truly can see through my thoughts? Is she feeling jealous? With these musings, Su Feng tentatively inquired, Teacher, why do you ask? Ahem. This time, it was Bibi Dong who felt as if struck by lightning. Her previously accusatory expression now bore a profound sense of guilt. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally stammered, Disciple, please do not misunderstand. I am merely speculating, hoping to help you uncover the reason for your fainting. Bibi Dong, unable to conjure a satisfactory rationale to respond to her disciple, and fearing he might discover her ability to hear thoughts, swiftly redirected the conversation. So, disciple, do you know why you fainted? Well, I have a vague idea. Su Feng replied uncertainly, and then quickly explained his thoughts. Upon hearing the words, Bibi Dong's countenance became somewhat unnatural, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Disciple, are you suggesting that this affliction is exclusive to me? Indeed, it appears to be, Su Feng replied with a serious nod. Then does this mean we shall no longer engage in such activities? Bibi Dong's form stiffened, and a glimmer of grievance sparkled in her eyes. Her lips pouted involuntarily, as if burdened with unexpressed sorrows. Noticing this, Su Feng's lips twitched, and he spoke, slightly trembling. Why does it seem like you have always desired to partake in such matters, teacher? Did we not agree to first embark on a romantic journey? What on earth is happening? Why does my teacher look so disappointed? Could it be that her mind is filled with such impure thoughts? Su Feng pondered. Moreover, it's not a significant issue. It merely arises when I am with someone I care about. It requires time to adjust. Perhaps after spending more time together, it will resolve itself. Why the rush? As Su Feng's words echoed in her mind, Bibi Dong could not help but internally grumble, You little rascal, how dare you place the blame on me? If it weren't for your intimidation, I wouldn't be so eager despite my desires. Besides, I was even contemplating having a little one with you. What if you faint upon seeing my body? Wouldn't that thwart my aspirations? Despite her thoughts, Bibi Dong did not wish to burden Su Feng further. Upon learning that his fainting issue could be resolved, she felt relieved and tactfully shifted the conversation. Disciple, let us not dwell on this any longer. Were you not going to take me somewhere? Where exactly is it? As she spoke, a glimmer of anticipation illuminated her face. The place you intend to take me must be quite beautiful, correct? The moon has just risen. If we leave now, the scenery may be even more splendid. Upon hearing her words, Su Feng's expression froze. Beautiful scenery? I must reconsider whether to take my teacher there. Given her current expectations, she might be sorely disappointed. Yet, recalling Bibi Dong's previous display of insecurity, he ultimately resolved to proceed with the journey. Teacher, regardless of what transpires later, you must remain composed. Understood? Please step aside. Observing Su Feng's demeanor as he prepared for a significant action, Bibi Dong, though puzzled, obediently moved aside. With a swift motion, Su Feng waved his hand. And in the next moment, a colossal rift in space abruptly tore open within the chamber. Surrounding this rift, a tempest of thunder and lightning raged, casting flickering lights throughout the room. What is happening here? Although Su Feng had already cautioned Bibi Dong, the moment she beheld the emergence of the spatial rift, she was still profoundly astonished. The tempestuous storms within the rift were ferocious, and the tunnel's depths were shrouded in darkness, evoking an unsettling sense within her that this was beyond human capability. Nonetheless, despite her astonishment, Bibi Dong instinctively reacted to the sudden situation. Her figure darted like lightning to Su Feng's side, as if fearing that the storm would inflict harm upon him. Don't be nervous, teacher. Seeing Bibi Dong's tense demeanor, Su Feng hesitated for a moment before grasping her hand, intending to soothe her anxiety, and then smiled, saying, This is a passage I have opened, leading us to the realm of chaos. The realm of chaos? What kind of place is that? Naturally, it is the place I mentioned earlier. Once we arrive there, my disciple, I assure you shall never fear threats against us again. Su Feng's smile grew ever more radiant, and without waiting for her response, he pulled her toward the spatial rift. Wait, disciple. Thus, amidst Bibi Dong's bewilderment and daze, she was swiftly drawn into the rift by Su Feng. With a swift motion, the rift closed behind them, enveloping the entire chamber in silence. In the realm of chaos, the sky above was still stained a deep crimson, as if it had been soaked in blood, accompanied by a chilling aura of slaughter. Beneath this sky, countless fragments of floating continents could be discerned. Among these fragments lay desolate ruins, shrouded in black mist, where the faint echoes of tortured souls could be heard, resembling a nightmarish underworld, cold and eerie. Amidst the continent fragments, numerous volcanic plates were clustered together, erupting with explosive bursts, spewing forth torrents of lava that relentlessly consumed the scarred ground. As if it were a hell on earth. In this enigmatic realm, the fragments varied greatly in landscape, yet shared a singular trait: they were devoid of life. Akin to the primordial chaos, where everything must begin anew. However, there existed one particular plate that, despite its barren appearance, boasted several structures, evidently constructed by someone. And that plate was none other than the hellish prison. At that moment, a spatial tear ripped open, and Su Feng's figure emerged, with Bibi Dong following closely behind him. Resembling a dutiful child, entirely stripped of the majesty she held as a saintess, her small steps hurried as she feared losing sight of Su Feng. "Teacher, this is the place I wanted to bring you. Please take a good look around." Su Feng led Bibi Dong into the realm of chaos and then released her hand, standing quietly beside her, for he knew that she would likely be captivated by the spectacle before her for some time. What is this place? Indeed, upon witnessing the scene before her, Bibi Dong found herself utterly astonished, her gaze fixed upon the crimson sky and the land fragments resembling a galaxy. This sensation enveloped her, as if she were immersed in the deepest recesses of the universe, residing in the most primordial and chaotic realm. How exquisite! Bibi Dong could not help but murmur softly. Although she had initially anticipated a beauty that might encompass the fragrance of a sea of flowers or something equally enchanting, she never imagined that the place her disciple had brought her to would reveal such a majestic and breathtaking grandeur, one that defied description. After an indeterminate passage of time, Bibi Dong finally regained her composure and turned to Su Feng, her delicate face adorned with a smile and curiosity. "What exactly is this place?" Su Feng gave a wry smile and replied, "As for this place, I cannot elucidate it in a moment. Let us explore and discuss as we go." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains, displaying an adorable obedience. "I will follow your lead." As she spoke, she took dainty steps towards Su Feng, playfully nudging his hand with hers, as if seeking to hold it, her eyes blinking innocently, exuding charm. "You are truly mischievous." Su Feng chuckled at Bibi Dong, then naturally took her hand. However, he refrained from vocalizing the word mischievous, feeling it would be too peculiar to address his teacher in such a manner, as it carried an undertone of flirtation that he had yet to master, having never expressed such sentiments before. Before long, Su Feng, hand in hand with Bibi Dong, began to wander through the chaos realm. At each continental fragment they passed, Su Feng would provide a brief introduction. "Disciple, do you mean to say that each of these continental fragments harbors at least one deity?" Naturally, as Su Feng revealed the origins and functions of these fragments within the chaos realm, Bibi Dong's expressions of astonishment and disbelief were evident. After all, within the shattered lands of this realm, each fragment contained the essence of at least one deity. For instance, the Hell Dragon Hunter that Lu Erlong received was but one legacy of a deity, albeit a lesser one compared to the likes of a top-tier divine monarch such as the Shurigod. What astounded Su Feng was that while his teacher was visibly shocked by everything around her, she never probed into the origins of these wonders, nor inquired about how he had come to possess them. It was as though she was willing to listen to whatever he chose to share. And if he opted not to disclose certain matters, she would not press for answers. This profound trust left Su Feng with a myriad of emotions. He had not anticipated such confidence from his teacher. Consequently, as they encountered more continental fragments, he became increasingly patient in his explanations, sharing every detail he could conceive. In his view, as long as his teacher did not suspect him of being usurped, there was no need to withhold any of these so-called secrets. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had slipped by. Su Feng halted his steps and smiled at Bibi Dong. "Teacher, having shared so much, can you now perceive the uniqueness of this place?" Before Bibi Dong's arrival, Su Feng intended to alleviate any sense of crisis she might harbor, ensuring she did not feel threatened by any potential dangers, such as those posed by Title Douluo. Now, as long as Bibi Dong remains composed, she should perceive the profound connection between herself and the chaotic realm. In other words, as long as the chaotic realm exists, their lives are secure, and no true threat can befall them. After all, Su Feng, in a bid for safety, had discreetly inscribed a mark upon Bibi Dong, allowing her to traverse directly back to the chaotic realm should anyone wish to harm her. Of course, if the situation were dire enough that she could not return in time, the worst consequence would merely be the destruction of her physical form. Her true essence would still be forcibly reclaimed by the chaotic realm, and reconstructing her body thereafter would pose little issue. Nevertheless, Su Feng sincerely hoped that Bibi Dong would encounter no unforeseen events and maintain her current state. Otherwise, should an incident arise that necessitated the reconstruction of her form, he would find himself perceiving his mentor as something less than her former self, as if a part of her authenticity were lost. Disciple, what is happening? Su Feng pondered amidst these thoughts when suddenly, Bibi Dong gasped in alarm. What is it? Upon hearing her exclamation, Su Feng instinctively turned to her. Noticing her panic as she stared intently at a certain direction, following her gaze, he too looked and, upon doing so, his expression stiffened. Before him was a group of burly men, their faces contorted in sorrow, particularly one named Salus, who was lamenting the most vocally. Lord Su Feng, my subordinates have met a most tragic end. You must avenge us. They cried in unison, their wails echoing in desperation. Su Feng, observing the pitiful sight of these unfortunate souls, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, a shiver coursing through him. In the chaotic realm, within the confines of the hell prison, the altar square remained as it had been, ancient and imposing. Columns intricately carved with elaborate designs stood tall around the altar, resembling timeless pillars reaching for the heavens. At the heart of the altar square knelt a row of spirits, all with heads bowed and hands clasped over their skulls. Not daring to exhale, their faces awash with terror, some even trembling slightly. This forlorn assembly comprised none other than Salus and his companions. You lot. I tasked you with eliminating 2 individuals, and not only did you fail, but you returned so swiftly to the spring of life. Truly, you are more adept at causing calamity than achieving success. Su Feng gazed at Salus and the others with an expression of utter darkness, his anger boiling within him. Initially, he had not anticipated that Salus and his companions would be able to eliminate Tang Hao and Tang San in one fell swoop. After all, one was the chosen son and the other the chosen father, both safeguarded by the power of correction. To vanquish them directly, one would need to erode the aura of correction surrounding them. However, what took Su Feng by surprise was the swiftness with which Salus and his group met their demise. And in such a brutally simplistic manner, self-detonation. You wretched fools, truly a wasteful lot. Su Feng glared at Salus and his companions, his face a mask of heartache and frustration. Overwhelmed by a sense of despair. Although the altar square could endlessly assist in reconstructing the bodies of Salus and the others, it was far from free. It came with significant costs. In fact, to restore these undead beings, Su Feng had to expend a considerable amount of his resources. The last time, he had depleted a substantial portion of his wealth to reform Salus and the others, leaving him with little remaining. Lord Su Feng, this battle was my folly. I beseech your forgiveness. Seeing Su Feng's expression of disappointment, Salus felt a wave of regret wash over him and immediately bowed repeatedly, pleading for mercy. Lord Su Feng, I acknowledge my transgressions, yet I assure you that I exerted my utmost effort in this battle. I hope you will be lenient in your judgment. Please forgive me. Lord Su Feng, I am also guilty, echoed the others, as Salus led the charge, prostrating themselves before Su Feng. Even the ground beneath them trembled with the force of their bows, their foreheads soon reddening. Yet, compared to this minor pain, they feared the wrath of Su Feng far more. Perhaps, with a mere command from him, Lord Lu might continue to torment them as he had the previous year, keeping them shackled in darkness and dread. The feeling of despair and trepidation was one that could not be comprehended without personal experience. Despite their fear, Salus and the others harbored their own private grievances. For instance, number 3, while bowing, cast furtive glances at Salus, his eyes filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. Damn it. It's all your fault, you old fool. Why did you recklessly offer up a head? If it weren't for your leading the self-detonation, I might still be on my mission instead of being forcibly summoned back to this hellish cage. Now, the singular opportunity for redemption had been squandered, and the days ahead seemed bleak. Not only number 3, but many others cast sidelong glances at Salus, their expressions rife with discontent. Boss, you are truly unreliable. We were promised a self-detonation to return and plead for rewards, yet the situation feels awry. Are we to return to our previous tormented existence? Alas, we are doomed. When Lord Lu returns, we will truly be finished. As the gazes of numerous close companions fell upon him, Salus inexplicably felt an overwhelming wave of cold sweat seep from his every pore, akin to a shiver coursing down his spine, or perhaps a tightening sensation within. In any case, he harbored a vague premonition that with his leading self-detonation, his authority as a leader might suffer a significant blow, possibly even leading to a usurpation of his position. Meanwhile, his disciple, the ever-curious Bibi Dong, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain her inquisitiveness. She gracefully glided to Su Feng's side, leaning in closer to whisper in his ear, "Weren't these individuals killed by my master initially? How they returned to life?" Cough, cough, dear teacher, I shall elaborate later. At present, I am reprimanding my subordinates, and your proximity may undermine my authority. Su Feng replied, sensing Bibi Dong's closeness. He instinctively took a step back, wishing to maintain a respectful distance, lest his intimacy with her diminish his commanding image in front of his subordinates. However, unbeknownst to Su Feng, in the eyes of Salas and the others, he possessed little authority to speak of. On the contrary, they often perceived him as more approachable, especially when compared to the ferocious Lu Erlong, whose temperament was several hundred times more brutal. Were it not for this, Salas and the others would likely not have dared to beg for mercy, simply resigning to their fate. After all, to plead for mercy before Lu Erlong would bear entirely different implications, akin to an admission of guilt. Humph, you little rascal. Daring to flaunt your authority before me. Bibi Dong, upon discerning her disciple's thoughts, became somewhat displeased. Rather than remaining compliant at a distance, she moved even closer to Su Feng. Her snow-white hands swiftly sought his palm, intertwining their fingers in a firm grasp. Teacher. Su Feng noticed his hand being captured and instinctively attempted to withdraw it. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong seemed to have anticipated this, gripping his hand with such strength that he found it impossible to escape. This rendered him momentarily stiff, and he turned his head with difficulty to face the beaming Bibi Dong, his lips twitching slightly. Teacher, I am in the midst of admonishing my subordinates. This behavior may not be appropriate. Disciple, then do tell. Bibi Dong's smile became increasingly enchanting, and with one hand, she instinctively tightened her embrace around Su Feng's arm, pulling his hand into her bosom and pressing it against her chest. She then triumphantly exclaimed, "What is wrong with your master?" As Su Feng felt the soft warmth radiating from her arm, his expression stiffened, his mind plunged into a peculiar state of bewilderment, and a blush crept across his face. He could not comprehend why he felt so anxious or embarrassed, especially considering that he had previously been far more intimate with his teacher, even to the point of being quite fervent and reckless. Logically, merely being held by her arm, such a simple contact, should have been something he could easily adapt to. However, the thought of being so closely held by Bibi Dong in front of numerous subordinates filled him with an indescribable sense of shame and a helpless feeling of diminished authority, igniting an impulse to flee from the scene immediately. Teacher, I implore you, please let go. Otherwise, I might lose my composure, he thought to himself, instinctively trying to pull his arm away, but Bibi Dong held on too tightly, rendering his attempts futile. Being embraced so intimately by his teacher in front of his subordinates was truly mortifying. Yet, despite his myriad of frustrations, Su Feng ultimately yielded to the situation, allowing Bibi Dong to continue holding his arm, along with the weight of that unnecessary pressure. Bibi Dong, upon hearing her pupil's internal grievances, could not help but chuckle lightly before asking with a smile, "Can you now answer your master? Why are those people from Salas here?" The situation is as follows. Reluctantly, even though Su Feng was far from willing, he chose to comply and began recounting events from a year prior, explaining how individuals like Salas had come to be here, as well as the purpose of this infernal prison. However, he spoke in hushed tones, wary of being overheard by Salas and the others, as his demeanor was tinged with guilt, akin to a house husband caught hiding his secret stash of money. Indeed, as Su Feng acquiesced to Bibi Dong's demands, the other side, previously filled with trepidation, was suddenly animated with mischievous thoughts, particularly Salas, who felt that an opportunity to reclaim his former authority had arisen, immediately began whispering. Based on my years of experience in the world, the relationship between the Saintess and Lord Su Feng is undoubtedly extraordinary. They are likely already involved, but that is not the main point. The crux is that Lord Su Feng is clearly under the thumb of his wife. What do you mean by that? One of his companions inquired. Humph. Did you not notice? Initially, Lord Su Feng was furious with us, looking as if he would surely annihilate us, but after a few whispered words from the Saintess, he has become docile. It is evident who holds the real power here. Thus, Sarath's voice became both cautious and exhilarated. So, we can seize this opportunity to shift the focus of our pleas for mercy. If we can manage to please Her Holiness, perhaps we might not face severe punishment. Indeed, we could even be rewarded. Upon finishing, Sarath discreetly cast a glance at the others, his face brimming with anticipation. What do you think, brothers? The undead remained silent. their expressions clouded with hesitation. They seemed to find merit in Sarath's words, yet a lingering apprehension gnawed at them. They feared that if they followed this old fool's counsel, they might incur even harsher penalties, potentially facing dire consequences. Ahem. Noticing the lack of support from his comrades, Sarath felt a pang of embarrassment and disappointment. His gaze then shifted to the third member of their group, his most trusted ally. He believed that this audacious individual, who would dare to face any challenge, possessed remarkable courage. With a solemn demeanor, he declared, "Little Three, this arduous yet honorable mission is entrusted to you. I am confident that you will earn Her Holiness's favor. Go forth, my good brother." "I will not go." The third undead did not even glance at Sarath, resolutely declining. "Come now, Little Three, this is a rare opportunity. You have said enough." "I will not partake in this folly," interrupted the third undead, continuing to bow his head as he crawled towards Su Feng, his expression reflecting profound doubt, as if silently communicating, "You can, you do. No, you cannot. Alas, you cowardly lot, you are devoid of ambition." Observing the attitudes of his companions, Sarath sighed and then turned his gaze towards Su Feng. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to plead for Her Holiness's support. Boom. However, as a spatial rift suddenly erupted in the altar square, accompanied by an overwhelming, fiery aura, Sarath trembled uncontrollably, immediately associating it with the red-clad demon of the hellish prison, Lord Lu. Gulp. Sarath could not suppress a gulp, fear gripping him as his lips trembled incessantly. "It's over. She has returned." In that moment, not only Sarath but all the nearby undead were engulfed in terror. Those who had previously cried out for mercy were now silent, too afraid to make a sound, even holding their breaths, desperate to avoid attracting Lord Lu's attention. However, their fears were unfounded. Lu Erlong had just returned to the hellish prison through the teleportation portal, his gaze fixed solely on Su Feng, entirely disinterested in their presence. Boom. Subsequently, Lu Erlong thrust the blood-red sword he bore into the ground and knelt before Su Feng, his voice heavy with gravity as he uttered, "My lord, I am guilty. I implore you to punish me." Upon hearing these words, Sarath and the others felt a profound chill. "Alas, while we are here desperately bowing and pleading for mercy, you arrive requesting punishment, which leaves us in a state of dismay. It is over. This time, it truly is the end." With faces etched in despair, Sarath and his companions dared not lift their heads, mentally preparing themselves for the torment that lay ahead. "You have performed admirably. You may rise," came the unexpected response. However, to their astonishment, Lord Su did not acquiesce to Lady Lu's demand for punishment. Instead, he regarded her with a look of appreciation and relief, leaving Sarath and his companions utterly confounded. Lady Lu Erlong shared in this bewilderment. Despite Su's command to rise, she remained respectfully bowed, stating, "My lord, I have failed to complete the task you entrusted to me. I humbly request your punishment." I said to rise. Su's tone grew more emphatic. Yes. Lady Lu hesitated before finally standing. "Please, my lord, recount in detail what has transpired these past few days." "My lord, we did not fulfill the mission." "Do you truly not hold it against us?" "I do not blame you, but as for them, let it be." "First, report the situation," Su directed, his demeanor towards Lady Lu noticeably more favorable than towards Sarath and the others. "Do not question why. It is shameful to offer up one's head." Su could envision that in order to reconstruct Sarath and his companions' forms, he would need to extract every ounce of their current lethargy value, which was far from sufficient. It seemed he would have to capitalize on their lethargy for some time. As for the mission's failure, Su did not take it to heart. He never truly expected Lady Lu and the others to eliminate Tang Hao and Tang San. His primary objective was merely to diminish the influence of this father-son duo. Clearly, Su's true aim of depleting their aura had been achieved. Otherwise, he would not have exhibited such a favorable attitude towards Lady Lu. As for how Su discerned the erosion of their aura, that was the system's merit, allowing him to consult the system panel to assess the status of Tang Hao and Tang San's aura. Just recently, he had observed through the system that the aura possessed by Tang Hao had significantly diminished. If he was not mistaken, Tang Hao had likely faced life-threatening situations at Lu Erlong's hands several times. Returning to my lord, the situation is as follows. Indeed, upon hearing Lady Lu's account, Su immediately grasped the sequence of events regarding this mission, further confirming that the aura would clandestinely protect this father-son pair. Without completely depleting their aura, erasure would be impossible. It appeared that during the pursuit of Tang Hao, his repeated escapes were orchestrated by the will of heaven. Su Feng pondered deeply, intertwining the vivid imagery described by Lu Erlong. If all proceeded as anticipated, It appeared that Tang Hao's escape from the encirclement orchestrated by Lu Erlong and her companions was facilitated by the Tao of Heaven, which had presumably conveyed a prophetic vision to Tang Hao, enabling him to evade capture, particularly during the final encounter. When it seemed that Lu Erlong and her allies had completely surrounded him, rendering his demise inevitable, it was at that precise moment that Qian Xuanji fortuitously arrived. It would be inconceivable to assert that the Tao of Heaven had not intervened to summon Qian Xuanji for assistance. This was fortuitous. The more the Tao of Heaven intervened, the more its aura diminished, suggesting that the true demise of Tang Hao and his son Tang San was drawing near. Meanwhile, Su Feng was meticulously unraveling the threads of events, oblivious to the fact that beside him, Bibi Dong's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Her gaze was intensely fixed upon Lu Erlong. At that moment, Lu Erlong donned a crimson crystal armor, leaving her abdomen and certain areas tantalizingly exposed, showcasing her sun-kissed skin and perfectly sculpted physique. Disciple? Huh? Ouch, that hurts. Why are you pulling me, master? At this moment, Bibi Dong still held Su Feng's hand. But upon glimpsing Lu Erlong, her grip tightened uncontrollably, even to the point of a fierce tug. Her eyes scarcely strayed from Lu Erlong. She could not deny that the current Lu Erlong exuded far greater allure than the disheveled woman who had once been deceived in matters of the heart. Furthermore, she had to concede that Lu Erlong's undeniably voluptuous figure, accentuated by her somewhat revealing attire, radiated an irresistible sensuality. Bibi Dong cast a glance at Lu Erlong, her gaze laced with hostility, before turning to Su Feng with a hint of displeasure. Why is she here? How long has she been around? What is your relationship with her? Ever since the catastrophic explosion that ensued during the pursuit of Yu Shaojiang, she had ceased to pay attention to Lu Erlong, believing her to have perished in that very incident. To her astonishment, Lu Erlong was residing in this chaotic realm, implying that her disciple had been concealing the fact that he was nurturing a woman, although Bibi Dong felt that her disciple was unlikely to be enamored with Lu Erlong. She could not shake off the discomfort at the thought of Lu Erlong's provocative attire parading before him. The mere idea of her disciple possibly being drawn to another woman's allure stirred unease within her. What if Lu Erlong harbored ulterior motives to seduce her disciple? Would he be able to resist temptation? This thought flickered in Bibi Dong's mind, growing increasingly plausible, especially since her disciple had once mentioned having seen the bodies of other women, perhaps even Lu Erlong's. Master, please don't misunderstand. I have no relationship with her. Su Feng hastily interjected. If that's the case, then why is she here? How long has she been here? Master, please don't rush me. Allow me to explain, Su Feng intended to clarify, but before he could elaborate on how Lu Erlong had resided in this chaotic realm for a year, acquired a suite of Hell Dragon Hunter gear worth countless times more than a 10,000-year-old soul bone, and gained control over the Hell Cage, Bibi Dong pinched his palm sharply, while her other hand dug into his arm, causing pain that made him gasp. Disciple, what on earth do you intend to do? Suddenly bringing a woman into the chaotic realm, assisting in her cultivation and providing treasures, and for an entire year without informing me. Could it truly be that which I fear? That you are fond of this type? No, that cannot be. My disciple is not that kind of person. In an instant, Bibi Dong's mind raced with a flurry of thoughts, though she uttered none of them. Yet, her eyes, when cast upon Su Feng, shimmered with a tinge of sorrow, as if on the verge of tears. However, this notion quickly dissipated, for she soon heard her disciple's panicked inner thoughts. As I suspected, this melodramatic scenario has unfolded. Alas, I cannot cleanse myself even if I jumped into the Yellow River. How shall I explain this? But the truth is, my relationship with Lu Erlong is purely subordinate. There is nothing more. This, Saralas can attest to, but alas, with his timid nature, he likely wouldn't dare to bear witness. How do I even resolve this? As Su Feng pondered cautiously on how to explain the matter of Lu Erlong, he suddenly noticed a remarkable shift in Bibi Dong's demeanor. Bower, does it still hurt? Allow me to blow on it for you, she offered gently. Witnessing the abrupt transformation of Bibi Dong's expression into one of tender warmth, coupled with the sensation of her warm breath, Su Feng felt his lips twitch involuntarily. I truly cannot comprehend this, teacher. What is going on? Your demeanor oscillates so wildly. My heart can hardly bear it. Sighing internally, he thought it best that the teacher refrained from pursuing the topic of Lu Erlong further. Despite his internal musings, a faint smile graced his face. It's nothing. That's a relief. Bibi Dong's smile became even more gentle. Yet it harbored a hint of guilt for having misinterpreted her disciple's intentions. To prevent him from discerning her earlier thoughts, she immediately adopted an exceedingly obedient demeanor. Disciple, please continue. I shall remain quietly attentive. With that, Bibi Dong loosened her grip on Su Feng's arm, allowing him the freedom to behave more naturally in front of his subordinates. If he wished to withdraw his hand, she would not impede him, considering it a fulfillment of his desire to establish a dignified image. After all, her disciple was inherently shy, and it was likely too embarrassing for him to hold her hand in front of so many onlookers. However, much to Bibi Dong's surprise, as she relaxed her grip, her disciple did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he clasped her small hand tightly, as if their palms melded together in that intimate connection. Disciple, what are you doing? She questioned, perplexed by Su Feng's unusual behavior. Simultaneously, her heart swelled with delight, for this was the first time he had taken the initiative to hold her hand in front of others. What could he possibly be up to? Bibi Dong was filled with curiosity, yet he offered no response and instead led her closer to Lu Erlong, Salis, and the others, perhaps exhilarated by her disciple's boldness. Bibi Dong found herself in a state of secret joy as he guided her along, completely discarding her usual saintly demeanor. In that moment, she resembled a young girl who knew nothing but to follow along with an adult, her small steps bouncing with delight. Everyone, rise. Su Feng commanded as he and Bibi Dong approached Salis and the others. Upon hearing his words, they all stood up with trepidation, their heads bowed in submission. What do you all look like? Raise your heads and stand tall to face me. Yes, Su Feng admonished in a low voice, prompting Salis and the others to hurriedly assume a posture of attention, their gazes darting towards him, each person seemingly avoiding his gaze as if fearful of being singled out. Upon noticing that Salis and the others had finally turned their attention to him, Su Feng softened his demeanor slightly and gestured towards Bibi Dong beside him, adopting an extraordinarily serious tone as he declared, "Allow me to introduce this individual, who is not merely the holy maiden you once knew, but is now also my girlfriend." He then took Bibi Dong's hand once more, his tone growing even more solemn as he continued, "From this point forward, apart from me, you must all heed her commands. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Understood." As Su Feng's words resonated, Salis and the others responded in unison, perhaps having never raised their voices so loudly during their time being tormented by Lu. Nearby, Lu Erlong cast a complex glance at Su Feng and Bibi Dong, hesitating briefly before quietly uttering, "Understood." If she had previously harbored any lingering thoughts, they were now firmly sealed away within her heart as Su Feng publicly stated these words. Perhaps the thought would never resurface. Alternatively, she might now consider returning to her original purpose, striving to regain the strength that had once compelled her to become a dragon hunter, returning to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and seeking justice for her mother. Indeed, that is my true intention. Yet, despite her rational thoughts, as Lu Erlong observed the intimacy of Su Feng and Bibi Dong holding hands, she felt a tumult of emotion stirring within her, making it difficult to find peace. Following Su Feng's announcement of his relationship with Bibi Dong, she noticed Bibi Dong becoming playful again, persistently tickling his palm, whispering, don't say it, as if attempting to prevent him from continuing. However, it was clear to Su Feng that Bibi Dong's smile betrayed her true feelings. "Oh, my dear teacher, you are being rather mischievous, learning the art of saying one thing while meaning another." As Bibi Dong laughed joyfully, Su Feng, feeling emboldened, feigned a scolding tone towards Salis and the others, exclaiming, "Do you not understand? Why are you all standing there foolishly? Do I need to teach you?" With those words, Salis and the others quickly grasped the situation and promptly bowed to Bibi Dong. "Number 1, greetings, my lady," Salis proclaimed, raising his hands high with a look of sincere reverence before bowing. "Number 2, greetings, my lady. Number 3, greetings, my lady." As Salis led the way, the rest of the spirits followed suit, though many secretly cursed Salis, muttering, "Damn it, this old dog is so clever. Why is he always the first to kneel? This eager dog demeanor is quite unbecoming. I shall strive to be first next time." The disciple felt an exquisite sensation upon being addressed as madam for the first time by Bibi Dong. A peculiar warmth enveloped her, rendering her cheeks ablaze and her heart racing with fervor. Overwhelmed by a sudden shyness, her face flushed a deep crimson. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes glimmered as she gazed at Su Feng, yearning to express something to him, yet the words remained unspoken on her lips. Ultimately, she tightened her grip on his large hand and instinctively wrapped her arms around his, as if his arm were a priceless treasure. She held on tightly, nuzzling against him, finding solace in the extraordinary sensation and the security of being able to embrace her disciple at any moment. Ahem, my teacher, do mind your image. Your subordinates are still watching. On the other hand, Su Feng, feeling the warmth of Bibi Dong's affectionate embrace, found himself unable to bear it, his face gradually flushing with a rosy hue. Noticing Su Feng's concern regarding the gaze of his subordinates, Bibi Dong swiftly turned her attention to Salas and the others, a divine authority enveloping her as she spoke in a calm yet commanding tone. You are granted 3 breaths to vacate this place. This simple command, though uttered softly, resonated with an undeniable authority, a presence cultivated not merely by time or status but forged through a mastery of strength and years of refinement. As soon as Bibi Dong finished her declaration, Salas and his companions, startled, hastily retreated without so much as a glance back at Su Feng. Of course, Salas and the others were not entirely disinterested. They too wished to gauge Su Feng's stance and inquire if they might leave. However, a mere fleeting glance at Su Feng was met with Bibi Dong's icy gaze, leaving no doubt as to who truly held power in this chaotic realm. Alas, poor Su Feng was in a most lamentable position. In the blink of an eye, Salas and his company had not only used up their 3 breaths, but had vanished without a trace. With a few daring souls glancing back one last time before departing the altar square, they were curious to see what Su Feng was like in the presence of the lady. However, their curiosity proved ill-fated, for as they looked back, they met Su Feng's gaze, which seemed to convey a warning. So you fled, have you? You will regret this soon enough. My lord, if you have no further commands, I shall take my leave, said Lu Erlong, bowing respectfully to Su Feng before preparing to depart, initially intending to leave with Salas and the others. Lu Erlong reconsidered and decided to seek Su Feng's opinion. After all, Su Feng had indicated that he would only heed Bibi Dong's commands in her absence. To comply outright would imply a usurpation of his authority, an outcome she did not wish to witness. Yes, I do have a matter to discuss with you. At this moment, Su Feng gazed at Lu Erlong with the expression of one grasping a lifeline. He then attempted to withdraw his hand, seeking to escape the embrace of Bibi Dong. Unfortunately, she was unwilling to relinquish her hold this time. After all, in the presence of Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong felt it imperative to assert her rightful position, ensuring that no one else could seize the opportunity. Disciple, if you have any instructions, feel free to express them directly. Why the need for such restlessness? Upon witnessing Su Feng's continued resistance, Bibi Dong promptly grasped his arm with a firm grip, her tone laced with a hint of warning as she exclaimed the final words. After uttering her admonition, she tightened her embrace around Su Feng's arm, as if wishing to envelop him entirely within her garments, seeking to secure him completely. Coughing slightly and realizing that further resistance was futile, Su Feng acquiesced and proceeded to earnestly advise Lu Erlong. Following this harrowing assassination mission, all but you, Salas, and the others have been reduced to mere remnants of their corporeal forms, left in a state of fragile on death. Regrettably, it will take more than a day or 2 to fully restore their bodies. Therefore, for the upcoming week, your task is to assist Salas and the others in regaining their strength. As for the method of restoration, you should be well aware. Understood, Lu Erlong replied solemnly, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, my lord, should the focus be on restoration or on torment? Within this infernal prison, the only place capable of rapidly restoring their undead state is undoubtedly the electric shock chamber. However, this chamber has primarily served as a means of torture in the past. Given that Salas and his comrades had self-detonated to facilitate her escape during the assassination mission, it would weigh heavily on her conscience to subject them to further suffering. Su Feng remained oblivious to Lu Erlong's thoughts, still contemplating the necessity of inflicting further torment, as his remaining resources for restoring Salas and the others were insufficient. He needed to devise a way to procure more. Nevertheless, noticing Lu Erlong's plea for leniency, Su Feng pondered for a moment before responding with a smile, you may decide. As long as it does not hinder Salas and their recovery. Of course, Lu Erlong's expression brightened, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Had Salas and the others witnessed this scene, each would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed with exhilaration, nearly screaming in delight. Is this truly the formidable Bibi Dong, the mother Tyrannosaurus, who is advocating on their behalf? It is utterly inconceivable. It feels as though they are caught in a dream. Proceed as you wish, Su Feng concluded. After a brief interval, Lu Erlong departed from the altar square, leaving only Su Feng and Bibi Dong in each other as company. Yet, due to the oppressive environmental factors of this hellish prison, a multitude of dark crimson lights illuminated their surroundings, casting a rosy hue upon the cheeks of both Su Feng and Bibi Dong. Disciple, Upon witnessing the departure of everyone around her, Bibi Dong could no longer suppress her emotions. In a moment of vulnerability, she embraced Su Feng, nestling within his arms, and expressed with a sense of satisfaction. "You have shown remarkable boldness today, a stark contrast to your usual demeanor." Had she not experienced this firsthand, Bibi Dong might have believed she was ensnared in a dream. She had not anticipated that her timid disciple would dare to publicly declare their relationship by taking her hand. In the past, even a slight display of intimacy under the moonlight would leave her disciple blushing for an eternity. The unexpected display from her disciple left Bibi Dong both astonished and touched. "Humph. I have even bolder intentions." "What?" Bibi Dong was taken aback by the suddenness of her disciple's kiss, leaving her momentarily unprepared. Gradually, she closed her eyes, surrendering herself to the moment and responding with fervor. The soft, blushing sounds of their affection were not loud, yet they would have been distinctly audible had there been others present in the altar square. Alas, Saras and the others were absent. Had they been there, they would have discovered the myriad of nuances that could be explored within a kiss, learning precisely how to wield their tongues. Most notably, they would have observed Lord Su Feng and the Holy Maiden, whose hands were rather unrestrained, eliciting quite the reaction. 1. Update notification. Those who have been diligently following know that the author is prone to erratic updates, with chapter censorship becoming a regular occurrence. This has resulted in certain chapters lacking content, as they have been subjected to deletion by reviewers. Consequently, chapters falling below 2,000 words are classified by the system as 1,000-word chapters, leading to a loss of attendance for the author, even in the event of absence. To circumvent this issue, starting today, this book will feature daily dual updates, surpassing 4,000 words, thereby ensuring that even with content reductions due to censorship, the word count will not dip below 4,000, preserving the author's attendance record. 2. New book announcement. After more than half a month of preparation, the author's new book is completed and uploaded, titled Douluo, I Made a Million Soul Masters Cry. The pen name is Chiyue's Ghost Lotus. Note: Chiyue's Ghost Lotus is a secondary account, while Chiyue's Ghost Lotus is the primary account. Please do not confuse them. Additionally, as this new work has just been released, it currently contains a modest word count. Esteemed readers may wish to bookmark it. This month, the new book will update once daily, with a transition to 2 updates per day next month. Synopsis of Douluo. I Made a Million Soul Masters Cry, Su which reverses into the world of Douluo, adopted by Lu Erlong, awakening an anger system that empowers him whenever he incites rage in others. Ding. You passionately kissed Zhu Zhuqing in front of Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai grew jealous. Anger value 48. Ding. You brought Xiao to the Rose Hotel. Tang San misunderstood. Anger value 69. Ding. You devoured the Blue Silver Emperor. Tang San and Tang Hao were furious. Anger value 478. Ding. You simultaneously consumed Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. You Xiaojiang was infuriated. Anger value 666. Ding. You made a million soul masters cry. Anger value 9,999. Upon witnessing the astronomical anger value, Su Hua calmly declared, System, upgrade everything. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have surpassed the God King. 1 week later, within the central training grounds of the Holy Maiden Palace, 10 figures clad in crimson armor stood in formation. Each bore a ghastly mask and a red hood. Were it not for their varying heights, they could easily be mistaken for identical twins. Adorning the chests of these individuals were unique emblems, each marked with a specific serial number, an essential testament to their identities. Yet, in their eyes, the most significant aspect was the rank displayed upon these emblems, for it symbolized their status. These 10 were none other than Sarath and his companions, recently resurrected from the chaotic realm. Due to Su Feng's insufficient resources, only these 10 could be reformed into corporeal beings for the time being, while the remainder would remain in the chaotic domain, laboring away. At that moment, Sarath stood at the center of the group, examining his new form with a sense of wonder. To think one can simply be remade, to be resurrected so effortlessly, it truly is a testament to Lord Su Feng's unfathomable prowess. He recalled the events of a week prior, when he and several close comrades had perished in a self-destructive explosion, leading to a stern reprimand from Lord Su Feng. He had resigned himself to at least a year or more of penance in the infernal prison, yet here he was, back in mere days, as if awakening from a dream. Congratulations, my friend. Suddenly, the figure known as Number 3 nudged him playfully, a simpering smile gracing his lips. You now hold the highest rank within our undead legion. I shall rely on your guidance henceforth." As he spoke, number three's gaze drifted to the emblem upon Sarath's chest, fixating on the rank inscription, which simply read Level 1. Though seemingly unimpressive, those two modest words ignited a flicker of envy within him. The significance they bore was immense. Perhaps if he were not a subordinate of Su Feng, he might have never known that the minimum threshold for such a rank was an astounding level 80 soul power. The more he pondered, the more number 3 found himself envious and yearning, increasingly eager to ascend beyond level 80 and obtain that emblematic rank of level 1. A true symbol of status and prowess. After all, throughout this week, Lord Su Feng had generously provided their group of 10 with an abundance of training aids, particularly elixirs designed to enhance soul power. With such resources at his disposal, a swift breakthrough seemed entirely feasible, alleviating any concerns about the superficiality of levels. For the potions bestowed by Lord Su Feng were specifically tailored for the Undead Army's enhancement, ensuring that practical combat experience would solidify their ranks rapidly. However, during this week, Salas stood as the sole individual among the undead to surpass level 80, while the remaining 9, including number 3, remained stagnantly perched between levels 78 and 79, with the lowest among them at level 75. Achieving a collective elevation to level 80 would require no less than 10 days of refining those enhancement potions, an impossibility without such dedicated time. Naturally, number 3 retained confidence in his ability to level up more swiftly, especially since he had already lingered at level 79 for some time. With the consumption of enhancement elixirs, he believed he could surpass this threshold within a mere 2 days. At that moment, Salas glanced toward number 3 and noticed him fixated on his insignia, prompting a contemplative frown. He mused that this little schemer, number 3, must have long coveted his position of authority. Now, with such overt flattery, it seemed he aimed to foster a closer relationship, hoping to lower Salas's guard and eventually seize an opportunity to usurp his rank. Contemplating this, Salas's impression of number 3 diminished significantly. Yet, aware of the need for discretion, he suppressed his thoughts and instead smiled broadly, saying, "Number 3, rest assured. With such a loyal subordinate as yourself, I shall not treat you poorly." "Subordinate? How dare you?" Number 3 bristled at being labeled a sycophant. Angered, he shot a glare at Salas, a mix of scornful laughter and indignation in his demeanor. "Number 1, do not rejoice too soon. In 10 days, once I have refined those potions, I shall not only attain level 1, but my soul power will undoubtedly surpass yours." "Is that so?" Salas responded, a smirk curling his lips as he observed number 3's expression and detected the unmasked ambition in his words. "It seems you have forgotten. I possess a considerable stock of enhancement potions myself. When the 10 days have elapsed, not only will you fail to surpass me, but I will continue to widen the gap between us. Number 3, it would be wise for you to accept your role as my subordinate without causing unnecessary trouble." Salas warned, his tone laced with a strong admonition. "Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Who ultimately prevails remains uncertain. Let us wait and see." Number 3 coldly snorted once more, thereafter disregarding Salas. However, shortly after their quarrel, number 3 found himself filled with regret, realizing that he might indeed fall behind that old dog, Salas. After all, not only did Salas possess enhancement elixirs, but he also had a far greater quantity than number 3. Alas, how rash I have been. Even though I was once a bishop like him, sharing an equal status, I should not have turned against that old dog. A sense of remorse washed over number 3, mingled with irritation, for Salas had mastered the art of flattery. Throughout the past week, every time he encountered Her Highness the Saintess, he incessantly called her madam and showered her with compliments. As a result, Salas was able to acquire as many elixirs from Lord Su Feng as they did, in addition to receiving extra rewards from the Saintess. Consequently, this fellow's rate of advancement far surpassed theirs. "What are you two mumbling about?" Salas was engaged in a silent feud with number 3 when, from a distance, Su Feng's voice suddenly echoed, causing both Salas and number 3 to hastily fall silent, not daring to utter a sound. Their bodies stood rigidly upright, as if turned to stone. Noticing their silence, Su Feng, too, felt no need to inquire further, yet he was somewhat aware of the circumstances involving the two. Both had previously served as bishops under Qian Sun, their statuses roughly equivalent and their strengths comparable. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that number 3 consistently lagged behind by a slight margin, leaving him feeling oppressed by Salas. Contemplating this, Su Feng could not help but issue a warning. In the realm of chaos, how you choose to compete and vie for superiority is of no concern to me. However, when I bring you out or assign you tasks, it is best that you refrain from any underhanded maneuvers. Should you jeopardize my plans, I shall have to call upon Lu Erlong to discipline you properly." At the mention of Lu Erlong, the 10 individuals in the training ground trembled collectively. Particularly Salas and number 3, whose faces contorted into expressions of rigidity and despair, as if Lu Erlong were a taboo, the very embodiment of their deepest fears. Gasped. Salas and number 3 exchanged glances, one inhaling sharply while the other swallowed nervously. Then, as if sharing a silent understanding, they both donned smiles, resembling long-lost brothers. Before embracing one another, "Lord Su Feng is right. We must unite as brothers. Together, we can accomplish any task that lies ahead," Salas said, gently patting number 3 on the shoulder. "Indeed, as long as we stand united, regardless of Lord Su Feng's commands, we shall surely succeed. Do you not agree?" Number 3 echoed, also embracing Salas and giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Yes, indeed. I am heartened by your awareness," Su Feng replied. Upon witnessing the affectionate interaction between Salas and number 3, Su Feng displayed a satisfied expression. However, this contentment was fleeting, and the next moment, his demeanor turned rigid, and he could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, number 3, we must certainly support one another in the future. Wouldn't you agree?" Bang. "Indeed, my brother is correct. We should not only assist one another, but also keep each other accountable. Wouldn't you concur?" Bang. At that moment, Salas and number 3 remained in their embrace, each patting the other's shoulder, exuding encouragement. Yet, their expressions were peculiar, displaying broad smiles yet tinged with a hint of animosity, as if they bore a deep-seated grudge against one another. "Number 3, I must say, your words hold great wisdom." Bang. "Hee, you flatter me, my brother. Your insights are the most profound." Bang. Ultimately, it became evident that their shoulder pats grew increasingly vigorous and exaggerated, even infused with a surge of spiritual energy, resulting in a rhythmic series of thuds that reverberated through the floor, disrupting the formation of their group of 10. "Is this the end?" Number 3 pondered. For he had not merely struck Salas's shoulder, but had rather delivered a blow to the back of his head, which he found more gratifying. "How dare you strike my forehead?" Indeed, as Salas realized he had been hit on the head by number 3, his anger surged, disregarding Su Feng's presence, and he immediately retaliated with a punch aimed at number 3's face. Bang. The sound echoed, and number 3's face instantly swelled. "Damn it. They say one should not strike the face. How could you do this to me? It infuriates me." Number 3 glared at Salas, unable to endure such humiliation, and raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, to strike at Salas's abdomen. Bang. Another dull thud resounded, causing Salas to bend over as if bowing to number 3. "TSK, TSK, TSK, number 3 chuckled with satisfaction, feeling as if years of pent-up emotion had finally found release. Yet, he felt this was far from sufficient. He then mockingly sneered, "Ah, dear brother, such a grand gift has left me both surprised and overwhelmed. You scoundrel, to dare lay a hand upon me. It seems you have grown bold. Unless you receive a thorough lesson today, you may never comprehend who truly reigns supreme." Salas, clutching his abdomen, took a moment to recover before standing upright once more, glaring at number 3, and this time, it was his turn to raise a fist as hefty as a sandbag. However, before Salas could make a move, a formidable surge of spiritual energy abruptly halted them. Accompanied by a searing sensation akin to the blazing sun, a deep, thunderous voice echoed, "What do you two intend to do, rebel?" It was evident that the newcomer was Lu Erlong, who at that moment, adorned in her crystalline battle armor and draped in a blood-red cloak, exuded an aura of extraordinary valor. At her waist hung the fiery whip she had wielded frequently over the past week, intended to discipline Salas and his companions. Upon her arrival, Lu Erlong's gaze fell upon Su Feng, who had been disregarded by Salas and the third individual. Her expression darkened instantly and without hesitation. She lashed out with the whip, aiming it directly at Salas and the third person, striking them across their faces. Crack, crack, with those two resounding blows. Salas and the third individual were sent hurtling backward, spinning through the air over a dozen times before finally skidding to a stop, leaving a long trail upon the ground. "Lady Lu, I acknowledge my mistakes." As soon as they came to a halt, Salas, enduring the fear-stinging pain on his face, was the first to rise and immediately knelt before Lu Erlong. He refrained from uttering any pleas for mercy, fully aware that doing so would lead to even graver consequences. "Lady Lu, I too recognize my faults." The third individual quickly followed suit, also kneeling before Lu Erlong. Bang, bang, bang. perhaps fearing that any delay in his response might further incite Lu Erlong's ire. The third individual not only knelt but also repeatedly bowed his head in a display of sincerity and acknowledging his errors. Nearby, Su Feng observed Salus and the third individual's behavior with a countenance as dark as thunderclouds, his eyes twitching incessantly, a tempest of rage brewing within him. What on earth? Who truly is the leader here? My composure is faltering. These two wretches hold me in such low regard that they dare to quarrel even in my presence, and yet, upon Lu Erlong's arrival, their demeanor shifts a complete 180 degrees. Perhaps I cannot afford to keep these two any longer? At that moment, the stark contrast in Salus and the third individual's attitudes toward him and Lu Erlong ignited a fierce indignation within Su Feng, leaving him with a most uncomfortable sensation. As for Lu Erlong, she was not preoccupied with such thoughts. After administering a brief reprimand to Salus and the third individual, she gracefully half-kneeled before Su Feng. Expressing her apologies, the disrespectful actions of Salus and his companion stem from my inadequate supervision. Should you wish to punish them, I am more than willing to carry out the task, and I shall not show leniency. Lu Erlong had never anticipated that her mere utterance would render Sarath and his companion nearby utterly paralyzed with fear upon the ground. The relentless echo of Lu Erlong's words reverberated within Sarath's mind, causing his very soul to quiver in trepidation. The third individual fared no better. He too succumbed, muttering incoherently. This is truly the end, truly the end. Perhaps only those like Sarath and the third individual, who had endured Lu Erlong's torment for a year, could comprehend the essence of terror that emanates from the depths of hell, as well as the profound reverence it instills within the soul. As Lu Erlong entered the training arena, the 10 specters became unusually compliant, particularly Sarath and the third individual, whose previously hostile demeanor underwent an instantaneous transformation. They not only refrained from exchanging barbs but also dared not even meet each other's gaze. This scene resembled that of two children caught in a quarrel, chastised by their parents, and subsequently subdued by the reprimand. As Bibi Dong observed Su Feng momentarily lost in thought, she gently pinched the hand that encircled his neck and, with a playful tone, urged, "What are you doing? Is it your turn to feed me?" With that, her lips parted slightly, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. A glimpse inside would reveal her delicate, moist little tongue. Perhaps, unless one has experienced it firsthand, they could never fathom what it feels like to kiss such a woman. Nor could they comprehend the wondrous realm that lies within those luscious, enticing lips, a realm that perhaps ought not to exist in the world. Su Feng, on the other hand, gazed at the clingy Bibi Dong in his embrace, and glancing around, felt a tinge of embarrassment. He stammered a suggestion, "Teacher, should we perhaps step away from here? I can find us another place. What do you think?" "Not at all. I want you to feed me right now," Bibi Dong replied, her delicate brows knitting together, her little lips pouting slightly, as if the prolonged wait for Su Feng's offering had dampened her spirits. She playfully raised a small fist and gently tapped it against his chest, her voice laced with a hint of feigned grievance. "I've been waiting for you so long. Can't you even feed me a little? How heartless of you." With that, she pouted again, her eyes blinking, and her enchanting gaze sparkled like a lake under the stars, creating a misty allure, as if she were on the verge of tears should he refuse. Such theatrics were not new to her. She had mastered this art so well that she could effortlessly slip into character, making it seem as though Su Feng had truly wronged her or caused her sorrow. Cough, cough. "Teacher, please don't act like that. Just a moment. Let me see what I can find," Su Feng said, realizing he had to appease her. Indeed, upon witnessing Bibi Dong's expression, he immediately began searching around the stone table, his eyes wandering amid the array of snacks laid out before him: osmanthus cake, a variety of fruits, and even jelly and popping candy, items unheard of in the Douluo realm. "All right, disciple," Bibi Dong said, sensing his compliance, her earlier watery gaze dissipating swiftly. The feigned grievance and sorrow evaporated as easily as they had come. Cough, cough. "I found it." After a considerable search, Su Feng finally settled on a small, exquisite box containing chocolates, each no larger than a bean. "Quickly now, disciple. It's exhausting for me to keep my mouth open." As she spoke, Bibi Dong withdrew her hand that had been playfully striking Su Feng's chest and entwined it around his neck once more. Ultimately, she reclined fully into his embrace, her head resting against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat while parting her delicate, rosy lips to utter an ah sound. Ahem, here it comes. At this moment, Su Feng had selected his choice. In his hand, he held a piece of chocolate, emerald green, and the size of a mung bean. However, he refrained from immediately offering it to Bibi Dong, instead taking a moment to gauge its specific properties. Soon, the system provided an alert. Ding, system detection in progress. Ding. System detection successful. Ding, detection result. This is a food-type soul power restoration item, VIP chocolate. Consuming each piece restores 1 soul power. And every 10 pieces contain a certain amount of alcohol. Caution is advised for those with low alcohol tolerance. Su Feng's lips twitched upon reading the system notification. I spent so much time selecting this item, only to discover it contains alcohol? No, I can't let the teacher consume this, otherwise she might become unruly under the influence. A sense of trepidation gripped him. He was acutely aware that his teacher had a remarkably low tolerance for alcohol. It would not be an exaggeration to say that in the world of Blue Star, she would easily succumb after just 1 drink, leading to a scenario where she might be dragged off to a hotel. The mere thought of her intoxicated or feigning intoxication sent shivers down his spine, especially with numerous subordinates present. Should Bibi Dong consume this chocolate and lose control, it would be difficult for him to intervene, and he would feel profoundly embarrassed. However, noticing that Bibi Dong had been holding her mouth open for quite some time, he worried she might grow weary. He gently lifted her chin and explained, teacher, please wait a moment. I will find you another one. With that, Su Feng prepared to discard the chocolate in his hand, seeking an alternative. Humph, you little rascal. How long must I wait? Growing impatient at Su Feng's hesitation, Bibi Dong seized his hand, preventing him from discarding the chocolate, and spoke with a commanding tone. I do not care. I want to eat what you have. This. Su Feng's lips twitched as he hurriedly clarified. I'm afraid that it's not advisable. This is drunken chocolate, and it contains alcohol. He did not disguise the alertness in his eyes, feeling a touch anxious as he continued, Teacher, do you not have any awareness of your own tolerance? If you eat this, I fear it may lead to complications. You insolent brat. How dare you look down upon me? Bibi Dong pouted her lips, casting a displeased glance at her companion. With her delicate hands playfully gripping his neck, she instinctively pinched the flesh at the nape of his neck and, in a tone laced with playful reproach, declared, Today, Master insists on having this. If you refuse, I shall cling to you, rendering you utterly incapable of doing anything. Su Feng's lips twitched at her words, as if her statement implied that his concession would grant him a reprieve. He suspected she would be even less inclined to let him go. Disciple, be quick. Su Feng silently scoffed to himself, yet upon seeing Bibi Dong's mouth open once more, he found himself without justification to refuse her. He cautiously moved a piece of chocolate towards her lips. However, he held only 1 piece, fearing that amidst the revelry, she might act recklessly. Especially with so many others around, he wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. I shall set it down. Do not choke. Su Feng positioned the chocolate before Bibi Dong's mouth. But concerned that it might slip directly into her throat, he offered a gentle reminder. To his surprise, before he could relinquish the chocolate, a sudden sound erupted, and he felt a soft sensation on his hand, accompanied by her delighted laughter. Teacher, you? Su Feng's eyes widened as he watched Bibi Dong eagerly lunge for his hand. He stammered, What are you doing? Did I not say I would feed you? With a slurp, before he could finish his sentence, her mischievous little tongue darted towards his fingers, and her teeth playfully clamped down, leaving him hesitant to withdraw his hand, not from fear of injury, but from concern that he might inadvertently hurt her. Teacher, what is the meaning of this? Release me at once. Su Feng shot her a reproachful glare, adopting a tone befitting a small adult, warning, if you do not let go, I shall have to punish you. Yet, his words proved utterly ineffective. Bibi Dong continued to nibble on his finger, refusing to relent, and she flashed him a cheeky smile, as if reveling in her cleverness. Teacher, you have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me for being ungracious, she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Su Feng narrowed his gaze, fully aware that this was merely playful banter. He would not be so foolish as to take it seriously, and instead, a smirk played upon his lips. Refusing to let go, are we? After a brief moment, Su Feng tightened his grip on the chocolate and instinctively flashed her a provocative smile. Then you shall not have any chocolate. Upon witnessing this, Bibi Dong's captivating eyes narrowed, and the hand that had instinctively gripped Su Feng's neck tightened slightly, as if to say, You little rascal, release your hold. However, this time, it was Su Feng who chose to disregard her. Not only did he refuse to loosen his grip, but he also tightened it further. Even though she had already taken both the chocolate and Su Feng's fingers into her mouth, she still could not fully savor the sweet treat, only managing to catch a hint of its sweetness through her small tongue. Seeing Su Feng's lack of cooperation, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet found herself powerless against him. Ultimately, she steeled her resolve and decided to strive for it on her own. Thus, she took a deep breath and pressed her lips further around Su Feng's fingers and the piece of chocolate. With this action complete, Bibi Dong's expression grew serious as her tongue began to fervently explore the chocolate on Su Feng's fingers, seemingly attempting to seize the chocolate with the strength of her tongue. Unfortunately, Su Feng's grip was too firm, making even the slightest touch a daunting challenge for her. Bibi Dong, having never savored chocolate, cast a furious glare at Su Feng, emitting a silent whimper as if in rebellion. Regrettably, Su Feng remained unyielding, insisting, "Release your grip first, and then I shall offer you some." Although he verbally refused, internally, he found himself engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Alas, his teacher was indeed quite mischievous. Not only did she playfully provoke him in front of a crowd, but she also resorted to using her tongue to snatch away the treat. His fingers, now dampened, felt utterly embarrassing. Perhaps it would be best to cease this playful skirmish and simply relinquish the chocolate to his teacher. Yet, having reached this point, surrender was not an option. Humph. Dear teacher, if you think you can seize the chocolate from my grasp with your tongue, you underestimate me. Go ahead and try, I assure you. You will not succeed in a timely manner. Who knows? I might even find the opportunity to engage in other pursuits. Humph, you little rascal. I see through your cunning intentions. You shall not prevail. Hearing her disciple's unspoken thoughts only ignited Bibi Dong's competitive spirit further, prompting her tongue to work even harder. However, despite her fervent efforts, she could not extract the chocolate. Teacher, perhaps you should concede. Let us each take a step back. You cease this commotion, and I will continue to feed you, shall we? Su Feng observed Bibi Dong's tireless yet futile struggle with amusement, though he himself was not in a much better position. As the sensation of her tongue playfully licking his fingers filled him with embarrassment, his face flushed with a rosy hue. Not a chance. Bibi Dong whimpered softly once more. Yet she understood that merely teasing with her delicate tongue would likely not secure victory. Recalling her disciple's vulnerability, how the mere sight of her form elicited exaggerated reactions, she steeled her heart. With deliberate caution, she withdrew one hand and, right before Su Feng's eyes, loosened the front of her robe just enough to reveal a tantalizing glimpse without crossing into impropriety. Elder sister, what are you doing? As anticipated, Su Feng's composure fractured the moment he witnessed her actions. His lips trembled faintly, his words stumbling. Why you must maintain decorum. There are others nearby. Even as he spoke, his gaze flickered toward the training grounds, where the oblivious disciples remained engrossed in their cultivation, oblivious to the scene. Relieved, he swiftly reached to refasten her robe, intending to restore propriety. Yet, to his astonishment, his intervention only emboldened her. With a deliberate tug, Bibi Dong bared far more than before, unveiling an expanse of forbidden allure. Unbeknownst to Su Feng, she had already shrouded them in an obsidian barrier of soul power, rendering their interactions invisible to all outsiders. Su Feng's breath hitched. His gaze, against his will, traced the delicate slope of her neck before drifting downward, where pristine ivory skin lay unveiled, as though parting clouds to reveal the heavens. His mind blanked, his body locking in place as if struck by a hammer. My eyes. They burn. He inwardly wailed. Why must I witness this again? How many times must I remind her, wear undergarments? She does this on purpose, surely. A deliberate torment. Su Feng found himself overwhelmed with thoughts, initially believing that, having become a couple with Bibi Dong, she would at least consider her image as a saint and refrain from displaying such unreserved behavior in the martial arts arena. However, he had grossly underestimated her rapid development. As he continued to gaze, a dizziness enveloped him, a sensation akin to the world spinning around him, exacerbated by a fiery rush coursing through his veins. He sensed that if he continued to behold the snowy scene, he might very well experience a nosebleed. Even if he did not faint as he had previously, his face would undoubtedly flush a deep crimson. At that moment, it was not only Su Feng who felt embarrassed. Bibi Dong was equally affected. Since she had torn off her clothing, a profound blush had spread across her face. Although not as pronounced as Su Feng's, her discomfort was unmistakable. Fortunately, Bibi Dong did not lose sight of her objective. After successfully diverting Su Feng's attention, she promptly re-engaged her tongue, deftly snatching the chocolate from his fingers. After a few swift bites, she chuckled with satisfaction, declaring, "Disciple, you have lost." Su Feng, however, remained unresponsive, his gaze still fixated on the snow-capped mountains, to the point that he had indeed begun to bleed from his nose. Disciple. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened, realizing that she may have taken things too far. In the next moment, she hastily adjusted her attire, striving to conceal her skin as much as possible. At this juncture, a tinge of regret washed over her for jesting in front of her disciple. She was acutely aware that her disciple was not yet prepared to behold her form. A period of acclimatization was essential. Otherwise, the disciple might become overwhelmed with excitement, leading to a rush of blood that could result in a nosebleed or, worse yet, fainting. Simply put, the disciple was overly sensitive, often manifesting shyness, especially in the presence of someone they admired or had already confessed to. This heightened sensitivity meant that any glimpse of her body would render the disciple momentarily unrestrained. Once Bibi Dong had composed herself, ensuring that no suffocating sight remained, Feng began to regain his composure, no longer frozen in a state of rigidity, and even instinctively resumed his breathing. Though Feng's condition had improved somewhat, his breaths came in quick succession, still involuntarily recalling the earlier scene, the pristine beauty of her form, and the enchanting aura that captivated his gaze. To him, it was all shrouded in mystery and profound allure, simply because it was Bibi Dong. Perhaps if any other woman stood before him, even in complete disrobement, he would merely feel a sense of embarrassment, but it would not lead to the overwhelming reaction he had just experienced. Bibi Dong had merely lifted the fabric of her garment slightly, revealing an indescribable sight that sent his mind spinning into a state of bewilderment. "Disciple, are you all right?" In the embrace of Feng, Bibi Dong, having adjusted her clothing, immediately sat upright, retrieving a delicate handkerchief to gently dab at the blood that had trickled from his nose. However, her clumsiness resulted in inadvertently smearing the blood onto his lips. A soft laugh escaped her lips. "I'm so sorry. It was unintentional." Watching her disciple's increasingly flustered reaction brought her amusement, though she stifled her laughter, as this disoriented expression reminded her of a week prior when the mere sight of her had caused him to faint from a nosebleed. Recalling this, Bibi Dong's expression shifted to one of seriousness, concerned that her disciple might succumb to unconsciousness once more. She procured a fresh handkerchief and continued to tend to the blood on his face. "I'm fine." Feng, just regaining his senses, glanced at the flustered Bibi Dong tending to him, his face darkening as he felt the corners of his eyes twitching. Finally, with an exasperated tone, he remarked, "Teacher, you know my condition. You can't do this recklessly, or I won't be able to handle it. I'm truly sorry. Please don't be upset." Upon witnessing Feng's disheveled appearance, a sense of remorse welled up within Bibi Dong. Lowering her head, she instinctively pouted, her hand that had been tending to his wounds halting as if she were a girl caught in a moment of wrongdoing. Undoubtedly, if asked whether she would dare repeat her actions in the future, her answer would likely be an emphatic yes. As for Feng, he initially harbored a flicker of annoyance towards her, yet upon observing Bibi Dong's endearing, pitiful demeanor, he found his heart softening, dispelling any thoughts of reprimand and causing him to feel that he had perhaps overreacted. Clearing his throat, Feng earnestly explained, "Ahem. I do not wish to imply that I blame you, dear teacher. I merely intended to convey that my propensity for nosebleeds may require some time to adjust. Perhaps after we spend more time together, I shall acclimate to it, and at that point, such occurrences will cease." With this, he instinctively grasped Bibi Dong's collar, smoothing it slightly to ensure she maintained a composed appearance, before adding with a satisfied smile, thus, "I hope that when you wish to engage in playful antics with me in the future, you will refrain from such actions, at least until my condition has resolved." Seeing that her pupil bore no ill will towards her earlier gesture, Bibi Dong's fair face brightened with a radiant smile. Without a moment's hesitation, she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Very well. I promise you, master, I shall never act so recklessly again." Feng's lips twitched at her swift acquiescence. "Are you serious? And why does that statement sound so familiar? Have I not heard it several times before? You claim you will never act so recklessly again, and yet, merely giving me a heads up would suffice." Little did he know, Bibi Dong was already bursting with laughter within. Serious? How could that be? Of course. She was merely teasing him. "Rest assured, dear pupil, I shall dare to do it again next time. Hee, seeing you so bashful is truly delightful. I can't help but wish to steal a kiss." Bibi Dong pondered for a moment, but upon noticing the remnants of blood on Feng's lips, she momentarily abandoned her thoughts. Instead, she continued to wipe his cheeks, though her actions appeared somewhat tentative, as if she were seizing the opportunity to caress Feng's lips. To her astonishment, she discovered that her disciple's mouth was remarkably soft, akin to her own, yet with subtle distinctions. "Oh dear, what am I thinking?" Originally, Bibi Dong intended to wipe away the bloodstains around her disciple's nose. However, as she continued her task, her thoughts began to stray. drifting into a myriad of intimate scenarios involving her disciple, particularly the sensation of kissing him, which sparked a sense of anticipation within her. If the delicate technique she employed while indulging in chocolate were to be applied here, might her disciple become utterly ensnared by her? No. She simply had to experiment with this notion. The mere thought of her disciple, whose shyness extended even to kissing, and his innocent heart, pure as unblemished parchment, ignited an irresistible urge within her to leave some mark, both spiritually and physically. She desired to be his first in every sense. Perhaps it was her yearning for such a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction, or perhaps her desire to conquer, that led her to sternly advise her disciple long ago against engaging in such acts with other girls so casually. The pure-hearted disciple belonged solely to her. No one could take him away. In that moment, even Bibi Dong was taken aback. She had set out to assist Su Feng in cleaning his face, yet her thoughts had led her astray, causing her to halt her actions and instead gaze at him with a foolish grin, nearly laughing like a pig. Akin to a lovesick maiden unable to extricate herself from her infatuation. Perhaps, even if she could pull away, she would not permit herself to do so. Teacher. How about I take over? Su Feng, unaware of her deeper thoughts, simply felt discomfort from the bloodstains on his face, likely a manifestation of his obsessive cleanliness. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong paid him no mind, continuing to caress his cheek, while giggling foolishly. No one can take him away, hee. Alas, the teacher was acting strangely again. Observing her demeanor, Su Feng felt a sense of helplessness, though he was not surprised, ever since he agreed to be her partner. She had displayed such infatuated smiles on multiple occasions. Although he could not ascertain her exact thoughts, he suspected they were likely impure, as her hands tended to wander whenever she wore that expression. Forget it. I'll clean it myself. With a sigh, Su Feng instinctively grasped Bibi Dong's hand, seizing the handkerchief from her grasp and proceeding to wipe his own face. Upon noticing the bloodstains on the cloth, he couldn't help but grimace. What on earth? So much blood. What is going on? After all, he had merely caught a glimpse of the teacher's assets. Not for the first time, how could there be so much blood? Sighing inwardly, Su Feng swiftly cleaned his cheek and then glanced at the dark shield Bibi Dong had erected around them, allowing himself a small sigh of relief. Although his teacher often acted inappropriately, she at least possessed some sense of modesty, knowing to conceal their misdeeds to avoid prying eyes. Although Bibi Dong had not been seen by anyone else, the mere thought of such a possibility sent a shiver of tension and excitement. Nay, an overwhelming thrill through Su Feng. If, and only if, Bibi Dong had not activated the black shield to obscure their actions, and if those like Lu Erlong and Salis had witnessed everything. Su Feng could hardly fathom his own emotions. Even in anticipation, he found himself gripped by an impulse for silence. Surprised, aren't you? I can turn the tables. This phrase resonated with Su Feng, reminiscent of advanced technology from a bygone era. He certainly did not wish for Salis and his companions to become part of such a narrative. Teacher, to try to avoid being infatuated, he remarked. After a brief moment, Su Feng noticed Bibi Dong still lost in a silly smile, prompting him to nudge her gently, hoping to awaken her from her reverie. This action, however, only deepened the blush on her face. Cough, disciple, do not misunderstand. I was merely contemplating serious matters, she stammered. Her flustered explanation eliciting no desire from Su Feng to expose her pretense. Instead, he surveyed the surrounding black shield and suggested, please remove this barrier. I must keep an eye on Salis and the others. Absolutely not, she replied, her lips curling playfully as she pointed to her slender waist and rosy cheeks. Adding with a teasing smile, you expect me to comply without some form of reward? Su Feng's expression darkened. Why does this dialogue feel as though our roles have reversed? He mused. In his era, such remarks would typically come from a male. Yet he felt no dissonance as Bibi Dong uttered them. Amidst his internal musings, Bibi Dong had already leaned closer, her exquisite, jewel-like visage radiant and flawless, her skin a delicate hue of pink. At that moment, she was so near that a mere tilt of his head would allow him to kiss her. Su Feng hesitated. Not from shyness, but from the suspicion that the request was somewhat trivial. Surely, a mere kiss upon the cheek could not suffice. There must be some playful scheme hidden beneath her charming demeanor. Disciple, what troubles you? Do you find my request excessive? She inquired, her tone coaxing. Cough, not at all. After a brief moment of hesitation, her persistent encouragement jolted him into action, and he quickly wrapped his arms around her soft, delicate waist. Tearing sounds echoed as Bibi Dong's garment seemed to yield to his touch, creating a small tear just as his hand slipped beneath the fabric, unimpeded as it caressed her slender form. Su Feng sensed something was amiss. The sensation was not as expected, and his eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively prepared to withdraw his hand. Disciple, do you still wish for your master to deactivate this barrier? If so, then continue to embrace me. Do not let go. However, upon hearing this from Bibi Dong, Su Feng halted his movements, hesitatingly replying, of course I want that. But did you not just say you wouldn't act recklessly anymore? Why the sudden change of heart? Not at all, my disciple. I am not acting recklessly. Bibi Dong retorted confidently, having anticipated Su Feng's inquiry. This is a specially tailored overcoming dizziness training designed just for you. Overcoming dizziness training? Su Feng was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by her declaration. Disciple, allow me to explain, Bibi Dong said, her expression turning increasingly serious. In a grave tone, she continued, the reason I am doing this is not to take advantage of you, nor to allow you to take advantage of me. Rather, I seek to help you remedy your dizziness. Do you not wish to conquer your issue? Su Feng looked at Bibi Dong, his gaze piercing into her eyes, as if attempting to discern any hint of insincerity. After all, her previous words struck him as profoundly disingenuous, as if she were speaking falsehoods. Yet, failing to uncover any clue in her gaze, Bibi Dong spoke again, a hint of reproach in her voice. You little rascal. How dare you look at me with such suspicion? Do you doubt that I would harm you? Humph. I am aiding you. Consider this. If you are too afraid to take this step, will you ever be able to face me in the future? Will our romantic relationship forever remain confined to mere intellectual exchange? Is that truly what defines a couple? Even if you are willing to be my spiritual partner. Have you considered my feelings? Do you truly believe I harbor any ill intentions? Or do you intend to leave me in the cold for a lifetime? The last sentence was spoken in a softer tone, laced with a hidden sense of grievance. Following this, she seemed to sulk slightly, taking hold of Su Feng's hand that had been resting on her waist and removing it. After all I have said, I merely wish to convey that all I do is for the sake of alleviating your peculiar symptoms and solely for our future. If you are unwilling, I shall not force you. I have promised to heed your wishes, and if need be, I will wait patiently. But I wonder if you do not make any effort. How long must we wait? Su Feng gazed at Bibi Dong, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt towards her. Yet, drawing from past experiences, another sentiment emerged within him. Could it be that she was merely acting? Was she attempting to elicit my sympathy to present seemingly earnest requests when, in truth, her intentions were simply to indulge in my company? It seemed quite plausible. Indeed, she had grown quite adept at such maneuvers over time. As Su Feng pondered, Bibi Dong's expression shifted. Disciple, it's all right. The overcoming dizziness training plan was merely a whimsical notion of mine. You need not take it to heart. In that moment, Bibi Dong's demeanor transformed. She no longer displayed resentment or disappointment. Instead, she bestowed upon Su Feng a gentle smile, albeit one that appeared slightly forced, as if it were the result of considerable concession. Particularly striking were her eyes, which, in that fleeting instant, revealed a subtle glimmer of unshed tears, an imperceptible mist that Su Feng noticed, yet it seemed she was striving to conceal it. It was as if she yearned for him not to discern the emotions lurking behind her strained smile, even while she laid her sentiments bare. One could almost hear her unspoken thoughts. Disciple, do you not see? I feel wronged, yet I shall not voice it. You must perceive this, or I shall be quite displeased. Yet, as Su Feng beheld Bibi Dong's pitiful visage, despite his suspicions regarding her pretense, the burgeoning instinct to refuse her request remained lodged within him, unable to escape his lips. Perhaps this was more daunting than her overt demands, for her current appearance was precisely what he found most difficult to resist. Ultimately, all Su Feng's reluctance and grievances coalesced into acquiescence. Very well, I concede to your request. Disciple, why do you sigh? Is it out of sympathy for your teacher that you acquiesce? Ah, certainly not. Though in truth, that might be the case. But how could I dare admit it? Disciple, thank you. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng with astonishment, her face devoid of any semblance of reluctance or grievance. Instead, it radiated genuine delight and excitement, as if she had finally triumphed in this psychological duel. Well, what precisely does this overcoming dizziness training entail? Su Feng inquired earnestly. After a moment's contemplation, he added, surely, you must have a rough plan in mind. Teacher? Indeed, I certainly have a plan, she replied. However, Bibi Dong regarded Su Feng with a serious demeanor, and then her tone shifted to a more subdued whisper. However, I cannot help but wonder if you will be able to accept this. Su Feng felt a sudden jolt of apprehension in his heart, a foreboding sense of unease. He then solemnly nodded and replied, "Please, Master, share your thoughts. I am fully committed to cooperating with you in order to remedy this issue of mine." Though he currently wished to prolong their innocent romance and refrain from engaging in such matters with Bibi Dong, the mere thought that he could faint from merely gazing upon her form was too embarrassing, causing him to question his own masculinity. Fortunately, he had personally verified through other means that he was indeed fine. Both in terms of time and other factors, he was remarkably robust, with no issues whatsoever. As long as he could address Bibi Dong's excessive sensitivity, there would be no further complications. Very well, he concluded. Let us begin with the first exercise of this overcoming dizziness training. Bibi Dong wore a serious expression, then pointed to the tear in her skirt at the waist. A result of her recent use of soul power. With a weightier tone, she articulated, "Based on my conjecture, my dear disciple, your heightened sensitivity is likely due to insufficient exposure to this realm of knowledge. It is this lack of understanding that leads to incidents of nosebleeds and fainting. To address this issue, we must approach it from both theoretical and practical perspectives. Therefore, let us begin with practice." Feng was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, "Shouldn't we start with theory first?" Ahem. Bibi Dong's originally stern expression nearly faltered. Fortunately, she managed to regain her composure, concealing any trace of insecurity, and continued, "I believe that although your current understanding is somewhat limited, you are adequately prepared to confront the initial level of training. Thus, we shall proceed directly with practical application. Do you comprehend?" I should understand, right? Understand what nonsense? I feel as though you are merely spouting empty words. Yet I cannot find any evidence to substantiate my doubts. Nevertheless, I shall give it a try. Perhaps this will cure my dizziness after all. With that thought in mind, Feng decided not to engage in further argument with Bibi Dong. He nodded and replied, "Teacher, please continue. What is the first training exercise? I will follow your instructions." Very well. Noting her disciple's rare compliance, Bibi Dong took no offense and promptly retrieved a black cloth strip, binding it around Feng's head to obscure his vision. She then inquired, "Can you see?" No. Good. Then I shall proceed," Bibi Dong said with a smile, leaning closer to Feng, giving a gentle nudge to his backside, and finally resting her head on his shoulder, as though she wished to meld with him. Once settled, she cheerfully announced, "For the first exercise, based on your response, it appears you cannot see my body, yet you do not seem averse to touch. Therefore, your initial task is to begin by making contact with my skin. If you can overcome this hurdle, I am confident that remedying your condition will not be a challenge." With that, Bibi Dong guided Feng's hand back to her waist, precisely where her garment had been torn, stifling a chuckle of anticipation as she earnestly instructed, "Just as before, you need only to reach in. There is no need for any other actions, simply embrace me." Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Feng and noticed a hint of shyness in him. She swiftly adjusted her approach and, with a serious tone, stated, "From this moment onward, you must recalibrate your mindset. You are to harbor no base thoughts and must not feel any embarrassment. For what we are undertaking is far from trivial. It pertains to your health and the significant matter of remedying your peculiar ailment. Therefore, it is imperative that you do not act carelessly. Do you understand?" Gulp. Seeing Bibi Dong's earnest demeanor, Feng instinctively swallowed hard. At that moment, he felt as though he were lying on an operating table, which quelled any errant thoughts. The flush of embarrassment on his face diminished significantly, leaving only a sense of tension and gravity. Bibi Dong observed the lingering embarrassment on Feng's countenance and, sensing his discomfort, gently patted his shoulder. With a serious demeanor, she advised, "Once you have adjusted your mindset, you must envision me as an inanimate object or perhaps as a puppet designed solely to aid in your healing. Whatever actions you take should be exclusively for the purpose of addressing your peculiar affliction, devoid of any distracting thoughts. Do you understand?" At that moment, Feng's vision was engulfed in darkness. He imagined himself seated in the infirmary, his mind clear. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, he subconsciously interpreted them as the counsel of a physician and nodded affirmatively, saying, "I understand." With everything in place, Bibi Dong took a deep breath, acutely aware of her racing heartbeat, as if she were on the brink of an exhilarating experience. Perhaps it was the sight of her disciple's obedient demeanor that instilled in her an unprecedented sense of anticipation. Suppressing her excitement, she instructed, "Now, proceed. Reach out and embrace me, this puppet." "Ah!" Feng exclaimed, simultaneously surprised to find that, with his eyes covered and after hearing Bibi Dong's guidance, his embarrassment had diminished significantly. Thus, he swiftly extended his arms to encircle her waist. Then, Through the tear that Bibi Dong had created, he ventured further in. Is it really that daunting? He mused as he felt the warmth of her form against him. To his astonishment, he found himself devoid of the instinctive urge to retract his hand. Instead, he approached this training with a scientific mindset. Disciple, Bibi Dong, having just calmed Su Feng's nerves, found herself becoming increasingly anxious, her speech faltering. How do you feel? I feel nothing. It's quite similar to touching my own waist, smooth, though perhaps a bit softer than mine, and lacking my pronounced musculature. Bibi Dong had merely intended to probe. But to her surprise, Su Feng, fully engrossed in his serious endeavor to address his affliction, began to tickle her waist lightly. This ignited a sensation akin to an electric shock coursing through her, compelling her to stifle laughter. Thankfully, she managed to suppress her amusement, though her face flushed with color, making her words difficult to articulate. Disciple, please refrain from such antics. Su Feng, not overthinking the situation, promptly ceased his actions, feeling no embarrassment, as he perceived it merely as touching his own waist. Seeing him halt, Bibi Dong exhaled in relief, contemplating whether she should encourage him to explore a bit further upward. As soon as the thought arose, Bibi Dong dismissed it without hesitation. The reason was simple. The idea was somewhat hasty. After all, not long ago, her disciple had suffered a nosebleed merely from witnessing her. Should she allow the other party to encounter that taboo prematurely, it would likely lead them to revert to a state of embarrassment, thereby rendering the treatment a complete failure. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment, seemingly discovering a more tactful way to express herself, and then solemnly stated, try to feel it for yourself. What distinguishes this puppet from you? Additionally, do not hesitate to explore boldly. Simply follow your thoughts, for it is only in this manner that I can assist you more effectively in your training. Everything is aimed at your recovery from this ailment. Cast aside any extraneous thoughts. Do you understand? Good. Su Feng nodded earnestly and then began to unleash his imagination. Simultaneously, as Bibi Dong had advised, he embarked on a journey of self-hypnosis within his mind. I must not harbor any extraneous thoughts. I am merely addressing my dizziness symptoms. Everything is for the sake of scientific treatment. I must not entertain any sordid notions. Whatever I encounter is merely a puppet. Yes, just a puppet. I shall certainly not suffer from a nosebleed again. Be brave, fearless, and confront difficulties with a smile. The best way to dispel fear is to face it head-on. Perseverance is the path to victory. Let's go for it. Indeed, that's the spirit. My disciple has finally grasped it. Upon hearing her disciple's inner voice, Bibi Dong felt a surge of gratification, yet concern soon crept in. I wonder how long my disciple can maintain this calm state. Surely, he won't revert to his original form within mere minutes. With this thought, Bibi Dong immediately embarked on a new series of guidance, hoping to help him truly empty his mind and focus solely on overcoming his dizziness training. Thus, time seemed to slip away. Perhaps 4 minutes passed, or maybe 7. It might have been a quarter of an hour, or even longer. Disciple, stop. You must cease this at once. At that moment, Bibi Dong's face was flushed with embarrassment. The reason was simple. Su Feng's actions, which had begun as cautious experimentation, had gradually spiraled out of control, leaving her unable to manage the situation. A scenario she had never anticipated. I cannot stop. I must heal. I need to deeply understand the essence of my dizziness, for only then can I alleviate the torment it brings. Isn't this what you taught me, master? Su Feng, his eyes covered, could not see Bibi Dong's flustered expression. He simply followed her earlier advice and continued his series of dizziness training exercises, his hands hardly pausing. Disciple, witnessing Su Feng's unwavering resolve, Bibi Dong was on the verge of tears, yet she found herself unable to counter his logic, only able to suppress the peculiar tingling sensation as she pleaded. That is enough. You can stop now. Your first phase has concluded. Su Feng remained resolute, his determination unwavering. No, this is far from sufficient. I feel that the first phase of this training must be sustained a bit longer, otherwise, all progress may be lost. Besides, did you not tell me that once one decides to accept, one must forge ahead and persist? Why, master, are you the one hesitating? Stop, my disciple. You need not continue with the treatment any longer. Cease at once. This time, Bibi Dong truly wept. Her eyes no longer held the feigned mist of tears, nor did they exhibit the pretense of grievance. Instead, genuine crystalline droplets cascaded down, born from a tumultuous amalgamation of emotions, regret, shame, astonishment, and anguish interwoven in a profound tapestry of feeling. Bibi Dong could never have anticipated that her initial encouragement stemmed from a fear of Su Feng abandoning his efforts. However, The latter's performance surpassed all her expectations. Were it not for her first-hand observation and experience, she might have believed that this was not her disciple at all, but rather a lecherous opportunist. Yet, at this moment, no matter how fervently Bibi Dong implored him, Su Feng appeared oblivious to her words. He steadfastly continued on his path, with his actions serving as testament to his unwavering resolve, as if the healing of his ailment had become his most fervent aspiration. There was no other choice but to accept it as it was. Bibi Dong, seeing that Su Feng was unwilling to relent, immediately reached out and seized the black cloth strip from his head, yanking it away. The sudden brightness was blinding. Su Feng had been enveloped in darkness, and as the black strip was removed, a piercing light flooded into his eyes, causing his movements to instinctively freeze, and his mind fell into a brief void. Disciple, enough. The first phase ends here. Noticing Su Feng's halt, Bibi Dong quickly withdrew her hand and, with remarkable swiftness, repaired the tear in her skirt. Once she had accomplished this, she hurriedly turned her back to Su Feng, busily arranging her attire. Oh, as for Su Feng, he remained oblivious to the situation, perceiving his previous actions merely as part of a therapeutic process, devoid of any distracting thoughts. Of course, to claim he felt no such thoughts would be disingenuous. Any normal man would find it impossible to remain completely composed after such actions. Nevertheless, Su Feng had indeed managed to do so. Not because he was a sage or devoid of desires, but rather because he had surreptitiously employed an item akin to a heart-purifying pill through the system panel, allowing him to temporarily detach from emotion and enter a rational state. Thus, regardless of how he endeavored to overcome his dizziness, he felt little to no shame, viewing it as merely a standard health exercise. You little rascal, why so serious all of a sudden, and with such force? Have you no tenderness? Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, with her back to Su Feng, continued to arrange her dress while clutching her chest, whispering with a hint of sorrow, "It hurts, ugh." Had she not known her disciple bore no ill intent and gleaned from eavesdropping on his thoughts that he had used an item similar to a heart-purifying pill, she might have suspected that the one who had acted upon her was a complete lecher. Initially, things were manageable. At least her disciple had been gentle, which she found quite pleasant and was what she had anticipated. However, as he began to employ that heart-purifying pill-like item, the situation drastically changed. Her disciple became rational. No longer shy, nor concerned about appearances, he would comply with her every request, no matter how excessive. Ultimately, even without her prompting, he would take the initiative, growing increasingly fervent, convinced that diligent exploration would cure his dizziness. It was utterly terrifying. Her disciple was far from gentle. If Bibi Dong were to choose again, she would never again blindfold her disciple, nor would she utter so many words of persuasion, for she had nearly led him into a state of madness, almost causing his downfall. Moments later, Bibi Dong composed herself and smiled at Su Feng, inquiring, "My disciple, how do you feel now?" Although her smile was present, it bore an unmistakable strain, for even though her disciple had ceased his disrespectful behavior, she still experienced a subtle ache in her heart, a fiery sensation that made her hesitant to delve deeper into her emotions. I feel nothing at all," Su Feng replied, blinking in confusion as he gazed at Bibi Dong. Perhaps the first phase of overcoming the dizziness training has failed? After speaking, he gestured towards the surrounding black shield and calmly suggested, "Why don't you open this shield first? I can go and remind Salis and the others about their training matters, and then we can continue our discussion on overcoming dizziness." Cough, cough, no. That won't be necessary for now. I need some time to recuperate. I cannot endure such turmoil. With a sudden jolt, Bibi Dong waved her hand, causing the black shield constructed by the Rakshasa divine power to dissipate instantaneously, allowing the sights surrounding the training ground to re-emerge. Yu Guan, having encountered Her Highness the Saintess and young Master Su Feng, greeted them with a bow. Similarly, Gui Mei acknowledged the presence of the Saintess and young Master Su Feng. As the black shield vanished, Su Feng's gaze fell upon the figures of Yu Guan and Gui Mei, clearly dispatched by Bibi Dong to assist in training Salis and his companions, hastening their evolution into an elite undead army. You arrived just in time. Upon seeing Yu Guan and Gui Mei, a smile crept across Su Feng's lips, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Coughing slightly, Yu Guan, upon sensing Su Feng's piercing gaze, instinctively took a couple of steps back before cautiously inquiring, "May I ask what instructions young Master Su Feng has?" At the same time, Gui Mei, feeling the cold and sharp intensity of Su Feng's stare, contemplated retreating like Yu Guan to gain a semblance of safety. Yet, his legs betrayed him. Trembling and rendering him immobile, leaving him to gasp in trepidation, attempting to quell the unrest within his heart. In that moment, both Yu Guan and Gui Mei recognized an unmistakable transformation in Su Feng. He exuded an unsettling calmness, one that was far from ordinary. And even a mere glance from him set them shivering. "You two follow me," Su Feng commanded. Yes, oblivious to their thoughts, he, influenced by the clarity bestowed by the heart-purifying artifact, understood that the immediate priority was to impart the undead combat techniques to Salas and his team. Subsequently arranging for Yu Guan and Gui Mei to serve as sparring partners. This strategy aimed to expedite Salas and his companions' mastery of combined combat techniques, thus cultivating their capacity for tactical superiority in battle. With this in mind, Su Feng retrieved the tome documenting the combined combat techniques and made his way towards the center of the training ground. Yu Guan hurried to keep pace, but halted a few steps later, glancing back at the lingering Gui Mei, exclaiming, "Old Gui, what are you dawdling for? Come on. My legs are weak. Lend me a hand." Yu Guan's expression darkened as he silently acknowledged the formidable aura Su Feng had just exhibited. In the training ground, a thought struck Su Feng. What is she doing here? Wasn't she with Yu Xiaojiang's group a year ago? As Yu Guan followed Su Feng to the center of the training ground, he was met with the sight of Lu Erlong, leaving him both astonished and awestruck. He could perceive that Lu Erlong had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to a year ago. When he first encountered her, she was merely a soul saint, a being he could have easily dismissed as insignificant, yet now, her prowess and demeanor had ascended to an entirely new echelon. The aura of strength she emanated, even without direct confrontation, instilled within him a sense of pressure. This woman was undoubtedly formidable. "Old Jew, do you see that woman? Isn't her figure a bit too striking?" he remarked, turning to the side where Gui Mei was also observing Lu Erlong. However, unlike Yu Guan, Gui Mei's attention was not primarily on her strength but rather on her beauty and silhouette. With just a few glances, a knowing smile crept across his face, one that was unmistakably understood among men as his eyes roamed over her most captivating attributes. He couldn't help but reflect, even if her figure was breathtaking, her choice of attire was so revealing that it left little room for composure. Yet, perhaps the allure of her boldness was welcome, allowing him to gaze unabashedly. The more he looked, the more audacious his smile became. Certainly, when a strong individual exhibits such a grin, it cannot be deemed lewd. Rather, it is a form of unabashed appreciation. However, upon witnessing Gui Mei's expression, Yu Guan's countenance darkened, prompting him to issue a warning. "Damn it, old Gui. Keep your mouth shut. What is wrong with me?" Gui Mei replied, bemused. "Do you even recognize who that woman is? You seem so chatty. Who is she?" Yu Guan approached Gui Mei, leaning in to whisper urgently, "A year ago, we accompanied Her Highness the Saintess and young Master Su Feng to the Tiandu Empire. We failed several times in our pursuit of Yu Xiaojiang, largely due to a woman aiding his escape. That woman is the one standing before us now." Lowering his voice further, Yu Guan added gravely, "You need to be cautious. The changes in her since then are astonishing, especially regarding her strength. Can't you sense it? You can't even discern her level now, let alone detect a trace of her soul power." "Indeed, it appears so," Gui Mei conceded. "In any case, be careful. I sense that not only is that woman extraordinary, but even those 10 masked figures are beyond ordinary. Their aura is unlike that of typical soul masters." Upon hearing this, the specter promptly suppressed the wayward thoughts swirling in his mind, his countenance becoming notably more serious. He dared not regard Lu Erlong with the same scrutinizing gaze as before, instead shifting his attention to the 10 masked figures beside Lu Erlong. Upon closer inspection, he soon sensed something amiss as he discerned a few among the masked individuals who struck him with a peculiar familiarity. "Erlong, you and the others, gather around." "Yes." Su Feng paid no heed to the subtle antics of Yue Guan and the specter, instead summoning the legion of undead to converge towards him. He unfurled the scroll detailing the techniques of the undead coalition, allowing all to clearly observe the intricate patterns and content inscribed upon it. "Listen closely. I shall explain only once. Should you have questions, feel free to inquire, but you must commit everything I convey to memory. Should you fail to retain it all, I will send you back to the confines of the hellish prison." Su Feng surveyed the surroundings, fixing his gaze upon the 10 undead soldiers. His tone was laden with admonition, imbued with a chilling clarity that pierced through the air. Under normal circumstances, he would never utter such words, particularly in this tone. Yet at this moment, his lucid mind compelled him to proceed in such a manner, as it was the only way to maintain the unwavering focus of Salas and his comrades, ensuring that their training efficiency would be optimized. Indeed, As Su Feng concluded his statement, the expressions of Salus and the others shifted dramatically. The lingering thoughts of their liberation from the maternal tyrant's control evaporated in the wake of Su Feng's words, leaving behind only trepidation and bewilderment. Salus and the third individual felt this most acutely. Though they typically portrayed an air of fear towards Su Feng, it was a blend of genuine apprehension and feigned bravado. Deep down, they perceived Su Feng as incomparable to Lord Lu. However, upon witnessing Su Feng's profound and icy gaze, all remnants of their false bravado dissipated. In that instant, they realized that Su Feng was far more formidable than the maternal tyrant. Besides Su Feng's, Lu Erlong also noticed the unusual demeanor of Salus and the others, understanding that they likely harbored no thoughts of negligence. He promptly bowed to Su Feng and said, "Please. Begin." Understood. After a brief moment, Su Feng commenced elucidating the key points of the battle strategy to Salus and the Legion of Undead. When he encountered critical elements or aspects he deemed challenging to grasp, he would personally demonstrate. For instance, he illustrated how to effectively harness the power of the coalition techniques when faced with overwhelming numbers. The solution is remarkably simple, encapsulating a core principle of the united combat technique, harnessing the collective strength of many to forge an extraordinary being. While the term extraordinary may be somewhat hyperbolic, it remains sufficiently comprehensible. It essentially refers to the amalgamation of individual powers, bestowing them upon a single individual. This empowered individual can, for a fleeting moment, wield strength that far surpasses their inherent capabilities, which is among the most formidable abilities of this collaborative combat art. As for other methods, such as the collective control of energy, healing, and spirit, Su Feng refrained from elaborating extensively. Although he had mastered all these through the system, he was acutely aware that imparting such intricate knowledge to Salus and the others in a short span was implausible, given the multitude of details involved, which necessitate extensive practical experience for true comprehension and mastery. Thus, after elucidating the significance of collective strength, Su Feng turned his attention to Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Addressing them with gravity, "You two must confer and ensure that at least one of you serves as a sparring partner in the center of the training arena. If one cannot endure, the other shall take their place. In essence, before this training concludes, one of you must occupy the center of the arena for a full 24 hours. Is that understood?" "Understood," Gue Mei replied respectfully, casting a glance at the 10 masked figures, whose familiarity only intensified, particularly the one adorned with the labels 1 and 3, prompting a strong sense of recognition. "Rest assured, young Master Su. I shall fully cooperate," he added. Yu Guan, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. Following Su Feng's admonition, he turned to engage in a spirited debate with Gue Mei. Or rather, a quarrel, as neither wished to be the first to step into the arena. "Stinky flower," Gue Mei quipped, his face darkening as he made his way to the center of the training ground, while Yu Guan stifled a few chuckles, discreetly retreating to observe from the periphery. Initially, Yu Guan's demeanor was somewhat grave, for the 10 masked individuals emanated an air of profound mystery, leaving him unable to ascertain their definitive soul powers. He could not help but worry that Gue Mei might falter against their onslaught. However, upon witnessing the masked figures approach the center of the arena, revealing their martial spirits and soul rings, only one being a Title Douluo while the others were soul saints, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems I was overthinking. Young Master Su likely intends for me and old Gue to provide guidance to these individuals." With the realization of the strength levels from numbers 1 to 10, Yu Guan's previously heavy heart lightened considerably, even instilling within him a sense of superiority as a seasoned mentor guiding the younger generation. Ultimately, a wry smile crept upon his face, laced with an evaluative tone. Old Gue, you are a Title Douluo. Do not let yourself be forced to go all out at the very onset. That would be quite embarrassing." Such thoughts arose not only in Yu's heart but also in the minds of the specters within the arena. "You lot, what strength do you possess? Do not conceal it. Reveal everything, and let me see how long you can endure under my hand." At that moment, in the center of the arena, the specter fixed his gaze upon the 10 individuals before him. Observing the multitude of resplendent soul rings adorning them, he hesitated no longer and immediately unleashed his martial soul. Ghost. A cascade of soul rings began to rise from beneath his feet, layer upon layer, until his entire being was enveloped in a dazzling display of colors. This martial soul seems familiar. As the specter revealed his martial soul, his attention was drawn to the foremost figure, number 1. The more he stared at the opponent's martial soul, the more an unsettling sense of recognition flooded him. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He seemed to have identified the individual. His expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he could not help but exclaim, You are a subordinate of the Pope, aren't you? Moreover, did you not partake in the siege of the Saintess's palace a year ago? Did you also strike against me? Had it not been for the sight of number one's martial soul, the specter would never have recalled the opponent's identity. Now, reflecting on the past, a wave of humiliation surged within him. The reason was simple. He had participated in that battle, albeit on the side of the Saintess. Unfortunately, his allegiance had not afforded him a favorable outcome, for during that fierce conflict, he had been soundly thrashed by the Pope's Title Douluo, leaving him grievously injured. While it was not particularly shameful to be defeated by a Title Douluo, the subsequent events were far more humiliating. After sustaining his injuries, he struggled to catch his breath when a soul sage had launched a sudden ambush, delivering a brutal kick to his hidden base. Had the angle not been slightly off, he might have faced utter annihilation. As for the identity of that soul sage, the specter remembered it vividly, particularly the martial soul they wielded. At that moment, his foremost thought had been to eliminate that vile individual. Why resort to such despicable tactics? Why kick my secret base of all places? If a single fragment had been shattered, killing you 10 times would hardly suffice to quell my rage. Even though that incident had transpired a year ago, a faint sorrow, or perhaps a lingering dread surfaced within him. Thus, upon recognizing number one's identity, the anger he once felt was reignited. Indeed, a year ago, I did participate in the siege of the Saintess's palace and did engage you in battle. However, I am now a subordinate of Lord Feng. Do not presume that your status as a Title Douluo instills fear in me. Across from him, Salas noticed that the specter had recognized him, and he no longer feigned ignorance. He candidly acknowledged the truth. Of course, his audacity in speaking so boldly did not stem from a disregard for Title Douluo. Rather, after hearing Lord Feng's explanation of battle techniques, he now harbored an implicit belief that, regardless of the Title Douluo's prowess, he too was capable of combat. No, that is incorrect. It should be stated that they all could fight. Reflecting on these thoughts, Sarath found himself less fearful of the specter's vengeance regarding the incident from a year prior. Boss, what exactly did you do to the specter elder during the siege of the Saintess's palace last year? At Sarath's side, a close companion, intrigued by the specter's countenance of deep resentment, could not contain his curiosity. Come on, give us something to be proud of. Cough, cough. It was merely a trivial matter. Sarath refrained from divulging the details of that event, as he vividly recalled the grim expression on the specter's face when he had kicked open the door to their secret base. A visage that suggested a desire to rend him asunder. If he were to recount that incident now, Sarath felt certain that the specter would recklessly pursue him to exact retribution. Although their combined battle tactics were indeed formidable, almost absurdly so, they were still nascent, lacking the refinement that time would bring. It was improbable that they could master them instantaneously. Should the specter truly come after him, Sarath feared that there was a high likelihood he would meet a grim fate. With this in mind, Sarath urgently turned to his companions, instructing, Brothers, Lord Feng has stated that we must remain united against our foes at all times. Only then can we unleash the full potential of our unique combined techniques as the undead army. Therefore, he continued with an increasingly serious tone, if anyone comes under attack, the rest must not stand idly by. We must remain united, understood? As soon as Sarath finished speaking, he noticed his friends casting him peculiar glances, particularly the third one, whose barely concealed smirk seemed to convey, well, look at you, the troublemaker seeking our help to clean up your mess. How shameless. Rest assured, brother, I will heed your words, came the response from another. Indeed, we all will follow your lead. Although many had surmised Sarath's ulterior motives, they collectively chose to overlook it in the face of their adversaries, opting instead to stand together. The third companion, while agreeing with the group's decision, could not suppress a chuckle directed at Sarath. Don't worry, we won't abandon you. At this, Sarath's expression darkened, ready to retort, but remembering that he needed their support, he instead greeted them with a smile. Ah, I appreciate it, good brothers. Since you are all prepared, let us commence. Meanwhile, the specter, witnessing Sarath and his comrades poised for action, hesitated no longer. His form transformed into a blur as he charged directly at Sarath. Goodness, I've never seen the old ghost so furious. That fellow is in for a rough time. Moonlight observed the unfolding drama in the training arena with a playful smirk. A Soul Douluo and 9 Soul Saints confronting a Title Douluo, he was almost certain of the outcome. His trust in the specter's strength was unwavering. My lord, I wish to invite you for a friendly spar. Would you dare accept? However, before Yu Guan had the chance to observe the battle in the arena, a fiery crimson figure abruptly blocked his path, capturing his attention and momentarily fixing his gaze upon her voluptuous form, while simultaneously being awed by the formidable aura she exuded. One that seemed to disdain the world. Ahem, what is there to fear? It is merely a question of why I should engage in a spar with you. As he regarded the woman clad in red, Yu Guan faintly recalled that she was known as Lu Erlong. However, he found himself perplexed by the evident hostility in her gaze. Humph. Do you not remember a year ago when you struck me across the face and uttered words of humiliation? Lu Erlong wasted no time in elucidating her grievance. Swiftly drawing the Hell Dragon Slayer's sword and fixing her cold glare upon Yu Guan, her eyes brimming with the spirit of battle. Witnessing Lu Erlong's straightforwardness, Yu Guan's lips twitched slightly, and he innocently replied, "That was a matter of a year past. Why do you hold on to such a grudge? Furthermore, I was merely acting under orders at that time. Why take it so to heart? Does it not reveal your narrow-mindedness?" Narrow-mindedness. Say what you will, but here, I seek only to settle scores with delight, and since you were the one to strike and humiliate me, you shall naturally pay the price. In response to Yu Guan's words, Lu Erlong smirked, dismissing his concerns as she brandished her sword with an unparalleled confidence, stepping closer to him. With each stride, it became evident that the blade in her hand was rapidly engulfed in flames, and the surrounding temperature soared along with the inferno emanating from the sword, as if it had transformed into the sword of judgment from hell, capable of cleaving through gods and demons alike. What on earth is happening? Witnessing Lu Erlong's unwavering determination to engage in combat, Yu Guan felt 1,000 unwilling sentiments surge within him. It was not fear of the woman, but rather, well, indeed, it was fear. In the second phase of training, Yu Guan initially attempted to ponder a way to extricate himself from this predicament. Yet, no matter how he reasoned, a sense of panic seized him instinctively. Perhaps from the moment Lu Erlong brandished her sword and showcased her might before him. Thoughts of retreat had begun to surface, for he sensed a power emanating from her akin to that of the Saintess. If he were not mistaken, Lu Erlong, like the Saintess, had likely also received the divine inheritance. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yu Guan found no inclination to spar with her. He was desperate to evade the confrontation. Thus, he quickly cast a pleading glance towards Su Feng, silently imploring for assistance. "Lord Su Feng, I beseech you, save me." Upon hearing his call, Su Feng instinctively glanced toward Yu Guan from a distance, then shrugged and transmitted a comforting message. "Fear not, you shall not perish." Isn't this rather inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? As subordinates, engaging in mutual sparring allows you to discover each other's shortcomings. It is, in fact, a beneficial endeavor. Is it not? Upon hearing the words of Lord Su Feng, Yu Guan found himself momentarily speechless. Yet he understood that Lu Erlong's actions were likely tacitly approved by Lord Su Feng. "Let us find another place," he suggested. "Not far away." Lu Erlong cast a nonchalant glance at Yu Guan. "Am I allowed to refuse?" Yu Guan tentatively inquired, his face betraying a sense of reluctance. "You may," Lu Erlong replied, surprising Yu Guan with the unexpected acquiescence, which left him feeling profoundly astonished. Instinctively, he asked, "Your agreement is so forthcoming. Could it be that there are conditions attached?" "Indeed, there are," Lu Erlong said, sheathing his dragon-slaying sword, and slowly raised 2 fingers, continuing at a deliberate pace. "I have 2 conditions. First, you must apologize for the disrespectful words you once directed at me." Upon hearing this, Yu Guan did not hesitate. He promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and bowed sincerely, expressing, "I am sorry. I apologize and hope you can forgive my earlier impolite remarks." Having fulfilled this request, Yu Guan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as they avoided conflict, he was amenable to anything. After all, he had never been fond of fighting, and if not for orders from above, he would have preferred to remain at home, contentedly enjoying his salary and the comforts of life. Observing Yu Guan's demeanor, Lu Erlong narrowed his eyes and warned, "Humph, the matter is not yet concluded. I have yet to state my second condition." Yu Guan's expression stiffened, and he forced a sheepish smile, saying, "Ahem, please, go on." Lu Erlong, unperturbed, stepped directly in front of Yu Guan, raising his palm towards Yu Guan's cheek, coldly stating, "My second condition is simply 1 slap. What do you think? A slap?" At Lu Erlong's words, Yu Guan's countenance darkened, and he instinctively tightened his fists. In that moment, he felt Lu Erlong was overstepping, as he had already humbled himself to apologize, and yet was met with such an outrageous demand. Should you choose to refuse?" We may simply settle this with a duel. Lu Erlong's gaze was unwavering, exuding an imposing presence, as if she was determined to humiliate him to relieve her own grievances. Though her true intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Faced with Lu Erlong's audacity, Yu Guan could no longer contain himself, retorting, "Do not presume that just because Lord Su Feng supports you, you can act with such arrogance." In response, Lu Erlong revealed a sardonic smile, coldly retorting, "And what of it? Should you decline my terms, let us find a place to settle this." Hearing her confrontational tone, Yu Guan's patience wore thin, and he coldly rebuked, "Humph, if we must, then let us go. Do you truly believe I fear you? At least you possess some spirit. Then let us proceed." Lu Erlong scoffed. Gradually moving in a particular direction, leaving behind a voice laced with intrigue, "Today, whether it be you or the specter, a lasting impression shall be etched in memory." As he gazed at Lu Erlong's retreating figure, Yu Guan's face twitched with exasperation. He could hardly fathom how this woman dared to be so audacious. Furthermore, what did her earlier remark mean? What could she possibly imply by saying that I would leave a profound impression on the specter? Yu Guan cast another glance toward the center of the training arena, where a fierce battle raged, resonating with explosive sounds as various soul techniques detonated, transforming the area into a spectacle of vibrant chaos. It was evident that the specter was currently in pursuit of a masked individual, who bore a badge emblazoned with the number 1. Did these 10 masked figures truly believe they could triumph over the specter? After observing the unfolding combat, Yu Guan noted that the specter was brimming with fighting spirit, effortlessly overpowering the 10 masked foes. A sardonic smile crept across his face. "Ha! To think they could defeat the specter is nothing short of delusional, utterly laughable." Seeing the specter engaged with such fervor, Yu Guan was reluctant to lag behind and promptly match Lu Erlong's pace, though he remained uncertain of her hidden abilities. He had silently resolved that today's battle would serve as a harsh lesson for that woman, instilling in her a sense of reverence for the strong. Thus, the sacred maiden palace buzzed with heightened activity. The specter was embroiled in an intense chase with Salus and the other 10 members of the undead army, while Yu Guan followed Lu Erlong to a relatively open space, where, provided they did not resort to catastrophic techniques, the sanctity of the sacred maiden palace would remain intact. Ding! A gentle reminder, the effect of the awakening card, which enables the user to enter a state of utmost calm, has expired. You will fully revert to your normal state. Why have I been standing here for so long? I feel utterly fatigued. At that moment, beside the training arena, Su Feng was patiently observing the battle involving Salus and his companions. Suddenly, he felt a buzzing in his head, his body became heavy, and a familiar wave of exhaustion washed over him, compelling him to slump down where he stood, too weary to move another inch. Simultaneously, at the heart of the arena, a powerful surge of energy erupted, accompanied by a thunderous shout. "Spectre, cease your arrogance. It is now our turn to retaliate." This bellow prompted Su Feng to instinctively look over, and he saw Salus and the other 10 rapidly forming a triangular formation, their immense soul power converging towards a single point. To his surprise, this group had managed to grasp the unique joint combat technique of the undead army in such a brief period. It seems that allowing them to engage with the Title Douluo was indeed a sagacious decision. TSK, the effects of this awakening card are truly remarkable. Even a slothful person like me is now personally demonstrating combat techniques to Salus and the others. It is fortunate that this item allowed me to enter a state of tranquility. Otherwise, it would have taken me considerable time to impart these skills to them. Outside the arena, Su Feng observed with a sense of reflection. Before his eyes stood the foremost figure of the triangular formation, Sarath, who occupied the front row. Behind Sarath were 2 members of the second echelon of the undead army, followed by 3 in the third echelon and 4 in the fourth, perfectly constituting a triangular formation of 10 individuals. It appeared that Sarath intended to take the lead himself, gathering the strength of the others to bolster his own. After all, Sarath was the sole Title Douluo among them, making him the most suitable candidate for this critical role. Whether he could endure the pressure depended solely on him. As Su Feng watched Sarath and his companions executing the triangular formation, he could distinctly sense the vast and boundless soul power surging towards Sarath. Had he not been aware of Sarath's nature as an undead, possessing immense tolerance and capacity for such energies among his kin, he might have worried that Sarath could potentially be overwhelmed. However, it was evident that this was not a possibility. Sarath would only cease to absorb power when he reached his limit, but he would never explode from executing this skill unless he forced the absorption beyond his threshold. What is this technique? The ghostly spirit's initially confident expression froze in place upon witnessing Sarath's display, his face now contorted with shock. What manner of skill was this? A soul technique? An original soul skill? Or perhaps a martial soul fusion technique? The more he scrutinized Sarath's state, the greater his astonishment grew, as he could clearly sense the rapid escalation of soul power within Sarath, especially the faint yet overwhelming pressure emanating from him, swiftly approaching the level of a Title Douluo. I cannot allow this. I have yet to exact my revenge. With this thought in mind, the ghostly spirit swiftly darted forward, transforming into an afterimage as he charged towards Sarath. Yet, before he could near Sarath, a massive barrier enveloped the 10 individuals, effectively blocking him out. Clearly, Sarath and his allies were employing a joint battle technique, aiming to withstand the ghostly spirit's onslaught while they regained their strength before launching a counterattack. Of course, that was merely a thought, for a Title Douluo is ultimately a Title Douluo. Defeating him merely through numbers would prove exceedingly difficult, especially for these fledgling practitioners who had just begun to grasp the joint battle technique. Damn it, I merely demonstrated a few battle techniques earlier. Yet why do I feel so fatigued? Meanwhile, Feng felt the effects of his awakening card fading, and a wave of weariness began to spread throughout his body. It was not genuine fatigue, but rather an impression of having exerted himself beyond the usual limits, making him feel as though he were utterly exhausted. Disciple. Upon noticing Feng's unusual demeanor, Bibi Dong swiftly approached his side, lending her support as she expressed her concern. What is the matter with you? Are you feeling unwell? Ah, it's nothing. Feng replied, slightly embarrassed. You truly need not worry. With Lu Erlong and Yu Guan assisting, there is no need for you to exert yourself so. Observing Feng's weary appearance, Bibi Dong suggested gently, perhaps I should help you to rest for a while? Help? Do I appear so feeble? Feng retorted, his lips twitching at her worried expression. He immediately straightened himself, awkwardly clearing his throat. No need for that. I am not so delicate and can manage on my own. With that, Feng made his way to the original stone table, retrieving a long bench from his soul guide. After adjusting his position, he comfortably reclined, pondering with anticipation. I wonder just how formidable the army of the undead I have nurtured for so long has become. Bibi Dong swiftly approached, positioning herself beside Feng, and gestured towards the side of his head. May I rest beside you for a while? As she spoke, her head bowed slightly, her lips instinctively pressed together, and her delicate hands entwined behind her back, seemingly lost in a reverie, yet apprehensive of Feng's potential refusal. Feng, not overthinking the matter, considering it a modest request, readily replied, Of course, you may. Yea, then I shall join you, she exclaimed. However, Feng was taken aback when Bibi Dong's idea of sitting beside him was not merely for a casual respite, but rather an intention to be intimately close. My dear disciple, this chair is rather hard. Lying like this is not ideal for your rest. You would be far more comfortable resting your head upon my lap. At that moment, Bibi Dong had already settled at one end of the bench, gently lifting Feng's head so he could comfortably lay against her thigh. Teacher. Is this really appropriate? Everyone is watching us. Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment, despite relishing the sensation of her lap, as the thought of being observed by others made him uneasy. What does it matter? We are, after all, a couple. Allowing you to rest on my lap is nothing shameful. Why the fuss? Bibi Dong lowered her gaze to Feng, her luscious lips slightly pouting, and the expression of eager anticipation on her face suddenly transformed into one of disappointment. In a hushed tone, she inquired, Do you not like this? I think it's rather delightful. However, if you do not appreciate it, I am willing to heed your preferences. Feng, albeit reluctantly, harbored reservations. He preferred to avoid overtly affectionate displays in public. He believed that flirtation was best reserved for moments of solitude, where he could express himself more freely. Yet, given Bibi Dong's earnestness, he felt that rejecting her would render him seemingly unromantic. Thus, he took a deep breath and, with a smile, replied, It's all right. If you find it enjoyable, then I shall acquiesce. Thank you, my disciple. Bibi Dong's face illuminated with a radiant smile upon realizing her disciple considered her feelings, filling her heart with warmth and bliss. Soon, her delicate hands became restless, gently caressing Feng's face, occasionally pinching his nose and touching his ears, until she could no longer resist brushing her fingertips against his soft lips. Feng, noticing Bibi Dong's audacious behavior, rolled his eyes and playfully admonished, Teacher, what is the meaning of this? Why are you being so indiscreet? Bibi Dong's smile blossomed even more brilliantly as she playfully poked his cheek, proudly flaunting her alluring figure, and teased, If I am to touch, Then surely you must return the favor. Su Feng's face flushed crimson. He wished to roll his eyes again. But as she flaunted her figure, he found her face obscured from his view. What is happening? Why can I no longer see my teacher's face? This is rather alarming. Wait, during the initial phase of overcoming my dizziness training with her, did I not encounter this very situation? Soft and warm. Oh no, does that mean I was being reckless? I was so forceful. Surely she must have felt pain. She wouldn't seek retribution, would she? Oh dear, this is mortifying. I've made a grave mistake. As Su Feng beheld the indescribable terror of Bibi Dong's presence, his mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts. And he found himself uncontrollably swallowing hard, the heat within him rising uncontrollably, with an almost palpable inclination toward a nosebleed. Of course, his fervor was not merely due to witnessing Bibi Dong's enviable allure, but rather because he recalled a recent moment that evoked a familiar sensation, aptly encapsulated by the notion, it is impossible to control with just one hand. Perhaps it was precisely because he could not grasp the situation with a single hand that he was all the more compelled to experiment, leading him to act ever more recklessly and audaciously, exerting himself with increasing fervor. In hindsight, Su Feng felt he might have overstepped. Had it not been for the effects of the awakening card, he would not have felt the slightest embarrassment or fear. He believed he would have been too bashful to engage in such behavior, even to the extent of wishing to dig a hole and hide. Too ashamed to face his teacher once more. How brazen of you, little rascal. It is a mercy that I do not punish you. Yet you dare to dwell upon those recent events. On the other hand, Bibi Dong, upon hearing Su Feng's innermost thoughts, felt her cheeks flush slightly, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. However, upon further contemplation, she realized her discomfort dissipated, for she understood the secret, as long as she remained unembarrassed. It was her disciple who would bear the shyness. It was proven that, more often than not, her disciple was far more bashful than she. When she observed her disciple's greater embarrassment, she found her own shyness diminishing, replaced by a sense of victorious delight, as if she could firmly control this aspect of her disciple. Moreover, her disciple had undoubtedly recalled their recent actions, and if her assumptions were correct, he must be even more mortified now. With these thoughts in mind, Bibi Dong discovered that she was not as troubled by the previous mistreatment as she had thought, even if she still felt a dull ache in her chest. Yet, that was of little consequence. What mattered was assisting her disciple in swiftly remedying his dazed state. Let me first observe the expression on my disciple's face. After a brief moment, she tilted her head down to glance at Su Feng, who was blushing profusely, his small hands seemingly at a loss for placement, which elicited a stifled chuckle from her. How utterly endearing! Bibi Dong could not help but let out a light chuckle. And soon, a bolder thought emerged in her mind. Although I am currently experiencing some discomfort in my chest and cannot allow you to continue your previous actions, I shall not permit you to become lax in your practice. Therefore, let us commence the second phase of training from within your skirt. Feeling a bit anxious. Su Feng blushed deeply, unable to meet her gaze. Bibi Dong found his bashful demeanor quite amusing, but she suppressed her laughter and inquired, "Disciple, how do you feel at this moment?" Though Bibi Dong had resolved to implement the second stage of training, she believed it prudent to first assess the outcomes of the initial phase. It was essential to tailor the subsequent training to Su Feng's current state. Otherwise, she feared that the intensity might be overwhelming and could potentially cause him to faint from sheer shock, which was certainly not her desired outcome. What do you mean by how do I feel? Su Feng turned his head away, still unable to look at Bibi Dong, as he was consumed by a mix of panic, regret, and guilt over the first phase of training, worried that she would blame him for it. Sighing, he reflected, I shouldn't have used that prop earlier, had I refrained. I wouldn't have been so forceful with the teacher. I can only wonder how she is now. Surely, she must still be feeling that sharp pain. Given the strength I exerted, it would have hurt me, let alone applied to her. I truly do not know how to face her now. And I wonder if she is upset with me. Such a foolish disciple, Bibi Dong thought, realizing Su Feng's inner turmoil, which brought a bittersweet smile to her face. That training was proposed by me, and you only acted with such intensity because of the prop. You did not intend to be violent towards me. So how could I possibly be angry with you? Do you not see how foolish that notion is? Despite her amusement at Su Feng's thoughts, Bibi Dong composed herself and adopted a more serious demeanor. She looked intently at him and gently probed, Disciple, are you feeling remorseful about the first phase? Do you believe I am angry with you? Su Feng's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Bibi Dong, pondering, is my distress that apparent? How could the teacher discern my thoughts so effortlessly? Does she possess some sort of supernatural insight? This is quite perplexing. Ah, you little rascal. Do not provoke me into laughter. Bibi Dong nearly lost her composure upon hearing his inner monologue. Fortunately, she managed to suppress a smile, only allowing the corners of her lips to curl slightly. After clearing her throat twice, she adopted a more serious tone and asked, "Disciple, answer me honestly. Is that truly the case?" In a state of shock, Feng did not wish to conceal his feelings. He gently nodded at Bibi Dong, then turned his head away, unable to maintain prolonged eye contact. One might wonder why. The answer lies in a certain unease that stirred within him. Upon receiving a response, Bibi Dong extended her index finger and playfully flicked Feng's forehead, then sighed in resignation. "Ah, you truly are a blockhead. How did I end up with such a foolish disciple?" "What do you mean?" Observing the hint of confusion on Feng's face, Bibi Dong smiled gently and patiently reassured him. "Disciple, do not overthink it. I am neither angry nor blaming you. So please do not let your mind wander into unfounded thoughts, understood?" Upon hearing these words, Feng's expression softened, and the stiffness that had gripped his body began to ease. However, after a moment's reflection, a thought crossed his mind. Is she trying to prevent me from feeling guilty by saying this? Just as this notion took root, Bibi Dong flicked his forehead once more, producing a sharp sound. "Foolish disciple," she said, turning his head to face her with utmost seriousness, "if I were truly upset with you or held any grievances, would I allow you to rest so comfortably on my lap? Would I speak to you so kindly?" As she continued, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her tone grew a touch displeased. "Or do you doubt my words?" "Cough. Of course not," he stammered. "Humph. I see a hint of doubt," she teased, her lips curling into a playful smile. "You must give me a smile in return for me to believe you." Seeing her smile, Feng was finally convinced that she bore no ill will towards him, which alleviated much of his anxiety. He managed a shy smile and said, "Now, can you trust me?" "Humph, it took you long enough to smile. However, I find it delightful." As Feng's smile became increasingly endearing, Bibi Dong's lips curved wider, and she licked her soft, pink lips, her gaze turning mischievous. "Disciple, I have a mischievous desire. May I indulge it?" Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Glancing at the nearby combatants, a sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through him. "Surely not. With so many people around, what exactly do you intend to do? You wouldn't want to get too cozy here, would you? That would be far too embarrassing. Can we not retreat to a more private space for such activities?" Feeling anxious, Feng's voice reflected his urgency as he pleaded with Bibi Dong. "Teacher, absolutely not. There are too many people here. If seen, it could tarnish our reputation. You must control yourself." "Control myself?" Bibi Dong chuckled. "I fear I must apologize, for I can no longer restrain myself." Upon finishing her words, Bibi Dong firmly grasped Feng's head with both hands. In her captivating gaze, a delightful shimmer danced, seemingly brimming with anticipation and excitement. A rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks, and as her lips parted, the words that escaped her mouth possessed the power to render anyone weak in the knees. "Bower, would you allow your master a single kiss?" "No, absolutely not," Feng replied with unwavering resolve. Although he found himself pinned down by Bibi Dong, his mind conjured an image. In this vision, Salis and the others were covertly observing the scene, each face adorned with mockery and disdain, as if they were saying, "Tiesque fisteste, O Feng. How audacious of you to engage in such conduct under the broad daylight. You truly lack shame." However, I must admit, I relish this. Come now, kiss her more passionately. Let us witness the unembarrassed side of you and her holiness. Salis, you are doomed. This thought inexplicably surged in Feng's mind. Though the scene had been entirely fabricated by his imagination, he felt compelled to deliver a sound thrashing to Salis, lest he betray his own sense of honor. Meanwhile, in the center of the training arena, Salis was entangled in a fierce battle with a phantom. Suddenly, a disarray in his soul power caused a foreboding sensation to arise within him. What in the world is this tightening feeling? "My disciple, just one kiss, just one." Bibi Dong urged, her head bowing slightly as she observed Feng's bashful and reluctant demeanor. She tightened her grip on his head, fearful that he might suddenly escape. Naturally, if circumstances permitted, she would be unable to resist bestowing a kiss upon him right then and there. Yet, reason cautioned her against such impulsiveness. Otherwise, she might forfeit the intimate moment that awaited her before the night's slumber. Therefore, this particular kiss must be rightfully hers, and she could not forcibly claim it. Ah, but that won't do. If we are seen, the repercussions would be far too detrimental. Bibi Dong, observing her disciple's lack of understanding, swiftly retracted her playful tone, her expression shifting to one of mild displeasure. When she spoke again, her voice carried a teasing threat. "Humph, Disciple, during your initial training phase. You seemed quite violent towards me, leaving my chest still aching. How do you propose we settle this score? Su Feng's lips twitched at her words. Hadn't they agreed to move past that incident? Why was it being dragged up again? Bibi Dong, indifferent to her disciple's thoughts, continued with a feigned air of grievance. Disciple, all I desire is a simple kiss from you. If you refuse, I shall be quite displeased. Can you not fulfill such a modest request? At that moment, her intent was clear. She wanted an affectionate kiss, though she was hesitant to force the matter, as that would only lead to an awkward atmosphere. However, the question lingered. Was it truly just a kiss she sought? Witnessing Bibi Dong's pitiful demeanor, Su Feng felt a flicker of uncertainty, yet remained hesitant. After all, they had been interacting as a couple for some time, during which he had gleaned some insights. When Bibi Dong requested a kiss, the likelihood of it being merely that was low. It was far more probable that it would escalate to several kisses on the cheeks, forehead, neck, and ears, culminating with her lips. If she did not feel satisfied, she would not easily relent. When Bibi Dong mentioned a kiss, it was not a trivial matter. The duration of the kiss was what truly mattered, rather than its quantity. If brief, it might not delve deeply, perhaps lasting only 10 seconds. However, if it extended longer, he could not guarantee that her delicate mouth would not employ peculiar methods to pry open his lips, leading to an exploration within. If she failed to pry them open, it would keep Bibi Dong relatively composed, allowing for a normal kiss. Yet, should she succeed, the situation would escalate. Her hands would become restless, exploring with intent, possibly traversing beneath his shirt or even his trousers, though the latter was highly unlikely, as he would swiftly intervene to prevent her from advancing further. Regardless, such matters were more manageable within the confines of a room. Su Feng believed that even with his natural shyness, he would not resist Bibi Dong. However, the thought of being outside sent shivers down his spine, as he could scarcely bear to imagine the spectacle of being observed in such an intimate moment. Lost in his thoughts, he was unaware that Bibi Dong had overheard his musings, prompting her discontented voice to pierce the air once more. Humph, you blockhead. Why all this overthinking? Stop dawdling. With that, Bibi Dong disregarded all hesitation and, pouting her soft, moist lips, swiftly pressed them against Su Feng's mouth. Smack! Unexpectedly, Su Feng directly placed his hand over Bibi Dong's lips, creating a barrier between them with a single palm. With one hand covering Bibi Dong's mouth, he found himself muffled, rendering his speech somewhat laborious. Teacher, please stop. This is truly inappropriate. Humph, I am unperturbed, so why do you have so many objections? At this moment, Bibi Dong had disregarded her surroundings, her gaze solely fixated on her disciple, perhaps embodying the idea that what remains unattainable is perpetually restless. It was precisely due to the challenge of her disciple that she yearned so fervently, often losing control of her desires, and even contemplating numerous times to impart her teachings in a more intimate manner. Alas, facing her disciple's defenses, Bibi Dong found herself in a predicament, for both of her hands were occupied in restraining him. Therefore, when he covered her lips with his hand, she was left helpless and could only plead, Disciple, please loosen your grip. A mere kiss from me would suffice. In response to Bibi Dong's repeated entreaty, Su Feng remained resolute. No, absolutely not. At least not here. Let us return to the room first, and then I shall acquiesce to your wishes, all right? Seeing her disciple's obstinacy, Bibi Dong abandoned her attempts to persuade him further. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with a newfound idea, as she leaned in slightly. Humph, I shall see if you will relent. Feeling Bibi Dong's actions, Su Feng's eyes widened, and he instantly stiffened, as a warm, tingling sensation began to emanate from his palm. Teacher, you are being utterly ridiculous. Blushing with embarrassment, Su Feng uttered a phrase, and unable to endure the tantalizing sensation any longer, he withdrew his hand. However, upon his withdrawal, the kiss from Bibi Dong encountered no resistance and landed squarely upon his lips. The moment he felt her kiss, Su Feng's entire being stiffened even further, and he ceased to struggle, succumbing to a state of social embarrassment. His mind was flooded with images of Sarath and others watching, their laughter and disdain intensifying his humiliation, making him wish to vanish into the realm of chaos, never to emerge again, utterly devoid of shame. Unexpectedly, after a brief span of perhaps 10 seconds, Bibi Dong released him. And during their kiss, her hands had behaved surprisingly respectfully, refraining from any inappropriate exploration, which allowed Su Feng's mortified thoughts to gradually settle. With a playful smile, Bibi Dong teased. My dear disciple, see? I told you it was merely a kiss. I meant you no harm. Su Feng, indeed taken aback, was more concerned about whether anyone was observing them. Fortunately, those who should have been engaged in battle were preoccupied, and not a single gaze was cast their way. Most importantly, Bibi Dong had discreetly erected a small barrier prior to the kiss, ensuring that even if someone looked over, they could not discern their actions. Seeing Su Feng's cautious demeanor elicited a chuckle from Bibi Dong, prompting her to jest, "Oh, dear disciple, you possess such a timid spirit." As she spoke, her gaze wandered to Su Feng's lips. A single glance was enough to stir an unfulfilled yearning within her. Just moments ago, had she not gleaned her disciple's thoughts through their bond, she would not have been so quick to relent. After all, her initial intention had been to pry open his lips and delve deeper into exploration. Regrettably, her disciple's heightened sensitivity, coupled with the notion of being watched, had deterred her from proceeding further, fearing he might faint from acute embarrassment. This simply could not do. Her second phase of training had yet to commence, and it was imperative that her disciple remain conscious. Master, let us not jest further. I must observe the battle between Sarath and the others." At this moment, Su Feng found himself increasingly unable to withstand the teasing from Bibi Dong. He immediately turned to the side, redirecting his gaze towards Salis and the others, hoping to shift the focus away and avoid becoming embarrassed by Bibi Dong's playful antics. However, as soon as he turned, he realized that lying in this position was not particularly comfortable. He could only rest his head on Bibi Dong's thigh near her knee, which was not as soft as when he had rested on her thigh earlier. It felt a bit uncomfortable against his head, prompting him to adjust his reclining position, shifting his head until he found a comfortable spot on her undeniably soft leg. Unbeknownst to Su Feng, his series of movements evoked a peculiar sensation in Bibi Dong. To her, it appeared that he was not merely adjusting his position, but rather nudging his head against her thigh, stirring a rare feeling within her. Consequently, her fair cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she could not help but emit a soft sound. At that moment, feeling the effects of Su Feng's antics, Bibi Dong felt as though her entire body had been electrified. She playfully scolded, "Disciple, please stop that. It's a bit too much for me." Su Feng's expression froze in response. Bibi Dong had not pondered much. Only upon noticing her disciple's cessation of his antics did she hesitantly speak. "Your incessant fidgeting makes me rather anxious." Upon hearing her words, Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief. So it was merely anxiety. It startled me, for I thought it was something more sinister. After Bibi Dong regained her composure, she realized that her earlier words seemed to carry a double meaning, and her face flushed with embarrassment. A wave of reproach washed over her thoughts. "You little rascal. While you appear so honest and shy, I never imagined your thoughts could be so wicked." Although she scolded her disciple verbally, deep down, Bibi Dong held no real resentment. Rather, she felt a sense of satisfaction. In fact, she wished for him to become even more audacious, as this would simplify her efforts to win him over. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the center of the training ground, prompting Su Feng to instinctively shift his gaze in that direction. Unfortunately, his view was obstructed by the barrier from earlier. Thus, he turned to Bibi Dong and said, Master, shouldn't you remove this barrier first? How else can I observe their battle?" "No," Bibi Dong decisively refused. "Why not?" Su Feng's lips twitched as he silently cursed in frustration. They had already caused such a commotion. Continuing like this would be excessive. Was it really necessary to linger here all day? This was quite unbecoming. Bibi Dong remained unfazed by Su Feng's thoughts. Her sole intention was to alleviate his dizziness. With unwavering conviction, she declared, after careful consideration, "I have devised a second phase of dizziness control training for you, which will undoubtedly enable you to further mitigate your symptoms." Su Feng's expression stiffened at her words. After a moment of hesitation, he glanced around before turning his eyes back to Bibi Dong's earnest face, and with a hint of trepidation, he inquired, "Are we still doing this here?" "Of course," she replied. Bibi Dong wore a serious expression, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke with increasing conviction. "Aren't you meant to observe Salis and the others here? Naturally, this should take place in this very spot, free from any distractions. Is this not a case of achieving two objectives with one effort?" "That is my belief." Su Feng's lips twitched, and he fell silent, while internally, he was in a frenzy of thoughts. "What you think is irrelevant. I care not for your opinions, but rather for my own." The embarrassment of the first phase was already overwhelming, and now, surrounded by so many onlookers, she wished to commence a second phase. Even if she felt no shame, she ought to consider my feelings. With this in mind, Su Feng turned his head resolutely and declared, "No, absolutely not. Regardless of how you persuade me." I shall not acquiesce again. Perhaps fearing that Bibi Dong would resort to her charming and pitiful demeanor, he hastily added, "Furthermore, do not employ that expression to plead with me. Even if you do, my answer remains unchanged." A soft laugh escaped Bibi Dong upon hearing her disciple's words, and she found herself unable to suppress a smile. It was unexpected that her disciple would now even fear her charm, which only confirmed that he was susceptible to such tactics. "Humph, very well. You've endured enough for today. I shall spare you for the time being. Once we return to our quarters, I shall address you then." Seeing the mortified and indignant expression on her disciple's face, Bibi Dong ultimately decided to let him off the hook for now. With a wave of her hand, she effortlessly dispelled the obscuring barrier, allowing them to observe the unfolding events in the arena. Boom, boom, boom. The arena remained fiercely contested, with Salus unleashing a barrage of soul techniques, relentlessly bombarding the Spectre. As a Title Douluo, the Spectre adeptly evaded the majority of these attacks, which were primarily at the Soul Sage level, sustaining minimal damage. However, when Salus employed the exclusive joint battle technique of the undead, its power surged dramatically, making it much more challenging for the Spectre to withstand. This prompted Salus to become increasingly arrogant. "Spectre, were you not quite arrogant just now? Come, let's battle. Ha ha ha. Just wait until I defeat you, old man." Thus, after a series of intense battles and fierce confrontations, the entire training ground was strewn with shattered stones, littered with numerous craters of various sizes, rendering the battlefield a chaotic mess enveloped in dust. Ultimately, Saras's side emerged slightly victorious, managing to defeat a true Title Douluo with a team comprised of 1 Soul Douluo and 9 Soul Saints. The term barely is indeed warranted, as Saras faced several moments where they nearly succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the Spectre. Fortunately, their comrades provided timely support, unleashing a coordinated combat technique to execute a strategy of attrition against the Spectre. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of turning the tide and would likely have faced total annihilation. Regardless, this initial encounter with the Title Douluo showcased commendable performance from Saras and his companions. At that moment, a question arose. What are Lord Su Feng and Her Highness the Saintess doing? It was then that Saras and his team, having just concluded their battle, instinctively turned their attention to their surroundings, many of them casting glances towards Su Feng. Although they were aware that Su Feng and the Saintess were now a couple, witnessing him reclining comfortably upon the Saintess's lap struck them with disbelief, their expressions reflecting an indescribable peculiarity. After all, the previous demeanor of Lord Su Feng while issuing their training tasks, his profoundly composed gaze and his cold, unyielding tone, had nearly rendered them weak in the knees, leading them to unanimously conclude that a serious Lord Su Feng was far more formidable than any mother dragon. Yet, this seemingly fearsome and capricious Lord Su Feng was now obediently resting on the Saintess's lap, much like a tamed creature, a thought that could not be expressed or even contemplated, lest one risk their own safety. By heavens, they are looking this way. Upon sensing the gaze of Saras and his companions upon him, the embarrassment that had just begun to subside surged back into Su Feng, causing him to spring up suddenly. He hastily adjusted his attire, striving to project an air of authority with utmost urgency. Although Su Feng was acutely aware that his current stature likely lacked any semblance of majesty, it was possible that his subordinates were stifling laughter behind their composed exteriors. Beside him, Bibi Dong could no longer contain her amusement at her disciple's flustered demeanor, having long grown accustomed to the glances from Saras and the others. "Disciple, let us go and take a look together." After a brief moment, Bibi Dong approached Su Feng, gently linking her arm with his and instinctively cradling it in her embrace, allowing her pride to firmly assert itself against his arm. This was not merely an act of taking advantage of her disciple. Rather, it was an endeavor to offer every opportunity for Su Feng to acclimate to the sensation of their closeness, preventing him from remaining overly sensitive to such gestures, blushing for an entire day at the slightest touch of her pride. Indeed, Bibi Dong's approach proved effective this time. When Su Feng once again felt the suffocating softness of her pride, he no longer experienced the previous embarrassment. Instead, he found the situation quite natural and, with newfound composure, returned her a smile, saying, "Shall we go?" Bibi Dong nodded gently, her face adorned with a sweet smile, and together they walked towards Saraf and the others. Perhaps, from this moment forth, they resembled a couple more closely, no longer appearing so bashful. Bibi Dong, observing her disciple's newfound ease, felt a surge of delight within her, silently resolving that in the days to come, she would gradually impart the remaining knowledge to him. helping him to shed his shyness and embrace a more confident demeanor in all endeavors. Before long, Feng led Bibi Dong to the front of Sarath and his companions, who promptly formed a line. It was evident that Sarath and his group were brimming with excitement, their faces radiating pride, as if basking in the warmth of spring, eagerly awaiting praise. If one were to question the necessity of their exuberance, they would likely struggle to contain their exhilaration, their trembling hands betraying their eagerness to leap up and express their joy. Do you even comprehend? That is a Title Douluo. Have you ever witnessed a soul sage triumph over a Title Douluo? 3 straightforward phrases perfectly encapsulated the sentiments of Sarath and his companions. And had Feng and the Holy Maiden not been present, they might have erupted into laughter, uncaring of decorum. Excellent work. You have not disappointed me, Feng commended, acknowledging the accomplishments of Sarath and the others. However, after his praise, his expression turned serious. Yet, the achievements you have attained are but the beginning. Once you have refined the enhancement pills I have bestowed upon you and can skillfully execute the combined combat techniques, only then will you truly embody the essence of the undead army. Do you understand? Understood. 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 With merely 2 words, Salaris, the crowd erupted with fervor, as if their voices could pierce the heavens and tremble the firmament, causing even the ground of the training arena to quiver slightly. Perhaps the saying holds true: the greater the joy of the victors, the more pronounced the sorrow of the vanquished. Not far away, one could observe the specter, who appeared utterly dejected, succumbing to despondency. Moments later, the specter weakly approached Feng, offering a respectful bow before pleading, "My lord Feng, my abilities are insufficient to train so many at once. I humbly request an adjustment in arrangements." The memory of the recent battle stirred a profound sense of frustration within him. It was utterly vexing. If he were merely facing a single-souled Douluo and 9 soul saints, he was confident in his ability to prevail, even to dominate the encounter. Yet, against Salaris and his 10 companions, he felt utterly stymied. The reason was simple: these 10 could unite their strength, adept in both offense and defense, leaving him with no viable strategy and ultimately exhausting him. Very well, Feng nodded, having discerned that the specter, despite initially gaining a slight advantage against Salaris and his group, had lost all hope of success as the training progressed. As Salaris and his comrades began to master their combined techniques, the specter found himself without any chances of victory. If this continued, Salaris and his companions would face no pressure, leading to a sluggish pace of improvement. Gulping nervously, the specter glanced at Feng and inquired, "What do you intend to arrange?" Simultaneously, Salaris and his companions looked uneasily at Feng, particularly Salaris, who occasionally cast sidelong glances at the specter. He sensed that if he were to reduce the number of participants on their side, the specter would surely seek retribution for both past and present grievances. The recent conflict had been ignited by his reckless actions, as he had impulsively kicked the specter multiple times, nearly striking a rather sensitive area. Fortunately, he had narrowly avoided that calamity, but even without making contact, animosity had undeniably intensified, leading to future complications. As for the matter of training partners, it could be discussed upon the return of Erlong and Yuguan. Meanwhile, Feng found himself in a quandary regarding the arrangements for training, as his original plan included only Yuguan and the specter. He had not anticipated that the joint techniques employed by Salaris and his group would prove far more formidable than he had expected, resulting in the specter being bested in their very first encounter. It was evident that in 10 days' time, once Salaris and his companions all broke through to the rank of Soul Douluo, not only would their soul power rise, but their combined techniques would also experience a qualitative leap. At that point, even if Yuguan and the specter were to utilize their martial soul fusion technique, they would likely find themselves at a loss against Salaris and his team. "My lord, I have returned." As Feng concluded his words, not far away, Lu Erlong transformed into a crimson shadow, leaping effortlessly until he stood before him. With Lu Erlong's emergence, the onlookers instinctively shifted their gazes toward the direction Lu Erlong had returned from, all eagerly anticipating the arrival of Yuguan. Moments later, a disheveled figure staggered forth. It was evident that this individual was in tatters, with numerous bruises adorning his body. Particularly, his face was a mass of swelling, with one eye blackened, and the right side of his cheek bore countless handprints, a clear indication that he had recently endured inhumane torment, leaving him nearly unrecognizable. "Goodness!" Saras exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer, a hint of amusement escaping him. Unable to restrain himself, he quipped, "Who is that pig-headed fellow?" Of course, as he uttered those words, he had already surmised the identity of the person It was likely Yu Guan, perhaps emboldened by his recent conquest over a Title Douluo. He felt a surge of arrogance welling within him. However, before Saras could relish his jest, Lu Erlong swiftly unsheathed the whip from his waist and mercilessly struck him, eliciting a series of high-pitched screams as Saras clutched his rear in agony. Unfortunately, the whip was barbed, and that particular lash had inadvertently pierced him, inflicting a searing pain that was likely accompanied by bloodshed. Once the pain subsided, Saras glanced at Lu Erlong in sheer terror, his lips quivering as he stammered, "My lord Lu, what have I done wrong?" Lu Erlong cast a cold glance at Saras, reprimanding him. "From now on, Yu Guan and Gue Mei are our comrades. Speak with more courtesy." Yes, I understand," Saras replied, intimidated into silence, retreating behind his companions in search of an elusive sense of safety, all the while pressing against his rear to staunch the bleeding. Truly a fearsome tyrant. As Yu Guan returned, witnessing Lu Erlong's fierce demeanor towards his subordinates, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. Unfazed by Yu Guan's thoughts, Lu Erlong candidly declared, "From this moment onward, we are comrades. I hope there will be no betrayal between us, but rather a united front. Do you understand?" This statement was devoid of any pointed tone, yet it carried the weight of a commanding presence, as if she were a deity wielding dominion over life and death. This aura had enveloped her since her ascension to the status of the Hellfire Dragon, or perhaps since she began overseeing the souls imprisoned within the infernal confines. Even in her unassuming demeanor, this essence was unmistakable. Despite Lu Erlong's authoritative stance, Yu Guan dared not retort, even though he bore the bruises from their earlier encounter. Instead, he awkwardly chuckled. "Ahem, you are correct. From now on, aside from the commands of young Master Su Feng and Princess Xingve, whatever you say shall be law." At this very moment, Yu Guan is engulfed in profound regret. If heaven were to grant him another opportunity, when Lu Erlong proposed her second condition of slapping him, he would accept without hesitation. At the very least, after enduring that slap, he would lose only his dignity, unlike now, where he has not only lost his dignity but has also been thoroughly beaten, ultimately losing even his sense of self. Oh no, he has become entirely unrecognizable. Alas, it is indeed true that humiliating others comes with a price. Were he to return to a year ago, Yu Guan would certainly berate himself fiercely. "What on earth were you thinking? Why did you slap that woman?" And not content with that, you had to insult her verbally as well. Now look where it has led you. Retribution has come. In just a year's absence, Lu Erlong has grown remarkably strong. She could even overpower Yu Guan. Nearby, Gue Mei glanced at Yu Guan, realizing that he was in a worse predicament than himself, which stirred a complex mix of emotions within him, part sympathy, part schadenfreude. Initially, he thought that being battered by the 10 minions of Salas was already unfortunate enough. But witnessing Yu Guan's plight somehow brought him a sense of balance. Lord Lu is formidable. Lord Lu is majestic. On the other hand, upon learning that Lu Erlong had completely dominated Yu Guan, Salas and his cohorts could hardly contain their excitement. Despite their fear of Lu Erlong's torment, which had left them with lasting shadows, they felt a sense of pride in seeing their leader's prowess. "Ahem, everyone, I have devised a plan regarding the practice partners," Su Feng announced, noticing that everyone had gathered. He proceeded to share his preliminary proposal, which essentially transformed the original plan of having Yu Guan and Gue Mei as practice partners into a trio, with the additional partner being none other than Lu Erlong. Had he not observed Yu Guan and Gue Mei being so inept, Su Feng truly would not have considered adding Lu Erlong, for once she took the stage. It was uncertain whether Salas and the others could train normally. He feared that they might even need extraordinary courage to make a move, let alone train effectively. Synopsis: Su Feng traverses into the world of Douluo, becoming a direct disciple of Bibi Dong, awakening the couch potato system, growing stronger by merely lounging about. However, he did not anticipate that Bibi Dong could eavesdrop on his thoughts. "My dear disciple, with such lethargy, how will you achieve the rank of Title Douluo in the future?" "Oh, come on. I'm already a Title Douluo, all right? Of course, if you were to join me in idleness, I might cultivate even faster." "Bibi Dong, you're already a Title Douluo? My dear disciple, do you think there is a chance for me to attain divinity?"